In an unexpected twist of fate, the diligent office worker Jiang Ruantang found herself thrust into a world of beasts after being struck by a vehicle. Endowed with an unflattering physique and a conspicuous birthmark, she navigated her new existence. During the comingafage ceremony of Wei Ran, she fell victim to the schemes of Wei Sha, only to be rescued after biting a male from the wolf clan. In a further twist, she saved an injured red fox, inadvertently triggering a system. However, her troubles did not cease there. She faced challenges during the food distribution, and after the fox made its escape, a limping, gaunt wolf unexpectedly approached her with intentions of forming a bond. Jiang Ruantang, once a devoted worker earning a modest salary to indulge her mother with shopping sprees, found her life irrevocably altered when a vehicle careened towards her, sending her soaring through the air before she landed in the beast world on the core continent, amidst tribes of rabbits and wolves. The most disheartening aspect was her transformation from an acclaimed beauty in the modern world to a figure marked by her unappealing form and a prominent birthmark. Woe, was this unfortunate soul? Staring at her own hands, she struggled to recognize herself, yet the scars and familiar trinkets confirmed her identity as this ill-fated being. A sweet voice broke her reverie as the reedied, floppy-eared rabbit female Wei Ran bounded towards her. Renowned for her rare mutated lineage, the tribe regarded her as a goddess, believing she would usher in peace. Yet, Wei Ran was drawn to Jiang Ruantang, secretly glancing at her before shyly proclaiming, "Tomorrow is my comingafage ceremony." The clan leader mentioned that males from outside will attend, including handsome wolves. With a face full of youthful infatuation, she cradled her cheeks. Jiang Ruantang recalled that the rabbit clan was subordinate to the wolf clan, and without the protection of males, females struggled to survive. Nevertheless, she waved her hand dismissively, stating, "No, thanks. I'm quite content on my own and currently have no desire for a male." Deep down, she understood that in her current state, any interest would likely stem from ulterior motives regarding her meager dwelling. The following day, Wei Ran's comingafage ceremony was a grand affair, attracting the neighboring rabbit clans and a plethora of foreign males. After all, the reputation of the goddess of the rabbit clan had spread far and wide. Jiang Ruantang stood momentarily, overwhelmed by the sight of muscular, hormone-fueled wolf males, and could hardly bear the spectacle before her. She turned to make her escape. Ah, isn't this Jiang Ruantang? Just as she pivoted, she collided with the icy demeanor of Wei Sha, Wei Ran's twin sister. In the beast world, the occurrence of twin females was rarer than winning the lottery. Yet Wei Sha was anything but amiable, often casting disdainful glances at Jiang Ruantang. Wishing to avoid confrontation, Jiang Ruantang adjusted her cloak to conceal herself, but Wei Sha swiftly blocked her path, elevating her voice to draw the attention of those around them. In an instant, Wei Sha transformed into a cunning seductress, dramatically leaping into the arms of a wolf male who had just proven his prowess in battle, clearly a formidable contender. The male immediately embraced Wei Sha. Concern etched across his face. "What's wrong, Sha?" Pointing at Jiang Ruantang, Wei Sha's tears flowed freely. "Woe is me. She claimed I am unworthy of you and threatened to take you from me." Jiang Ruantang stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth? This performance is utterly farcical. Her deceitful charm is off the charts. And as for this muscular fellow, I have no acquaintance with you whatsoever. Please, do not be swayed by her antics. At last, the male noticed Jiang Ruantang, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Give up. My heart belongs only to Sha." Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. "Give up? I have no interest in you whatsoever." She cleared her throat softly. "Sir, I must declare my utter disinterest in you. Do not be so self-absorbed. I am not one to indulge in just any flesh." The male was taken aback by her audacity, his expression faltering as laughter erupted from those nearby. He strode over, yanking Jiang Ruantang's cloak away. Expecting a stunning beauty, he was instead met with a figure that was both portly and marked by blemishes, which prompted a derisive snort. "I thought you were a beauty, but you're just a disgrace. With a face like that, who would want you?" Jiang Ruantang's anger flared. Noticing Wei Sha reveling in her misfortune, she bit down hard on the male's arm, cursing inwardly. "There are plenty of two-legged men around. Do I fear you? This is the rabbit clan. I am a guest, and shall not endure such indignities." The male winced from the pain and instinctively tossed her aside. Jiang Ruantang crashed against the wall, spitting blood, yet smiling at him. "Basil, your arm." Wei Sha rushed forward, eager to placate him. After calming her, Basil attempted to seize Jiang Ruantang again, but was halted by the clan leader. The leader, appearing as a refined youth, surprisingly commanded Basil's obedience. "Basil, cease your antics. This female is not of the rabbit clan." Wei Sha dared not provoke further, recognizing the clan leader's authority, which even the wolf clan respected. Jiang Ruantang stared at the youthful clan leader in bewilderment. Was he supposed to be an antiquated relic, as Ruanyan had claimed? At that moment, Ruanyan broke through the crowd, rushing to embrace her in tears. Ruantang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't abandon me. Jiang Ruantang patted her head gently. Stop fussing. Today is your comingafage ceremony. Go back and choose a mate. Once Ruanyan departed, Jiang Ruantang struggled home, her ribs aching unbearably. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Seizing her fishing spear, she marched to the riverbank. As the rabbit clan was vegetarian, she longed for the taste of meat and resolved to treat herself to a grand feast. Eyeing her prey, she couldn't help but scoff. I've sunk so low as to fish like a savage, and that ramshackle hut, just thinking about it is exhausting. By afternoon, her bamboo basket brimmed with fish. As she prepared to leave, she noticed something drifting in the distance. Cautiously, she hid behind a tree, spear at the ready, until the object drew near. A crimson fox, battered and bruised. In this realm, beastmen transformed into forms larger than ordinary animals, and this fox was indeed a size larger than Jiang Ruantang. She initially intended to leave, but upon hearing the creature's pained cries, her heart softened. This was clearly a beastman, not just an ordinary fox. With a reluctant sigh, she returned, mustering all her strength to drag the fox from the depths of the forest back to the edge. By the time she brought it to her dilapidated hut, she was utterly exhausted. Though this humble dwelling lay on the outskirts of the clan, it was a decent accommodation for outsiders, allowing her the freedom to attend to her own affairs. The fox, being a natural predator of rabbits, was fortunate that the rabbit clan members did not often venture to Jiang Ruantang's little hut, aside from Ruanyan's frequent visits. Observing the fox's wounds, Jiang Ruantang decided to tear up her unwearable modern clothing, carefully wetting it to clean the injuries. After all, one should never waste what can be utilized. The small thatched cottage stood at the edge of the tribe, where the nights were painfully cold, often accompanied by the howling of wild wolves. For several nights, Jiang Ruantang had struggled to find restful sleep. A chill. Why is it colder tonight than usual? She sniffled, wrapping herself tighter in her thin blanket. Glancing at a fox not far away, she mused, isn't that a natural furnace? Yet she shook her head. No, this is no ordinary fox. As she approached, she noticed the fox furrowing its brow, looking quite distressed. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly examined its wound, which had seemed well cared for. In the next moment, the fox's body suddenly radiated light, blinding her and emitting a familiar alarm sound. Instantly, a series of screens appeared before her, displaying the words Crimson Fox Tribe, Stellar Core 5 crowns, promotion successful, adorned with a crown emblem, where 5 of the 12 branches sparkled with stars. Jiang Ruantang was bewildered. What are you? What on earth is happening? Why didn't you reveal this before? As she shouted, the screens vanished, leaving her in a state of shock. Could this possibly be a system? How utterly irresponsible. Looking back at the fox, its expression of discomfort had vanished, and the wound was visibly healing. The emblem she had just seen on its chest was now gone as she attempted to scrutinize it. Filled with doubts, Jiang Ruantang lay down, ultimately refraining from any action against the furry creature. Early the next morning, the fox remained asleep, and Jiang Ruantang quietly headed to the village center. It was the monthly distribution day for food. In the beast world, food was exceedingly scarce, with only the rabbit tribe possessing vegetables, which they had to ration. Each month, outsiders would come to trade. When her turn finally arrived, Duns glanced at her with a hint of hesitation, allocating her a portion that was half of what the other females received. Jiang Ruantang felt a surge of urgency. Could you possibly give me a bit more? I have a fox to feed at home. Duns, feeling sympathetic, secretly added a little extra, but was promptly interrupted by a voice. Duns, what are you doing? It was Wei Sha. She strode over confidently, followed closely by Baser, who had been present the previous day. Wei Sha sneered. The rabbit tribe does not harbor idle beings. Jiang Ruantang doesn't even want a male, so 2 bites will suffice. No need to waste food. Baser glared at her with contempt, and Jiang Ruantang found herself unable to retort, forced to endure. Just as she was about to leave, a voice emerged from behind Baser. I could be your male. As the figure stepped into view, Jiang Ruantang recoiled in shock, bore a horrific scar on his face, and appeared emaciated and limping. Baser quickly shielded Wei Sha, who remarked sarcastically, what a perfect match they make. Jiang Ruantang glared at her, then turned her attention to the limping beast man, utterly at a loss for words. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of taking a mate. With that, she turned on her heel and rushed home, disregarding the adequacy of her rations. Upon arriving home, Jiang Ruantang hurried, To wash her face, how could someone like her attract attention? It was utterly terrifying. Before she could regain her composure, she sensed something approaching from behind and instinctively turned around. Suddenly, she was knocked to the ground, her heart racing as she braced for the worst. When she opened her eyes, she found herself pinned down by none other than the fox. "You're awake," she exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. At least it wasn't a wolf or a tiger. The fox cast her a disdainful glance before turning to sit beside her. Jiang Ruantang's frustration flared. "I am your savior. You ought to treat me with kindness." Yet the fox paid her no mind and lay down nonchalantly. She dared not express her anger, fearing the creature might devour her. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiang Ruantang realized her legs were covered in blood, a result of her fall on the way back. Feeling wronged, she tended to her wounds, each swipe of her hand prompting tears to well up. How could she have been living so well in the modern world only to find herself in this predicament? There wasn't even a soul to offer her comfort. The fox, noticing her tears, subtly lifted its gaze. Jiang Ruantang wiped her tears away. No crying. She must persevere. Just as she was about to call out to the fox for something to eat, she looked up only to find it had vanished. It just left? Without a word? Before she could wallow in her sorrow, a shadow loomed behind her, stumbling towards her on injured legs. She turned to see a gaunt wolf, scarred and limping, the very beast that had sought to court her earlier that day. Jiang Ruantang struggled fiercely. "Let me go. What do you want?" The wolf's claws dug into her flesh, and she cursed inwardly. How could he dare to treat her this way in her current state? The wolf replied, "Do not resist. I have waited for over a decade for this moment to become my mate." Jiang Ruantang, in a panic, exclaimed, "I can help you find a beautiful female. Just let me go." The wolf suddenly became sinister again after calming down. Jiang Ruantang thought it was the end for her when suddenly, with a bang, the wolf was flung away, and 2 crowns were lost. When she opened her eyes, a handsome guy was standing in front of her, red-haired with fox ears and a tail, and claws stained with wolf blood. "Female, are you hurt?" The handsome guy supported her and frowned when he saw her injury. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. "Are you that fox?" The man nodded and directly licked her wound. She blushed instantly. "It's common in the beast world, but I still feel shy." "I'm Fina. Didn't you leave?" Jiang Ruantang tried to pull her arm back. The man shook his head in a silly way. "I didn't leave. I want to find you some fruits and herbs." "Your leg is injured." Jiang Ruantang then remembered that she was injured all over and looked at the fruits the man brought. Feeling greedy, she hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. Suddenly, the screen popped up again, displaying sweet fruit, non-toxic and edible, boosts immunity. Xinghe grass, non-toxic, can be crushed to heal wounds and brew tea. Jiang Ruantang was dumbfounded. Isn't this the beast world version of Baidu encyclopedia? So practical. No more worrying about eating the wrong thing. After the fox licked her arm's wound, he put the Xinghe grass in his mouth and chewed it, lifting her leg and kissing it. A wave of coolness hit her, and Jiang Ruantang shivered. Beastmen are too open. Applying medicine is one thing, but using their mouths is too embarrassing. She quickly pulled her leg back. The fox licked his lips and asked, "Female, what's your name?" Jiang Ruantang was stunned. "My name is Jiang Ruantang." The fox touched her hair. "My name is Jiayu." That action was too flirtatious. Jiang Ruantang's heart was in chaos, and she hurriedly turned her head. Seeing the wolf's corpse on the ground, she felt troubled. If Wei Sha and the others see this, they'll definitely wrong me. Will I be expelled from the rabbit clan? Jiayu stepped over her and picked up the wolf's corpse. "Leave it to me." Before Jiang Ruantang could stop him, he disappeared into the night with the body. Jiang Ruantang helplessly covered herself with a blanket. At worst, I'll be kicked out and left to fend for myself. But the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. After all, he was a beast man. Jiang Ruantang only woke up the next noon and didn't see Jiayu. He probably didn't come back all night. Outside, Wei Rant's anxious voice called, Ruan, are you home? Don't scare me." She hurried out and saw Wei Ran and the clan leader there. The two sighed in relief when they saw she was fine, and Wei Ran directly hugged her. Jiang Ruantang asked, "What's wrong? Why the rush?" The clan leader said, "A corpse of Cho Lang was found in the deep forest." Basil said it might have been done by the Fox clan. Jiang Ruantang's body stiffened. "Cho Lang is that wolf from last night. It must have been thrown by Jiayu." Wei Ran was still wiping her tears, and the clan leader comforted her. "She was worried about you. And when she saw you didn't look for her in the morning, she panicked." Jiang Ruantang pinched Wei Ran's face. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." She then asked, "The rabbit clan relies on the wolf clan. Why are we afraid of the fox clan?" The clan leader and Wei Ran looked at her as if she were an alien. The clan leader explained, "The The Fox clan is the nobility of the main city. Recently, a Fox clan fugitive killed the Fox King's female, super fierce. The Fox King just has 9 crowns, and he became 4 crowns just 2 years after reaching adulthood. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. Killing a female? Aren't females very precious in the beast world? Moreover, she had to say that Jiayu had 5 crowns yesterday. At this moment, the system popped up again. The Star Core continent has Fox, Snake, Phoenix, Lion, Merfolk clans, and Rabbit Wolf clans are under the Fox clan. The ranks are divided from 1 to 12 crowns. Jiang Ruantang understood. So Jiayu is a fugitive. No wonder he was covered in injuries. Fortunately, there are no warrants in the beast world. After sending Wei Ran and the clan leader away, Jiang Ruantang discovered Jiayu was behind her, not knowing how long he had been listening. Jiayu asked, "Are you scared?" Jiang Ruantang pretended to be calm. "You wouldn't harm your benefactor, right? I saved your life." Jiayu smiled, holding up a bloody piece of meat to show Jiang Ruantang. She swallowed in fear, forcing herself to say, "I can make this meat into another dish. Leave it to me." After saying this, she took the meat to the riverbank to wash it. Eating raw meat would definitely make her sick. She cleaned the meat, cut it into small pieces, and skewered them on a stick to roast over the flames. The meat sizzled and oozed fat, and Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up as she swallowed. Jiayu also stared at the meat. She suddenly asked, "By the way, what kind of meat is this?" Jiayu pretended to think it's wolf meat. Time seemed to freeze. Jiang Ruantang stiffly looked at the meat. "Is this beastman meat?" Her face instantly filled with terror. It wasn't until Jiayu laughed that she reacted. "Bad fox. You're teasing me. I'm not letting you eat the meat anymore." Jiayu quickly stopped laughing. "I was joking. It's wild boar meat. There is plenty of it in these woods." Jiang Ruantang initially wanted to sulk, but the meat almost burned. She quickly flipped it over. Feeling relieved, she couldn't ruin the delicious food. Looking at the roasted meat, she felt a bit heartbroken. Wild boar meat is hard to catch, and she clearly saw Jiayu's arm was injured earlier. She casually sighed. "If only there were cumin, that would be perfect." You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The next second, Jiayu pulled out a package and dumped several bags of things on the ground. Jiang Ruantang was dumbfounded. "What is all this?" Jiayu picked up a bag, opened it, and handed it to her. She dipped a little and put it in her mouth. It was salt. "This is salt. Where did you get it?" She rummaged through the bags and found rice and chili. With these, they could definitely make a feast. Jiayu looked at her happy expression and smiled. "I got it from the Fox King's female. She always eats well." Jiang Ruantang's hand froze. He actually admitted to killing the Fox King's female. Seeing her hesitating, Jiayu handed her the things. "Don't worry about it. Many females can't even get these." Jiang Ruantang took out some rice, but was troubled. There's no tool to steam it. Jiayu noticed her concern and silently moved a large stone over. With a swipe of his claw, he quickly made 2 perfectly sized stone bowls. Jiang Ruantang clapped on the spot. "That's amazing. Beastman's claws are so sharp. Modern stone bowls take 2 to 3 days to polish." And he finished it in a few minutes. She cleaned the stone bowls, placed the rice in them, and set them over the fire to steam. The steaming rack was made of wooden sticks. The rice cooked quickly, and looking at the steaming rice, Jiang Ruantang almost cried. Finally, "I can eat normal food." Jiayu held the rice, but didn't eat. After she finished, he handed her another bowl. Jiang Ruantang asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Jiayu said, "Rice is precious. You eat it. I'm a carnivore. I just need meat." Jiang Ruantang couldn't eat anymore. There is a lot of meat in the beast world. Rice is precious. "I'm full. I really can't eat anymore." She looked up at Jiayu, making it clear, "Don't think about saving it for tomorrow. Rice won't be soft and fragrant tomorrow." Jiang Ruantang lay on the grass mat, and Jiayu finished the rice with a smile, lying beside her. The temperature dropped at night, and Jiang Ruantang always felt cold while sleeping, unconsciously burrowing into Jiayu's arms. The little grass hut's curtains couldn't block the strong wind. It was especially cold tonight. Jiayu took off his bee-skin clothes and transformed into his beast form to block the wind, which made Jiang Ruantang feel more comfortable, and she tightly hugged him. In the morning, Jiang Ruantang felt hot, kicked off the thin blanket, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the man beside her. She instinctively looked down and quickly covered his lower half with the blanket, her face burning as if she could fry an egg. The sudden movement woke Jiayu, who looked at her in confusion. Why are you naked in my bed?" Jiayu showed a hurt expression, and as Jiang Ruantang was about to apologize, he pointed to the position, "But you actively rolled into my arms." Jiang Ruantang looked. She was actually on Jiayu's grass mat. It was even more embarrassing. She thought he was being a rogue, but it turned out she had solid evidence against herself. She was troubled again. With her figure and appearance, who would appreciate her in the beast world? She missed her beautiful body from before. Ahem, I want to give some rice to Wei Ran. Can you? Jiang Ruantang lowered her stance. Jiayu nodded. Do as you wish, but give a bit less. The cold season is coming soon, and food will be scarce. Hunting will be super hard. Jiang Ruantang looked outside. The temperature was getting lower. Winter would definitely arrive within a month. She suddenly panicked. I don't even have winter clothes. It's common for females to freeze to death in the beast world during the cold season. Jiang Ruantang wrapped herself in a cloak and was about to go out when Jiayu wanted to follow. She quickly stopped him. No need. You stay home. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she regretted it. This isn't even his home. Worried Jiayu might mind. But Jiayu was thinking about being home. He had escaped for so long and had no place in the Fox clan. This little female actually said this was their home. Jiang Ruantang was carrying rice to Wei Ran's house, still thinking about whether her earlier mistake would upset Jiayu. Wei Ran, she called out, and Wei Ran immediately ran out with a smile, welcoming her into the house. Inside, there were no male wolves, only Wei Ran's aunt, who resembled her to a great extent. Wei Ran quickly explained, Wei Sha has moved to the wolf tribe. My aunt stayed in the rabbit tribe, because of me. The aunt nodded, a bit surprised by Jiang Ruantang's appearance, but quickly suppressed it. Wei Ran enthusiastically asked, Did you come to play with me? Jiang Ruantang opened her package. No, I brought you rice. The cold season is coming soon. Wei Ran and her aunt were shocked. This rice could last 2 females for half a month. The amount of rice distributed by the rabbit tribe each season was nowhere near this much. The two looked at her with questioning eyes. And Jiang Ruantang hurriedly changed the subject. Wei Ran, why haven't you found a male? Wei Sha has already paired up. The aunt immediately chimed in. Exactly. Your father found you a male wolf? Handsome and strong. Why don't you like him? Wei Ran pouted. I don't like him. Ruantang isn't in a hurry to find one either. The aunt then switched her tone. She can't find one. Can you two be the same? Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. This was truly a stab to the heart. But even if she looked good, she wasn't in a hurry to find a male. Jiang Ruantang thought about modern ideas. While she could accept having 3 husbands or 4 consorts, it still felt strange. She noticed the awkwardness between Wei Ran and her aunt and waved her hand, saying, it's okay. I'll head out now. As soon as she stepped outside, Wei Ran chased after her to apologize. I'm sorry, Ruantang. My aunt shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry on her behalf. Jiang Ruantang pinched her face and smiled. Don't think too much about it. I'm not mad at her. What she said isn't wrong. As she walked, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians. Everyone was busy stockpiling food for winter, so Jiang Ruantang quickened her pace. She looked up and unexpectedly saw Wei Sha not far away. Besides Basile, there was also a male, most likely a suitor. She wanted to avoid them, but Wei Sha's suitor spotted her and blocked her path. Isn't this Jiang Ruantang? The tall beast man blocked her way. Jiang Ruantang, annoyed, raised her hand to push him aside, but he was as immovable as a rock, and her hand became sore instead. Move aside. I want to go home. She felt defeated, but stubbornly glared at him. The beast man got angry, grabbing her arm and lifting her up like a chick. His strength was so great that she couldn't resist at all. Wei Sha looked at Jiang Ruantang being pulled in front of her and proudly raised her head. So pathetic. Not even a male to protect her. She'll probably be eaten by wild beasts before winter. Jiang Ruantang broke free from his hold and shot back. I'm not like you. Who needs any suitor? We call someone like you ZM. Wei Sha was both angry and confused, while Basile, seeing her wronged, angrily pressed down on Jiang Ruantang's shoulder. He was on the verge of wolfing out, with a 3-crown star core mark visible on his arm. His grip strong enough to crush her shoulder. Just as Jiang Ruantang resigned herself to her fate, there was a loud bang. Basile was sent flying 10 meters away by a sudden force. She felt her body soften and fell into a warm embrace. Jiayu, filled with rage, shielded her in his arms. Looking at his angry expression, Jiang Ruantang thought he looked incredibly handsome. His boyfriend power was off the charts. Basile, Wei Sha exclaimed as she rushed over, and her suitor hurriedly protected her. The remaining beastmen all transformed into wolves and lunged at Jiayu. Jiayu's eyes darkened as he protected Jiang Ruantang behind him, transforming into a fox, revealing the 5-crown star core mark on his tail. The beastmen who had been shouting moments ago instantly retreated. 5 crowns. The most they had was 2 crowns, and Basile with 3 crowns was taken out in an instant. How could they fight? Wei Sha stared at Jiayu and suddenly shouted, Help! It's a Fox tribe person. People rushed out recently. The Fox tribe had been causing panic by killing and the males from the wolf and rabbit tribes quickly surrounded Jiang. Jiang's eyes turned red, and he bit the neck of one of Wei Sha's suitors. In less than 2 seconds, that beast man was lifeless. He fixed his gaze on Wei Sha, making her tremble all over. Basile, injured all over, still struggled to get up, putting Wei Sha behind him. That's enough. A furious roar came, and Jiang Ruantang turned around. The tribe leader had arrived and had witnessed the entire scene. Wei Sha immediately rushed to report, "Leader, this fox tribe person is protecting Jiang Ruantang. She must have brought him to destroy the tribe." The leader fixed his gaze on Jiang, his eyes filled with scrutiny, as if judging the truth. Jiang spat out the wolf beast's corpse, transformed back into human form, and picked up Jiang Ruantang to leave. "Wait!" The leader shouted to stop him. Jiang Ruantang thought they were going to punish Jiang and had prepared her plea, but the leader astonished everyone by asking, "Are you injured? If you are, stay in the tribe to recuperate." It should be known that Jiang was a 5-crown star core beast man, extremely rare. Even the leader of the wolf tribe had only 6 crowns. The leader wanted to keep a big shot. Jiang turned to look at Jiang Ruantang, but she was still in a daze. She thought they were going to take revenge, but instead, they wanted to keep him. Basile panicked, "Leader. He is a wanted criminal from the fox tribe." The leader interrupted him, saying to Jiang Ruantang, "Is he your male? Let him stay by your side." Jiang smiled. "This rabbit is smarter than the fox tribe." "Huh? He is not my male." As soon as Jiang Ruantang spoke, Jiang immediately showed a wronged expression, making her feel guilty. Then Jiang said, "I'll stay in the tribe, but I need to prepare a comfortable place for Ruantang." The leader immediately agreed, "No problem. The most comfortable place is where Wei Sha used to live." Wei Sha wanted to curse, but was stopped by Basile. He finally understood why the Fox King couldn't catch Jiang. Jiang Ruantang felt embarrassed when Jiang called her Ruantang. Her face instantly flushed. Jiang was satisfied and picked her up to leave, leaving the tribe members confused. "Why keep a beast man who killed wolves?" One tribe member asked, and the leader nodded. "With his 5 crowns, keeping him is a guarantee." "Why do you want to stay in the tribe?" Jiang Ruantang asked in confusion. "The fox tribe would eventually find him." Jiang looked disappointed. "Don't you want me to stay?" Jiang Ruantang quickly shook her head. She was afraid he would be caught. Jiang Ruantang glanced back at the old grass hut with some reluctance, only taking her clothes from her past life and a stone bowl made by Jiang. Wei Sha's place was much larger, with new animal skins, and as soon as she entered, she lay down on the grass mat and rolled around. Jiang came in carrying things and couldn't help but laugh when he saw her rolling. Jiang Ruantang quickly sat up to receive the things. "Thank you for your hard work, Jiang." Jiang shook his head, surveying the room as if pondering what to add. That night, Jiang slept beside Jiang Ruantang. There were no beast howls that night, and she slept exceptionally soundly, even letting go of her sleeping posture. Jiang Ruantang muttered in her sleep, "Ah, mama, little crayfish, big crab." He, still feeling that something was off, she opened her eyes to find herself hugging Jiang, drooling all over him. What she had just munched on was actually his ear. Jiang's face turned red. The ears and tail of the fox beast man were the most sensitive, and she had nibbled on them all night. Jiang Ruantang felt so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole to hide in and quickly said, "Jiang, you should put on the animal skin." Jiang's excited ears drooped down, and after putting on the animal skin, he asked Ruantang, "Do you think I'm unattractive?" Jiang Ruantang was dumbfounded. How did wearing clothes lead to that? She explained, "No. Why do you ask that? You asked me to wear animal skins, which means you don't like my body." Jiang Ruantang almost coughed up blood. Liking a male isn't just about the body. The standards for judging affection in the beast world are way too straightforward. The two wanted to continue their conversation when the leader and Wei Ran arrived outside. The leader said he wanted to discuss matters with Jiang, and Wei Ran pushed Jiang Ruantang into the house. "You said you didn't want a male. Turns out you were hiding such a handsome one." Jiang Ruantang looked outside. Jiang was indeed handsome. After all, he was from the fox tribe. She sighed. "He doesn't like me. He deserves a prettier female." Wei Ran pinched her face. "You look very beautiful." Jiang Ruantang helplessly replied. Wei Ran must have poor eyesight. When Jiang finished talking with the leader, she was busy researching recipes for food in the system and couldn't help but exclaim, "This system is just like the Baidu encyclopedia of the beast world. It can look up 3,000 kinds of recipes." Jiang asked, "What are you looking at?" "I was wondering how to make a vegetable flavor with just meat. In the beast world, vegetables are scarce, and delicious food can only be imagined." As a result, Jiang directly placed the vegetables given by the clan leader in front of her. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. "Oh my god, this is a potato and a tomato." given by the clan leader? Jie said, "This is called stone fruit and red jade." Jiang Ruantang brushed it off, feeling guilty. The clan leader actually took out nearly a month's worth of supplies to keep Jie. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. After all, she wasn't even related to Jie. Taking so many benefits from someone else felt like being a bad woman. Jie thought she was overthinking. He leaned close to her ear and called her Ruan, making Jiang Ruantang's heart race, and she quickly pushed him away. "No, it's nothing." Suddenly, the system prompt rang. "Mission accepted successfully. Find enough food before the cold season arrives." Jiang Ruantang frowned and turned over. Another prompt popped up. "Reward. Void stone." She was puzzled. "What is this void stone?" Jiang Ruantang saw Jie putting on his bee skin and getting ready to hunt, and hurriedly stopped him. "Jie, what is the void stone?" Jie replied with confusion. "It is an ultra-ancient source of energy, extremely powerful, but very few people can obtain it." At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. "Void stone may be found on powerful beasts after death or on extraordinary beasts. Difficulty level full star. Can heal the host's current condition." Jiang Ruantang's eyes instantly brightened. "This reward is too great." She immediately said, "I'll go hunting with you. Just watching from the side, it won't be a problem. If I don't follow, I won't be able to complete the mission, and if I rely on myself, I might not even touch the edge of the cold season." Jie was stunned. Females in the beast world never hunt with males. He was worried Jiang Ruantang would get hurt. Jiang Ruantang pulled his hand and acted cute. "I will protect myself." After some coaxing, Jie finally agreed. "Then you must stay close to me." After they went out, Jiang Ruantang discovered that Baser was also in the hunting team. She couldn't let Weisha starve to death. A male who had not seen her asked, "Why is this little female following? She's so weak. What if something happens?" Jie directly picked Jiang Ruantang up in his arms. "I'm not going with you." Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Hunting in the tribe is normal, and his attitude was too out of place. Jiang Ruantang quietly asked, "Am I causing you trouble?" Jie said, "I didn't want to go with them in the first place. They would slow me down." Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. This big shot truly had the capital to be proud. Upon reaching the forest, Jie spotted a herd of deer, and Jiang Ruantang was happy, but he suddenly became alert. The next moment, a giant male lion charged out of the jungle and bit a deer. Before Jiang Ruantang could react, Jie transformed into a fox and rushed up. Foxes are smaller than lions, yet he directly engaged the lion in a fight. The two beasts fought fiercely. Jie suffered some injuries, but the lion was hurt even worse. Jiang Ruantang hid to the side. Watching Jie nearly unable to hold on, she spotted a nearby stick, estimated the distance, and suddenly rushed up to jab the stick into the lion's neck. Blood sprayed out instantly. Jieyu's eyes widened. This female was too fierce. Most females would have been scared stiff by now. Jiang Ruantang wiped the blood off her face and laughed. "I'm not a delicate female. In the beast world, you either rely on males or yourself." And she chose the latter. At this moment, the system prompted. "Food progress, 20. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. This lion could withstand hunger too well. After a whole day's hunting, the food progress shot up to 70, and the prey Jieyu hunted was surprisingly included. Wow, so much. Among the pile of prey, the lion accounted for half. But with so much stuff, Jieyu was the only one carrying it, and she didn't know how long it would take. Just then, a group of male wolves came over with baskets, discussing. "Jieyu brought a female. Surely there won't be much gain." When the wolf males saw the situation, they were dumbfounded. Jiang Ruantang was standing shyly next to a pile of prey that was almost a small mountain. "Oh my god, Jieyu, did you really hunt all this?" Everyone knew he was strong, but they didn't expect such a big haul. Jieyu smiled and put his arm around Jiang Ruantang's shoulder. These were all helped by Ruan. Baser and the group of males instantly looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. This petite female actually helped catch so much prey? Is this for real? Your little female is too impressive. Hearing all the praise, Jiang Ruantang quickly waved her hands. Can you help distribute some?" "I'm afraid, Jie, you won't be able to carry so much." As soon as the little female spoke, the males immediately rolled up their sleeves. "No problem." Jieyu, however, seemed a bit unhappy, still carrying the male lion. And Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor. When they returned to the tribe, as soon as the prey was set down, Jieyu's pile became the center of attention. Jiang Ruantang spotted Wei Ran, who hurriedly pulled her. "Why did you go hunting? What if something happened?" Weisha, however, spoke sarcastically. "Don't tell me you want to cause trouble." Before Jiang Ruantang could respond, a group of males chimed in. "Clan leader, These are all Jiayu's prey. And the little female helped too. The clan leader looked at the pile of prey that could feed half the tribe, turned to Baser for confirmation, and after Baser nodded, his eyes lit up. Wei Sha looked at Jiang Ruantang as if she were a monster, and Wei Ran was also full of shock. The clan leader was so happy his ears were moving. As expected of Jiayu, the tribe's food is enough to last through the cold winter. Jiayu, however, set aside a portion of the prey. These are for you. The rest are all for Ruan. He didn't care whether the tribe had enough, as long as Jiang Ruantang's share was sufficient. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect him to be so clear-cut, but Jiayu felt. This is what Ruan worked hard for, and what he gave to the tribe was already enough. Back in the stone house, Jiayu immediately processed the prey, leaving the lion meat on the ground to store, cleaning and drying the bee skins to make a new bee skin quilt for Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang looked at the bee skins all over the ground. Shocked, oh my god, deer skin, rabbit skin, sheep wool, and this lion skin. These are enough to make quite a few clothes, definitely warm to wear in winter. She looked at Jiayu, who was only wearing a thin bee skin skirt, and had an idea to make him a new piece of clothing. At this moment, Jiayu said, Ruan, I still need to go hunting today, you stay home well? Jiang Ruantang quickly nodded, her mind full of trying out her skills later. Not long after, Wei Ran jogged over, peeking in. Ruan? Jiang Ruantang smiled. Jiayu went hunting with Baser and the others. What's up? Hearing that Jiayu wasn't around, Wei Ran finally relaxed. The cold season is coming in less than a month. The clan leader is gathering females to pick flowers. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Picking flowers? It's still sunny out. The beast world's weather changes too fast. Wei Ran nodded. It's like this every time before the cold season. Jiang Ruantang asked again. Why not let the males go? Aren't males supposed to treasure females? Wei Ran sighed and shook her head. The flower mist fruit is very special. Only pure and beautiful females can pick it. If males or others touch it, the entire tree will wither. Jiang Ruantang panicked upon hearing this. Being pure and beautiful had nothing to do with her. Wouldn't she cause destruction if she went? At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Flower mist fruit, brightly colored, sweet tasting, can be stored for a year, greatly beneficial for females, and can promote estrus. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. This is simply a divine fruit. The part about promoting estrus is really unnecessary. She quickly said, I think I won't go. I don't want to ruin the tree because of me. Wei Ran, however, directly pushed her to change clothes, even stuffing her with a new beast outfit. Don't refuse. It's the clan leader's intention. Don't always wear a cloak. Jiang Ruantang looked at the deer-skin beast outfit, which was beautiful but too revealing, making her feel embarrassed. Wei Ran praised. It fits perfectly. But looking at her body, which was covered in birthmarks and a bit plump, she felt anxious about her appearance and figure. At the gathering point, the clan leader had already gathered the females, and Jiang Ruantang immediately spotted Wei Sha. Wei Ran said, she isn't going. Once bonded, she can't pick. Most of the females were naive little beauties, and Jiang Ruantang felt like a filler standing among them. Wei Sha indeed jumped out to oppose. Clan leader, let her go. With such an ugly appearance, what if she ruins the flower mist tree? The patriarch decisively rejected. She hasn't bonded with a partner. She can go. Jiang Ruantang had no choice but to follow, but she didn't leave any information for Geo. Do beast world males find partners by scent? On the way, Wei Ran nervously pulled her. It's my first time going. I heard there are fierce beasts inside, super scary. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to comfort her, the system suddenly prompted. Collection task completed. Progress 100. Reward. Void stone. A snow-white spirit stone instantly appeared in her bamboo basket. It must be that Geo had enough prey on his side to directly help her complete the task. She hurriedly stuffed the stone into her small pocket when no one was looking. When they arrived at Huowu, a seamless stone mountain appeared before them. The patriarch recited a couple of lines, and a small opening appeared in the stone mountain. We can only take you this far. Be careful inside. Jiang Ruantang was the first to enter the cave, and it turned out to be a different world inside, full of Huowu trees with petals scattered on the ground. The scenery was breathtaking. The females quickly started picking fruits, but some fruits disappeared as soon as they were touched. Wei Ran exclaimed, "What's going on?" Jiang Ruantang casually picked one, and surprisingly, the fruit didn't disappear. Everyone had to speed up with their questions. Suddenly, Jiang Ruantang sensed something was off, turned around, and shouted, "Be careful!" A fierce beast charged out, pinning a female to the ground. Jiang Ruantang took a closer look. Wasn't this just a big dog? It was still in its mating season, just a bit agitated. She shouted, "Don't panic. Stay calm." but Wei Ran quickly pulled her back. Don't go over. It will eat you. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, saying it was okay, and got closer to take a look. The dog was quite good-looking, just fluffed up at the sight of strangers. She gently petted the dog's head, and surprisingly, it calmed down. The rescued female quickly ran away, and the other females stared in shock. The fierce beast that eats females was actually tamed by her? Jiang Ruantang smiled and handed the dog to Wei Ran. This little thing is quite obedient. Why don't you pet it? Wei Ran was scared and stepped back. No, it's too scary. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit reluctant. How could everyone be afraid of such a cute dog? While picking huawu fruits, the dog kept following Jiang Ruantang, and the females avoided it, leaving her to pick fruits alone. She squatted down to pet the dog. Don't follow me. I can't afford to keep you. The dog drooped its ears, but how could she dare to take it back? It would cause chaos in the tribe. Suddenly, the system prompted. Task issued. Collect enough huawu fruits. Reward. A bag of seeds. Jiang Ruantang checked the progress. It was only 10. Did this mean she had to pick from the bald trees? Fortunately, it counted the total amount from all the females, so they could help. She asked the system what type of seeds, but the system remained mysterious. You'll know when you complete it. After picking the fruits and exiting the cave, Jiang Ruantang heard Jiao calling her. Before she could respond, Jiao's expression changed, and he rushed over, hugging her tightly. The female screamed, and Jiang Ruantang peeked over. There was a giant fierce beast with sharp teeth. Take Softy away. Jiao threw her out, and in the blink of an eye, he was pinned under the fierce beast's feet. Jiang Ruantang froze, her voice trembling. Jiao? Wei Ran quickly supported her, but she forced herself to stay calm. I must save Jiao. She asked the patriarch for thick hemp rope, and a male handed her the rope. Jiang Ruantang arranged. The rabbit tribe is fast. Use the rope to bind the fierce beast's legs. The wolf tribe has sharp teeth and claws, responsible for restraining it. Basil questioned, why should we listen to you? Jiang Ruantang coldly replied, if you don't listen, we'll all die together. The patriarch nodded in agreement. The rabbit tribe quickly bound the fierce beast's legs, but the wolf tribe couldn't hurt it at all. The skin was too tough. Basil shouted in panic. This is bad. Our claws and teeth can't hurt it. What should we do? The next second, Jiao rushed out from under the fierce beast's claws and knocked it down. A star crown lit up on him. Star core 5th crown. Basil and the others' expressions changed dramatically as Jiao transformed into a giant fox beast, biting down fiercely on the beast's neck until it bled and whimpered before he finally let go. Jiang Ruantang squeezed through the crowd and relaxed only after confirming Jiao wasn't seriously injured. Jiao extended his hand but didn't dare touch her. I'm fine, did I scare you? Jiang Ruantang leaned her head against his chest. As long as you're okay. I thought you. Basil stared at Jiao and finally understood. The 5th crown powerhouse really made an entrance. Woof. The dog in the cave poked its head out, licking the fierce beast while still being wary of everyone. Basil exclaimed, There's actually a cub. The dog rushed over to Jiang Ruantang, as if saying not to play with them. This was a fierce beast cub. Jiao was protective of Jiang Ruantang and was about to take action. Jiang Ruantang quickly stopped him. Don't. It's just a cub. Although the dog would grow to be scary later, right now, it was completely clueless, only reaching her chest. Indeed, a fierce beast. She squatted down to pet the dog's head. Sorry for killing your mother, but you have to grow up well and protect Huawu. In the end, Jiao buried the fierce beast's body, and Jiang Ruantang teased. I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. Jiao replied. It reminded me of my past. Seeing my mother's corpse decay was the cruelest. Seeing him sad, Jiang Ruantang took out the void stone. Jiao's eyes lit up, but then he shoved it back in her hand. Absolutely cannot let anyone find out. This thing is extremely precious. It will attract the beastman's covetousness. Jiang Ruantang laughed. You don't trust me? I originally wanted to give it to you. Jiao was first surprised, then his expression darkened. You keep it. It's more useful for you. Jiang Ruantang playfully bit his ear, and he instantly blushed. We should go. We need to return to the tribe before dark. Jiang Ruantang ran off, and Jiao's breathing quickened, his tail almost revealing 5 tails. This little female is truly irresistible. The group returned to the tribe with huawu fruits. The quantity was much more than previous years. Jiao noticed Jiang Ruantang had more fruits in her hands compared to the other females. This indicated she was purer and more beautiful. He instantly felt proud, his tail and ears perked up. The females in the tribe were shocked. All of these are from Ruantang? This is the most we've ever had. Previously, the most was Wei Ran's mother, but now she has been surpassed. Wei Sha stepped out mockingly. Jiang Ruantang is ugly. How could she pick so many? It must have been Wei Ran who picked them. Jiao's expression darkened, his ears twitched, and his claws were revealed. Jiang Ruantang raised an eyebrow and shot back at Wei Sha. Are you jealous of me? The jealousy in her eyes was almost overflowing. You. Wei Sha was about to explode in anger, but Basil quickly protected her, and the patriarch hurriedly intervened. All right. Let's take the Huawu fruits back first. Jiao glared deeply at Wei Sha, then picked up Jiang Ruantang with one arm and headed home. On the way, the system prompted. Task completed. Receive a bag of seeds. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Her hands were empty. Where were the seeds? Jiao noticed her confusion. What's wrong? She shook her head. I'll deal with the system when I get home. Once back at the stone house, Jiao was tidying up the animal skins outside. Truly a model of a good man. When Jiang Ruantang turned around, she saw a bag of something on the stone table. And when she opened it, seeds that were completely green. Can these grow something? They won't poison people, will they? Softy, let us make a small blanket out of these animal skins. Jiao entered the house with the animal skins, and Jiang Ruantang quickly hid the seeds behind her. She hadn't figured out how to explain their sudden appearance. She smiled and said, I'll make a blanket out of the big ones, and with the rest, I'll make you some clothes. My skills are top-notch. Jiao was stunned. You can make clothes? Most females I've seen can't do that. Jiang Ruantang choked. Females in the beast world are pampered. Unlike her, who was used to hardship when she was young. She patted her chest. Don't worry. I'll definitely make you something super cool. While Jiang Ruantang was busy organizing the animal skins, Jiao glanced at the seeds on the stone table, frowning. He had never seen such seeds. They might be poisonous. He reached out to take them. Softy, these seeds. Jiang Ruantang was so scared she quickly blocked his way, their noses almost touching, and her face instantly turned red. Ah, these are seeds, it's nothing. Seeing her shy look, Jiao directly kissed her forehead. But I've never seen them before. What if something happens when we eat them? Jiang Ruantang was already flustered. He actually kissed her. She hurriedly said, I'll plant them tomorrow. We'll know once they grow. After saying that, she took the seeds and escaped from his embrace. An 8-pack abs handsome guy was too tempting. The next day, Jiang Ruantang looked for tools to clear a plot of land, and Jiao returned with a full load of prey, quickly taking over the work. I'll do it. He doesn't use tools, and the way he claws at the soil is super cute. Jiang Ruantang sprinkles seeds and buries them, then steps on the ground to pack it down. I wonder what will grow. I'm suddenly a bit excited. Ruan, what are you doing? Wei Ran hops over, and Jiang Ruantang shushes her. It's a secret. You'll find out later. By noon, Jiang Ruantang is craving skewers, and says to Jiao, I want to make skewers for lunch. Can you help me find some straight sticks? Jiang Ruantang is already drooling at the thought of skewers. Jiao, though puzzled, obediently goes out to find some sticks. She pulls Wei Ran along and says, Today, I'll let you taste what human food is. After saying that, they start preparing ingredients. There are vegetables given by the leader and meat that Jiao hunted. She wraps a whole piece of meat in lettuce leaves and cuts the meat into cubes to skewer on sticks. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. When Jiao returns with the sticks, the three of them start skewering the meat, with slices and cubes of meat looking delicious. After a busy afternoon, they finally prepare 2 large stone platters of food. Outside, there's the mud stove they made earlier, and Jiao uses his claws to thin the stones and poke holes to make a grill. Ah, Ruan. It smells so good. Wei Ran stares at the half-cooked meat, drooling, and Jiang Ruantang wraps a meat skewer in lettuce and shoves it in her mouth. How is it? Wei Ran's eyes light up. I've never eaten like this before. The meat is savory but not greasy. It's amazing. Jiang Ruantang takes another skewer to feed Jiao, but he grabs her hand and licks the oil off it. At this moment, Jiang Ruantang is so shy that she can't look at him. The smell of grilled meat attracts nearby female rabbits, all peeking to see what delicious food they are making. After this meal, Jiang Ruantang rubs her round belly. I'm so full. Although there are no modern seasonings, the real meat is so satisfying. With the cold season approaching, Jiang Ruantang speeds up making clothes. Rabbit fur is soft and fluffy, and in just a few days she makes a fur skirt and a modern-style shawl. Afraid Jiao might get cold, she calls Jiao, who is busy outside. Come try on this outfit. Jiao walks in and sees the clothes. Stunned, it's rare for a female in the beast world to make clothes by hand. This is a sign of love. Seeing that he doesn't respond, Jiang Ruantang thinks he dislikes it. Is it not pretty? If you don't like it. Before she finishes her sentence, Jiao snatches the clothes and puts them on, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I love it. Jiang Ruantang takes out the remaining fur, thinking about making a dress and saving some rabbit fur for a shawl. Seeing Jiayu so happy in his new clothes, she feels more confident before she crossed over. She studied fashion design, and she didn't expect it would come in handy in the beast world. Ruan, you should take a break. Jiayu sees the small wounds on her hands and looks distressed. Jiang Ruantang waves her hand. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. I'll make you another outfit to switch it up. As soon as she picks up the needle and thread, her designer instincts come flooding back. Jiayu hears that she wants to make another outfit, and his face instantly turns red. Does this mean Ruan really likes him? He starts to panic a bit. Ruan is so skilled. What if other males take her away? Jiang Ruantang looks at him, sometimes happy and sometimes frowning. Feeling helpless, his mood changes too fast. She begins to gesture her new clothing design. Fitted waist, long sleeves, shoulder openings, and after drawing the design, she feels very satisfied. Jiayu catches a glimpse of the design and exclaims, "Is this the outfit you want to make? It's really beautiful." Jiang Ruantang smiles. Clothes for females in the beast world are usually very simple. No one has this many ideas. Jiang Ruantang laughs and says, "Hee." Right, Jiayu feels warm inside, seeing her proud expression. Females in the main city are all proud, but his Ruan is different. But he starts to worry. Ruan is too defenseless. Will she bring other males home? Suddenly, Jiayu bites his lip and asks, Ruan, do you want to bond as mates? Jiang Ruantang is completely taken aback. How could he want to bond with such an ugly female like her? Just as she is unsure how to respond, Wei Ran arrives, coming to mooch some grilled meat. Wei Ran peeks in. Ruan, I'm not interrupting, am I? Jiang Ruantang feels like she's found a savior, but Jiayu looks at her with a face that says, "What do you think?" Jiang Ruantang excitedly pulls her. "What brings you here?" Wei Ran says, "I was thinking about the grilled meat you made." Jiang Ruantang immediately says, "You help me, and I'll treat you to skewers." She drags Wei Ran to get busy, and Wei Ran helps her take measurements, while Jiayu becomes the tool. Wei Ran is puzzled. "I've never seen a method for making this fur clothing." Jiang Ruantang laughs. "I come from far. This is how we do it back home." Surprisingly, Wei Ran believes her. After taking the measurements, Jiang Ruantang sweetly asks Jiayu to get meat. Jiayu reluctantly agrees, and Wei Ran doesn't eat too much, wanting to save some for AMU. "What you made smells so good. It made many females crave it last time." Jiang Ruantang wraps the meat in leaves and watches Wei Ran bounce away. With only the two of them left in the stone house, Jiang Ruantang sees Jiayu transform into his human form and quickly closes her eyes to pretend to sleep. Bonding as mates is too fast, and not bonding makes it hard to get along. Before she can finish her thoughts, she feels Jiayu's warm body lean over. She quickly says, "Jiayu, I'm not planning to bond as mates." The two are too close, and she can feel his heartbeat and stiffness. Jiayu softly says, "I want to be your companion beast. You can bond as mates whenever you want." The next moment, the system prompts, "Companion beast. A male who becomes a companion beast can only bond with that female. Canceling the companion beast identity will permanently prevent bonding and will lose strength." Jiang Ruantang is stunned. This is a devil's rule. She turns to explain, "Jiayu, I'm not worth it." Before she finishes, her lips are blocked. A warm current rushes through her body, and the system prompts again. Successfully bonded with Jiayu as a companion beast, gaining spatial abilities. Jiang Ruantang is shocked. She really became a companion beast and gained spatial abilities. She sees Jiayu's tail shining, and the star core mark gains another feather. Jiayu's hand covers her lower back from now on. "I am your companion beast." Jiang Ruantang sees the 5-crown star core mark on her lower back and quickly says, "I'm not good looking. There are females who are better looking than me." Jiayu replies seriously, "No, Ruan is beautiful no matter what in my heart." Jiang Ruantang is dazed all day. Jiayu has become her companion beast. If she doesn't bond with him, he can never find another female. What a ridiculous rule. Hiss. She pricked her hand again, thinking, "Mom, I'm going to become a heartbreaker." Seeing this, Jiayu quickly takes her hand into his mouth, and she can't pull it back. Jiang Ruantang is puzzled. What does he see in her? But she forces herself to stay calm. "It's okay. It will be ready soon." Looking at the nearly finished clothes, she finally feels a bit relieved. After staying up all night to finish sewing the clothes, Jiang Ruantang pushes Jiayu outside, changes into her new outfit, ties her hair into a bun, and quickly calls him. "Jiayu, come in." Jiayu initially thinks she has been swapped, until she turns around. Despite her figure changing, she looks stunning in the outfit. Jiang Ruantang sees he has no reaction and nervously swallows. "Is it not pretty? I was planning to modify it and give it to Wei Ran." But Jiayu looks at her as if she were a beloved. "No, Ruan is super beautiful." She feels shy under his gaze and quickly changes the subject. Let us sleep. We have to sort the flower mist fruit tomorrow. According to the tribe's rules, females must share the flower mist fruit with others. Jiang frowns. You work hard to pick them. Do you really have to share? Jiang Ruantang nods. It's the tribe's rule. We have to comply. Just as she wipes the sweat from her brow, Jiang picks her up. He's carrying her while also carrying over 10 pounds of fruit. And Jiang Ruantang is afraid of hurting his pride. So she doesn't dare say she wants to walk on her own. When they reach the center of the tribe, it's crowded with people. As soon as they appear, they become the center of attention, and the females all brighten up. Jiang Ruantang feels uneasy. Why are they looking at me? Does it look weird? Jiang shakes his head just as a brave female approaches. Jiang Ruantang lets Jiang put her down and gently asks, "Is there something you need?" The female fidgets for a while. "Where did you get your clothes?" Jiang Ruantang understands. "I made it myself. If you like it, I can help you make one. Just bring your own fur." This feels like returning to the workplace. Super exciting. Someone whispers, "Do we really have to bring our own fur? What if she steals it? But it really looks so good." Jiang Ruantang is not in a hurry. If you like it, you have to be willing to spend. At this moment, Jiang revealed the star core 5 crown mark, and those who were noisy just now immediately fell silent, then erupted. Oh my god! Her companion beast is a star core 5 crown. The clan leader and the leader of the wolf tribe appeared. Everyone is here. A male presented the flower mist fruit. Jiang noticed that Jiang Ruantang had more fruit than others and hesitated for a while. Jiang Ruantang quickly urged him, "Just hand it over. I don't like this fruit. It's too sour." What Jiang Ruantang said was half true, half false. Although the flower mist fruit was sour, it could help her body not be so weak, but the tribe's rules had to be followed, otherwise she might be expelled from the tribe. Jiang glanced at the clan leader and still handed over the flower mist fruit. After the distribution ended, Jiang Ruantang received much more fruit than expected. It seemed that the clan leader had noticed Jiang's reluctance and her abilities. The wolf tribe leader frowned and asked, "Why did you give that female twice as much fruit?" The clan leader shook his head. "This little female is not simple." Jiang Ruantang was just about to go home with Jiang when the little female who had asked about clothes called out to her, hesitating for a long time before handing over a piece of bee skin. "I'll give you this bee skin. Will you help me make a piece of clothing like yours?" Jiang spoke first. "Sure, but it takes time for Ruantang to make clothes. You have to trade something." Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized she had only been thinking of her own satisfaction and forgot how difficult it was to survive in the beast world. Although the 2 males of the little female were displeased, they couldn't resist her longing and finally agreed. "We'll trade a porcupine." Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. She could make clothes and earn some extra money. She immediately agreed. "Deal." Jiang looked at her helplessly, cautiously keeping an eye on the 2 males, and hugged her back home. After taking the job, Jiang Ruantang worked tirelessly to design and produce, and before she knew it, half a month had passed. She looked at the scratches on the stone. She had been in the beast world for 2 months and didn't know how her adoptive mother was doing, hoping she could get through the tough times. After the clothes were finished, she had Jiang deliver them to the little female Danling, who loved them and immediately went out to show off. Jiang Ruantang's reputation spread instantly. Everyone knew she was skilled at making beautiful clothes, and orders poured in. She cried out in despair, "Jiang, go tell the clan leader that I can't keep up. I'll only take 2 pieces a month." Ruantang's design studio had just opened and was about to take a break. Jiang snatched the clothes from her hands. "No more. Your hands are hurt." Jiang Ruantang pouted and burrowed into his arms. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken so many orders. Jiang had never experienced her relying on him like this, feeling pleased yet more determined not to let her tire herself out. She had spent a whole month making clothes for 5 females, which was more than she had ever done at her peak. With the cold season approaching and the temperature dropping, Jiang Ruantang's hands turned cold while making clothes. Fortunately, by the end of the month, she finally finished all the clothes, and the food she exchanged included not only meat but also vegetables, enough to last through the cold season and still have a surplus. However, some of the vegetables she planted had sprouted while others showed no signs of growth. She squatted next to them, pondering, this system wouldn't give fake seeds, would it? Jiang came back from outside and saw her at a glance. "Ruantang, it's cold outside, don't look anymore." Jiang Ruantang shook her head, frowning. "Jiang, why aren't these seeds growing? Could there be a problem?" Jiang ignored the seeds and wrapped her in a cloak. At that moment, it started to rain. The weather in the beast world changed too quickly, and Jiang directly pulled Jiang Ruantang into the house. "Don't think too much, your hand will get frostbite." He could tell her hands were cold with just a touch, and immediately transformed into his beast form to wrap her up. The fox fur was incredibly warm, and Jiang Ruantang instantly perked up. Jiayu, you're so warm. All her worries about the seeds vanished, and she fell into a deep sleep in his embrace. The rain lasted for several days, and finally, when Jiang Ruantang waited for the rain to stop and stepped outside, she was left dumbfounded. The seeds had sprouted, and there were all sorts of things. She shouted excitedly, beans, pumpkins, cabbages, carrots, and wheat. We can make noodles. Jiayu grew anxious. Stay away. I'm afraid there's a problem. Jiang Ruantang was already picking with a basket. Hurry and help. The system suddenly prompted. Multiple vegetables and fruits harvested. Double wheat reward. She almost knelt down. This reward was amazing. The two of them worked for a long time and still hadn't finished gathering. There were 4 to 5 dozen pounds of potatoes. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. We can eat until next year. This happiness came too suddenly. She said to Jiayu, you go outside. Remembering she had space, she was afraid he would think too much. It's not that she didn't trust him. It was just too fantastical. After Jiayu went outside, Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes and summoned the bracelet. With a flash of light, everything in the half-stone house was collected. When Jiayu returned and saw the fewer items, he didn't ask, I'll finish collecting tomorrow. Jiang Ruantang hugged him. Sorry. I'll tell you later. The cold season quickly arrived, and heavy snow fell for several days. Jiang Ruantang made delicious food every day, stir-fried cabbage with meat, pumpkin stew with meat, living a very comfortable life. Once the snow stopped, she wanted to deliver things to Wei Ran, and Jiayu could only indulge her. Wei Ran, she called for a long time, but no one responded. Jiayu frowned and carried her toward the clan leader's residence, only to see that it was surrounded by people, and lying on the grass pile was actually Wei Ran. Jiang Ruantang couldn't believe her eyes at the sight of her covered in injuries. The clan leader said, it's the scorpion tribe. We must be on guard, or else the females will be harmed. Jiayu's eyes turned fierce. Next time, I'll make sure the scorpion tribe comes back empty-handed. Jiang Ruantang called out to Wei Ran, but she was too injured to speak. Shortly after, Wei Sha and Basil arrived, followed by a strange male, and her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. The male of Wei Ran's mother exclaimed, Are you pregnant? Wei Sha nodded, and the atmosphere eased quite a bit due to this news. Jiang Ruantang emerged, and Jiayu rushed to greet her. Is Ruantang okay? Jiang Ruantang found it amusing. Wei Ran was the one injured. Why was he asking about her? Jiang Ruantang asked worriedly. I'm fine, but what about Wei Ran? Did the clan leader say anything? Jiayu paused momentarily, but still chose to hide it from her. Nothing. Wei Ran was just playing around and accidentally got hurt. He was afraid that telling the truth would make her sad. Jiang Ruantang was distracted and happened to see Damling wearing the clothes she made. Damling waved. Ruantang, are you here to see Wei Ran too? She jumped off her partner and secretly gossiped with Jiang Ruantang. I heard that Wei Ran was attacked by a male from the Scorpion tribe. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. The Scorpion tribe had few females and loved to harm females from other tribes. At this moment, the system prompted. Task triggered. Resolve the Scorpion tribe's attack. Reward 30 pounds of rice. The news of the Scorpion tribe spread quickly, causing panic in the tribe. The Scorpion tribe's tail stinger was highly poisonous, and the Rabbit tribe males were weak and definitely couldn't withstand it. The clan leader summoned the males every day, and Jiang Ruantang didn't see Jiayu all day. Holding a lion bee skin blanket, she found herself missing him a bit. Dealing with the Scorpion tribe wouldn't be easy. If a fight broke out, it would be tough. Could Jiayu protect himself? She tidied up the vegetables to visit Wei Ran, and just as she reached the door, she bumped into Wei Sha, with Basil following closely behind, being very careful around Wei Sha. Jiang Ruantang said, I'm here to see Wei Ran. Her gaze fell on Wei Sha's lower abdomen. There was actually a little life. Wei Sha's expression softened. She's still weak. Keep your voice down. Now that she was pregnant, she lost her previous arrogance and was filled with the tenderness of a new mother. Upon entering the room, seeing Wei Ran lying on the bed, Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken. Wei Ran, how are you? I brought vegetables. When you're better, I'll make you skewers. Wei Ran groggily opened her eyes. Ruantang. Me fine. She even forced a smile, which made Jiang Ruantang feel somewhat relieved. On the other side, the clan leader said to Jiayu, we cannot slack off these days. Wei Sha is pregnant, and Basil is too busy. You need to take more people to patrol. Jiayu nodded and added, I need someone to protect Ruantang at all times. The clan leader agreed. I'll send a 4 male from the Wolf tribe with a Star Core 4 crown. You focus on protecting the tribe. Jiayu was reluctant, but knew this was the best approach. At night, Jiayu quietly lay down in bed, and Jiang Ruantang suddenly wrapped her arms around him. He looked at her sleeping face and leaned close to her ear. Ruantang, I can't resist you like this. Jiang Ruantang turned over, and he smiled helplessly, wrapping his arms around her from behind. The next morning, Jiang Ruantang got up and saw the clan leader talking to Jiayu outside the door. Jiayu frowned from time to time, and a young boy was standing behind the clan leader. She felt inexplicably uneasy, put on her clothes, and went outside. Jiayu? As she got closer, she could see the boy's face clearly. The young boy had a pair of crimson eyes, golden curly hair, and surprisingly, a pair of snow-white wings behind him. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened. What kind of race is this? Such large wings. The boy also noticed her, looked her up and down, and said, Little female, my name is Katian. Saying this, he lunged towards Jiang Ruantang, leaving only a fist distance between them. In the next second, Jiayu directly stood in front of her, looking displeased. Having another male protect her was indeed a last resort. Jiang Ruantang stepped back and asked in confusion, Jiayu, who is he? Jiayu patted her head and replied, I need to discuss matters with the clan leader, and I'm worried about you being alone. Jiang Ruantang immediately waved her hands. No need. I won't get into trouble in the tribe. With Jiayu by her side, that was enough. She didn't want another male around, not wanting to become a sea king. Katian stared at Jiang Ruantang and unabashedly hugged her, saying, Don't worry. I will definitely protect this little female. Before Jiang Ruantang could say more, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and flew into the house. Jiayu suppressed his anger and, after the clan leader's reminder, reluctantly left. Jiang Ruantang wanted to cry. Jiayu wasn't going home at all. How was she supposed to interact with a strange male? She pointed at the grass bed and divided it. You sleep over there, I'll sleep over here. There was almost a meter gap between them. But Katian simply pushed the grass bed back. No, we can't be this far apart. After saying that, he lay down in the bedding, tucked his wings in, and called out, Come, let's sleep. Jiang Ruantang stiffly smiled and crawled back to her position. But Katian directly embraced her, making it hard for her to breathe. After finally pushing him away, she looked up and saw Jiayu coming back. He looked exhausted, clearly not having slept well. Jiayu glanced at the two, suppressed his anger, and pulled her into his arms. Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken, cupping his face and kissing his forehead, blushing as she said, Cough, it's fine now. Jiayu smiled as he watched her run away, then looked up to meet the now awake Katian. Katian smiled and followed Jiang Ruantang closely. Jiayu knew he was not simple, but for Ruantang's safety, it was worth the effort. The cold season rarely cleared up, and many females were taken out to bask in the sun. Katian stayed close to Jiang Ruantang, and she reluctantly compromised and went to see Wei Ran. Wei Sha was eating something and frowned when she saw her. Aren't you busy? Why are you always coming to see Wei Ran? Her gaze, however, was glued to Katian, and upon seeing his wings and golden hair with crimson eyes, she obviously froze for a moment. Jiang Ruantang said, I consider Wei Ran a friend. Of course I come often. Wei Sha didn't listen at all, pushing her aside as she sized Katian up. What race are you from? I haven't seen you in the tribe. Her gaze was unabashed, and Baisar frowned behind her, but didn't stop her. Baisar thought about how Wei Sha was pregnant and prioritized her needs. Even if she wanted this male, it had to be according to her wishes. But when Wei Sha approached, Katian directly took a step back and frowned. Though the female scent on Wei Sha was strong, he found it unpleasant. I am not from the bitching tribe. Katian stepped away from Wei Sha and quickly stood beside Jiang Ruantang. Seeing his coldness, Wei Sha immediately showed a displeased expression to Baisar, who quickly advised Sha, if he doesn't want to, don't force him. He understood that Katian was on Jiang Ruantang's side, and with Katian's 3 crowns and special race, he couldn't be easily provoked. Ruantang, let's go inside, it's cold outside. Katian pushed Jiang Ruantang into the house, worried she would get cold. Upon entering, they saw Wei Ran sitting on the grass bed, eating food, his mouth full of grease. He instantly perked up upon seeing Jiang Ruantang. Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang asked with concern, Do you feel better? Wei Ran nodded and suddenly asked, Where did you get the vegetables you gave me before? Vegetables are so scarce now. Jiang Ruantang smiled mysteriously, secret after chatting for a while. Wei Ran finally noticed Katian, and his eyes lit up. Katian directly stated, I am Ruantang's future. Male Jiang Ruantang almost choked. She hadn't clarified things with Jiayu yet. And this guy was here to stir up trouble? She quickly explained, Don't listen to his nonsense. He was brought here by Jiayu and the clan leader. Not long after, Wei Ran's father and mother returned and immediately turned gloomy upon seeing a strange male in the house. Wei Ran quickly smoothed things over. Father, mother. This is Ruantang's male. But the beastmen had a strong sense of territory, and the father coldly said, Please leave. Jiang Ruantang was afraid of a fight and quickly pulled Katian outside. She had seen males fight before. It was too bloody. As soon as they stepped outside, both of them were stunned. The sky was actually snowing. Katian said, "Ruantang, I will fly you back." Before she could agree, he picked her up and spread his wings to fly into the sky. Jiang Ruantang was afraid of heights, tightly hugging his neck. "Fly slower. This feels like an unprotected airplane. We could crash at any moment." Seeing her discomfort, Katian found a place to land. As soon as Jiang Ruantang touched the ground, she dry heaved, her face turning pale. Katian patted her back. "Little female, why are you so timid?" Jiang Ruantang retorted while retching. "You. Shut up." She had never taken a horse riding lesson. How could she handle this unlicensed human airplane? Katian could only obediently help her by rubbing her back. When Jiang Ruantang finally recovered, it was almost dark, and the snow was still falling heavily. Continuing would only be more dangerous. Katian frowned. "Ruantang, we can't go back today. We need to find a place to stay." He said this while picking her up and flying low. Jiang Ruantang, feeling unwell, stayed silent and obediently leaned against him. After searching for a while, they finally found an abandoned grass hut. Though dirty, it was tidy. Katian cleaned it up and placed her on the grass bed. Jiang Ruantang couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Katian looked at her and smiled. "Such a cute little female. I really don't want that fox to take advantage of her." But he could only sigh. If he wasn't the first, he had to be her second male. The next day, Jiang Ruantang woke up and, seeing the unfamiliar environment, sat up in fright. Remembering that they didn't return because of the heavy snow yesterday, she called out, "Katian?" Turning around, she saw a figure and was immediately stunned. It was a horse with large wings. She took 2 steps back, with its golden mane and blue eyes. Wasn't it just Katian? Katian? She tentatively called out, and the Pegasus approached. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. She thought it was a bird tribe, but it turned out to be a Pegasus. She touched the horse's head. "What happened?" Katian weakly replied, "I'm fine. Get on my back, we're going back." Jiang Ruantang panicked. She had never taken a riding lesson. The weather was fine, and Katian quickly flew back to their residence, where Jiayu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Ruantang get off Katian's back, Jiayu approached, suppressing his anger. This guy actually took Ruantang away for the night. Jiang Ruantang's small face turned red from the cold, and she said pitifully, "Jiayu, I'm cold. Let us go inside first." Jiayu glared fiercely at Katian, hugging her as he went inside. Jiang Ruantang wanted to call Katian in, but was intimidated by Jiayu's gaze. Jiayu regretted it. "Don't be with Katian in the future. What if I can't protect you?" Jiang Ruantang explained. "It was too snowy yesterday. He couldn't fly back. Please don't be mad." Jiayu's anger lessened, and he immediately transformed into a fox, lying beside her. What a huge fox pillow. It was so comfortable. Katian glanced in from outside, only able to flap his wings and leave. The clan leader had been waiting for him. Seeing that he couldn't even maintain his human form, he sighed. "Katian, I've troubled you." Katian shook his head. "Clan leader, it was my choice. You have helped me, so I will definitely help you." The clan leader patted his head. There were few males and females in the Pegasus tribe, and years ago, he passed by and saved the nearly dying Katian during the cold season before he could transform. At that time, Katian's tribe had disappeared, and to protect the females, they had abandoned the untransformed him. If it weren't for the clan leader saving him when he was on the brink of death, Katian would have long become a skeleton, and no one would have seen his tribe until now. Jiang Ruantang felt uneasy seeing the entrance empty, but with Jiayu around, she didn't dwell on it. Jiayu used his fox beast form to wrap himself in a warm fur coat. Jiang Ruantang crawled inside and felt the warmth immediately. He then transformed into a human shape and hugged her. He often changed into his beast form while sleeping, and Jiang Ruantang had gotten used to seeing the big fox in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ruantang was awakened by the sound of roaring and fighting, and when she felt beside her, it was empty. She hurried to the door and looked outside. The tribe was in chaos. The Scorpion clan had launched a night raid, and Jiayu had gone to fight. Although they were prepared, the Scorpion clan was fierce, and many male bodies from the Rabbit and Wolf clans lay on the ground. Katian was facing off against a Scorpion clan member with a poisonous stinger, looking somewhat weak. Just as Jiang Ruantang was worried about him, she saw Wei Ran being captured, and her father was being pressed to the ground, turning red in the face. Wei Ran's mother wanted to save her, but was stopped. Jiang Ruantang panicked. Wei Ran would definitely suffer. Fortunately, Jiayu rushed over and knocked down the Scorpion clan member that was holding Wei Ran with one claw. Jiang Ruantang helped Wei Ran back to the stone house. and Kadian came to help as well. Suddenly, a cold light from a scorpion tail rushed towards Wei Ran. Jiang Ruantang instinctively protected her, and in an instant, she went silent and was pierced. The system alarm sounded. Warning, host life is in danger. Activating defense. Ruantang. As she fell, she heard Jiayu's frantic roar. Wei Ran touched her, and her hands were covered in blood, scared, speechless. Kadian transformed into his human form, crouched down, and shouted, Ruantang, wake up! Jiang Ruantang wanted to respond, but couldn't make a sound. This time the pain was unbearable. The next second, she found herself in a white, misty place, staring at a translucent hand in confusion. What is happening? The system said. Soul extraction initiated. Jiang Ruantang hit the system, but passed through. So it was just a phantom. This must be soul separation. The machine screen displayed a scene. Jiayu had completely lost control, his huge fox beast form stomping toward the Scorpion clan, crushing a large scorpion with one claw. His eyes filled with ferocity, and the surrounding Scorpion clan members dared not come any closer. Jiang Ruantang looked at the ground covered with scorpions and clicked her tongue twice. Scorpion liquor is a great thing. What a pity. Suddenly, Jiayu, still fighting, emitted a radiant light, and Jiang Ruantang recognized it at a glance. In the next second, his tail stood up, and his star core 5 crown unexpectedly transformed into a star core 6 crown. Jiayu actually leveled up. Her heart raced as she watched the screen. Seeing Jiayu furiously kill the Scorpion clan until he crushed all the enemies, becoming covered in injuries himself. Jiayu transformed into his human form, weakly knelt beside her body, and gently hugged her. Ruantang, don't scare me, let us go home. Looking at him like this, Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken. Her soul was here, so that body must be lifeless. The Scorpion clan surprise attack severely wounded the tribe, which took several days to recover. Jiayu held Jiang Ruantang's body for several days straight. The tribe leader sighed. Jiayu, just give it up, Ruantang can't be saved. In these days, he searched for every healer, all of whom determined there was no hope, but Jiayu refused to believe. It can't be. Ruantang is right here. The tribe leader was shocked. Beast companions and females are fate-bound. If the female dies, the beast companion cannot survive. Jiang Ruantang was stunned to hear this and hurriedly asked the system, what does the tribe leader mean? What will happen to the beast companion? The system took a long time to respond. If the female dies, the beast companion can only die with her and can never find another female. Jiang Ruantang's heart was pierced. If she couldn't return, Jiayu would die. This beast world rule is too inhumane. She urgently asked, can I still live? The system screen popped up a glaring red cross, making her so angry she wanted to smash this broken system. Suddenly, she remembered the void stone in the space and hurriedly asked, can the void stone bring someone back to life? The system replied, it might be worth a try. But she had told Jiayu about the space. The longer it took, the more dangerous Jiayu became. He visibly lost weight. Jiang Ruantang swore she would never want a beast companion again, harming both others and herself. She suddenly had a bold idea. System, can I enter Jiayu's dream? The system said, theoretically, it's possible. But Jiang Ruantang waited 2 days, and Jiayu didn't sleep. She was so anxious she was stomping her feet. If we keep this up, we'll really meet in the underworld. Fortunately, Jiayu finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ruantang floated into his dream in a cloak, calling, Jiayu. In the dream, Jiayu turned back, startled and afraid upon seeing her, and quickly walked over, but didn't dare to touch her. Ruantang, are you here to see me in the dream? You must think I didn't protect you well. That's why you left me. I'm really useless. Jiayu lowered his head in self-blame, looking so restrained and powerless that it made Jiang Ruantang's heart ache. She slowly hugged him and looked up to say, Jiayu, we'll see each other again soon. I have a bracelet with space, and inside there's a void stone that can save me. Before she could finish her sentence, she was pushed out of the dream. Kadian had arrived. Jiayu suddenly opened his eyes wide, pushed Kadian away, and rushed to Jiang Ruantang's side, rolling up her sleeve. Kadian was stunned, thinking he had gone mad. Filled with guilt, Jiayu took off the bracelet and shouted at Kadian, get out. Kadian wisely left, feeling guilty all the while. Jiayu stared at the bracelet, murmuring, Ruantang, if you're here, please open it. I want to save you. Just as Jiang Ruantang nodded, the system activated the bracelet. Jiayu saw the inside surrounded by mountains and rivers with vegetables, and after searching, he really found the void stone, shouting excitedly, Ruantang is saved. He fed the void stone into Jiang Ruantang's mouth, and in mid-air, Jiang Ruantang instantly felt a heat wave, her consciousness starting to return. Her body glowed, and Jiayu had to close his eyes from the brightness. When the light faded, he lifted the cloak and stared wide-eyed. Inside was a person with snow-white skin, yellow-white, gradient hair, and feather marks at the corners of her eyes. Was this still Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang frowned and fell into a deep sleep. The system suddenly prompted. Defeated the Scorpion Clan mission completed. Reward: 30 pounds of rice. Jiang Ruantang woke up, stored the rice in the space, and hurried to find Jiayu, completely unaware that she had changed. Seeing Jiayu packing things up, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was alive, and Jiayu was fine. Jiayu heard the noise and turned around, looking left and right before quickly pushing her into the house. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Jiayu? He let go of her hand, turned away shyly, thinking to himself, Ruantang looks too tempting like this. He hurriedly said, Are you hungry? I'll go get some roasted meat. After saying that, he ran off like he was escaping. Jiang Ruantang was starving, picked up the roasted meat, and took big bites. It's so delicious. Jiayu smiled and helped her wipe the corner of her mouth, then quickly retracted his hand as if electrocuted. In the following days, Jiayu acted strangely. He didn't sleep with her, kept his distance in beast form, and wouldn't let her go outside. Jiang Ruantang couldn't stand it anymore. At night, she sat cross-legged on the grass bed, hugging her arms and staring at Jiayu. Jiayu saw Jiang Ruantang's stance and thought to himself that it was not good, so he obediently sat down across from her. Jiang Ruantang sighed, covered his hand, and leaned closer. Jiayu, can you just say what's on your mind? I trust you. Don't be afraid of me. Jiayu swallowed hard, his ears and tail swaying. Ruantang, I don't think you're strange. It's just. Jiang Ruantang stared at him, pressing for answers, but when she looked down, she was instantly stunned, and in the next second, she jumped back and sat upright. Jiayu. When she secretly glanced again, her face turned bright red, too big. Jiayu saw her blushing and panicked. I'm sorry, Ruantang. I'll go out. He stood up to leave, and Jiang Ruantang grabbed his tail. I didn't mean it like that. She just pulled and immediately let go. Foxtail shouldn't be touched randomly. Jiayu helplessly pulled her wrist to the small pool. Jiang Ruantang looked at the reflection in the water, and her head exploded. This is me? She touched her face, ecstatic. This was her original appearance. Snow-white skin, a slim waist, and big chest, but her hair had turned into a yellow-white gradient. So the Void Stone was so amazing, even better than Hua Ta. She finally understood. Jiayu wasn't afraid of her identity. He was afraid that her face was too alluring. Jiang Ruantang climbed up Jiayu's chest with both hands, grinning. Do you like me now or before? She pressed her body closer, and as a result, Jiayu pulled her over and kissed her directly. He only released her when she was dizzy, and Jiayu seriously said, As long as it's Ruantang, I'll like any form. Jiang Ruantang was instead flustered, stuttering. Go home. She stayed at home for a long time and was only allowed to go out in spring, wrapped tightly in a cloak to cover her face. Held by Jiayu, Jiang Ruantang was worried. The Scorpion Clan has been so well-behaved for so long. They won't cause trouble again, will they? I haven't forgotten how painful it was last time, and if I see a scorpion again, I'll turn it into wine. Jiayu's eyes turned red, and he said fiercely, If they come again, I'll crush their entire clan. Jiang Ruantang fell silent. She knew that the Scorpion Clan came after Wei Ran last time. With so few females in the beast world, it was said that Wei Ran, the saintess, was beautiful, and to continue their lineage. The Scorpion Clan had torn apart the piece. This beast world was too dangerous for females. She pulled her cloak lower. She was now more beautiful than Wei Ran and could attract many males. Jiayu looked at her seriously. It's okay, don't worry. I can protect you better now. That's right, Jiayu had already advanced to the 6th crown of the Star Corps, definitely a strong beast man. When the clan leader saw Jiayu, he nodded in greeting but was stunned. He was actually holding a female. This female, wrapped in a cloak, had a good figure. She was definitely not Jiang Ruantang. But Jiayu was Jiang Ruantang's companion beast. Being with another female would lead to backlash. Wei Ran had been locked up at home for the entire cold season because of Jiang Ruantang, and this time she only came out because the clan leader summoned her. Seeing Jiayu holding another female from a distance made her furious. How dare he betray Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang yawned. Jiayu, does the clan leader have something to say? I'm a bit tired. The clan leader suddenly called out. The cold season is over. Everyone, don't be afraid. The new protector Jiayu will protect the tribe. This caught Jiang Ruantang off guard, and Jiayu frowned. He had no idea. All the clan members looked over, and Jiayu quickly pulled Jiang Ruantang's cloak tighter. afraid she would be recognized. Jiang Ruantang knew the truth. This was the clan leader's way of keeping Jiayu. They definitely didn't want to let go of 6-crown star core powerhouse. A few females whispered, "This Fox clan protector is really handsome. Too bad, he has a female." Jiayu could only agree, and Jiang Ruantang, fearing trouble, hurriedly pulled him away. As they passed Wei Ran, Jiang Ruantang deliberately avoided her gaze. She climbed down from Jiayu's arms, took off the cloak's hood, and let her long hair down. "Jiayu, I want to take a bath. This body tires too easily, not as strong as before." Jiayu didn't notice anyone else in the house and nodded in agreement. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to take off her clothes, she suddenly heard a noise behind her. Ahem. She got goosebumps. Who? Turning around, she saw familiar large wings and blurted out, "Katie Yin?" Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth. Katie Yin's ears turned red. "I just came to see Ruantang." Jiang Ruantang's heart raced. How long had Katie Yin been here? Jiayu's fox nose hadn't picked up on it. She blushed and shouted, "Close your eyes. I'm getting dressed." Katie Yin stole a glance and saw the Star Core 6 crown mark on her lower back, his eyes darkening. Just as Jiang Ruantang finished getting dressed, Jiayu transformed into his beast form and stood in front of her, vigilantly staring at Katie Yin. Katie Yin sneered, "It's so rare to see you with another female after just one cold season." Jiayu became angry and pounced. But Katie Yin flew up to avoid him. He couldn't win, but had the advantage in the air. Katie Yin intentionally provoked him. "This little female is really beautiful. I won't hold back." With that, he flew away, leaving Jiayu furious. Jiang Ruantang frowned. "Jiayu, isn't the Pegasus clan breathless? Didn't you just notice him?" Thinking about Katie Yin possibly peeking made her feel unsafe. Just as they sent Katie Yin away, Wei Ran appeared again, swinging a wooden stick to hit. Jiayu dodged, and Wei Ran slammed the stick down hard on the ground, the sound indicating she used all her strength. Jiang Ruantang was startled and quickly pulled Jiayu's arm. Wei Ran, with red eyes, shouted, "How could you betray Ruantang? Even if you dodge the companion beast curse, you can't betray her." As she spoke, she caught sight of Jiang Ruantang's clothes and was even more confused. "You're still wearing Ruantang's clothes." She then sat on the ground, looking completely baffled. Jiang Ruantang squatted in front of her and smiled gently. "Wei Ran, guess who I am?" Wei Ran stared into her eyes, trembling as she said, "Ruantang." Jiang Ruantang nodded. "I'm Ruantang. I'm still alive. Don't ask anything." Wei Ran was shocked and covered her mouth, and in the next second, she threw herself into her arms, crying, "I thought you were gone." Jiayu watched from the door, not wanting to interrupt them. After Wei Ran cried enough to vent, she left with swollen eyes. Jiang Ruantang was exhausted, rubbing her eyes and acting spoiled. "Jiayu, I'm sleepy." Jiayu carried her into bed, kissing her until she was almost asleep before stopping, thinking, "Ruantang is so beautiful. If there are other males, they must be strong." As early spring warmed up, Jiang Ruantang looked at Jiayu's tattered bee skin skirt and decided to pick up her old craft. She cleaned the bee skin and stayed up late to make a new bee skin outfit. When she called for Jiayu, he rushed in immediately, his eyes lighting up. "Is this for me?" Jiang Ruantang urged him to try it on, but the outfit turned out too small. Jiayu's waist was thicker than she had imagined. Jiang Ruantang felt deflated. "Take it off. I'll alter it." Jiayu hurriedly said, "I'll slim down a bit. Don't tire yourself out." Jiang Ruantang blushed. "Can that place slim down too?" "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take it off." Jiayu reluctantly changed out of it, not wanting to give it to her. After all, it was made by Ruantang herself. Jiang Ruantang made several beautiful bee skin outfits, and while she was admiring them, Wei Ran rushed in panting. "Ruantang." Jiang Ruantang immediately pulled her to try on the clothes, excitedly saying, "This is the Beast World version of Lolita. You will definitely look cute in it." Indeed, the outfit fit Wei Ran perfectly, and Jiang Ruantang exclaimed it was perfect. Jiayu frowned nearby. He thought Ruantang would wear it herself. The thought of Ruantang wearing that outfit made him restless, and he quickly went to face the wall to contemplate. Wei Ran was extremely satisfied with the new clothes, twirling around and around, before remembering the important matter. Ruantang. The clan leader said there will be a meeting tomorrow. Everyone must attend. She glanced at Jiang Ruantang's new look, fearing it would attract trouble from the clan members. Jiang Ruantang frowned. She felt the clan leader was targeting her. Suddenly, Katie Yin burst in carrying a beast's corpse, and, upon seeing Wei Ran and Jiayu, immediately looked dejected. "Little female, did you make this fox a new beast skin? I want one too." Jiayu immediately puffed out his chest in pride, and Jiang Ruantang was stunned. Katie Yin spread his large wings to protect her. "I want one too." His sad expression made Jiang Ruantang's heart skip a beat. The next moment, Jiu scratched Katian's wings to shield Jiang Ruantang. Katian feigned a pitiful look. What a fierce little female. Jiu wanted to make another move, but was stopped by Jiang Ruantang, and she compromised. I'll make you one. Katian's eyes lit up, but Jiu's face turned dark, no matter how she coaxed him. It was too difficult in the beast world. The next day, Jiu carried Jiang Ruantang to the meeting, pulling her cloak tightly to prevent anyone from seeing the beautiful outfit inside. The clan leader stood high up and called out, "The Scorpion clan's attack caused us to lose Jiang Ruantang." Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened, and Jiu clenched his fists. If anyone dared to speak ill of her, he would crush them. The clan leader changed his tone, but everyone can rest assured. Jiang Ruantang is the female chosen by the beast god, and she is right here. The crowd immediately parted to make way, with beastmen murmuring, "He is Jiang Ruantang's companion beast. How is he still alive?" The companion beast curse can't be avoided. Jiu's eyes turned red, his claws extending, but he was held back by Jiang Ruantang. She slowly removed her cloak, and all the males instantly stared in disbelief. The clan leader was also shocked, pointing at the feathers at the corners of her eyes. This is Jiang Ruantang, the female chosen by the beast god, and she is also of the Feather Clan. Jiang Ruantang was bewildered. Feather Clan? The system suddenly popped up. The beast god built the Star Core continent, and all beastmen believe in him. He can change appearances and bring people back to life. Jiang Ruantang quickly nodded in agreement. Wei Ran was stunned. So was the beast god showing his divine power. Katian stared at Jiang Ruantang, then glanced at the furious Jiu, feeling something was off. This doesn't seem right. The title of the female chosen by the beast god quickly spread, and while Jiang Ruantang used to be able to move freely, now wherever she went, someone was watching. Plus, with her looks, she was extremely popular in the beast world. "Damling, I'm here to deliver clothes." Jiang Ruantang called out at the door. Damling had previously taken care of Jiang Ruantang's business, and now she could face the tribe directly. Jiang Ruantang simply resumed her old business of making clothes, and the first order went to Damling. She shouted at the door, "Damling, I'm here to deliver the clothes." Damling quickly pushed her partner aside and responded, "Ruan. Wait a moment." Jiang Ruantang obediently nodded, but Jiu frowned. The whole house was filled with the scent of mating. It was indeed easy to conceive in early spring. As soon as Damling stepped outside, she was stunned. "Ruan, I almost didn't recognize you in this getup. How did you become so beautiful? Teach me." Jiang Ruantang internally complained. It's a matter of life and death. How could she teach? Before she could find an excuse, Jiu picked her up and glared at Damling. "We're leaving." Jiang Ruantang could only wave goodbye. Along the way, all the males' gazes were on her, but Jiu glared them back. Suddenly, a little wolf blocked their path. "Jiang Ruantang, I want to be your male." Jiang Ruantang forced a smile. "This little brat must not be of age. She doesn't deal with minors." Jiu looked down at the little wolf, who was trying to glare back. The next second, Jiu's aura exploded, and a fox phantom and 6 star crowns appeared behind him. The little wolf was so frightened that he sat on the ground, while the other males stepped back. People whispered, 6 star crowns. The wolf tribe leader only has 7 crowns. Jiu spoke. "If you want to be Ruanwan's male, you either have to be stronger than me or crush me." Jiang Ruantang shrank her neck. Thankfully, Jiu was fierce enough. Otherwise, she would have been surrounded by males. News quickly spread throughout the tribe, and a leader came to say, "Let us hold a mate competition." Jiang Ruantang was stunned. "I don't want to mate." The leader sighed. "The males are eager to try. There's no way." Jiu suddenly spoke. "I'll participate." Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened. Wasn't anyone going to ask for her opinion? She quickly asked, "Where did Katian go?" The leader said, "He went to another tribe. He'll be back in a while." Jiang Ruantang felt regret. She even made him a leather skirt. The mate competition quickly began, and Jiang Ruantang stood in the crowd, watching a group of males fight fiercely. It must be said that the survival rules of the beast world are indeed cruel. The weak don't even have the qualifications to mate and may even be easily killed. One male after another was taken down, and Jiang Ruantang felt anxious. Although Jiu was strong, there was even a wolf tribe male with 5 star crowns who crushed a bunch of opponents. Wei Ran came over to gossip. "Ruan, who do you want to win? Who will be your first mate?" Jiang Ruantang felt guilty. Anyone. In fact, she had been hoping Jiu would win, but just thinking about mating made her face flush. Finally, it was time for the finals, with Jiu facing the wolf tribe male. Both transformed into their beast forms, a fox and a wolf of similar size. Jiu attacked first, but was dodged by the opponent. After several rounds, he was actually at a disadvantage, and one leg was bitten. Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened as she focused on the arena, praying, just don't let Gio get seriously hurt. Gio caught a glimpse of Jiang Ruantang's worry while catching his breath, and his heart exploded. He absolutely could not lose. If he lost, he would lose Ruan and face extinction. He suddenly opened his eyes, sped up, pounced, and pinned the wolf under his feet, baring his fangs to declare victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Jiang Ruantang finally relaxed her worried heart. Wei Ran laughed. You clearly wanted Gio to win. Jiang Ruantang stubbornly said, No, don't talk nonsense. Gio transformed back into his human form after stepping off the stage. Covered in wounds, but walking straight towards Jiang Ruantang, taking her hand. Ruan, I won. Jiang Ruantang looked at the blood on his forehead and his injured arm, feeling a mix of sourness and pain in her heart. That night, Jiang Ruantang sat in a daze. Was she really going to mate with Gio? Gio leaned in and tucked her hair behind her ear. Ruan, let us mate. She nodded with a flushed face, nervously closing her eyes. That night, Jiang Ruantang exclaimed it was unforgettable. The next day, her waist felt like it was about to break, and every movement caused her pain. Suddenly, the system prompted, Congratulations to the host for successfully mating. Reward, a universal manual. The book fell into her hands, and she was too sore to read, so she put it away in her space. Gio seemed to have become insatiable, exhausting Jiang Ruantang for several days until she protested strongly before finally getting a decent night's sleep. Gio was in the yard organizing animal skins, and Jiang Ruantang took out the universal manual. She opened it and was stunned. Inside was all the plants and their uses in the beast world, as well as recipes for scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour ribs, even seasoning, making, and medical skills. This was simply a survival manual for the beast world or recipe medical skills all in one. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. This system was too powerful. It actually had such amazing things. Gio came in with animal skins and immediately saw what Jiang Ruantang was holding. Ruan, what is this? Jiang Ruantang was stunned. In the beast world, only animal skins were used for records. Who had ever seen a paper book? She smiled and waved. This is called a book. It records things much clearer than animal skins. Gio flipped through it, mumbling to himself. Ruan always has so many strange things around her. The previous space was like this too. He gritted his teeth and asked Ruan about that previous space. Jiang Ruantang put away the book and lowered her head. I said I came from another world. Do you believe it? After speaking, she shook her head. Forget it, just think I'm talking nonsense. She was afraid of saying too much and getting into danger. Whether she could go back was still uncertain. However, Gio held her. No matter where you come from, you're just my Ruan. Jiang Ruantang's mood instantly brightened. In the afternoon, Wei Ran suddenly came to visit, and Gio immediately frowned. Wei Ran excitedly pulled Jiang Ruantang. Ruan, the flowers in the Awakening Flower Valley have bloomed. Let us go see. Jiang Ruantang was stunned, and the system explained. The Awakening Flower Valley has calming effects, but can also make people indulge in beautiful dreams. She shook her head repeatedly. No way. Wei Ran looked disappointed, and Jiang Ruantang felt sorry for her. She looked at Gio, who nodded. As long as we don't go deep, it'll be fine. A small amount of inhalation helps sleep. When they arrived at the Awakening Flower Valley, the outskirts were all females. Gio held Jiang Ruantang and found a spot. Just here. We can't go any further. We called for Wei Ran. He realized she was already lying on the ground, enjoying it. Jiang Ruantang also lay down and was instantly amazed. It was too comfortable. The floral scent was not overpowering and was calming. She soon fell asleep. In her dream, there were Gio, Katie Yin, and her modern foster mother and friends, and she couldn't help but smile. When she woke up, the sun had already set, and there was no one beside her. Jiang Ruantang shouted, Gio? No response. She panicked. Could it be that she inhaled too much flower scent? Following the sounds, she peeled away the flowers but was blocked by a force. She sat down and cried. I'm still so young. I can't die here. Unexpectedly, her cries weakened the force a little. She hurriedly got up and peeled away the last layer. When she saw the person inside, it was Katie Yin. Katie Yin looked up and saw Jiang Ruantang, instantly freezing. Jiang Ruantang was both surprised and delighted. Katie Yin, how are you here? Just as she took 2 steps forward, Katie Yin retreated. I should be asking you, how did you break into my waking dream? Jiang Ruantang was confused. What was a waking dream? This was too bizarre. She asked tremulously, Who exactly are you? Katie Yin laughed. Ruan, you came in. How can you ask me who I am? But the next second, he suddenly frowned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Ruantang exclaimed. Jolting awake, Jiao rushed forward, and Wei Ran and the other females were there. There was no sign of Katie Yen. Jiang Ruantang, full of fear, clung to Jiao, wondering. The leader said Katie Yen went to another tribe. Could this dream be a prophecy? Jiao draped a cloak over her. It's getting late. Let us go back. Wei Ran followed behind, and, upon reaching the stone house, asked with concern, Are you okay? Did you inhale too much flower scent? Jiang Ruantang shook her head. I'm fine. You should go back. Your mom must be worried. After Wei Ran left, Jiao pressed. What happened? Jiang Ruantang took his hand. I dreamt that Katie Yen was injured. What is the effect of the awakening flower? As soon as Jiao heard Katian's name, his face darkened, and his fists clenched. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly reassured him. It was just a dream. Really? Jiao slowly relaxed, but concealed the key point. The scenes in the waking dream might be real, and Katie Yen might also be in a place with awakening flowers. He didn't say it, but Katie Yen was most likely in life-threatening danger. He didn't want Ruan to be concerned about other males. Unexpectedly, the dream hasn't ended. Every night, Karshan enters her dreams. Sometimes he is tied up in a beast den. Sometimes he is tortured. Jiang Soft Candy watches, but cannot touch him. Karshan's condition is getting worse, and she suspects that he is deliberately punishing her. Ji can only watch as her mental state deteriorates, unable to do anything. Jiang Soft Candy can no longer hold back. Jiu, asked the clan leader. The clan leader, however, laughs. You're worrying too much. Karshan went to a distant tribe to trade for salt. He will be back in a couple of days. Jiang Soft Candy is still uneasy, but Jiu can tell the clan leader is lying. Yet with Soft Candy present, he cannot ask further. Just as Jiang Soft Candy leaves, the wolf tribe leader comes out from inside. Is there any news about Karshan? The wolf tribe leader shakes his head. No. We've searched everywhere and found no trace. The news of his disappearance has already been sent to other tribes. The clan leader nods, a worried expression on his face. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go alone. After Karshan set off, there were news for the first few days, but then communication was cut off. It has been over a week. The wolf tribe tracked his scent, but eventually, even that disappeared. From what Jiang Soft Candy said about her dreams, Karshan should still be alive, just trapped somehow. The clan leader lowers his head, regretting. I'm getting old. I've always treated Karshan like a son. It's all my fault. The wolf tribe leader sighs. That kid has such talent. I just hope nothing happens. But Karshan's situation continues to invade Jiang Soft Candy's dreams. And this time it's different. She calls out to Karshan, and he actually responds. Soft Candy? Karshan's voice comes through, and Jiang Soft Candy tentatively waves, only to realize he can't see her. Karshan hurriedly says, I went to the River Patrol tribe to trade for salt. Their leader's daughter has taken a liking to me. If I refuse, I'll be detained. As soon as Jiang Soft Candy hears this, a female voice emerges. Karshan, have you made up your mind? This female, named Shunyan, is followed by a group of males. Seeing Karshan's injuries, she slaps one of the males beside her. You idiot. I told you not to hurt his face. The slapped male quickly apologizes, while the others surround Shunyan, trying to appease her. Karshan scoffs. Shunyan, I will never be your male. Shunyan gets angry, fine. Then just wait. Jiang Soft Candy internally complains. This female bully would have been taken in by the police if she were in modern times. She suddenly wakes up, her face drenched in sweat, and Jiu looks at her with concern. Jiang Soft Candy calls out to the system, which says, this is the power triggered by bonding. After you bonded with Jiu, you activated it with the awakening flower. Jiang Soft Candy exclaims, this is too fantastical. The system suddenly issues a task. Rescue Karshan. Reward, 10 blood-stopping herbs and 10 cabbages. Jiang Soft Candy immediately panics. At the rate Yin is going, if Karshan refuses again, he might be silenced. She asks Jiu, do I have special powers now? Don't pretend you don't know. Jiu's eyes flash with a hint of greed as he admits. That wasn't a dream. It was my bond power, allowing me to see other situations in dreams. Jiang Soft Candy is furious. Even if you're jealous, you can't let me watch Karshan die. Jiu grabs her hand, still trying to persuade her. Soft Candy. Can we just pretend nothing happened? Jiang Soft Candy refuses. She will never stand by and watch someone die. Seeing this, Jiu grits his teeth and picks her up. He knows Soft Candy is determined to seek out the clan leader. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, the leader looks noticeably thinner, and beside him stand Wei Ran and Basil. Basil is a bit displeased to see them, but he steps back after nodding at the wolf tribe leader. Jiang Soft Candy steps forward to ask, Clan leader, Is Karshan at the River Patrol tribe? The leader is taken aback, and Jiang Soft Candy immediately confirms. Everything she dreamed is true. She continues. Karshan went to trade for salt and was detained by the River Patrol tribe. He won't be back today. The clan leader slams the table and stands up, staring at her. How do you know? Jiang Soft Candy isn't afraid and replies. Their leader's daughter wants to bond with Karshan, and when he refused, he was detained. This statement is like thunder, causing the clan leader to panic. He knew that female only targeted handsome males, but he didn't expect Karshan to actually run into her. The wolf tribe leader immediately says, I will organize males to rescue him now. Wei Ran looks at Jiang Soft Candy with admiration. You're amazing. How did you know? Jiang Soft Candy glances at Jiayu and vaguely says, just a guess. That night, she tells Karshan the news in her dream, finally seeing him show a relaxed expression, which makes her feel relieved as well. The clan leader initially didn't want Jiayu to go, fearing Jiang Soft Candy would be unprotected. But Jiang Soft Candy volunteers. I have to go. I'm the only one who knows Karshan's situation and can report in real time. Basil immediately opposes. No, females are weak. What if something happens on the way? Jiayu's face darkens as he grabs Basil by the throat. Shut up. Jiang Soft Candy pulls Jiayu away and seriously tells the clan leader. I'm not like other females. Didn't you say I'm chosen by the beast god? The clan leader reluctantly nods. All right, but you must be careful. Wei Ran anxiously warns. The River Patrol tribe is full of bear beasts, fierce and rough. You being so beautiful is too dangerous. Jiang Soft Candy isn't afraid. She must complete the system task. Even the fiercest brown bear won't stop her. She secretly stuffs a lot of things into her space, just in case. Basil, reluctant to leave his pregnant partner Wei Sha, kisses her forehead to reassure her. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. After setting off, they need to cross a river, and the males excitedly strip and jump into the water. Jiayu quickly covers Jiang Soft Candy's eyes and carries her across. Jiang Soft Candy awkwardly shuts her eyes, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. A group of over a dozen wolf beasts travels, with the male strides so fast that Jiang Soft Candy can barely keep up. And Jiayu laughs at her from the side. Basil coughs twice. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Jiang Soft Candy playfully calls out to Jiayu, realizing that walking on her own is just slowing down the group. Jiayu smiles and picks her up, his eyes full of affection. The road to the River Patrol tribe isn't short. They must pass through 2 tribes and a large forest, the first being a small sheep tribe. The males of a sheep tribe are both hospitable and handsome, and Jiang Soft Candy stares at their horns, her mind filled with roasted lamb and lamb skewers. So delicious. The sheep tribe leader, seeing there's a female in the group, feels a bit uneasy. Basil politely explains their purpose, and the leader nods, providing 2 rooms for Jiang Soft Candy to stay in. Jiang Soft Candy, exhausted from being carried all day, kicks off her shoes and rubs her feet as soon as she touches the grass mat. Jiayu sits down to help her massage her feet, but before he can ask if it feels better, he sees she has already fallen asleep. Jiayu walks to the door, keeping a vigilant eye on the clan leader's residence. Earlier, that leader's gaze was glued to Soft Candy. Basil also senses something amiss and advises them to stay alert at night. Jiayu hardly sleeps all night, but Jiang Soft Candy sleeps soundly. The next morning, the sheep tribe leader calls the males to see them off and gives Jiang Soft Candy plenty of food. This tribe may not look wealthy, but their offerings are generous. Jiang Soft Candy thanks the leader, but Jiayu remains cautious. Not long after they start walking, Jiang Soft Candy calls out, Jiayu, is this road familiar? The group stops, and Basil looks and confirms they've left their mark. Jiang Soft Candy says, we took the left path before. Let us take the right this time. She even had Jiayu mark the tree. However, after walking for a while, they end up back at the same spot, and the marks on the trees have disappeared. This forest is too eerie. As the sun turns into a crescent moon, Jiang Soft Candy grows anxious. We've been walking for half a day, and every intersection looks brand new. Jiayu's face darkens. It's freezing in the forest at night, and Soft Candy won't be able to handle it. He tells the others to stay behind and takes Jiang Soft Candy to find an exit. They fail to find one, and Jiang Soft Candy starts to feel cold. Jiayu leads her higher up, and suddenly Jiang Soft Candy exclaims, Jiayu, it's a small river. Where there's a river, there's likely a cave and an exit. Jiayu leads her to a cave, but just as they're about to enter, he suddenly stops. Jiang Soft Candy, confused, peeks out what's wrong. Jiayu. Suddenly, a roar comes from the cave, leaving Jiang Soft Candy stunned. Jiayu glances at her, but still enters the cave. There are people inside, and there's a female too. Inside the cave, there are already 2 males and 1 female, seemingly the companions of that female. Jiang Ruantang jumped down from Jiabiao's back, and the two males immediately focused their vigilant gazes on them. Jiabiao, transformed into human form, helped Jiang Ruantang sit down and even warmed her hands. Once Jiang Ruantang felt warmer, he went to pick up branches to start a fire, completely ignoring the two males. One of the males couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to shout, "Fox! This cave was found by us first. Take your female and get lost." He also displayed the brilliance of his star court's 3 crowns, but Jiabiao didn't pay him any mind and continued to attend to Jiang Ruantang. The male's face turned red, and just as he was about to charge at them, he was pulled back by the female beside him. "TB, don't cause trouble." TB gritted his teeth and had no choice but to sit back down. Jiabiao glanced at him sideways and asked, "Are you from the bear tribe?" TB thought he was intimidated and raised his head proudly. "Of course." Jiang Ruantang perked up instantly and whispered to Jiabiao, "Is he from the River Patrol tribe?" Jiabiao nodded. Jiang Ruantang took off her cloak, and when the two males saw her face, they were stunned. There was such a beautiful female in the beast world. The female also shyly lowered her head. While eating, Jiang Ruantang asked, "You escaped from the River Patrol tribe, right?" TB became more on guard. Jiang Ruantang pointed at the female's abdomen. Which male would run back to the sheep tribe when their partner is pregnant? TB had injuries on him, clearly indicating that he had escaped. Jiang Ruantang felt anxious. Hopefully, Kadian could hold on. That night, Jiang Ruantang slept peacefully and dreamed of Kadian, telling him about meeting TB. Kadian was stunned. "TB?" He explained. TB's female was sent by the sheep tribe to exchange for food, but the River Patrol tribe went back on their word. TB took a liking to that female, and the sheep tribe not only didn't get food, but also lost a female, which made them furious. Shunyan saw that the female was beautiful and often bullied her. Just a few days ago, TB led people to escape. Just as Jiang Ruantang wanted to ask more, she was awakened by noise. She opened her eyes to see TB holding the female's hand, panicking. "Chimi?" Chimi was sweating profusely. Her face was full of pain. She was about to give birth. Jiabiao looked impatient, annoyed that they woke Jiang Ruantang. TB was frantic. "What do we do? There's no healer here." "Chimi, hold on." Chimi was in severe pain, but still smiled to comfort him. "I'm fine, TB." Jiang Ruantang covered her mouth. Giving birth was like walking through the gates of hell. "I can help." Jiang Ruantang couldn't bear to see Chimi suffer. She remembered the knowledge in the system manual and felt capable. Although TB and Chimi were doubtful, they had no other options. Jiabiao wanted to advise her, but seeing her insistence, eventually let go. Jiang Ruantang touched Chimi's belly and applied slight pressure. The baby finally poked its head out. She shouted, "Chimi, push harder." Chimi exerted all her strength, and Jiang Ruantang watched the newborn life come into the world, unable to hold back tears as she handed the bear cub to Chimi. Chimi wept, "TB, it's our baby." Jiabiao embraced the trembling Jiang Ruantang. "It's okay now." TB was filled with gratitude. Early the next morning, Jiabiao was going to take Jiang Ruantang to find the exit, but TB hurriedly stopped them. "Don't wander around. This forest is hard to exit for the sheep tribe." Jiang Ruantang asked, "What is going on?" TB lowered his voice. "The sheep tribe leader said a fragrance that can make you lose your direction." Jiang Ruantang exclaimed, "Is it those strange flowers?" Jiabiao also realized, "It's the mist flowers. I didn't notice that yesterday." The system then provided information. Mist flowers can induce hypnosis, causing people to lose their direction, ultimately leading to collapse. Jiang Ruantang complained, "Where was this broken system earlier?" TB said, "Chimi knows the way the sheep tribe left." Jiang Ruantang replied, "Let us wait for Chimi to wake up, otherwise we'll be trapped." Jiabiao felt suspicious. The sheep tribe leader knew they were going through the forest, but didn't remind them. How considerate. Jiang Ruantang asked Jiabiao to find Baser and not let them get trapped. Before leaving, Jiabiao glared at TB, who quickly assured, "I will definitely protect Jiang Ruantang." After Jiabiao left, Jiang Ruantang played with the bear cub, quickly shaking her head. She didn't want to become a mother so soon. She asked, "TB, do you know Kadian?" TB was taken aback, frowning at her. Jiang Ruantang felt anxious. Without Jiabiao, she felt insecure. TB said, "He rejected the tribe leader's daughter being captured. And if he disagrees again, he will face the law." Jiang Ruantang shouted in surprise. "What? Kadian never mentioned this." Facing the law meant that if he didn't comply with Shunyan, he would be killed by the tribe's people. Did all the males in this tribe listen to Shunyan? This was truly black and white confused. TB looked troubled. "Do you really know Kadian?" He never mentioned having such a beautiful female around him. It's rare for a male to get along well. Now he was in trouble, and TB felt uneasy. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Yes, he's from our tribe. Meanwhile, Zhebiao ran far before noticing the wolf tribe's traces, but the scent was mixed with blood. The closer he got, the stronger the smell became. Frowning, he approached and saw Baser sitting wounded, with a male corpse lying behind him. Baser sighed in relief upon seeing him. Did you find the exit? Zhebiao shook his head. No, but I met a female from the sheep tribe who can help us get out. Zhebiao pointed at the corpse and asked, what happened? Someone died after just one night? Baser sighed. We were attacked last night while resting. Syl didn't escape, and I was also injured. The other males felt guilty. Syl had just become an adult, just received 1 crown. Zhebiao pressed. Did you see what was? Baser struggled to speak. If I'm not mistaken, it was Cadian. Zhebiao exploded with rage. How could Cadian, who was clearly captured in the River Patrol tribe, be here? Fearing that Cadian would look for Ruantang, he immediately switched to sprinting mode to rush back. In the cave, Jiang Ruantang was entertaining the bear cub, who was adorably sucking on its little hand. Chimi woke up after a light cough, and TB quickly handed her water, albeit clumsily pouring it in. Another male gently helped Chimi wipe her mouth, and Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. This rough man TB was indeed caring for his wife. Chimi thanked. Thank you. Otherwise I might not have been able to give birth. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. It's her own strength. As she handed the cub back, the two females instantly resonated with each other. Suddenly, TB heard a noise, sniffed, and exclaimed, Cadian? Jiang Ruantang looked up and saw Cadian entering, covered in blood. Looking particularly off, TB wanted to approach, but Jiang Ruantang pulled him back. Don't go near. Cadian is not right. Looking again at Cadian, he appeared like a soulless puppet, his gaze wandering aimlessly. TB finally realized something was wrong and immediately shielded Chimi and the cub behind him, while Chimi instinctively held her baby tightly. Cadian's vacant gaze swept over everyone before finally locking onto Jiang Ruantang. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he lunged at her, crashing both into the wall. Cadian's strength was terrifying, baring his fangs, and Jiang Ruantang cried out in pain. Ah! He stared intently at Jiang Ruantang, tightening his grip as if to crush her bones. Jiang Ruantang endured the excruciating pain and shouted, Cadian? Cadian paused for a moment, but the next second, he bit down on her shoulder, drawing blood. TB was dumbstruck. How could Cadian, usually gentle in storytelling, be so ruthless toward a female? He charged at Cadian to force him away, but Cadian was knocked back, leaving Jiang Ruantang in pain on the ground. Yet Cadian acted as if nothing had happened, wiped the blood from his mouth, and stood up again, flying over to grab TB's shoulder, violently slamming him into the wall. TB crashed, feeling as if his body was being torn apart, unable to speak from the pain. Chimi, desperate, tried to get up but was held back by another male. Don't act recklessly. You still have the cub. Tears streamed down Chimi's face as she clung tightly to the baby. TB gritted his teeth against the pain, holding onto Cadian's leg to prevent him from approaching Chimi. Jiang Ruantang also pushed herself up and bit down on Cadian's arm. Cadian, wake up. Cadian felt the pain and flung her away. Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes, bracing for the pain, but fell into a familiar embrace. It was Zhebiao. His eyes were red as he looked at Ruantang, who was covered in injuries. Hating himself for coming back too late, Jiang Ruantang used her last bit of strength to say, Zhebiao, stop him. But as soon as she finished speaking, she fainted. Jiayu bared his teeth, his face dark with rage. After placing Ruantang down gently, he directly lunged at Cadian and started biting him. Jiayu sank his teeth into Cadian's neck, and Cadian let out a miserable scream before collapsing. The iron arm crew trembled at the sight, but Jiayu calmly fetched some rope to bind Cadian. He's not dead. He hurt Ruantang, and I want him to pay the price, while treating Jiang Ruantang's wounds. He couldn't help but want to stomp on Cadian a couple of times out of frustration. When Jiang Ruantang woke up and saw Jiayu, she complained it hurts. Really hurts. Jiayu panicked, but Jiang Ruantang chuckled. Just kidding, it doesn't hurt much now. She looked up and saw Baser and the others, quickly asking, where's Cadian? Jiayu, filled with jealousy, pointed ahead. Jiang Ruantang then saw Cadian bound with ropes around his wings and limbs, being escorted by a group of people, his head swaying, eyes vacant. Let's return to the sheep tribe and discuss this. Jiayu blocked Jiang Ruantang's words, not giving her a chance to argue. Jiang Ruantang could only nod. At least Cadian was in sight, so she didn't have to worry unnecessarily. Upon arriving at the sheep tribe, the chief was overjoyed to see Chimi return, though he was slightly displeased with the Iron Arm crew, but didn't say much. Later, it was revealed that Chimi was the chief's daughter, and upon seeing his daughter had given birth, the chief was ecstatic. After settling in, Jiayu and Baser took the chief to see Kadian. Baser asked, "Chief, do you know why Kadian is like this?" The chief frowned at Kadian. Could he be from the Pegasus tribe? Jiayu and Baser were instantly alarmed. "How do you know?" The chief sighed. "This is a poison aimed at the Pegasus tribe. We once saved a male from the Pegasus tribe who was also like this. He was cured later, but only that physician knows the formula." Jiayu said fiercely, "If he can't be cured, just kill him. Bringing him back is a hidden danger." The chief hurriedly waved his hand. "No, that physician is still alive. If we find him, he can cure him." Baser was shocked. Jiayu's ruthlessness was too explosive. Jiang Ruantang had slept for a long time, and when she woke up and saw Jiayu, she groggily asked, "How's Kadian?" Jiayu directly kissed her, and after releasing her, he said with resentment, "The horse is fine. If we find the physician, he can be cured, but after so long. It's uncertain if we can find him." While Jiang Ruantang was recuperating, she secretly wanted to find Kadian. He was tied up, his wounds untreated, and no one dared to approach him. Baser had no news from the physician, so Jiang Ruantang had to go herself. "Kadian, I'll help you treat your wounds. Please don't attack me." She carefully cleaned his wounds and applied herbal medicine. And surprisingly, Kadian remained very quiet this time. After finishing, Kadian suddenly kissed Jiang Ruantang on the forehead. Jiang Ruantang was stunned, thinking he had recovered, but then he bared his fangs, scaring her into exclaiming. Fortunately, Kadian didn't really attack. Jiang Ruantang quickly apologized and retied his wings, watching as he gazed vacantly into the distance. When Jiang Ruantang sneaked back, Jiayu was staring at her with a frustrated expression. She had never seen Jiayu like this and nervously asked, "Jiayu, what's wrong?" Jiayu lowered his head, burying his face, looking so pitiful it broke her heart. Ruan, you want to see Kadian, didn't you? Do you want to mate with him?" Jiayu's demeanor was that of a resentful little wife. Jiang Ruantang felt caught and froze, saying no, "I don't want to mate with him." But Jiayu's face grew darker. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Ruan, don't want any other males, okay?" His voice trembled, filled with the fear of losing her. Jiang Ruantang patted his back and buried herself in his embrace. "Jiayu, having you is enough. At least for now." She only wanted him. This reassured Jiayu completely, and he finally relaxed. The next morning, Baser's voice startled Jiang Ruantang awake. "He's back. Did he find a physician?" She anxiously called out, "Jiayu, where's my clothes?" She saw Jiayu holding her clothes, staring at her, and instantly understood. Oh no, he's jealous again. She hurriedly acted cute. Jiayu couldn't resist this and immediately handed her the clothes. As soon as she stepped outside, Jiang Ruantang saw Baser, who was dragging a bound male from the sheep tribe behind him. The chief rushed out, exclaiming, "Physician, you really came back." Saying this, he began to untie the ropes. Baser scoffed. He was all shy about coming to help, so I had to tie him up and bring him back. The physician quietly scolded Baser for being reckless, and Baser bared his teeth in intimidation. One look at the physician was enough to scare him. Jiang Ruantang quickly stepped forward to mediate, fearing the physician would get upset and refuse to treat Kadian. The chief asked her to explain the situation, and when the physician saw Jiang Ruantang, he was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful female before. But upon meeting Jiayu's gaze, he immediately shivered and quickly averted his eyes. After hearing the situation, the physician shook his head. "I saved a Pegasus tribe member before, but the situation might be different. Let's go take a look." Upon entering the room where Kadian was held, Kadian was immediately frantic, mumbling incoherently. After observing him, the physician said, "He has gone mad due to external substances being forced into him. If we don't act quickly, he won't survive this period." Jiang Ruantang's heart twisted painfully. She feared losing those close to her. She cautiously asked, "Then, is there a way to save him?" The physician sighed, seeing how much Jiang Ruantang cared for Kadian, and said directly, "It's hard to say. The key herbs are particularly rare. If we can't find them, this male has no hope." He added, "He must have been drugged by someone. His madness is far worse than other Pegasus tribe members. What on earth did the River Patrol tribe do to him?" That night, Jiang Ruantang sat outside staring at the sky. There were only the moon and no stars in the beast world, and she began to doubt if she was dreaming. Jiayu slowly sat beside her, and she leaned into his warm, strong embrace, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before. Jiayu gently ruffled her hair to comfort her. "Baser and Iron Arm will search for the herbs separately. Don't worry unnecessarily." But Jiang Ruantang quietly said, "If Kadian really can't be saved, I want to use the Void Stone." Jiayu's fists instantly clenched, his teeth grinding. Ruan actually wanted to use the Void Stone for that horse. Jiang Ruantang quickly looked up and rubbed against him. I don't want anyone around me to be in trouble. You are my partner, and Kadian is a friend. I don't want to lose either. Ultimately, Jiayu still relaxed. He couldn't be so petty and couldn't tie Ruan to himself alone. That night, Jiang Ruantang had a nightmare, dreaming of her deceased father. She hugged her father, crying and begging him not to leave her, but her father still lost his breath. The scene suddenly changed to Kadian, and she joyfully ran over, but Kadian looked apologetic and said he was sorry. In the next moment, he transformed into feathers and vanished. She screamed awake, and Jiayu looked at her with deep concern, quickly pulling her into his arms. It's okay. Ruan, I'm here. She anxiously asked, have Baser and the others returned? Jiayu shook his head. Kadian was still in danger. The physician hadn't been idle these days. During the day, he checked on females with young, and in the afternoon, he examined Kadian. Jiang Ruantang found him to ask for updates, but the physician shook his head again. His condition is getting worse. His mad episodes are shorter now, and if we can't find the blue moon grass in the next 2 days, even the beast god won't be able to save him. The blue moon grass that could save Kadian only grew on high mountains and needed enough moonlight to thrive. Baser and Iron Arm had searched for 5 days and hadn't even seen its shadow. At this moment, Chimi came over with a bear cub. You've been so worried these days that you haven't been able to eat. I brought the cub to see you. Jiang Ruantang took the soft bear cub, which snuggled against her. Seeing its adorable appearance, her tense mood that had lasted for days finally eased a little. Jiang Ruantang was Chimi and the cub's benefactor, and Chimi had specially brought the cub to cheer her up. Jiang Ruantang poked the bear cub's face, and it stared at her with big eyes and even smiled, melting Jiang Ruantang's maternal heart. She smiled and said, Thank you, Chimi, I'm fine. Chimi gently asked, You care a lot about Kadian, don't you? Jiang Ruantang felt a bit shy. He's a friend. Chimi watched with concern. Always feeling that the two of them were more than just friends, Jiang Ruantang visited Karshan at least twice a day, and the way she cared for him was almost like that of a partner. After waiting another day, Baser and Iron Arm finally returned, but they were empty-handed. Baser sighed. The blue moon was too well hidden. They had searched for 6 days without even a trace. Iron Arm nodded, having climbed several mountains without any luck. Jiang Ruantang hung her arms down, her heart sinking. Was Karshan really beyond saving? She trembled as she asked the doctor, Is there any other way? I'll try anything. The doctor first shook his head and then nodded. There's a way, but it might be too late. Using the blood of a female Pegasus from the Pegasus tribe, along with the blood of a male Pegasus they saved before, might save him, but it has fatal side effects. Finding those 2 individuals is even harder than finding the blue moon. It's a dead end. Jiang Ruantang suddenly looked up. What about my blood? I've consumed Void Stone. Could it be useful? The doctor was stunned. The effect of the Void Stone was even stronger than that of the female Pegasus's blood. He immediately said yes. Since you consumed the Void Stone, Karshan can be saved. Just as Jiang Ruantang smiled, she was pulled back by Jiejing. No. I want to allow you to get hurt. Jiang Ruantang looked at him. This is my choice. I don't want to watch Karshan die. It's just a little blood. I can handle it. After saying that, she followed the doctor into the room. Jiejing didn't waste time and went straight to the forest to find that male Pegasus. He couldn't let Ruantang bleed for nothing. Following the scent, he actually found a Pegasus sleeping on a branch. The male woke up and complained, Fox, you've invaded my territory. Jiejing looked up and was stunned. This male looked remarkably like Karshan. Moreover, he was a 7-crown powerhouse and could not be confronted directly. Jiejing first nodded in greeting and went straight to the point. Sorry, you're from the Pegasus tribe, right? The male frowned, flapping his wings to land. Do you know me? Jiejing said, The doctor sent me. There's a mad male Pegasus in the sheep tribe that needs your help. The male was taken aback, frowning even more tightly. Pegasus rarely gather in groups, and he hadn't seen many of his kind, so how could there be one going mad? Most Pegasus go mad due to a surge in power during the crown ascension. Lars was curious and wanted to see this madkin, so he agreed. All right, it wouldn't hurt to take a trip. On the other side, Jiang Ruantang sat beside Karshan, her lips turning pale. She had donated too much blood, and her body was clearly weakening, yet she wouldn't stop. The doctor couldn't bear to watch and draped a cloak over her. Little female, you should stop. You can't hold on much longer. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. I can't stop until Karshan wakes up. Jiejing had just arrived at the door when he caught a whiff of blood and rushed into the room. Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang tried to get up, but after just a few steps, she was hugged by him. She looked up at Jiejing, her eyes full of concern. You've worked hard. Jiang, however, didn't he want to hear that? Those words felt too distant. The doctor looked toward the door, excitedly shouting, Lars. Long time no see. He wanted a hug, but was dodged. And Lars disdainfully said, no hugs. Where's that mail? Jiang Ruantang looked at Lars and was immediately stunned. He looked too much like Karshan. Lars caught sight of Jiang Ruantang, and his gaze couldn't move away. Such a beautiful female. It's a pity she's that Fox's partner. The doctor pulled Lars over to Karshan. Look, his name is Karshan, and he looks just like you. The two stood together, and it was like looking in a mirror. Jiang Ruantang pulled Jiang. Did you find a relative of Karshan? Lars squatted down to look at Karshan, then stood up and helplessly brushed his hair. Doctor, you really can encounter such things. He softly called, Karshan. It turned out that years ago, the Pegasus tribe was attacked and lost a batch of cubs. And Karshan was among them. He looked at Jiang Ruantang. My brother here, didn't he cause you any trouble, did he? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruantang and the doctor were both shocked. What? Karshan is your brother? Lars explained. Our parents had him and then had Karshan. After the tribe was attacked, they had to abandon the cubs. I thought Karshan had died long ago. Jiang Ruantang quickly asked. You want to save him, right? Lars nodded. I've already abandoned him once. This time, I must save him. The doctor acted quickly, using Lars' blood and Jiang Ruantang's blood to create an antidote, but he couldn't determine what the side effects of this antidote would be. Lars stared at the oddly colored antidote. Doctor, are you sure this thing won't kill Karshan? Jiang Ruantang swallowed. Though the words were harsh, they were not unfounded. The doctor was about to feed the antidote when Lars stopped him. After finally finding his brother, he couldn't let anything go wrong. In the midst of the struggle, Jiang Ruantang stopped them again. She simply couldn't watch Karshan take risks. The doctor was frozen in place, unsure whether to feed it or not. Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and directly snatched the antidote, pinching Karshan's neck and pouring it in. Whether he lived or died, it depended on his luck. Jiang Ruantang didn't dare to look away and turn her face. Karshan struggled and didn't want to drink, but he was still forced to drink it all, glaring at Jiang in anger. After a while, the medicine took effect, and Karshan fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 5 days. Jiang Ruantang visited daily, lying in Jiang's arms, worried. Will he wake up? Jiang stroked her head, his tone affectionate yet heart-wrenching. Don't worry, he has a strong life. He won't die. In fact, he wished Karshan wouldn't wake up, so Ruantang wouldn't worry every day. Lars temporarily stayed, and the doctor observed daily. Besar returned to the tribe with the wolf tribe to report safety, as Visha was about to give birth. One day, Lars blocked Jiang Ruantang again. I brought some animal skins. Your craftsmanship is good. Can you help me make a piece of clothing? Jiang exploded on the spot. Get lost. But Lars wasn't afraid. His strength surpassed Jiang's, and he still wanted to take Jiang Ruantang as his partner. The two were like in a battlefield, and Jiang Ruantang was getting a headache. Suddenly, the doctor ran in breathlessly. Something happened. Karshan. Jiang Ruantang immediately rushed over, stunned at the door. Retreating 2 steps to rub her eyes. Where was Karshan? Why was there only a little child left? The little child rushed towards her. Jiang Ruantang's face stiffened. Whereas Karshan? The little child was confused. I'm right here. Jiang Ruantang's mind buzzed. This beast world must have a bug. At that moment, the system popped up, task completed, host rewarded, but she was too distracted to care, falling straight back. Caught steadily by Jiang. Jiang was also stunned. This little one is Karshan? Lars couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Karshan, you look too funny like this. Jiang's lips secretly curled up. Now it was good. Karshan had become a little kid, and he could no longer compete with him for Ruantang. Karshan looked at the unfamiliar Lars with a face full of vigilance. Karshan was wary of Lars, but felt a sense of familiarity from him. Asking in confusion, Are you from the Pegasus tribe? Lars tapped his forehead, laughing wildly. I'm Lars, your brother. Didn't he expect to see you in this situation? Huh? Karshan was instantly stunned. Brother? Then why was I abandoned by the tribe at birth? Lars sighed. The tribe was attacked back then, and our parents had no choice but to abandon us. You were not the only one left behind. You were very lucky. Karshan snorted coldly, feeling displeased with this brother he had never met. Jiang Ruantang asked the doctor, What is going on? The doctor explained. Side effects. Karshan survived, but reverted to a cub's appearance, his strength gone. But fortunately, his memory was intact. Karshan was also confused. Waking up not only made him small, but also lost his strength. And now there were 2 males beside Ruantang, especially Jiang, whose eyes were all provocative. Now Karshan looked like an undeveloped little boy, and he was very clingy to Jiang Ruantang, who had forgotten he was an adult male, feeling like she was raising a younger brother. Once his body improved, Jiang Ruantang asked about the River Patrol tribe, and Karshan was filled with anger. Before I lost my memory, I was force-fed something by Shen Yin, and when I woke up, I became like this. Iron Arm heard that Katie Yin had woken up and came to see the excitement, looking left and right with a laugh. Haha, you've really turned into a little brat. Katie Yin didn't argue with him and took the opportunity to ask, does your tribe have a kind of golden yellow flower? It has no smell and becomes sweet when soaked in water? Iron Arm's face suddenly changed. That's the spirit poison flower. Katie Yin's pupils shook. The spirit poison flower grows on cliffs, is extremely poisonous, and is even a natural enemy of the male members of the Pegasus tribe. Although he had never seen it, he had heard of it long ago. Shen Yin, a female, is actually so ruthless. If he hadn't been rescued, he would have been done for. Thinking of this, Katie Yin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Iron Arm couldn't believe it. You were really fed the spirit poison flower by Shen Yin? She can't be that cruel. Katie Yin sneered, his tone icy. One day, I will crush her with my own hands. Iron Arm stepped back 2 steps, frightened by his demeanor. So it really was Shen Yin who did this. Leaving the River Patrol tribe, Iron Arm now realized he made the right choice. Shen Yin, a female, has such a vicious mind. He wanted to speak a few words for the tribe, but seeing Katie Yin's anger, he knew he couldn't dissuade him. Katie Yin's greatest hatred was for Shen Yin's murderous intent. Jiang Ruantang came out of the chief's hut and called, Katie Yin, let's go. They were preparing to return in the next few days, having stayed with the sheep tribe for over a month for Katie Yin's sake. The chief was grateful for their help with Chimi and even gave them some food. As soon as Katie Yin heard Jiang Ruantang's soft voice, he immediately clung to her. His little boy appearance melting Jiang Ruantang's heart. Jiayu pulled Jiang Ruantang over, disdainfully glancing at Katie Yin. A little brat without a crown. How dare he compete for Ruantang? Katie Yin held Jiang Ruantang's hand, glaring back and pouting in pretended grievance. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly patted Jiayu. Don't scare him. Jiayu felt unhappy. Katie Yin, who had shrunk, was actually better at attracting attention. At night, Katie Yin screamed in his sleep, waking Jiang Ruantang. Katie Yin, what's wrong? Jiayu protected her. He must be having a nightmare. Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken, stroking Katie Yin's mane and humming the lullaby her father taught her. After a while, Katie Yin stopped crying. Jiayu curiously asked, what is this? It's so effective? Jiang Ruantang's expression darkened. My dad taught it to me. When I was little and made a fuss, he would sing it, and I would behave. Remembering her father, she felt both sad and warm. Jiayu hugged her tightly, thinking, to raise someone as gentle as her father must be an impressive beast man. The next day, Katie Yin brought roasted meat. Ruantang, I made this. He wanted to win her favor with the roasted meat. Jiang Ruantang looked at the dark meat, feeling apprehensive. Just as she was about to take some, Jiayu directly snatched it and ate it, offering her his golden brown roasted meat. Katie Yin got anxious. Why are you stealing mine? Jiayu pointed at his dark cooking, then pointed at his own roasted meat, making his meaning very clear. Seeing Katie Yin's disappointment, Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes and took a bite of his roasted meat. Oh my. It was tough and burnt. She forced a smile. It tastes good, haha, while sweating coldly. In the next moment, Jiang Ruantang stuffed a piece of Jiayu's roasted meat into her mouth, instantly feeling alive, nearly moved to tears. Katie Yin proudly raised his chin to Jiayu. Look, Ruantang says mine is delicious. Only the two of them knew how terrible the burnt meat was. Jiayu quickly passed all his golden, fragrant meat to her. Feeling heartbroken, this dark cooking was truly unfair to Ruantang. After the meal, Jiang Ruantang was so stuffed that her belly was round, not wanting to walk. Jiayu saw Katie Yin squatting there pondering what to cook for Ruantang and asked, have you forgotten that Shen Yin fed you the spirit poison flower? Haven't you avenged the River Patrol tribe? Katie Yin sneered, clenching his fists. Of course I want revenge. I will crush them with my own hands. But right now, I don't have the strength, and I can't drag Ruantang into this. Jiayu narrowed his eyes fiercely. If you let Ruantang suffer any consequences, I will take your life immediately. In his heart, Ruantang was more important than anything. Katie Yin also firmly retorted, if the River Patrol tribe dares to touch Ruantang, I will make them disappear first. One day, I will take Ruantang away from you. Only then did he realize that he had already considered himself Ruantang's male, and he secretly blushed. On the day they left the sheep tribe, Chimi hugged the bear cub, reluctant to part with Jiang Ruantang, saying, you are both gentle and skilled, and the males are all crazy about you. I really don't want you to leave. Jiang Ruantang returned the hug. Teasing the bear cub, They wouldn't be able to decide the names for Beast World cubs until they were a few years old, and they didn't know when they would meet again. Iron Arm waved goodbye, and the remaining wolf tribe males all listened to Jiayu's arrangements. Katie Yin was the only one who could fly, sent by Jiayu to scout ahead. He flew while complaining. This fox is doing it on purpose. He just wants to let me see Ruantang less. So scheming. On the way back, Jiayu chose the sea route, avoiding the hot desert full of exotic beasts. There could be no risks with Ruantang around. When they reached the seaside, Jiang Ruantang jumped up excitedly. She had previously promised her mother to come to the beach to sunbathe, but she didn't expect to fulfill that dream in the beast world. She knelt by the sea, little fish blowing bubbles at her, making her giggle. Jiayu stood beside her, his gaze so gentle it could drip water. The wolf tribe male saw the sea and immediately stripped off their beast skins, diving in to play wildly. Jiang Ruantang quickly closed her eyes. Such a beautiful view. Jiayu hurriedly carried her away, glaring at the other beasts, and instantly no one dared to make a fuss. As she was carried away, Jiang Ruantang felt as if a pair of strange eyes were staring at her from the water. Was it just her imagination? She dozed off in a small grove, yawning, when suddenly Katie Yin flew over in a panic, fast enough to create wind, first shouting into the sea, "Quick, hide! There's something going on!" Then he rushed to Jiang Ruantang's side, his face pale. Jiayu immediately shielded Ruantang and asked, "What happened?" Katie Yin pushed the two of them into the jungle. Lowering his voice, "I saw a large-scale migration of the bull tribe males from the sky, a dark mass coming this way." Katie Yin swallowed hard and tried to speak steadily. The bull tribe rarely migrates on such a large scale, especially now. This situation isn't right. Just as his voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. Jiang Ruantang saw so many bulls for the first time, moving fast yet in an orderly manner, with females and cubs on their backs, and even pregnant females. She gasped softly, "Oh my, what is happening?" Jiayu frowned. If they chose the route through the bull tribe's territory, and now the situation was unclear, they absolutely couldn't risk crossing. He told Katie Yin, "Take care of Ruantang. I'll go take a look." Just as he was about to rush off, Jiang Ruantang grabbed him, her throat tightening. "Be careful." Jiayu nodded, rushing into the herd of bulls under her worried gaze. Jiang Ruantang's heart was in her throat, fearing for Jiayu's safety. Katie Yin watched her like this, clenching his fists. If I were to take risks, would Ruantang care about me like this? He immediately pretended to be pitiful. "Ruantang, my wing is injured." Jiang Ruantang looked and saw that his wing was indeed oozing blood, panicking as she quickly took out bandages from her space to wrap it up. Katie Yin was confused. "What is this?" Jiang Ruantang hurriedly lied. "It can heal wounds." She felt like she was quickly becoming Pinocchio. It wasn't long before Jiayu finally emerged from the herd of bulls, and Jiang Ruantang rushed forward, relieved to see he wasn't injured. Jiayu patted her head. The bull tribe was attacked by exotic beasts. This time, the scale of the exotic beasts is enormous and cannot be underestimated. Everyone panicked instantly, taking a detour through the desert, but now it was hot and filled with exotic beasts. Crossing the bull tribe's territory would also lead to being attacked by exotic beasts. Jiayu looked towards a forest. "Let's rest here today, and tomorrow we'll go through the woods. The exotic beasts inside are usually milder." He told Katie Yin to scout ahead, but Jiang Ruantang quickly pulled him back. "Katian's wing is injured." Seeing Katian's bandaged wing, Jiayu gritted his teeth. "I'll scout ahead. You stay by Katian's side." Although Katie Yin was weak now, he trusted him more than that group of wolves and could only entrust Ruantang to Katie Yin. Katie Yin subtly glanced at the wolves, nodded in agreement. Tonight, he would definitely keep a close watch on Ruantang. Jiayu transformed into his beast form, looking back reluctantly at Jiang Ruantang before turning and rushing into the woods. Jiang Ruantang withdrew her worried gaze, being led by Katie Yin to an empty tree hole, and he even specifically blocked the view from the wolf tribe. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. "Aren't you going to ask the wolf tribe to find a place?" Katie Yin said nothing more, quietly reinforcing the tree hole. However, the male wolves of the wolf clan were eyeing the tree hole with malicious smiles, without Jiayu around. Only the uncoronated Katie Yin was left. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, when would they? Katie Yin waited until Ruan was sound asleep, keeping a close watch on the movements outside. Hearing someone climbing the tree, he immediately spread his wings to shield Ruan. Two male wolves climbed up and disdainfully glanced at him. "Move aside. Afterward, maybe we'll let you bond with Ruan." Katie Yin's expression turned icy. Bonding meant a life bond. If the male broke the bond, he would die, and the female would weaken. They were clearly calculating that Jie Yuan Ti want to hurt Ruan. "Get lost." Kadian bared his fangs, but he currently had no combat power and couldn't fight against two crowned beastmen. One wolf pinned down his wings while the other bit down hard. Jiang Ruantang was awakened by the noise, and upon opening her eyes, she saw the wolf clan stepping on Kadian's arm and tearing at his wings. Her heart clenched in pain. Kadian, the wolf clan excitedly shouted, Ruan is awake. If we deal with him, we can bond with her. They bit down even harder, and Kadian's screams echoed through the forest. Jiang Ruantang trembled with anger. Kadian's life had been saved by her over a month. Who dared to touch him? Suddenly, she changed to a seductive demeanor. You want to bond with me? The two wolves were instantly mesmerized, releasing Kadian and moving closer. One even held Jiang Ruantang in his arms. Jiang Ruantang felt nauseous but smiled and said, I don't like crowds. Can we do it one by one? Kadian shouted anxiously. No. Ruan. Jiang Ruantang immediately turned cold. If you want to bond, then don't touch Kadian. Otherwise, I want to agree even if I die. The wolf holding her was taken aback, realizing that Kadian was wanted by the chief, and there was no need to be serious about it. So they let Kadian be dragged out of the tree hole. Jiang Ruantang watched as Kadian was thrown on the ground, her eyes vacant. At least Kadian was safe. Kadian fell to the ground and tried to move his wings. Fortunately, he could still lift them. The other wolves looked enviously, but remembering Jiayu's strength, they didn't dare to approach. Kadian glared fiercely at the beast man, with only one thought in his mind. If they dared to touch Ruan again, he would crush them. Kadian had only one thought, even if his wings were ruined. He had to find Jiayu. Jiayu would definitely crush those two wolves. Taking advantage of the guard's inattention, he exerted all his strength to fly up, leaving the male wolf dumbfounded. What? He can still fly in such a state? Kadian rushed into the depths of the forest, shouting in his heart, Faster! I must find Jiayu. At that moment, Jiayu was surveying the terrain of the forest, but was extremely anxious. He felt that Ruan was in danger. The forest was filled with gentle little spirits and the ape clan. The little spirits fed on nectar, and as long as they didn't disturb their food, nothing would happen. Suddenly, a little spirit blocked his way. Fox, want to borrow a road? You have to pay a toll. Jiayu frowned. What toll? Instantly, a large group of little spirits surged forward. You stay for a night and help us deal with the dangerous items thrown by the ape clan. Jiayu was about to agree when Kadian suddenly burst in and fell to the ground, his wings covered in blood, weakly shouting, Hurry! Ruan is in trouble. Jiayu's pupils contracted sharply, unable to think of anything else, and dashed back. Ruan absolutely could not be in danger. The little spirits saw Kadian's injuries and empathized, carrying him back to their dwelling. Jiayu used almost the fastest speed, with only one thought in his mind. If something happens to Ruan, I will not live alone. Upon arriving, several wolves were still chatting. When they saw Jiayu return, the beastman who had injured Kadian pretended to ask, Did you find the way? Jiayu suddenly smelled a strong scent of blood and exploded. He tore open the tree hole's cover and froze in place. Inside the tree hole, a wolf's corpse lay on top of Ruan, who was covered in blood, clutching a sharp object in her hand, her eyes vacant. Ruan. Jiayu threw aside the corpse and held her in his arms. Jiang Ruantang trembled as she said, Jiayu, I killed someone. Jiayu felt a pang of pain in his heart. It's okay. It's my fault for coming back late. It's all my fault. He lifted the corpse and threw it in front of the wolves, his eyes fierce enough to eat people. If you want to live and return to the tribe, stay away from Ruan. If you have any thoughts about her, I'll turn you all into corpses. The several wolves trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the chief would never give up on Jiayu, a powerful force capable of protecting the entire tribe for them. Only the wolf who had injured Kadian with his companion stared blankly at the corpse, until he met Jiayu's gaze. He hurriedly nodded. He hadn't bonded yet and didn't want to die. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth in hatred and turned to ask, Jiayu, where's Kadian? She was certain that Kadian had found Jiayu and was more worried about whether his wings could be saved. Jiayu said, Yes, with the little spirits. Yes, fine. You should rest first and go see him tomorrow. Jiang Ruantang nodded, but felt sour inside. Kadian was injured to that extent and still thought of her. That night she dreamt of Kadian covered in blood, crying all night, relying on Jiayu to wipe her tears and comfort her repeatedly. The next morning, she went to the little spirit's territory. Jiang Ruantang looked at the wolf who had injured Kadian, her eyes filled with hatred. The little spirits had taken care of Kadian all night, finally managing to save his wings. Upon arriving, Jiang Ruantang was amazed by the little spirit's dwelling. the sunlight poured in. It was stunning. The little spirits flew out to surround her, but were suddenly frightened away by the feather mark at the corner of her eye. This is a mark only that one has. They immediately let her pass. Jiang told Jiang Ruantang that the little spirits wanted him to help deal with the ape clan yesterday. And Jiang Ruantang was stunned. Isn't the ape clan their ancestors? She hurriedly asked Jiang to take her to see Cadian. Seeing Cadian lying there cleanly, with his wings taken care of, she finally felt completely at ease. The little spirits were very friendly, providing food and shelter, just hoping they would help fend off the ape clan. Jiang Ruantang surveyed the terrain every day, but couldn't understand how the ape clan could invade. Jiang said, the ape clan has a long thing. They can put things in the front, and there's a big cylinder in the back. Jiang Ruantang drew on the ground with resin, and Jiang's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. This is a simple catapult. No wonder the spirits couldn't hold out. The catapult has a long range and directly broke through the easily defensible terrain. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up. Task issued. Stop the ape clan from attacking the spirits. Reward. Endless medicine box. Jiang Ruantang was overjoyed. This medicine box always has medicine and equipment. If she had it earlier, Cadian wouldn't have to suffer. She thought of Cadian again, her heart aching. The spirits said they had saved Cadian's life. It was just a matter of when he would wake up. Jiang looked at her clever appearance, feeling she was more charming than other females, and silently made up his mind. This time, he must help Ruan complete the task and obtain the medicine box. Jiang Ruantang sighed at the thought of Cadian. It's all her fault for dragging him down. He should have had a perfect life, but because of her, he was in danger again. Jiang saw her worry and comforted her. It's okay. Let us first solve the spirit's matter. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to the tribe. Although the ape clan's catapult is not advanced, it is a precedent for this era and takes a lot of time to build. Jiang Ruantang suddenly had a bright idea and whispered in Jiang's ear. Jiang frowned but thought it was feasible, and the spirits also thought the idea was reliable. The wolf clan learned that the ape clan would attack in the next few days, and at night, Jiang led the wolf clan to set up defenses on the road the ape clan had to take. Some wolves questioned, will this really work? Jiang firmly replied, trust Ruan. In just a few days, everything was set up. Soon the ape clan pushed the catapult over, and Jiang Ruantang sighed. The workmanship is really impressive. The little spirits flew into the sky to resist, and the leading ape clan shouted arrogantly, be smart and give way. We might spare your lives. The spirits pretended to put down their weapons. The ape clan was on guard. Jiang Ruantang told Jiang to lead the wolf clan out, and the ape clan snorted coldly. So you have helpers. Seeing Jiang Ruantang, the ape clan was stunned. What a beautiful female. They even wanted to snatch her, disdainfully saying, come with us. Your male isn't as strong as us. Until they saw Jiang Ruantang sitting atop the six-crowned Jiang, they felt a bit flustered but held their ground, relying on their numbers and the catapult. Jiang Ruantang suddenly laughed. Want to snatch me? Come on if you dare. The ape clan leader was indeed provoked, commanding to push the catapult forward. Watch closely. In the next moment, the catapult hit the rope, and a giant stone flew out from the ground, directly smashing into the ape tribe. The leader was stunned. What? 2 catapults were completely destroyed. Those were 6 months of their hard work. Jiang Ruantang felt ecstatic inside. This is called using someone's own methods against them. She had already noticed the nearby super tough bamboo and had asked Jiang to make traps with it. It actually worked. The ape tribe hurriedly activated the remaining catapults. But human speed couldn't keep up. The giant stone from Jiang Ruantang's side crashed directly into them, sending debris flying everywhere. Jiang immediately protected Jiang Ruantang. And after the dust settled, Jiang Ruantang was astonished. This bamboo's toughness is just outrageous. The catapults were all destroyed. The leader was seriously injured, and the ape tribe was completely dumbfounded. They were actually crushed by a female. This female was smarter than they were. The little elf stepped forward and shouted at the ape tribe, go back and tell your chief that the catapults are destroyed. Don't come to bother us again. The ape tribe suffered a heavy loss this time. They definitely wouldn't dare to harass the little elves again for a while. The system immediately popped up a notification. Congratulations. Host. Task completed. Reward. Endless medicine box. A rectangular treasure chest with a cross landed in Jiang Ruantang's hands. As soon as she opened it, she was overjoyed. Medical supplies of all kinds were inside, and she quickly stored them in her space. With the ape tribe repelled, Jiang Ruantang received the most credit, and the little elves held a party, even starting a fire that night. Everyone sat around, and the male wolves were extremely excited, finally feeling a sense of belonging. Jiang Ruantang leaned against Jiao's shoulder, but suddenly thought, "It would be great if Karshan were here." She quickly slapped her face. "Wake up. Having Jiao is enough. Karshan is still a child." Jiao quickly stopped her. "That will hurt." Jiang Ruantang pinched his face. "He's not a baby. He's not that delicate." Jiao kissed her hand, making Jiang Ruantang's heart race. Suddenly, a little elf stumbled in, the male from the Pegasus tribe. "Has woken up?" Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. "Karshan woke up?" Jiao. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Jiao's face darken frighteningly. Why was Ruantang so happy? Jiang Ruantang panicked and reached for Jiao's hand. But she was intimidated by his aura. Jiao retracted his aura, but still asked, "Do you like Karshan and want him to be your partner?" Jiang Ruantang was stunned. She clearly only wanted Jiao, but Karshan kept stirring her memories. Does that count as liking him? Jiao's heart was breaking, and he picked up Jiang Ruantang and rushed to see Karshan. When they saw Karshan wrapped in bandages and looking displeased, Jiang Ruantang's annoyance dissipated by half. Karshan, ignoring his pain, jumped in her arms, but Jiao directly pushed him away, full of jealousy. Karshan's gaze turned fierce when he saw the wolf tribe that had torn his wings, and the male wolf was scared away. He clenched his fists and suddenly said, "Ruantang, I want to be your companion beast." Jiang Ruantang shouted anxiously, "No." She knew too well the dangers of being a companion beast. It nearly harmed Jiao before, and she absolutely couldn't let Karshan try again. Karshan froze at the rejection. Ruantang didn't like him, not even qualified to be a partner. Jiang Ruantang felt heartache, but didn't relent. Jiao saw it all and understood in his heart. Karshan was willing to take risks, even knowing the dangers. While Jiang Ruantang's concern for Karshan confirmed his suspicion, she really had feelings for Karshan. The next morning, they prepared to return, but Kadian was nowhere to be seen. Jiao sensed something was wrong and took Jiang Ruantang to his tree hole, only to find it empty. Jiang Ruantang softly called out for Kadian, but only silence responded. Jiao gritted his teeth and said, "Wan, he has left." Jiang Ruantang was stunned and, still smiling, said, "Why didn't he say anything about going back to the tribe?" Jiao revealed the truth. Kadian had come to see him the night before and said that he was too weak to be worthy of Ruan, so she was unwilling to bond with him. He also mentioned that he would become strong, and by then, Jiao would not be able to stop him from becoming Ruan's mate. After that, he left without seeing Ruan one last time. Jiang Ruantang squatted down. A tear fell. Kadian was gone, and who knows when they would meet again. Jiao, feeling heartache, hugged her and said, "I'm here by your side." But inside, he felt mixed emotions. Ruan like someone else, and he couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Ruantang nodded to comfort herself. Kadian was just going to become stronger. There was no need to be sad. After leaving the forest, Jiang Ruantang looked at the sky, and a figure flew in the opposite direction. "Kadian, once you become strong, I will consider letting you be my mate." After a few exhausting days of travel, Jiao took Jiang Ruantang directly back to the stone house upon returning to the tribe. She collapsed onto the animal skin and fell asleep instantly. Wei Ran wanted to come see her, but as soon as she reached the door, Jiao stopped her. "Ruan is too tired. Come another day." Wei Ran retreated, feeling frustrated. Why is this fox so cold? What does Ruan see in him? When the chief heard about Kadian, he sighed. He has grown up, knows what he wants, but he is still small and powerless, which is concerning. While counting the numbers, Baser shouted, "One male from the wolf tribe is missing." Jiao exploded upon hearing this. Killing him would be too kind. Baser got angry and directly pounced on Jiao, and the two started fighting. The chief ran over to shout for them to stop, and Baser whispered a few words to the wolf tribe leader, whose expression suddenly changed. Jiao coldly said, "That male wants to forcefully bond with Ruan." The wolf tribe leader was shocked. Forcing a bond was a serious offense. Baser was also stunned, unable to believe it. Back at the tribe, without the constant worry, Jiang Ruantang began studying the seeds and the versatile book. Wanted to see if she could plant vegetables in the spring with the space still available. She spent every day hugging the book, making Jiao want to throw it away. He pulled Jiang Ruantang into his arms. "You've been holding on to this thing for so long." Jiang Ruantang nodded perfunctorily. This book was too captivating. She used to fall asleep as soon as she touched a book. Seeing that Jiang Ruantang was ignoring him, Jiao became jealous, snatched the book away, and kissed her directly. Jiang Ruantang was still thinking about the book, and Jiao kissed her harder, leaving her dazed. Jiang Ruantang shyly said, "It's daytime," but still succumbed to the kiss, trying to control her voice. Wei Ran came to see Jiang Ruantang again. As soon as she arrived, she heard embarrassing sounds from inside, and blushing, she ran away without daring to lift the curtain. After Gio drained Jiang Ruantang, she lay on the bed, looking at him with displeasure. Gio, unrepentant, still tried to maintain his composure, offering her grilled meat. Ruan, it's time to eat grilled meat. Jiang Ruantang's stomach growled from hunger, and even though the smell was tempting, she turned her back in a huff. She wouldn't forgive him easily. Seeing this, Gio crawled beside her, softening his tone. Ruan, I was wrong. Don't be angry. The grilled meat is super delicious today. Jiang Ruantang turned back to look, and the handsome fox was giving her a pitiful look, instantly defusing her anger. Her stomach growled again, and she opened her arms. Gio immediately picked her up to eat, and Jiang Ruantang switched to eating mode. After eating, rubbing her belly, Jiang Ruantang suddenly noticed she had gained some weight. Life in the beast world was too comfortable. She immediately got up. Gio, I want to go out to digest. Without waiting for a refusal, she ran out the door, knowing that the beastmen hunted daily and surely didn't understand digestion. In a nearby, small forest, Jiang Ruantang walked while flipping through the book, confirming that the sweet thirst fruit on the tree was edible. Seeing some small stones, she felt playful and tried to hit the fruit with the stones, but missed. Wasn't this an insult to her childhood? She picked up a handful of stones and pelted them, getting exhausted but not hitting a single one. It was a total defeat. Jiang Ruantang, unwilling to give up, picked up a long stick and struck, finally knocking one down. She took a bite and found it tasted like orange, and she didn't even have to peel it, but the next second, she wrinkled her face. It was sourer than a lemon. Then she thought of bringing some back for Gio to try, so she continued to hit the fruit. That's enough. A furious male voice suddenly rang out, startling Jiang Ruantang. The tree has come alive? Is it not okay for me to apologize? The next second, a male jumped down from the tree, with white hair and green eyes. Jiang Ruantang looked at his lower half and sat down in shock. He actually had a snake tail. Who could withstand such a shock? The male reached out, wanting to get closer, and Jiang Ruantang, frightened, pretended to faint. She had heard that playing dead could fool anything. The male frowned and used his snake tongue to confirm she was alive before he felt at ease. At that moment, Gio's voice came, Ruan. The male caught the scent of the fox, glanced at Jiang Ruantang, and hid into the darkness. Gio rushed over, seeing Jiang Ruantang lying on the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of snakes. Gio cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no signs of snakes, before picking Jiang Ruantang up. Ruan, are you okay? Jiang Ruantang opened her eyes, filled with fear, and tightly grasped his hand. Gio, let's go. There's a big snake here. The size was definitely that of a python. She had never seen one before. Gio's face darkened for a moment, but he didn't ask further and quickly took her back to the stone house. Jiang Ruantang felt safe curled up in his arms, but she was still trembling. Afterward, Jiang Ruantang didn't dare to go outside, and Wei Ran came to keep her company from time to time, while also expressing fear. Wei Sha is about to give birth. I heard it's extremely painful. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Giving birth is painful anyway. Wei Ran was even more frightened, hugging her and shouting, You absolutely cannot have cubs with that fox. Jiang Ruantang laughed. She hadn't even thought about how scary having a whole litter of foxes would be. But a few days later, the screams of Wei Sha giving birth pierced through the tribe at midnight, sending chills down Jiang Ruantang's spine. An hour later, Wei ran over crying. Ruan. The healer said Wei Sha is having a hard time. We must leave it to fate. Jiang Ruantang panicked. What do you mean, leave it to fate? Gio, we need to go to Wei Sha. Gio was reluctant for her to see the gruesome scene, but he couldn't stop the determined Jiang Ruantang. When they arrived, Baser was kneeling outside in grief, and Wei Sha's voice was growing weaker while the chief and the healers shook their heads. Wei Sha's mother was crying for her cubs, and Jiang Ruantang's heart ached. This scene reminded her too much of when she cried out for her mother. Suddenly, she spoke up. I can't help. Gio frowned and pulled her back, but Jiang Ruantang patted his hand to soothe him. Once inside, the smell of blood almost made her gag. Wei Sha weakly grabbed her. Please. Say my cubs. Jiang Ruantang took out her endless medicine box, administered anesthesia to Wei Sha, and took a deep breath. Though she had never performed a surgery, she had read about it, and she couldn't let them die. She made an incision on Wei Sha's abdomen and outside. Baser heard the silence from inside and was so anxious he almost rushed in, but was stopped by the chief. Baser panicked. Why? Why is there no sound? He barely calmed down with the wolf tribe leader's comforting words. Inside, Jiang Ruantang looked at the blood-soaked area. forcing herself to stay conscious as she continued the surgery until the first cub was taken out, cleaned, and let out a loud cry. Outside, Baser heard the cub's cry, and his anxious heart relaxed halfway. The cub, Ruan. Jiao was also anxious outside. Ruan had never seen such a bloody scene. Soon, the second cub cried out as well, and Jiang Ruantang, exhausted, stitched up Weisha and came out holding the two cubs, handing them to Baser. 2 cubs. Weisha is fine. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ruantang couldn't hold on any longer and leaned against a tree to vomit, collapsing directly into Jiao's arms the next second. Jiao glanced at the wolf cubs in Baser's arms, suppressing his anger as he carried Ruan away, while Baser hurriedly stopped and bowed his head to thank her. Thank you for your female. She saved them. Jiao nodded without saying a word and went straight back to the stone house. Jiang Ruantang slept until noon, and upon waking, she urgently asked, "Where are the children? How are Weisha and the cubs?" Jiao handed her water and reassured her. "They're all fine. You were amazing." Jiang Ruantang couldn't believe it herself. She performed surgery without a medical certificate, which would have landed her in court in modern times. Unable to contain her pride, she thought, could it be that I have a talent for obstetrics? She didn't know if Weisha would be left with scars, but her own suturing skills weren't bad. Before long, the news of Jiang Ruantang saving Weisha from a difficult labor spread across the continent, claiming that a female chosen by the beast god of the beaching tribe could bring dying females back to life. Jiang Ruantang was scared. This was getting too exaggerated. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up a message. Task released. Treat 5 females. Reward 20 packs of sanitary pads. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Did I hear that right? After the system confirmed, she awkwardly smiled. She had almost forgotten about sanitary pads since she had relied on Jiao to find cotton to sew during her menstrual period. The females in the beast world used animal skins, which was too unsanitary. This reward was very practical. She asked Jiao, "Are there any relatives about to give birth looking for me these days?" Jiao nodded. "There are a few, but you're too tired, so I turned them all away." Jiang Ruantang shook her head. "I'll take them all. Those who come to me are weak and likely to have a difficult labor." Jiao was reluctant. "You were already exhausted helping Weisha. Don't do it." Jiang Ruantang said softly, "My mother almost died giving birth to me. I want to help them." Jiao bit his lip and didn't speak. He had never experienced maternal love and didn't believe everyone deserved to be a mother. In the end, Jiao softened. "All right, but you absolutely cannot overwork yourself." Jiang Ruantang grinned. Jiao was the most caring for her. There weren't many weak females in the tribe, so she didn't have to work around the clock. She only needed to wait at the entrance for the laboring females, and everyone believed she could ensure smooth deliveries. Within a week, she indeed encountered 2 difficult labors, and their screams were terrifying, but Jiang Ruantang saved them both and even felt more adept at assisting with births. Halfway through completing the system task, an unexpected guest burst into the stone house. Jiang Ruantang looked up while holding roasted meat and shouted, "Snake! Snake!" It was the big white python she had encountered by the river before. Jiao rushed out to protect her, glaring angrily at the white snake. Wuchuan transformed into human form and coldly said, "Don't forget who helped you escape from the main city." Jiang Ruantang instantly felt the overwhelming aura of a strong person. And then she noticed the star core around Wuchuan's neck. 9 crowns. This is a real big shot. Wuchuan flashed to Jiang Ruantang's side before Jiao could react. He swung his snake tail and sent Jiao flying several meters, causing him to spit blood on the spot. Jiang Ruantang wanted to rush over, but was entangled by the snake tail, unable to move. Wuchuan licked the corner of her eye. "Do you want to be my female?" Jiang Ruantang was covered in goosebumps, feeling like she would be bitten any second. Jiao forced himself to get up and attempted a sneak attack, but Wuchuan grabbed his neck, and it looked like he was about to lose his life. Jiang Ruantang panicked and bit down on the snake tail, only to find the scales were incredibly hard, making her cover her mouth in grievance. "This is too hard." Wuchuan was stunned, and Jiao seized the opportunity to scratch Wuchuan's arm, and as he loosened his grip, he quickly hugged Jiang Ruantang and dashed out of the stone house, heading straight for the tribe's exit. "Softly, we have to leave the tribe." Jiang Ruantang clutched Jiao's fur, reluctant to take one last look at the tribe, not yet having said goodbye to Wei Ran, and also worried that Katie and wouldn't be able to find her. But she still said, "I'll go wherever you go." Jiao initially wanted to run in the opposite direction towards the main city, but Jiang Ruantang suddenly blocked him. "Jiao, let us go to the main city." Jiang Ruantang was convinced that the more dangerous it was, the safer it would be. Jiao first ran 100 meters in the opposite direction before turning towards the main city, running all day until he was exhausted. Jiang Ruantang looked at his wounds and tenderly wiped them with animal skin, asking, "Does it hurt?" Jiao forced a smile. "Males aren't that weak. I'll be fine soon." But Jiang Ruantang's heart was still heavy. That night, Jiao found a stone cave, and as soon as he entered, he lay down on the ground. Jiang Ruantang snuggled next to him and asked, "What is your relationship with Wuchuan?" Jiao hesitated, afraid that Ruantang would be disappointed if she knew about his past. Jiang Ruantang didn't press further. She understood that everyone had secrets. And Jiao had escaped the main city and had killed females, so there must be a reason. That night, she didn't dare to sleep deeply, always fearing that Wuchuan would come after them. They could become snake snacks. After hastily eating some roasted meat, they continued on their journey the next day. When passing through the territory of the Feather Tribe, Jiao deliberately avoided it. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. "Don't you like the Feather Tribe?" Jiao explained. "It's not that I don't like them. Most of them are from the 5 city lords of the main city." Jiang Ruantang instantly panicked. Among the 5 city lords, the Snake Tribe is cold-blooded and explosive. The Fox Tribe has innate advantages. The Phoenix Tribe can be reborn. The Lion Tribe is the king of all beasts, and the Mermaid Tribe controls the salt of the entire continent. The main city is full of carnivorous beastmen, and it would be easy for her to become a dish on the table. Suddenly, a male from the Eagle Tribe landed in front of them, and Jiao immediately bared his fangs. Jiang Ruantang quickly pulled her cloak over her face. She didn't want to attract trouble because of her appearance. The Eagle Tribe member waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not one of the city lords. I want to ask for your help." It turned out he had heard rumors that a female in his family was about to give birth and was weak, and he was sure that the female brought by the 6-crowned Fox Tribe was Jiang Ruantang. Seeing that night was approaching, Jiao agreed. "We can help you, but we need to rest for one night, and you'll take us away tomorrow." Jiang Ruantang nodded. Traveling all night was too dangerous, and someone asking for help was just right for lodging. Just as they settled down, a male suddenly burst in, trying to hug Jiao, but was pushed away in disgust. The male shouted, "Jiao, I knew there was a fox scent. It really is you." Jiang Ruantang immediately became alert, but Jiao signaled that it was okay and asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you in the main city?" The male laughed. "My little female is here, so I came along." It turned out this was Jiao's childhood friend, and they had already formed a couple. The male noticed Jiang Ruantang and was about to take a closer look when Jiao blocked him. "Don't look around," he exclaimed in surprise. "Jiao, is this your female? You've actually formed a couple." Jiang Ruantang was annoyed by Feixian's loudness and simply took off her cloak. As her unforgettable face was revealed, Feixian instantly fell silent, then shouted in surprise, "Jiao, you're not forcing this little female to form a couple, are you? That would incur the beast god as punishment." Jiang Ruantang forced a smile, and Jiao directly punched him on the head. "Ruantang, this is the Eagle Tribe, Feixian." Jiang Ruantang hid behind Jiao and softly said, "I'm Jiang Ruantang." Feixian was stunned. Such a cute little female was actually taken away by Jiao. At that moment, the previous Eagle Tribe male walked into the cave, holding food and asking Feixian, "What are you doing here? Aren't you with Nuan?" Feixian said, as is with her. The male handed over the food, saying to Feixian, "This is the legendary female in the medical field." Feixian was taken aback. Jiao's female was the Jiang Ruantang that everyone talked about. Jiao immediately ordered them to leave. "Ruantang will help you, but she is tired. So you all go." Feixian was full of doubts. This small female can really save Nuan? As soon as the people left, Jiang Ruantang relaxed. But Jiao pounced on her. "Ruantang, we haven tea." Jiang Ruantang blushed and pushed him away. "We're still outside." In fact, she was also feeling an itch, but fearing that Nuan might go into labor at night, she could only suppress her feelings. Jiao noticed her concerns and directly kissed her. Jiang Ruantang's gaze drifted, and in the end, she also let him. The next day, when Jiang Ruantang went to see Nuan, she was completely shocked. Nuan was actually lying on a branch. Feixian shouted urgently, "Dangerous! Get down!" But Nuan refused. "I want to eat fruit." The next second, the branch broke, and Feixian turned into an eagle to catch her. But Nuan's waist was entangled by something, and she was still smiling, shouting, "I'm fine." A male walked out of the shadows, holding Nuan. It was actually from the Snake Tribe. The thick, black snake tail was comparable to Wuchuan's, causing Jiang Ruantang's heart to race. As glared at Feixian, using his snake tongue to stroke Nuan's cheek. "Be careful." Nuan laughed. "With you here, how could I get hurt?" Jiang Ruantang shivered. This tenderness was probably only for Nuanua. When Nuanua saw them, she immediately jumped down from his arms, her belly not small, but still running, making Jiang Ruantang sweat for her. Nuanua grabbed her hand. You're Ruantang, right? Em Nuanua. Jiang Ruantang glanced at Az and nodded. I'm Jiang Ruantang. Nuanua pushed Az. Ruantang, don't be afraid. Az is very gentle. Jiang Ruantang wailed inwardly. How could that cold demeanor be gentle? I shot a sideways glance at Jio, wrapping his tail around Nuanua and coldly saying, Facian, this fox is the person the main city is looking for, and you dare to let them help Nuanua. Facian was about to explain when he was swatted away by Az with a tail flying several meters. Nuanua shouted anxiously, Facian, Az, what are you doing? She wanted to run over to check, but Az held her tighter. Nuanua struggled intensely, and suddenly a sharp pain hit her before Az could react. She knelt down in pain. Nuanua, Az hurriedly held her in his arms, panic written all over his face. Jiang Ruantang immediately sensed something was wrong. She's going into labor. Quickly, get her into the cave. Fei Xian, dragging his injury, rushed over, and the two males hurriedly carried Nuanua back to the cave, where another male from the Eagle tribe was also present. Jiang Ruantang asked Jieyu to wait outside while she went inside. Nuanua gripped as in Fei Xian's hands tightly in pain, and Jiang Ruantang quickly reassured her. Nuanua, take deep breaths. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Nuanua's breathing gradually stabilized, and soon she laid her first egg. Jiang Ruantang glanced at the three males, who were all in shock. But by the time the third egg came, Nuanua was completely exhausted. Jiang Ruantang could tell, just by the size of the eggs, they were eagle beast eggs, large, and there were at least two more inside. She asked, Nuanua, can you hold on? Nuanua opened her mouth, but couldn't speak, clearly exhausted. Jiang Ruantang immediately ordered, you all go out. I need to perform surgery on Nuanua, as instantly grabbed her by the neck. What do you want to do, Nuanua? Jiang Ruantang remained calm. If you want her to live, then listen to me. Otherwise, no one can save her. As looked at the fainted Nuanua, and finally let go. Fei Xian pleaded, little female, you must save Nuanua. As stepped out the door and was immediately pinned against the wall by Jieyu. Both were equally powerful and unafraid. Jieyu warned, if you lay a hand on Ruan again, I'll skin you alive. As sneered, a fox abandoned by the main city dares to challenge me? At that moment, Jiang Ruantang's voice came from inside. Jieyu, don't provoke him. They're still on the run. We can't afford to create more trouble. Jiang Ruantang's skills were exceptionally proficient. When she opened up Nuanua, she was shocked. There were actually 3 more eggs inside. In total, 5 eggs were retrieved, which was incredible. She carefully placed the eggs on the animal skin and set upon exiting. 5 eggs were laid. You can go in now. Az was the first to rush in, and upon smelling Fei Xian's scent, he looked displeased. Fei Xian first checked the eggs, and then ran to Nuanua's side. Nuanua must hurt a lot, right? But Nuanua was still asleep. Az pushed him away and looked at Nuanua gently, determined in his heart. If anything happens to Nuanua, he would definitely kill that fox, and its female. Jieyu saw Jiang Ruantang come out, and hurriedly helped her wipe the sweat. Jiang Ruantang suddenly clutched her chest, and Jieyu asked anxiously, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ruantang waved her hand. It's fine. Maybe I'm just a bit unaccustomed to seeing blood. She looked at Nuanua, surrounded by the males, and sighed in relief. Jieyu, let us go. Jieyu picked her up, and not long after, Jiang Ruantang fell asleep. The next day, Nuanua was able to get out of bed and jump around, looking extremely happy at the 5 eggs. Fei Xian immediately went around collecting straw to build a little nest, starting the hatching mode. Nuanua pulled at Az. Don't disturb Fei Xian. Take me to see Ruan. I haven't thanked her yet. Az picked up Nuanua and headed straight for Jieyu's dwelling. Nuanua loved being held by Az, fast and thrilling, and his snake tail was fun. But after walking a short distance, Az suddenly stopped, gripping Nuanua tighter, causing her to wince in pain. Az? What is wrong? Az regained his senses, gently touching her reddened spot. Sorry, does it hurt a lot? Az didn't explain, carrying Nuanua straight to Jiang Ruantang's stone cave. Jiang Ruantang was busy preparing roasted meat when she saw something rushing towards her from a distance, squinting her eyes. She recognized it was as carrying Nuanua. The speed was terrifying, and Jiang Ruantang's heart almost skipped a beat. The two females had endless things to talk about when they met. While Az didn't accompany Nuanua, but instead went to find Jieyu nearby. Jieyu was alertly holding firewood, watching him. Az flicked his tongue and asked, why are you two here? This was not a question. He was certain they had stirred up trouble. Jieyu frowned, realizing immediately, Az was also of the snake tribe, which meant Wu Chuan was definitely after them. He stubbornly replied, "You don't need to know," as directly swung his tail, slamming Jiayu against the wall. "You will harm, no, I will kill you." Jiayu surprisingly remained calm. "If you're willing to help me and Ruan, I won't hold it against you." As disdainfully withdrew his tail, "The son of the Fox King killed his own mother. Who would believe you?" Jiayu laughed. "The one who helped me escape the main city was your snake tribe elder, Wu Chuan." After hearing this, Az immediately grabbed him by the neck. His eyes filled with killing intent. Wu Chuan was even more ruthless than the Snake King. Getting involved with him meant no good would come. Jiayu added, Ruan saved Nua. If you help us, consider it repaying a favor. We can't stay here." Az loosened his grip, turned around, and carried Nua away. Jiayu quickly told Jiang Ruantang, "Wu Chuan is coming. We must leave." Az returned and arranged. Fei Xian would take the eggs to the cliff to hatch. Another male would take Nua away, and he would take Jiayu with him. Nua was confused. "We're fine here. Why are we leaving all of a sudden?" Jiang Ruantang was also quick. After Jiayu finished packing, he ran into Az, and the two immediately transformed into beast form, with Jiang Ruantang riding on Jiayu's back, escaping the Eagle tribe territory overnight. Az ran while saying, "Fox, helping you this time is to repay Nua's favor." Both of them were 6 crowns. Even if Wu Chuan was 9 crowns, they could still hold their ground. And besides, Nua would surely remember this. On the other side, Wu Chuan was sniffing around looking for the Eagle tribe males. "Have any foxes or females passed by?" The male shook his head. "Haven't he seen any?" Wu Chuan was not angry. He smelled Jiang Ruantang's scent, clearly indicating someone was sheltering them. Jiang Ruantang was sitting on Jiayu's back, feeling extremely nauseous along the way. Jiayu. Jiang Ruantang patted Jiayu's back, and Jiayu sensed something was wrong and immediately stopped. She jumped down and leaned against a tree, throwing up violently, her stomach churning. Jiayu anxiously held her. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Ruantang's lips turned pale, but she held on. "I'm fine. Let us keep going." After saying that, she climbed back onto his back, curling up with a mind full of chaotic thoughts. "I hope I'm not terminally ill." Az was quickly clearing a path ahead, while Jiayu kept a distance behind, concerned about Jiang Ruantang's health. However, as the surrounding trees began to thin out, Az suddenly stopped and transformed back into human form. Jiang Ruantang pressed her small belly, feeling uncomfortable, and asked, "Jiayu, why do we stop?" Just as she finished speaking, a thick snake tail came flying towards them, and the two quickly dodged. Az was sweating nervously. Across from them was a beast man of formidable strength, and he was a snake tribe elder. The large white snake transformed into human form, its blue eyes fixed on Az. The pressure of their racial hierarchy making it hard for him to retreat. Although Wu Chuan's target was not Az, the snake tribe was cold-blooded. If he blocked their way, he would be killed. In an instant, he swung his tail and wrapped it around Az's neck. Az was suffocating and nearly out of breath. But he thought, Nua cannot die. Jiayu set Jiang Ruantang down and rushed to save Az, who finally gasped for air. The two exchanged glances, and Jiayu understood. They had to let us take Ruan and stay behind to draw Wu Chuan away. Taking advantage of the two entangled, Az picked up Jiang Ruantang and fled. "You saved Nua. I owe you a life." Jiayu. Jiang Ruantang called weakly, her body reaching its limit. Jiayu thought, as long as Ruan is safe, it's worth it to perish with Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan grabbed him by the neck and bit down. Poison seeping in, Jiayu ultimately couldn't fight back. Wu Chuan carried Jiayu, who had transformed into beast form, laughing. "Little female, we will meet again," Az ran with Jiang Ruantang for an unknown length of time, finally putting her down when he was exhausted. As soon as Jiang Ruantang hit the ground, she started coughing violently, her gaze dazed. Az, "Go back and save Jiayu." Before she could finish, she fainted. Az picked her up and gritted his teeth. "You have to hold on. I still owe you a life." Finally, Az found the mouse tribe, which was too timid to come out. He saw that the male posed no threat and collapsed directly on the ground due to his injuries. When Jiang Ruantang woke up, she saw Az coldly sitting beside her, and the mouse tribe doctor pointed at him, scolding. "How can you be a male? The female is pregnant, and you still made her run around. This pregnancy almost didn't make it." Jiang Ruantang sprang up from the bed. "I am pregnant." The doctor smiled. "Yes, it's just that this male is irresponsible." Jiang Ruantang quickly waved her hands. "He's not my male. We're just friends." Seeing a smirk's approval, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her hand touching her lower abdomen. She was going to be a mother. It was the little fox of Jiao, but she immediately panicked. I want to find Jiao. I need to go to the main city. Which one must have brought Jiao back to the main city? They originally planned to go there. A smirk frowned. I'm not going to the main city. Fei Xin took Nuanua to the other side. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. Nuanua was still pregnant, and a smirk must be worried about her. How could she trouble him further? A male from the Mouse clan suddenly hit a smirk on the head. Why are you rejecting the little female? What if something happens to her? A smirk opened his mouth to swallow him, and the male was so frightened he disappeared. Jiang Ruantang sighed while touching her abdomen. Baby, your dad doesn't even know yet. A smirk struggled all night and finally spoke. I'll take you to the main city. He knew that Nuanua wouldn't forgive him for neglecting the female, and if Jiao survived, he would fight him fiercely. Jiang Ruantang quickly waved her hands. No need. Nuanua neds more. A smirk saw through her. Your hands are shaking. Don't force yourself. All the male Mouse clan members poked their heads out to look at Jiang Ruantang, and when they saw her face, they all shrank back, too beautiful to match a strong beast, so they could only admire from afar. The two went to find the clan leader, who said, You can't go to the main city through the desert. You can only go through the water area, but that's the mermaid's territory, and you'll have to leave something behind. Jiang Ruantang suddenly remembered that something seemed to be waiting for her when they passed through the water area before. The next day, Jiang Ruantang was awakened by noise and saw a smirk watching the commotion at the door. Outside, someone shouted, The little female is bleeding. The doctor has gone to another tribe. She looked out and saw two heavily pregnant females in labor, their faces contorted in pain. A smirk advised, Don't get involved. After saying that, he transformed into a snake and curled up to the side. Jiang Ruantang touched her abdomen. Her baby didn't like blood, but seeing the females in such a miserable state, she really couldn't ignore it, plus the system task was just missing these two. She had to take the risk. She gently said to her belly, Babies, Mommy will be careful. After going outside, the clan leader frowned. Don't touch these scenes. Jiang Ruantang ignored the doubts and squatted down to touch the female's abdomen. The screams immediately lessened. She shouted, Carry her inside. I can save her. The males hesitated, and Jiang Ruantang said fiercely, If you don't believe me, let them fend for themselves. Don't make a fuss here. The males quickly carried the people into the grass hut. Jiang Ruantang chased away all the males and skillfully administered anesthesia. But the surgery was extremely torturous. Her baby kept bumping against her belly, causing her to break out in cold sweat. After 2 surgeries, Jiang Ruantang was drenched in sweat, curled up on the grass mat, tightly holding her abdomen. A smirk, flicking his snake tongue, stared at her, and when the clan leader saw the females in labor were safe and wanted to enter the hut, he was directly blocked by a smirk. Jiang Ruantang was frowning even in her sleep, dreaming that 2 little foxes turned into human forms and jumped into her arms, but suddenly said, Mommy, I'm sorry, then disappeared. She woke up in shock, tears streaming down her face. Jiao, I'm so scared. A smirk looked at her, remembering how Nuanua was also anxious when she was first pregnant. The clan leader brought food, and a smirk carried it away, letting Jiang Ruantang sit on him. Jiang Ruantang silently chanted a calming mantra, always feeling guilty towards Nuanua. Riding the snake cart to see the scenery was quite novel. After stopping, she squatted by the river to cool off by splashing water, feeling comfortable enough to squint her eyes. A little rabbit was drinking water, and the more Jiang Ruantang looked, the more it resembled Wei Sha. Just as she wanted to hug it, the rabbit suddenly fell into the water. She exclaimed, The water is eating people. Ripples rose on the water surface, and a male emerged with the rabbit in his mouth, splashing water all over Jiang Ruantang. Instinctively, she pinched him, and the male directly scooped her into his arms. Jiang Ruantang got a clear look. He had light blue curly hair with white, elfin ears paired with fish fins, and a stunning physique. The male smiled. Little female, you really like me? He leaned down and kissed her left shoulder, and Jiang Ruantang felt a tingling sensation all over her body. A star ring appeared on her left shoulder, with little fish swimming against the current inside. A smirk sensed something was wrong and opened his mouth to pounce on the male. During their fight, Jiang Ruantang fell directly into the water. Jiang Ruantang, a smirk shouted anxiously, and the male dove into the water. He was actually a merman. His fishtail was incredibly beautiful. He kissed Jiang Ruantang's lips, and she suddenly felt no lack of oxygen. The mark on her left shoulder began to glow. The male's chest revealed a star ring, and feathers appeared in the center. Jiang Ruantang woke up and lunged at him, only to bump heads. She asked sternly, Who are you really? looking down at her left shoulder. This was a bonding mark. She actually bonded with someone she had just met. A smirk transformed into a snake form and dove into the water. The male sensed someone was chasing him and swam away quickly with Jiang Ruantang in his arms. A smirk couldn't even see the male's movements clearly, and the two disappeared from his sight. Jiang Ruantang shouted, "Let go of me. Who are you?" After shouting twice, she realized something was off. She could actually talk in the water. She was stunned. How can I talk in the water?" The male chuckled, looking at her surprised and playful expression, happier than himself. A smirk watched the merman quickly swim away with Jiang Ruantang, but didn't dare to chase. He couldn't stay underwater for long, and if he went after them, he wouldn't be able to save anyone and might even get into trouble. He could only swim back to shore, his mind filled with confusion. He had never provoked a merman, and it was Jiang Ruantang's first time seeing one. Why was this merman fixated on her? The merman brought Jiang Ruantang to a cave before letting her go, and she slumped to the ground, gasping for air. "I didn't drown." That was so thrilling. The merman's tail transformed into human legs, standing completely naked in front of her. Jiang Ruantang looked up and quickly turned her head. Having seen enough, she was immune to it. Pretending not to see, the male suddenly pulled her into his arms. "Ruantang, I've finally seen you again." Jiang Ruantang waved her hands in a flurry. "Wait. Do we know each other?" The male released her, his gaze incredibly gentle. "My name is Yu Jianglan. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, at least you're back." He brushed her hair aside, and Jiang Ruantang looked into his blue eyes, her heart tightening. Such a handsome person. If she had met him, she would definitely remember. Yu Jianglan kept touching the feather mark on her shoulder, making Jiang Ruantang feel itchy and causing her to close her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach suddenly growled. Blushing, Jiang Ruantang lowered her head. Yu Jianglan smiled. "Stay put. I'll go get something to eat." He turned and dove into the water, his legs transforming into a fishtail. His azure fishtail sparkled beautifully. Jiang Ruantang watched his silhouette and found something in the cave that looked exactly like a dressing table. Just as she admired the craftsmanship, something fell on her head. It was a pile of sanitary pads from the system rewards. She quickly stored them away in her space. Feeling extremely embarrassed, curious about the water barrier at the cave's entrance, she took a deep breath and dove into the water, opening her eyes to see a stunning sight, an absolute paradise. Forgetting to hold her breath, she finally realized she could really breathe underwater. Little fish swam over to peck her face, tickling her and making her laugh. "Don't peck me. It tickles." She secretly enjoyed it. Maybe this would help clean her face better. When Yu Jianglan returned and saw Jiang Ruantang enjoying the fish therapy, he chuckled softly and carried her back to the cave. Jiang Ruantang reluctantly looked at the little fish, and Yu Jianglan said, "Those are cleaning fish. If you like them, I'll bring more." Jiang Ruantang's heart skipped a beat. She always felt she couldn't clean her face properly here, but with the cleaning fish, she would feel refreshed. She couldn't help but smile, but when she saw Yu Jianglan staring at her, she quickly reined in her laughter. Jiang Ruantang couldn't figure out whether Yu Jianglan was friend or foe, let alone his intentions, so she dared not let her guard down. Seeing her show a defensive demeanor again, Yu Jianglan felt a bit hurt, but quietly concealed his emotions. Yu Jianglan placed the food on the table and patted the spot beside him, indicating for her to sit. Jiang Ruantang hesitated for a long time, but ultimately sat far away from him. She was both hungry and afraid of exposing her space, so she could only eat what he prepared. But looking at that mushy food, she suspected Yu Jianglan wanted to poison her. Yu Jianglan smiled encouragingly at her to try it, and Jiang Ruantang swallowed. "Well, let's eat together." Yu Jianglan seemed a bit flattered, even wagging his tail, and picked up some meat to eat. Seeing him eat so casually, Jiang Ruantang finally felt relieved enough to take a bite, but her baby protested, and she couldn't eat after just 2 bites. Yu Jianglan noticed her pale expression and glanced at her slightly protruding abdomen. "Ruantang, are you pregnant?" As soon as those words came out, Jiang Ruantang immediately perked up, staring at him intently, her hands protecting her lower abdomen. If he dared to touch her baby, she would fight back. Yu Jinglin sensed hostility. His face turned pale as he bit his lip. Ruan, trust me. Stay here and don't go out. The sea is too dangerous." Jiang Ruantang was filled with doubt, but she also knew the sea was more dangerous. Jiao was not around, and Asa was kept outside, so she could only temporarily trust him. She had to admit that Yu Jinglin's gaze was more captivating than Jiao's, full of love, as if it had crossed over thousands of years. Yet she was sure she had never seen him before. After nightfall, the sea was cold and dark again, but Yu Jinglin took out glowing pearls to hang throughout the cave, making it bright. He happily said, Wan, these pearls can shine for a long time. Sleep well. Jiang Ruantang nodded and climbed onto the stone bed. Seeing her arms and legs exposed, Yu Jinglin rummaged through boxes and found a thick beast skin blanket, covering her with it and carefully checking for drafts. Jiang Ruantang chuckled helplessly. That's enough. I can barely move. Only then did Yu Jinglin release her and said seriously, the sea is not like land. Catching a cold would be terrible. Jiang Ruantang turned over helplessly, and Yu Jinglin did not insist, lying on a nearby stone. Wan, I'm right here. Call me if you need anything. Perhaps not sensing any malice, Jiang Ruantang slept soundly. After becoming pregnant, she was even sleepier with a bigger appetite. Waking up made her hungry, and eating made her sleepy. Yu Jinglin took care of her like free labor, being extremely responsible, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, making Jiang Ruantang's ears hurt. Yu Jinglin quickly covered her ears, and she felt better. What was that sound? Yu Jinglin glanced deeply outside. It's nothing. Wan, I'll go out for a bit. Promise me not to run around. Without waiting for her response, he dove into the water and transformed into a fishtail and left. Jiang Ruantang watched Yu Jinglin's retreating figure and touched her slightly protruding belly. She didn't dare to take risks. But she also didn't want to play house with him. After making up her mind, she dove into the water as well. She had to find Jiao. She absolutely couldn't stay here. Although she didn't know why she could breathe underwater, she took some glowing pearls for lighting. But after swimming for a while, she got tired and lost her way. Jiang Ruantang sat on a large coral with a long face. She forgot how easy it was to get lost in the sea, and she had no navigation skills like a mermaid. Suddenly, two mermaids swam over, and she quickly covered the pearls and hid. She overheard the mermaids chatting. The chief was punished by the elders. They were really harsh, who told him not to look for a female partner for decades. The elders are eager to continue the bloodline. No wonder which female would want to come to such dark and damp sea caves. They all prefer to find land males. Once the mermaids swam far away, Jiang Ruantang peeked out. Luckily, she had marked her way with pearls and hadn't gone too far, finally returning safely to the cave. But Yu Jinglin still hadn't come back. Who knows what would happen if she was found escaping? But to her surprise, Yu Jinglin hadn't shown up for several days, only quietly sending food, wrapped in bubbles for insulation, which was both scary and strange. One night, unable to sleep, she saw Yu Jinglin placing the food, gently calling out Wan, reaching out to touch her, but pulling back, then diving into the water. Jiang Ruantang stared blankly at the food. She completely couldn't understand what he was thinking. Taking advantage of Yu Jinglin's absence, Jiang Ruantang figured out the sea routes. Farther away was the mermaid tribe, full of caves and males. And Yu Jinglin actually hid her outside the tribe. Places with more corals had small fish, and where there were many small fish was closer to the upstream. She sensed she could leave soon, but she was worried whether Asa had returned to Nuanua's side. From then on, she could only rely on herself. But this time, luck was not on her side. When she returned to the cave, there were several uninvited guests inside. The male mermaids turned to look at her, their faces full of surprise. The leader suddenly shouted, Siru! Jiang Ruantang had never heard this name before and sensed something was wrong, turning to run. But human legs couldn't compete with fishtails, and in a few moments she was caught. The blonde-haired elder mermaid pressed down on her shoulder, causing her to frown in pain, and sternly asked, Did you and the chief become partners? Jiang Ruantang followed his gaze to her left shoulder. Sure enough, the partnership mark left by Yu Jinglin when he brought her back was still there. Jiang Ruantang was completely stunned. She had become Yu Jinglin's partner, and Yu Jinglin was actually the chief of the mermaid tribe. The amount of information was overwhelming, and she couldn't react for a moment. The male mermaids held her down, and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly asked, Who are you? The elder retorted, We should be asking you. What are you doing here? And you have the chief's partner mark. He stared at the mark with a puzzled expression. This female didn't look like Siru, but her scent was exactly the same, almost mistaking her for someone else. The elder nodded to signal his subordinates to let go, coldly stating, I am the elder. Since you are the chief's female, come back with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ruantang was restrained again. She quickly broke free, holding something in front of her. Yu Jinglin said, No matter who comes, I can't go with you. The elder's expression darkened as he signaled to forcefully take her. Jiang Ruantang swung the object to resist, knocking back two males repeatedly. But the elder directly yanked her arm, and just as she was about to be harmed, a familiar figure rushed in, knocked the elder away, and scooped up Jiang Ruantang before diving into the water. The speed was too fast, and Jiang Ruantang choked and coughed violently. Yu Jinglin nervously asked, Wan, are you okay? She shook her head, and with the faint light, she looked and was stunned. Yu Jinglin had deep marks on his neck that went down to the bone, and his arms and chest were covered in whip marks, old injuries layered with new ones, looking terrible. Jiang Ruantang couldn't bear to look at his neck. Yu Jinglin, aren't you the chief? How did you get hurt like this? Yu Jinglin paused for a moment, enduring the pain as he lowered his head. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. I recover quickly. Jiang Ruantang turned her head. If he didn't want to talk about it, then she wouldn't ask. Arriving at a new cave, Jiang Ruantang was shocked. The layout was almost the same as the previous one. She suspected Yu Jinglin had some quirks, but didn't ask much, taking out a small medical kit and patting the side. Come sit over here. Yu Jinglin obediently sat down, looking at the medical kit with curiosity. Jiang Ruantang carefully wiped his wounds with cotton, and after a long time without hearing him speak, she hurriedly looked up. She was afraid he might have fainted from the pain. She saw Yu Jinglin tightly biting his lip and frowning, not making a sound. Her heart softened. If it hurts, just say so. I'll be gentler. But Yu Jinglin shook his head. Males shouldn't cry out in pain. After wrapping up the bandages, Jiang Ruantang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Jinglin epalized. Ruan, I'm sorry. I scared you. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. I was asleep. On the other side, the elder and a few others returned in disappointment, immediately holding a meeting. Elder. That female must be Siru. Her scent is exactly the same as Siru's. Yes. She's already partnered with the chief. She's our female. Are you sure it's Siru? She doesn't look like her, but the scent is the same. If it's not her, how could the chief suddenly partner? The elder slammed the table, and everyone immediately fell silent. Tomorrow, when the chief returns, everything will be clear. After the meeting, the elder sat exhausted on a stone, his mind filled with Siru. Decades ago, when the main city was just built, the mermaid tribe was one of the 5 city lords. When Siru appeared, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her, but at that time, she already had 3 partners. The elder hadn't yet risen to power and mustered the courage to pursue her, but he failed. Siru chose the newly adult Yu Jinglin. But the night before their partnership, Siru suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yu Jinglin later grew stronger and easily took the position of chief, but he no longer wanted a partner, saying Siru had given him a feeling and that he would recognize her when she appeared. For all these years, only Yu Jinglin and a few elders still remembered Siru. The mermaid tribe had an old rule. The chief's female must choose at least 3 males from hundreds of male mermaids, with fewer females and lower pregnancy rates. And outside females unwilling to come to the sea, the number of offspring was decreasing, and chaos could break out at any time. The elders sighed. Yu Jinglin must not be willing to share that female, preferring to be punished rather than take on the breeding task. But how long could he hide her? Thousands of male mermaids in the tribe were watching her closely. Jiang Ruantang suddenly woke up from a dream, drenched in sweat, clutching her heart in discomfort. Someone was shouting Yu Jinglin's name in her dream, but she couldn't see the person's face. As soon as Yu Jinglin entered the cave, he panicked. Ruan, you're awake? Did you have a nightmare? Why are you sweating so much? Without waiting for her to speak, he gently wiped her sweat, his eyes full of concern. Jiang Ruantang stared at him frowning as he wiped the sweat, completely entranced, her heart racing. Yu Jianglong looked down in confusion. Ruantang, why are you looking at me like that? She quickly realized she was being infatuated and hurriedly pushed him away, turning her head. No, I'm Fine. Yu Jianglong breathed a sigh of relief, half squatting down to wipe the dust off her feet, like a knight serving a princess. Jiang Ruantang coughed lightly and leaned in with a smile. Yu Jianglong, you kind of look like a knight. Yu Jianglong tilted his head. What is a knight? She didn't explain, instead saying, forget it. It's better if you don't be a knight. Although Yu Jianglong didn't understand. He noticed she was unhappy and silently decided not to be a knight. Suddenly, a harsh sound pierced the air, and Jiang Ruantang covered her ears. What is that sound? Yu Jianglong turned back. It's the siren signal of the merfolk, transmitted by sound waves. When the sound wave stopped, Yu Jianglong frowned. And when Jiang Ruantang asked what was wrong, he only said it was nothing. Then, Yu Jianglong dove into the water and swam away. And Jiang Ruantang jumped in after him. Her human legs could hardly compare to his fishtail, and she used all her swimming skills just to barely keep up with Yu Jianglong. The place they swam to was the gathering area of the merfolk. A large group of merfolk surrounded them, and when they saw Yu Jianglong approaching, they immediately parted to make a path. The elder bowed and shouted, "Welcome, leader." The other merfolk behind followed suit, paying their respects. Yu Jianglan simply nodded lightly, signaling everyone not to be overly formal. The elder raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the other elders and directly asked, "Leader, where is your partner?" Yu Jianglan's already cold expression instantly turned dark, his gaze like icicles fixated on the elders. The elder, however, showed no fear. "Leader, don't forget our clan's rules. Your partner must choose 3 from among the merfolk to continue the bloodline. If you refuse, you must face punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jianglan skillfully swam to a platform-like structure. Several iron chains suddenly shot out, tightly binding his wounds that Jiang Ruantang had just bandaged yesterday. He gritted his teeth and endured, but the suppressed pain made him groan, which was heart-wrenching to hear. Jiang Ruantang's breath caught, so he didn't want to share himself that he had been punished all along. That wound that was still bad was all because of her. A sharp pain pierced her heart, and without thinking, Jiang Ruantang rushed out and tightly hugged Yu Jianglan. Another iron chain immediately wrapped around her neck, choking her so she couldn't breathe. This was the pain he endured every day. Yu Jianglan's eyes flashed with panic, and the chains binding him shattered into pieces. Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang looked at the broken chains, both pained and anxious, and before she could think too much, she blacked out. When she woke up again, the system's voice was intermittent. "Mission completed. Will gain modern knowledge automatically. Host and invalid." The voice disappeared, and Jiang Ruantang wanted to ask, but couldn't make a sound. Her neck was sore and painful. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yu Jianglan's anxious face, and the physician beside him looked somewhat familiar. She desperately wanted to speak, but all that came out was a hoarse sound. Her throat felt like it was on fire. At that moment, a female pushed the physician aside, and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly reached out. "It's Qimi." Qimi touched her neck with concern. "Ruantang, don't speak. You've injured your vocal cords and lost your voice. Take good care of yourself, and you'll be fine soon." Jiang Ruantang pointed at Qimi, then pointed to the excited iron arm beside her. Qimi leaned closer and whispered, "It's the male you brought here. He is handsome, but I heard their females have it tough." Yu Jianglan brought over warm water. "Ruantang, drink some water to soothe your throat." Jiang Ruantang took it and drank. But Iron Arm suddenly asked, "Where are Jieyu and Kadian? You're already pregnant. Why aren't they here?" Jiang Ruantang wanted to explain, but after gesturing for a long time, she couldn't make it clear and could only let her hands fall. Qimi took Iron Arm and the physician away, telling her to rest well. Yu Jianglan sat by the bed, looking wilted and obviously unhappy. Jiang Ruantang couldn't ask, so she just tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. Yu Jianglan bit his lip and asked, "Ruantang, the 2 that the bear clan male mentioned earlier, are they also your partners?" Jiang Ruantang wanted to explain that Kadian wasn't, but could only nod and shake her head, ultimately nodding. Unexpectedly, Yu Jianglan looked even more aggrieved and turned his back to her. Jiang Ruantang was startled. This little fish was actually jealous. She deliberately made a big noise as she burrowed into the quilt. And when Yu Jianglan turned back to see she was really sleeping, he simply ran outside to the pond to sulk alone. Jiang Ruantang heard the sound of water and secretly laughed. "Serves you right for being jealous." That night was restless. Jiang Ruantang always felt someone calling her. When she woke up, she saw a little bear cub lying on her, playing. Qimi was beside her, unable to pull them apart. "Ruantang, you're awake." "They are too noisy." Jiang Ruantang got up, startled to find the little bear cub was half her height, but she still hadn't seen Yu Jianglan. Qimi said, "He went to hunt for fierce beasts, afraid you would be hungry. It's from his merfolk tribe. I don't know if it will work on land." Jiang Ruantang's body stiffened. Yu Jianglan could easily hunt in the sea, but the land was different. She gestured for a long time, but Qimi didn't understand, so she quickly pointed to Iron Arm to show her concern. Qimi immediately stopped Iron Arm. "Ruantang's male merfolk went hunting. She is worried. You should go take a look." Iron Arm pouted but still responded and left. Jiang Ruantang sighed in relief, poked the bear cub's face, and the bear cub rolled over for her to rub. Oh my, she could actually pet a bear. How delightful. The bear cub took up half the bed and pushed her, and Qimi saw this and punched the bear cub. "You little brat. You're pushing Ruantang." Jiang Ruantang smiled, touching her belly. "Her little fox with Jie, you would also be this cute, right?" Qimi kicked the bear cub and asked, "Whose baby is this?" Jiang Ruantang lowered her head to reveal the partner mark on her lower back, and Qimi understood. "I thought you would partner with Kadian. I didn't expect it to be a merfolk." Jiang Ruantang was lost in thought when Yu Jianglan returned, dragging a beast twice his size, handling its fur outside. Iron Arm, with a dark face, came in and pulled Qimi. "Is he really a merfolk?" Jiang Ruantang nodded. An iron arm forced a smile. 9-crown merfolk. Super strong. Your partner is not ordinary. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. Yu Jianglan was actually as strong as Wu Lan. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he could save Jieyu. Chimi comforted Iron Arm. But Iron Arm, with one hand holding her and the other carrying the bear cub, walked away, passing by Yu Jianglan, who snorted coldly. Jiang Ruantang stared at Yu Jianglan's figure. Although she couldn't speak, she could clearly feel her heart racing. Jiang Ruantang pressed her hand against her heart, gritting her teeth and lowering her head. When Yu Jianglan finished handling the beast and entered the room, he saw her lost in thought and, despite being angry, couldn't bear to see her unhappy. He leaned down and gently asked, Ruantang, what do you want to eat? I'll go get it. Jiang Ruantang suddenly came to her senses, meeting his eyes, her heart racing so fast she felt it would stop. Yu Jianglan grew anxious. Ruantang, is something wrong? Did the elder come looking for you? Jiang Ruantang pulled his arm and shook her head, which eased his worry a bit. What are you worried about? The more gentle he was, the more guilty Jiang Ruantang felt. She could only look up and force a smile, still holding onto him tightly. That night, seeing Yu Jianglan heading to the pond, Jiang Ruantang grabbed him, blushing after gesturing for a long time, pointing to the spot beside her. Yu Jianglan was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting, overly excited. Ruantang, do you want me to sleep with you? Jiang Ruantang's face turned even redder, and he directly wrapped his arms around her waist, lying face to face. Jiang Ruantang looked up and saw the stars shining in his eyes, unable to look directly at him, so she could only rest her forehead against his chest. Yu Jianglan's body was super cool. Sticking to him during the hot drought felt extremely comfortable, and Jiang Ruantang smiled in her sleep. Yu Jianglan endured the difficulty. Although it was uncomfortable not to be in the water for a night, it was worth it to gain her reliance. For several days, Jiang Ruantang remained voiceless. But Yu Jianglan secretly enjoyed it. She relied on him so much. One day she tried to speak, cough cough, and found her throat didn't hurt as much, instantly feeling better. Watching Yu Jianglan prepare to hunt, she was curious. How strong could he be to scare Iron Arm? After all, Az and Jie were only 6 crowns, while Yu Jianglan was 9 crowns. Yu Jianglan finished packing and was ready to set off. Ruantang, what's wrong? He wanted to hunt more so that the thin Ruantang could replenish her strength. Jiang Ruantang was feeling distressed. After becoming pregnant, her appetite had greatly increased. Yu Jianglan brought fierce beasts back every day, and her belly was getting bigger, her face rounder, even more so than when she was with Jieyu. She grabbed Yu Jianglan, her face full of anticipation, but he firmly said, no, it's too dangerous. I can't let you take risks. Jiang Ruantang was rejected and turned away in anger. Yu Jianglan panicked. She turned back to gesture. Just watch from a distance, it won't be a problem. In the sheep tribe, there weren't many hunting males besides Tai Bai, who also didn't want to partner with Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan preferred to act alone. He picked up Jiang Ruantang, and she was still pondering. She must have gained weight during this time. She wondered if he was tired. Jiang Ruantang worried for nothing. Her weight was too light in Yu Jianglan's eyes. Yu Jianglan thought, a female being too light means she's not getting enough nutrition. And since Ruantang is pregnant, what if there are complications during childbirth? He absolutely wouldn't allow that. He even complained about the male who left not being able to take care of anyone. Yu Jianglan was incredibly fast on land. Once he found a suitable fierce beast, he placed Jiang Ruantang on a high branch. Jiang Ruantang stared at him, seeing sharp claws appear on his hands and an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This feeling was exactly the same as with Wu Chuan. Look closely. Behind Yu Jianglan, a merman form emerged, the fish tail wrapped around a star crown, with 9 stars shining at the tip of the crown. Jiang Ruantang was left dumbfounded, her heart forgetting to beat. Yu Jianglan, fearing she would get anxious, moved at an unbelievable speed, flashing beside the fierce beast and swiftly plunging his claws in. The beast was instantly dead. Jiang Ruantang finally understood what it meant to be strong. In the beastman world, a sufficiently strong male could kill prey without even thinking. Yu Jianglan was as explosive as Wu Chuan. No wonder he could be the leader of the merman tribe. She immediately decided she must take him to the main city. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Ruantang suddenly fell. She screamed, only to realize her voice was actually fine. Yu Jianglan moved even faster, catching her steadily under the tree, breathlessly asking, Ruantang, are you okay? He was even more anxious than Jiang Ruantang, holding her tightly in his arms. He absolutely couldn't lose her. The fur of the beast they hunted this time was stunningly beautiful. After returning to the grass hut, Yu Jianglan placed her on the bed and went to wash his bloody clothes. Jiang Ruantang was touched. The beast he hunted went into his own stomach. She had to reward him. She tried to call out Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan immediately turned around with a smile. Ruantang, you can speak now? Jiang Ruantang nodded while touching her throat. Even though her voice sounded like a duck's quack, it was good enough that she could talk. She asked, do you only have one piece of bee skin clothing? Yu Jianglan shyly looked down. I'm a merman. I don't need to wear anything in the sea. And my skills are really poor. I'm afraid you might dislike it. Jiang Ruantang was excited. That's great. She quickly hushed up, fearing to hurt him. As she circled around Yu Jianglan to measure his waist, he suddenly sniffed himself and quickly ran outside to jump into the pool to wash off, afraid of stinking her out. Jiang Ruantang was stunned and laughed. This is too cute. Jiang Ruantang's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and she couldn't sleep well at night, often dreaming about Jie getting into trouble, calling out for him in her sleep with cold sweat on her forehead. Yu Jianglan heard her from the poolside, and when he entered the room to see her in pain, he placed his hand on her belly, without the father beast around. The cubs would be restless and make the female suffer. He softly said, a bunch of little ones, don't stir your mother too much. After a while, Jiang Ruantang's expression softened, and she fell back into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Ruantang slept until noon, and as soon as she woke up, she saw Yu Jianglan dragging a fierce beast back. Tai Bai and Qimi, seeing him return, no longer stayed by her side. Qimi was always worried about her and often brought bear cubs, while Yu Jianglan also needed someone to watch over her. Gradually, a tacit understanding formed. Tai Bai would help guard with the female, and Yu Jianglan would share some beast meat with them. Jiang Ruantang took the opportunity to glance at Yu Jianglan's waist. She used to be a designer. Her eyes were like a ruler, and she hadn't lost that skill. She shouted, Yu Jianglan, can you give me the beast skin? Yu Jianglan handed it over without hesitation. What S-mine is yours? If you like it, I'll hunt more. Jiang Ruantang quickly waved her hand. No need. You hunt too fast, and there is too much meat to eat. If I ask for more bee skins, I won't want to eat meat anymore. When she took the bee skin and looked at it, she was surprised to find it even glowed. She was curious about what kind of fierce beast it came from. After that, Yu Jianglan continued to hunt a fierce beast every day. But Jiang Ruantang always secretly avoided him. One day, when Yu Jianglan handed over meat, he said, Ruantang, eat. Before he could finish, he saw her hiding the food behind her, awkwardly receiving the meat. Jiang Ruantang was already tired of meat and wanted to eat some light dishes. The vegetables in her space were almost all taken, while the meat piled up like a mountain. Yu Jianglan stared at what was behind her, not asking too many questions. She still hadn't fully trusted him. After a while, Jiang Ruantang finally made the bee skin skirt and folded it up to surprise Yu Jianglan when he returned. But instead of him, she was met by the mermaid elder. And he came alone. Jiang Ruantang immediately took out something for self-defense and warily asked, what are you doing here? Yu Jianglan had gone hunting. Qimi was unwell, and Tai Bai had just taken her away. The elder obviously came at this moment. The elder stared at the mate mark on her left shoulder and said sadly, if you don't want to abide by mermaid customs, it's best to mate with me. Jiang Ruantang took a step back. You're dreaming. The elder continued. You are the female of the tribe leader. If you don't want to choose 3 more, you can only choose me. I am only 1 crown below you, Jianglan. With the best genes. Choosing me means you won't have to choose anyone else. The more Jiang Ruantang looked at his sad eyes, the more uncomfortable she felt. And she directly asked, then tell me, who is C.I. Ruan? Yu Jianglan saw her, as if she had been waiting for 1,000 years. Surely something was related to C.I. Ruan. The elder's expression changed abruptly, as if his reverse scale had been poked. C.I. Ruan is the most perfect female in the Star Core continent. No one can compare. Decades ago, the Star Core continent wasn't as strong as it is now, but all beastmen knew C.I. Ruan. All males wanted to mate with her. But she only had one partner at the time, until one day, C.I. Ruan went to the deep sea to find a male mermaid. She didn't even look at the most authoritative old tribe leader, but instead took a liking to Yu Jianglan, who had just learned the common language. C.I. Ruan treated Yu Jianglan exceptionally well, almost living in the deep sea, because so many males wanted to snatch her to avoid harassment from male mermaids. She built countless caves with Yu Jianglan. C.I. Ruan disappeared for too long. Her land males attacked the mermaid territory, forcefully taking her away. Yu Jianglan's strength skyrocketed, moving so fast that all beastmen couldn't catch up. The elder once hoped to become the tribe leader and remembered C.I. Ruan's flame-like long hair for decades, looking forward to becoming the tribe leader to mate with her. But Yu Jianglan crushed the opponents and became the tribe leader. Later, Ruan came back, and just when she was about to mate, she suddenly disappeared the day before the ceremony. Except for Jiang, none of her other males were seen. No one had seen them for decades. The elder has been brooding over this to this day. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. Jiang almost mated with Ruan. She asked, "How old is Jiang?" If he knew her decades ago, wouldn't he that mean they are from the same generation? The elder looked at her slightly protruding belly and directly picked her up horizontally, pondering that she had Ruan's scent. What if it was true? Jiang Ruantang struggled. "There's no way I would mate with you." The elder suddenly let go, and she immediately protected her lower abdomen. Afraid to move, what if she fell and miscarried? She could only hope Jiang would return. Suddenly, a shadow rushed over and injured the elder. Jiang Ruantang thought it was Jiang, but the two were fighting, and the shadow seemed a bit weaker. Seeing it was losing, it picked her up and ran. Jiang Ruantang grabbed the shadow's hair and saw a black snake tail, screaming, As, stop. You're all scratched up and bleeding." Jiang Ruantang was touched and asked if he needed help, only to be pushed away by a glare from Az. Az said he initially wanted to hide it from Nuo, but Nuo got angry. "Ruantang is so weak. What if the mermaids are fierce and something unexpected happens? If I can't save her, I won't talk to you anymore." No, Nuo even cried. "So he came to save her." Jiang Ruantang said as, "Take me to the main city." She was still worried about not having given Jiang the bee skin skirt, and was afraid of encountering the elder again. She wanted to find Juyu even more. She touched her left shoulder's mate mark, secretly making up her mind. As long as the mark doesn't disappear, she would find Juyu and then return to Jiang. Jiang Ruantang pondered. Breaking the mate mark with Jiang would punish them both. For both emotional and rational reasons, she couldn't let him get hurt. After all, he treated her exceptionally well and had never forced her. As casually asked, "Have you mated with a male mermaid?" He thought Jiang Ruantang wouldn't mate again besides that fox. Jiang Ruantang's ears turned red. Sort of. In fact, they hadn't done anything they were supposed to do. As didn't he ask more, just thought that once he sent her to the main city, Nuo would no longer be angry. Thinking of Nuo on the first day, when Jiang returned to the grass hut. He didn't see Jiang Ruantang, but could smell fish and snake. Tai Bai, feeling guilty, came looking for him, but the next second he was grabbed by the neck. Tai Bai trembled in fear. "Is this still the Jiang I know?" Jiang threw him out of the grass hut and saw the folded bee skin clothes on the grass. Was Ruantang making him new clothes? He put on the clothes. His gaze firm. "Ruantang, I will definitely find you. First, I'll deal with the tribe's troubles. Pay attention. The mermaid tribe cannot stay on land for long. But Jiang can." Before Ruan disappeared, she had given him something that allowed him to stay out of the water for a long time. No one knew about this. The sheep tribe was not far from the main city, as took Jiang Ruantang, which would normally take 2 days, but one was unwilling to carry, and the other didn't dare let him carry. As was worried about Nuo. After being kind enough to take her to the main city, if he really had to carry her, he might end up fighting. The two walked in tacit agreement. Jiang Ruantang was over a month pregnant, and her belly had already protruded. Fox tribe cubs developed well in 2 to 3 months. She had to rest after walking for half a day, or she might risk a miscarriage. Last time she almost had an accident. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her legs and called out, "As let's take a break." Fatigue was almost overwhelming her, and her lower abdomen ached. She shouted to the system to check her body, but there was only a busy tone. Ever since the system sent an unclear task, there had been no news. Things in the space were deteriorating, but thankfully, the small pool was useful. Soaking in it every night made her feel a bit better. I said, "Don't rest. There's a tribe ahead." Jiang Ruantang quickened her pace, not noticing the little fish mark on her space wristband, which was cracking along with the fox mark. Upon reaching the tribe, Jiang Ruantang's face darkened. There were quite a few scorpion tribe members here, as casually found a grass hut. "We'll sleep here tonight." Jiang Ruantang saw that it was full of tiger tribe and wolf tribe males, her heart racing, and she pulled her cloak tighter. A male from the tiger tribe stood up and grabbed her shoulder with a wicked smile. "Beastmen bring little females here. Is it to let everyone have a taste?" Jiang Ruantang trembled all over, and as she tilted her head, she saw his greedy face. As didn't he say anything, moving so fast that he left an afterimage, biting down on the tiger tribe male's shoulder. His teeth were venomous, and that male kneeled down, holding on for less than 2 minutes before transforming into beast form. The Starcore 3-crown mark flashed, and then disappeared. The person was gone. The place that was noisy just a moment ago instantly fell silent. No one expected that the star-course six-crown character was hiding here. Jiang Ruantang struggled to move and entered the grass hut under S-Watch. As slithered in, seeing her collapsed on the grass mat before speaking. This is called the hunting desire room. There's one near every tribe. Everyone here is desperate. Mostly those rejected by females who can't mate. Those without mates are actually stronger. Just sleep peacefully and don't meddle. Jiang Ruantang took off her cloak and stiffly turned her head to ask. They want to break in, right? I just feel like there's not a single good male outside. I thought for a moment. Hard to say. Just 3 words made Jiang Ruantang's heart sink. But he added, don't be afraid. There's no one stronger than me here. The rule of the hunting desire house is that the strong take precedence. With nowhere else to go at night, we can only make do here for one night. Jiang Ruantang was already having trouble sleeping, and the strange sounds outside were driving her crazy. Little female, be good. You'll be fine soon. A male voice drifted in. Was this bullying a female? She saw that, as was not at the door, and boldly lifted a corner of the curtain. A group of males surrounded a female, who was struggling desperately, but to no avail. No one managed the hunting desire house. It was just a crowd watching the excitement. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth. As wasn't here, and she was pregnant too, so she shouldn't get involved. Just as she was about to drop the curtain, she heard a female shout, let me go. A bunch of bastards. Jiang Ruantang's body stiffened. This voice was too familiar. She shook her head to convince herself it was impossible, but still lifted the curtain again. Under the moonlight, she could see the face clearly, and the crimson eyes made her heart tremble. It was Wei Ran. She covered her mouth in shock. Wei Ran should be in the beaching tribe. How could she be here? The males were still tugging at Wei Ran's clothes. And Jiang Ruantang put on a cloak and hid behind the grass hut. Wei Ran was desperately protecting her clothes, her crimson eyes glaring angrily. One male reached out, only to be bitten on the arm, causing blood to flow. He spat out blood but still dared to stare. The other 2 males immediately held her arms down. Jiang Ruantang threw a stone, and the 3 males instantly became alert, afraid that a strong one would come to snatch. A wolf tribe male shouted, go take a look. This is the beaching saintess. Don't let her be taken. A bear tribe male went to check, leaving 2 still watching Wei Ran, ready to act. What are you doing here? A sudden voice came from behind, and Jiang Ruantang almost screamed. Turning around, she saw As and quickly said, help that female. As face turned cold. I only ensure your safety, nothing else. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth. She couldn't trouble As, but she couldn't just leave Wei Ran alone. Just as she was preparing to make a move, a shadow rushed in quickly to save Wei Ran. The wolf tribe male shouted. The next second, he was silenced. The other one on the ground didn't escape either. Wei Ran hugged her chest tightly, warily watching the male, who sneered, I'm not interested in you. The male awkwardly stared at Wei Ran's exposed chest, but in the end, he draped his cloak over her. Jiang Ruantang widened her eyes in disbelief. It turned out to be a male from the Scorpion tribe. She didn't have time to think, rushing directly to Wei Ran's side. This was the Scorpion tribe that had once wanted to attack the beaching tribe. Wei Ran tightened her grip on the cloak, filled with hostility towards Jiang Ruantang. But when she met Jiang Ruantang's worried gaze, she suddenly froze, until she reached out to pinch Jiang Ruantang's face, her eyes reddening, holding back tears. She threw herself into Jiang Ruantang's arms. Jiang Ruantang repeatedly comforted her. Wei Ran, it's okay now. Yet Wei Ran clung tightly to her cloak. The Scorpion tribe male frowned and awkwardly said, this place isn't safe. Take her to a safe place. Jiang Ruantang shot him a cold glance. Scorpions were not good. But it made sense. She glanced at As not far away and helped Wei Ran run towards the grass hut. The Scorpion tribe male tried to enter the hut, but was flung away by As with a flick of his tail. Both males were unwilling to back down. The Scorpion tribe male was a 5-crown, weaker than As, and could only guard outside the door. Jiang Ruantang ignored the commotion outside and focused on treating Wei Ran's wounds. Those wolf tribe males were too brutal. Wei Ran's arms were covered in scratches. Just looking at them was painful. She softly said, Wei Ran, tell me if it hurts. I'll be gentle. Clearly, when she and Jiu left, the beaching tribe was still fine. How could Wei Ran have ended up like this? Her body was weak and swayed as if about to fall. Her eyes filled with sadness and vigilance, alert to any noise, no longer the innocent girl from before. Jiang Ruantang saw she was tired and didn't ask more, just said, you sleep first. I'll be by your side. Wei Ran nodded blankly, and when she saw Jiang Ruantang take off the cloak, her eyes suddenly brightened, reaching out to poke her protruding belly, smiling. Jiang Ruantang laughed. I'm pregnant. Wei Ran laughed along, but in less than 2 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. She was just too tired. Jiang Ruantang lay beside her with a pained heart. With us around, they should be fine. The next morning, Jiang Ruantang woke up to find Wei Ran staring at her belly, startling her. You woke up so early? Wei Ran nodded, her voice hoarse and unlike a female's. Ruan, how many months is your baby? Jiang Ruantang was shocked and covered her mouth. Your voice. Wei Ran smiled. Sorry to scare you. My voice won't get better. Once, her voice was as cheerful as a bird, but now it had turned like this. Jiang Ruantang stroked her with pity. What on earth happened? Wei Ran sighed. That day, I looked for you, only to find you and the fox were gone. The tribe leader said you left. Not long after you left, the scorpion tribe launched a large-scale attack on the tribe. No one was prepared. Wei Ran closed her eyes tightly, full of sorrow. Basil was severely injured and could only take Wei Sha and the cubs away. The last time I saw them, Wei Sha was still shouting. Wei Ran is still in the tribe, but Basil said they had to take the cubs away. After that, my parents were killed, and because I was taken to the scorpion tribe. I don't even remember how I escaped. But Wei Ran could never forget the inhumane treatment she received in the scorpion tribe, nor the hatred for the massacre of her tribe. Jiang Ruantang understood too. She had once died tragically at the hands of the scorpion tribe. Who would have thought that after she and Jieyu left, the beaching tribe would be destroyed? She held Wei Ran and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wei Ran shook her head. You did nothing wrong. It's all the scorpion tribe's fault. All scorpion males should die. Jiang Ruantang had never seen such overwhelming hatred in her eyes. The once pure Wei Ran had long been worn away by more than a month of torment. Jiang Ruantang told Wei Ran to rest well, and when she went outside, she saw the scorpion tribe male from last night squatting not far away, making her shiver. As flicked his tongue, he doesn't dare to act, and besides, he is that little female's mate. Jiang Ruantang was stunned and slowly walked over to ask, What are you doing here? If you dare to touch Wei Ran, I will never spare you. The male said little, only introducing himself as Tan, then handed over a bundle. Jiang Ruantang cautiously opened it, only to find it was female leather clothing and food. Seeing her concerns, Tan picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It's not poisoned. She is too thin, needs to eat. After saying that, he awkwardly changed his position but could still detect any movement instantly. What did this scorpion tribe male want? Jiang Ruantang said to Az, Please keep an eye on him. Az sniffed the bundle. The things are not poisoned. Jiang Ruantang took the bundle inside and immediately saw Wei Ran facing away from the door. Below her back was the unmistakable mate mark, a star surrounded by a scorpion. Its tail stinger seemingly targeting her, fierce and dangerous. Hearing the noise, Wei Ran froze and turned around stiffly. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to hand her the items, she saw Wei Ran's mouth full of food remnants, her eyes evasive as she tried to hide. She had devoured a huge piece of wild boar leg. Jiang Ruantang panicked. You ate so much? What if you get a stomachache? While saying this, she helped wipe Wei Ran's mouth. But Wei Ran suddenly threw the bundle on the ground, her eyes cold. Who could have guessed that she and Tan were mates? The bundle scattered, revealing several pieces of leather clothing and meat. Jiang Ruantang sat down helplessly and asked, Why did you become mates with this scorpion tribe male? Wei Ran bit her lip, her nails digging into her skin. I could only become mates with him to avoid the coercion of other scorpion tribe males. No scorpion males are good. It turns out all the scorpion males wanted to take me. Tan is the scorpion king's only son, with him protecting me. I was safe for a while until I escaped. Wei Ran grasped Jiang Ruantang's hand, pleading, Ruan, take me away. I have nowhere to go. The tribe is gone. My family is gone. I only have you left. Jiang Ruantang hugged her with a pained heart. I need to go to the main city. Jie was falsely accused of killing a female, and he was taken away. I need to save him. Do you want to come with me? Wei Ran nodded without thinking. Wherever you go, I go. Maybe when we get to the main city, everything will be all right. Wei Ran looked at Az and pointed at Jiang Ruantang's shoulder. The snake outside is your mate, and there's a mermaid mark. You actually have 3 mates. In the past, Jiang Ruantang only had Jieyu, and this speed was too fast. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly waved her hands. No, Az has a mate. The mermaid mark is an accident. Wei Ran nodded. Who would have thought a male would protect a female? Softy's luck is incredible. She asked again, What about your male mermaid? Jiang Ruantang didn't speak. She couldn't exactly say she had shaken him off. She was still avoiding you, Jianglan, and it had been so long. He should have returned to the sea by now. Seeing her shake her head, Wei Ran didn't press further, with Softy around. She finally didn't have to be on edge. Jiang Ruantang said, "Once you heal, we'll go to the main city." Wei Ran fell asleep in her arms, and the spatial ring cracked open again, the system prompting, "Task completed. Reward, unlimited modern knowledge." Jiang Ruantang frowned, not paying much attention. Wei Ran was weak, and as Tan gave her all their food, Jiang Ruantang asked Tan if he liked Wei Ran. He blushed and stubbornly said, "Who likes her? That rude female. I'm afraid if she starves, it'll be my fault." Wei Ran overheard this and chased him for a day. Tan didn't fight back and protected her. Jiang Ruantang didn't have a good impression of the Scorpion clan, but Tan truly cared for Wei Ran, so she didn't get involved. As was on high alert every day, the Hunting Desire tribe wasn't a proper tribe, but luckily he was a 6-crowned and Tan was a 5-crowned. No one dared to provoke them. Jiang Ruantang told Az, "Wei Ran is almost healed. We'll go to the main city tomorrow." Az nodded, speaking very little. Only to Softy did he talk a lot. Jiang Ruantang felt guilty. "Thank you. Once we reach the main city, we can clear the debts." Az lightly acknowledged her. To reach the main city, they had to pass through 2 tribes, and it felt awkward for the 4 of them to travel together. Tan wanted to carry Wei Ran, but she was unwilling, as wouldn't do it either, so they had to walk. They arrived at a small tribe before dark. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to ask, she suddenly froze. This tribe was full of male Pegasus. Az frowned. The Pegasus tribe always hid, yet they were surprisingly gathered here. The Pegasus male who was questioned took a wary step back. "Who are you? What do you want? I've never seen such a strange combination of 2 females and 2 males." He flew up and pointed a weapon at them. Jiang Ruantang looked at his wings and thought of Karshan. His wings were slightly smaller than Karshan's. Seeing Jiang Ruantang staring at him, the male flew back. "You're wrapped up so tightly. You must be an illegal beast, man. Besides the 2 from the Scorpion clan who are partners. You don't look like a pair at all." Just as the Pegasus tribe had settled down, they were found. What bad luck. The Pegasus youth glared at Jiang Ruantang and Wei Ran. "Our tribe doesn't welcome other males. You should leave quickly. The little female can stay if she wants." He pointed his weapon directly at Az and Tan. Az's eyes darkened, and Tan was also displeased. The 2 males acted in perfect unison, their tails extending, scorpion tail and snake tail, directly capturing the Pegasus youth. The youth struggled and screamed, "Let me go," but his strength was too weak to break free. Tan mocked. "Turns out he's just a little brat." Wei Ran found him even more disgusting. The youth was scared but still shouted defiantly, "Let go of me. Be careful. Our tribe's junior shaman will deal with you." Az immediately revealed his snake face to intimidate, and the youth immediately shut up, though he was still unconvinced. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. "Junior shaman?" The system didn't react, and Wei Ran explained. "Besides the tribe leader, it's the junior shaman and the elder. The junior shaman is super powerful and still young." Jiang Ruantang immediately thought of Karshan. He would definitely make a great junior shaman. Watching the youth being held down, she felt sorry and quickly urged the 2 to let him go. Az frowned and released him, and as soon as the youth was free, he flew up. The commotion attracted more male Pegasus, who all flew out from the tree holes. It was safer for them there. One male stared at Wei Ran and said, "Look, this little female is really pretty." Wei Ran felt uncomfortable under their gaze and instinctively shrank back. Tan immediately stood in front of her, looking displeased. A male voice called out, "Bijai, what's going on?" The previously noisy males instantly fell silent. The youth named Bijai lowered his head, placing his hand on his chest in a salute. This newcomer must be an important figure. Jiang Ruantang looked up and saw the leader of the Pegasus tribe land. Immediately noticing as S6 crowns and Tan S5 crowns, they were both strong. He bowed his head to greet them. "Apologies. We just settled down and haven't seen outsiders before, causing the little female to be frightened." Jiang Ruantang nodded in return and noticed the leader staring at Wei Ran, quickly blocking him and lowering her own cloak. Jiang Ruantang smiled and said, "We intruded into your sacred ground. We truly have no other choice. Can we stay for one night?" Her voice was sweet, and the males peeking out were stunned, all staring at her cloak. The leader hesitated, not responding for a long time. Jiang Ruantang asked, "Does the leader find it inappropriate?" The leader frowned but agreed, "It's fine. It's just that the junior shaman hasn't returned yet. Staying one night should be okay." Jiang Ruantang thanked the leader and followed Bijai to a clean tree hole that was unoccupied. Since it was a tribe with a junior shaman, outsiders needed the junior shaman's approval. But this time, it was an exception. Once inside the tree hole, Jiang Ruantang was so tired that she sat on the grass, exposing her belly. All along, she had been protecting her belly tightly, afraid of encountering bad people. Thinking that she could relax tonight, she collapsed on the grass, feeling incredibbly comfortable. She and T rested for 2 minutes when Wei Ran suddenly shouted, "Get out!" Jiang Ruantang immediately woke up and hurried to the tree hole in trance to see what was happening. At a glance, she saw Wei Ran kicking Tan out of the tree hole. Tan landed safely, feeling both angry and wronged, and Jiang Ruantang almost laughed out loud. Looking down, there were tree holes everywhere, and male Pegasus were on the ground. As was being practical, he found a grass hut to settle near Jiang Ruantang. The sky was still early, and the male Pegasus were busy, flapping their large wings and making a lot of noise. Jiang Ruantang looked at this scene and suddenly thought of Karshan. She never expected to come to his tribe, though she hadn't seen him. Looking at these males always reminded her of him. The more she thought, the sadder she became. Karshan had been gone for almost 3 months, and she didn't know how he was doing. In the first 2 days after he left, she kept dreaming that Karshan was killed by a strong beast man. If it weren't for being poisoned and losing strength, Karshan would have definitely become the junior shaman of the Pegasus tribe. Jiang Ruantang slapped her face to wake up. Thinking of Karshan made her feel guilty. He had gotten injured protecting her and left while still hurt. Now she had to go to the main city first. Perhaps they could meet again in the future. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ruantang woke up in pain, drenched in sweat, with a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. As she gasped for air, she recalled the dream. Karshan was in a pool of blood, Jieyu covered in blood, and Yu Jianglan with red eyes blocking her in front, frightening like a premonition. Softy. Wei Ran heard the noise and shouted, but she couldn't get down from the tree hole and didn't want to call Tan. Jiang Ruantang climbed up and realized it was already bright outside. The sun was scorching. She poked her head out and waved. Wei Ran, I'm fine. Wei Ran sighed in relief, and Tan also relaxed. Wei Ran had been so anxious earlier that she almost jumped down, as heard the voices and used his snake tail to bring Jiang Ruantang down. Luckily, the tree hole wasn't too high, or she would have definitely been afraid of heights. Bajai came over and said, "The junior shaman wants to see you." Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Didn't he say the junior shaman hadn't returned last night? Bajai explained, "The junior shaman just returned this morning and hasn't rested before meeting you." Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. This junior shaman was too responsible. Wei Ran couldn't get down from the tree hole and sought as for help. As usually didn't touch other females, his face dark as a pot bottom. But he still used his snake tail to lower her down. Tan looked at as with suspicion, and as glared back, full of disdain, as if to say that he couldn't even handle his own female. The few of them followed Bajai, but the further they went, the more wrong it felt. The path deviated from the tribe. Jiang Ruantang stopped and asked, "Where are you taking us?" Bajai, feeling guilty, tried to cover. "To see the junior shaman. I'm not threatening you, so let you go." The youth's eyes were clear, but Jiang Ruantang felt uneasy, as kept a close watch on Bajai, making him feel uneasy, his little wings shrinking. The Pegasus tribe's settlement was actually quite nice, not far from the sea. With trees for cover, they could dig tree holes and build grass huts. But Bajai's direction was getting more and more off, and the surroundings became eerie. Looking nothing like a place to meet people, Jiang Ruantang murmured. Bajai had just transformed. Did he dare do this? Was it approved by the tribe leader? No one in the Pegasus tribe had seen Jiang Ruantang's face, so Bajai's actions made no sense. She felt increasingly uneasy, and just as she was about to ask, something suddenly bound her, and when she turned back, Wei Ran and the others had all disappeared. "Bajai!" Jiang Ruantang shouted. But Beijia only stopped in his tracks, turned around, and revealed a sinister smile that didn't resemble a teenager at all. In the next second, Jiang Ruantang was lifted into the air, her arms and legs bound tightly. The bindings were thin and tough, and no amount of struggling was useful. Beijia flew over, tore off her cloak, and stared at her face in a daze. "You're actually so beautiful." As soon as he finished speaking, the bindings suddenly tightened, even choking her neck. Jiang Ruantang groaned uncomfortably, and Beijia immediately shouted into the darkness, "If anything happens to her, you'll regret it." The bindings loosened a bit, and Beijia tore off all her cloaks, frowning when he saw her slightly protruding belly. "You're actually pregnant?" He reached out to touch Jiang Ruantang's stomach, scaring her so much that she trembled all over, shouting angrily, "What do you want?" But Beijia just smiled, staring at the partner mark on her shoulder. No matter whose child it is, if both marks are destroyed, the child will naturally die. His eyes were manic and terrifying, making Jiang Ruantang scream in fear. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. But Bei Jie didn't listen at all. He took out a bowl of water. Be good. Drink this, and I'll help you dissolve the bond. From now on, you only need me as your male. Jiang Ruantang's eyes were filled with terror. Dissolving the bond would make her lose the child, and also lose Jie and Yu Jianglan. As she saw the water being brought to her lips, Jiang Ruantang struggled desperately, but her mouth was forcibly pried open and the water was poured in. She suddenly felt very drowsy, and just before she fell deeply asleep, she saw Bei Jie's triumphant smile, which was disgusting to the extreme. In her dazed state, she felt something inside her flowing away, painful as if being crushed by a rock, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, she heard Bei Jie exclaim, "How could this happen?" But Jiang Ruantang was already too weak to listen, feeling light as a feather. Had she died? Pay attention. In the deep sea, Yu Jianglan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, instantly realizing, Ruan. This is the bond dissolving ceremony. He stared at the ocean's surface, filled with sorrow. Was Ruan really going to sever their relationship? Jie, who was imprisoned in the main city, also sensed something was wrong. Although it didn't hurt as much, he was furious. Ruan is in trouble. He didn't believe that Jiang Ruantang would dissolve the bond. She must have encountered danger. He revealed his sharp claws and tore open the cage in one swipe. Jie, you have such a big nerve. Wu Chuan swung his snake tail and struck him fiercely. Wu Chuan had no intention of returning Jie. He had his own plans, and wouldn't allow him to act recklessly. Jie sneered. What do you want if you're not handing me over to the Fox Tribe Lord? Wu Chuan lowered his eyes. Cold yet fragile. You'll know in the future. Jiang Ruantang felt as if she had fallen on a cotton. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw a figure rushing towards her. A person with red hair, fox ears, and a tail. Her eyes lit up instantly as she shouted, Jie. Jiang Ruantang desperately tried to break free from her bindings and rush towards Jie, wanting to leap into his familiar embrace, but ended up falling into empty space. Jie vanished like smoke, and she turned to see Yu Jianglan behind her. Yu Jianglan stood there with sorrowful eyes, tears falling like pearls. Ruan, do you still want to dissolve the bond? A mermaid will turn into foam when the bond is dissolved. Without your love, this is my final destination. Jiang Ruantang's pupils constricted as she watched him slowly turn into foam, screaming, no, reaching out to grab him, but nothing stayed. She stared blankly at the foam in her palm, then looked down to find her feet covered in blood, and her hands were also stained with it. Looking up, there were orc corpses everywhere. The bodies clung to her tightly, preventing her from escaping even a single step. She broke down and shouted, Why? What is happening? Seeing Jiang Ruantang's body turn red, Bei Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't in vain. He had given Jiang Ruantang the moon emotion water, which could make a female dissolve the bond in her dreams. Although it didn't harm her physically, it could subject her to psychological torment. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to go insane from the torment, someone gently called her, Ruan, I'm by your side. A hot and familiar embrace enveloped her, and she murmured, I don't want to dissolve the bond. I don't want to lose. In the next second, Jiang Ruantang's body underwent a sudden transformation. Her legs turned into a fishtail, fox ears sprouted from her head, and the partner marks of Jie and Yu Jianglan began to glow. Jieyu's mark on her lower back transformed into a complete fox, alluring yet dangerous. Yu Jianglan's mark moved to her left ankle, with a small fish holding a pearl like an anklet. Bei Jie thought he had succeeded and just reached out to touch Jiang Ruantang's face, only to be pushed and smashed against a tree, knocking him out cold. Jiang Ruantang's eyes flashed with blue light, as if a phoenix was flying, raising her hand to make Bei Jie experience the suffocating sensation of the deep sea. Struggling desperately, but to no avail. Pay attention. In the deep sea, Jianglan suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Jiang Ruantang dealing with Bei Jie. A star crown emerging from her fishtail. The star crown grew larger, encircling her fishtail, eventually forming a feather spiral ring, with diamond-shaped dots forming 9 crowns. Just 3 short. He closed his eyes to feel the power, raised his hand to create a water tornado, causing an explosion. Jie, imprisoned in the main city, also stirred. A star crown emerged from his tail, shrinking and attaching to the center of his tail, while the feather spiral ring gained 6 diamond marks. At the moment the marks glowed, his claws became sharp, and he was full of strength. Wu Chuan frowned in shock. Divine gift from the beast god. Beast mark evolution. That little female actually did it. Legend has it that only the little females chosen by the beast god could complete the evolution of the beast mark. Once evolved, The female could possess half the strength of the male, and the male could sense the female's status no matter where he was, and could directly rush to the peak strength of his current level. Jiang Ruantang took a deep breath and lowered her hand. And Bei Jie suddenly seemed to return to land, gasping for air, but he revealed a look of obsession. Little female, I underestimated you. Saying this, he reached out, and something suddenly approached from all around. This female was different from others. He had to have her. When Jiang Ruantang woke up, she saw light and looked at the clean grass hut, still in a daze. Was being captured by Bei Jie a dream? She suddenly sat up and touched her left shoulder, her heart sinking. Yu Jianglan's partner Mark was gone. Lifting the beast's skin blanket, she saw her belly still protruding, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The child is still there, but why is Yu Jianglan's Mark gone? She felt around her lower back. Although she couldn't see it, she felt that Jie Yu's mark should still be there. Just then, the long silent system suddenly popped up. Congratulations, host, on completing the beast mark evolution. Triggered the divine gift from the beast god, and obtained the bloodline of the Phoenix tribe. Jiang Ruantang was startled. Beast mark evolution? The system explained. Your beast mark has evolved, and your partner's male beastman's abilities will greatly increase. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly asked, then why is Yu Jianglan's mark gone? The system replied, it hasn't disappeared. You have accepted him more, and the mark has moved to the position it truly belongs. Jiang Ruantang was even more confused. Just wanted to sleep when she suddenly woke up. That wasn't a dream. They really were plotted against by Bei Jie. She tossed aside the blanket and got out of bed, but was pulled down by an iron chain. Falling to her knees on the ground, there were actually iron chains in the beast world. She couldn't move the iron chain, but she did see the mark on her left ankle. Just as she was lamenting that the mark had moved, there was noise outside, and she hurriedly lay back down to pretend to sleep. You are awake? Get up and eat something. A stuttering little female entered, and Jiang Ruantang wanted to pretend to sleep, but her stomach betrayed her and growled, so she had to get up. Turning her head, she trembled. This little female was delicate and thin, but had several spider-like tentacles behind her. The little female hurriedly said, and no, I'm sorry I scared you. She tried to block her tentacles, but couldn't. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she was dreaming. The little female placed food in front of her and retreated. Jiang Ruantang looked at the food, but dared not move, afraid it was poisonous. The little female could see her concerns and stuttered to explain, and no poison, Bei Jie still wants to keep you. Jiang Ruantang swallowed. Right, Bei Jie wanted to kill her. He had acted last night. Jiang Ruantang thought, I can skip eating, but the baby needs nutrition. There's less than a month until I give birth. I must take care of my body. She picked up the food and ate it, and the little female across from her smiled happily. She didn't look scary when she smiled. After the little female cleaned up the dishes, Jiang Ruantang pulled her to ask, what do you want to do? But the little female didn't answer, only focusing on cleaning. For the next few days, this little female brought her food, and Bei Jie didn't show up once. Jiang Ruantang tried to get closer. Hey, what is your name? The little female looked up. My name is Zhu. She inexplicably liked Jiang Ruantang, perhaps because everyone has a love for beauty. Ginger Candy smiled. Spider? The spider nodded. Ginger Candy didn't ask further. No need to rush. If it weren't for the cub and partner mark, she would have suspected she had transmigrated again. She noticed the Pegasus tribe had let their guard down before, and now she regretted it. She could only slowly look for opportunities. She pretended to be innocent and asked, Spider, are you from the spider tribe? The one that tied me up that day was your silk, right? The spider nodded. And Ginger Candy extracted information. Both male and female spiders can produce silk and have tentacles, but beastmen don't like them and are about to wipe them out. The spider was the last female of the spider tribe, and there weren't many males left. Ginger Candy asked again, how did you end up with the Pegasus tribe? The spider listened for noises outside, said nothing, and left. Ginger Candy sighed. Being able to ask these was good. She estimated that Bei Jie had noticed something. She thought Bei Jie wouldn't come, but he showed up. Although imprisoned, at least she had good food and drink. Bei Jie stared at her ankle partner mark, his gaze piercing. Little female, how are you doing? Ginger Candy backed away and angrily asked, what do you want? Where are Wei Ran and the others? Bei Jie pinched her chin. If you become my partner, I will tell. Ginger Candy's heart sank. This guy was too smart for this world. It was terrifying. Bei Jie touched her face, his fingers stopping at the blue feather at the corner of her eye. Ginger Candy turned her head. I'm not interested in you. He didn't get angry, but instead smiled. Your personality is far from that one. Ginger Candy frowned. Who was that one? Bei Jie had hidden secrets. At night, the spider sneaked in. Ginger Candy was on guard. "Are you here to persuade me for Beijia?" The spider shook her head, gritted her teeth, and said, "That snake ran away, wherein is locked up on the other side. And her partner, Tarn, is not in a good situation." Ginger Candy was surprised and asked with concern, "Beijia won't cause you trouble, right?" The spider blushed. "It's fine. Beijia's ambitions are great. I will be killed by him sooner or later." It turned out that a few months ago, the spider discovered the abandoned Beijia and helped him return to the Pegasus tribe. Beijia relied on the spider's help to return to the Pegasus tribe and even became a young shaman. Even the tribe leader had to give him some respect. It was he who proposed that the Pegasus tribe settle down, and as a result, Ginger Candy and the others were extremely unlucky to barge in. Now, Beijia had a lot of power in his words, and no one dared to disobey him. Ginger Candy was filled with confusion. She had accidentally intruded. What did Beijia really want? She was of no use to him. She stared at the iron chain on her ankle and suddenly had a bold idea. Asking the spider, "Who made this thing?" The spider said, "It was Beijia." Once the speculation was confirmed for the next 2 days, Ginger Candy had the spider bring food, while also bringing more things made of the same material as the iron chain. If Beijia could create iron chains, there must be scraps. Maybe she could make something useful with the scraps. Stealing the key was too risky and would also lose the spider's trust. Looking at the collected fragments, Ginger Candy said, "Thank you for your hard work, spider." But without a mold and fire, her newly kindled hope was extinguished again. The spider suddenly said, "Soft, soft, there is fire. Tonight, Beijia will be in the tribe." Celebrating, Ginger Candy told the spider to go back first and entered the space to look for something. She unexpectedly found that the space had shrunk. Fortunately, she found a thin stone bowl that Jiang had damaged. She also found a stone in the space, measured the size, split it in half. And just as she was about to knock the stones together, she suddenly saw that her nails had changed. They were as tough as Jiang's claws. The system suddenly popped up. "Host, after the beast mark evolves, you have half the strength of your 2 partners and can use the claws of the spirit. But the time is limited." Ginger Candy was super excited, staring at the claws, and soon knocked out a small hole. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was successful. Jiang in the main city suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. My ability was used by soft. Ginger Candy, holding the stone, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it worked. Just pour the molten iron in. As soon as she exited the space, the spider came to deliver dinner and said, "Beijia asked if you want to participate in tonight's celebration." Ginger Candy took the food. "Go." She put the iron into the stone bowl. "You put this all in the fire." Beijia wouldn't let her wear a cloak. As soon as they went out, all the male Pegasus looked at her. "This little female is too beautiful. It's worth dying to be her male." Ginger Candy ignored them, and with the spider's support, sat by the fire. Seeing that Beijia wasn't paying attention, she hurriedly let the spider throw the stone bowl in the fire. Just wait for the iron to melt. Looking around, almost all were male Pegasus, while the males of the spider tribe were huddled not far away, occasionally glancing towards the spider and Ginger Candy. Ginger Candy felt nervous inside and could only pretend to be calm. A male Pegasus swallowed and sat next to her, putting his hand on her shoulder, scaring her into a shiver. The male even asked, "Little female, can I be your partner?" The nearby males immediately protested, all standing up and arguing. "You want to monopolize? Fight us first, and then talk." A group of people was clamoring, and although Ginger Candy was nervous and sweating coldly, she was secretly delighted. This chaos was just what she wanted. The males were blocking tightly, and Beijia couldn't see this side at all. Ginger Candy leaned towards the spider's ear and whispered, "Get the stuff out." The spider used silk to pull back the stone bowl, but the silk was burned by the fire. Ginger Candy stared at the melted iron, internally calling for Jiang Ruantang, and a small spring of water suddenly burst from her hand, allowing her to pick up the scalding stone bowl with her bare hands. She surprisingly only felt warmth. Jiang Ruantang's ability was too amazing. Taking the opportunity, she poured the iron into the small mold, and the sizzling sound was completely covered by the arguing of the males. At this moment, Beijia suddenly yelled, "Enough!" The males instantly fell silent, and Beijia scanned the area with a dark face. "This little female belongs to me." No one dared to refute. This young shaman was even more authoritative than the tribe leader. Beijia walked to Ginger Candy's side. She hurriedly hid the mold, and Beijia pinched her chin and smiled. "Though not as good as Ruantang may, you're not bad." Ginger Candy was startled. Ruantang? Just as she was about to ask, Beijia suddenly changed his face, threw her out, and shouted, "Spider, take her back." On the way, Ginger Candy asked, "How did Beijing know about Ci Ruan?" The spider shook her head. "I'm not sure either. I only know they have a relationship. Not many people know about Ci Ruan in the continent." Back at the grass hut, the ankle chain was put back on. Ginger Candy signaled to the spider, and the spider distracted Beijia while she quickly took out the mold. The iron inside had already solidified. Ginger Candy used Jiau's claws to open the mold, took out the iron wire, and tried on the chain hole, and with a click, it surprisingly opened. She quickly took off the ankle chain and stored it in the space, quietly looking towards the door. There weren't many males on guard, and those in the trees were dozing off. Ginger Candy tiptoed slowly, fearing to make any noise that would wake them. Ginger Candy didn't tell the spider that she had opened the shackles. Though the spider had helped her, she couldn't trust too much. She hid behind a grass hut and suddenly heard two males chatting. Why did the young shaman lock this little female and her male? I heard she is the saintess of the Beeching tribe and has become partners with a male of the Scorpion tribe. Didn't the Scorpion tribe wipe out the Beeching tribe? Ginger Candy suddenly realized. Wei Ran and Tar must be locked up there, but someone was guarding. Just as she was thinking of a way, she was suddenly covered by someone. She was so scared her heart almost jumped out. Had Beijia discovered her? The male behind her whispered, "Shoo, don't make a sound." The commotion attracted the two guarding males. Who was over there? The two rushed over but missed, thinking they heard wrong, and returned to continue guarding. Ginger Candy then realized she was being flown away, and when she landed, she saw the familiar face in the moonlight. She instinctively touched it. "Katian?" The male said nothing and was about to leave after putting her down. Ginger Candy quickly grabbed his wrist, lowering her voice. "Wait a minute." But he only said, "Don't run around at night. You'll get hurt if discovered." After saying that, he flapped his wings and left, leaving Ginger Candy stunned in place, her heart racing. This must be Katian, but why was he unwilling to see her? Ginger Candy quietly returned to the grass hut and put the shackles back on, just lying down when the system suddenly popped up. Task released. Kill the young shaman Beijia of the Pegasus tribe. Reward 50 void stones. She was shocked and sat up. System, you must have sent this by mistake. The system replied mechanically. No. Jiang Ruantang was confused. The system had never issued a killing task, but 50 void stones were too tempting. She would have to hunt down dozens of powerful beasts to gather enough. But how could a good young person like her do such a thing? However, seeing how the system operated, perhaps she wouldn't have to do it herself. The next day, Spider brought food and tentatively asked, "Did you sleep well yesterday?" Jiang Ruantang smiled and nodded. Of course, she slept well. She had already found the locations of Wei Ran and Tane. While eating, Spider suddenly reached out to touch her lower abdomen, and Jiang Ruantang immediately let out a soft sound. The baby was moving. Spider quickly withdrew her hand. Did I hurt you?" Jiang Ruantang shook her head. "No, the baby is moving." Only then did Spider feel relieved and continue to stare at her lower abdomen. It's important to know that the Spider clan's bloodline is very unique. It's difficult for them to give birth to females among their kind. And when they mate with females from other clans, they almost always give birth to males. When a female mates with an outsider, the probability of giving birth to female offspring is high. Generally, when a female is pregnant, they mostly give birth to male offspring. But the Spider females are different. The chance of giving birth to females is high, and even if they give birth to males, they will definitely have Spider bloodline. Moreover, aside from gender and star crown, the Spider females are quite similar to males, and very few males are willing to mate with them. Jiang Ruantang looked at Spider, who was gently staring at her lower abdomen, and thought, for such a special race of females, having babies must be a luxury. Usually, the baby wouldn't be very active because it couldn't feel the calamity, which made Jiang Ruantang worry about potential issues. But as soon as Spider touched her, the baby became much more active. Could there be a connection? After finishing their meal, there was suddenly some commotion outside the thatched house. Jiang Ruantang quickly asked, "What is happening outside?" Spider sniffed, her expression changing drastically. "That little female, Wei Ran, is in heat." Jiang Ruantang suddenly remembered. She hadn't had her period since becoming pregnant and had completely forgotten about this. Wei Ran was a normal female, and with the small rainy season approaching, it was indeed the time for her to go into heat. It's important to know that in the beast world, females go into heat 3 times a year, during the small rainy season, before the small cold season, and during the big rainy season. The chances of getting pregnant after going into heat increase significantly, and it can last for 2 weeks. Aside from the first 2 days when there would be bleeding, at other times, they would be confused and infatuated, similar to animals in heat. Jiang Ruantang was different from them. Her period only came once every 3 months, which meant she would only go into heat one more time than normal females. And this was something Calamity still didn't know. Spider packed her things and was about to leave when Jiang Ruantang quickly grabbed her. Since Weiran was in heat, the stallion males would definitely get restless. This was a great opportunity for mating. It would be strange if they didn't get chaotic. Peering through the crack in the door, she saw that all the males were indeed getting agitated, and Beijia's face was dark enough to drip ink. Jiang Ruantang was secretly delighted. The more chaotic, the better. In the midst of the chaos, she could just save Weiran and Tane. With Tane's strength, they might even be able to escape together. At this moment, the males outside started confronting Beijia. You know, there are few females in the tribe, and now that one is in heat, why won't you let us compete? The most beautiful little female has already been given to you. Why can't we even compete for the rabbit tribe Sanus, Weiran? Such a precious opportunity. How can it be wasted? Even the tribe leader squeezed over to say, Beijia, everyone is without a partner. Why can't we compete fairly? This tribe leader only had 4 crowns, far less than Beijia's 5, but the males all stood on his side. Jiang Ruantang was worried. What if Weiran couldn't hold on? If she ended up mating with several stallion males, that would be a disaster. Beijia was well aware of the situation. If he didn't give an explanation, even if the tribe's riot could be suppressed, the males would definitely no longer trust him. He originally kept Weiran and Tane to win over the Scorpion clan. After all, the Beaching tribe had been wiped out by the Scorpion clan, and their strength was evident. If Weiran mated with the son of the Scorpion clan leader, the Scorpion males would still have intentions toward her. Beijia couldn't help but take advantage of this situation. But if Weiran mated with the stallion males, it would definitely offend the Scorpion clan. If he didn't allow it, no one would believe this minor shaman anymore. After weighing the pros and cons, Beijia gritted his teeth. Fine, everyone can compete with their own abilities. The winner, with my approval, can mate with this little female. As soon as these words came out, all the beastmen exploded. No one wanted to miss this opportunity for mating. Weiran was locked inside the thatched house by a chain, and upon hearing the commotion outside, she asked Tane to listen. The male's sense of smell was much stronger than that of females. When Tane heard this, his face turned dark. He had already tried to open the chain before, and now he was being forced to share Weiran with others. But Weiran didn't like him to begin with. Would having another male make her accept him a little more? Tane turned his face away from Weiran. They're competing for the right to mate with you. He was afraid to see the joy in Weiran's eyes. But all she had were surprise and displeasure. Why was the right to choose a partner never in her hands? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, and tears kept falling, while she stubbornly covered her face to prevent Tane from seeing. Tane felt pain in his heart and helplessly comforted her. Weiran, don't cry. You don't like me, you should like the stallion males, right? He was afraid that if this continued, he would be unable to help but forcibly possess Weiran. Weiran sobbed, I don't like you, but I don't want other males either. She just wanted to find someone they both liked wholeheartedly, like Calamity towards Jiang Ruantang. Tane immediately said, if you don't like them, I will kill whoever mates with you. When Weiran looked up and saw his serious expression, she actually felt a lot more at ease, but quickly shook her head. She couldn't develop feelings for Tane. Jiang Ruantang heard the commotion outside and realized that Beijia was allowing the males to compete for Weiran's mating rights. Spider's expression changed, and without caring about Jiang Ruantang, she ran outside. She had to call her clan members. Mating opportunities were rare. Jiang Ruantang didn't stop her and took the chance to pry open the chain with a wire. Looking at the agitated males, she remembered how Calamity had fought for her mating rights back then. Handsome and reliable, but unfortunately, he wasn't around now. All the stallion males rushed to compete for mating rights, blocking the surroundings tightly, just as no one noticed Jiang Ruantang. The males were highly spirited, competing fiercely, with some even flying up into the trees to watch. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head and walked forward, but unexpectedly bumped into someone. Her body stiffened, wanted to run away, but was firmly grabbed by a male, her heart almost jumping out. Jiang Ruantang? The male called out her name, and she was stunned. Only someone who knew her would know that name. She turned around slowly and instinctively called out, Lars? In front of her was a face strikingly similar to KDNS. Lars was wearing a black cloak, and his large wings were almost too big to cover. Lars didn't expect to run into Jiang Ruantang here. He had thought he was mistaken just now. Such a beautiful little female was indeed rare. Jiang Ruantang and Lars both asked at the same time, what are you doing here? Both were confused by the question. Lars spoke first. I heard that the stallion tribe had settled down, so I came back to take a look. Did you come back with KDN? Jiang Ruantang shook her head, unable to hide her disappointment. KDN left after recovering from his serious injuries. But I think I saw him a few days ago. Lars was shocked. He had thought they had already made it, but it turned out KDN had left alone. He asked again, "So how come you're here?" Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to answer, she heard a shout from inside. "Has anyone beaten Mu Qi?" Then the little female's mating rights belonged to him. Jiang Ruantang looked and saw. Mu Qi was big and burly, dark, not like a gentle person at all. She quickly looked at Lars, tall and handsome like KDN, and his wings were large. Regardless of any explanations, she grabbed his arm and shouted, "This way. For the happiness of my sister, Wei Ran will definitely choose Lars." Lars was stunned. "You're so proud. Using me to save your sister?" Seeing everyone looking over, Jiang Ruantang quickly hid to the side. Feeling guilty and not daring to look at him, under the gaze of the males, Lars swallowed. He had just come back to take a look, not prepared to mate. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Jiang Ruantang pleading desperately, and he could only pull off his cloak. The tribe leader saw him clearly and shouted, "Lars." Lars had been the youngest strong man of the stallion tribe, and could have become a minor shaman long ago. He smiled and asked tribe leader, who allowed the tribe to settle here. The tribe leader was momentarily speechless. This time, he was following Beijia's orders. Beijia stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" Lars didn't even look at him. This boy seemed too young to have come of age. Mu Qi knew he couldn't defeat them, but he didn't want to miss the chance to bond. Beijia had a cold expression, and the clan leader stopped him. After all, Lars had been a 5-crown champion back in the day. They needed to see his current strength. Lars sighed as he stood in front of Mu Qi, who made a move, but he only dodged without countering. Mu Qi was getting anxious. "Don't let me." Lars soared into the sky, moving so fast that Mu Qi couldn't react and directly hit him, sending him crashing into a tree. He revealed his 7-crown star core, and the clan leader was ecstatic, while Beijia's face darkened. How could it be a 7-crown? The clan leader shouted, "Good. Lars, you're already a 7-crown. The right to bond belongs to you." Lars was in a dilemma. "Clan leader, you misunderstood. I don't intend to bond." The clan leader and the fallen Mu Qi were both confused. Why hit someone so hard if you weren't going to bond? The clan leader stammered in panic. "What? Then what are you doing?" Beijia stepped around the clan leader, and though he wasn't as tall as Lars, he looked up defiantly. "You understand the rules of the bonding contest, right? If you win but don't bond, the female becomes the property of the entire clan." Jiang Ruantang trembled all over. Did this mean the female would be shared among all the males in the clan? No wonder Jiu fought so desperately to win her right to bond. Of course, Lars understood the rules, but he had to choose someone he liked. Just as he was struggling with this, Jiang Ruantang secretly jumped in his line of sight, bouncing and waving her hands, pleading with both hands together. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lars's heart softened. "All right, I'll bond with her." Jiang Ruantang sighed in relief, and the clan leader relaxed too, but Beijia's eyes sparkled. Lars was a 7-crown strongman, perfect for his use. On the other side, Wei Ran was restless in the grass hut, while Tan was fixated on the door, ready to fight at any moment. The clan leader brought Lars inside, and Tan's scorpion tail immediately wrapped around the clan leader's neck. Lars frowned and threw a punch, causing Tan to spit blood and fall to the ground. Wei Ran shouted urgently, "Tan!" Lars retracted his hand, and the clan leader finally caught his breath. Looking at Tan, "You're this little female's male?" Lars quickly stepped back. He thought Wei Ran didn't have a partner. Seeing Wei Ran with tears in her eyes, Lars's heart stirred. This little female may not be as good as Jiang Ruantang, but she was still beautiful. Wei Ran looked up at Lars and froze. He looked 6 or 7 points like Ka Tian. Tan glared at Lars, but knew he couldn't defeat a 7-crown strongman. Lars apologized. "Sorry, I was too rough." Tan turned away without speaking, feeling resentful as he saw Wei Ran staring at Lars. The clan leader said to Wei Ran, "This is Lars, who won." Wei Ran nodded silently, her mind filled with thoughts about Lars's resemblance to Ka Tian, feeling guilty. After the bonding contest, all the males who didn't win scattered. Jiang Ruantang secretly snuck back into the grass hut, skillfully locking the foot chain. Just as she finished, Beijia entered, and she quickly sat up straight. Beijia glanced at the foot chain and felt relieved, pinching her chin and frowning. If it weren't for her being pregnant, he would have bonded with her long ago. Pregnant females couldn't complete the bonding ceremony, which was why he kept her locked up. Beijia spoke in a low, somewhat crazy voice. "Ruan, I really want you to have only me as your male." Jiang Ruantang trembled all over. She had never told Beijia her name. How did he know to call her Ruan? Could he be connected to Ci Ruan? Beijia was still a year away from adulthood. How could he have any connection to Ci Ruan from decades ago? With determined and wary eyes, she asked, "Who exactly are you?" This question pierced Bei Jie's heart, and the gentle demeanor he had moments ago changed instantly as he viciously grabbed her neck. "No, you are not her." His grip was so strong that Jiang Ruantang struggled to break free, but he wouldn't let go. Jiang Ruantang thought she might die if he kept this up. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Bei Jie suddenly withdrew his hand. "No, it shouldn't be like this." Jiang Ruantang gasped for air, watching as Bei Jie panicked and left. Her heart certain. This guy must have a split personality. One moment gentle, the next ruthless. He was truly ready to kill. The system told her to kill him. But how? Seduction? That night, Wei Ran's voice spread throughout the Tianma clan. She was in heat, and if she didn't mate with Tan, she would have to with Lars. Lars remained inactive, while Wei Ran lay on the grass, unable to bear the heat, her eyes misty. The clan leader moved Tan to the nearby grass hut. And though Tan was unwilling, he didn't want Wei Ran to suffer. Wei Ran pulled Lars closer. Waiting any longer would drive her mad. That night, her voice echoed through the clan, forcing even other females into heat, while only Jiang Ruantang endured night after night. When Wei Ran's heat ended, Tan was brought back, looking bloodshot and sleep-deprived. How could he not care that his female was entangled with someone else? Wei Ran noticed his condition, full of questions. Had he not rested well? How was his injury? Tan gave a self-deprecating smile and turned his head, seeing the Tianma clan mark on Wei Ran's calf. She could accept others, but not herself. She must hate him for destroying the beaching tribe. Lars returned with food, nodding at Tan. "Wei Ran, eat something. You've been too tired these past few days." Wei Ran paused in her hand, reaching for the food, her face instantly turning red, and Tan's face turned darker. Lars lowered his voice and asked, "Why were you locked up?" The Tianma clan never treats outsiders this way. Do you know Jiang Ruantang? He had been suspicious for a while, and since Jiang Ruantang had pushed him away, it must be related to Wei Ran. Wei Ran stopped reaching for the food. "Have you seen Wan Ruan? How is she?" Since being locked up, she hadn't seen Jiang Ruantang for a long time and feared for her safety. Lars replied, "She's fine. I saw her during your bonding contest." Wei Ran was stunned. The spider who delivered food said Wan Ruan was locked up in another grass hut. Could she have been deceiving her? Wei Ran questioned, but that female called Spider said Wan Ruan was also locked up. Lars's expression changed dramatically, and after asking further, Wei Ran recounted their ordeal of being imprisoned. Lars nodded, but inwardly he was puzzled. The males of the Tianma clan would never do such things. The problem must be with Bei Jie. He was even more confused. He had never heard of Bei Jie before leaving. It seemed he needed to find Jiang Ruantang tonight. Some things were easier to do at night, as there were fewer males on guard. Flying away at night would attract less attention. Lars softly called, "Jiang Ruantang." Just as she unlocked her foot chain, Jiang Ruantang froze. Who? Seeing it was Lars, she finally relaxed. Lars was taken aback upon seeing the unlocked foot chain. "What happened here?" "Wei Ran said you were all tied up." Jiang Ruantang shook the iron wire in her hand. "I have a way to handle this." Lars stared wide-eyed at the iron wire. He had never seen such thin iron. There wasn't much iron in the main city, yet Jiang Ruantang had it. Suddenly, he caught sight of Jiang Ruantang's belly and exclaimed, You're pregnant?" Jiang Ruantang nodded, her gaze softening. Lars thought, she didn't T-bond with Ka Tian, so this baby must be Jiayu's, judging by the size of her belly. She would give birth soon. He asked, "Why isn't Jiayu by your side?" A pregnant female should never be left alone. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head and explained what had happened. Lars's expression darkened. Wu Chuan was an elder of the main city's snake tribe, who almost destroyed the snake tribe back then. Such a person should be avoided, and he didn't expect Jiayu to have connections with him. Jiang Ruantang changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that for now. We need to figure out what Bei Jie wants to do." Lars nodded. "I had never heard of him before I left. The Tianma clan isn't that big. There's no way I wouldn't remember someone." They agreed to first go and unlock Wei Ran and Tan's foot chains. Strength in numbers, with Lars being a 7 crown and Tan a 5 crown. They should be able to manage. Jiang Ruantang peeked out, and Lars flew above to provide cover. Strangely, Bei Jie had intentionally reduced the number of males on guard that night. She had walked for a long time without seeing anyone. Suddenly, a voice from the grass hut called out, "Bei Jie, Lars has returned. The Tianma clan is stronger now. When will your plan start?" Jiang Ruantang immediately stopped. "Clan leader? Plan? Bei Jie, son. Once Ruan gives birth, everything will return to normal." The clan leader asked again, "Then why don't we forcibly get rid of that little female's baby?" Bajai shook her head vigorously. No way. She can't be hurt at all, or else the ritual won't work. The clan leader didn't say anything, but Jiang Ruantang could hear his excited voice. I can't wait. Once the plan starts, everything will be different. The world belonging to the Pegasus tribe is coming soon. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. The world belonging to the Pegasus tribe? That sounded too cliché. Moreover, they were clearly discussing her. Could it be that Bajai was keeping her for a sacrificial ritual? Thinking of this, she shivered. No wonder Bajai didn't lay a hand on her. It turned out her intentions were so sinister. Hearing something she shouldn't have, Jiang Ruantang quickly looked around and stealthily passed through Bajai and the clan leader's grass hut. And surprisingly, she didn't bump into anyone. Successfully running to the grass hut beside Weiran and Taryn, she silently complained. Mom, the suspense in TV dramas is all a lie. Jiang Ruantang softly called. Weiran? Weiran, who was eating fiercely, immediately threw down her food. Ruantang, is it you? Jiang Ruantang squeezed in and saw Taryn sleeping in the corner. And Lars also dropped down, seeing Weiran nuzzling in Jiang Ruantang's arms. It was clear their friendship was special. Lars saw the food on the ground and spoke with dissatisfaction. Weiran, didn't you finish eating? She left so much. Weiran's appetite is too small. Weiran shook her head. If she ate any more, she would turn into a fat rabbit. Jiang Ruantang looked at her round belly and couldn't help but ask, Lars, do you all like plump females? Lars shook his head in confusion. Weak little females need to bear offspring. If they don't eat well, it will be very dangerous. Jiang Ruantang was speechless. If she kept eating like this, getting fat would also be dangerous. She quickly reassured Weiran. Our Weiran is super beautiful like this. While saying this, she took out a wire and inserted it into Weiran's foot shackles, twisting it a couple of times, and with a click, it opened. Weiran exclaimed, Oh my God, how is this so powerful? It immediately woke Taryn. Taryn shouted nervously. Weiran, seeing Jiang Ruantang there, he paused for a moment, and Lars quickly signaled him to keep it down, so they wouldn't attract attention. Weiran curiously asked, Ruantang, what kind of magical artifact is this? Jiang Ruantang shook the wire. It's specifically for opening these kinds of locks. Jiang Ruantang looked at Taryn, and Weiran bit her lip and said, Open it. He's also my partner. But Taryn smiled bitterly. Don't worry about me. I can't open this lock, and Weiran won't love me. Jiang Ruantang felt something was wrong. Why are you males so stupid? Don't you know how to pursue someone? Although I don't like the Scorpion tribe. I can see that you love Weiran. Jiang Ruantang understood. When danger arose, Taryn would instinctively protect Weiran. Their relationship could practically write a book titled Unresolved Love and Grudges, with them as the protagonists and everyone else as cannon fodder. Taryn scratched his head. Pursue someone? I only know how to chase wild boars. Jiang Ruantang's eye twitched, comparing Weiran to a wild boar. This brain is hopeless. While unlocking Taryn's shackles, she said, It's not chasing wild boars. It's about making Weiran fall in love with you. Seeing Taryn confused, she asked, What would you do if you liked a little female? Taryn said seriously, I would bring her the best wild boar meat and only be with her forever. Jiang Ruantang nodded, right. Give her all the good things. Someone as pure as Weiran will definitely slowly accept you. Taryn's eyes instantly lit up, but Jiang Ruantang felt a bit guilty. Having Weiran's enemy pursue her seemed a bit unscrupulous. But Taryn truly loved her. The few of them sat together, and Jiang Ruantang said, Bajai and the clan leader want to perform a ritual. I'm a key. Weiran became anxious. We must escape tonight. They mean to harm you. Jiang Ruantang looked at Lars, who had a grim expression, and she added, It seems to be related to Siren as well. Lars's expression changed drastically. Siren. Could it be? The three of them all stared at him, and Lars sighed helplessly. Outsiders say the Pegasus tribe can perform the phoenix rebirth technique, but it's all false. Jiang Ruantang's heart raced. Can a phoenix really be reborn? Lars said that in his entire life, he had never seen a tribesman come back to life. Weiran asked, What does this have to do with Bajai? Lars said solemnly, Decades ago, Siren had a Pegasus tribe partner, and later that male mysteriously died. Jiang Ruantang felt like she was struck by lightning. You mean, Bajai wants to resurrect Siren? Using the rebirth technique. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ruantang's mind exploded. Yuzhonglan, the Merfolk tribe, Bajai, all related to Siren. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat, her consciousness blurred, and she collapsed straight down. Weiran screamed, Ruantang, quickly catch her, looking nervously at Lars and Taryn. As the change came too quickly, and both were stunned, Jiang Ruantang breathed heavily, her consciousness floating around. not knowing where to drift. Only faint calls echoed in her ears. Ruantang. Hearing the voice, Jiang Ruantang looked up, and in front of her was a strange female. Beside her was a little male, smiling happily. She immediately shouted, Yuzhong Lan. The female looked up in surprise, touched the little Yuzhong Lan's head, and the little Yuzhong Lan pouted and ran towards Jiang Ruantang, but passed right through her. The female walked towards Jiang Ruantang and smiled. No one here can see you. You're at most an illusion, Jiang Ruantang cautiously asked. Then why can you see me? This female was so beautiful that she hadn't seen anyone like her in modern times or in the beast world. The female found it amusing. Follow me. Jiang Ruantang followed her, wondering if this was a dream. When the female suddenly stopped, a flash of white light appeared, and a dozen serene, standing beast females appeared before her. Jiang Ruantang felt a mix of frustration and pain. Who are they? The female's expression turned angry and sorrowful. They are every one of me. She continued, By the way, my name is Siren. Jiang Ruantang's pupil shrank, and she took a few steps back. Didn't Siren die decades ago? Am I seeing a ghost? Siren approached, pressing her forehead against Jiang Ruantang's, and Jiang Ruantang instantly calmed down. As something entered her mind, Siren reassured her, Don't be nervous. I don't eat females. Jiang Ruantang instantly understood. No wonder so many males couldn't forget her. Siren was both beautiful and gentle. Siren took her around, even showing her the main city she yearned for. Siren pouted and asked, You still haven't told me your name? Jiang Ruantang was confused. I don't remember. Siren frowned. Then I'll call you Little One. Little One nodded, feeling that this place was so peaceful. She really wanted to stay forever. Siren found a nearby grass hut for Little One, and that day Little One stood at the door and shouted, Ruantang, you haven't looked for me in a long time. Inside the grass hut, little Yuzhong Lan was feeling wronged, rubbing against Siren. As soon as Little One saw him, her ankle hurt, but when she looked down, there was nothing. Siren called, Little One? Little One felt embarrassed to step inside, and little Yuzhong Lan stared at her, then disdainfully pounced back into Siren's arms. Siren smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry for making you laugh. This little male is too clingy. Little Win's heart tightened, but she pretended nothing was wrong and offered food. Siren sighed helplessly. Little One, you've been here for so long. Are you really not planning to find a partner? Little One was taken aback. A partner? I seem to have someone on my mind, but I'm not ready. Siren's expression darkened, but she smiled and said, It's all right. Finding a partner shouldn't be forced. Little One breathed a sigh of relief. Siren was indeed the most understanding. After saying goodbye, Little One took a basket to catch fish, and her fishing skills seemed innate. A few little males threw stones and mocked. The ugly bear tribe is back. She didn't dodge or say anything, looking at her plump reflection in the water. Indeed, not as beautiful as Siren, but she managed to catch a full basket of fish, and the tribe members were willing to trade meat and vegetables with her, so she didn't have to keep bothering Siren. As she passed by, she heard males discussing. Siren has gotten a partner again, still from the Pegasus tribe. Little Win's heart twitched, and she inexplicably crouched outside Siren's grass hut to peek. Inside was a Pegasus tribe male with large wings and silver long hair, and Siren looked at him with such gentle eyes. Little One suddenly froze. Bijai? How does she know this name? She heard Bijai say, Even if I die, I will bring you back to the human world. Little One silently complained. This male is too pathological. Just as she wanted to sneak away, she turned around and plunged into a warm embrace. She looked up and saw a tall, red-haired male with fox ears and a foxtail. Xiaowen hurriedly stepped back. Sorry, are you okay? The male reached out to touch her, and Xiaowen closed her eyes, only feeling warmth. The male spoke. My name is Jieyu, and you? Xiaowen's face turned red. My name is Xiaowen. Being with Jie, you made her feel so secure. And Ruan teased her gently. Do you want to have kids with a fox? Xiaowen's face turned even redder, and Ruan added, If you like him, become his partner. Don't let someone else take him. Xiaowen panicked instantly. Would Jieyu be taken away? That day, Xiaowen waited for Jieyu at his grass hut. Jieyu returned carrying a fierce beast, wiping blood from his hands, and asked, What are you doing here? Xiaowen gathered her courage. I don't have a partner, and my heat has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, Jieyu pushed her onto the grass, his eyes turning red. Xiaowen, don't regret it. Xiaowen dazedly nodded, but the next second she felt a piercing pain, yet couldn't help but feel happy. Now, Jieyu wouldn't be taken away by someone else. Ruan looked at Xiaowen's radiant appearance and smiled lightly, genuinely happy for her. Xiaowen's fishing skills were even better than Jieyu's, and she absolutely wouldn't let him interfere, easily filling her basket. Jiayu, I caught a big fish, Xiaowen shouted, holding up the fish, and Jiayu immediately ran over and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Our Xiaowen is the best. After every fishing trip, Xiaowen would not only exchange for vegetables, but also bring some to Ruan. Ruan would pretend to be picky, but secretly accepted them happily every time. Xiaowen said, I'm going to deliver fish to Ruan. Jiayu wanted to go with her. But Xiaowen waved her hand. It's just a short walk. You go home first. Without waiting for his response, she dragged the fish towards Ruan's grass hut. As usual, she listened for sounds at the door, but this time she heard shouting inside. Ruan yelled, Bei Jia, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Bei Jia replied, For our future, I can give you the entire Star Core continent. Ruan retorted, I really shouldn't have become your partner. Then came Bei Jia's frantic voice, and Xiaowen felt a chill run through her, dropping the fish from her hands, dazedly returning home and collapsing into bed. In a daze, Xiaowen heard Jiayu's voice, and when she opened her eyes, she saw his anxious face. She asked what's wrong. Jiayu's expression was strange. Are you okay? Xiaowen touched her belly. I'm just a bit hungry. Jiayu went to prepare food, and Xiaowen went to wash her face, but as soon as she squatted down, she got scared and stepped back, screaming. Jiayu rushed over to hold her. What happened? Xiaowen, still shaken. Is that my face in the water? The reflection was so beautiful, she couldn't believe it. Jiayu said, You look like this after you came back. Xiaowen touched her face with worry. Am I seriously ill? Jiayu held her tightly. No matter what, I won't leave you. Ruan heard about it and came to check. When she saw Xiaowen's face, she actually showed a hint of relief. The doctor examined her and said, This little female is pregnant. At this, Xiaowen was stunned, Jiayu was overjoyed, and Ruan was shocked. But Xiaowen cried in fear. I've never been pregnant. Jiayu held her hand tightly. I'll always be with you. Ruan watched the affectionate scene between the two and quietly walked out. She felt out of place in this situation. Just as she was about to return to the grass hut, a sudden tremor shook her, and her expression changed drastically. There was a huge crack opening in the distance. A fierce wind swept everything away. Xiaowen couldn't open her eyes and called for Jiayu, but got no response. When she opened her eyes again, the scene became both strange and familiar. She saw the newly adult General Lan holding Ruan, who said, I shattered the Phoenix power into pieces and brought Bei Jia to hell. Then she turned into fragments, one of which rushed into Xiaowen's body. Xiaowen felt a burning pain, familiar memories flooding back. Not only her own, but also Ruan's. Her pupils glowed blue, reflecting the phoenix's silhouette, her body feeling like it was about to explode. More fragments entered her body, slowly transforming into an egg. Xiaowen hugged the egg, watching it crack open to reveal a small female baby inside. At that moment, the scene changed again, showing Bei Jia, covered in wounds, being thrown into a beast forest, ultimately becoming a pile of bones. Xiaowen instantly regained consciousness. Her name was Jiang Ruantang, not Xiaowen. She remembered that Ruan had loved Bei Jia. But Bei Jia was not from this world, wanting to unify the Star Core continent and provoke war. Ruan had sacrificed her life to stop him, and General Lan was fully aware of it. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head, and Jiang Ruantang shouted, System. In the next second, she took the baby into the system, looking at the chaotic surroundings and asking, Who exactly is Bei Jia? The system replied, He is the first host, trying to connect the modern world with the beast world, thinking he was dead, but unexpectedly is still alive. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. No wonder Bei Jia could create iron chains. He had modern wisdom. She asked again, Why did he resurrect Ruan? The system said, You need to figure that out yourself. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized. Ruan's soul fragments held immense power, and she was probably the last piece. Before she could think further, Jiang Ruantang suddenly woke up. Seeing Wei Ran's anxious face, she sat up and shouted, We must stop Bei Jia. Wei Ran, Lars, and Tom were all confused. She had just fainted, and now she was saying this? Jiang Ruantang was clear in her heart. She was the key to Bei Jia resurrecting Ruan, and Ruan's secret could destroy two worlds. Bei Jia wanted to connect the modern world and the beast world, simultaneously wooing the beast males and resurrecting Ruan, aiming to dominate both worlds. His ambition was terrifying. Modern wisdom was too foreign to the beast world. Even the clan leaders might believe him. Jiang Ruantang weakly stood up. No matter what, she couldn't let Bei Jia touch modern society. Lars asked in confusion, What's going on? Jiang Ruantang hesitated. How could she explain that she and Bei Jie were from another world and had a system? No one would believe that, if treated as an outlier. It would be disastrous. Wei Ran looked at Jiang Ruantang and pulled her up. Ruan, I believe you. Bei Jie doesn't look like a good person. As a good sister, she decisively supported her. After all, Jiang Ruantang wouldn't harm them. Lars nodded as well. This matter was related to the Pegasus tribe, and he couldn't ignore it. Bei Jie was probably going to harm the entire tribe. Finally, looking at Tan, with 3 votes in agreement, he stared at the pleading look in Wei Ran's eyes and eventually softened. Wei Ran was his female, and he would accompany her in whatever she did. Seeing the 4 reach a consensus, Jiang Ruantang breathed a sigh of relief. But how to stop Bei Jie was still a challenge. Now all the males of the Pegasus tribe believed in Bei Jie. Even the clan leader favored him. How could they handle it with just Lars and Tan? Jiang Ruantang's eyes darkened. If Bei Jie wanted her to sacrifice her life, then she would take the opportunity to crush him. She intended to use herself as bait, betting that Bei Jie wouldn't survive, not only to complete the system task, but also to prevent him from destroying 2 worlds. Even if she had to stay in the Star Core continent forever, she would accept it. Wei Ran became anxious. This is too dangerous. What if you fail to kill him? Jiang Ruantang reassured her. The sacrifice means using my life in exchange for C.I. Ruan's life. From crossing over with a system to becoming a savior doesn't seem like a loss. Lars was shocked. C.I. Ruan had been dead for decades. He asked again, if something happens to you, what about Jieyu and General On? Jiang Ruantang lowered her head. If those 2 lost her, they could never become partners. That was indeed unfair. With no way back now, she had Wei Ran and Tan put on their shackles again and taught Lars how to use the wire. She felt very anxious, sensing that the baby was about to be born. After giving birth, Bei Jie would definitely rush to push her onto the altar. As night deepened, Jiang Ruantang returned to the grass hut under Lars's protection, not being discovered. Lars was about to leave when Jiang Ruantang called out to him. If something happens to me, can you take the baby to Jieyu? She wasn't afraid of dying. She was just afraid that the baby wouldn't escape. And Jie, you wouldn't even be there for the birth. But Lars retorted, you take care of your own baby. I don't have time. Jiang Ruantang's heart sank. She could only repeatedly touch her belly. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ruantang suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her belly was in excruciating pain. She knew it was time to give birth. The wailing startled those around her, and a female shouted, that little female is about to give birth. Experienced females shouted urgently, and Bei Jie was also awakened. Upon hearing, he flew over, his joy unable to be concealed. He wasn't happy for the baby, but for C.I. Ruan's return. The females were anxious. With their males absent, they had to bear the burden themselves. She was weak, and giving birth was a life-or-death struggle. Bei Jie disregarded the rules of the beast world and barged into the grass hut. Only partners and doctors were allowed to witness births in the beast world. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Ruantang drenched in sweat, nearly on the verge of collapse. In fact, her constitution wasn't weak, but without Jieyo. The cubs and T felt the energy of their father beast, making the delivery extremely difficult. It's important to know that during pregnancy, the male must let the cubs become familiar with him. Only then can the female give birth smoothly, and the survival rate is higher. Jiang Ruantang's gaze was dazed. Giving birth was so painful. Tears streamed down her face, feeling like she couldn't hold on any longer. Bei Jie stood by, showing no concern, only dissatisfaction. Jiang Ruantang, you must hold on. He was unhappy that she was taking too long, delaying his revival of Siren. After a full hour, Jiang Ruantang was drained of all her strength, her voice growing weaker. The clan leader finally couldn't hold it anymore. Hurry, find a doctor. The males immediately sprang into action. Jiang Ruantang looked at the relaxed Bei Jie beside her, gritting her teeth in anger. Even the clan leader cared about her life and death, while Bei Jie only cared about his own issues. Is this what a modern soul is like? It was utterly disgusting. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. If only Jieyo were here. She admitted she had been assimilated by the beast world. Compared to a modern soul like Bei Jie, she loved Jieyo, the loyal beast man, much more. Being a female in the beast world was so comfortable. Aside from lacking modern knowledge, life was incredibly easy. Who cared about monogamy? All the males in the beast world were loyal dogs. Who wouldn't love that? Jiang Ruantang forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, glaring at Bei Jie with harsh words. You better pray I survive. If I die, there will be no more fragments of Siren's soul. She knew she was the last piece of Siren with a modern soul. Without her, Siren would be completely gone. Bei Jie's expression turned even uglier than hers. So what if you know? I have ways to keep you alive. The intense pain hit again, and at that moment, Juju rushed in with the doctor. The doctor was trembling. He was just a junior doctor, scared out of his wits by the Spider Clan females. Seeing Beijie beside him, the doctor assumed he was Jiang Ruantang's partner. Don't just stand there. Your female is having a tough time with this birth. Upon seeing Jiang Ruantang's condition, the doctor was shocked. How long has the cub been without feeling the energy of its father beast? Beijie glanced at Jiang Ruantang. I'm not her male. The doctor was immediately dumbfounded. If he wasn't your partner, why was he still here? Isn't this a bit too much for a suitor? Jiang Ruantang, with cracked lips, said, I haven't felt it since I got pregnant. The doctor gasped. This male is too irresponsible. Jiang Ruantang had no strength to defend Jiao. She was afraid that neither she nor the cub could hold on. The doctor instructed her to soothe the cubs, and despite the pain draining her strength, Jiang Ruantang complied. Her mind filled with thoughts of Jiao. Once I see you, I will definitely deal with you. Suddenly, a surge of strength came, and the cub in her belly quieted down. The painful cries echoed through the forest, followed by the cries of cub. She successfully gave birth to one, but there was still one in her belly. An intense pain pulled her thoughts back. The pain during the second birth was much lighter than the first, and it went relatively smoothly. But the cries of the second cub were faint and weak, completely incomparable to the loud cries of the first. Jiang Ruantang glanced before passing out. Both were little foxes. The first was a sturdy red-haired one, resembling Jiao, big and strong. The second was a smaller one, with white fur on its tail and the top of its head, and white stripes on its body. Had she given birth to a mutated fox? Before she could think further, fatigue made her fall into a deep sleep, and outside, the sky had turned completely dark. Only the clan leader and Juju were guarding outside, while Beijie stared at the two cubs in the grass hut. Apparently, Jiang Ruantang's partner was from the Fox clan, and the Fox clan had innate advantages. He had to admit that. The doctor sighed as he wiped the cubs. The first is still sturdy, but the second is breathing too weakly. I'm afraid it won't survive. In the beast world, the Fox clan emphasizes survival of the fittest. Usually, they would abandon the weaker cub in a litter, but Jiang Ruantang would definitely not. Meanwhile, Wei Ran, having heard that Jiang Ruantang had given birth, was anxious but couldn't leave, her face full of worry. Females risk their lives to give birth. And Ruantang was chosen by the beast god. She would definitely be fine, right? Lars, unable to hear any noise from inside the grass hut, grew more and more anxious. What if Beijie caused trouble inside? He rushed in recklessly and saw Jiang Ruantang lying there with a pale face, while Beijie held the frail second cub, looking like it was about to lose its breath with just a little pressure. Lars gathered his wings and rushed over to knock Beijie's hand away, carefully taking the second cub and confirming its weak breathing before he heaved a sigh of relief. Beijie rubbed his hand and asked, What are you doing, Lars? I was just checking on the cubs. Lars sneered. This guy wants to harm Jiang Ruantang, and yet pretends to be innocent. For Catian's sake, he had to protect the cubs. Otherwise, if Jiang Ruantang woke up and collapsed, both Jiao and Catian would go crazy. If it weren't for owing Catian and knowing he had feelings for Jiang Ruantang, he wouldn't bother with this. Beijie stared at the second cub in Lars's hands, feeling inexplicably that there was a familiar power emanating from it. The second cub suddenly let out a low cry and started to shake, waking up the first cub. The two little foxes cried out in unison, making Beijie frown. Lars placed the two cubs next to Jiang Ruantang, and the little ones immediately quieted down upon smelling their mother's scent. Seeing that Jiang Ruantang was fine, the doctor hurriedly took his leave. He didn't want to get involved in the troubles of the Tianma clan. As he came out, he was stopped by Juju. How are Ruantang and the cubs? The doctor was scared and his legs went weak, but he forced himself to say, the little female is fine, just weak after giving birth. Juju let go, and the doctor ran off. He didn't want to stay with the Spider Clan females any longer. Juju didn't care about him. Only when Beijie came out of the grass hut did she dare to approach. Seeing Juju still waiting, Beijie was taken aback, but said no more. Jiang Ruantang had already given birth. Nothing else mattered. As soon as he left, Juju rushed into the grass hut, finding Lars guarding Jiang Ruantang, completely ignoring him, and dashed to Jiang Ruantang's side. Jiang Ruantang's face was pale. There was no trace of the previous rosy glow. Soon, her gaze fell on the two little cubs, two tiny foxes. Juju cautiously reached out her finger, and unexpectedly, the frail second cub actually used its little paw to touch her. The little thing was small and weak, yet responded with all its might, melting Juju's heart. Lars watched from aside, surprised that the Spider Clan female was so gentle. Thankfully, she had no intention of harming Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang suddenly let out a couple of soft whimpers, and both of them looked over. Juju noticed that Jiang Ruantang's clothes were soaked, but her mail wasn't there, and no one was there to help her change. Lars understood that only Juju could help, and they exchanged glances, choosing to trust each other. Lars left to see Weiran, while Juju cautiously placed the cubs aside and steeled herself to help Jiang Ruantang change clothes, hoping that Ruantang wouldn't blame her when she woke up. After changing, Jiang Ruantang fell into a deeper sleep. Weiran had been waiting anxiously. When she saw Lars return, she immediately rushed over. "How is Ruantang?" Lars hugged her. "She's fine. Just weak after giving birth." Weiran finally relaxed after worrying all day. Tan watched from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. But what could he do, since he was the bad beast man? It wasn't until noon the next day that Jiang Ruantang woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, everything was blurry, and moving even a bone hurt. She inwardly complained. No one said giving birth was this painful. But as soon as she thought of the cubs, she immediately looked for them. Seeing the two little ones sleeping beside her, her expression shifted from love to sorrow. After living so long, she had actually given birth to 2 foxes. Soon, she noticed something was off. The first was robust, but the second looked malnourished, with white fur. She carefully touched the second cub. The little one surprisingly opened its mouth to suck on her hand, melting her heart. The first cub also woke up and twisted over to suck on its brother's hand. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. "Are you too hungry? But how do I feed you?" It was her first time being a mother, and after trying for a long time, she realized she had no milk. Would the cub starve to death? Juju suddenly called out for Ruantang, and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly put on her animal skin clothes, her face turning beet red. Juju came in and saw she was awake. Feeling completely relieved, "It's great that you're awake," Jiang Ruantang asked. "Juju, the bigger one is the firstborn, right?" Juju nodded, her expression sorrowful. "Yes, but the second." Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. What is wrong with the smaller one? The spider gritted her teeth and said, soft, females give birth to 2. But if they are particularly small and weak, the male beasts mostly do not accept them, either driving them away or waiting for them to die." Jiang Ruantang was taken aback and glanced at the second one. After all, even premature babies have a survival rate. She didn't believe that orc cubs were weaker than human infants. Moreover, Jiayu would definitely not give up on any of them. Her eyes were resolute. "No, this is my first time being a mother, but I will never let my cubs get hurt." Even though she was scared that the second one might die, she had to tough it out. This orc world was fraught with danger, and she could only explore slowly. But the most urgent problem right now was the lack of breast milk. Jiang Ruantang watched the cub cry out in hunger, so anxious that she didn't know what to do. The cries of the cub were so loud that it made the males of the Pegasus tribe furious. But luckily Lars was protecting her, so no one dared to act. Jiang Ruantang's eyes were swollen like walnuts, and she hadn't slept all night. How could the cub survive without milk? She missed formula milk so much, but there were no sheep to be found in this beast world. Finally, a female from the Pegasus tribe couldn't take it anymore and came directly to her door. Jiang Ruantang watched her warily, but the female asked, "Do you not have breast milk?" Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. This was an experienced one. The female touched the cub and looked at Jiang Ruantang for a long time before suddenly asking, "You didn't do anything with your partner while pregnant, did you?" Jiang Ruantang's face turned red. "He left right after I got pregnant." The female was shocked. Producing milk requires the help of the male. The more you do with your partner, the more milk you will have. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened. There was such an operation? But Ji was not here, and Yu Jianglan was also not around. Who could she ask for help? She quickly shook off the image of Yu Jianglan from her mind. The female pointed to the mark on her ankle. "Don't you still have a partner from the merfolk?" Jiang Ruantang bitterly said. "He is not here either." The female was even more shocked. 2 males were actually both not around, leaving her to give birth by herself. That was too incompetent. But she didn't know that Yu Jianglan had already arrived at the Pegasus tribe, relying on the connection with his partner and his not-so-sensitive sense of smell. He found his way here, but because of an old grudge with the Pegasus tribe, he could only hide in the dark. He looked at the males circling in the sky, puzzled. The Pegasus tribe never acted this way before. How could Soft be here? There was simply no way to sneak in. After the female finished speaking, she left, adding, "Make sure the cubs get milk soon. It's best to give up the smaller one. He won't survive for 2 days." Jiang Ruantang felt anxious but became even more determined. Both cubs were of flesh and blood, and she absolutely could not give up on either one. But the hardest part was that she might not be able to save both cubs. When the spider entered the grass hut, she saw Jiang Ruantang frowning at the two little foxes, and even the cries of the cubs were not as loud as before. The spider gritted her teeth. Soft, Beijia seems to be plotting something. She recalled Beijia's promise back then, to ensure her tribe would not be ostracized and to find a partner she liked. But these could not come at the cost of sacrificing Soft. Soft and her cubs did not reject themselves. She couldn't just watch Soft get into trouble. Jiang Ruantang looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Beijia was about to make a move? If so, the cubs would be saved. Beijia's ritual would definitely need to be in a hidden place. And if he was alone, Lars and Tan could definitely crush him. By then, the cubs would be saved. Jiang Ruantang felt a chill in her heart. How did she become so ruthless? But there was no other way. If she didn't kill Beijia, she would be sacrificed. And Ruan didn't want to come back at all. She told the spider, "Help me find Lars. Don't say anything." This was the signal she had agreed upon with Lars. If the spider went to find him without speaking, it meant Beijia was about to act. The spider was puzzled but still complied. The spider lingered at the door, and Lars grabbed her. The spider's legs shot out, but when she saw it was Lars, she relaxed. She looked at Lars for a moment, and then left without a word. Lars instantly realized Beijia was about to act. He quickly used a wire to unlock Wei Ran and Tan's chains. Wei Ran grabbed him. "You and Soft need to be careful." Lars smiled and kissed her forehead. Having a female care felt really good. Tan turned his face away but was pulled back by Wei Ran. "You be careful too." Tan instantly cheered up. Jiang Ruantang touched the cub's face. If something happened to her, the cubs had to be sent to Jiayu's side. As night fell, Beijia quietly entered the grass hut, and seeing Jiang Ruantang touching the cubs, he even thought of Ruan. Jiang Ruantang watched him warily, but didn't dare to show it. Beijia unlocked her shackles and pulled her up. "I'm taking you to a place." Jiang Ruantang struggled. "What do you want to do?" Her body hadn't recovered yet, and she felt like she was floating as he pulled her. Beijia ignored her, holding her and flying off with his wings. Jiang Ruantang took one last look at the cubs, her heart filled with desolation. Beijia was flying so fast and far, could Lars and the others keep up? She was so scared that she clutched Beijia's shoulders, afraid of falling. Beijia teased, "Huh, are you afraid of heights?" Jiang Ruantang didn't want to respond. If it weren't for knowing he wanted to kill her, she would have retorted. She just hoped to land soon. This human airplane was even more thrilling than Katian. With Katian, she could at least feel safe in his embrace, but with Beijia, she only dared to tighten her grip. After flying for an unknown amount of time, they finally landed. Jiang Ruantang's legs trembled violently, worried that Lars and the others couldn't keep up. What she didn't know was that in order not to fall behind, Lars and Tan had reached their fastest speed, and if they were a moment late, they would completely lose track. Beijia directly pushed her into a large cave in front of them, and the facilities inside were surprisingly identical to modern ones. The leader of the Pegasus tribe looked up. "Is it really feasible?" Beijia glanced at him. "Just trust me." The leader no longer hesitated and forcefully pressed Jiang Ruantang onto the jade bed. This jade bed was cold and strange. Jiang Ruantang half kneeled on it and instantly felt her strength drained, feeling as if her whole body was being sucked away. Beijia squatted at the foot of the bed, drawing something, and Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes in pain and floated up, staring at the cave entrance, waiting for someone to come. The next second, a familiar face appeared. Yu Jianglan. He rushed in and grabbed Beijia's neck. Furious, "What have you done to Soft?" The leader wanted to stop him. "This is a matter of the Pegasus tribe. Let go of the little witch." Yu Jianglan coldly retorted, "She is my female." The killing intent in his eyes frightened the leader so much that his legs went weak. Didn't Yu Jianglan swear not to take a mate? Beijia, being choked, still laughed. "Yu Jianglan, do you recognize me?" Yu Jianglan then saw his face clearly and was shocked enough to let go. Beijia gasped for breath, and Yu Jianglan's expression changed drastically. "Beijia, weren't you with Ruan?" Beijia did not explain and moved aside. "You say she is your female? You sensed it?" He was jealous to the point of madness. Ruan had given all her love to Yu Jianglan while she was alive. Yu Jianglan was anxious. "First, let Soft down. She is in pain." Beijia, however, laughed. "It's good that she is in pain. I want to bring the real Ruan back." His face twisted. "This female is just a fragment of Ruan. I have gathered all the fragments, and once she dies, the fragments will merge, and the Ruan from decades ago will return." Yu Jianglan listened with a dazed expression, while Beijia was still crazily depicting the scene of Ruan's return. The real Ruan? The Ruan from decades ago. Yu Jianglan's heart stirred. But looking at the pain Jiang Ruantang, he was filled with conflict. Jiang Ruantang saw him hesitating, her face only showing sorrow. Bound by an unknown force and unable to move, she could only rely on Yu Jianglan. She used all her strength to shout, "Yu Jianglan, save me." After speaking, she closed her eyes in pain, tears streaming down. She knew too well how much Yu Jianglan loved Ci Ruan. She was in a frenzy of conflict. Did Yu Jianglan bond with her because she was Jiang Ruantang, or because she was the last fragment of Ci Ruan? The more she thought, the more confused she became. She even felt that her feelings for Yu Jianglan were influenced by Ci Ruan. Look, the moment he heard Ci Ruan might come back, he hesitated. There was not a shred of emotional bond related to being mates. Jiang Ruantang swore, if she could survive, she would definitely sever her partnership with Yu Jianglan. She would rather die than be a substitute. As the pain intensified, Jiang Ruantang fainted, her hair slowly turning white. But her breathing remained steady. Beijia spread his arms and laughed maniacally. My Ci Ruan is finally coming back. Yu Jianglan looked at Jiang Ruantang, knowing he had to stop this, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead. Just as the light began to pull away from Jiang Ruantang's body, Beijia was suddenly kicked away, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. Lars had arrived. Tan was not idle either, stabbing a scorpion tail into the clan leader's neck, causing him to clutch his throat and collapse. Lars wanted to save Jiang Ruantang, but was bounced back several meters by the barrier surrounding her. Flapping his wings to stabilize himself, Jiang Ruantang's arms hung limply, and the spatial wristband on her wrist was completely shattered. The system alarm blared frantically, warning. The host is about to completely disappear. Information about her was slowly being erased. Soon no one would know who she was or where she came from. Yu Jianglan watched as the mate mark on Jiang Ruantang's ankle vanished. His brain exploded. No, Jiang Ruantang was a soft, never a Ci Ruan. Her personality was completely different from Ci Ruan's. His nails elongated as he frantically attacked the barrier, but the barrier grew stronger, as if Jiang Ruantang were resisting him. Yu Jianglan gently caressed the barrier, his eyes reddening. Soft. I'm sorry. Please don't resist me, okay? Beijia wiped away the blood and stood up with a sneer. Yu Jianglan, you are not worthy of Ci Ruan. From now on, she will only be mine. He waved his wings, watching as Lars and Tan prepared to surround him, sneering contemptuously. If he could just delay a little longer, Jiang Ruantang would be beyond saving. Before he could revel in his triumph, Yu Jianglan moved so quickly that Beijia had no time to react, and his wings were brutally broken. Beijia screamed in agony as Yu Jianglan grabbed his neck. Speak. How we save soft. Even with his neck bleeding, Beijia just smiled and remained silent. He wanted to drag it out until Jiang Ruantang disappeared. At that moment, Ci Ruan slowly sat down beside Jiang Ruantang. You failed to? I thought you could make it. She existed in every fragment, watching Beijia kill the shards, enduring the same pain. Jiang Ruantang looked at her, not saying a word, her consciousness seeming to be drawn away. Jiang Ruantang. Ci Ruan reached out to touch her face. This female was the most like her, yet also the least like her. Seeing Jiang Ruantang unresponsive, she lifted her face and shouted, Wake up. You have cubs, you have Jiejing, you have Kadian. You haven't even asked Yu Jianglan for an explanation yet. It was unclear which words struck Jiang Ruantang, but finally, her dazed pupils began to focus. Beijia panicked. Extracting the fragments had actually paused, something that had never happened before. Ci Ruan pulled Jiang Ruantang, having never awakened other fragments, but Jiang Ruantang was different. They shared memories from 2 lifetimes. Ci Ruan had seen modern civilization and technology, but didn't want Beijia to gamble with the fate of the Starcore continent. She didn't want resurrection, only wanted Jiang Ruantang to be herself. Soft. A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Ruantang felt as if she were being lifted from drowning by a whale, her pupils growing clearer, her breathing quickening. She had come back to life. She desperately wanted to see the person, until that longed-for face appeared, all her grievances bursting forth in an instant. Both Beijia and Yu Jianglan were stunned. Only Lars breathed a sigh of relief. Her mail had come. It was Jiejing. Jiang Ruantang, filled with grievances, wanted to tell him about the 2 little foxes, wanted to complain about his absence, but in the end, all that remained was longing. She feared this was a dream, tears like beans streaming down. Jiejing panicked, knowing just by looking at her that, during the days he was gone, his little female had suffered greatly. Jiang Ruantang raised her arm with effort. Reaching through the barrier, to touch Jiejing's hand. Jiejing's heart ached. He had come too late. He saw Jiang Ruantang's mate mark on her ankle had vanished halfway. And another merfolk mate had appeared. If it weren't for his finding him, he still wouldn't know what had happened to Soft. He nodded at Lars, then looked at Beijia, daring to make Soft suffer. The bill from the Tiamat tribe must be settled. Jiejing asked coldly, "How do we save Soft?" Beijia sneered. "You Jianglan couldn't force him to speak. What was a mere 7-crown fox?" Before he could revel in his triumph, Jiejing extended his claws, directly severing one of Beijia's arms and tossing it aside like garbage. "Speak, or next time I'll break your fingers." Beijia howled in pain, finally afraid. This male was going to torture him slowly. But seeing he was on the verge of reviving Jiang Ruantang, he still forced a smile. This ancient secret method is fundamentally unsolvable. Just as Beijia's voice fell, Jiang Ruantang's thoughts were pulled away again, plunging back into slumber. Jiang Ruantang shouted anxiously within her body, "Don't sleep. If you sleep, you wake up again." She wanted to awaken Jiang Ruantang with memories. But it was useless. Jiang Ruantang was trapped in the depths of her soul, slowly being extracted. Suddenly, countless voices rang out. "Jiang Ruantang, save her. Don't let her end up like us. Live on for our sakes." The soul fragments that had once been killed by Beijia gathered together. They had never lived a free life, not even knowing their origins. Now, they only wanted to save Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang's body began to slowly turn transparent. Yu Jianglan released Beijia, panicking completely. Soft is disappearing. Lars inhaled sharply. Jiejing appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already a mess. He didn't believe Beijia's words and warned sternly, "Last chance. Tell me how to save Soft." He had just reunited. He could not watch Soft disappear. Beijia, however, laughed. "It's too late. Her soul is about to be completely extracted." This formation was something he had studied for many years. No one could solve it. Not even he himself knew how to stop it. But in the next second, the place where he hid the soul fragments stirred. All the fragments reached a consensus. They could not let him harm Jiang Ruantang. A spirit broke through the bottle first. "I'll go first. Everyone hurry." She flew above Jiang Ruantang, seeing that she was almost gone, directly passing through the barrier, desperately pressing against her soul. Beijia's mouth froze. How could the soul fragments have consciousness? Soon after, more spirits broke through the bottle, leaving only the smallest ones still struggling. Countless spirits rushed out, a powerful pressure pushing several males far away. Jiejing shouted urgently, Soft. Lars was dumbfounded. "What are these?" All the spirits began to compress Jiang Ruantang's soul, and Jiang Ruantang finally frowned. It was working. Beijia laughed madly. "These are all Jiang Ruantang's fragments. They shouldn't be here. They have been quiet for many years, and now they actually revolted collectively." Yu Jianglan grabbed him. "Speak. Do these things harm Soft?" Beijia did not answer, but the spirits panicked. Despite their best efforts, Jiang Ruantang's soul was returning faster than it was being extracted. "Don't leave me behind. Woo-woo." The smallest spirit finally broke through the bottle, crying as she rushed out. She flew too fast to stop, directly crashing into Jiang Ruantang's soul, and in the next second turned into stardust, revealing the body of a 6-year-old girl. She was stunned. My body? She was the first one captured by Beijia, trapped for so long that she had almost forgotten what she looked like. All the spirits looked dumbfounded. The little girl joyfully flew around, waving at Beijia and Jiejing, only to realize no one could see her. Finally, she hugged the other spirits. "Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be free." After saying that, her body disappeared, turning into light and flying into the feather at the corner of Jiang Ruantang's eye. Everyone was astonished. Jiang Ruantang's soul actually began to return. A spirit suddenly realized, fusing into her body, that's true liberation for us. After saying that, it rushed in directly, also revealing a body dressed in modern clothes, looking just like Jiang Ruantang. She touched her face, "My body." Finally taking a breath, she also turned into light and flew in. The other spirits instantly understood, orderly rushing into Jiang Ruantang's soul, each revealing their appearance from life, then resolutely merging. "Thank you, Jiang Ruantang. We are all free." From the outside, it looked like Jiang Ruantang's soul was almost fully returned, but Beijia was going mad. This formation was clearly unsolvable. How could this happen? He recklessly rushed to the barrier. Impossible. Just one step away. Jiang Ruantang watched the light flying towards her in the void. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. "Everyone has come to save you." The spirits reached out to pull her. "We are all you." Jiang Ruantang was pulled outward, and C.I. Ruan embraced her. You saved C.I. Ruan. I don't want to be C.I. Ruan anymore. Countless memories surged into Jiang Ruantang's mind. C.I. Ruan who wanted to be a veterinarian in modern times. C.I. Ruan who wanted to be with the emperor in ancient times, and all the versions of her across various timelines. C.I. Ruan released her hand. Go back, Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, and all the barriers around her shattered. She stretched out her hand, like she had just woken from a dream. But she was really alive. Her white hair slowly returned to its original color, the tips of her golden hair turning red. Looking up, she saw that the barrier had suddenly disappeared, and Beijia was kneeling on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Jiejing, who was closest, immediately shielded her. Jiejing looked at Jiang Ruantang, joy overflowing. Ruan. Jiang Ruantang smiled brightly, and Beijia, seeing that smile, unexpectedly thought of C.I. Ruan. Jiang Ruantang stopped smiling, staring at Beijia with sarcasm. Your calculations have failed. There is no more C.I. Ruan in this world. The power of the phoenix has also been taken away. I'm just Jiang Ruantang. She thought Beijia would go mad, but instead, Beijia looked pained. Why won't you let C.I. Ruan come back? The power of the phoenix is nothing compared to my Ruan. She wants to go to the modern world, and I've done everything to help her fulfill her wish. Jiang Ruantang interrupted sharply. But you have deprived every C.I. Ruan of her life in every world. Beijia was stunned. He only wanted the C.I. Ruan of the past, but forgot that every C.I. Ruan was vibrant and alive. Jiang Ruantang leaned in, delivering a heart-wrenching blow. Let me tell you a secret. C.I. Ruan lives in every fragment. Every time you extract one, she feels pain. Only then did Beijia understand that he had personally killed countless loved ones. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Host, Beijia's soul is shattering. I need to take his soul to report. I will be gone for a long time. Then the task notification sounded. Congratulations, host, task completed. You have received 50 void stones. Beijia suddenly spat out blood, reaching out and murmuring, Ruan. Jiang Ruantang stepped back. C.I. Ruan has been killed by you countless times. Beijia's hand fell weakly, making no sound, slowly transforming back into his Pegasus form. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. She hadn't even lifted a finger, yet the task was completed. As the farce concluded, Lars and Tom began to argue. Quick, cure the Patriarch's scorpion poison. Tom refused. The Patriarch locked me up with Weiran for so long. I must take revenge. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. Tom knew it was just venting. At that moment, Yu Jianglan, with red eyes, shouted Ruan, and Jiejing immediately blocked Jiang Ruantang behind him, baring his fangs ready to fight. Jiang Ruantang felt heavy-hearted. Looking down at Yu Jianglan, she said, let's leave it at that. I will find a way to lift the mate mark. Hearing that Jiang Ruantang wanted to lift the mate mark, Yu Jianglan almost cried. No, Ruan, I don't want to lift it. Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, and resolutely turned away. Seeing her attitude, Jiejing secretly felt happy. Picking her up in one motion and provocatively glancing at Yu Jianglan, Jiang Ruantang tightly hugged Jiejing's neck, suddenly asking, Don't all foxes have a fox odor? Why do you smell so good? Jiejing panicked immediately. I ran for 3 days to find you. I'm about to take a shower. Don't despise me. His ears drooped down, afraid of being disliked. Jiang Ruantang looked at him, her heart aching. He hadn't rested for 3 days. She lifted Jiejing's face and kissed him directly. Jiejing deepened the kiss vigorously, as if he had suddenly received candy. Jiang Ruantang gasped, pushing him away. I can't breathe. Jiejing released her and licked his lips. Then bit her mouth. He missed her too much, feeling that Ruan was even sexier now. Jiang Ruantang's face turned red. Even having given birth, she still felt shy. Suddenly she realized, her little one still needed milk. She looked around. This small grove was too inappropriate. Jiejing thought she was scared and quickly asked, What's wrong? Jiang Ruantang stammered for a long time, steeling herself to say, Our little one has no milk to drink, can we do that? After speaking, her face was almost on fire. In her heart, she was frantically complaining. Why not just say your son has no milk? Come to me. Jiejing then reacted, staring at her belly. You had the baby? Jiang Ruantang nodded, her eyes full of love. Jiejing panicked instantly. I'm sorry. I made you suffer. His mind was filled with thoughts of Ruan giving birth and almost dying, even thinking, simply let that little one starve. How could it make his Ruan suffer? Jiang Ruantang touched his face. It hurt during birth, but thinking of you made it okay. There are 2 little foxes. One looks just like you. She began to talk incessantly about the little one, and Jiang held her tightly. His Ruan would definitely be a good mother. Hearing sounds in the forest, Jiang stopped in his tracks, looking from afar. Jiang Ruantang was leaning in Jiang's embrace, smiling brightly. He felt both bitter and sour inside. Ruan had never smiled at him like that, almost losing control of his emotions. Right, Jiang, hurry back. The little one is still in the Pegasus tribe. Jiang Ruantang pinched Jiang's ear and pointed in the direction of the Pegasus tribe. Jiang nodded, picked her up, and ran wildly, his speed almost taking off. Jiang Ruantang touched his arm. Why did it feel like Jiang was stronger? Suddenly, she noticed something was off. The spatial bracelet was gone. This bracelet was bound to her. She couldn't take it off. Could it have shattered? She wanted to summon the system, but the system had already taken Beijia's soul to report. Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken. There was still meat and vegetables in the bracelet, and even more heart-wrenching was the void stone in the system. Her face fell, closing her eyes filled with heartache. Jiang immediately stopped. Ruan, are you not feeling well? Jiang Ruantang smiled sadly. It's okay, let's keep going. Upon arriving at the Pegasus tribe, all the beastmen panicked. Both the patriarch and the shaman were missing. Seeing Jiang Ruantang return with a fox, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Mu Qi stiffly asked, Did you see the patriarch and the shaman? Jiang directly spoke. Your shaman is dead. All the males instantly took an aggressive stance. Did you kill him? Jiang Ruantang shrugged. I said he died on his own. Do you believe me? The males looked at her, as if she were a fool. Jiang didn't waste words, directly releasing his pressure, the aura of a 6 crown being instantly stunned everyone. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. Did the mark upgrade allow him to reach the pinnacle of 6 crowns? Just as a fight was about to break out, Lars timely landed to stop it. Weiran peeked out and saw Jiang Ruantang, rushing out immediately to hug her. Tan also arrived, throwing a dazed patriarch on the ground. Mu Qi was anxious. Was it this scorpion that did it? Lars blocked him. Beijia is dead. Wait until the patriarch wakes up to discuss it. Everyone was discussing, but only Jiang Ruantang knew the truth. Beijia died from his soul shattering. Lars was the strongest in the Pegasus tribe, and everyone could only fall silent, while Mu Qi glared fiercely at Jiang and Tan. After resolving everything, Weiran finally brought over the 2 little ones. She and Juju had no experience and were almost exhausted taking care of them. Jiang Ruantang carefully took them. The big one was very strong, while the little one was much quieter. Is this our little one? Jiang leaned forward, his expression rarely gentle. The big one looked exactly like him, while the little one resembled Jiang Ruantang even more. He frowned and poked the little one, and surprisingly, the little guy responded with all his might. Jiang Ruantang immediately tensed. Maybe I got hurt in the early stage of pregnancy, and the nutrition didn't keep up. That's why the little one is weak. We'll take good care of it. Don't give up on it. Jiang stroked her face. They're both our little ones. I will never give up. It was common in the tribe for weak cubs to be abandoned. But the little one looked like Ruan. He couldn't bear to, and didn't want Ruan to be sad. He touched the 2 little ones again, his heart filled with disbelief. He had actually become a father. After Jiang Ruantang calmed the cubs in the grass hut, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. Let us make a cradle for the cubs. It's safe and frees on my hands. It's simply perfect. Before she could think further, her skirt was suddenly lifted. Jiang Ruantang's face instantly turned bright red, too shy to make a sound. Jiang was just too sudden. Jiang licked his lips and kissed her fiercely, his actions even more forceful. After not seeing her for so long, Jiang Ruantang felt it hurt just like the first time. After all, he was different. The sounds of that night spread throughout the Pegasus tribe, and all the males thought Jiang Ruantang was in heat. She really wanted to shout, I'm in the nursing period, it's Jiang who has gone wild. Previously, she had said that even without being in heat, they could still have fun together, but it turned out this beast man went completely crazy, tossing her around until her waist almost broke. The next day, she got up and suddenly found herself wet in front. She had milk. She could hardly help but cry and laugh at the same time. Although she had milk now, she was utterly exhausted. The 2 little cubs, sensing the scent, mustered their strength and crawled over. Jiang Ruantang quickly picked them up, feeding 1 cub at a time, which was just right. When Jiu entered the room and saw this scene, he felt warm inside. He used a wet bee skin to help Jiang Ruantang wipe her body, his movements extremely gentle. What did you mean by modern when you talked to Beiji yesterday? Jiang Ruantang's body stiffened. She had been overheard. She replied perfunctorily, It's just a term. Jiu looked down, feeling disappointed. He could no longer discern Jiang Ruantang's race, and even doubted. Did she really belong to the Star Core continent? Jiang Ruantang didn't want to deceive him. But how could she explain? She couldn't bring the orcs back to the modern world. All that was left there were her adoptive parents. She could only pray for her adoptive mother's safety, blaming herself for not being filial enough. It was fine. If Ruantang didn't want to say, then she wouldn't. Just as Jiayu finished speaking, one of the cubs suddenly choked on milk, and Jiang Ruantang anxiously shouted, "Ah, cub!" Without waiting for her to react. Jiayu suddenly leaned in and took the spilled milk into his mouth. Jiang Ruantang let out a muffled sound. "Stop sucking. You're such a big beast. And yet you're drinking the cub's milk." Jiayu licked his lips and smiled. "I just don't want to waste it, and your milk is super fragrant." Jiang Ruantang's face instantly flushed. The little cub hurriedly leaned in to continue drinking, and she could only hurriedly hand it over. Tonight. She absolutely wouldn't let Jiayu get into bed. Outside, in the water pool, Yu Jianglan listened to the commotion, hugging his tail with grievance. Last night, he had listened all night, and it was obvious that Ruantang didn't like him anymore. He knew he was wrong. He had hesitated between Ruantang and C.I. Ruan, but now he only wanted Ruantang. After feeding the cubs, Jiang Ruantang stretched, and with Jiayu's help, she put on her beast skin clothes. Suddenly, she remembered she needed to make a cradle, but she had no pen or paper, and her multifunctional book was lost. The space handring was broken, and she had lost too many things. When the system returned, she must demand an explanation. "Ruantang!" Zhu called from outside, and Jiayu directly blocked the door. Jiang Ruantang helplessly said, "Let her in. She helped me when I was under house arrest. She won't harm me." Reluctantly, Jiayu let go of the door, but his gaze was fixed on Zhu, making her cautious in every move. Jiang Ruantang shooed him away. "Jiayu, you go outside." Only then did Zhu relax and say, "The chief has woken up. Our spider tribe is leaving." Jiang Ruantang grabbed her. "Do you have a place to go?" She knew it was difficult for Zhu. If she didn't help herself, Zhu might gain power. But finding a mate would still be hard. But if she helped herself, she could only leave the Tiamat tribe. Jiang Ruantang sighed. Modern people cannot accept the beast world, and the orcs cannot adapt to modernity. Beijia wanted to connect the two worlds, but it was a deadlock that would only create chaos on both sides. Zhu shook her head. "I don't know where to go. Perhaps the annihilation of the spider tribe is the best outcome." She then asked, "Have you and your male figured out where to go?" This question stumped Jiang Ruantang. The beaching tribe was destroyed, and she was afraid of Jiayu's special identity if they went to the main city. Now she had no idea where to go. If they didn't go to the main city, where should they go? Where could they settle down? In a vast star core continent. Jiang Ruantang couldn't find a way back for herself and Jiayu. After sending Zhu away, she looked at the two sleeping cubs in her arms. Finally frowning in worry. She needed to live well, but where could they settle down? She gently touched the little cub's ear and asked Jiayu, "We definitely can't stay in the Tiamat tribe. Where should we go next?" Wei Ran might stay here with Lars, but she and Jiayu needed a stable home. Jiayu squatted in front of her, his voice lowered. "Sorry, Ruantang. Actually, I made a deal with Wuchuan." Jiang Ruantang's pupils dilated suddenly. Deal? What kind of deal could make him compromise? The scene shifted back to half a month ago. At that time, Jiayu wanted to escape from Wuchuan's snake den every day, but every time he rushed out, he was surrounded and caught back by a group of orcs. He could vaguely sense that something was wrong with Jiang Ruantang, guessing that something must have happened to her. Anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Wuchuan saw his urgency and smirked, proposing a condition. "You can go find the little female. But we need to make a deal." Jiayu immediately asked, "What deal?" Wuchuan's eyes concealed cunning. "I'm not telling you now. You go save her first. But you must come back quickly. Don't think about escaping. I can catch you once, I can catch you again, and then I'll catch her too." Jiayu gritted his teeth and agreed. His strength was inferior, and escaping was simply useless, even though he knew it would lead Ruantang into a fire pit. After hearing this, Jiang Ruantang felt like crying without tears. So all this back and forth, they still had to return to the main city? She stared at the soft faces of the two cubs, truly not wanting them to get involved in the conflict, but she couldn't trust Wuchuan's methods. Then, could we find a deserted place to settle down with the cubs? Now that she had children, she really didn't want to run in fear anymore. Jiayu looked at her expression, his heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. Just as he finished speaking, the smallest cub suddenly cried out for milk. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly unfastened her beast skin clothing. Just as she was bringing the cub close, she caught sight of Jiayu swallowing hard, his eyes fixated. She was startled and quickly fastened her clothes, then kicked Jiayu out of the grass hut. "Big pervert! You're such a big beast, still staring at this." Jie stood outside the door, looking wronged. Why was she still angry? Just as he was about to push the door back in, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. A hostile gaze was fixed on him. Turning around, he saw Jiang squatting by the pond, holding his tail, with a gaze that seemed to devour him. Jiang thought to himself, this fox is tall and looks decent, but his strength is lacking. How could Ruantang like him? He quickly buried half of his face in the water, the two males glaring at each other from a few meters apart, the atmosphere tense. But neither of them made a move. After all, Jiang Ruantang had said she would dissolve the mate relationship. Jie secretly rejoiced, disdainfully glancing at Jiang, then slipped back into the grass hut. Jiang Ruantang soothed the cubs, exhausted, and collapsed in his embrace, suddenly remembering something. Right, Jie? The two cubs have been born for several days, and we still haven't given them names. What should we do? Jie embraced Jiang Ruantang, wrapping her entirely in his arms. It's okay. Cubs don't transform until they are 3 years old. Usually, females love their cubs so much that they name them. And most of the time the cubs choose their own names. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Orc cubs are in beast form until they are 3 years old. And only after transforming do they resemble humans and choose names. Lost in thought, she soon fell asleep. Jie gently kissed her forehead, carefully placing her on the grass mat, then moved the two cubs to a distance, putting down grass and bee skins, only returning to embrace Ruantang to sleep after he was satisfied. However, Jie was a fur-type orc, and during the dry season, it was super hot. Jiang Ruantang couldn't stand the heat and kicked him off. Feeling comfortable, Jie looked pitiful. During the cold season, she held him tightly, but now in the dry season, she complained about his thick fur. Jiang Ruantang turned over, pressing down on the bee's skin, sucking her thumb and mumbling, Jianglan. Hot. She dreamed of returning to Jianglan's underwater stone cave, which was cool and comfortable, and Jianglan's body was also cool. Jie leaned over to listen, his heart racing. Ruantang actually called that fish's name. He almost lost control, thinking about how to cook the fish deliciously, and forcibly suppressed it. He knew he was greedy. He didn't want to share Ruantang with any male, but he couldn't control her thoughts, so he could only comfort himself. If Ruantang really liked him, considering the other party's strong abilities, he could reluctantly accept it. The next day, Jiang Ruantang woke up and saw Jie looking unwell, thinking it was because she hadn't let him hug her. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A group of Tiamat tribe males were shouting. The chief had been awake for a few days, his body weak, and the tribesmen could no longer hold back. They all wanted him to give an explanation. Upon hearing that Beijia was dead, the chief knew he was about to lose credibility and said to Lars, "Help me out. I need to give an account." As soon as the chief appeared, the males immediately fell silent, then exploded. Beijia is dead. He said he would bring females, and we even accepted the spider tribe. But now not even a shadow of a female has been seen. Chief, you need to give an explanation. Jiang Ruantang's face darkened. What was the point of saying this? Why drag Zhu and the others into it? Zhu lowered her head, retreating with her tribesmen. She had already heard that the Tiamat tribe was unwilling to accept the spider tribe. The male spiders are not to be trifled with. If it weren't for Zhu holding them back, they would have been taken down by spider venom long ago. Tan stood beside Wei Ran, feeling frustrated. Both used poison. Yet only the spider clan is despised. The clan leader coughed twice, and everyone quieted down. He said solemnly, "I was too trusting of Bajai. I've been the clan leader for long enough. It's better to hold a succession beast tide." As soon as these words were spoken, all the beast men were stunned. Even Jie and the waterbound General Lan were taken aback. The clan leader holding a succession beast tide means he is willing to give up his position and can no longer contest for the clan leader in the future. The beastmen in the clan immediately panicked, their voices lowered. "Clan leader, that's not what we meant. Right now, no one in the clan can take on the role of clan leader. If we really hold a succession, the Tianma clan will be in chaos." But the clan leader was exceptionally resolute. "Stop talking. It's my fault that I didn't provide everyone with more opportunities to bond. I can't bear the role of clan leader anymore." Lars lowered his head, clenching his fists. It's not that he can't bear it. The clan leader's time is running out, and he is still looking for capable successors for the clan. The clan leader's female stepped out from the crowd, looking at his weak appearance, wiping away her tears. The clan leader quickly reassured her. "It's fine. You all decide on the next clan leader." The female swayed as she walked. She had previously complained about the clan leader being too old, but after so many years of feelings, seeing him like this made her heart panic. Wei Ran tugged at Lars, asking if he was okay. Lars shook his head and hugged her. Jiang Ruantang was watching at the door. also feeling that something was off with the clan leader. Jiang whispered, "This clan leader doesn't have much time left." Jiang Ruantang was startled. "Is he down from scorpion venom?" Jiang explained, "He has been seriously injured for a long time, holding on. Once the scorpion venom enters his body, he won't be able to hold on anymore." At this moment, the clan leader's female cried out in question, "Why are you holding on?" "I was just saying that in anger. Do you think I don't look good anymore after giving birth?" The clan leader quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? I cherish you even more." It turns out that the female had previously complained that he was not as good as younger beastmen, and to prove himself, the clan leader challenged a wild boar, resulting in injuries all over. He was no longer fit for hunting. The female regretted it immensely. "I shouldn't have said those angry words. You've been leading the clan for decades. How could you just give up?" The clan leader held her in his arms. "It's fine if I leave. You still have the cubs with you." The female cried out, "But I only want you." She had given birth to 3 cubs for the clan leader, and her heart had always been with him. Jiang Ruantang watched, her eyes turning sour. Turns out no one can escape the parting of life and death. Because of the clan leader's situation, the male beasts of the Tianma clan panicked. No one felt they were more suitable than the old clan leader. Jiang Ruantang pulled Wei Ran over, and Wei Ran immediately leaned into act cute. "Ruantang, how are you?" Jiang Ruantang said, "Jiu and I are preparing to take the cubs to the main city." But she felt uneasy. The main city is the beast city, with strict rules, and going there would mean falling into the jaws of Wuchuan. Just thinking of Wuchuan's face made her shiver. Wei Ran was taken aback for a moment, secretly looking at Lars, wondering if he wanted to contest for the clan leader, then looking at Tan, who was staring at her, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. She held Jiang Ruantang's hand. "Ruantang, I want to go to the beast city with you. I don't want to be separated from you again." She had long lost her sense of security and didn't want to lose her only support. Jiang Ruantang patted her hand to reassure her, but her gaze towards Tan turned cold. Poor Wei Ran, she had been tormented by the Scorpion clan to this extent. Tan sensed that hostility and felt inexplicably guilty. Lars then spoke up. "I'm not interested in the position of clan leader. I will leave sooner or later. If you want to go, let's go." Wei Ran's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of excitement. Just as Jiang Ruantang nodded, she saw General Lan staring at her, and in the next second, he crawled out of the water, his fishtail turning directly into legs. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Jiu immediately covered her eyes. "Ruantang, don't look at dirty things." Jiang Ruantang swallowed, quickly closed her eyes, completely unaware that the 2 males were about to fight. General Lan leisurely put on the leather skirt made by Jiang Ruantang, practically showing off. Jiu, with his keen nose, immediately smelled that it was Ruantang's handiwork, and his face darkened instantly. Females only make clothes for their own males, and Ruantang actually made some for this fish. He angrily walked away, leaving Jiang Ruantang confused. Why is the big fox angry? She didn't want to look at General Lan either. Seeing Jiu leave, General Lan immediately moved closer. "Ruantang, take me with you to the main city." Jiang Ruantang took 2 steps back, awkwardly twisting her hair. "You are the clan leader. You should return to the Merfolk clan, and I will dissolve the partner mark." She couldn't tell if her feelings for General Lan were her own or Siren's, and she didn't want to get them mixed up. General Lan drooped his head, looking hurt. "Ruantang, you blame me, don't you?" He quickly explained. "I knew from the start that you weren't Siren." But his silly expression made Jiang Ruantang suspect that he wanted to pull a fast one. Before she could finish, General Lan splashed back into the water, carefully protecting the leather skirt with bubbles. This was made by Ruantang, and it can't get wet. Jiang Ruantang looked up at the sky, wondering why it was so different from what she had imagined. She felt cold as soon as she entered the house and called out, "Jiu," only to receive a muffled grunt in response. Looking over, Jiu had transformed into his original form, taking up a third of the room, clearly wearing a displeased face. But his ears and tail were wagging like crazy. Jiang Ruantang tentatively asked, "Are you not happy? That was just an accident, right?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt guilty. Obviously, it was an accident. Why feel guilty about it? Jiu pressed his fox head to the ground, staring intently at Jiang Ruantang. "You making clothes for that fish was also an accident?" Jiang Ruantang hurriedly nodded, thinking it was strange for the big fox to talk. She suddenly realized Jiu was angry about the leather clothes, not the previous scene. She had made it just to thank him, with no other meaning. Jiang Ruantang quickly explained. Jiu transformed back into human form and hugged her. "Don't make clothes for males in the future. Giving males clothes is a sign of wanting them to be partners." Jiang Ruantang was stunned. There's such a rule? I'd made clothes for females before, she said softly. Jiang bit her lip. Making for females is a good relationship. Making for males is different. Jiang Ruantang nodded, thinking she absolutely wouldn't make them again. But the jealous Jiang was quite cute. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ruantang sat up. Cub, baby? As soon as she reached out, she was pushed back down. Sleep a bit more. We have to set off tomorrow. She listened to Jiang and quietly leaned closer. Jiang was hugging the two cubs, and she felt super secure leaning against him. Jiang asked the cubs, "Not feeling well?" Jiang Ruantang lay in his arms. "I just want to stick to you." Jiang held her hand. "Where's your space wristband?" Jiang Ruantang pouted. "It broke. All my stuff is gone, and I feel so heartbroken. Medical supplies and seeds are all gone, and the system hasn't responded. Such a loss." Jiang remained calm. "As long as you're okay." Jiang Ruantang exposed her lower back. "Look, the mark has changed. Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Jiang stared at the mark. What happened that day? Jiang Ruantang told him about Bajai and the evolution of the beast mark, and Jiang got even angrier. Bajai wanting to dissolve the partner relationship is too cheap for him. Jiang hugged her, rubbing his neck against her. "The mark has brought me to the peak of 6 crowns, almost reaching 7 crowns. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. "There are no side effects, that's good." Suddenly, she felt sleepy and fell asleep in Jiang's arms. The next day, Jiang Ruantang wrapped the two cubs in leather and tied them to her chest, safe and convenient. The space wristband was broken, and Jiang packed the essentials, filling a large bag. As soon as Wei Ran saw the pack, Jiang Ruantang, she burst into tears. "Wow. Ruantang, the Tiamat clan hasn't chosen a new clan leader yet, and Katian, who has the most say, can't leave." She wanted Tan to take Wei Ran away first, but Wei Ran was unwilling and could only stay. Jiang Ruantang patted her to comfort her. "It's okay. Once we get to the main city, we can still meet." Zhu Zhu came with the clan members to say goodbye, only nodding from a distance, her gaze falling on the little cub in Jiang Ruantang's arms. And the little cub even poked its head out to respond. Zhu Zhu did not approach, turning away with the clan members in the opposite direction. General Lan suddenly poked his head out of the water. "Ruantang, are we leaving?" Jiang Ruantang was confused. "What does we mean?" She frowned. "You should return to the Merfolk clan." General Lan shook his head. "Wherever you are, that's where I will be." Jiang Ruantang had no choice but to let him follow. Although Jiang was displeased, he thought that Jiang Lan's strength might be able to deal with Wu Chuan. Jiang Ruantang and Wei Ran said goodbye to Lars and climbed onto Jiang's back to set off. The dry season was extremely hot, and Jiang could only choose to take the water route. Jiang Ruantang was sweating profusely. Just after splashing her face with cool water, Jianglan suddenly flew out of the water. Jiang Ruantang was stunned. Wasn't this a real-life version of a handsome man emerging from a bath? Jianglan frowned. "You'll get heat stroke following the fox. Come into the water. I'll take you through the water route." Jiang Ruantang hesitated, worried that the cub couldn't withstand the high temperature. Jiang clenched his fists but still spoke up. "You and the cub go through the water. I'll follow on land." Jiang Ruantang nodded, and in a moment of excitement, Jianglan splashed her with water. Jiang Ruantang instantly regretted it. Was this guy reliable? Jianglan quickly apologized and stepped back. Seeing that Jiang Ruantang's clothes were wet, Jiang's fangs were exposed, wanting to shred the fish. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly calmed Jiang down, but the cub in her arms cried out in fear, so she had to nurse it first. Jianglan surfaced, his fish tail dazzling in the sunlight. Sitting on the water flow, after nursing, Jiang Ruantang turned around and was immediately mesmerized. "Look!" Jianglan jumped into the water column, his hair floating, and the 9 crowns around his waist glowing. In the next second, he conjured a large bubble that could just fit Jiang Ruantang and the two cubs. "Ruantang, you and the cubs stay in the bubble." As the water column disappeared, Jianglan followed the bubble down, waving his hand for praise, looking as obedient as a child asking for candy. Jiang Ruantang reached out to touch the bubble. Her fingers went inside, and surprisingly, the bubble didn't burst. "This is so magical." Jianglan immediately looked up proudly. "This is a skill of our merfolk. Females are afraid of water, so we create these bubbles. They are made with power, allowing free movement underwater and providing defense. And you won't be afraid even if you bump into males." Jiang Ruantang didn't listen too closely. As she leaned in, she accidentally fell into the bubble with the cub. Inside the bubble, it was cool and soft, like a balloon, but very sturdy. Jiang Ruantang looked around inside, feeling incredibly curious. On the shore, Jiang's face was as dark as a frizzy-haired fox. His little female was playing happily with someone else's bubble. Seeing that she liked it, Jiang splashed his tail in the water excitedly. Ruantang, shall we set off? On the shore, Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry up and go." Jiang Ruantang poked her head out and called Jiang, and he immediately felt at ease, transforming into a fox to carry the luggage and set off. Jiang pushed the bubble underwater, and the coolness instantly enveloped Jiang Ruantang. She quickly covered the cub's mouth and nose. But the bubble didn't let in a single drop of water. Jiang Ruantang was already accustomed to breathing underwater, but still feared something would happen to the cub. Seeing her protect the cub, Jianglan's heart melted. Ruantang is truly a good mother. Jiang Ruantang excitedly looked at the seabed. When the little fish saw Jianglan, they all stopped and whispered, "That must be the female of the merfolk lord. So beautiful." Jiang Ruantang froze. "Did I just hear fish talking?" Jianglan, pleased, said, "You have my partner mark. Being recognized by the sea allows you to hear the voices of marine creatures." Jiang Ruantang was stunned. This was simply a superpower, but she had already traveled to the beast world, so it wasn't too surprising. She said to Jianglan, "Why don't you float up and check on Jiang?" Without seeing Jiang, she felt insecure. Being with Jianglan was also awkward. Jianglan nodded, took the bubble to float up to the surface. And as soon as Jiang Ruantang saw Jiang, her heart immediately calmed down. Jiang noticed a movement on the water surface, and when he turned his fox head towards it, he saw Jiang Ruantang stretching out her arm from the bubble and waving, her mouth moving. But it was too far to hear clearly. Jiang Ruantang pouted in dissatisfaction. Jianglan, let us get closer to the shore." Jianglan nodded and drifted the bubble toward the shore. Seeing this, Jiang quickly stopped, transformed into human form, put on a bee skin skirt, and rushed to the shore, urgently asking, "Ruantang, are you feeling unwell? Is the temperature in the sea not enough? Don't get heat stroke." Jiang Ruantang smiled and crawled out. "I'm fine. The sun is about to set. I just want to take a break." Jiang looked around. There were no nearby tribes along the coast, and it wasn't safe to travel late. Jiang Ruantang yawned and rubbed her eyes. Her stomach growled, "Hey, I'm a bit hungry." The two cubs were well-behaved and didn't fuss for milk. Jiang patted her head and said to Jianglan, "I'll go hunt, Ruantang. You stay with him in the sea." Jianglan was shocked. This fox actually let him take care of Ruantang. He immediately became happy. "Ruantang, quickly get into the bubble." Jiang Ruantang still wanted chocolate, but unfortunately, the system wasn't around, so she had nothing. She kissed Jiang on the cheek. "Be careful and come back early." Jiang's tail was almost spinning like a top. Jianglan felt jealous. What was wrong with wanting a little more alone time? Jiang met his gaze as if saying, "If you keep staring, it'll be your turn." Jiang Ruantang dove into the bubble. Watching the two males glare at each other, unable to help but think, what a couple of childish fools. Just as she relaxed, the cub in her arms suddenly burst into tears. Jiang Ruantang looked at the setting sun and knew it was time to nurse. Her cub was very easygoing, eating 4 times a day regularly, which in modern times would be around 4 in the morning, noon, evening, and 11 at night. The rest of the time, it either slept or watched her smile. She poked the big cub's face. "It's time for milk." The little cub also cried along. Jianglan said, "Then hurry up and feed." Jiang Ruantang felt embarrassed. Was he wanting to watch her nurse? Jianglan continued to stare at her, making her face turn red. The two cubs cried louder and louder, and Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth, avoiding his gaze to feed. Once the cub started nursing, it stopped crying, while Jianglan stared at her, swallowed hard, turned his head, and caught a glimpse of her blushing ears. Feeling shy himself, he muttered to himself, "It's my first time being a partner. I'll take it slow." But thinking of Jiang Ruantang wanting to break off their partnership, his expression dimmed again. Seeing that Jianglan was no longer staring at her, Jiang Ruantang secretly sighed in relief. She was still shy with Jiang about having cubs, and with Jianglan, they were at most friends above, partners below. It was quite awkward. Jianglan broke the silence. "Ruantang, are you cold? If you're cold, we could go ashore." At night, there was wind, and he was worried the bubble wound tea protect Ruantang and the cub. Jiang Ruantang nodded. "Let us go ashore. The cub is weak. I'm afraid it can't stand the chill." Just as they reached the shore, a gust of cold wind wrapped around them, accompanied by the howls of wolves, giving Jiang Ruantang goosebumps. She looked into the distance and saw green wolf eyes floating in the air. Scared, she directly dove into Jianglan's arms, trembling. Jianglan held her tightly, staring at the wolf pack with a changed expression. It was actually a pack of wolves. He was relieved that he hadn't retracted the bubble and quickly stuffed Jiang Ruantang into it. "Ruantang, close your eyes. It'll be over soon." In the next second, Yu Jianglan charged out, his claws slicing open a wolf's neck, blood spraying everywhere. With another thrust, he plunged his hand into another wolf's body. The remaining wolves were also dealt with using the same ruthless method, and he was covered in blood. Jiang Ruantang didn't close her eyes. She was stunned watching Yu Jianglan's elegant yet ruthless demeanor. She had forgotten he was the leader of the nine-crown merfolk, not the soft and cute type. All three wolves were lifeless, and Yu Jianglan, shedding his fierce demeanor, smiled as if it was worthless. Ruantang, I'll skin the wolves to make clothes for you and the cub. Jiang Ruantang was dumbfounded. His mood changed too quickly, seeing himself covered in blood. Yu Jianglan quickly jumped into the water and started singing. The murky water instantly turned clear. Jiang Ruantang was astonished. This is a natural water purifier. Yu Jianglan felt his ears turn red under her gaze and ducked into the sea. At that moment, Jiayu shouted as he rushed over. Ruantang. He had brought back a wild boar and almost fainted from the smell of blood. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly called, "We're in the bubble. It's okay." Jiayu felt relieved when he saw her, transformed into human form, and lifted her and the cub, urgently asking, "What happened?" "I smelled blood and thought you." He then felt frustrated and couldn't finish a sentence. Jiayu was extremely annoyed. He shouldn't have left Ruantang behind. What if Yu Jianglan didn't protect her on land? Jiang Ruantang was tickled by his movements and shifted a bit, saying, "It's fine. It was wolves. Yu Jianglan dealt with them all." Jiayu squinted, flames in his eyes, and pondered. "I'll make you new clothes from wolf fur, just right." Jiang Ruantang was stunned. Did these two actually come up with the same idea? Yu Jianglan popped his head out of the water. "Ruantang, don't worry. These are ordinary wild wolves, not beastmen. If you like beastmen, I'll hunt them for you." When he said this, his expression was extremely sinister, and Jiayu even nodded in agreement. Jiang Ruantang was going crazy. Is this really the fox and fish I know? She could only compromise. "Fine, orcs, do whatever you want." Next, Jiayu roasted meat for Ruantang, while Yu Jianglan went to deal with the wolf carcass. Jiang Ruantang looked at the starry sky and recalled the days of camping with her parents, feeling sleepy and curling up in Jiayu's arms. After Yu Jianglan finished cleaning up the wolf fur, he approached, only to be shouted at by Jiayu. Ruantang is asleep. He put down the wolf fur and, confirming it was safe, dashed back into the sea. The next day, as soon as Jiang Ruantang opened her eyes, she saw Jiayu's face, and her mood instantly soared. She went to the seaside to wash her face with cool water, when suddenly Yu Jianglan surfaced, looking extremely guilty. Jiang Ruantang asked, "What's wrong? Is something up?" Yu Jianglan hesitated, saying it was nothing, but kept glancing behind him. Jiang Ruantang pretended to be uninterested and was about to leave, causing Yu Jianglan to panic. Seizing the opportunity, she pushed him into the water, and as Yu Jianglan let go, an egg floated out. Jiang Ruantang quickly grabbed it. "Ah, it's an egg." Yu Jianglan flipped over and pulled her out of the water, just in time for Jiayu to see. His face instantly darkened. "Ruantang laid an egg with this fish?" Jiang Ruantang was soaked through, her animal skin skirt clinging to her body awkwardly, and she could only use the egg to cover herself. Jiayu hurriedly took a clean animal skin skirt to change for her, and once everything was tidied up, Jiayu made a shocking statement. "Ruantang, what did you mate with him? You even have an egg." Jiang Ruantang was so shocked she couldn't speak, only quietly guessing. This should be Yu Jianglan's fish roe, right? As soon as she said it, she felt unsure. Such a big fish roe, it was too strange. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianglan panicked, repeatedly shaking his hands, saying, "This isn't my roe. It might be the offspring of another fish clan. It just stuck to me when I woke up." Jiang Ruantang's face clearly showed disbelief. Yu Jianglan looked even more wronged, glancing at the fish roe again, and suddenly thought of something. This is a female merfolk's egg. Chapter 91. The falling female spawn. Jiang Ruantang was stunned, staring in horror at the fish egg. Is this a female spawn? Such a large egg. Could it not contain a big fish? Inside is a female spawn? This. Yu Jianglan noticed the fear in Jiang Ruantang's eyes and was puzzled. Cough. The female spawn of the merfolk is a bit different. They are born as fish eggs and only hatch after developing fully inside the egg. Yu Jianglan was afraid that Ruantang might think too strangely about their merfolk, so he hurriedly explained. Jiang Ruantang nodded, relieved. She thought female spawns might have some masculine characteristics like spiders, but female spawns have mermaid tails. That seems to be what makes them merfolk. But since it's a female spawn, why is it here? It can't be Yu Jianglan's, right? If Yu Jianglan knew that Jiang Ruantang was thinking this way, he would be shocked. The merfolk do not have males giving birth. It's probably only the seahorse clan on the entire continent that has males bearing young. Although they are all marine creatures, the merfolk, seahorses, octopuses, and turtles are vastly different species. The merfolk are just the rulers of the sea. So how could this female spawn? As she spoke, Jiang Ruantang glanced subtly at Yu Jianglan, while Jie was also staring at him. Yu Jianglan looked at the two in terror and waved his hands repeatedly. The female spawn probably floated down the river. She was on me as soon as I woke up. He could say anything, but he couldn't let Ruantang misunderstand him. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to say something, she suddenly felt the egg in her arms, or maybe it was a sack. It suddenly shook a bit. Did it move? Jiang Ruantang looked down in amazement and carefully poked it with her hand. The egg moved a couple more times in response. Jiang Ruantang was even more delighted, hardly believing that there was really a little life inside. This egg seemed to resemble a female womb, meant for the female spawn to develop and grow until it takes on a human form, at which point the protective shell of the egg would be completely absorbed as nourishment. Jie watched as Ruantang gazed lovingly at the egg. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a merfolk female spawn, but it is not Ruantang's. While having a female spawn is good, if it is not Ruantang's, then it is a strange female. How could Jie allow a strange female to intrude into his and Ruantang's life? Ruantang, it would be better to return the female spawn to her parent beasts. For some reason, Jiang Ruantang felt that Jieyu's attitude was strange when he said this. Right? This female spawn that is still growing should be with her own kin. Right? Jiang Ruantang touched the egg again, smooth and slippery. Yu Jianglan nodded, keenly sensing Jieyu's unfriendly gaze. Why is this fox so unwilling? Then, under their watchful eyes, Yu Jianglan placed his hand on the egg. The shell of the egg was hard, making it clear what had happened, and he slowly spoke. Her parent beasts had been killed by other beastmen. Only after both parent beasts die does the shell of the female spawn's egg become extremely hard, which is a form of protection from the merfolk. After hearing this, Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken and looked at the egg again, as if she could see what the female spawn inside looked like. Perhaps it was the feeling of becoming a mother. She was genuinely overwhelmed with maternal love. Inside is a living little fetus. How could she bear to abandon it? But in this beast world, there is no dedicated system to adopt these wandering young ones. In a daze, her gaze fell on the weak little spawn, as if it was destined to be abandoned. And what about this one, who lost everything due to slaughter, even a female spawn? Then, what will be the fate of this female spawn? Jiang Ruantang asked, unable to bear it. Yu Jianglan shook his head helplessly. The fate of these female spawns is to fall into the hands of that clan, becoming their females. Even her original clan would have no way to intervene. Jiang Ruantang probably understood. Although they're also females, they're still wanderers, used either to exchange for resources or become breeding partners for a clan, procreating for the entire group, which is utterly inhumane. Thinking this way, Jiang Ruantang felt even more unable to let go of this female spawn. Yu Jianglan had told her that the probability of the merfolk giving birth to female spawns is extremely low, so there are very few females in their clan. But now there's one female spawn. As if remembering something, Jiang Ruantang turned her gaze to Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan shivered all over, feeling a bad premonition. Jie watched from the side, only smiling indulgently. Forget it. As long as Ruantang is happy, she can do whatever she wants. Yu Jianglan, would you be her parent beast? It's like getting a female spawn for free. Since the fate of this little female spawn is already determined, it would be better to hand her over to this clan leader. At least she would be among her own kind. Yu Jianglan's expression instantly turned ugly, looking helplessly at Jiang Ruantang. Ruantang, she is a female. His sorrowful gaze fixed on Ruantang made her feel a sharp pain, as if she had committed a heinous crime. Yu Jianglan, I will eventually dissolve our partner relationship. This female spawn could be a good child bride for you. And you are strong. You will surely protect her well. Jiang Ruantang said cheerfully, but every word pierced Yu Jianglan's heart, making him feel that Ruantang still resented him. Ruantang, can we not dissolve our partner relationship? Yu Jianglan looked helplessly at Jiang Ruantang. His expression and eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray, making one feel heartbroken. Jiang Ruantang couldn't bear to look away. But Jie saw clearly that being able to escort her to B City was actually Ruantang giving Yu Jianglan a chance. Jie was too rational. Although he was jealous and didn't want to share Ruantang with anyone, how could he interfere with Ruantang's thoughts? So he embraced Ruantang, greedily hugging the Ruantang he currently held. Ruantang, let us wait until we reach the main city to discuss this. For now, let us hand over this merfolk female to Yu Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang looked up at Jie, but he hid his emotions too well, and Ruantang could only nod helplessly. Yu Jianglan held the egg, looking aggrieved as he glanced at Ruantang and Jieyu, then looked down at the egg. Well, I can only raise her as a daughter. Moreover, Ruantang had been staring at this egg since just now, clearly caring about it. Let us raise her first, at worst. We can send her away when she grows up a bit. Thinking this way, Yu Jianglan's mood brightened considerably. Jiang Ruantang noticed that the fish, which had just been full of grievance, was now happily blowing bubbles. The change was quite fast. She secretly took another glance at the egg, wondering what the little female spawn inside would look like. She should be very pretty, right? She always had a feeling that she and this little female spawn from the Merfolk clan must be very fated. Chapter 92 Arrival at the outer circle of the main beast city. Jieyu carefully stored the fur of the wolf beast, while Yu Jianglan started to conjure another bubble. Jiang Ruantang was bored waiting under a tree, and the cub in her arms was also very cooperative in expressing a desire for milk. The mermaid female egg beside her was very quiet, but when she fed the cubs one at a time, the egg moved restlessly a couple of times. The female egg rolled a few times and consciously rolled into Jiang Ruantang's arms, as if wanting to compete for attention with the two cubs. The two little cubs were not polite at all. Feeling something coming to fight for milk, they kicked their little legs vigorously. Jiang Ruantang was startled, hoping not to break the female egg. Fortunately, the egg showed no signs of abnormality, just nestling quietly in Jiang Ruantang's arms, as if it had consciousness. Oh no, there's a living little girl inside. It indeed has consciousness. After feeding, the female egg remained nestled in Jiang Ruantang's arms. Jiang Ruantang looked at the two cubs and then at the female egg, realizing that she wasn't a multi-armed deity. Jieyu, do you know where I can find something to weave a bamboo basket? None of the three creatures were willing to leave her side. So Jiang Ruantang had to think of another way. But at the current speed, there probably wouldn't be enough time to rush a bamboo basket. Jiang Ruantang felt like she was dreaming. She hadn't seen a single tribe nearby. Where would those things come from? Jiang Ruantang lowered her head, feeling a bit teary. That female egg was genuinely quite large, and taking care of the two little ones had already exhausted her, although she didn't really need to look after the egg. Soft, just let the female egg float away with the water, Yu Jianglan suggested cheerfully, noticing Jiang Ruantang's dilemma. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback, not understanding the implication at first, but then she realized and hurriedly placed the female egg beside her. The so-called floating with the water meant letting the female egg drift on the sea. As the clan leader, Yu Jianglan could establish a temporary connection with the female egg, allowing it to follow his movements. Jiang Ruantang was greatly shocked. Was the mermaid tribe's method of raising females this wild? Once the female egg entered the bubble, it seemed a bit wronged, constantly trying to get closer to Jiang Ruantang. The shell was somewhat cold, sending a shiver through her. Fortunately, they had traveled quickly over the past few days, and they would reach the main beast city in less than half a day. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit uneasy yet vaguely excited. In this outer circle, she could already see various kinds of beastman males, each one powerful, and without exception, all the males who saw Jiang Ruantang threw flirtatious glances her way. Jade and T make any big moves, but as soon as they spotted Yu Jianglan, they all retreated. After all, who would want to clash head-on with a 9-crown powerhouse? This area clearly had quite a few tribes, but there were no clear boundaries drawn, and they all seemed relatively friendly. Little female, you can stay here with your male. A kind-hearted male from the sheep tribe offered Jiang Ruantang a place to stay. The vacant residences in this area were unoccupied. This feeling reminded Jiang Ruantang that this outer circle was just a pure natural hotel, accommodating outside guests. And there was even someone to guide them, well, like a front desk. Soft, I found some red fruits. There are many red fruits here. Yu Jianglan's voice came from outside, and soon he entered carrying a bunch of fruits. The male from the sheep tribe was startled to see Yu Jianglan, glanced reluctantly at Jiang Ruantang, and then ran away as if fleeing for his life. It was said that the newly arrived little female was very beautiful, but having a 9-crown merman male by her side was truly terrifying. Jiang Ruantang set down the two cubs and placed the female egg on the animal skin before supporting her aching waist. She turned to see Yu Jianglan had scattered red fruits all over the ground. Though called red fruits, they were essentially apples, rounder than regular apples and varied in color. Jiang Ruantang casually picked one up, wiped it, and was about to pop it in her mouth when it was snatched away by Yu Jianglan, who quickly gathered all the red fruits and went in and out the door. In less than a minute, the cleaned red fruits were placed in front of Jiang Ruantang. Well, he is quite particular about hygiene, she thought, but she was too exhausted to care about hygiene at this point. As the saying goes, if it's not clean, Yuan Ti gets sick from eating it. She then picked up another fruit and took a big bite. Sweeter than an apple. Seeing that Jiang Ruantang enjoyed eating, Yu Jianglan watched her with delight, unable to stop the smile on his face. By the way, where is Jiayu? Jiang Ruantang asked after finishing one red fruit. After arriving here, Jiayu had handed himself over to Yu Jianglan and had mysteriously disappeared. Yu Jianglan glanced at the group of males peeking in from outside, his beautiful eyes instantly turning cold, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his face, causing the guys outside to hurriedly flee. That guy is a male being hunted by the main beast city. He may have been caught up by the males, Yu Jianglan said, turning his head obediently to look at Jiang Ruantang. He didn't mention that the Fox tribe's king was dead set on taking Jiayu's life. The males here who recognized him naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by, and the Fox had to resolve the trouble first. Otherwise, it would inevitably affect Jiang Ruantang. At that time, he wouldn't show mercy. If the Fox couldn't solve it, he would take action himself. What if he gets hurt? Jiang Ruantang thought, feeling anxious and worried about Jiayu. Although she knew Jiayu was wanted, she still worried that guy from Wuchuan wanted them to enter the main beast city openly, clearly giving Jiayu no way out. Even before entering the main beast city, someone had already set their sights on him. What would happen once they got inside? It's okay, Soft. I will protect you, Yu Jianglan said, patting his chest, looking at Jiang Ruantang with hopeful eyes. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit touched, but her way of showing it was to keep burping. After eating several red fruits, she had definitely caught a chill. While burping, Jiang Ruantang covered her mouth, cautiously glancing at the sleeping cubs, hoping not to wake them. However, with each burp, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, and Yu Jianglan looked at her anxiously. Soft, what? What should we do? Jiang Ruantang shook her head and waved her hands, unable to speak. How could he react like this? Had he never seen someone burp before? Water burp. Drink water burp. Jiang Ruantang frowned as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianglan hurriedly handed her water with a leaf. There were no stone bowls or convenient tools here, so they had to make do for now. Holding a mouthful of water, Jiang Ruantang furrowed her pretty brows together, not daring to swallow too forcefully. Fortunately, it worked. After the water went down, she finally stopped burping, and she felt revitalized. Seeing that she was okay, Yu Jianglan finally relaxed. Worriedly, he buried his head in the crook of Jiang Ruantang's neck. You scare me, Soft. Jiang Ruantang could sense Yu Jianglan's worried and fearful emotions, and she patted his back helplessly. It's fine, it's just a burp. Yu Jianglan didn't understand, looking at her in confusion. He seemed so frightened, as if he had never burped before. But thinking carefully here, after getting hurt, they could lick their wounds to heal, and there was no sickness. It seemed that burping was not within their considerations. Chapter 93. Worry due to injury. The sound of hiccups was quite loud, but the two little ones didn't wake up, and the female egg rolled over to Jiang Ruantang's legs. Jiang Ruantang took the opportunity to scoop it up, as if she could see the egg's joyful smile. Seeing the egg get closer, Yu Jianglan frowned slightly, and an audacious suggestion popped into his mind. He shook his head again. Ruantang might not agree. Moreover, Ruantang's body hadn't fully recovered after giving birth to two cubs, and bringing it up now would likely add burdens to her body. This female egg seems to be very attached to me. Jiang Ruantang hugged the egg and gave it a gentle rub. The thought of a little girl coming out of it made her excited and thrilled, and she found it quite magical. When the baby comes out, she might even be able to weave new hairstyles for her and make beautiful little dresses. Unfortunately, the egg wasn't hers. Once they reached the main beast city, she would have to find a new family for it. Yu Jianglan's eyes brightened to the sound. Ruantang, do you really like this egg? Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment and nodded, feeling that there was a special connection between her and the egg. However, before she could finish her sentence, the egg pressed tightly against Ruantang's face. It really is very attached to me. The little egg clung to her, and Jiang Ruantang pushed it away helplessly, but her face showed delight. Hearing this, Yu Jianglan couldn't wait to speak, thinking that maybe his idea was feasible. But before he could say anything, Jiang Ruantang's attention was drawn away. The egg was set aside, and at the door, Jiayu was covered in wounds, and his eyes were dimmed. Jiayu. Jiang Ruantang's worry almost overflowed from her eyes as she hurried forward to support him. Yu Jianglan also turned around upon hearing her voice. Jiayu's chest was marked with numerous scratches, and his eyes couldn't open due to blood. He limped on his leg, but seeing Ruantang approach, he still managed to put on a gentle expression. Ruantang, slow down. I'm fine. My wounds will heal in a couple of days. He could see Ruantang's panic. She had nearly stumbled just now, and Jiayu immediately worried on her behalf. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, Her outstretched hand didn't even dare to touch him. Jiayu, why were they so brutal? If it were just one male, it wouldn't have ended up like this, but if it was 3 or 4, or even stronger than Jiayu, he could only say it was amazing that he managed to come back alive. Yu Jianglan looked at the wounds and concluded that there must have been a 7-crown male involved. Otherwise, the injuries wouldn't be this severe. But in the moment he looked up, Yu Jianglan's eyes suddenly widened. Ruantang was crying. Jiayu didn't expect this either, and he reached out in a fluster. But his bloodied hands made him hesitate to touch her. Fortunately, Yu Jianglan reacted quickly, almost instantly reaching Jiang Ruantang's side, gently lifting her face to wipe her tears. Ruantang, don't cry. Jiayu could only nod repeatedly. Although moving hurt, he still forced himself to shake his arm. See, Ruantang, I'm fine. The two big men were helpless against Ruantang's tears. Even though Jiayu was injured, he had never seen Ruantang cry out of worry like this before. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. She had been so scared. Jiayu's injuries were the worst she had ever seen. Now that she had cubs, if something happened to Jiayu, she didn't know what to do. She could only trust Jiayu. Besides, her medical kit had been destroyed along with her space. What if there was a bacterial infection? I'm sorry, Ruantang, don't cry. Jiayu lowered his head, regretting that he hadn't stayed away today, knowing Ruantang would cry. The expression of guilt and worry stabbed at Jiang Ruantang's heart. Clearly, he was the one injured. Why was he apologizing to her? Jiang Ruantang shook her head, carefully pulling up Jiayu's arm. Jiayu, I'm not blaming you. I'm just too scared. Although she understood that the strong were respected and that everyone in the main city was eyeing Jiayu, she was still afraid. What if she lost him? After finally having him back by her side, what would she do if she lost him again? Her worries were magnified infinitely. Was it because she had become a mother that she felt so sensitive? Jiayu gently hugged Jiang Ruantang, sobbing as he rubbed his neck against hers. It's okay, Ruantang. I promise I will protect myself in the future. Allowing his little female to worry like this was his fault. He wasn't strong enough. If he were stronger, who could hurt him? Yu Jianglan's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Jiayu, and their eyes met for an instant. Instinctively, the two males understood something unspoken between them. Because of the excessive worry, Jiang Ruantang almost held onto Jiayu's hand to fall into a deep sleep. Once she drifted off, Jiayu carefully withdrew his hand. At the door, the two males faced each other for the first time to discuss some matters. I'll only help you this once. Ruantang cannot cry because of you anymore. Jiayu, to ascend to the position of clan leader, I'm not a good person. Yu Jianglan's gaze was chilling, and his voice light, yet it sent a shiver down Jiayu's spine. A 9-crown male. This was Yu Jianglan's true sense of oppression. Before, he cared about his status and power because he assumed Ruantang didn't like him. But Ruantang wasn't entirely indifferent to him either. He had always felt he wasn't strong enough. Such incidents wouldn't happen again. Yu Jianglan nodded and turned to leave, while Jiayu bowed his head in silence. If he couldn't protect Ruantang, then they needed a strong person like Yu Jianglan, even though he couldn't bear to push his little female towards another male. But Yu Jianglan could be considered Ruantang's proper partner. If he couldn't find a way to resolve this, and if Ruantang didn't have such an obsession, then he might as well stay by her side. This was Jiayu's biggest concession. As long as Ruantang truly liked someone, he would respect her. He might feel unhappy and not want to share Ruantang, but he feared even more that he couldn't protect her. Thinking about Ruantang crying because of him made his heart ache as if it were being carved out. What if one day he couldn't protect her? Would he regret it then? He couldn't accept that. That night, the moonlight was beautiful, and Jiayu closed his eyes tightly, returning to Ruantang's side, hoping she wouldn't blame him. The next morning, the noisy sounds outside woke Jiang Ruantang. Fortunately, when she looked up, she saw Jiayu, which eased her mind considerably. Jiayu, why is it so noisy outside? Jiayu got up and kissed her. It's nothing. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Last night, Ruantang was woken up by the cubs once again. Ever since these two little ones arrived, her sleep had become shallow. There was even an additional mermaid egg, making things even busier. Ruantang, you're awake. Let me bring you some water to wash your face. Yu Jianglan heard Jiang Ruantang's voice and came in with water in a bubble. But why did he look so cheerful? Yu Jianglan, do you have something to say? Yu Jianglan was taken aback. Since he felt a bit guilty, he hurriedly placed the water down for Ruantang. No, I don't. What if I don't quite believe you? Chapter 94. Autopsy. Before further inquiries could be made, a female stormed into the grass hut, furious. The expressions of the two males instantly turned sour. Intruding into someone else's territory was akin to declaring war. Jiayu wiped Jiang Ruantang's small face beside her, while Yu Jianglan slightly turned to shield the female. The female showed a moment of weakness but soon stood tall and proud. Female. Your male killed my 2 companions. I will not let you go so easily." The young female's voice cracked, her face filled with rage. In one night, she lost her 2 companions. How could she remain rational? The only remaining companion from the bear tribe cautiously protected the female, his face tense. The male from the 9-Crown tribe, though showing signs of fear, still tightly shielded his young female behind him. Even though he knew he wouldn't harm anyone, he couldn't be sure what this crazed male might do. Jiang Ruantang stood up, confused, and walked away from Jieyu. "What do you mean? My 2 companions are not like that." Mentioning her 2 companions, Jiang Ruantang subconsciously glanced at Yu Jianglan. However, Yu Jianglan was overly excited by her mention of 2 companions. He had just softly said he was her companion, her male. The female, in a frenzy, lunged at Jiang Ruantang, but fortunately, Yu Jianglan reacted quickly and protected her behind him. "It's your male. Only those 2 went to find that fox last night and never returned, leaving behind 2 corpses." The female's emotions were highly unstable, her eyes bloodshot, and the male could only cautiously comfort her. Yet he still shot a sharp glance at them. "Last night, they went looking for that fox because it was a male sought by the Fox King, wanting to join in the excitement. But they never came back until this morning when the bodies were discovered." Jieyu nodded in agreement, and Jiang Ruantang was taken aback, pressing his head down. "What are you nodding for?" Nodding is just a roundabout acknowledgement. "How can you be so sure it's my male? He was attacked last night. He must have injuries. How can it not be another male?" Jiang Ruantang would not allow others to slander Jieyu, and besides, with Jieyu injured like that last night, it was impossible for him to have killed 2 males. But it was better not to voice this, to avoid hurting Jieyu, as males cared most about strength and face. He only went to see the fox last night. Who else could it be? The female's overwhelming rage made Jiang Ruantang take 2 steps back. Although she sympathized with the female for losing 2 companions in one night, she couldn't let her throw dirt at them just because she wanted to. "Did the physician examine the bodies?" Jiang Ruantang asked again. The female nodded suspiciously. The physician had examined them, and moreover, both of them had the fox's fur on them. It seemed all evidence pointed to Jieyu, but she believed Jieyu would not kill easily. "Can I take a look?" Jiang Ruantang suggested, wanting to see for herself. The female's eyes reddened further. "What are you looking for?" "Looking for the results of your male's actions?" Though reluctant, she still made way for the small female, who might see something. Jieyu followed closely behind, and Yu Jianglan silently trailed, not knowing Jiang Ruantang's intentions. Interestingly, the 2 male corpses were not far from the door, one from the tiger tribe and the other from the wolf tribe. It felt as if the bodies were deliberately brought here. But who would have such a twisted sense of humor to frame others? Jiang Ruantang wanted to step closer for a better look. But Jieyu and Yu Jianglan stopped her. Soft, don't go over there. It's all dirty blood," Yu Jianglan said softly. The blood of these males was too filthy. It would only soil her, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. Jiang Ruantang, feeling helpless, thought she had seen such things before, yet Jieyu surprisingly agreed with him. She pushed aside the arms blocking her and insisted, "If I don't look, how can I clear Jieyu's name?" In a main beast city, killing males with companions was punishable. However, these rules were meant to restrain the strong beastmen in the main beast city. Outside, especially in more remote areas, there were fewer constraints. Jiang Ruantang crouched down to examine the bodies. Apart from the wounds on their bodies, it seemed they were inflicted by Jieyu. The most lethal wound was a throat constriction, and upon closer inspection, there were obvious bite marks on the neck, but they were not fatal. The precise wounds were likely left by Jieyu's counterattack. Furthermore, as she touched the body, she found broken ribs and another concealed wound on the neck, showing an unusual color. Jiang Ruantang was almost taken aback. This was a potent poison. Flipping through her mental records, she lowered her head to examine the wound more closely, and the more she looked, the more familiar it became, as the knowledge in her mind confirmed. Jiang Ruantang stood up in realization and went to examine the other corpse, her suspicions solidifying. "Huff, if I'm not mistaken, the source of the fatal wound is poison." The female was momentarily stunned and hurriedly crawled in front of the 2 corpses, frantically searching. Jieyu and Yu Jianglan again shielded her from behind until she let out a painful wail, crying over the bodies. "Ah, woo." The male from the bear tribe, seeing her in pain, stepped forward to embrace her. Jiang Ruantang turned her head away, unable to bear it. Losing 2 companions in one night, such pain would be hard for her to endure. A male stepped forward to examine the bodies closely and finally gave a definitive answer. It was snake venom. A snake beast had killed them. Everyone was taken aback. and some even cautiously held their females close. Snake beasts were powerful by nature, mostly cold-hearted, respecting strength, and rarely did males provoke them. Moreover, while the snake tribe was a race, most were free, with only a few bound to the main beast city. Only the elder Wu Chuan had the ability to mobilize male snake beasts. Even the tribe leader was beneath him. In comparison, snake beasts were the least inclined to seek stability. Mentioning snake beasts sent a chill through Jiang Ruantang's body, recalling Wu Chuan's deep gaze, overwhelming her with immense fear. Noticing Jiang Ruantang's unusual behavior, Yu Jianglan carefully squeezed her palm. This made Jiang Ruantang's face flush slightly. It felt almost flirtatious. Yu Jianglan, unaware of the relationship between Jie and Wu Chuan, thought Jiang Ruantang was just like other females, somewhat afraid of snake beasts. Why would the snake beasts kill my two companions without any grudge or enmity? The female lay in her companion's arms, her eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. It was probably just bad luck encountering the beastmen from the lustful chamber, those wandering beasts. The lustful chamber housed wandering beastmen, and most of them considered a home. They acted selfishly, never caring about the consequences of their actions. Chapter 95. The prosperity of the main beast city. Jiang Ruantang sympathized with her predicament. But now that the misunderstanding was resolved, there was no need to keep worrying about how they would handle it. Since he was not her male, it was naturally no longer their concern, so they decided to leave. After saying that, she turned around and left, not bothering to look at the little female's reaction. It was pitiful, but it had nothing to do with them anymore. The main beast city was right ahead, and it was better to focus on entering it first. Jio and Yu Jianglan also didn't care about that. Jio just kept a watchful eye. He felt that the appearance of the wandering snake beast was not a coincidence. Upon returning to the grass hut, Jiang Ruantang immediately noticed the bamboo house placed on ground. Earlier, she had specifically asked the females here, and to her surprise, there really was a bamboo house sent over. At this moment, the two little cubs hadn't even opened their eyes, but sensing their mother, they skillfully burrowed into her arms. Jiang Ruantang was almost overwhelmed by their cuteness and carefully placed the two cubs inside. Jio took out a wolf fur and covered them, while the female egg wanted to snuggle next to them. This bamboo house could only accommodate two cubs, and the female egg was already about the size of a head. Jiang Ruantang helplessly lowered her head. Without a word, Yu Jianglan directly wrapped the female egg in animal skin, tied it up, and carried it on his arm. Hiss! It fit quite well. Jiang Ruantang looked left and right, feeling light and carefree with one on each side. Jio transformed into his beast form and directly carried her on his back, while Jiang Ruantang carefully supported the cubs in the frame. After taking another look at Yu Jianglan and the female egg, she set off with peace of mind. A group of male beastmen saw Jiang Ruantang about to leave, and each one felt reluctant. However, they only dared to cautiously glance at her. After all, both of her males were quite fierce. Fortunately, the journey was quick, and soon they saw the main beast city. The towering city walls and the entrance even had male beastmen guarding it. It felt like they had directly evolved from thousands of years ago, completely different from the outside. However, before entering the city, Jiang Ruantang became increasingly nervous. Would Jio be discovered? What if they attacked him? The anxiety in her heart grew tighter, causing her to only regain her senses after they had entered the city. The buildings in the city were somewhat spectacular, and the division of territory made the main beast city occupy a very large area. There were stone houses, grass huts, and even tree holes above, all sorts of things that dazzled Jiang Ruantang. Looking around, there were countless male and female beastmen of various types. Jiang Ruantang's breath caught in her throat. This was simply a paradise for old perverts, so many half-naked handsome men. Unfortunately, she was not moved at the moment. But once they entered the main city, all the females and males turned their gazes toward them. That little female was extremely beautiful. Her scent seemed somewhat like a phoenix? A female of the Phoenix clan? Wasn't it said that a divine female phoenix was born only once in 100 years? However, she was really beautiful. She wondered if she could become her partner. A crowd stared at her as if she were a monkey, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Jio carefully set her down, then transformed into human form. The main beast city had regulations against appearing in beast form unless necessary. However, once Jio transformed, it seemed like everyone fell silent for a moment. This brief silence made Jiang Ruantang's heart sink. This eerie quietness could only mean trouble. Sure enough, her guess was correct. Jio! Someone recognized him and shouted. All the males reacted and almost instantly surrounded him. It's the male that the Fox King wanted. Don't let him escape. Jiang Ruantang held her forehead. They had all swaggered in. How could they possibly escape? Yu Jianglin walked over to Jiang Ruantang's side. His 9-crown strength made the surrounding males back away 2 steps. The group of males who had just been shouting suddenly turned pale. Ignoring the crowd, Yu Jianglin picked up Jiang Ruantang and began to walk out. Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened. She glanced at Jiao and tugged at Yu Jianglin's hair. He stopped, the threat in her tone becoming more apparent, and Jiao also showed a hint of anger. Move aside, don't block the way. Yu Jianglin's voice was extremely cold, and the aura of strength unconsciously made people part ways. Ruantang hasn't eaten yet. She'll be starving soon. No one dared to stop them. The two found an empty space, and Jiao took out fresh food. Although the weather was still hot, fortunately, the food hadn't spoiled and remained fresh. Watching Jiao start to grill the meat, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but think that it would be great if they had ice or something to better preserve the food. Ruantang, come, open your mouth. Yu Jianglin cautiously fed a piece of meat into Jiang Ruantang's mouth. Jiang Ruantang instinctively opened her mouth, chewing the meat, but it was tasteless. She couldn't even get any salt, let alone other seasonings. After being jostled around for so long on the road, arriving here could be considered a homecoming. It wasn't until all the meat was finished that Jiang Ruantang finally agreed to it, and Yu Jianglin directly stuffed food into her mouth with his hand. Looking at what was in front of her, there wasn't even a pair of chopsticks. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. Don't stop her, just let her break down. Where's the female egg? Jiang Ruantang was enjoying the food when she suddenly blurted out something inexplicable. Turning her head, she realized that there was no sign of the female egg on Yu Jianglin at all. Yu Jianglin's expression was calm as he said seriously, "I let her out to play." Jiang Ruantang was completely puzzled. You merfolk really raised children quite casually, just letting them roam free. Jiang Ruantang got up to look for the female egg. What if some creature hurt it, or if the shell broke? That would be very dangerous. She wondered if they could still have a little girl after that. Thinking of this made her a bit anxious, but just then, the female egg rolled over from a distance, followed by a male child. The reason she said child was that this little baby looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, sporting a pair of fox ears and a tail. Not to mention, he still belonged to the same clan as Jiao. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ruantang's heart fluttered. She wondered if Jiao looked like this when he was young. The two sons were like just-born versions of Jiao, while this little baby was more like a growing version, indeed resembling Jiao a bit. Jiao glanced sideways. His expression slightly softened. "Where's your mother? Hurry back, don't make her worry." The little baby seemed to sense something and hesitated, not knowing what to do, until Jiao cast a cold glance his way. The little baby got scared and turned to run. Jiang Ruantang picked up the female egg, feeling a bit reproachful. "Why were you so fierce to that little fox?" Jiao pursed his lips. "It's better if he stays away from me. If he gets my scent on him, it won't be good for him or us." Jiang Ruantang nodded and returned to her spot. Since Jiao entered the main bee city, he seemed to be in a very bad state in such a short time. What had happened here that made Jiao so uncomfortable? "Ruantang, open your mouth." Yu Jianglin wanted to feed her again. Jiang Ruantang's mouth, which was about to open, suddenly closed again as she glared at Yu Jianglin. "Use chopsticks next time," she said while tapping him. Indeed, there were some things she couldn't ignore. Attracted by Yu Jianglin's looks, Yu Jianglin's hand was heavily slapped down, and it shrank back in grievance. "Why is he so gentle with the fox, but so fierce with me?" Male passers-by couldn't help but glance twice, their eyes inevitably drawn to Jiang Ruantang. But each one would be glared back at by Yu Jianglin, causing them to hurriedly flee in fright. Ruantang." It was another familiar voice. Jiang Ruantang looked up and saw Nuanua and Fei Xian. Nuanua jumped down restlessly from his arms, startling Fei Xian, who quickly steadied her. Jiang Ruantang was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected to run into familiar faces. Fei Xian had a bamboo basket slung over his arm, from which 5 little eagle heads peeked out. These little guys are Nuanua, wanting to hug Jiang Ruantang, found herself empty-handed. She looked at Jiang Ruantang, who seemed to like those 5 little rascals more than her. The 5 little ones, seeing a beautiful female approach, started to puff up their chests, as if showing off their masculinity. They were so small, yet already learned to attract female attention. Fei Xian helplessly shook his head, while Nu, dissatisfied, tugged at Jiang Ruantang's arm. "Ruantang, how can you look at those little rascals instead of me?" Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. How could she say that about her own little ones? What about your other male and ass? Jiang Ruantang then noticed that as wasn't with Nuanua, and the other male was also absent. Ever since the incident with the Pegasus tribe, She had lost track of Az and felt a bit guilty towards Nuwa. Her mail had helped her all the way, and she felt somewhat indebted. Nuwa's eyes dimmed slightly, as went to find the Snake King as for. When it came to the other mail, Nuwa fell silent. Facian embraced her and sighed helplessly. On the way to the Master Beast City, he was attacked by the wandering snake beast. Jiang Ruantang was startled and felt very sorry for bringing up Nuwa's sad matter. The wandering snake beast. Could it be? Remembering the tragic state of those two males, Jiang Ruantang's heart sank, and she felt a chill all over. Both Yu Jianglan and Jieyu's expressions changed, especially Jieyu, who seemed to realize something but dared not draw conclusions. I'm sorry, Nono. I didn't mean to bring up your sad matter. Nono svok hergad. This kind of thing can't be avoided. I can only consider myself unlucky. At that moment, the little ones in the bamboo basket suddenly made noise, and Jieyu hurriedly picked them up. Hearing the sounds, Jiang Ruantang quickly turned around, glanced at the sun, which was half risen, realizing it was time to feed them. Nuwa peered out, seeing Jieyu hand over two little cubs, which Jiang Ruantang gently accepted. Ruantang, you had cubs. Nono etli med indelix. In the months they had been apart, Ruantang had actually given birth. When they first met, Nuwa had just given birth to 5 little rascals, and now both had become mothers. Yes, 2 fox cubs. Jiang Ruantang gently presented them for her to see. Nuwa glanced at them, then at Jieyu. Hiss, they look a lot like that fox. This one with a white stripe looks quite like your Ruantang. Nuwa poked the little fox's face with her finger. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Why did everyone say the cubs looked like her? The older cubs indeed resembled Jieyu, but she couldn't see how the little ones looked like her at all. Yu Jianglan also leaned in to take a look. He hadn't paid much attention before, but upon closer inspection, the little cubs did bear some resemblance to Ruantang. Then Jiang Ruantang turned around to take off her clothes, while Jieyu blocked the view with his body. Nuwa also noticed Yu Jianglan, blinking her eyes, her mouth forming an O shape. A male from the Merfolk tribe. Yu Jianglan blinked and nodded, staring at her with wide eyes. Fei Xian, quick on the uptake, swiftly pulled Nuwa back. This male from the Merfolk tribe was strong and quite handsome. What if Nuwa took a liking to him? One as was already enough for him to envy. He couldn't stand anyone more handsome than him. Noticing Fei Xian's hostility, Yu Jianglan slowly took 2 steps back, his fingers gently twirling around Jiang Ruantang's hair. Although this hostility made him uncomfortable, the difference in strength made him indifferent. After Jiang Ruantang finished feeding the cubs, she saw Yu Jianglan looking at her with gentle eyes. She gave him a questioning look, and he returned her an inquiring gaze. Peeking out from beside Jieyu, looked at Yu Jianglan with bright eyes. Yu Jianglan, however, kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Ruantang, not sparing a glance for anyone else. For some reason, Nuwa's gaze suddenly made Jiang Ruantang feel a bit uneasy. Her heart fluttering. Trying to shift her mood, Jiang Ruantang put on a smile, but she hadn't expected that Nuwa was such a beauty lover. However, why did it feel a bit like a battlefield? Fei Xian frowned tightly, his grip on Nuwa tightening slightly. Although Yu Jianglan didn't spare them a glance. The overly heated gaze from the female made his expression grow darker. Unknowingly, an aura of anger began to emanate from around Yu Jianglan. Hiss! Jiang Ruantang suddenly felt a pain in her ankle and bent down immediately. Yu Jianglan's beast mark emitted a faint glow, seemingly indicating his current displeasure. Ruantang! Jieyu exclaimed in alarm, steadying Jiang Ruantang, while Yu Jianglan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. It's nothing, just earlier. Yu Jianglan's beast mark seems a bit odd. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, examining the beast mark closely, and it appeared unchanged. Yu Jianglan, were you unhappy just now? Jiang Ruantang asked cautiously. She didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but for that brief moment, she seemed to have felt Yu Jianglan's emotions. Yu Jianglan suddenly brightened, tightening his hold on her waist. Ruantang, how did you know? As your male, I naturally dislike being stared at by other females. But it seems you don't care much about me. By the end, Yu Jianglan's voice had almost dropped to a whisper. Jiang Ruantang understood. Was he upset because she hadn't shown jealousy? Hiss, whether she felt jealous or not, she couldn't quite say. However, one thing she could be sure of was that she had indeed sensed Yu Jianglan's emotional shift through the beast mark. But why hadn't she before? And Jieyu had never given her that feeling either. Only today, as sudden sharp pain felt as if something bad was about to happen. Ruantang, was it because of me that you felt pain just now? In an instant, Yu Jianglan suddenly realized. Could it be that because of him, Ruantang had felt that sudden pain? If so, he felt utterly guilty. Realizing this, Jus' expression also changed. The two males stared at each other, unwilling to back down, as if competing, yet they both shared the same thought. They had caused Ruantang pain, and that was truly unforgivable. Nua shook her head in confusion. That merfolk male was Ruantang's mate? Oh no, she had just been infatuated with Ruantang's male. That felt somewhat disrespectful to Ruantang. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruantang was being squeezed by these two guys and seemed to have lost her temper. Why are you two competing? Why are you fighting over me? Chapter 97 Confrontation of the strong Nua withdrew her gaze and, upon raising her eyes, saw as not far away, but it seemed he was followed by someone. That person exuded a dense aura, filled with a strong sense of danger, causing Nua to immediately shrink back into Fei Xian's embrace. Even the 5 little cubs hid under the animal skins, not daring to look up. Jiang Ruantang followed the commotion and caught sight of the person behind her, her body stiffening in an instant. With white hair and green eyes, it was Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan noticed Jiang Ruantang, and there was a barely perceptible change in his gaze. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and she had become even more beautiful. The great elder. The snake beasts bowed and saluted upon seeing Wu Chuan. Nua cautiously glanced at him, but the moment their eyes met, she felt a bone-chilling coldness. This male seemed like a temperatureless stone, freezing to look at. Jiang Ruantang took a deep breath and weakly stepped back 2 paces, avoiding his gaze. Jiu also grew tense, tiny beads of sweat forming. The males present were suppressed by Wu Chuan's aura, but only Yu Jianglan remained unaffected. His eyes fixed on Jiang Ruantang. Ruan, are you uncomfortable? Yu Jianglan asked seriously, seemingly unaware of Wu Chuan's presence. Jiang Ruantang shook her head until Yu Jianglan pulled the little female into his arms, blocking Wu Chuan's line of sight. She suddenly felt a sense of relief. The oppressive feeling Wu Chuan brought dissipating. Hey, snake beast, put away that suppressive aura. Ruan doesn't tea like it. Yu Jianglan warned Wu Chuan coldly, without lifting his head. This snake beast scared Ruan so much upon arrival. It should be killed. Wu Chuan finally gave him a glance. Having never been threatened like this before, and anger flickered in his eyes, until Yu Jianglan released an aura almost identical to his. Even surpassing it, Wu Chuan was both surprised and subdued his aura. He was also a 9-crown male, and his strength was even higher than his. It was quite frustrating. Jiang Ruantang hadn't expected Yu Jianglan to confront him head-on, causing her to grip him tightly. Her gaze, now tense and confused, seemed to say, "You actually dare to challenge that snake beast." Yu Jianglan signaled her to be at ease, his voice softening. "It's okay, Ruan. The guy can't beat me." Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. Strength is the hard truth. Strong people fear nothing. She forgot that both Yu Jianglan and Wu Chuan were 9-crowned. But the difference was that Yu Jianglan had received a beast god's blessing due to his bond with her. Though they were both 9-crowned, their internal differences were immeasurable. Wu Chuan flicked his serpent tongue and glanced at Jiang Ruantang, who was protected in Yu Jianglan's embrace. This little female had actually bonded with a 9-crown male. But this male's aura felt familiar. Doesn't Wu Chuan know the leader of the merfolk? Jiang Ruantang quietly questioned. As the great elder of the snake tribe, you should be familiar with the leaders and kings of various tribes. We are different from other tribes. Although I am a leader, the merfolk king, I am often too lazy to get involved in many matters. And besides, the sea is much more comfortable than land. Yu Jianglan softly answered Ruan's question, feeling a bit pleased that she was curious about him. Jiang Ruantang twitched her mouth, her mind spinning, and provocatively raised her head. Then why don't you return to the sea? The land isn't suitable for you. Yu Jianglan panicked, faltering as he released Jiang Ruantang. No, Ruan. I also like the land. If the land made Ruan like him less, how could he continue being her male? Well, he didn't like the sea that much either. Compared to the sea, wasn't the little female more important? Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh at his reaction, only to realize a bunch of eyes were staring at her. Was it inappropriate to laugh at this moment? She hurriedly coughed a couple of times to cover it up. Cough. Being suppressed by Yu Jianglan, Wu Chuan was displeased, but the main beast city did not allow private fights. So he had to retract his suppressive aura, as nodded to Jiang Ruantang and Jiu, noticing Yu Jianglan's momentary shock, but when he sensed the aura, he said nothing, flashing to Nua's side, sensing her unease, as quickly embraced her to comfort her. "Ite, Hokai no. I'm looking for the great elder of the snake tribe regarding that stray beast." As knew that what the stray beast did had hurt No, and she and T been responding to him for a long time. To make her feel better, as had to find Wu Chuan. This matter was already related to the Snake King, and Wu Chuan had to step in. Otherwise, it would cause the peace maintained by the 5 city lords to collapse. And the Snake King would not allow such a thing to happen. Nuo suddenly understood, sneaking a glance at Wu Chuan and thinking of her partner's tragic state. Hatred welled up within her. As, we must catch that snake beast. As gently comforted her until her emotions were completely soothed. Were you in the outer circle and saw the 2 males killed? As directed his question at Jiang. Jiang Ruantang noticed Yu shrinking back and quickly nodded. Yes. They were the partners of a little female, and those 2 partners had attacked Jiang. Wu Chuan took a couple of steps closer, causing Jiang Ruantang to tremble all over again. This action enraged Yu Jianglan, his expression instantly darkening. It seemed this snake beast had some connection with the fox. How could he not protect Ruan and let her fear that snake so much? Thinking of how the fox failed to protect the little female, Yu Jianglan was filled with rage. As Wu Chuan made another move, Yu Jianglan instantly turned around, his sharp claws striking decisively. Unable to dodge in time, Wu Chuan was left with a scratch on his face. Wu Chuan's expression darkened, and he finally could no longer contain his anger. Even though the main beast city prohibited private fights. But if something happened, the one who struck first would be punished, so why should he continue to endure? In an instant, Wu Chuan transformed into a massive white python, wrapping his upper body tightly around Yu Jianglan as his body twisted. On land, Yu Jianglan had no advantage, but still managed to evade Wu Chuan's attack due to a slight difference in strength. His gaze grew even more fierce as he positioned himself behind Wu Chuan, attacking his head violently, the snake's weak point. With this strike, Wu Chuan nearly fell over, becoming dizzy as he slowly transformed back into human form. Yu Jianglan, Jiang Ruantang finally reacted, her heart racing as she looked at him in shock. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably, and upon hearing Ruan's voice, Yu Jianglan turned and smiled. It's okay, Ruan. I'm not hurt. The male stood in front of her, obediently close, and Jiang Ruantang cautiously observed him. Fortunately, Yu Jianglan wasn't injured, and Jiang Ruantang felt a bit more at ease. She hadn't expected Yu Jianglan to actually be able to injure Wu Chuan, and in an instant, it seemed her fear of Wu Chuan had lessened. Chapter 98. Respect for the mysterious merfolk King Yuchuan bent down beside them, a noticeable wound on his face, his expression becoming obscure. He never expected to be injured by a male of the merfolk on land, losing under the same level of strength. As the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan, it felt like a slap in the face. Yu Jianlin stood before Jiang Ruantang with a smile, his hands still stained with blood. The two presented a stark contrast. His upper body smiled like an angel, while his lower body was covered in blood, resembling a demon. Jiang Ruantang took Yu Jianlin's hand to examine it closely. Although there were no visible bleeding wounds, Yuchuan's attack had clearly taken all his strength. The pale skin was marked with numerous purple bruises, though to him, these injuries were minimal. Yet, Jiang Ruantang frowned, gently touching the wound on his collarbone. The moment her cold fingers brushed against him, Yu Jianlin shivered, as if electrified. Her soft hand was touching him, cool and smooth. When Jiang Ruantang looked up, she noticed Yu Jianlin's ears were flushed red. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. Could he have some special kink? His face turned so red after just a few touches. However, every time she saw Yu Jianlin blushing, Jiang Ruantang felt an urge to tease him. It was quite adorable. Hiss! It was a bit hard to resist. With a mischievous thought, Jiang Ruantang reached out to pinch his ears. Yu Jianlin's ears were slightly pointy, resembling elf ears, and felt quite magical to the touch. Just as she expected, the little clan leader's face turned even redder. As if not willing to let him off the hook, Jiang Ruantang became bolder, until she felt his ears were hot to the touch. The next moment, she raised her gaze and saw moisture gathering in Yu Jianlin's eyes. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew her hand. It seemed she had played too hard. Coughing to mask her embarrassment, she retreated behind Jiao. However, Jiao did not comply with her wishes, his expression displeased as he sidestepped her hiding. Things had gone awry. Jiao was jealous. Yuchuan watched the scene and suddenly recalled Yu Jianlin's identity, that vaguely familiar aura. He must have sensed it during the meetings of the 5 Direction City Lords. You're the Merfolk King. Yuchuan's words were a firm affirmation. Although the Merfolk rarely showed themselves, he was certain of that aura. Yu Jianlin concealed the gentleness he displayed in front of Ruantang and donned a cold exterior. Are your Serpent Kings entrusting everything to you, this snake? He wondered how the Serpent Clan and their households had managed to survive. Yu Jianlin's words carried sarcasm, He had met the other Four Directions city lords a few times. Hearing that the Serpent King rarely managed affairs, he had not expected things to scatter like this. Appointing a male much younger than himself as the Grand Elder and overseeing the Serpent households, he doubted whether this male was capable of it. His scrutinizing gaze was fixed on Yuchuan, making him feel somewhat tense. He knew a bit about the Merfolk King, and, being much younger than him, felt inadequate when faced with certain matters in front of Yu Jianlin. Since the last meeting of the Five Direction City Lords, the Serpent King had been in seclusion. Yuchuan's voice involuntarily took on a tone of respect. Although he was on par with Yu Jianlin in strength, the pressure from this male was far greater than his own. Surviving amidst the conflicts of the Merfolk to become the Merfolk King was something he could not compare to, while he did not regard other males, even other city lords. With much respect, he still held a sense of caution and reverence for Yu Jianlin. He respected the strong, and the Merfolk King was one of them. Yu Jianlin could not be bothered with the diminishing hostility in Yuchuan's eyes, retracting his claws to wipe the blood away and waving his hand. I have no interest in your Serpent Clan's affairs. Let us find a place for Ruantang first. After saying that, Yu Jianlin's gaze turned to Jiang Ruantang and Jiao. The Fox Clan's household was not an option, and after pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked Jiang Ruantang, Ruantang, how about we go to the Merfolk household? The main beast city has set aside a territory for the Merfolk. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback by the sudden question, recalling their current situation. Then let us go to the Merfolk household. The main beast city had divided territories. The Fox Clan household, the Serpent household, the Merfolk household, the Lion Clan household, and the Phoenix Clan household. Together, they surrounded the entire main beast city, forming a safety circle. Although the beastmen lived together, each area had its own name for better distinction. Yuchuan did not want to create more trouble for himself. Giving Jiang Ruantang a deep look before his gaze settled on Jiao. The Fox King does not have much time left. The sudden statement startled Jiang Ruantang, her arms holding the eggs, trembling slightly. What was this reminding her of? Jiao sensed the underlying meaning. Yuchuan had likely considered this long ago. Yuchuan turned to leave, needing to investigate the matter of the wandering beasts from the Serpent Clan, planning to check the outer circle. As for Az and Fei Xian, they were still processing the situation, while Nuo remained expressionless. The Merfolk King, both Az and Fei Xian were not males who could interact with the Five Direction City Lords. The existence of Yu Jianlin had nearly become a legend, and now they were seeing the true Merfolk King. A group of observing males glanced at each other, whispering and sharing thoughts that were nearly identical to Az and Fei Xian's. Too many gazes made Jiang Ruantang feel uneasy, her things stiffening a bit. Yu Jianlin noticed her discomfort and irritation, his hostility instantly dissipating. What? Don't you all have your own business to attend to? The threatening tone was too obvious, causing a group of males to cautiously shield their females, quickly dispersing. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Ruantang's tension vanished, and, in the next moment, she was swept up by Yu Jianlin. As he prepared to leave, Jiang Ruantang looked at Nuo. Let us make plans to meet again. Nuo waved her hand, sighing with envy. She never expected Ruantang to become mates with the Merfolk King. What an amazing female. As in Fei Xian's expressions darkened simultaneously. Nuo, if there are any males around you, I won't hold back. A wave of immense fear washed over Nuo as one arm wrapped around each of them, soothing them both. Okay, I was just saying that casually. Let us hurry back. Yu Jianlin brought Jiang Ruantang and Jiao to the Merfolk household, where the ratio of males to females was relatively lower. However, this number was still more than sufficient compared to a tribe. Passing by the grass huts, Yu Jianlin finally stopped in front of a stone house. Ruantang, let us stay here. This stone house is the residence of the king, but I've never stayed here before. Yu Jianlin looked at Jiang Ruantang as if seeking approval. It was no wonder he was so eager. This stone house was 2 stories high and quite spacious. The second floor had 2 large rooms, truly befitting the Merfolk King, with an incredibly high standard of living. Chapter 99. One day, I will be devoured. Jiang Ruantang jumped down from Yu Jianlin's arms and looked around the stone house. The first floor had no rooms suitable for living, but the space was quite large. On one side was a spiraling staircase, but the first floor was empty and desolate. Jiang Ruantang excitedly walked towards the second floor. The large space on the second floor had its purpose. On the left and right sides were 2 rooms facing each other. The left room was slightly larger, but it could be said that there was nothing in it, not even a straw mat to sleep on. The right room was a bit smaller, but still usable, and it was similarly empty. Both rooms were filled with dust, and cobwebs covered every corner. This stone house is even bigger than the Fox King's. Jiang put down the bamboo basket with the little cubs, though it was unclear who he was speaking to. Yu Jianglan merely glanced at him and asked, "When do you plan to deal with the Fox King? If you don't resolve this, Ruantang will never feel at ease." As a qualified male and partner, it was irresponsible of him to make Ruantang worry all the time. "If necessary, I can assist you, but only for Ruantang." After saying this, a small head poked out from the second floor, and Yu Jianglan immediately changed his expression. "How is it, Ruantang? Do you like this place?" Jiang Ruantang nodded almost without hesitation, but then shyly shook her head. Yu Jianglan didn't grasp Jiang Ruantang's meaning and felt a bit tense. "This place is your residence. It's not appropriate for me and Jiang to stay here." Jiang Ruantang made it clear that she and Jiang were separate from him. She had forgotten that she would ultimately sever her partner relationship with him. She was afraid that after spending so much time together, she would find it hard to let go. They had been entangled all the way. Why continue this entanglement in the main beast city? Jiang Ruantang's words deeply pierced Yu Jianglan's heart, and his expression turned ugly. Biting his lip and looking at her, tears welled up in his eyes, making him look pitiful and causing Jiang Ruantang to feel even more heartbroken. As a mermaid king, what was he doing acting like this in front of her? He should be in the sea, not here. "I understand. I won't look for anywhere else." Seeing Jiang Ruantang soften her tone, Yu Jianglan cautiously released her. Watching her go down the stairs, he put away his previous pitiful demeanor and thought, how should I act pitiful next time to make Ruantang reluctant to part? Jiang Ruantang thought wrong. Yu Jianglan wasn't a lovesick fool, and one day she would be devoured by this restless fish. Hearing footsteps coming down, Jiang put away his gloomy expression and affectionately hugged Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang gently touched his ears. "Jiang, let us stay here. It's not convenient for you to return to the Fox clan now." Jiang nodded, but he felt lonely inside. It seemed he had to resolve the issue with the Fox King as soon as possible. He couldn't let Ruantang worry about him any longer. As a male, he found it shameful to sleep more comfortably at night. Jiang Ruantang summoned the two males. The two males looked at their little female with nervous expressions, as if facing a great enemy. The little female had a serious face, as if she were contemplating something very important. "Yu Jianglan, can I leave the cleaning of the stone house to you?" "Of course." Jiang Ruantang nodded. The stone house was filled with dust and cobwebs. It definitely needed cleaning. Then she turned to Jiang. "Jiang, there's no dry grass in the house. Can you find some and bring it back?" Jiang nodded. Without dry grass underneath, sleeping on a bee's skin felt no different than sleeping directly on the cold stone. After assigning tasks to the two males, Jiang Ruantang took up 3 wolf skins. After all the bumps along the way, the only usable skins were wolf skins. However, the amount she had, including what she needed to cover herself with, was far from enough. "Yu Jianglan, do you have any beast skins in the stone house?" Jiang Ruantang called out to the busy Yu Jianglan, shaking the few beast skins she had. Stopping his movements, Yu Jianglan thought carefully and suddenly remembered something. He turned and rushed to the second-floor room, rummaging through things, and indeed found some beast skins. However, they seemed to have not been used for a long time and were filthy. "Ruantang, this is the only bee skin that hasn't been used for a long time." Jiang Ruantang took a look. It was thick and looked like it came from a wild bear. That's fine. I'll take it to the river to wash." "Ruantang, let me go." "It's fine. The stone house is right next to the river. I'll be back soon." After saying that, without waiting for Yu Jianglan to say anything, she turned and ran towards the river. After all, this was the residence of the Mermaid King. She could see the river in just a few steps. At the riverbank, some females were gathered, along with countless males. The sheer number of males made her a bit nervous, but she was no longer hiding anything and could only approach openly. Jiang Ruantang squatted down, the large bee's skin soaking up water. The nearby males silently watched her. This scene was too beautiful, and all the males were captivated, unable to move. Under so many gazes, Jiang Ruantang nervously finished washing the bee's skin. Unfortunately, she overestimated herself and underestimated the weight of the skin. After soaking in water, it was unbearably heavy. "Oh no, I was careless. I forgot how heavy this thing gets when soaked. I should have let Yu Jianglan come." Little female, let me help you." A male boldly stepped forward, offering to help, which startled Jiang Ruantang, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No. It was inappropriate for a male to offer unnecessary help. The male seemed unwilling to give up and reached out to help, leaving Jiang Ruantang at a loss. Just as the male's hand was about to touch her, it was kicked away far off. Jiang Ruantang snapped back to reality and froze. Looking at Jiang Ruan, who was protecting her, she quickly lowered her head. As soon as he came out, he saw Ruantang being harassed by another male and wanted to beat that ungrateful male badly. Jiang Ruantang was afraid he would do something, so she held his wrist. Jiang Ruan, I can't lift the bee skin. You take it back with us. The little female's eyes were fixed on him, her voice soft and gentle, directly provoking Jiang Ruan. He picked up the beast's skin and walked back, with Jiang Ruantang obediently following behind. Before leaving, she glanced back at the male who had just been kicked, who seemed to still be dazed. Jiang Ruan really went hard on him. Chapter 100 Impure Thoughts and Ideas. Returning to the stone house, Shijia saw Jiao carrying a pile of hay, with a female egg rolling around him. Jiao, you're back. Jiao nodded, but realized that Ruan had just come from the direction of the river. Ruan, did you go to the river? Jiao's expression darkened. What if something happened by the river? But upon seeing Jianglin following behind with animal skins, he said nothing more. But why did that fish look unhappy too? Jiang Ruantang turned around to tease the female egg, and the two males exchanged glances. What just happened? One male was showing affection to Ruan. Jianglin said this, nearly grinding his back teeth. A mere third crown male dared to show affection to Ruan in front of him. Jiao's expression darkened for a moment, but he still said nothing. He had already accepted Jianglin. If other powerful males pursued Ruan, he had no reason to refuse. For Ruan's safety, Jianglin saw that this fox had no signs of resistance and directly added fuel to the fire. That male was only third crown. He didn't know how he dared. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiao's indifferent face changed slightly. Only third crown? He turned to rush out to find that male. If he was stronger than himself, that would be one thing, but how dare he pursue Ruan when he wasn't even as strong? Jianglin secretly laughed, and Jiang Ruantang stood on the second floor, watching Jiao leave in a huff. A bad feeling surged in her heart. Jianglin, did you say something to Jiao? Jianglin turned around, looking at her with an innocent expression. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her forehead. Jiao should have some sense, right? Being new here and the target of everyone's attention, it would be best not to cause any trouble. After tidying up the stone house, Jiang Ruantang picked up the hay to start organizing, until there was enough hay to lay out positions for several people. She placed a thick bear skin on top of the hay. It could be considered a barely passable bed. Looking at this large hay bed, Jiang Ruantang suddenly thought of Jianglin. Would Jianglin be sleeping with him tonight? Thinking about sleeping together made Jiang Ruantang a little nervous. But he should return to the sea at night. After all, he is a fish. After coming to this conclusion, Jiang Ruantang directly fell onto the hay. The female egg poked its head in at the door and rolled over to her side. Oh, how did you get over here? The little female egg nestled in her arms, forcing her to lie on her side. This little female egg was stickier than she had expected. In a daze, Jiang Ruantang fell asleep hugging the female egg. When Jianglin entered the room, he saw Ruan's serene, sleeping face, with the little female egg curled up in her arms, and the two little fox cubs nearby showing signs of waking up. They needed to let the two little foxes see Mu first, so they would be closer to Ruan. In her dreams, Ruan murmured softly, even frowning slightly. What kind of dream was she having? She didn't seem very peaceful. Jianglin slowly crouched down, and the little female egg sensed him, slowly rolling out of Jiang Ruantang's embrace. The little one was quite clever. She must be a beautiful female. Jianglin reached out to gently smooth Jiang Ruantang's furrowed brow, then placed a soft kiss on her forehead. A small droplet mark appeared on her forehead, then vanished. The mark of the merfolk. This thing could ensure that all male merfolk could not approach Ruan. The instinct for reproduction among male merfolk was too strong. Although the queen merfolk could have at most 2 partners, he didn't want those male merfolk to come into contact with Ruan. The female merfolk gave birth to too many eggs, which harmed their bodies greatly. Even if Ruan always wanted to dissolve their partnership, he couldn't bear to let her suffer. That's why he had that idea back then. The merfolk eggs born without a father, or AMU, as long as they soaked in the blood of him and Ruan during the egg phase, would inherit both bloodlines. Their appearances would also change accordingly. But this method could only be done by the merfolk king and his female. If he wanted, he could have a female with Ruan. In that case, Ruan would also be unable to dissolve their partnership with him. He admitted that this thought was too despicable, binding Ruan to himself. Was that really okay? Jianglin brushed aside the hair on Ruan's face, his gaze softening as he looked at her. But as long as he could be with Ruan, what was wrong with that? Jiang Ruantang slowly opened her eyes, her voice a bit hoarse. "You Jianglin, is it night already?" Yu Jianglin withdrew his hand, obediently nodding. He got up and looked outside. It was already dark. All right, the bare skin. Jiang Ruantang stretched, not expecting to sleep until dark. However, this nap was a rare piece. Her physical fatigue had almost disappeared. The two went downstairs and saw that the outside was brightly lit, as if something was being held. Jiang Ruantang stepped outside in confusion and saw 7 or 8 females gathering not far away, along with many males. Gio was sitting among them, roasting meat, and Nuo and Asfacian were also there. Noticing Jiang Ruantang, Gio immediately stood up. "Ruantang, you're awake. I just finished roasting the meat. Come and eat." Gio pulled the little female to sit among the crowd, while Yu Jianglin watched from a distance. He didn't like the burning flames, and didn't want to get close to them. Jiang Ruantang sat next to Gio, looking curiously at Nuo and the others. "Ah, this is a welcome for the new female coming to the merfolk community. But out of curiosity, I let Az and Facian bring me along." Nuo amply nodded softly. There was only one new female, and it looked like this was specially held for her. Aside from the females and males with females, there were also more than a dozen unmarried males or just adult males. Every male was staring at her with burning eyes, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Jiang Ruantang could only keep dodging their gazes, while Gio warned them with his eyes. However, it was good that someone was willing to get close to them. After all, both Gio and Yu Jianglin were not simple individuals. In a moment of turning back, Jiang Ruantang saw Yu Jianglin quietly sitting under a nearby tree, the moonlight casting down and making him look exceptionally handsome. The little female egg was nestled beside him, and to his right was a bamboo basket with the cubs. It looked like a nurse. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Jianglin raised his head at the sound and saw Ruantang smiling at him, dazed and unsure of what she was laughing about. "Gio, I'll take some meat to Yu Jianglin." After telling Gio, Jiang Ruantang took some meat wrapped in leaves and walked over. Gio nodded, saying nothing. When Ruantang walked in front of him, Yu Jianglin was taken aback. The little female smiled slyly. "Come on, Yu Jianglin. Open your mouth." Yu Jianglin instinctively opened his mouth, and a piece of meat was stuffed in. But this meat was still a bit hot for him, making his whole face flush red. As a result, Ruantang laughed even more happily. He looked like a fish blushing. Chapter 101. The lions but should not be touched. Thinking about it, she licked her lips, craving braised fish. The little female in front of her looked at her with increasingly perverse eyes, scaring her into retreating in disbelief. Unfortunately, the materials were incomplete. If she really tried to make it, she feared she wouldn't even be able to replicate a third of the taste of that delicacy. In the beast world, wanting to eat a gourmet meal was simply more difficult than difficult. Just the thought of not being able to eat anything made Jiang Ruantang feel heartbroken. The little female egg rolled out of Yu Jianglin's arms and rolled away in front of Jiang Ruantang. Wait a minute. Jiang Ruantang thought she wanted to play and excitedly went to chase her. The little female egg rolled to the edge of a patch of grass and stopped. Jiang Ruantang, out of breath, bent down, puzzled as to why she had stopped. "Little female egg, it's dark now. We need to hurry back." Jiang Ruantang reached out to hug the little female egg, only to realize she seemed to be touching something. It seemed like an animal's fur. Uncertain, she touched it a couple more times. Suddenly, the fur moved, and without any support, she squatted down. "Oh no, my butt." She fell hard, and there was only a faint light around. Through that light, it seemed she saw a tail. Jiang Ruantang was startled. "No way, I didn't just touch its butt. Did I? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Almost without time to think, Jiang Ruantang bent down to apologize, realizing she must have gotten herself into trouble. There should only be male beastmen around here. So what did she just touch? Hopefully, it wasn't some fierce beast. Her little heart couldn't take the shock. The male in the darkness slowly turned around, and the dim light finally illuminated the figure in front of her. The little female egg instinctively hid behind Jiang Ruantang, as if what was in front of them was some fierce beast. At the moment she saw it clearly, Jiang Ruantang's heart raced, and she was so scared she couldn't say a word. A lion, a whole head taller than her, was completely black, with only a pair of silver eyes that made one tremble. Its mane moved slightly in the wind, exuding the lion's majesty. It seemed she had just provoked a terrifying giant. The black lion stared at her and took 2 steps closer. The surprise in its eyes almost overflowed. Such a beautiful female. He had never seen such a pretty female in the merfolk's den for so long. Was she new? But he hadn't heard that the main beast city had any new females. Jiang Ruantang was so scared she couldn't move an inch. The black lion suddenly started to move, circling around her, as if observing prey. It sniffed at her neck, seemingly catching a pleasant scent, and its enormous tongue licked her twice. Jiang Ruantang thought her endurance was pretty good, but now it seemed she couldn't handle it at all. Pretending to be shocked was her trembling legs and pale lips. No matter who it was, someone come save her. She felt like she was about to collapse. Little female, how many partners do you have? The black lion suddenly spoke, its gaze fixed on her. At least he was speaking, which made her feel a bit more at ease. Seeing the female ignore him, the black lion continued. I only smell the scent of a fox on you. Do you only have one partner? If you only have one partner, I could take this beautiful female for myself. Jiang Ruantang swallowed hard. Just now, the little female egg had sneaked away while the lion wasn't paying attention. Why hadn't Jiayu and Yu Jianglan arrived yet? The answer to him was still silence, but the black lion wasn't annoyed. Slowly, he transformed into human form and stood in front of her. Jiang Ruantang's heart raced like thunder. She secretly looked up and found herself only at his chest height. How could this guy be so big? Saying he had a refrigerator-sized body wasn't an exaggeration. Was it because he was a lion? But he shouldn't be this strong. Seeing the little female secretly looking at him, the black lion felt pleased for a moment and grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. The moment their eyes met, the black lion's heart skipped 2 beats. Just now, he had only vaguely seen that this little female was pretty. He hadn't expected her to be this beautiful. Jiang Ruantang nervously looked at the lion. He unexpectedly had a dignified appearance, yet there was a gentle quality within him. Or rather, his eyes were too affectionate. Jiang Ruantang felt her heart race and wanted to lower her head, but found he was holding her too tightly to do so. It hurt. She tried to exert a little force to lower her head, but it was impossible, and it only made the grip hurt more. Hearing the female say it hurt, the black lion slowly released his grip. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly moved. Just now, she even thought her chin was about to dislocate. It really was true that the lions but should not be touched. Why was she so reckless? The black lion bent down, bringing his gaze level with hers, and stared at her. Little female, my name is Mo, what is your name? Jiang Ruantang was momentarily stunned. What progress was this? Why was he introducing names? But before she could say anything, she fell into Jiayu's arms. Yu Jianglan stood still in front of the black lion, his sharp claws aimed at him. The black lion sidestepped, looking at Yu Jianglan leisurely. It's Mo, oh my god. How did he come to the merfolk's den? Some males recognized Mo, but took a few steps back to avoid him. Do you know that male? Jiang Ruantang keenly caught on and hurriedly asked. The male was momentarily speechless, exchanging glances with each other, but they didn't speak. Yu Jianglan and Mo fought fiercely, but Mo suddenly felt bored, transforming into beast form and biting down on Yu Jianglan's shoulder. The terrain of the land made it so Yu Jianglan couldn't react in time, whether in speed or attack. Mo bit down hard on Yu Jianglan's shoulder, blood gushing out. In an instant, Jiang Ruantang couldn't hear anything, as if she could only hear Yu Jianglan's screams. Jiayu saw the situation was not right and transformed into beast form to help, but he was a size smaller than Mo, just barely managing to rescue Yu Jianglan from his jaws. Oh my god, the king. Hurry. The king has been bitten by Mo. That damned lion. How could he come to the merfolk's den? Quickly take the female away. The males of the merfolk's den rushed out into the night, some starting to pull the females away, some helping Yu Jianglan, and others blocking Mo, telling him not to act recklessly. Mo glanced deeply at Jiang Ruantang before turning to leave. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, until Jiayu came in front of her, looking at her in shock. And then, heartbroken, he embraced her. Only then did she realize she was crying. Yu Jianglan's shoulder was almost bitten through, but the remaining rationality saw Jiang Ruantang in tears at that moment, and he felt heartbroken. It's okay, Ruantang, it will be fine soon. At that moment, the defense line collapsed. Why say it's okay? Why always say it's okay? Clearly, he was so badly hurt. Why would he say that to make her feel better when he was hurt so badly? The lions, but really should not be touched. Chapter 102. About Mo's past, the sudden anger of the little female made Jiayu momentarily dazed. It seemed he had never seen Ruan so angry, in pain, and stubborn. Was it because of Yu Jianglan? But in the next second, the little female turned her head and glared at Jiayu. You too? For some reason, being intimidated by Ruan filled Jiayu's heart with warmth. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Ruantang anxiously walked to Yu Jianglan's side. She currently didn't have a medical kit and couldn't treat his wounds. Something flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly asked, who has some shuanmei grass? Shuanmei grass is a type of red tree leaf in the beast world. usually growing in clusters, not too rare, but not commonly seen either. Females generally keep it to use in food. Hearing about shuame grass, some little females were filled with doubts, but one spoke up, saying she had some home. Then could you bring some shuame grass? The male looked at Jiang Ruantang's serious request and couldn't help but blush. However, under the furious gaze of his female, he hurriedly went back to get it. Yu Jianglan had lost too much blood and was almost in a state of fainting. Logically, in such a state, it was best for him to return to the sea to heal himself. But Jiang Ruantang was worried about him returning to the sea. What if other males from the fish tribe took the opportunity to seize power? Even if Yu Jianglan was strong, he couldn't be safe. After a moment, the tiger tribe male returned with shuame grass, and Jiang Ruantang anxiously took it. The quantity was not small. It should be enough. Under the puzzled gazes of the beastmen, Jiang Ruantang bit the shuame grass and carefully applied it to Yu Jianglan's shoulder. She then handed some of the remaining grass to Jieyu. Jieyu, boil this shuame grass into juice. Jieyu took it. He heard Ruan's words and immediately went to boil the shuame grass juice. In the memories implanted in her mind, shuame grass had a strong hemostatic effect, effective for both external and internal use. Watching the blood flowing from Yu Jianglan show signs of stopping, Jiang Ruantang finally breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. God, are you a doctor? A female exclaimed in shock at Jiang Ruantang's medical skills, asking her if she was a doctor. But few females ever became doctors so naturally. Some held a skeptical attitude. No, I just spent some time with a doctor in my early years, just know a bit. Jiang Ruantang found the most convincing way to explain. After hearing this, they seemed to stop asking questions, thinking not to dig deeper. By the way, what about that male lion named Mo? Jiang Ruantang remembered Mo and asked curiously. From everyone's earlier reactions, it seemed they were all quite afraid of him, and given his strength, he had indeed injured Yu Jianglan like this. Upon mentioning Mo, the group fell silent again, turning eerily quiet. I hope you can tell me, that guy hurt my male. Jiang Ruantang stated firmly again, causing everyone present to shudder. Seeing the king injured like this, one male exchanged glances with another, and they were willing to reveal the reason. That male named Mo is the current king's sibling from the lion tribe. Previously, Mo was known as a powerful male in our main beast city, with countless females wanting to be his mate, and he treated everyone equally, extremely gently. But at this point, the male stopped speaking, and another male hesitated before continuing. But a few years ago, something happened. Mo bonded with a female, and everyone thought they would be very happy. But that female was simply insane. She couldn't tolerate Mo being coveted by other females and even wanted to kill him, then die together with him. That female left countless wounds on Mo, each one made with lethal intent. Mo couldn't bear to harm her, so he was left with just a breath. When that female saw someone trying to take Mo away, she went mad, and, seeing that she couldn't take Mo, left behind curses, dying in front of everyone. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect the truth to be like this. No wonder every scar on Mo's body was so shocking. How much cruelty had been used to leave a male with scars that could never heal. The female told Mo that she would wait for him in hell, that no one could take him away, and that even in death, she wanted to be bound to him, cursing him that in this life, he could never bond with another female or love anyone else. Later, after Mo was rescued, his temperament changed drastically. He became terrifying, acting violently, and even nearly killed his sibling, the Lion King, during the competition for the throne. At this point, the male even shivered. I didn't expect Mo's female to be such a lunatic, but since the female has passed away, why is Mo still? The group exchanged glances. It was said that the female was so terrifying that even the beast god couldn't bear to watch and exempted Mo from punishment. Jiang Ruantang sighed. Mo indeed had some pitiable aspects, being grievously wounded by the female he loved and bound by a malicious vow. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? But glancing at Yu Jianglan, her pity was overshadowed. Compared to the unrelated pity, Yu Jianglan's injury was what truly pained her. She didn't know how long this injury would take to heal. Back in the stone house, Jieyu brought the medicine to Jiang Ruantang, and she fed it bit by bit into Yu Jianglan's mouth, but unfortunately, Yu Jianglan couldn't drink it. Jiang Ruantang was almost in tears. What should we do, Jieyu? Yu Jianglan can't drink it. Seeing Ruan's anxious expression, Jieyu felt pain in his heart, steeling himself. Don't worry, Ruan, I'll do it. Jiang Ruantang thought he had a way to get the medicine in, but she was taken aback. Jieyu stepped forward with the bowl, firmly pinched Yu Jianglan's cheeks, and forcefully poured it in. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened in shock. Why is Jiang so violent? Although the method was a bit brutal, thankfully, the Shuame grass was poured into Jianglan's mouth. Now they just had to wait and see how the medicine worked. It seemed that sensing her guilt, the female egg remained closely attached to Jianglan, looking very remorseful. Jiang Ruantang picked up the doubtful female egg and gently comforted it. It's okay, it's not your fault. It's not the female egg's fault. It's not Jianglan's fault, but Mo's change wasn't what he wanted either. So whose fault is it? Perhaps it's my fault. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruantang felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for her, Jianglan wouldn't have acted and gotten hurt like this. It really seemed to be her fault. Jiang Ruantang forced a smile, and Jiang could only hold her in his arms, carefully comforting her. Not knowing if it was because they sensed Jiang Ruantang's emotions, the two little cubs started crying restlessly. Glancing outside, she realized it was time to feed the two little ones. Jiang, I'm going to feed them. Keep an eye on Jianglan, and if anything happens, be sure to call me. After Jiang Ruantang emphasized this repeatedly, Jiang helplessly nodded. Chapter 103. Intertwined pain. Jiang Ruantang relaxed, turning her back to Jiang to feed the baby. The two little ones still hadn't grown teeth or opened their eyes, but Jiang Ruantang's constant distraction for the second one had finally made him look less frail. Although the change was minimal, he did seem to have more energy. The eldest was restless and fidgeting, so Jiang Ruantang could only carefully soothe him. Just then, she saw the eldest slowly opening a tiny slit in his eyes. Jiang Ruantang exclaimed in surprise, and Jiang instinctively turned around, immediately rushing to her side. Ruantang, what happened? Jiang Ruantang looked down with a face full of joy, and Jiang followed her gaze. To their amazement, the eldest had actually started to open his eyes. Jiang, he's opening his eyes. This was undoubtedly the biggest surprise of the day, and it eased some of the heavy worries Jiang Ruantang had for Jianglan. Jiang gently stroked the eldest's forehead with his nail, feeling an indescribable happiness. However, the eldest had only opened a small slit in his eyes, and it would take at least another half-month for him to fully open them. As a beastman cub, their growth rate was vastly different from that of ordinary wild foxes. A wild fox reaches full maturity in just over a year. But beastman red fox cubs don't start to take human form until they are 3 years old, continuing to grow in that form. This led to a slower growth rate. For the eldest, showing signs of opening his eyes in just half a month was already quite fast. It was likely that he would grow to be even stronger than Jiang in the future. But the second one still had no idea when he would open his eyes and needed careful nurturing. Jiang, how long did it take you to open your eyes as a cub? And when did you take human form? Jiang Ruantang blinked her eyes, very curious. Jiang thought for a moment. I was a bit stronger than my siblings, but I opened my eyes a few days later than the eldest. That means our eldest will only be stronger than you. Jiang Ruantang suddenly became excited, and a sense of pride welled up for her and Jiang's cubs. Jiang smiled, tacitly agreeing with her words. To conveniently take care of Jianglan, the three of them slept in one place that night. Jiang Ruantang was placed in the middle, with Jiang on her right, his arm tightly wrapped around her waist. Jianglan was on her left, making it easier for her to notice any issues. It created a cozy feeling of being embraced on both sides, and it was quite beautiful. They thought they could pass the night peacefully. But in the middle of the night, Jiang Ruantang sensed something was wrong. Jianglan had developed a high fever, his brows tightly furrowed, and he was mumbling something incoherently. Oh no, Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang worriedly checked his wounds. Jiang also woke up due to the noise and took over to care for him. However, upon seeing him, Jiang's expression changed. The wound had started to turn black, showing signs of rot. Jiang, go get some water. I'll handle his wound. Jiang Ruantang steadied herself. But when she reached out to touch Jianglan's hand, it was clearly trembling. After changing the herbal compress, Jiang Ruantang gasped at the sight of the wound. A slight touch made Jianglan frown deeply, looking extremely pained. Damn system, where are you now? Jiang Ruantang almost went crazy, but after calming down, Jiang returned with water. She carefully began to clean the wound, and Jianglan, she realized, had opened his eyes at some point. Those eyes were devoid of life, hollow and cold, fixed on Jiang Ruantang. Ruantang, I'm sorry, please don't leave me. He stared at Jiang Ruantang, repeating apologies and begging her not to abandon him. However, Jiang Ruantang found it strangely concerning that he kept calling her Ruantang. As if sensing the lack of response, Jianglan suddenly sat up, intensely locking eyes with Jiang Ruantang. He cautiously took her hand and pressed it to his colder cheek. Don't leave me, don't abandon me. Jiang Ruantang's heart was deeply wounded. unsure if it was pain or sorrow. Before she could think further, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, as if someone had bitten through it. Then came an overwhelming sense of loneliness and pain intertwining at that moment. Jiao gritted his teeth and pushed Yu Jianglan down forcefully, almost grinding out the words, "Injured one, just rest." Jiang Ruantang snapped back from the pain, feeling as if it was just an illusion. She looked up, nervously swallowed, realizing Jiao was very angry, but she didn't understand why he was upset. Was that feeling she just had Yu Jianglan's feeling? It felt so real and so painful. "Jiao, have you seen a wound like this before?" Jiang Ruantang tried to cast her worries aside and began to carefully examine the wound. It clearly seemed to be in an irrecoverable state, as if prolonging it could cost Yu Jianglan his life. Jiao shook his head. "No, the most severe bite wounds don't typically present this condition. Moreover, he's a 9-crown male. He shouldn't be able to withstand such an injury." Jiang Ruantang also found it strange. The effect of the herbal compress was significant, both internally and externally. While it couldn't guarantee he would be bouncing around tomorrow, it should at least prevent him from appearing so disoriented. Moreover, there was a faint black mist around the wound. If they didn't do something, Yu Jianglan might really not survive the night. She had no knowledge of this condition, and if it dragged on, it would likely be too late. Seemingly having made a decision, Jiang Ruantang's eyes became resolute. In Jiao's gaze, she took out a full bag of 50 void stones. "Ruantang, are you going to use void stones on Yu Jianglan?" Jiao exclaimed in surprise, grabbing Jiang Ruantang's hand. There were some mysterious aspects about Ruantang that he couldn't comprehend. But void stones were precious. Males had fought to the death over a single void stone. Was Yu Jianglan already that important to Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang gave a helpless glance. 50 stones, that's still quite a fortune, right? "Jiao, I can't just watch Yu Jianglan." She didn't dare to say the rest, but Jiao must have understood. She didn't even dare to be certain that the void stones could resolve the strange black mist on Yu Jianglan's wound. Moreover, if something happened to Yu Jianglan, she and he were still partners. Jiang Ruantang subtly glanced at him, implying that if something really happened to Yu Jianglan, she wouldn't fare well either. Indeed, as soon as those words were spoken, Jiao let go without hesitation. No stone could be more important than Ruantang. If something really happened to him, Ruantang would also be harmed. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to find a stronger male to protect Ruantang in the short term. Jiang Ruantang smiled, cautiously placing the void stones into his mouth, hoping that this damned black mist wasn't something incurable. After swallowing the void stones, Jiang Ruantang wiped his wound again and was amazed to find that the black mist had begun to dissipate. Great, it really works. At that moment, the tension and anxiety in her heart faded away as the wound slowly improved. Chapter 10, for he can't return to the sea after a night of turmoil. Dawn broke before Jiang Ruantang could get any sleep. She forced herself to get up, dressed, and checked on Yu Jianglan's condition. Fortunately, his fever had subsided, but the dark energy still hadn't completely dissipated. He was still in a coma, and Jiang Ruantang's worries resurfaced. How was the king? The males concerned for Yu Jianglan stood outside the stone house. Jiao was outside, ready to intervene in case they rushed in and harmed Ruantang. "He hasn't awakened." Jiao shook his head. The restless males quieted for a moment. The king should return to the sea. Land was not conducive to his recovery. One brave male spoke up, evidently one of the merfolk. Jiang Ruantang leaned against the window on the second floor, hearing their voices clearly. They were right. Yu Jianglan was a male of the sea, and the dry land, especially during the current drought season, was detrimental to his injuries. She wondered if he was just holding on. Even his fishtail was not exposed. Jiao remained silent. "Ruantang is our female. Whether Yu Jianglan returns to the sea depends on Ruantang's decision." The group of males fell silent. They all knew the king was Jiang Ruantang's male. But if they truly cared for the king, returning to the sea was the best option. After sending off the group of males, she returned to the stone house to find Jiang Ruantang sitting beside Yu Jianglan, seemingly lost in thought. "Jiao, I heard your conversation. Shouldn't Yu Jianglan return to the sea?" Jiang Ruantang's voice sounded a bit sorrowful, and Jiao hesitated, not saying anything. Given Yu Jianglan's condition, returning to the sea would essentially mean death. It would be best if he didn't go back to the sea. Not to mention he was in a state of confusion. Soon there would be the merfolk competition for supremacy, and all the merfolk males would be watching closely. The elders, too, would spare no effort to seize Yu Jianglan's position as the merfolk king. Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened at the thought of the elder who had previously punished Yu Jianglan. Everyone was hoping to destroy Yu Jianglan in this bloodbath. His current condition left him vulnerable to everyone. "No, Jiao, Yu Jianglan cannot return to the sea." Jiang Ruantang's tone was steady and firm. She couldn't allow Yu Jianglan to go back to the sea. Absolutely not. Jiao nodded. He would follow Ruantang's opinion. If Ruantang felt it was impossible, he wouldn't let anyone take Yu Jianglan away. After thinking for a moment to allow Yu Jianglan to recover better in the water, she thought of the vacant spot in the backyard. That area resembled a dried-up pond, likely because no males had been there since Yu Jianglan left, and it had slowly dried up. She then took Jiao to the backyard. The pond was relatively clean, but it was unclear where the blockage was that had caused it to lose water. Jiao, let's go take a look. The pond was deep, and she feared she wouldn't be able to come back up if she went in. Upon hearing, Jiao picked up the small female and jumped in, then placed her down steadily. Jiang Ruantang carefully observed the surroundings of the pond and successfully discovered a hole. The other side of the hole should lead to the sea. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the hole was blocked by a large stone. It must have been sealed by Yu Jianglan himself, knowing he wouldn't return. The stone was large and not shallow. There was no way she could unblock the pond by herself. Jiao, can you break this stone? Jiang Ruantang asked Jiao. Jiao looked closely. It wasn't a dense stone, and his strength was sufficient. Yes. Jiang Ruantang felt a surge of joy. Then break the stone and return to the surface as quickly as possible. What about you, Ruantang? If the stone breaks, the rushing water could easily injure you. Jiao was a bit anxious. He knew Ruantang could breathe freely in the water, but he was still concerned. Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment. It's okay. The water won't rush in that fast. I'll just hide aside, and I need to check the state of this pond anyway. Jiao looked at her with a dark expression, clearly unwilling. Helpless, Jiang Ruantang suddenly had a clever idea and pecked a kiss on his face. Baby, I promise I won't get hurt. Okay? Jiao was caught off guard, a blush creeping up to his ears. Baby, what's that? Jiang Ruantang looked at his awkward and shy demeanor and pecked him again. Yes, baby means my most beloved person. Ruantang's smiling face was like a spring breeze, stirring Jiao's heart into a chaotic rhythm. His Ruantang was so beautiful, and he truly was Ruantang's most beloved male. With a bit of teasing, Jiao could only agree. If anything went wrong, you must call me immediately. Although he wasn't good at swimming, he would definitely protect Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang nodded seriously. Yes, I will definitely protect myself. With Ruantang's assurance, Jiao gestured for her to step back, and with his sharp claws, he smashed the stone into pieces. The moment the stone shattered, Jiao returned to the land as quickly as possible, his gaze still filled with worry for Jiang Ruantang below. The stone was quickly swept away by the rushing water. Jiang Ruantang tried her best to dodge, but her arm still got scraped. Moreover, the speed at which the water flowed in was rapid, and before she was ready, the water had already reached her shoulders. Jiao, I'm Fine. Before the seawater completely submerged her, she could only shout as loudly as she could to Jiao, ensuring her safety. She didn't know if Jiao heard her. The seawater filled most of the pond, and Jiang Ruantang began to swim in the seawater. The moment she was submerged, she instinctively held her breath, then slowly relaxed. Once she adjusted to the water, breathing became much smoother. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to breathing underwater. The seawater continued to pour in, and Jiang Ruantang slowly observed her surroundings. This pond was indeed large. Eventually, she discovered a stone cave. The inside was dry and seemed to be covered in dust. How long had Yu Jianglan been away from this stone house? At least with this cave, he had a place to heal in the sea. However, it was quite deep, and with the influx of seawater, the surroundings appeared dark and cold. After swimming around and confirming that there were no issues, she finally felt relieved. Some small fish swam upstream. Wow, such a beautiful female. So pretty, I wonder who she is. The small fish upstream couldn't help but envy. They were just ordinary fish and couldn't even meet such a lovely female. I'm the king of your merfolk, so don't get any ideas about me. As Jiang Ruantang spoke, the small fish were shy and scattered in a rush. Then she thought of something and called the fish back. You must not spread any information about the situation in this pond. Otherwise, I will roast you and eat you. After a bit of coercion and temptation, the fish trembled in fear. This small female didn't seem so beautiful anymore. She was a scary female. Chapter 105. The heist is where the heart lies. The little fish were threatened by Jiang Ruantang, and they nodded repeatedly before scattering in all directions. These ordinary little fish were divided by sea areas, and whichever mermaid's territory they were in, they would follow that mermaid. Upon arriving at this pond, their owner naturally became Yu Jianglan. It was likely they wouldn't do anything to harm Yu Jianglan. After Jiang Ruantang handled everything, she slowly swam upwards. This pond was indeed deep, and it took a lot of effort to reach the surface. Jieshio, who was already anxious, quickly pulled the little female out of the water as soon as she surfaced, wrapping her in dry animal skin. He held her in his arms and returned to the house. It's fine, Jieshio. I need to send you Jianglan back to the sea. You don't have to wipe me dry, Jiang Ruantang said, indicating that she didn't need him to dry her off, and turned to look at Jianglan. Jieshio's hand momentarily fell empty, his expression darkened, and sulking, he hugged the little female and began to nibble on her. The little female was caught off guard and was kissed breathlessly, her face turning rosy. Jieshio you, Jiang Ruantang pouted, stealing a glance at Jianglan, feeling a bit guilty. Wan, you've been too concerned about that fish these past 2 days. You should pay attention to me too. Jieshio clung to Jiang Ruantang in a nearly spoiled manner, his tone full of grievance. He hadn't expected that fish would make Wan care so much. He had been careless. He couldn't stand it, couldn't stand Wan's gaze lingering on another male. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit sorry. She had indeed neglected Jieshio because of Jianglan. As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. As soon as she relaxed, Jieshio directly pinned her to the ground, throwing the soaked animal skin aside. Jiang Ruantang exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the unconscious Jianglan beside them. Jieshio, you can't be thinking of doing that here. She lightly pushed Jieshio, her tone anxious. Jieshio smiled. Wan, let's do it here, okay? The next moment, Jiang Ruantang found she no longer had the strength to argue with him, but her tense expression still occasionally glanced at Jianglan. She hadn't expected Jieshio to be so wicked. If Jianglan woke up halfway through, it would be utterly embarrassing. After all the commotion, Jiang Ruantang's waist felt weak, and she turned her back to Jieshio, unwilling to look at him. Jieshio, realizing he had gone too far, drooped his ears, looking like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for punishment. But in the end, Jiang Ruantang couldn't bear to punish him. She just sulked and refused to speak. As she dressed herself, Jieshio reached out to help, but was swatted away. Oh no, Wan is really angry. He thought to himself that Wan wanted to send Jianglan back to the pond, so he hurriedly stepped forward and lifted her up. With a smile, he looked at Wan, hoping the little female would cool down. Jiang Ruantang didn't stop him. After all, she couldn't carry Jianglan herself. Once they reached the pond's edge, Jiang Ruantang took Jianglan in her arms, not even glancing at Jieshio before jumping into the water. Jieshio grew more anxious, wondering how to make Wan happy again. He was so worried. Jiang Ruantang swam with Jianglan, and at the moment they entered the water, Jianglan's legs transformed into a fishtail. However, there was a difference in speed and strength, and it took them quite a while to reach the cave. She had already cleared a bit earlier and used a lot of strength to place him on the stone bed. It seemed that with the water, Jianglan's complexion became a bit rosier, and the dark energy around his wounds was suppressed. Jiang Ruantang treated his wounds again, feeling puzzled about what this dark energy was. It looked unusual, and it seemed that the 2 males killed by the serpent beast from the outer circle also had a faint trace of dark energy. She couldn't shake the feeling that this dark energy was not ordinary. Glancing at Jianglan, Jiang Ruantang sighed deeply, hoping that the coming days would be peaceful and that Jianglan would wake up soon. Afterward, Jiang Ruantang swam back to the shore. The cold wind at night blew against her damp body, giving her a slight chill, causing her to shiver. Upon reaching the stone house, she discovered Jieshio had laid out a feast, waiting for her return. When he saw the little female arrive, Jieshio hurriedly took out the animal skin to dry her body and hair, carefully observing her expression. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Her long empty stomach growled, nearly drooling. Wan, you must be starving. Hurry and try my freshly roasted meat. I cooked it just right. Jiang Ruantang swallowed and couldn't help but step forward. Whenever he made her unhappy, he would use delicious food to entice her. Knowing full well she had no resistance to delicious food, she sat down and took a piece of meat to eat. Jieshio's roasted meat was perfectly balanced between fat and lean, and the cooking was just right. She had to admit that Jieshio's roasted meat was indeed her number 1 in her heart. Wan, don't be angry. It's my fault. It's just that you were too focused on Jianglan. I felt a bit hurt. Jieshio seized the opportunity to soften his tone with Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang put down the meat and looked at him seriously. Jieshio, I'm not blaming you. Just don't do that next time. I'm very scared. After saying this, Jiang Ruantang lowered her eyes. She liked Jieshio. He had always protected her and given her unconditional tolerance, making her very dependent on him. She also knew that it would be difficult for her to promise Jieshio that he would be the only one in her life. But no matter what, he would always be the most important person in her heart. Jieshio, don't do that next time. Jiang Ruantang leaned against him, feeling his heartbeat. Jieshio nodded, realizing he had indeed gone too far. The little female cared so much about her image, and if she were seen, it would probably panic her. Sorry, Ruan. It was my fault. Jiang Ruantang raised her head, looking at him seriously, and a kiss landed on his lips. Jieshio had always been the one she yearned for in this beast world, and no one could replace him. Jiang Ruantang looked at the empty layer, feeling a surge of thoughts stirring within her. However, the immediate priority was to make a rocking chair for the two little cubs and the female egg. This would also allow her to free her hands a bit. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruantang used her knowledge to sketch a rough design on wood paper with black charcoal. Jieshio went out to find suitable wood and returned to slowly carve it. Jiang Ruantang was grateful for Jieshio's strong claws and great strength. In just half a day, he brought back a lot of wood, making the nearby male's eyes widen in surprise. Jieshio, what are you doing? One male couldn't help but ask. Jieshio just shook his head, saying, Ruan is making something. You'll know when it's done. The male was confused, but didn't press further. Looking at the stacked wood, Jiang Ruantang instructed Jieshio to carve the wood into the shapes she had drawn. She needed various shapes, both square and round. Fortunately, she only needed to make a simplified version that was sturdy in the right shape. Chapter 106 Trouble comes one after another. The wood was being neatly carved into usable shapes, and the bottom piece needed to be bent. Fortunately, the wood was large enough, and its thickness was just right. Jiang Soft Candy used charcoal to sketch out a rough shape on the wood. Jiayu, carve the wood like this. Jiang Soft Candy's voice was a bit excited. It was her first time making something like this. Jiayu nodded, his claws appearing, and he began to continue polishing it beside her. However, she was still somewhat worried. Although Jiayu's claws were useful, she was afraid of hurting his body. After Jiayu had carved out half of the wood, Jiang Soft Candy noticed something was wrong. Jiayu always avoided letting her see his hands, and there was a hint of guilt on his face. During dinner, she finally caught the opportunity, quietly standing behind him and grabbing his wrist. Jiayu was startled but afraid of hurting her, so he didn't dare to pull away. When Jiang Soft Candy saw his hand, her heart ached. Just as she had thought, Jiayu's fingertips were already red and swollen. After carving so much wood, it was no wonder he had gotten hurt like this. Forget it. Jiayu, let's stop for now. Jiang Soft Candy gently caressed his fingertips. They were Jiayu's weapons, and if they were hurt over such a small matter, she would feel guilty forever. It doesn't hurt. I'll finish it quickly. As a father, I should do something for the cubs too. Jiayu spoke softly, afraid that the little female would feel guilty and upset. After giving birth to the cubs, Soft Candy had always done well in her role as a mother. But as a father, he hadn't even been there when Soft Candy gave birth. He felt guilty for making her suffer so much. Jiang Soft Candy shook her head, thinking about what could serve as a substitute. Those advanced tools from modern times surely didn't exist here, and she might not be able to get them. It would be great if the system could send her some modern convenient tools, but it hadn't returned yet. Let me think about it. You stop working for now, and take care of your injury. Jiayu's claws were useful, but they couldn't withstand continuous use. Jiayu's expression darkened. He hoped Soft Candy wouldn't think he was useless, but Jiang Soft Candy was full of thoughts about possible substitute tools. Yet after flipping through the knowledge the system had provided, she found nothing useful. The project of making a cradle had to be temporarily set aside. The sun grew hotter, indicating that it had entered the hottest part of the day. Yu Jianglan's wounds were slowly healing, but he still hadn't woken up. The competition among the mare folk was imminent, and everyone hoped Yu Jianglan wouldn't wake up, waiting to take his place as king. Right here, that little female refuses to return the king to us. Here you have the males of your fox tribe, the male that the Fox King is looking for. A strange voice sounded outside the stone house at an opportune time. The two little cubs had just fallen asleep, but the female egg seemed to sense something and kept rolling toward the corner. Or rather, she was scared. Jiayu also heard the noise and encountered a male outside the stone house. Due to the presence of the female egg and the cubs, Jiang Soft Candy didn't dare to go downstairs, only watching the situation from the window on the second floor. Among a group of males, she saw a familiar face. The elder of the merfolk. Why was he here? Besides the elder of the merfolk, there were also males from the fox tribe. The leading male looked extraordinary, his gaze fixed intently on Jiayu. Before Jiang Soft Candy could react, the leading male struck and sent Jiayu flying. Jiayu, Jiang Soft Candy exclaimed, not caring about anything else as she rushed to the door. Soft Candy! Jiayu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up, blocking Jiang Soft Candy as quickly as he could. Jiang Soft Candy supported Jiayu, watching his painful expression and trembling, unsure what to do. She then glared at the leading male, her eyes filled with resentment. Jiayu was afraid that the male would do something harmful to Jiang's soft candy. Tightly guarding her behind him, the leading male narrowed his eyes, then looked at the two in disbelief. She's your female? She even gave birth to cubs. Jiayu, you have really gained a lot this year. Jiayu sneered but didn't dare to provoke him rashly. Now that he had soft candy and the cubs, he naturally wouldn't take risks with them. Female, return our king to us. The elder of the mare folk spoke coldly. His gaze towards Jiang's soft candy filled with a suppressed heat. Jiang's soft candy bit her lip, wondering why this troublesome matter kept coming. Yu Jianglan is my male. You can't think of taking him, but thinking of Yu Jianglan in the pond, she felt a bit more resolute. Female, our king has nothing to do with you. You are not considered the king's female. The elder's voice startled Jiang's soft candy. How'd he know that she and Yu Jianglan had not been intimate? Our tribe's way of bonding is different from others. As long as a male has feelings for a female, they can bond with a vow kiss. Jiang's soft candy was shocked and shivered. The elder's gaze seemed to see through her. So, please return our king. Jiang's soft candy glared at him. They clearly knew about Yu Jianglan's injuries and wanted to take advantage of the situation. This female is truly the most interesting one I have ever seen. The leading fox spoke, and Jiang's soft candy keenly caught the words, realizing that this male was the Fox King, and couldn't help but be surprised. Hearing the Fox King's words, Jiayu blocked his view with his body, filled with hostility. Elder, the competition is approaching. We must take the king away as soon as possible. Regardless of whether Yu Jianglan woke up or not, as the current king, they had to take him away. Only by killing Yu Jianglan could the merfolk welcome a new king. Yu Jianglan had led the merfolk for decades, with the old and the young changing. Some males were already dissatisfied, and their restless hearts were evident. The elder shook his head helplessly. Female, we must take the king away. Your male is now severely injured. It would be better for you to step aside. With such a beautiful female like you, we wouldn't want to hurt you. By the end, the gazes of the group of males were indiscriminately sizing up Jiang's soft candy, only to be met with a glare from the elder. The soft and gentle aura around Jiang's soft candy faded considerably, but she was not someone to be casually mocked by this group of males. Forget it. I won't get involved in your merfolk matters. Jiayu, I'm taking him away. The Fox King waved his hand, too lazy to care about other matters. The account of Jiayu harming his female would be settled slowly. Jiang's soft candy felt a chill in her heart, worried as she held Jiayu. Fox King, I remember there's a rule in the tribe. As long as I can withstand the 3 strikes of the strongest in the tribe, even the greatest sin can be pardoned. He absolutely couldn't leave soft candy now. The rules of the Fox tribe were like this. If one could withstand the 3 strikes of the strongest, it was equivalent to having died once, and even the sin of killing a king would not lead to further discussions. Chapter 107. The gap in strength of Fox King raised an eyebrow, his deep-set eyes roaming over Jiayu. It seemed he did not expect him to be willing to risk half his life for his female. However, among the entire clan, only the Fox King possessed the strength of 9 crowns. In fact, the strongest in the entire Master Bee city was no more than 9 crowns. Among the 5 city lords, only the Fox King and the Merman General Lon had reached 9 crowns. Wu Chuan's strength was evidently the strongest among the Snake Clan. Implicitly, there were only 3 males in the entire Master Bee city who had reached 9 crowns. Jiayu was severely injured by the Fox King, and how could he possibly withstand the Fox King's attack now? Jiayu, I have no intention of taking your life. You better think it through. Fox King, I know exactly what I'm thinking, Jiayu replied coldly, his eyes fixed on the Fox King, filled with determination. Jiang Ruantang stood behind Jiayu, nervously gripping his arm. She was clearly caught in a dilemma. If she followed Jiayu and the Fox King, then General Lon would undoubtedly be taken away. But if she stayed with General Lon, Jiayu would have to endure the Fox King's attack. The moment Jiayu was injured, she felt that blow had caused him great harm. It felt as if her ribs were about to break. How could Jiayu possibly withstand the Fox King's assault? This is your Fox clan's family matter. I only need to take our king away. The elder said, moving to enter the stone house, believing that dragging things out would only complicate matters further. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth and blocked the elder's path. This male was a head taller than her, forcing Jiang Ruantang to look up to meet his gaze. Yet, the disgust and determination in her eyes were unmistakable. The elder's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, as if he was about to strike her any moment. The female egg peeked out from the stone house, seeing the elder in front of Jiang Ruantang, suddenly became anxious. Wanting to help but too afraid, she was very scared of the elder. But soft AM was very good to her. Finally, biting her lip, the female egg decided to take a risk. She rolled back twice, using the momentum to roll forward with force. The female egg flew over Jiang Ruantang's head and smashed into the elder's face. The elder did not react in time, and the female egg, protected by its shell, hit him hard, even making a sound. The unprepared male was knocked back repeatedly, covering his face with his hands. The elder did not expect such a turn of events, and, filled with rage, dropped his hands, leaving a red mark on his face. After hitting the elder, the female egg landed safely in Jiang Ruantang's arms. Little female egg? Jiang Ruantang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the female egg to help her. Jiu quickly stepped in front of Jiang Ruantang, watching the elder in a somewhat embarrassed state, unable to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. The other males, seeing the mark on his face, also wanted to laugh but dared not. The elder suppressed his anger, glaring fiercely at the female egg, recalling something that made him suddenly laugh. I wondered where that little female egg went. I didn't expect to find it here. This female egg also belongs to my merman clan. I've been searching for it for a long time. What a coincidence. Then, let us hand over both the king and the female egg to us. The elder's expression was sinister, clearly not holding back his malice. Jiang Ruantang, hearing this, quickly hugged the female egg tightly. This madman not only wanted to take General Lan, but also the female egg. What was he planning? The female egg clearly understood. Shrinking into her arms, looking extremely frightened, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but wonder if the elder had some connection with the female egg. General Lan had previously told her that the female egg would have memories while still in the egg, and until hatched, those memories would become vague. Could it be that the elder had done something to make the female egg remember him and also strongly resist him? Thinking this way, Jiang Ruantang suddenly felt that the only thing that could terrify the female egg like this was perhaps the sorrow of losing its parents. Could it be that the elder had done something to the female egg's parents when he was in the merman clan? Just as Jiang Ruantang was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a movement and looked towards the back of the stone house. Coming back to her senses, she coldly scanned the group of males. I will definitely not give you the female egg. As for General Lan, if you have the ability, you can naturally take him away. The group of males did not understand Jiang Ruantang's meaning, and Jie was also somewhat puzzled, until a tall figure gradually appeared behind them. The elder's expression suddenly turned ugly. Jie also felt it and anxiously tried to pull Jiang Ruantang close. Ruantang, but when he turned around, he was stunned. Jiang Ruantang, without looking back, knew she could truly feel it. General Lan stood behind her, the waves glowing on either side of his collarbone, his eyes radiating coldness. The powerful aura that stunned the males was General Lan's strength. He had broken through to the unprecedented 10 crowns. Who dares to bully my female? Who gave you the courage? General Lan glared, and the mere difference of 1 crown in strength made the group of males feel what true terror was. The imposing presence forced the males to retreat, and not a single one dared to step forward. Jie stared blankly at General Lan, somewhat stunned as well. 10 crowns. General Lan. Jiang Ruantang turned around to look at the now cold male. When General Lan saw Ruantang, he suddenly retracted his intimidating aura. The wave patterns at his collarbone slowly faded, and he appeared much gentler. Ruantang, are you all right? Did they bully you? General Lan looked anxiously around, fearing Jiang Ruantang had been bullied while he was injured. Jiang Ruantang, feeling dizzy from his scrutiny, could only helplessly say, I'm fine. Jie is here. They can't hurt me. Confirming she was unharmed, General Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jie pursed his lips in silence. How could he claim to have protected Ruantang? He clearly had not safeguarded her. Feeling guilty inside, with his strength of 6 crowns, he could not protect Ruantang among this group of males. Jiang Ruantang hugged the female egg tightly and gently tugged on General Lan's arm. Lowering her voice, she whispered in his ear, I suspect the death of the female egg's parents is related to that elder. General Lan shot a cold glance at the elder, realizing that his previous lesson was not enough to keep this elder in check. Initially, to prevent Ruantang from being harassed, he had severely injured the elder during his time back in the clan. If he returned to the sea, no one would be General Lan's opponent, not even the elder with 8 crowns. Unexpectedly, that incident did not allow him to live peacefully. Instead, it made him even more reckless. Elder, since you want competition, how about we do it on land? After all, on land, everyone is at an equal disadvantage. The elder frowned, feeling that General Lan was angry. However, before the group of merman males could refuse, General Lan moved in an instant. The males were taken aback. They had only heard that General Lan was severely injured and came to watch the commotion. They did not expect him to awaken at this moment, looking vibrant and alive. Nowhere near injured, and even having advanced to 10 crowns. The gap in strength did not allow them to show off. Half of the group retreated, indicating they would not participate in this competition. In essence, they had forfeited. Chapter 108. Settling scores. Yu Jianglan looked at the retreating males with great amusement, waving his hand in apparent helplessness. What's wrong? No one dares to take action anymore? Am I going to continue being your king? Jiang Ruantang felt a bit annoyed as she listened. Somehow, it felt a bit infuriating. Although he said this, it only made everyone retreat further. In every annual competition, no one had ever managed to defeat Yu Jianglan, and now that his strength had increased even more, who would dare to challenge him? The elder frowned, watching the cowardly behavior of the males, and suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. Yu Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang reacted quickly and hurriedly called out to him. Yu Jianglan easily dodged and, in no time, appeared behind the elder, his sharp claws mercilessly leaving terrifying scars on the elder's back. The elder staggered from the blow and quickly turned around. However, Yu Jianglan gave him no time to react, launching another fierce attack. With a single punch, he sent the elder flying, and his body collided with a tree, causing the elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a mixture of unwillingness and fear, the elder's gaze fixated tightly on Yu Jianglan. He didn't expect the strength of a 10-crown being to be so terrifying. Are you surrendering? The elder opened his mouth, but hadn't he finished speaking when Yu Jianglan appeared in front of him with incredible speed, gripping his neck fiercely. If he heard correctly, did he want to surrender? That wouldn't do. If he surrendered, who would account for the grievances Jiang Ruantang had suffered? Yu Jianglan tightened his grip, and the wave-like patterns on the elder's collarbone became visible, his eyes glowing faintly. The female egg seemed to be staring intently at the movements of the two, completely still. Jiang Ruantang had a rough idea in her heart that Yu Jianglan wanted the elder's life, but she couldn't bear to watch and was about to speak to stop it. Suddenly, a light sound was heard, clear as bone cracking. Jiang Ruantang looked at Yu Jianglan in disbelief. The elder's ankle was crushed, and his arm was forcefully broken. Well, I'll spare your life for now, but you should clarify the matter regarding that female egg. Yu Jianglan's voice was calm, but it sent a shock through the males present. No one dared to step forward, choosing instead to ignore the elder. The elder looked in fear at the male before him. Clearly, he shouldn't be this terrifying. Not willing to talk, Yu Jianglan chuckled lightly, once again tightening his grip on the elder's neck, this time with even more force. Fear surfaced in the elder's eyes as he anxiously looked at Jiang Ruantang, then at the female egg in her arms. That female egg was Wenwen's. Yu Jianglan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he abruptly decided he wouldn't let him continue speaking. With a forceful grip, the sound of the elder's neck breaking echoed. Jiang Ruantang trembled, and Jieyu frowned, pulling Ruantang into his embrace, choosing not to look at that scene. Is there more? Yu Jianglan tossed aside the lifeless body and smiled lightly at the remaining males of the fish tribe. The males did not dare to speak, hastily placing their hands on their foreheads. King! Yu Jianglan stood up, waving his hand. The males fled back into the sea, understanding that the gesture meant for them to disperse. Their king was still one who could kill without blinking. Jiang Ruantang's body shuddered as she suddenly felt extremely afraid of Yu Jianglan. Seeing the others leave, Yu Jianglan changed to a gentle demeanor, sticking close to Jiang Ruantang. Fox, you should go deal with your fox tribe's matters. Jieyu's body trembled. It felt as if this fish who had risen to 10 crowns had gone mad. And even being close felt intimidating. Jiang Ruantang cautiously glanced at him, feeling that he seemed so unfamiliar. Fox King, if I can withstand 3 of your strikes, you can no longer cling to me. Our relationship ends here. The Fox King's gaze was still on Yu Jianglan as he glanced at Jieyu, sighing. Jieyu, I am your father. Even if you withstand these 3 strikes, we cannot be separated. Jiang Ruantang felt that she was having a streak of bad luck today. Why was everything hitting her so hard? Fox King, is he really your father? Jieyu nodded imperceptibly. The Fox King was Jieyu's father. So the Fox King's female was Jieyu's mother, and then Jieyu killed his own mother? What a mess. The circle is truly chaotic. So the female you killed was your mother? Jiang Ruantang cautiously asked. Unexpectedly, Jieyu's expression darkened. She is not my mother. Jiang Ruantang blinked her innocent big eyes, feeling that she was indeed quite innocent right now. Innocent to the point of being dazed, completely unable to comprehend the situation. She is your mother, the one who gave birth to you and raised you. The Fox King shouted angrily. His female had been killed, and, as her male, he clearly would not survive this dry season. Yet their fox child refused to acknowledge her as his mother. Unfilial, Jieyu snorted coldly. As my mother, She wanted me to be her male at the moment I came of age. She never raised me. So how could she be my mother? He had not wanted to say such things in front of Ruantang, but the Fox King dared to say that female was his mother. This made him feel disgusted. Jiang Ruantang suddenly froze in place, as if her worldview had been shattered. Excuse me, Jiu. Your mother's the one who gave birth to you. Your biological mother, right? Jiu reluctantly nodded, fearing that Ruantang would care. Ruantang, that female has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ruantang stiffly nodded. Jiu's mother had a maternal obsession? How explosive. The Fox King's expression also looked somewhat ugly. Jiu is the only male in that litter. Initially, he and T thought much of it, but after Jiu transformed, he became increasingly handsome. Looking at the Fox tribe, there was probably no male more beautiful than Jiu. He never expected that his female would develop such feelings for their child. He also never thought Jiu would kill her directly. But you shouldn't have killed her directly. The Fox King had only Jiu as his son, so he treated him a bit better, but he never expected things would develop to this point. Fox King, no need to say more. Let us settle this today. The Fox King's gaze turned sharp. After this dry season, he would follow his female, but at that time, this matter would still need other males to settle. It was better to end it now. Before Jiu could react, the Fox King's claws lunged at him, leaving wounds on his chest, and Jiu was sent flying. Jiang Ruantang snapped back to reality, nervously looking at Jiu. The Fox King's 3 strikes might very well cost Jiu his life. Ruantang, let them handle their Fox tribe's matters. Seeing Jiang Ruantang wanting to intervene, Yu Jianglan quickly stopped her. If the Fox King was careless and harmed Ruantang, it would be bad. Before Jiu could rise, the Fox King's second strike followed closely, and blood sprayed out. Jiang Ruantang felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped, the pain unbearable. The third strike came, and Jiu fell heavily to the ground, frowning as he tried to get up, but fell weakly, slowly transforming into his beast form. Ruantang was worried about him. He shouldn't make her worry so much. Jiang Ruantang felt a moment of pain all over her body, then returned to her original form. The next second, she disregarded everything else and anxiously squatted down beside Jiu. Such a large fox, yet covered in injuries. The Fox King seemed to be blinded by rage and wanted to strike again, but was heavily knocked away by Yu Jianglan. Fox King, enough is enough. If the fox dies, Ruantang wouldn't know how heartbroken she would be, and she might even fall ill because of it. This absolutely cannot happen. Chapter 109 Intentional Provocation. The Fox King was jolted back to reality by the blow, looking at the now beast-formed Jiu with a sense of discomfort. Unable to say anything, this matter was to be brushed aside. If he survived, no one would mention it again. Yu Jianglan looked at him coldly, and the Fox King felt a bit intimidated. The Mermaid King had just reached the 10th crown, a level he had failed to break through in 5 years. A head-on confrontation would be counterproductive. After this incident, the bond between the Fox King and Jiu as father and son was severed, and they would be strangers from now on. Jiang Ruantang glared at the Fox King with resentment, but this was indeed the quickest, simplest, and most brutal method. Putting down the female egg in her arms, Jiang Ruantang hurriedly called out to Yu Jianglan, "Help me lift Jiu to the stone house." Now that he was too large, she couldn't manage it on her own. There was no way she could lift him inside by herself. Yu Jianglan trotted over to Jiang Ruantang, extended his arms, and with a little effort, hoisted the fox, who was more than twice his size, onto his shoulder. It seemed as easy as carrying a sack of rice, and Jiang Ruantang stared wide-eyed in amazement. Was he really this strong? Her gaze lingered on him, feeling a bit flustered and handsome. Noticing her gaze, Yu Jianglan looked at Ruantang with confusion, wondering why she was staring at him. Is something wrong, Ruantang? It's nothing. Jiang Ruantang shyly turned away, her heart racing. Jiu was laid on the grass, his large form nearly occupying the entire space. The 2 little ones seemed to sense something unusual about Jiu and fidgeted anxiously. Jiang Ruantang felt overwhelmed and had to pick up the 2 little ones again. The female egg timidly hid in the corner, feeling as if she had done something wrong, too afraid to cling to Ruantang. Yu Jianglan walked to the corner, casting a glance at the female egg, his expression dimming. The words of the elders still echoed in his ears. This female egg, truly. Jiang Ruantang finally managed to lull the 2 little ones to sleep and rushed to check on Yu Jianglan's injuries. How severe were they? That he had even reverted to his beast form? Her beast husband was always getting hurt. None of them allowed her to be at ease. Yu Jianglan, what should I do? He can hold on, right? This question felt like she was asking herself, yet also seeking affirmation. How could Jiu not hold on? He wouldn't want to lose his life. As long as he is well taken care of, he will recover soon. Don't worry. Yu Jianglan gently reassured Ruantang. Though the fox's injuries were indeed serious, he didn't want to burden her with worry. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head in a daze, taking a deep breath to dispel her inner turmoil. Jie was gasping for breath, his brows furrowed, looking quite unwell. At least Jie was no longer a wanted criminal. No one was pursuing him anymore. Jiang Ruantang could only comfort herself with that thought. Turning around to see the female egg, her doubts resurfaced. The identity of this female egg seemed to require further investigation, and Yu Jianglan's gaze had been following that female egg. Could it be that the female egg had some connection with him? Seeing Jiang Ruantang's gaze turn towards him, he put on his usual smile. Jiang Ruantang hesitated, only shaking her head. She and him merely had a layer of companion relationship. As the elders said, they had no real connection, even somewhat unclear. It's nothing. Jieyu's injuries required quiet recuperation, Yu Jianglan said. The vitality of their males was far stronger than she had seen. What could she say? She could only hope that what Yu Jianglan said was true, and that Jieyu could truly heal himself. However, an unexpected guest had appeared in front of the stone house, Wu Chuan. He looked listless, and when Jiang Ruantang saw him, she instinctively shrank behind Yu Jianglan. Wu Chuan glanced at Jiang Ruantang and, recalling what he had heard, was astonished that he had truly endured the Fox King's attack for this little female. Yet this little female still seemed to dislike him. Yu Jianglan stood protectively in front of Jiang Ruantang, glaring at Wu Chuan with displeasure. What do you want? Wu Chuan sensed the change in Yu Jianglan's aura and nodded slightly in politeness. Then he got straight to the point. Mermaid King, if I remember correctly, you have fought with M.O.? Yu Jianglan's expression darkened at the mention. That confrontation was a disgrace. That black lion male, with at most 7th crown strength, had managed to injure him to such an extent. A dignified 10th crown Mermaid King had been gravely wounded by an unknown nobody. No wonder the males below dared to come and provoke him. So what? Yu Jianglan lost her patience for a moment, coldly assessing Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan stared intently at Yu Jianglan, but found nothing he expected to see. Jiang Ruantang seemed to understand what he was looking for, perhaps searching for Yu Jianglan's injuries. After the baptism of the void stones, Yu Jianglan had no visible wounds, though uncertain. It seemed that reaching the 10th crown was indeed related to the void stones. Holding 49 void stones, she felt their weight. These things were rare. If others knew she had so many, her life would not be easy. Your Majesty, your injuries are recovering quickly. Wu Chuan's expression was inscrutable, making Jiang Ruantang uneasy. Yu Jianglan was displeased. If you have something to say it clearly. Wu Chuan fixed a deep gaze on Jiang Ruantang, his emerald eyes seemingly trying to see through her completely. Nothing. The patterns on Yu Jianglan's collarbone became visible, her eyes glowing faintly, clearly a sign of anger. This serpent beast had come to his territory, said a bunch of nonsense, and now wanted to leave without any purpose. It was hard not to suspect that this serpent beast had taken an interest in Ruantang. Under this pressure, Wu Chuan was astonished. This aura. Had she already reached the 10th crown? He had been stuck at the 9th crown for 2 years, unable to break through. Yet this Mermaid King had managed it. Don't make me take action. Get lost. The aura Yu Jianglan exuded startled the nearby males, who hurried back to their homes. Wu Chuan stood rooted to the spot. This was the 10th crown. The next second, he turned to leave, his white serpent tail swaying, making Jiang Ruantang feel even more uneasy. Once he left, she finally felt relieved and poked Yu Jianglan, signaling him to tone it down. Yu Jianglan obediently retracted his aura, looking at Ruantang with a well-behaved expression. Yu Jianglan, aren't you curious? If you want to tell me, you will. There are more than just one thing that Ruantang is hiding. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. Both Yu Jianglan and Jie Yu had chosen to trust her. Then she sighed heavily. Everyone had secrets, but her secrets were not something that could be understood here. But, Ruantang, are you really not going to give me a title? Yu Jianglan changed the subject, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Hearing this, Jiang Ruantang felt as if she had done something wrong. What title? No title. Impossible. Well, if worst comes to worst, the boss can just let Jieyu take it. Yu Jianglan adopted a posture of lowering himself, looking like a wronged little wife. Jiang Ruantang was astonished, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 110. It's hot at night. I have a cool nature, Yu Jianglan sighed. Although by strength, I should be the leader. Who made Ruo like Jieyu the most? Jiang Ruantang felt as if she had been shot through by an arrow. This was simply blaming herself, a blatant accusation. But even so, I still had to make meat for Ruo. The feeling of a heavy stone smashing on her foot made Jiang Ruantang's heart ache. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "Don't say it, don't say it." If she continued, she would start to doubt whether she had abandoned or sold off some innocent male. But clearly, it was Yu Jianglan who had been proactive when they became partners. She felt wronged, and she should have been the one to feel wronged a little. How could it all be on him? The female egg, hearing Yu Jianglan's wolf-like howls, rolled and stood behind Jiang Ruantang, as if to say, "You're a big person. Have some shame." Yu Jianglan snorted coldly, saying that there was no shame in being female. Jiang Ruantang held her forehead, secretly calculating her current situation with Yu Jianglan. She felt that before she found a way to dissolve their partnership, her reputation was already ruined. When the time came to dissolve it, she would probably be pointed at by thousands. Look, it's that female who insisted on breaking up with such a good male for her. If possible, Jiang Ruantang wanted to go back to that time in Beijia, where after a bowl of soup, everything would be resolved. In contrast, Yu Jianglan looked delighted, and Jiang Ruantang found him increasingly displeasing, wishing she could turn him into braised fish. And by the way, give Gio some nutrition. Yu Jianglan shivered all over. Had he angered Ruoro? No. Jiang Ruantang returned to Gio's side, the clarity in her eyes fading as she reached out to gently touch his many scars. As night fell, Jiang Ruantang looked at the abundant roasted meat. During this nursing period, eating so much meat made her feel nauseous. Now, just the sight of it made her feel queasy. Before, she wanted to eat meat, but couldn't afford it, and now that she had it every day, it was overwhelming. If her space was still there, along with her seeds and the white radish she had stored, she would have found making a clear radish soup fragrant. Ruoro, why are you eating so little? Yu Jianglan noticed that Jiang Ruantang lost her appetite after just 2 bites, feeling a bit worried. Ruoro was already thin. If she didn't eat well, she might get even thinner. If Jiang Ruantang knew what Yu Jianglan was thinking, she would definitely show him her belly full of meat. Thin? Is that what you call thin? I just have no appetite. In fact, her mind was filled with thoughts of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried zucchini, various vegetable dishes, and all kinds of stews. She couldn't help but click her tongue, thinking about it seriously, not joking at all. Yu Jianglan looked at the roasted meat, wondering if it was just that his cooking didn't taste good. Reflecting back, it seemed that every meal Ruo had was made by Gio for her. It appeared he needed to put in more effort. Jiang Ruantang swallowed, thinking more and more about food, to the point where she felt tears welling up. She had never missed her system as much as she did at this moment. System, your host desperately needs you right now. After dinner, Jiang Ruantang looked at the grassy area occupied by Gio. She definitely couldn't sleep here tonight. Although there was another room, it was prepared for Yu Jianglan. It was meant to prevent the awkwardness of sleeping together. But now it seemed she had no other place to go. She couldn't just kick Yu Jianglan out to the pond in the backyard, could she? Why not? Ahem, Yu Jianglan, how about you sleep by the pond? Jiang Ruantang felt embarrassed saying this. It was too shameless. The stone house belonged to Yu Jianglan. How could she dare to drive him away? Ruoro, it's hot at night. And I have a cool nature. If you hold me, you won't get heat stroke. Yu Jianglan said with righteous fervor, looking completely like someone without any other thoughts. Jiang Ruantang's mouth twitched. Seeing his unquestionable demeanor, she knew there was no negotiating. I got it. She couldn't go sleep by the pond, and honestly, she didn't want to either. Suppressing her discomfort, Jiang Ruantang comforted herself. I might as well treat it as sleeping next to an ice pack. Yu Jianglan happily followed her, and the grassy area prepared for him wasn't big. If the two of them slept together, they would inevitably be close. Jiang Ruantang lay down first, glancing at the 2 little ones and then at the female egg in the corner. Confirming there were no issues, she lay down with a heart resigned to fate. Whatever. Let's just do this. Yu Jianglan smiled softly and lay down on the grass, deeply gazing at Jiang Ruantang. On this hot, dry night with little breeze, as Yu Jianglan said, he indeed had a cool nature. The whole person felt cool. And just being close to him made Jiang Ruantang feel as if she was always accompanied by an air-conditioning breeze. It was comfortable, but not too cold. After all, it was human skin, and cold wouldn't be too much. In her sleep, Jiang Ruantang turned over, feeling the coolness beside her, and in her heat. She moved a bit closer. It wasn't until her whole body was wrapped in the coolness, feeling no heat at all, that she finally felt comfortable. Yu Jianglan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of desire hidden in his gaze. He suddenly hated his keen sense of hearing. There were females in heat during the dry season, making loud noises, likely waking up quite a few males. Yu Jianglan looked down at the little female nestled in his arms, swallowing hard. She looked so peaceful in her sleep. And in the end, Ruoro still didn't want to accept him as her male. He was merely staying by her side for various reasons. Even if Ruo didn't accept him, being able to stay close to her was enough. His gaze fell on Jiang Ruantang's delicate lips, wanting to lean in, but suddenly he paused. Ultimately, this kiss landed on her forehead, lingering with affection, unwilling to depart. If only Ro could like him, just like she liked Jiao. Huh, what was he even hoping for? When Jiang Ruantang woke up, the first thing she saw was a smooth, muscular chest. Yu Jianglan noticed the little female had woken up and looked at her with tenderness. Jiang Ruantang blankly raised her head, her fish face slowly transforming into Yu Jianglan's face. How terrifying! She was so startled that she immediately sat up. She had a dream where she caught a huge fish and was happily preparing to stew it. But then the fish turned into Yu Jianglan. Although Yu Jianglan was also a fish, there was still a difference. After a moment's reflection, she realized she had snuggled into Yu Jianglan's arms. But it was indeed surprising. Sleeping next to Yu Jianglan, she really didn't feel too hot all night. It was as if she had slept in an air-conditioned room, with a suitable temperature and very comfortable. Jiang Ruantang looked at Yu Jianglan, wanted to say something, but hesitating. She had indeed benefited. What if she had rolled into Yu Jianglan's arms herself? No problem. Yu Jianglan looked at Ruo obediently, watching her expression change repeatedly, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. I'll go check on Jiao. He thought Ruo would feel uncomfortable, and he was prepared for her to even hit him. But instead, she was nervous and hurriedly ran away. Yu Jianglan watched her departing figure, and his gloomy mood instantly brightened. Chapter 111. The substitute thorn tree. Yu Jianglan always wore a smile on his face, following Jiang Ruantang wherever she went. At first, Ruantang felt awkward, but then she realized it was futile. This guy was determined to stick to her side. Eventually, it was Jiang Ruantang who compromised first, thinking, fine, let him follow. The two little ones sensed unease from Jiao, crying all day. Jiang Ruantang had to shift her gaze back to the cradle. The wood from before had been placed on one level, but they still needed more wood. Staring at the wood made her anxious, and when Yu Jianglan saw her sigh, he came over. Ruantang, what are these things? What are they for? To him, the pieces of wood looked somewhat odd. Jiang Ruantang hesitated, scanning Yu Jianglan carefully. His claws seemed even stronger, and a little thought began to form in her mind. She then smiled sweetly. Yu Jianglan, could you help me shape these pieces of wood into these forms? Saying this, she took out a rough sketch. Lacking rice paper, she used animal hides instead. After removing the fur, she was left with a thin layer, and the remaining skin was polished and dried. With charcoal, she could still draw something. Yu Jianglan looked at the incomprehensible things on it, puzzled. Seeing her hesitate, Jiang Ruantang decided to employ her trump card. She wrapped her arms around his, pressing her body close, her eyes pleading. Yu Jianglan's heart was instantly struck. How could anyone resist such a Ruantang? Ruantang, what do you want me to do? I will definitely do it. Yu Jianglan was filled with enthusiasm. Since Ruantang was pleading with him like this, he felt he had to do it for her. Jiang Ruantang swallowed hard, feeling a sense of guilt about selling her charm. You need to shape these pieces of wood according to my drawing. The shapes of the wood drawn in the sketch had already been checked off, and the remaining shapes were only halfway done. Yu Jianglan glanced over and indicated it was not a big issue. The sharpness and speed of his claws indeed surpassed Jiao's, and he quickly handled the remaining pieces of wood with ease. Ruantang, I've finished. Once done, Yu Jianglan excitedly brought the pieces in front of Jiang Ruantang. As if seeking praise, Jiang Ruantang took a quick look during the break. The thickness of the wood shapes was completely adequate. Wow, it seems like Yu Jianglan has a talent for carpentry. Remembering Jiao's finger's tragic state, she picked up Yu Jianglan's hand to inspect it, confirming there was no swelling. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the gap in strength showed differences in all aspects. Thank you, Yu Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang flashed a sweet smile and then dove into the pile of wood. Although she didn't know what Ruantang intended to do with these, the fact that Ruantang smiled at him made him feel happier and happier. Jiang Ruantang looked at the shapes of the wood. There were no major issues, just needed to be fastened together. However, she soon discovered a big problem. There were no nails. Without nails, how could she fasten them together? Oh no, I got too excited. Yu Jianglan watched as Ruantang, who had just been so enthusiastic, now wilted completely. Ruantang, did I not do well? Is there something you're not satisfied with? He truly had been meticulous. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. No, you did great. She tried to recall the implanted memory and seemed to remember a very hard thorn tree. Yu Jianglan, are there any thorn trees around here? Seeing that Ruantang wasn't blaming him, Yu Jianglan immediately felt brightened. After pondering her words carefully, he said, there aren't many thorn trees nearby, and those things are very aggressive. What do you need them for? There are some, but they're located behind a lion den. The location behind the lion den was quite convenient, where there were patches of thorn trees. Neither male nor female lions like to get close to those things. Great! Jiang Ruantang's face lit up with joy. As the name suggests, thorn trees grow in groups and resemble thorn bushes. However, they're different. These plants grow very tall, and the thorns on them are incredibly hard. They can easily pierce through wood and could be used as substitutes for nails. The thorns that fall from the thorn trees are sharp on one side, but the other side is very smooth, posing no harm. Such a useful substitute was too good to pass up. Ruantang, why do you want thorn trees? Those things are very aggressive. Yu Jianglan was worried about what Ruantang wanted to do that might be dangerous, feeling anxious. His fish scales could not withstand the thorn trees. Although his current fish scales were comparable to dragon scales, there was still a certain gap. They were hard, but not as hard as dragon scales. Jiang Ruantang flashed a mysterious smile. The thorn trees are useful for me. We need to go over there. However, concerning Jiao, although she had an idea, she couldn't help but worry about Jiao. What if someone took advantage of her, and Yu Jianglan being away and harmed the seriously injured Jiao? After pondering for a moment, a suitable candidate suddenly came to mind. Yu Jianglan picked up Ruantang and set off, moving at double the speed of when they were in Jiwan. Behind them, as looked resentful, while Feixian was busy chasing after a group of fledglings that could go on land. Nuo was holding two little fox cubs, unable to let go, while the female egg was being examined from all angles, full of curiosity. In this main beast city, the only ones they could trust were this whole family. Jiang Ruantang had a debt of gratitude towards Nuo, and Feixian had a past with Jiao. No one was more suitable than them. However, Yu Jianglan had issued a strict order that they could only stay on the first floor. This guy was much stronger than Az and Feixian, and they could only listen to him. This way, Ruantang could safely go collect thorn nails. Originally, she wanted to go alone, but Yu Jianglan completely disagreed, looking as if he believed she would not survive if she went alone. Jiang Ruantang had no choice but to go along with him. The lion den was not far away, and because the main beast city had always been peaceful, there were no defenses between the 5 houses. Unfortunately, they were not that lucky. As soon as the two arrived at the lion den, they ran into Mo. Mo still bore scars all over, and his silver eyes looked murkier than before. The whole male seemed to lack the breath of a living creature. Yu Jianglan's teeth clenched in anger upon seeing him, remembering how severely this guy had injured him. At that time, he had been terrified of dying, afraid he would never see Ruantang again. That fear tormented him constantly, making it hard for him to cope. Mo fixed his gaze on Jiang Ruantang, with a sidelong glance at Yu Jianglan. This guy had healed so quickly. He had nearly bitten through his shoulder back then. Now not only was he full of life, but his aura seemed to have changed significantly. It was as if he had become stronger. You're still alive? Mo's words sounded like a taunt towards Yu Jianglan, making him grit his teeth in anger. This black lion seemed to know he would definitely die. Jiang Ruantang was also staring at him, frowning slightly. It seemed he was also exuding a faint black energy. Speaking of which, Yu Jianglan's wound was hard to treat, and the void stone nearly couldn't handle the black energy. Now it seemed that Mo was carrying it. Could this guy possibly have some kind of deadly poison? Like that poison used in medicine since childhood, it was all over him. Perhaps that was a bit of a stretch. In this beast world, probably no one had that kind of knowledge to reach that level. Yu Jianglan's C pattern appeared again, and Mo raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. He revealed a smile full of mockery, intentionally trying to provoke Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan, don't bother with him. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly pulled it back upon seeing that Yu Jianglan was genuinely angered. No matter what, that black energy was definitely related to Mo. If Yu Jianglan got severely injured again, she feared the void stone wouldn't be able to save him. It's not that she doesn't believe in Yu Jianglan's strength. After all, he has just risen to the 10th crown. It's just that Mo is too strange, and this risk is unnecessary to take. Chapter 112. Adventuring into the sleeping thorn tree grove, Mo sneered mockingly. Even though Yu Jianglan's fists had hardened and he wanted to take revenge right now, Ruo was worriedly holding him back, and he didn't dare to act rashly. The strength with which Ruo was pulling him was unprecedented, seemingly filled with great concern. What had happened when he was injured? Cold. Mo's words continued to provoke, step by step wearing down Yu Jianglan's patience. Even so, Yu Jianglan endured, determined not to let Ruo worry. Moreover, acting now would inevitably put Ruo in danger. Just then, a voice came from behind Mo. Mo, get back. Mo snapped out his thoughts, his disdain unmasked, and glanced at Jiang Ruantang. Little female, you really are beautiful. I want to be your male. That gaze was very explicit, sending chills down Jiang Ruantang's spine. Being stared at by such a beast made her feel like the prey, which was terrifying. Yu Jianglan watched as Mo truly left, his gaze fixated on the male behind him. King of the Ocean, welcome. The male appeared to be quite powerful, but still nodded slightly to Yu Jianglan. Lion King, you should keep a close eye on your watchdog. Yu Jianglan's voice was filled with anger. The Lion King was no fool and could clearly hear that. Please forgive me, the Lion King said with a gentle smile, exuding a kingly aura from deep within, truly worthy of being the king of beasts. Yu Jianglan chose not to say more and focused on pulling Ruo away. Behind the lion was a dense grove of thorn trees, which startled Jiang Ruantang. She couldn't help but scratch herself a couple of times. Yu Jianglan, let me go on myself. Jiang Ruantang was set down by Yu Jianglan and took a closer look at the thorn trees. There were records about these plants. They were alive and very sensitive to male scents. If a male approached recklessly, the plants would become enraged and turn the male into a porcupine. In comparison to males, the danger level for females entering was almost minimal. The female scent was much weaker than that of males, and even if they got close, they would not suddenly attack. It was similar to being asleep. They would only become furious enough to harm a female if awakened by a sudden situation. Yu Jianglan clearly knew this, yet he still wasn't reassured about letting Ro go in alone. It's fine, Yu Jianglan, trust me. I'll be careful. If you go in, you'll only end up getting hurt. Jiang Ruantang could sense his unease, possibly triggered by that guy, and Ruo, it's too dangerous. Let me go instead. What if you get hurt? Yu Jianglan still didn't want to back down. The uncertainty was too great. If this group of thorn trees suddenly erupted, he wouldn't even have time to save Ruo. The attack from the thorn trees would happen in an instant. He couldn't let Ruo take the risk. Jiang Ruantang bit her lip, knowing Yu Jianglan's worries. But she had the same concerns. However, the only alternative she could find now was this thorn tree. I'll just look for some on the outskirts. I won't go deep. I trust you. Jiang Ruantang's gaze was resolute, and her words were firm. Especially in her trust for Yu Jianglan. She truly believed in him. At least before she got turned into a porcupine, she really believed in him. Yu Jianglan's grip on her arm tightened, unwilling to let go, until a small female suddenly emerged from deep within the thorn trees. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. The female had no injuries whatsoever. Is it a female? She came out from the thorn trees. Ruoro's voice was filled with surprise, and Yu Jianglan was also momentarily taken aback. Looking up, it was indeed a small female, with no signs of being in heat, seemingly still an bonded female. While Yu Jianglan was momentarily distracted, Jiang Ruantang broke free from his grasp. Don't worry about me. Yu Jianglan, that small female came out safe and sound. If I don't go in, I'll definitely be fine. Yu Jianglan's large hand lost the warmth of the female, feeling at a loss. But he couldn't rashly go in. If he did, it would only endanger Ruo. Ultimately, reason prevailed, but his eyes remained fixed on Ruo's movements. Jiang Ruantang walked up to the small female, startling her. Hello. I see you came out from deep within the thorn trees. The small female steadied herself, glanced at Jiang Ruantang, and shyly nodded. Do you need something? Jiang Ruantang nodded, voicing her inner question. Did those thorn trees harm you? In fact, she had her own uncertainties a moment ago. Yes, these thorn trees are at their most gentle time right now. Jiang Ruantang felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the thorn trees couldn't withstand the heat? The small female waved her hand to signal that she needed to leave. Jiang Ruantang nodded and cautiously approached the thorn trees. To be honest, she hadn't fully prepared herself. What if these thorns pierced her? Her two sons were still so young, but once she was at the thorn trees, backing away was not an option. She closed her eyes and took a leap of faith. Gathering her courage, Jiang Ruantang entered the thorn trees and felt no pain. Carefully opening her eyes, she discovered that these thorn trees really did not harm her. They remained in a sleeping state. She couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Could it be that the thorn trees really were afraid of heat? But no one could answer her. The knowledge in her mind was absent, and the system was not present. With a hint of doubt, Jiang Ruantang began to pluck the thorn nails. The shapes of these nails were quite uniform, and her hands touched them gently. Jiang Ruantang, frightened, closed her eyes again, realizing that the thorn trees still showed no reaction. Could it be that heaven was favoring her? Thinking this, she grew bolder and reached out to pluck a thorn nail. The thorn trees shook slightly, causing Jiang Ruantang to hold her breath in fear. Sensing the movement, Yu Jianglan outside nearly rushed in. He couldn't see Ruoro and knew nothing. This feeling of uncertainty about life and death tormented him greatly. He could only hope that Ruo would come out safely. If this group of beasts really woke up and harmed Ruo, he would have to bring her out, even if it cost him his life. Chapter 113. Serious injury at this moment. Jiang Ruantang was focused on picking the thorn nails, which turned out to be much gentler than she had imagined. Unbeknownst to her, she had filled her beast skin with a substantial amount of them, shaking with every thorn she picked. Outside, Yu Jianglan was suppressing his frustration, fearing that any movement might cause something to happen to Ruantang inside. In the short time, the thorn trees had shaken countless times. Jiang Ruantang looked contentedly at the thorn nail she had collected. Their color deepened once picked. Fortunately, their hardness remained unchanged, or else this trip would have been in vain. Bringing these back, she could make many things with any leftovers. Just thinking about the little one's cradles made Jiang Ruantang feel joyful. She dusted off her knees, stood up, and wrapped the thorn nails in beast skin. As her excitement grew stronger, she was about to head towards the exit. However, the rustling sound behind her made her alert. She unconsciously lightened her footsteps. Did she just hear something wrong? It felt like something was behind her. Suppressing the tension and fear in her heart, she quickened her pace. Just as the exit was in sight, her ankle got caught by something. Almost instantly, Jiang Ruantang was pulled to the ground. The overwhelming fear made her let out a small gasp, and she hurriedly glanced at the exit and around her. She hoped Yu Jianglan hadn't heard that. The surrounding thorn trees seemed unresponsive to her breath and sounds. If Yu Jianglan had heard her, they would surely both be pierced. Jiang Ruantang confirmed the direction of the exit again, and her fear and tension slightly eased. Only then did she dare to look at the thing wrapped around her ankle. It didn't seem like a thorn tree. It was white and looked more like a snake. Jiang Ruantang shook her head repeatedly. How could it be a snake? A male would basically have no chance of survival if it entered. Although she didn't know if the scales of the snake clan were hard enough to withstand the thorn tree's attacks, she felt the snake tail around her ankle seemed to tighten a little more. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit of pain, but the snake tail seemed unwilling to let her go. She could only stand up carefully and follow the snake tail until she saw the owner of the snake tail. She was shocked to the point of almost gasping. That white snake tail actually belonged to Wu Chuan. He was tightly wrapped by the thorn trees, thorn nails viciously embedded in his body. He was covered in blood, looking like he had fainted, his lips pale. Could it be that he had lost too much blood? Wu Chuan. Jiang Ruantang called out softly a few times, only to see Wu Chuan frown but show no signs of waking up. Instead, the surrounding thorn trees moved a little, scaring her into holding her breath, her whole body stiffening. She really wanted to turn and run. After all, Wu Chuan had once hurt Jieyu. She held a grudge. To confirm whether Wu Chuan was alive or dead, Jiang Ruantang mustered her courage to check his breathing. Although weak, it seemed he was still alive. It was strange. As a male of the snake clan, the elder of the snake household, wouldn't he know about this patch of thorn trees behind the lion household? He couldn't have come here to seek death, could he? Wu Chuan's snake tail tightened again, leaving an imprint on Jiang Ruantang's ankle. Jiang Ruantang gasped in pain. How could he still have such strength when he had passed out? She really wanted to leave this man-eating place quickly, but Wu Chuan's snake tail stubbornly refused to let go. Jiang Ruantang had no choice but to take a few steps closer to see if she could wake him. Fortunately, the thorn trees showed no response to her approach. It was as if he was just sleeping, completely unaware. Jiang Ruantang exhaled, her tension easing a bit. She reached out her hand and carefully touched Wu Chuan, and her hand ended up smeared with some blood. Ignoring the sticky feeling of the blood, she shook him vigorously again. Wu Chuan, in his unconscious state, Wu Chuan seemed to see a guiding ray of sunlight, raising his head to open his eyes in confusion. What came into view was the little female of Jieyu. Was it some kind of last wish before death, that beautiful little female? What a pity, such a beautiful little female. He probably wouldn't have the fortune to enjoy. Wu Chuan, don't sleep. He could even hear her voice, which was not a loss. Until Jiang Ruantang slapped him on the face, her hand also stinging painfully. She had just seen signs of Wu Chuan waking up, but he seemed to want to fall asleep again. In a moment of urgency, she slapped down, only to hurt herself instead. Looking at her reddened palm, Jiang Ruantang frowned in pain. She shouldn't have been impulsive. Why was his face so hard? He bit her and hurt her hand. It seemed he held a grudge against her. But this slap also made Wu Chuan wake up a bit more. His blurry gaze gradually became clear, and what met his eyes was the little female with a painful expression on her face. What are you doing here? He initially thought it was all his imagination, but it turned out to be that little female. Jiang Ruantang's mouth twitched a couple of times. I came to pick thorn nails. Now that you're awake, could you please retract your snake tail? Hearing this, Wu Chuan looked down at the position of her finger. His snake tail was tightly wrapped around Jiang Ruantang's ankle, which was already a bit red and swollen. Realizing this, he quickly loosened his snake tail, but with that movement, his wounds couldn't help but bleed again. Wu Chuan gasped in pain, finally taking in the situation before him. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her painful ankle, her gaze unavoidably filled with concern. Wu Chuan recalled the memories in his mind, but couldn't remember how he had ended up like this. He had no idea how he found himself among these thorn trees, tightly entangled, with a body full of wounds. "Are you okay?" Jiang Ruantang asked cautiously. Seeing his confused expression, Wu Chuan looked at her steadily, not daring to apply too much force. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. "Little female, are you so worried about me?" Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. He was being cheeky again. "I'm fine. You should hurry and leave. These thorn trees sense that I'm not dead yet, and they might wake up soon." Wu Chuan frowned in pain, but urged Jiang Ruantang to leave quickly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say these thorn trees were alive. If they sensed Wu Chuan waking up, they would surely become restless. It would be bad if they hurt the little female then. Jiang Ruantang looked at his shocking wounds. "What about you?" That wound was too eye-catching. She simply couldn't ignore it. Wu Chuan was stunned by her words, lowering his head in thought. "You don't need to worry about me. I want to die. The deal with Jie Yu hasn't been completed yet. I need to stay alive to fulfill it." Jiang Ruantang felt a pang of anger, her heart twisted. But she said nothing. Wu Chuan's forehead was dripping with sweat, the pain from his wounds becoming unbearable. Only when he saw Jiang Ruantang turn to leave did he let out a breath of relief. Yu Jianglan outside was almost out of patience. Seeing Jiang Ruantang rush out anxiously, he quickly stepped forward to hold her tightly. He was scared. He was truly afraid that Ruantang would encounter something inside. Chapter 114. Despicable selfishness. Jiang Ruantang felt like she had come back to life, gently patting his back to comfort him. "What a bad luck recently. Why are there so many seriously injured people around?" Yu Jianglan quickly picked up Ruantang, wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Before leaving, Jiang Ruantang glanced back at the thorn tree cluster. Wu Chuan shouldn't be dead, right? Wu Chuan was in the thorn tree cluster until he felt the absence of the little female's aura, concluding that she must have gone far away. His upper body slowly transformed into a large snake. The thorn trees suddenly became violent, each one wrapping around Wu Chuan's snake body. However, his scales seemed to be harder than expected. Those thorn trees only managed to entangle him and delay his speed. The thorns couldn't injure him. Aside from the scars from when he was unconscious, he rushed through the thorn tree cluster unharmed. Exiting the thorn tree cluster, his tall snake body rose to gaze into the distance. Some grudges need to be avenged, although he didn't know who wanted him dead. It was definitely related to that black mist. That black mist seemed to manipulate the minds of males, leaving those injured by the black mist. Except for Yu Jianglan. None survived. Back at the stone house, Nua had already lulled the two little ones to sleep. Seeing her return, she signaled her to keep her voice down. Jiang Ruantang smiled and reached out to take the little one. Seeing how much Nua liked them, she probably wished she could feed them if she had milk. "You really like them, don't you?" Nua smiled, stood up, and her eyes lingered on the little fox. She glanced at her two males, fearing she might never experience the feeling of nursing. All she could do was lay eggs. "Sigh, I'm really envious of you, Ruantang. But what are you going to do with that female egg?" Nua sighed, both envious and helpless. Jiang Ruantang looked at the female egg, realizing. Since arriving at the main beast city, she had either taken care of the injured Yu Jianglan or the now injured Jie Yu. She really hadn't thought about the fate of the female egg, probably because she had gotten used to its presence. This little one seemed like a little adult, occasionally helping her calm the two little ones. Like a big sister, she was aware and sensible, just like a little female of a few years old. "I haven't thought about it yet." Nua noticed the reluctance in her eyes, but said nothing more, only signaling Fei Xian to take her 5 little rascals away. As approached Jiang Ruantang, Yu Jianglan immediately separated the two. He didn't say much. After all, the male merfolk's sense of smell wasn't that sharp. Jiang Ruantang, besides the aura of a snake, also had a strong smell of blood. Jiang Ruantang looked at, as in confusion, smiling politely, thinking he had something to say. As said nothing, turned, and left with Nua. Once outside, he hugged Nua, who hit him in annoyance. Why did she have to find 2 male ones born from eggs? Jiang Ruantang saw their happy expressions and smiled as well, glancing at the little one in her arms. She felt happy too. The little female egg rolled to Jiang Ruantang's feet, as if trying to rub against her, remembering Nua's words. Should she find a good place for the little female egg? But she still felt a bit reluctant. Yu Jianglan, does this little female egg have a place to go? Yu Jianglan pondered for a moment, fearing that no one would raise her. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. If no one would raise her, sending her away would mean she would truly be an orphan. Is there really no female willing to raise her? Yu Jianglan shook his head. Although the little female was precious, no female would be willing to raise a little female unrelated to them. Jiang Ruantang's eyes darkened. The little female egg had not moved, only clinging to Jiang Ruantang. In her heart, Ruantang AMU was her AMU. AMU wouldn't abandon her and treated her well. Seeing the reluctance in Ruantang's eyes, Yu Jianglan felt a stir in his heart. A voice filled with temptation rang out, along with the invisible selfishness. Ruantang, do you want to be her AMU? If you want, she can be your biological female cub. Jiang Ruantang looked up, her face filled with disbelief. What? Yu Jianglan had a way to make the female egg her biological child? This sounded utterly absurd. Yu Jianglan nodded seriously, yes. The king of the mare folk will undergo the baptism of the sea, which grants a special ability. As the king, and as the king female, you only need to merge our blood into the female egg, and the unhatched female egg will inherit our bloodline. Jiang Ruantang was stunned, as if hearing something fantastical. Inherit our bloodline? Yes, the female in the egg stage has not fully developed yet. As long as we use blood to baptize her at this time, she will be born with your bloodline. Painless motherhood? Jiang Ruantang was greatly shocked. What kind of inhuman ability was this? Did only he have this ability? Yu Jianglan blinked his big eyes and nodded. Yes, this is a privilege granted to the king. Jiang Ruantang stood there in disbelief. How could the king of the mare folk have such an extraordinary skill? So, if we establish this relationship with the little female egg, we can't dissolve the partner relationship, right? By the end, Jiang Ruantang's voice involuntarily weakened. Yu Jianglan clearly heard her, and his expression darkened. Ruantang still wanted to dissolve their partner relationship. She still didn't want him. No matter how many times, this truth still pained Yu Jianglan deeply. If he hadn't hesitated at that time and had decisively chosen Ruantang, would she have accepted him? He had asked himself this more than once, but regret was useless now. So he wanted to be despicable just once. As long as he could keep Ruantang, it didn't matter if she continued to hate him. That's fine, but from then on, the female egg will have nothing to do with me. Yu Jianglan smiled brightly, seemingly not caring about Jiang Ruantang's last sentence. But this smile, in Jiang Ruantang's eyes, was too glaring, causing her to ache all over. I'll think about it. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him. If given this opportunity, she would indeed be quite willing to keep the little female egg. Without her, the little female egg would also be homeless. Just thinking about this made Jiang Ruantang feel a little reluctant. Yu Jianglan's method and words truly moved her. However, regarding the dissolution of their partner relationship, she still held a skeptical attitude. Yu Jianglan saw Ruantang's hesitation and silently added fuel to the fire. Ruantang, the waiting time for the female egg is limited. In 2 days, she will enter another growth period, and at that time, she will grow on her own. Even if we want to establish a connection with her, it might not be possible. This statement was indeed correct. In a few days, the female egg would enter another growth cycle. But saying they couldn't establish a connection was a lie. He wanted to be despicable just this once. He was willing to give everything to Ruantang just this once. Chapter 115. Beast World Night Market. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but widen her eyes, but he looked so serious that he didn't seem to be lying at all. 3 days? So she had to decide a child's fate in 3 days? Although there were still some questionable aspects in Yu Jianglan's words, it seemed he had no reason to deceive her. I understand. First, let's get the cradle ready for the little one. Jiang Ruantang avoided his gaze, unsure of her own feelings. Yu Jianglan nodded in agreement, appearing unfazed, but a barely noticeable smirk revealed his sarcasm. This smile was nothing but a mockery of himself for resorting to such a despicable method, even using his privileges as a king and taking advantage of Ruantang's reluctance to part with the little female egg. If one day Ruantang were to learn the truth, she would probably not forgive him. Jiang Ruantang placed the wooden sticks on the ground, arranging them carefully. The hardness of the spikes had not changed after falling from the thorn tree. She tilted the spikes to insert them into the wood, but was surprised when Yu Jianglan pressed down with his thumb, causing the spikes to penetrate the wood directly. It was evident how strong he had become after his upgrade. Well, it seems Yu Jianglan's uses have increased after the upgrade. Then the two of them worked together to secure the wood in the same positions and horizontally nail the same spots on the already nailed wood. After that, they continued with equally long wooden pieces on those sides that weren't fixed, except for the initial wooden piece that was nailed together like a fence. The rest was mostly flexible. Eventually, they created a square basket. The basket wasn't particularly deep, and the top remained unnailed. They then nailed longer wooden pieces at the corners, using the curved wood for the bottom. As long as the curvature and length were sufficient, it would not only prevent it from tipping over, but also sway perfectly. To ensure safety, Jiang Ruantang reinforced the corners with leftover pieces of wood. A sturdy wooden cradle was thus completed, to accommodate the little one's growth rate. The cradle was made a bit larger. Once the female egg hatched into a beautiful baby, the cradle could still be used. Jiang Ruantang layered several pieces of animal skin over the cradle frame, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable due to the hardness of the wood. Then she placed the two little ones in the cradle and gently rocked it to test the effect. Unexpectedly, the cradle began to sway rhythmically. The gentle rocking would speed up the little one's sleep and prevent them from crying incessantly. Essential for soothing babies, Jiang Ruantang's latest cradle was a must-have. Yu Jianglan looked incredulously at this swaying creation, a pile of wood haphazardly combined with spikes, resulting in such a novel item. Hey, Ruantang, this is really interesting. Yu Jianglan squatted beside her, pushing the cradle with one hand, his face filled with delight. He became so engrossed that he was reluctant to stop pushing the cradle. Jiang Ruantang feared that the two little ones inside would roll their eyes from all the swaying. While making the cradle, they both lost track of time, and soon it was completely dark outside. The female egg, seeing Yu Jianglan playfully rocking the cradle, stubbornly climbed in as well. Before long, it surrendered, lying limp on top of it. This thing made by Ruantang is so comfortable. I can't let these two foxes have it all to themselves. Jiang Ruantang smiled. Seeing all three so satisfied, she felt at ease. From her perspective, it looked like a warm family, filling her heart with happiness. With Yu Jianglan around, Jiang Ruantang went upstairs to clean his wounds with animal skin. The wound on Jiejing was slowly healing, yet there were no signs of him waking up. He hadn't even regained his human form. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. Carefully, she took out the bag containing the void stones. She knew these were rare, and Jiejing was reluctant to use them, hoping they could be used on Ruantang instead. But she felt unsatisfied and insisted on giving them to Jiejing. After consuming the void stone, Jiejing furrowed his beautiful brows, unsure if it was from pain or something else. Jiejing, after hearing what Yu Jianglan said today, I'm quite skeptical, but I can't bear to part with the little female egg. He said there's a way for me to become the biological mother of the little female egg. Yet he also said that once I do, I can sever our partner relationship. But with the bond of blood, how could we ever truly part? It's like a married couple who has a child. Even if they divorce, there will always be that blood connection. Yu Jianglan seemed to think of me as both naive and foolish. Jiejing, how should I choose? Why aren't you waking up? Jiang Ruantang tiredly lay on Jiejing, feeling his breathing and heartbeat. The fatigue of the day overwhelmed her, and she quickly fell asleep, not even realizing when Yu Jianglan brought the cradle and the three sleeping little ones upstairs. When she woke up, Jiejing was before her, and she was still lying on him. Behind her was Yu Jianglan, who was merely leaning against her back, his arms tightly around her waist. This position felt awkward to her. When did Yu Jianglan come up? Why didn't he go to another room? Ruantang, you're awake. I'm going to prepare some food. There's news in the city today that Huan Yuan is opening. If you're interested, I'll take you there later. Yu Jianglan loosened his hold on her waist, rubbed his eyes, and sat up, clearly still half asleep. Jiang Ruantang was also dazed as she allowed Yu Jianglan to muddle downstairs to prepare food. Huan Yuan was the shared dining hall of the main beast city, held once a month. It was similar to a flea market, where some beast families had plenty of game, while others would bring back various items from outside. Basically, each beast family would bring out some of their unnecessary items, and other females or males would exchange them for other goods. Jiang Ruantang was quite tempted. Logically, as a new female in the city, she shouldn't have to participate in Huan Yuan, but she genuinely wanted to take a look. What if there was something she needed? Yet she didn't know what to exchange it for, and it seemed she was practically destitute at the moment, having nothing of value to offer. As Jiang Ruantang went downstairs, she saw Nuanua standing outside the stone house, seemingly because Yu Jianglan was unwilling to let them in. Nuanua, what are you doing here? The lively and excited voice of the little female attracted the attention of several males, especially since there were many males today due to Huan Yuan. Nuanua glanced naakli at Yanglan. Asi was visibly displeased, ready to cause a scene. Ruantang, today is Huan Yuan. I wanted to invite you to go together. Jiang Ruantang nodded, signaling her to enter the stone house. You wait a moment. I'll have breakfast first. Nuanua quickly shook her head, clearly too scared to enter, as if she thought Yu Jianglan would kill her if she did. Chapter 116. Getting angry, Jiang Ruantang sat down on the ground, stuffing food in her mouth. while Yu Jianglan's peripheral vision seemed to be warning Nuo. Nuo trembled under the gaze and quickly hid behind as. This merman king. Could it be that he holds a grudge? Does he resent her for having thought about becoming his mate before? Knowing that he is a soft male, she has given up on that thought. And yet, this male is becoming increasingly terrifying. Ruantang, eat slowly, we're not in a hurry, Yu Jianglan said. Seeing Jiang Ruantang's cheeks stuffed to the brim, worried that she might choke. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, took a sip of water, and felt full. To make eating and drinking easier, she had specially asked Yu Jianglan to bring out a few cups and bowls today. In the future, she planned to put a round table for dining on the first floor. That would be lovely, seeing Ruantang happily finish her meal. Yu Jianglan was eager to take Nuo out. Wait a moment, I'll finish tidying up and then take you. Jiang Ruantang had already stepped out of the stone house, glanced at Nuo, then looked at Az and Fei Xian. We're old acquaintances. I'll go with Nuo first. You can find me later. After saying that, Nuo quickly took Ruantang away and has let out a low laugh. You threaten me, female, then I'll take your little female away. Two little eagle chicks were bouncing on Fei Xian's head, and there was one at the end of Az snake tail, with the remaining two in the bamboo house. From his dark circles, it was clear that these eagle chicks were quite troublesome. Compared to raising and feeding them himself, he felt that Nuo was living quite comfortably. She had left a bamboo basket in the stone house, and soon Yu Jianglan should come with the little ones. Jiejing Yu had woken up leisurely in the morning, likely due to the effect of the void stone, but the wounds still hurt whenever she moved, and she still needed to recuperate. A few days ago, she felt hopeless about life, but now she felt that life was looking up, progressing in a good direction. Huan Yuan's place was in the center of the city, occupying two long roads. As soon as they arrived, a sense of familiarity hit her, resembling a bustling market with both buyers and sellers. The vendors laid out animal skins on the ground, displaying their wares, useless items they were ready to sell. She had heard that the main beast city Huan Yuan was lively, but she didn't expect to see so many beast men. Jiang Ruantang coughed lightly twice and lowered her head slightly. Why was everyone showing their bare arms? It was too scandalous. Although her coughs were soft, they still drew the attention of the males. Seeing that there were no males beside her, someone boldly approached. Ruantang, is there anything you like? I'll buy it for you. The bear tribe male in front of her had a robust build and looked somewhat shy as he stared at her, speaking earnestly. Jiang Ruantang waved her hand and shook her head. No need, Yu Jianglan will be here soon. Upon hearing that Yu Jianglan was coming, the male dared not say anything further, but a few others, emboldened, approached Jiang Ruantang. Nuo had already been distracted by the items and was completely unaware of Jiang Ruantang's current predicament. If she had known, she would have waited for Yu Jianglan. This group of males was too overwhelming, surrounding her and making her feel scared. Meanwhile, Yu Jianglan was going upstairs to fetch the bamboo basket and glanced at Jiejing Yu. Fox, I'm taking these two little ones away. Ruantang is worried about them. Jiejing Yu opened her eyes at the sound, and her fox ears twitched. Take good care of Ruantang. Then she hurriedly tucked the female eggs under her arm and rushed out. The female egg was full of question marks. Why was she being treated so carelessly? Not even a proper ride. The disgruntled little female egg struggled a few times but found it pointless and finally settled down obediently. When Yu Jianglan arrived, he saw Ruantang surrounded by a group of males, looking helpless in the middle. His anger almost exploded instantly, and the C pattern appeared, causing the bodies of the males to freeze as they raised their heads in response to the aura. Yu Jianglan glared at the group of males with murderous intent, and they felt a chill at their feet. After a moment of silence, they all pretended nothing had happened and left Jiang Ruantang's side. Jiang Ruantang finally sighed in relief as the group of males dispersed and turned to see Yu Jianglan. He had a bamboo basket on his arm, filled with the little ones, and saw the female egg looking rather shabby. Let's take a look around and see if we can trade for something good, Jiang Ruantang said excitedly, while Yu Jianglan appeared disinterested, and his expression was rather gloomy. What is wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Who upset you? Jiang Ruantang was puzzled and had no idea that he was unhappy because of those males. Yu Jianglan was both angry and wronged. Those males were practically sticking to her. How unfair, he was not happy. Jiang Ruantang awkwardly turned around. Is the uncle coming? No. Can a merman have such a thing? Shaking off her worries, she began to browse along one side. Some stalls had freshly hunted animal skins, and there were even freshly killed deer. Until she reached a small stall, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. In disbelief, she crouched down, rubbed her eyes, and carefully confirmed again. The seller of this item was an older female, looking kind and benevolent. It seemed she had never seen such a beautiful female before, and she was momentarily stunned, unable to say what she wanted to say. Old lady, I want this. Jiang Ruantang's eyes sparkled. This was a good item. The old lady quickly came to her senses, her eyes hesitating, and uncertainly asked again, Little female, are you sure you want this? This is a bug I found a few days ago. The stuff it spits out is sticky and slimy. I just came out to try my luck. This thing isn't of much use. She had put this out of Huan Yuan just to see. After all, who would trade for such bugs? If it weren't for the fact that she had no food at home, she wouldn't have brought this out to fool people. The little female in front of her was beautiful, and she didn't want her to take these. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. How could the old lady who came out to sell things still belittle her own goods? Seeing her expression, Jiang Ruantang confidently said, Old lady, I want these bugs. Just give them to me. What do you need? The old lady was not young anymore. Her male at home was probably also old and couldn't bear the burden of hunting anymore. She was a bit hesitant, but the pretty little female looked so serious. How about you give me some food? The male at home is already incapable of hunting. She was not afraid of being laughed at. If there was no food, both she and her male would starve to death. After all, she was not as capable as a young male and didn't possess the beauty of a young female. Now, she was just barely getting by. Jiang Ruantang saw her situation and turned to Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan, let us give the old lady the cow you hunted this morning. Yu Jianglan glanced at her, then turned his head away arrogantly. Looking as if he didn't want to deal with her at all, Jiang Ruantang was stunned. What was going on? Why was he throwing a tantrum? Yu Jianglan? She called softly, but he turned his head to the other side again. Jiang Ruantang felt a possibility arise in her mind. Could it be that he is jealous? Chapter 117. Silkworms. The old woman awkwardly looked at the male. She could sense the aura from Yu Jianglan, which was powerful even for an aging female like her. It was not an ordinary strength. It seemed he was unwilling to give the prey to her, as this thing in hand was something no one would want. Little female, forget it. Since your male doesn't want it, there's no need to force it. If you like it, I can give it to you for free. The old woman had a kind expression, perhaps not wanting to see the two of them unhappy over this matter. It seemed this thing was useless anyway, so giving it away for free wouldn't hurt. Jiang Ruantang quickly shook her head. No, Grandma, he just needs to be taught a lesson. As soon as the last three words came out, Jiang Ruantang glared fiercely at Yu Jianglan. What was there to be jealous about? It was nonsense. Yu Jianglan felt a bit flustered when she glared at him, thinking he might have overdone it. Softy, I'll go get it for Grandma. Yu Jianglan lowered his posture, knowing when to retreat, a necessary lesson for a man. If he made Softy unhappy today, he would have to sleep alone in another room, lonely without her at night. Yu Jianglan quickly ran back to the stone house, while Jiang Ruantang helplessly took the bamboo basket. The old woman felt embarrassed, thinking she had upset the little female and her male. Jiang Ruantang said nothing and focused on the things on the animal skin. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, quite large, twice the size of what she had seen before. These good things were none other than silkworms. In the eyes of these people, silkworms were just insects that would spin silk after a certain time, or worse, be eaten by males. But in Jiang Ruantang's eyes, these silkworms were walking clothing. Moreover, the knowledge in her mind indicated that the silkworms in this beast world were quite different. Their survival rate was particularly high, and they were not picky about temperature or food. Though it sounded a bit against the laws of nature, her current state was anything but realistic. The 20 or so in the old woman's hand looked like they were not yet ready to spin silk, so she could take them back and care for them. A female moth could lay hundreds of eggs, and the silk spun later would only be more. Just thinking about it made her feel like more and more new clothes and fabrics were beckoning her. Little female, you seem to really like these insects. Are you going to take them back to eat? The old woman smiled, looking at such a beautiful female, feeling good. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. No, Grandma. These silkworms have other wonderful uses for me. Without going into too much detail, when the silk was really extracted later, it would be a great advancement in the beast world. The old woman also laughed, saying that the little female called these insects silkworms. If you like them, Grandma will look for more for you next time. There are quite a few of these insects. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up at the words. Really, Grandma? If you have more of these silkworms, I'd appreciate it. I'll have my male bring you more food then. If that meat could be exchanged for more silkworms, it would be a continuous supply. Meat was practically worthless to Jiang Ruantang now. Yu Jianglan could easily kill a cow or pig with just a flick of his finger. And Jay could also bring back a lot of meat. The old woman waved her hands repeatedly. No, these insects aren't worth that much meat. She could find many of these silkworms just by walking a little, and no one would want such things, so it was not worth trading for hunted prey. Just then, Yu Jianglan brought a cow in front of the old woman, and her eyes widened. This cow was quite large. It would be enough for her and her male to eat for several days. This is too big, the old woman said, frightened and speechless. If it were a small cow, it would be fine, but she couldn't handle such a large one. Jiang Ruantang smiled as she took the silkworms. Grandma, you're mistaken. These silkworms are not comparable to a cow. Although Yu Jianglan didn't know what Softa wanted these for, she had her reasons. After all, it was just a cow. Originally, he had hunted it casually last night and could hunt another one later. If Jiang Ruantang knew what Yu Jianglan was thinking, she would definitely say, so showy. Having power is prideful. Huh, Grandma, let's help you take the cow back. Jiang Ruantang observed that the old woman was getting older, and probably her male was too. A cow this big will be difficult to carry. The old woman nodded shyly, pointing to the grass hut some distance behind. Thank you. My home is over there. Neither she nor her male could carry this cow. Young males are indeed good. Yu Jianglan nodded, and Jiang Ruantang followed behind with the bamboo basket. Today was indeed a fruitful day. She had just looked around other stalls and found nothing familiar or needed. Upon reaching the grass hut, 2 older males rushed out almost instantly, tightly protecting the old woman behind them. Jiang Ruantang was startled, and Yu Jianglan instinctively shielded her. The old woman reacted quickly, slapping the 2 males one after another. One appeared to be from a lion tribe, and the other from the eagle tribe. After being slapped by the old woman, they looked aggrieved. What are you 2 doing? Didn't you say no to a 3rd male? The 2 half-grown old men exchanged words, causing the old woman's mouth to twitch. At her age, she was already weary. You 2 damn guys. The old woman scolded angrily, hitting them a couple more times. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she hit them a few more times. After being slapped a few times, the 2 males quieted down. The lion male sniffed and instantly felt relieved. It's okay, old eagle. That guy's a little female now. The eagle looked relieved. Jiang Ruantang. So I've been standing behind for half a day, completely transparent? Yu Jianglan ignored them and heavily threw down the cow. At this moment, the 2 males finally noticed Jiang Ruantang behind him, their eyes lighting up. This little female is really beautiful. Not as beautiful as our female. The lion male nodded seriously. Yes, our little female is the most beautiful. Jiang Ruantang smiled awkwardly. You're all right, but don't you think this male looks familiar? Now that you mention it, he does look quite familiar. Yu Jianglan's head was hurting from a noise, and his eyelids twitched. In the next second, he wanted to knock those 2 noisy old men away, so they couldn't say anything. Jiang Ruantang found it amusing, while the old woman remained silent, just looking at them helplessly, but her eyes were also shining with love. Suddenly, she felt that the old woman probably had never been bored to this day. With these 2 males, it would be impossible to feel bored. All right, you 2 take the cow back and deal with it. The cowhide is for this little female. The old woman finally gave the order, and the 2 males immediately stood up straight. However, they still gave the old woman a doubtful look. Chapter 118. Is the void stone just a pretty useless rock? Grandma cleared her throat and lovingly glanced at Jiang Ruantang. This cow was exchanged by my bugs. It's not worth much, and the cowhide still needs to go to them. The 2 males showed a look of pity. They were no longer useful and still needed their female to exchange for food. Their expressions were very affectionate, warming Jiang Ruantang's heart. No need, Grandma. You can keep the cow and the cowhide, Jiang Ruantang said. This time Yu Jianglan also spoke up. No need, I will hunt new ones for Ruantang later. Grandma seemed a bit embarrassed, as if she had given them something, and now she didn't value it. Jiang Ruantang angrily stepped on Yu Jianglan's foot, feeling wronged for him. Ruantang is stepping on you for other people. Until she shot him a glare, Yu Jianglan immediately changed his attitude. Ahem. I mean, since Ruantang took your things, these are to be exchanged for you. There's no need to give us anything. Grandma's expression softened a bit, feeling even more guilty. And after thinking for a moment, she realized there didn't seem to be anything good left at home. Suddenly recalling a transparent stone that her 2 males had given her, she thought it was probably useless. Wait a moment. Jiang Ruantang wanted to stop Grandma, but couldn't and looked at Yu Jianglan with confusion. Yu Jianglan indicated that he didn't understand either. The 2 males quickly packed away the beast's skins, but when they returned, they found their female had disappeared again. They had no choice but to shift their gaze back to Yu Jianglan and Jiang Ruantang, both of whom frowned. That male looked too familiar. After a short while, Grandma came out holding something and stuffed it into Jiang Ruantang's hands. I don't have anything good left. This stone looks useless, but it's quite pretty. If you don't mind, keep it. Jiang Ruantang stared blankly at the stone in her hands. Useless, pretty waste stone? This, isn't it the void stone? She was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. The speed of the two males increased exponentially, and before Yu Jianglan could react, they snatched the void stone back. Their friendly faces turned to anger. It turned out they were after the void stone. Yu Jianglan was also furious. How dare they treat his Ruantang like this in front of him? The three males were on the verge of fighting. Grandma was taken aback. She and T expected this. Isn't it just a broken stone? Why do they care so much? Jiang Ruantang swallowed hard and grabbed Yu Jianglan's wrist. No, you misunderstood. I didn't expect Grandma to give me this. This misunderstanding was too big, but she really didn't care about the void stone. She still had 48 of them in her hand. How could she possibly care about that stone? But the two males didn't believe her and instantly transformed into their beast forms. One flew in the sky, one ran on land, and one dealt with a swimmer from the sea. No, this doesn't seem right. Jiang Ruantang quickly stood in front of Yu Jianglan, trying to reason with them. But the rampaging males didn't care about that. Just as the big lion was about to pounce, Grandma caught its tail with one hand. The male immediately fell to the ground, completely deflated. The eagle soaring above, seeing the change, quickly hit the brakes. Otherwise, it would probably get plucked soon. You two, let's talk nicely. Grandma's voice was filled with anger. The two males dared not act rashly. Fortunately, they had just stopped Yu Jianglan, or a fight would have definitely broken out. Yu Jianglan was also furious, his C patterns appearing. Calm down, it wasn't intentional. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly soothed Yu Jianglan's anger, fearing that if he let his anger get the better of him, neither would back down. Besides, even if they won, it wouldn't be fair. It would just be bullying the old. The lion transformed back into human form and stared at Yu Jianglan, as if remembering something. Then uncertainly thought about it. Are you a male of the merfolk? Your father is the merfolk king? The lion asked hesitantly. The aura was very similar, but it seemed impossible. There was only one possibility left. Yu Jianglan raised an eyebrow. Father? My father has been dead for decades. I have been the king of the merfolk for decades. No, my father is long gone. Besides, he never was the king of the merfolk. The lion seemed uncertain again, wanting to speak, but still feeling it was impossible. What is your name? Yu Jianglan's patience was nearly exhausted. He had no interest in playing these games. He turned around to pick up Ruantang and was about to leave. The lion became anxious. Yu Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang suddenly looked up, and Yu Jianglan stopped in his tracks. What? This lion knows Yu Jianglan? The little female's puzzled gaze fell, and Yu Jianglan could only return a more confused look. Seeing the opportunity, the lion pressed on with questions. Do you know Yu Jianglan? Jiang Ruantang frowned, realizing he didn't recognize Yu Jianglan. Grandma watched from the side, feeling dazed. How about we go into the grass hut? Eventually, the few of them formed a circle and sat down in the grass hut, as if holding a conference. The lion nervously glanced at Yu Jianglan, muttering, "It's too similar. It can't be. It can't be." Yu Jianglan's patience was truly exhausted. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste my time. Jiang Ruantang, on the other hand, was hiding aside, feeding the baby, while Grandma playfully entertained the little fox. This must be the eldest, right? So chubby. Grandma gently picked up the eldest, and Jiang Ruantang nodded affectionately, proving that she was feeding him well. The little guy was plump and healthy. Grandma, that lion male of yours. Grandma looked at the lion. Actually, I don't know much about his past. He never told me. It was a muddled coupling, and later he met Surti. But it seemed they both knew each other, yet kept things from me. By the way, that beautiful stone was given to me by them, but I don't know what it's used for. Jiang Ruantang was somewhat surprised. Was the void stone so rare that Grandma didn't even know about it? This was too strange. She had previously hinted at Nuo and Wei Ran, and even without the void stone, they probably had some knowledge of it. But Grandma seemed completely unaware. Moreover, in Huanyuan, only Grandma went as a female carrying items. Outside of Grandma, everyone else in Huanyuan was male. Grandma bent down to tease the little fox, while the three males chatted about something. Benin was deep in thought, and Surti seemed to be pondering something as well. It seemed the three males had opened up a bit. I didn't expect to run into you two. It's truly a surprise. Yu Jianglan was shocked after learning the identities of these two little ones. Benin and Surti had a rough idea of what was going on. Was the void stone really that effective? Yu Jianglan nodded, subtly glancing at Jiang Ruantang, making a decision. Chapter 119, The 80-Year-Old Man. When Jiang Ruantang came to her senses, Yu Jianglan was already standing behind her. Ruantang, let's go back. Otherwise, that fox at home will starve to death. Jiang Ruantang was somewhat confused about how it related to Jieshio. However, her gaze passed over him, and the two elders, an N and C Dai, looked very respectful. Are you done chatting? Yu Jianglan nodded, glanced at the two men, and focused on the old lady, still saying nothing. By the way, sure to. Give this little female the stone. The old lady still remembered that seemingly useless stone and opened her mouth to have the two give it to Jiang Ruantang. The two men were still reluctant, just staring at Yu Jianglan, hoping he would say something. Without saying a word, Jiang Ruantang pushed Yu Jianglan out the door, with the female egg following closely behind. We're leaving, Grandma. There's still people waiting for us at home. The speed was too fast, and the old lady and the two males were left stunned in place. What a good little female. You too. Give her a stone to play with. After expressing her fondness for Jiang Ruantang, her expression quickly changed. The two males had a lot of grievances but felt very aggrieved. Returning to the stone house, they took one last look, confirming that the remaining items could not be obtained by Yu Jianglan, and finally returned to the stone house reluctantly. Nuo had exchanged some vegetables and beautiful animal skins, her entire demeanor radiating satisfaction. Ruantang, you traded a cow for these worms? Nuo stared at the silkworms, looking left and right, wishing she could grab Jiang Ruantang's ear and ask if she had lost her mind. These worms have no meat, they grow poorly, and have no use at all. A cow can be exchanged for a lot of things. No, even thought she had been tricked by other females. Jiang Ruantang sighed. You don't understand, these are good things. You'll know in the future. Seeing her excited expression, Nuo didn't dare to say anything to dampen her spirits. When they returned to the stone house, Jiang Ruantang was pleasantly surprised to find that Jieshio could already move. Jieshio, you can move now. The little female's voice was filled with excitement and joy, but she was still a bit worried. She had secretly fed Jieshio a void stone, so his injuries healed quickly. However, it had only been a few days, which might raise suspicions. Ruantang, you're back. Jieshio rubbed his big fox head against her, making Jiang Ruantang giggle because of the tickling. Yu Jianglan stood behind her, still looking the same as when he left in the morning, one hand carrying a bamboo basket while the other held the female egg. You look the same coming back as you did going out. The recovery is quite fast. You can move now, which is better than I expected. He had thought this fox would take a month to recover, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Jieshio noticed the silkworms in Jiang Ruantang's hand and looked puzzled. Jiang Ruantang quickly said, You can't say these are useless worms. I've heard enough of that today. Jieshio didn't say anything, just licked her face vigorously with his tongue, leaving her face covered in drool, prompting her to give his big fox head a couple of light slaps. What Ruantang does has its reasons. As long as she's happy, that's fine. She was even too lazy to care about the food, excitedly looking for a place to put the silkworms, wondering if they eat mulberry leaves or something. She casually picked 2 leaves to test. Hopefully, they aren't picky eaters and can thrive on whatever they find. After settling the silkworms, she returned to the first floor of the stone house to find that Yu Jianglan had already roasted meat for her. Jieshio was lying obediently nearby, and she didn't even know when Yu Jianglan had hunted. Looking at the spacious first floor, Jiang Ruantang thought of the many large stones by the sea. She planned to pick some out another day to make a round table. Jiang Ruantang sat by the window, with a cool breeze blowing in, feeling quite comfortable, especially with Yu Jianglan, who was like a walking air conditioner, beside her. This dry season was not hot at all. It was just tough for Jieshio. He had shed a lot of fur during the dry season, yet still couldn't stand the heat. It was only at night that he could barely tolerate the temperature, becoming uncomfortably hot. Yu Jianglan, do you know the 2 males from Grandma's house? Jiang Ruantang's thoughts drifted back to Grandma's house, and the fact that he casually gave a void stone shocked her. Yu Jianglan paused at her words, looking like he wanted to evade the topic. However, the little female's eyes were fixed on him, and escaping was impossible. Yu Jianglan's voice was weak and lacked confidence. Help those 2 males. Jiang Ruantang thought her ears were malfunctioning and leaned in closer, meaning, you better explain clearly or I'll make you regret it. Ruantang's gaze looked like it wanted to devour him, which was quite intimidating. Ahem. Well, they received my kindness when they were young. The void stone was also something I gave them. Jiang Ruantang heard something that shocked her for 100 years. The 2 old men looked to be in their 60s or 70s, and Yu Jianglan had helped them when he was young. So, how old is Yu Jianglan? Regarding Yu Jianglan's age, Jiang Ruantang had always been curious, but she hadn't paid attention before. Guangxi Ru, who was nearly 100 years old, if calculated like this. Yu Jianglan must be over 80? Grandpa, hello? What? Yu Jianglan is from Grandpa's generation? Yu Jianglan's face darkened instantly, looking aggrieved. Ruantang, that's why I didn't want to tell you. After all this time, Ruantang had never cared about his age, but this time, she still couldn't escape. Ruantang wouldn't abandon him because he was older, would she? Jiang Ruantang took a couple of steps back, her little heart bearing a blow it couldn't handle. You, how come? You haven't aged? Her stammering voice betrayed her nervousness. This was too unbelievable. If she hadn't seen the aging and death of orcs along the way, she definitely wouldn't care about Yu Jianglan's condition. But orcs aren't immortal. They age and die. Why is it that Yu Jianglan shows no signs of aging at all? Yu Jianglan hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a decision. Ruantang was his female, and he should tell her. I've consumed void stones. Upon hearing this, Jieshou suddenly raised his head. Jiang Ruantang recalled that the system had mentioned before that the effects of void stones could potentially increase the lifespan of orcs. But this was too extreme. An 80-year-old man looking as strong as a 20-year-old young man is terrifying in modern times, akin to a horror film. Zombies, ancient demons, ghosts. All sorts of things could come to mind. Jiang Ruantang took a deep breath. She had just fed him another one not long ago. How much lifespan would that add? So, the void stones given to Grandma were also from you? Yu Jianglan quickly nodded. But Grandma seemed unaware of the effects of the void stones. Otherwise, she wouldn't treat them as ordinary stones to this day. Ruantang, please don't dislike me. He was genuinely afraid that Ruantang would dislike him. After all, he had lived for decades, watching the males he knew pass away. Only he, due to the void stones, remained unchanged, and his lifespan had increased somewhat. Chapter 120. How could she not love her big fox? Jiang Ruantang coughed a couple of times, not out of disdain, but because Yu Jianglan felt like an elder to her. She and T thought much about it before, treating him as a peer, but now that it was revealed, he definitely felt like a grandparent. Ruan, you already know my secret. You can't just leave me. Yu Jianglan suddenly moved in very close, causing Jiang Ruantang to quickly step back 2 paces. She had forgotten that once the secret was out, there was no more hidden aspect for Yu Jianglan. Knowing someone's secret made it difficult to dissolve their partnership. Jiang Ruantang's mind was in turmoil, so she hurriedly hid next to Jieyu. Well, how about we both take a moment to calm down? She couldn't convince herself. She needed time to think. Jieyu gave Yu Jianglan a look and took Ruan back to the 2nd floor. Lying on the grass, Jiang Ruantang was still in a daze. Jieyu was by her side, which made her feel a bit more at ease. Jieyu, will we be like that too? In truth, who would want an unchanging appearance and a long lifespan? But if she could really live for 100 years or even longer, what if Jieyu, her children, didn't he? That would be too terrifying. Thinking about it this way made Jiang Ruantang feel a little heavy-hearted. How had Yu Jianglan lived for so long? Had he been waiting for a reunion with C.I. Ruan time and time again, consuming the void stones again and again? But he must be very strong, right? The void stones were rare, yet he had relied on them to get to this point. Jieyu shook his ears. Ruan, since you've eaten the void stones, your lifespan must be longer than that of ordinary males and females. In the dark, Jiang Ruantang stared intently at Jieyu's ears. I've given them to you too. Jieyu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, no wonder that life-threatening injury could heal so quickly. Ruan, you shouldn't have given it to me. I could have endured. You should have kept it for yourself. Jiang Ruantang pouted. No need to worry. I'm a little wealthy now. Enough for you to live for hundreds of years. Jieyu smiled without saying anything. He believed Ruan was special and had countless void stones due to the previous space incident. Ruan, do you really not like Yu Jianglan? The sudden question made Jiang Ruantang a bit confused. Why do you ask that? I said I would dissolve the partnership with him, although she was still hesitating because of the female eggs. Jieyu smiled, and Jiang Ruantang worried he was overthinking, continuously patting his head as if to comfort him. But Jieyu didn't say anything about it. Ruan's attitude towards Yu Jianglan had changed completely. Initially, she was indifferent and reserved, but now, she was calm and unrestrained. This seemed to worry Jieyu. If all the males around Ruan were like Yu Jianglan, would he be replaced by more and more males? He was scared. There had been Cadian before, and now there was Yu Jianglan. They all held different places in Ruan's heart. At first, he was greedy, thinking that one Ruan was enough, but later he felt despondent, realizing he couldn't protect her. Now he was a bit lost. Jiang Ruantang didn't understand Jieyu's unease. She just wanted to stay where her big fox was. But Ruan, you should know your own heart. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. Jieyu had asked her the same question before. Do you really not like Cadian? Love can be divided into several parts and shared with multiple people. How could she convince herself that she could accept so many? In this era, no one would blame her. Only her own conscience would occasionally chastise her. Initially, she only wanted Jieyu, but later she developed different feelings for Cadian. Now, she seemed to have gotten used to Yu Jianglan being by her side. Jieyu, am I very bad? She couldn't face her own feelings. She always thought she didn't belong here. Ruan, no matter where you come from. Here you have the same rights as all the females. You have the right to choose your beast husband. As long as you are true to yourself, that's enough. His Ruan just needed to be comfortable. Everything else, he would protect her from. Jiang Ruantang buried herself deep in Jia's fur, feeling a bit wronged. Her voice carrying a hint of tears. Jia, I love you. How could she not love her big fox? Jia's heart trembled, as if he had heard the most beautiful words in the world. Ruan, it's too hot, and I'm shedding fur. It will stick to you. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. She didn't care. She wanted to be in Jia's arms, even if she melted from the heat today. Jia helplessly held his little female. This was his Ruan. Even if Ruan had many males, at least he knew she loved him. Just one night later, when Yu Jianglan saw the little female the next day, her eyes were all puffy. Damn fox, what'd you do to Ruan? If it hadn't been for Ruan not letting him get close yesterday, he would have thought that just one night could lead to Ruan being bullied like this. There was a good fox among them. Jia had already transformed into human form, shooting a cold glance at Yu Jianglan. The next second, he was right next to Jiang Ruantang. Ruan, P.S. being mean to me. After all, Ruan had said she loved him yesterday. Today, he had to show off proudly in front of this fish. Jiang Ruantang, with her swollen eyes, had a silly smile. As soon as the female egg woke up and saw Ruan like this, she was so scared that she rolled away far. Who swapped my Ruan? Give her back. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her eyes. No, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with Jia. Yu Jianglan felt defeated, looking very unhappy. Ruan was still so protective of the fox. Seeing Yu Jianglan's expression, Jiang Ruantang's tone was casual, but she threw out a bombshell. Yu Jianglan, when can I be the mother of the little female egg? Yu Jianglan looked dispirited, and he didn't even react to the meaning behind Ruan's words. When he finally realized, he was both surprised and delighted. Ruan, do you want to hold that ceremony with me? Jiang Ruantang didn't repeat herself. She just cuddled in Jia's arms. Jia, I can't open my eyes. Take me to the river to have a look. Jia nodded and didn't even bother to glance at Yu Jianglan. He could have a little private joy. Just before leaving, Jiang Ruantang glanced at the silkworms, finding that they were eating well and sleeping well, showing no signs of anything unusual. It seemed that these silkworms would eat any leaf. Ruan, what are you bringing these silkworms back for? Last night, Ruan had told him that these bugs were called silkworms. In his memory, these bugs mainly just ate, and very few females would eat them. You'll know when they grow up. The silk they produce is top-notch. Jiang Ruantang giggled. When the time comes, the silk will be made into silk quilts, and it will be so cozy. After Jiang Ruantang left, Yu Jianglan bent down to look at the female egg, his eyes brimming with excitement. He felt that Ruan's attitude towards him had drastically changed. The female egg looked at him like he was a fool. Why are you so excited? Is Ruan going to be her real mother? She didn't expect that. Hey, she guessed right. Chapter 121. Black mist at the wound. Yu Jianglan glanced at the female egg, finding it quite pleasing to the eye, and excitedly poked it to roll over twice. The female egg rolled away for a couple circles, then unhappily rolled back. Seemingly only Yu Jianglan was happy. Is Ruan accepting herself now? Yes. At this moment, he was as excited as a child, his face radiating a rare happiness. Jia hugged Ruan and brought her to the seaside. She had mentioned early in the morning that she wanted to find some stones. The seaside was crowded with both females and males, as the high temperatures of the dry season made it the favorite spot for females. As soon as they arrived at the beach, Jiang Ruantang spotted the one playing wildly in the shallow water. Wasn't it Noa, as in the sea, as was teasing her with his snake tail, while Fei Xian was sitting under a tree not far away, resentfully watching the two with 5 mischievous eggs. Fei Xian was truly a good father, always keeping an eye on his young ones, unlike himself, who had simply tossed his young ones to Yu Jianglan. Jia scoffed and mercilessly exposed him. He wanted to go, but unfortunately, he was an eagle and hated water the most. Otherwise, he would have jumped in long ago. Oh, what a merciless exposure. Truly a good brother. Fei Xian noticed Jia, his face filled with resentment, then glanced at Jiang Ruantang. After that, he slyly smiled. Jia, I remember you hate getting your fur wet the most. Come over. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized, right, Jia is a fox and doesn't like water either. She then gave him a helpless look. Since you can't, I'll play by myself. Fei Xian was pleased, laughing brightly. A good brother should always be together. He couldn't accompany his little female, and neither should Jia. Soft. Jie was about to say he could. Don't listen to Fei Xian's nonsense. But then the little female just left him. What a fierce little woman. Damn flying eagle. As Jieyu's murderous glare swept over Fei Xian, he finally understood what it meant to be afraid. From a distance, he saw a big fox jump up and hit an eagle. That eagle kept provoking him, playing merrily. Hey, you can't hit me, you just can't. As Jiang Ruantang stepped into the water, she felt a refreshing coolness all over. Fortunately, her animal skin skirt wasn't too long, and going a bit deeper wouldn't hurt. Squatting down, she noticed some small fish swimming by her legs, swaying left and right at Yu Jianglan's partner Mark. It seemed they were attracted by the king's aura. Going a bit deeper into the ocean, she remembered there was a huge stone here, naturally formed, big and smooth. She could take it back and carve it into a round table. Then put 4 higher oval legs underneath and use wood or still stone to make some chairs. Not bad. The more she thought about it, the more she looked forward to it. After being in the beast world for so long, she, Jiang Ruantang, could finally sit at the table for a meal. Then she became even more determined to find it, clearly remembering that big stone was around here. While searching, she suddenly noticed something black in the sea from 2 years ago. It seemed to be hair, still floating with the rhythm of the water. However, in the next second, as the waves rose, a black lion transformed into a human form. Jiang Ruantang was quite frightened, losing her balance and falling backward. But she didn't fall into the water. The black lion turned human and tightly wrapped his long arms around her delicate waist. With a strong pull, Jiang Ruantang was almost pressed against him. The little female looked at the person in front of her in shock, and as she raised her head, the familiar face almost made her jump. It was Mo. Mo seemed indifferent, only coldly looking at her. But Jiang Ruantang was not so comfortable, because she could clearly sense that Mo was not wearing anything. She didn't even dare to move, fearing that any slight movement would cause trouble. She didn't even dare to look. Mo looked at the little female who had thrown herself into his embrace. Little female, are you trying to bond with me? Jiang Ruantang's mouth twitched. Did he only think about bonding? Besides, it wasn't her who threw herself at him. It was clearly him who pulled her into his arms. You, let go of me first, we can talk. Jiang Ruantang reached out to push against his solid chest. Unfortunately, the big black lion remained motionless. Mo's arms tightened, leaving little space between him and Jiang Ruantang. She thought she would have to summon Jieyu, but unexpectedly, Mo frowned and directly fell onto her. The little female stumbled back a few steps. No, big brother, don't play tricks. Can we have some skill here? I didn't even touch you. Jiang Ruantang innocently raised her hands. She hadn't touched him, so don't try to play tricks, and besides, with his large physique, she was having a hard time holding up. Her calves were trembling in protest. But as her gaze swept past him, she noticed he had an injury at his waist, and from that wound, black mist was faintly emanating. Strange, earlier Mo had injured Yu Jianglan, and there was clearly black mist at that wound too. Why do you have a wound now? And it also had that black mist. What on earth is this black mist? Ruan. Jieyu, regaining his senses, saw her entangled with a male from afar. That audacious male was still lying on her. Almost the next second, Jieyu's leg was about to kick Mo away, and Jiang Ruantang had to shout to stop him. Jieyu, wait a moment. Jieyu had to slam on the brakes. But he couldn't stand seeing him so close to Ruan. He directly pulled Mo away from Ruan, supporting him with his arms. Then Jiang Ruantang squatted down, but suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly. Originally wanted to take a closer look at his wound, but alas, he was still naked. She couldn't ignore that thing. Forget it, Jieyu, let us take him to the Lion King. Jieyu stared intently at Mo's thing, as if he was filled with murderous intent. Was it bigger than his? Did Ruan perhaps like this kind? Otherwise, why not just cut it off? In his unconscious state, Mo felt extremely cold, who was coveting his important thing. Jieyu followed Jiang Ruantang, wanting to ensure Mo's dignified return to the lion den. Jiang Ruantang even found animal skins and had Jieyu wrap them around him. Then she remembered Yu Jianglan's injury and tied a beautiful bow on one side of the animal skin. This is good. They can't let Yu Jianglan suffer that serious injury for nothing. When they returned to the lion den, the Lion King became very anxious upon seeing Mo. And when he noticed the bow on the animal skin, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His gaze towards Jiang Ruantang changed. This little female seemed quite vengeful. Lion King, do you know anything about the wound on Mo's body? Jiang Ruantang got straight to the point. She always felt that this black mist was unusual. If left unchecked, it might cause a big mess. The Lion King hesitated, shaking his head repeatedly. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't dare to. What was it that the Lion King wouldn't dare to say? It seemed there was more to this than met the eye, until a sound came from the back of the stone house. The Lion King looked very nervous. You all should leave first. When Mo wakes up, I will tell him that you helped him. Chapter 122. Speaking halfway on purpose. The Lion King is clearly driving people away. Although Jiang is unhappy, he still leaves with Ruan. Ruan, did you notice anything? He has noticed that Ruan has been asking questions. Jiang. There is also faint black energy at Mo's wound. The General An who was injured by Mo also has it, and those two males who died outside the city as well. I can't shake the feeling that something big is about to happen, and it makes me a bit uneasy. Jiang Ruantang expresses her concerns. Ever since they arrived at the outer city, something has been happening. She feels that this matter is enough to affect the entire beast world, but she hopes she is just overthinking it. She just wants a peaceful life to continue. She has had enough of living in fear. After leaving the lion's den, Jiang Ruantang returns to the seaside, as she still needs to find that large stone. Fortunately, this time she successfully finds it, and the stone is acceptable for Jiang. Jiang carries the stone in front, while Jiang Ruantang tightly holds onto Jiayu's beast skin, closely following behind. When they return to the stone house, they see General An playing with the two little cubs, while the female egg is happily playing nearby. As soon as he sees Jiang Ruantang return, his eyes light up. What do you need such a big stone for? Seeing Jiayu carrying a large stone, General An asks. Jiayu glances at him, his tone indifferent. This stone is for Ruan. Immediately, General An's words take a 360-degree turn. For Ruan? It must be the most beautiful and best stone. Jiang Ruantang is somewhat displeased with this sudden change. It feels like he has been possessed. I want to use this stone to make a stone table for dining on the first floor. Jiang Ruantang explains her intent for the stone. No matter how she looks at it, she feels she has never seen such a round stone. She glances at Jiayu and General An's claws. Tools are scarce now, so they make do with what they have. Under her direction, the two collaborate. The edges of the round stone are successfully sharpened, and the front is made very flat. After finishing, she discovers that this stone is marble. How surprising. This marble has been in the water for who knows how long, yet it hasn't leaked. It just looks like the outer layer has been covered in murky water for a long time. If she hadn't chipped it away, she would never have guessed it was marble. When luck comes, no one can stop it. Hey, this stone looks quite nice. General An touches the stone. The texture is good, and the patterns are quite beautiful. No wonder Ruan wants it. His Ruan really has a discerning eye for stones. Jiang Ruantang gestures for them to put the stone aside. By the way, do you know where there are oval-shaped large stones? While talking, she gestures about this big, this high, round, and plump. Do you think for a moment, I remember seeing something like that in the woods behind? Jiang Ruantang is delighted. It feels effortless. But we have to wait until tomorrow. I'll take you there tomorrow. Jiyu doesn't want to interrupt Ruan's excitement, but it is already getting dark, so it's best to go tomorrow. Jiang Ruantang can only nod helplessly. At night, when she's about to sleep, she feels a bit awkward. It seems she has accepted General An, so, at this moment, General An is eagerly waiting to hold her to sleep. Jiayu's face shows some displeasure, but he doesn't express any objections. Ruan, he knows that Ruan can't stand him showing weakness, so he uses a pitiful expression combined with the right tone. Hiss, she is successfully overwhelmed. Moreover, it is hot at night. Without General An, she sweats all night, but still manageable. As soon as she lies on the grass, on her left is General An, and on her right is Jiayu. One tightly holds her waist, while the other firmly grips her shoulder. What is up? Why not just let her body be split between them? One wanting this part, and the other wanting that part? Ruan, when are we going to hold this ceremony? General An whispers enticingly in her ear, tempting Jiang Ruantang. Her little face unconsciously turns red. You just prepare, I can anytime. General An immediately gets excited. How about tomorrow? He can't wait. Only by holding the ceremony and having the bond of the female egg will he feel that Ruan belongs to him. Jiang Ruantang shyly nods her head. Wondering why he is so anxious, she wants to run away. The sound of General An's heartbeat is particularly clear in the night. She thought the next moment would be a certain scene. Instead, he just kisses her forehead, and she realizes that General An seems to really like kissing her forehead. General An, do you have some kind of strange habit? Why do you keep kissing my forehead? She thought. General An chuckles lightly because of C.I. Ruan. Hearing this, Jiang Ruantang's heart drops. It's because C.I. Ruan likes being kissed on the forehead. Then she definitely won't like it. In the next second, Jiang Ruantang grabs General An's neck and fiercely kisses his lying lips, seemingly venting her anger. She wants General An to know that she and C.I. Ruan are never the same person. General An seems surprised, glancing at Jieyu, who is pretending to sleep in the dark, and deepens the kiss with a smile. No, General An, your mouth is going to get swollen. Jiang Ruantang can't take it anymore and slaps his forehead, making a loud sound. General An teasingly licks his lips, not expecting Ruan to be so eager. Until Jiang Ruantang feels a terrifying aura coming from behind her. In the next second, her neck is bitten hard twice. In the darkness, Jieyu's pupils are calm, seemingly warning him, don't go too far. Hiss, Jieyu, you're not asleep? Jieyu grunts a couple of times, burying his head in her neck. So Jieyu just now, did he see? She remembers their night vision is extraordinarily good. Doesn't that mean he saw a high-definition version? Oh no, so embarrassing. How could she do such a thing in front of Jieyu? Jieyu turns her face towards him, his eyes filled with desire. In the next second, he is about to kiss her. But she tightly covers his mouth with her hands. No. She can accept polyandry, but she absolutely cannot accept kissing Jieyu right after kissing General An. Absolutely not. Rejected, Jieyu bites down hard on Ruan's neck again, leaving beautiful plum blossom marks. Jieyu, I'll make it up to you another day. General An pretends to be helpless, brushing the corners of the little female's eyes. That feather is still there. Ruan, why don't you let me finish my words? Because of Ruan. She hates having her forehead touched, let alone kissed. Ruan, you are different from her. In the end, even though the light is very dim, she can feel General An's determination in his eyes. She thought it would be a pink bubble atmosphere, but instead, Jiang Ruantang directly kicked him off the grass, speaking halfway, on purpose. She hates when he speaks halfway the most. It's a pity she just made such an outrageous move because of that half sentence. However, she still feels happy. At least General An chose her, right? Chapter 123. Alternative Adoption Ceremony. Yu Jianglan, even after being kicked, felt delighted inside and awkwardly crawled to her side. Both males wanted to pull her into their arms, and Yu Jianglan was particularly intense about it. Fox, you've been holding Ruan for so long, what about me? Jieyu snorted coldly. Ruan is used to sleeping in my arms. Jiang Ruantang, should I get used to it? Decisively, she pushed both of them away. You two, don't hold me, I'm hot. Sure enough, after saying that, Jieyu let go. With his fur, Ruan must be very hot being held by him. He should have shaved it off. It grows back quickly anyway. Jiang Ruantang let out a sigh of relief, her gaze falling on Yu Jianglan's shoulder. That place had been bitten by Mo before. Yu Jianglan, when you were bitten by Mo, how did you feel? Hearing this, Yu Jianglan was delighted. Ruan was concerned about him, or rather, about his healed old wound. However, if he thought about it carefully, the time he was bitten by that lion was not pleasant. If it were an ordinary injury, it would just hurt a bit and then pass, but strangely, during the time he was bitten by Mo, he almost lost all consciousness. He couldn't hear, couldn't see, and felt extremely lonely, even more oppressive than being deep in the ocean. That was his true feeling. That kind of loneliness was very strange. It wasn't until you gave me the void stone that the feeling gradually disappeared, and I didn't expect it to help me break through to the 10th crown. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback, and Jieyu's expression suddenly became serious. How do you know? She didn't finish the latter part of her sentence. Yu Jianglan had consumed many void stones, and how could he not understand the feeling of energy being fed into his body and recklessly absorbing it? Seeing Jieyu looking at him seriously, he glared back fiercely. I know what it feels like to consume void stones, but I don't mind why Ruan has it. His little female had saved his life. As for why she had void stones, he didn't care. Jiang Ruantang let out a sigh of relief. She was actually quite afraid that Yu Jianglan would latch onto this matter and ask her questions. Jieyu felt that some things were better said out loud, since Ruan had already accepted him for the sake of better protecting her. Ruan is different from us. We don't need to know about the others. Just protect Ruan. Yu Jianglan's expression became serious as well. That's only natural. Jiang Ruantang lay in the middle, choosing to relax. They both seemed to know everything, but clearly, they didn't know anything. Moreover, now the system had disappeared, and the space was gone. Besides the fact that she wasn't from this world, she had no big secrets left. It was indeed hot at night. Jiang Ruantang almost curled up in Yu Jianglan's arms, and Yu Jianglan was happily holding her. After such a long time, he finally got to hold the little female, and her body was so smooth. Early in the morning, Yu Jianglan couldn't wait to hold a ceremony with Jiang Ruantang. The female egg was still comfortably sleeping between the two little foxes, but was soon squeezed under Yu Jianglan's armpit. The female egg was furious. Good, very good. I absolutely will not call this dead fish father. Little female egg, soon Ruan will be your biological mother. Are you happy? The female egg, what is that? You're clearly so excited that you can't even act like a person. But she was also happy. Ruan treated her so well, so she was naturally delighted. Jiang Ruantang finished eating and dressing, and she was actually nervous, although she didn't show it on her face. She was indeed unfamiliar with this ceremony of adopting children with Yu Jianglan. Jieyu noticed Ruantang's inner tension and could only comfort her softly. Don't be nervous. Ruan, if that fish does anything, I will definitely do my best to save you. Jiang Ruantang held Jieyu's hand tightly. No. Without you by my side, I really can't feel at ease. Jieyu, you stay by the side when the time comes. The little female looked at him with a pleading gaze, which melted Jieyu's heart, and he nodded heavily. He really didn't want to share Ruan with that dead fish. At that moment, the dead fish was drawing some symbols in the sea, and wherever he drew, it would faintly glow and leave traces. Because this ceremony was relatively private, Yu Jianglan decided to hold it in the pond behind the house that led to the sea. After finishing a drawing, Yu Jianglan looked slightly tired, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Ruan, it's done. You stay here. Yu Jianglan waved his hand to signal Jiang Ruantang. The spot he pointed to was across from him. Jiang Ruantang, with a nervous heart, swam to the center of the water, holding the female egg. She then placed the female egg in the center of the symbol, and the female egg was very obedient. Once the female egg was placed in the center, it seemed as if there was an invisible plane on the symbol, and she just stood there, under Yu Jianglan's command. They both pricked their fingers and let 2 drops of blood fall onto the female egg. In no time, the female egg turned completely red with blood, looking quite terrifying. Yu Jianglan then plucked the most beautiful scales from his body, each covering one hand with Ruan, and placed them above the female egg. The symbol seemed to have eagle eyes, emitting a faint glow. The scales in their hands also revealed some light through their skin. The brightness of the symbol grew larger and, when fully lit, covered the entire pond. Yu Jianglan's sea patterns appeared, his eyes shining, and the star core mark at his waist also glowed. Meanwhile, the feathers at the corners of Jiang Ruantang's eyes and the partner mark on her ankle belonging to Yu Jianglan also lit up. In an instant, the female egg sank into the water, merging with the blood from the 2. At the moment it submerged, the entire pond was dyed with that blood. Jiang Ruantang and Yu Jianglan also submerged in the water afterward. A thin line flew out from the mark on Jiang Ruantang's ankle, flying straight into the female egg. Then the feathers at the corners of her eyes, Yu Jianglan's sea patterns, and his star core mark all sent out threads, merging into the female egg's body. The spell covering the surface of the pond gradually shrank, rotating and splitting into 3 parts, imprinting into the foreheads of the 3. The seawater that had just been stained with blood surged into the female egg's body. With a bang, it emitted a blinding light, causing Jieyu, who was waiting nearby, to be dazzled. He couldn't help but start worrying about Ruan. Once submerged in the water, he couldn't sense the 2's presence. After the light ended, Jiang Ruantang felt a bit fatigued, and Yu Jianglan came forward to embrace her. Meanwhile, Ruan held the female egg in her arms, which appeared unchanged. Yet inexplicably, she felt a bond with the female egg, and her heart seemed to care more. Yu Jianglan swayed his fishtail, lifting both of them out of the water, and only transformed into legs when they returned to solid ground. As soon as Jieyu saw Ruan emerge from the water, he anxiously approached to check on her. He saw the little female holding the female egg, smiling with great tenderness. I'm just a bit tired. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. In contrast, Yu Jianglan didn't feel much better. His brows were tightly furrowed, but his gaze toward Ruan and the female egg became more gentle. He and Ruan were finally inseparable. Chapter 124. The naming ceremony of Soft AM. As for the matter of forming a pair, once there is a bond through children, the partner relationship becomes unbreakable. Therefore, at present, these 2 males are indeed her partners, and there is no way to dissolve the relationship. Unless the female dies, the male will also pass away with the passage of time. If, under the circumstances of having children, the partnership is dissolved, then the offspring will also die, and both the male and female will face severe punishment. Jiang Ruantang exhaled heavily. Everything seemed to have settled. Jieyu picked up Ruantang by the waist and turned back into the stone house. Yu Jianglan followed closely behind, but overestimated himself. This ceremony was indeed a bit too much for him. But at least for now, he belonged to Ruantang. Back in the stone house, Jiang Ruantang lay tiredly on the grass. Before they began, Yu Jianglan hadn't mentioned how exhausting it would be. All right, little one, you can play by yourself. Just as she had started to enjoy it, Jiang Ruantang returned to her previous free-range state. The little female egg also behaved. Noticing Ruantang was tired and rolling away on its own. Watching the little female egg's back, Jiang Ruantang smiled. However, Jade and T seemed so happy. Now that fish had become Ruantang's male, there was even a mermaid offspring competing for affection with his fox offspring. Jiang Ruantang felt even more cheerful. Being a pain-free mother was great. Yu Jianglan came in behind, looking even more exhausted than Jiang Ruantang. Yu Jianglan, how are you? She had thought she was tired enough. But it turned out the author of the ceremony, Yu Jianglan, looked even more worn out. Yu Jianglan forced a smile. I'm fine. It's just that this ceremony is more tiring than it looks. Ruantang, you should rest well. Jiang Ruantang touched Yu Jianglan's face. It was cool to the touch, even cooler than his own body temperature. Feeling the warmth of Ruantang's hand, he greedily wanted her to touch him more. A ceremony in exchange for Ruantang's concern. It was worth it. It was just a pity that while Ruantang was a pain-free mother, he was a pain-free father. Sigh, he had miscalculated. He didn't get to enjoy Ruantang. By the way, the little one kept calling the female egg, and the two little foxes didn't have names. Why not give them names? Because of the female egg incident, Jiang Ruantang finally started to consider the children's names. The two males readily agreed, as receiving a name from the beast mother was a great honor. Thus, a silent naming conference began. Jiayu brought in the two little foxes who had not yet fully opened their eyes, while Yu Jianglan held the unhatched mermaid female egg. Great! Not a single one was human. Jiang Ruantang directed her gaze at Yu Jianglan. Little female egg, let's name her after you, since you can serve as a surname. In the beast world, there was no concept of surnames. Even names were quite arbitrary. The female egg was a child of the sea, a female of the mermaid clan. After some thought, Jiang Ruantang decided to name her Haiwe, Yuhaiwe, the most beautiful moon reflected in the sea. Upon hearing this name, Yu Jianglan's heart stirred suddenly. The female egg, which had been quiet, momentarily rolled out of Yu Jianglan's arms and circled around Jiang Ruantang excitedly, indicating that it really liked this name. Jiang Ruantang affectionately picked her up and turned her gaze back to Yu Jianglan, wondering how he felt about it. Thinking about it made her a bit nervous. What if Yu Jianglan didn't like the name? She saw Yu Jianglan smiling broadly. It's all good as long as it's from Ruantang. Then she is the most beautiful moon in the sea, but the most beautiful female must be Ruantang herself. At the last moment, he changed the subject, TSK. Why did talking about Haiwe end up involving her? Thus, the little female egg finally had her official name, Yu Haiwe, with the nickname Shui Shui. As for why she was called Shui Shui, it was because it was associated with seawater, highlighting her identity as a female of the mermaid clan. Although Shui Shui wasn't born from her, it was important for her to remember that the sea was her home. She was conceived and born by her parents in the sea, never forgetting her roots. With Shui Shui's name settled, Jiang Ruantang turned her gaze to Jiayu. Soft. Let them call you whatever they want. Before she could finish, Jiayu spoke first. Since the female egg is calling you Jianglan, then our biological offspring should naturally call you Soft. This would prove that the offspring were born from Soft. Yu Jianglan also noticed and called out. Soft, she can call you too. Jiang Ruantang punched Yu Jianglan on the head, glaring at him fiercely. What are you making a fuss about? Yu Jianglan shrank to the side, looking wronged. Ooh, Soft 1T disliked the fact that this kid isn't born from you, right? If she wanted, he could also let her give birth to a whole brood, but that would be too many and harmful with hundreds of fish fry at once. Jiang Ruantang looked at Jiayu, feeling a little moved. Jiayu, it would be better if the surname followed you. Jiayu shook his head. He knew that Ruantang wasn't from this world. Perhaps it was their custom, but he wanted the offspring to be closer to Ruantang so that when they grew up, they could protect their well. Seeing Jiayu's gaze so determined, Jiang Ruantang's persuasive words got stuck in her throat. In human terms, children inherit their father's surname. However, since they were in the beast world, why bother with so much? All right then, let them take my surname, Jiang. Ooh, Dad, the Jiang family finally has descendants. Even if they aren't human. Jiang Ruantang picked up her offspring, whom she had fed until now. The little one was almost as plump as the eldest. If it weren't for the patterns, she might not have recognized them. Staring at the light-colored markings, little one, let's call you Jiangbai, with the nickname Er. For the homophony of two. Jiang Ruantang felt that this name was a bit hastily chosen, but it was also straightforward. She was quite talented. Jay nodded. He didn't care about their names anyway. As long as it was chosen by Ruantang, he would definitely like it. He then looked at the eldest, who was robust and resembled Jiayu even more. Those eyes, which are almost completely open, looked just like Jia's. It had to be said, they had the feel of being cast from the same mold. For the big offspring, let's call him Jiang Tong, after the pupil, since his eyes looked just like Jia's, and his nickname would be for the homophony of one. Jiang Ruantang satisfactorily set down the two little ones and inquired about Jia's opinion. In the end, Jia didn't really care about their names. After all, whether they were easy to raise or not, they would still be raised. Whatever soft says goes. Jiang Ruantang looked at E and Air. Your father doesn't seem to care much about you. E and Air seemed to sense this, letting out big yawns. They didn't care about their father, just their AM. Thus, this grand naming ceremony, under Jiang Ruantang's brilliant wisdom, came to a successful conclusion. However, who was older, Shui, or the two of them? Yu Jianglan glanced over. The female egg was now half a year old. Jiang Ruantang nodded. E and Air have an older sister now. With a family of 6, their little life would definitely become more and more fulfilling. Chapter 125 Doubts. After resolving the issue with the child's name, Jiang Ruantang took a short break, keeping track of the time to let Jieshio take her to look for stones. Jiang Ruantang lay on the grass and dozed off. Meanwhile, Yu Jianlin returned to the pond. The consumption of talismans required him to rest in the water for a while. Jieshio glanced around and transformed into beast form, guarding Jiang Ruantang by her side. Jiang Ruantang's rest didn't last long. When she woke up, she stretched lazily. His sigh. Upon waking up, Jiang Ruantang helplessly rubbed her waist. Sleeping too long on the grass truly strained her back. Jieshio noticed Jiang Ruantang was awake and hurried over to her side. Where is Yu Jianlin? Jiang Ruantang noticed Yu Jianlin was missing and curiously asked Jieshio. Normally, if he wasn't in her room, he would be in another, but he was nowhere to be found. Jieshio recalled Yu Jianlin's condition, but didn't disclose that he was in the pond. Jiang Ruantang nodded, assuming he needed to return to the water. The afternoon was the hottest time of the day, and Jiang Ruantang brushed her messy hair. She casually pulled out a silk thread and tied her hair up high. Jieshio watched in fascination. Ruantang looked really beautiful. All right, Jieshio, let us go to the back forest. With Yu Jianlin in the pond, Jiang Ruantang felt secure, leaving the 3 little ones at home. Shui sensed that her mother was leaving and rubbed against her ankle. Jiang Ruantang affectionately kissed her, saying, "Good girl, mother will go out with your father Jieshio for a while, so be sure to take care of your brothers, okay?" Shui was quite thoughtful, more like a little one who understood things. So she could look after Jiang Tong and Jiang Bai, especially with Yu Jianlin in the pond in the backyard. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to run so far with Jieshio. Jieshio didn't even glance at his son, picking up Ruantang and leaving. Shui looked like a little pitiful creature waving goodbye with a handkerchief, left alone with an egg. Jiang Ruantang helplessly looked at Shui. The little one seemed to be starting to cling to her. The back forest was a very dense jungle, where many males would take their females. It was said that one could always discover some rare and interesting things in those woods. So when Jieshio mentioned that there seemed to be the stone she wanted, she had no doubt. Just as they walked a short distance out the door, Jiang Ruantang spotted a familiar figure. The elderly woman was again at the door, scolding her 2 troublesome males. "How many times have I told you? First put the eggs before the tomatoes." The old woman's strong voice reached Jiang Ruantang's ears, and she froze. "Eggs, tomatoes?" Jieshio stopped. Jiang Ruantang urgently called for the speeding fox cart to halt. The old woman noticed Jiang Ruantang, and her eyes instantly lit up. "Little female, what are you doing here? By the way, I caught some of those bugs a few days ago. If you still want them, I can get them for you." The old woman had a strong fondness for Jiang Ruantang from the first moment she saw her, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Jiang Ruantang smiled, and the old woman glanced at Jieshio behind her with a knowing expression. It seemed this was also her male. It was no surprise that such a beautiful little female had several males. "It's all right, old woman. I have something to do in the back forest. By the way, what you just mentioned, what is it?" Jiang Ruantang stopped the old woman from going to get the silkworms and subtly inquired. She was sure she hadn't misheard. "Eggs. Tomatoes. These were definitely not things known to a female living in a beast world." The old woman was taken aback, looking at the struggling Sidai in the iron pot. Jiang Ruantang followed her gaze and saw that it was indeed an egg, but it didn't look like a chicken egg. There were also tomatoes. Sidai was vigorously stirring them. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Jiang Ruantang withdrew her gaze and looked back at the old woman, her feelings inexplicably complex. "Old woman, you." Before Jiang Ruantang could ask, Ben suddenly rushed out. He shielded the old woman behind him, his eyes filled with vigilance. Considering you are Jiang female, I advise you not to meddle. Ben-N's voice was overly obvious in its alertness and threat, which also ignited Jieshio's anger. How dare he speak to Ruantang like that? Was he threatening her? Jiang Ruantang tugged at Jieshio's arm and glanced at the old woman. Old woman, how do you know about this method? The old woman didn't expect Ben and to be so hostile towards Jiang Ruantang, impatiently shoving him behind her. The large male stumbled back, and Sidai held back a laugh. Hey, you have your day too. Well, I can't say much. It's just that there seems to be something in my head. The old woman didn't appear to be lying, which made Jiang Ruantang even more suspicious. However, she didn't pursue the matter further, just smiled. The old woman's every action was indistinguishable from that of a female in the beast world. If she had researched it herself, it wouldn't be impossible. The little bit of suspicion in her heart was suppressed by Jiang Ruantang. Old woman, I want to take the silkworm for now. We still need to go to the back forest. I'll come back to get it when I have time. The old woman smiled, signed that youth is a blessing. Upon arriving at the back forest, Jiang Ruantang noticed a considerable distance from many females and males. It seemed there was some treasure here. She specifically asked Jieshio to avoid them and take her directly to look for stones. Jieshio nodded, leading Jiang Ruantang a considerable distance away. They were almost deep in the forest, with hardly any sunlight penetrating through. Jieshio, are the stone stumps hidden so deep? Jieshio nodded. Earlier, I saw the kind of stone you describe around here. Jiang Ruantang gestured for Jieshio to let her down, looked around, and was pleasantly surprised to find it was indeed a stone stump. Moreover, this stone stump didn't look like it was naturally formed. The shape was too perfect, oval, with flat surfaces on both ends. It looked as if someone had deliberately shaped it this way. However, it seemed unlikely. The stone that Jiang and Jieshio had polished for the table wasn't this smooth. This stone, Jieshio, let us take a few back. Jiang Ruantang called out to Jieshio. Noticing there were quite a few of these stones in this area, at least a dozen. If they removed the 4 stones for the table base, they didn't necessarily have to use these for the chairs. The stones for the table were for stability. For the chairs, using what was available would be fine too. Let us take 4 back first. For the remaining stones, let us take some back to use for chairs. Jieshio nodded. But Jiang Ruantang was worried about whether they could carry 4 at once. Jieshio only had 2 shoulders. 1 on each side would be fine, but if they took 4. Sigh. If only she had brought Jiang along as well. Ruantang, be careful. Jieshio suddenly spoke up, startling Jiang Ruantang. She immediately felt something hard pressing against her from behind and tensed up. Jieshio pulled the little female into his embrace, glaring furiously at the person in front of them. Jiang Ruantang regained her senses and looked back, only to discover it was Mo. She had thought it was some kind of monster. Thankfully, it wasn't. Chapter 126. Mo becomes a guardian beast. After taking another glance, she noticed that the wounds on Mo's body seemed to be healing well. He could actually get up and walk so soon. However, he was staring intently at Jiang Ruantang. She had previously noticed that he always liked to stare at people, and that gaze, even when fixed on her, seemed hollow and devoid of emotion. That feeling made her uncomfortable. Jiu watched him warily, feeling somewhat suspicious. Mo appeared to be only at the 6th crown level, yet he had severely injured Yu Jianglan. This was seemingly impossible, as Yu Jianglan was at the 9th crown level at that time, while Mo had remained at the 6th crown since then. Do you need something? If not, we'll be leaving, Jiang Ruantang said, feeling uneasy under his gaze. With him staring, she felt as if she might be eaten. The Lion King said you, and that fish saved me last time, Mo said. Jiang Ruantang didn't understand the meaning behind his words and nodded blankly. So, are you here to repay a favor? But why did they always refer to Yu Jianglan as that fish? She was confused and didn't understand. Mo nodded in understanding and then looked at her seriously. If you are willing, I can be your guardian beast. Jiayu's expression darkened at the sound of this. He was actually targeting Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. Guardian beast? She quickly searched her mind for answers. Guardian beasts were different from companion beasts. Companion beasts had a bond through a mark between male and female, while a guardian beast was a male that selflessly protected without expecting anything in return. Most males who willingly became guardian beasts had received great favor. During the time as a guardian beast, the male could not take a mate until he gained the recognition of the female he was protecting. At that time, the female could allow the male to seek out a female he liked. Compared to companion beasts, guardian beasts were more humane and did not involve emotional entanglements, focusing instead on gratitude. Actually, I don't need you to be my guardian beast, she replied. 2 males were already enough to keep her busy. Adding another guardian beast would just make things chaotic. Mo frowned, looking dissatisfied with Jiang Ruantang's response. His expressionless face made her fear he might explode at any moment. To be safe, she weakly hid behind her mail. Jiayu coldly looked at him. Ruantang said she doesn't need you as a guardian beast. So hurry up and leave. As a fellow six-crown male, he didn't know why Mo had injured Yu Jianglan so badly. But he was confident in his own strength after evolving with Ruantang's beast mark. If Mo wanted to act, he would be ready to respond. Mo's frown deepened as he continued to stare at Jiang Ruantang. I will protect you until the favor is repaid. If you don't want to see me, I can stay in the shadows. Jiang Ruantang sensed a tone of grievance in his words. Did these males really have such a sense of obligation? But she truly didn't need it. Mo's gaze looked very stubborn as he glanced at the nearby stone pedestal. Remembering what he had heard, he said nothing further and picked up the stone pedestal with one hand on each side. Are you planning to take these stones back? Jiang Ruantang asked, surprised. It seemed he didn't understand human language. However, Jiayu couldn't take 4 stone pedestals back either. So Mo's appearance could be seen as a solution to their urgent situation. She didn't bother to say anything more and simply followed behind Jiayu. When she glanced at Mo again, she realized he had no expression at all. Could he be a stoic? What's wrong? Mo noticed Jiang Ruantang staring at him and asked with some confusion. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly averted her gaze, laughing awkwardly. Oh, nothing, haha. She felt a sense of embarrassment as if she had been caught peeking. On the way back to the stone house, Mo followed behind them, and both the male and female were keen to avoid him. It made sense. They had all said that Mo had changed a lot, from being a gentle person to someone who could easily hurt others. Anyone would want to keep their distance. When the old woman saw Jiang Ruantang and the others returning, she was about to give them the silkworm baby. However, upon seeing Mo looking at her, she quickly pulled the person back. Don't provoke him. He is not someone to mess with. The old woman cautiously peeked out, wondering why such a beautiful female was acting so recklessly. Jiang Ruantang helplessly allowed him to follow her. After all, she couldn't stop him from insisting on being her guardian beast. So when they returned to the stone house, Yu Jianglan had a dark expression, glaring at them, his face clearly demanding an explanation. You went out and brought back a mail? Shui rolled out from behind Yu Jianglan and pressed closely against Mo surprisingly. Mo didn't resist the contact and seemed to accept it. Jiang Ruantang was curious. Shui didn't seem afraid of Mo and was unusually close to him. Yet, she wasn't as friendly with other males. She had a dismissive attitude towards Az and Fei Xian. Since Jiayu was her male, Shui could only show a general attitude towards him. Yu Jianglan was from the same clan as her, and before the ceremony today, she was relatively close to him. Not to mention, Shui was very attached to her. However, with Mo, who was practically a stranger, she seemed very affectionate. Jiang Ruantang observed Mo closely. As a rare black male lion, Mo was handsome, with slightly darker skin. Aside from his constant lack of expression and the scars on his body, he had a certain masculine charm. Is Shui a fan of looks? She wondered. Jiayu and Mo placed the stone pedestals down, and when they looked up, they saw Ruantang staring at Mo again. Jianglan noticed this and immediately moved closer to Ruantang. That lion isn't as good-looking as I am, right? His skin isn't as fair, and he is just a bit bigger than me. Jiang Ruantang patted Yu Jianglan and glanced at him, thinking that being in the water really benefited him. Well, let us arrange the stone pedestals first. Jiang Ruantang signaled for them to place the stone pedestals in the middle of the first floor, arranging the 4 stone pedestals in a square shape. Then Jiayu placed the polished tabletop on top. Fortunately, it fit perfectly. The distance between the 4 stone pedestals and the tabletop was neither too close nor too far, ensuring it wouldn't topple suddenly. Mo looked at the table, tilting his head in confusion, but he didn't ask any questions. Great! I can finally eat at a table, Jiang Ruantang exclaimed joyfully, nearly in tears. Previously, she had to sit on the ground to eat every day without even a bowl. Now, she finally had a table. The table wasn't very high, but using the stone pedestals as chairs would make it seem a bit low. Almost all the stone pedestals in the back forest were the same size, so they would work well as chairs. She then looked at the leftover wood in the corner for making cradles for Jiangtong and Jiang by Shui. Why not make a few chairs? She thought. Moreover, they still had the spikes left over from before, so making a few chairs would be easy. Chapter 127. Looks like a face with facial paralysis. Jiang Ruantang happily enjoyed the wonderful view from behind the table, while Jiayu and Yu Jianglan looked at her indulgently. Mo seemed to be observing her various expressions, inexplicably pulling out a hilariously ugly smile. realizing that the smile was inappropriate. He rubbed his stiff face and returned to his expressionless demeanor. The smiling Jiang Ruantang's expression showed a hint of crack. No, he really was a face with paralysis, right? Whose good-natured smile was so terrifying. Originally close to him, Shui, upon seeing such a smile, almost instantly flew back to Yu Jianglan's side. Jie and Yu Jianglan's expressions were even more intriguing. This male, Ruantang, probably wouldn't be interested. Mo noticed that all three of them were staring at him, along with a little adult-like Shui. A hint of pink unconsciously crept into his ears, as if it was saying he felt embarrassed. Smiling was a distant memory for him, but seeing the little female smile made him inexplicably want to smile along. But seeing he failed. It's fine. We don't mean anything else. Mo's sudden drop in mood made her feel that perhaps their behavior was too obvious. Mo glanced at Ruantang without saying a word. Yu Jianglan rolled his eyes. He really found this lion quite displeasing. Out of consideration for Ruantang, he couldn't do anything. He could refrain from seeking revenge on the lion, but only if it didn't shamelessly dance in front of him. But now, the lion really danced right in front of him. Unable to hit or kill, it was frustrating. Noticing Yu Jianglan's mood, Jiang Ruantang quietly moved a bit closer to him, subtly poking his arm. Yu Jianglan was unhappy, but didn't say anything. Just gave Mo a big eye roll. Mo's gaze darkened, and a hint of anger emerged. What to do if he wanted to stew this fish? Jiang Ruantang chuckled a couple of times, also rolled her eyes, and gave up. Let them do as they please. They couldn't be killed, so let them mess around. She then turned to admire her new table and called Jie over. After some gestures, she roughly showed him how to make the chair. Jie pondered for a moment, recalling Jiang Tong and Jiang Bai's cradle, and immediately gave Ruantang a reassuring expression. Under Jiang Ruantang's direction, they began to busily prepare to make chairs. Yu Jianglan, who was at odds with Mo, stared at him, and Mo stared back without courtesy. But his gaze still followed Jiang Ruantang's movements, which made Yu Jianglan even more displeased. He moved his body to block his line of sight. Want to see Ruantang? Let you see. Yu Jianglan, stop competing and come help, Jiang Ruantang shouted at the top of her lungs. Why keep staring at Mo with nothing to do? Yu Jianglan hurriedly ran to Jiang Ruantang's side and began to help with Jieyu's actions. Mo stood awkwardly to the side, then took a big step in front of Jiang Ruantang. When Jiang Ruantang looked up, she saw Mo staring at her expressionlessly. Her little heart was hit hard, and she gasped, Mo, you're still here. One day, she would be scared to death by Mo. She had to ask about it someday. A face like Mo's couldn't be natural, could it? I'll help. In 3 concise words, Jiang Ruantang realized that Mo intended to help them make the chairs. She glanced at Jieyu and Yu Jianglan. Jieyu gave a faint glance, but said nothing. Yu Jianglan's face was full of unwillingness. Jiang Ruantang sighed heavily, then Mo, you help Jieyu. Jieyu didn't object. I'll teach you. Fortunately, Jieyu and Mo didn't have any major conflicts, and the two could coexist peacefully. Then she teamed up with the furious Yu Jianglan to make chairs. Seeing him still glaring at Mo, Jiang Ruantang unhappily knocked on his head. All right, stop staring at him. Ruantang, we males always repay grudges. It's already good that I didn't take half his life. Yu Jianglan expressed his dissatisfaction. He had been beaten by Mo to that extent. Not retaliating was already giving face to Ruantang. Be good. Mo shouldn't have done it on purpose. Don't you think his state is unlike that of a normal male? Jiang Ruantang could only comfort him first before voicing her doubts. Mo's condition was not just a face with paralysis. It was as if his emotional perception had completely vanished. Those silver eyes looked at her not like he was looking at a person, but more like an object, devoid of sound. Yu Jianglan finally put away his jealous demeanor and looked very serious. Ruantang, if you can avoid getting involved with him, then do so. Something big is about to happen on the lion side. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback, not understanding his meaning. However, Yu Jianglan obediently closed his mouth and refused to reveal another word. TSK. He hadn't changed his bad habit of leaving her in suspense. Ultimately unable to hold back, Jiang Ruantang stepped hard on his foot. After a period of effort, the 4 finally managed to make decent chairs, with the remaining wood and nails. They made 9 chairs in total. Fortunately, the round table was big enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have space for the 9 chairs. Once the chairs were finished, it was already dark outside, and there were very few females out. After finishing the chairs, Mo's gaze kept fixated on them, looking utterly silly. Mo, why don't you stay for dinner? Jiang Ruantang almost instinctively wanted to keep him for a meal. Unexpectedly, Mo's words were even more shocking. I'm not leaving. Huh? The little female's voice instantly shot up in pitch. And those 3 short words made her rusty brain start to work rapidly. If he wasn't leaving, was he planning to sleep in a stone house? That wouldn't be appropriate. Mo's face was serious, mixed with a hint of innocence. As her guardian beast, I have to stay by your side at all times. Jiang Ruantang was momentarily speechless. Her 2 males were not just for show. Did guardian beasts really have to stick so closely? Jieyu and Yu Jianglan's faces also changed. Jieyu lost his previous indifference. Yu Jianglan was even more furious, knowing that this lion had no good intentions. Jieyu tightly protected the little female, thinking that if he had known, he wouldn't have let him be Ruantang's guardian beast. Initially, he hadn't taken it seriously. This lion looked silly, just a way to annoy Yu Jianglan. But now, this annoyance had fallen on him. Lion, there's no need for a guardian beast to be so close. You better leave quickly. Jieyu's voice was extremely cold, with a hint of killing intent. Yu Jianglan glared fiercely at Mo, fully agreeing with Jieyu's sentiment. Other matters were one thing, but if he wanted to harm Ruantang, then kill. Jiang Ruantang noticed the atmosphere was off and anxiously yawned. No, I'm a bit tired, really tired. Looking at the 3 tense guys, she thought for a moment and said, Jieyu, I'm tired. If it's not okay, let Mo stay in the room opposite. The stone house had 2 rooms anyway. She would be sleeping close to Yu Jianglan at night. She was genuinely afraid they would fight recklessly and ruin her dining table. Chapter 128, a bumper harvest of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Unfortunately, this time, Jiao and Yuzhanglin only gave her 2 big words. No way. Jiang Ruantang seemed to feel 2 pressures, one of them pouting and poking her fingers. If you don't want it, then don't be fierce to me. The 2 big males suddenly lost their fire, glaring at each other. Why be so fierce to Ruantang? That, Mo, I really don't need you to repay your kindness. If you feel bad in your heart, I'll just call you when I need you. Jiang Ruantang squeezed out from between the 2 males, earnestly persuading Mo. Mo stared at her tightly. You dislike me for being weak. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. It seemed that every time Mo spoke, it was in a definitive tone. She didn't dislike weakness, but with Yuzhanglin by her side, the other males appeared less strong. After all, he was currently the first 10-time champion known on the continent. I didn't say that. It's just that you don't have to follow me every day for kindness. Unable to persuade him, she felt like giving up. Why is it so difficult to repay a kindness in the beast world? Can't it just be a good meal and a drink to move on? Mo lowered his head, his expression inscrutable. Jiang Ruantang couldn't see it and didn't dare to draw conclusions. Silence was the bridge tonight. So can you say a few words? As a result, Mo raised his head again, as if his eyes were even murkier than before, with no clarity in sight. I understand. His voice sounded too hard and cold, making Jiang Ruantang shiver involuntarily. Yuzhanglin and Jiao suddenly stopped arguing, both looking at Mo. Jiao, quick-witted, immediately protected Ruantang in his arms. But upon looking, everything seemed normal again, with Mo looking somewhat hurt as he gazed at Jiang Ruantang. Silently, he turned to leave. No, that's wrong. They just felt that Mo had a threatening aura. Why did it disappear in an instant? Yuzhanglin glared fiercely at Mo's retreating figure. Since he dared to show off to him, it was a declaration of war to snatch the female. What audacity! Jiang Ruantang cautiously poked her head out. What's going on? Jiao, what is wrong? Jiao withdrew his gaze and soothingly kissed her forehead. It's nothing. Aren't you tired? I'll go roast some meat for you. Eat, and then sleep. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Seeing that Mo had already left, she didn't say anything more. She hoped he wouldn't still be obsessed with repaying kindness. She really didn't need him to repay it. Jiang Ruantang dragged out a chair to sit on, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed she still needed some animal skins to cushion it. After all, it was made of pure wood. It was really not polished smoothly. Forget it. Forget it. Don't ask for too much. Yuzhanglin's expression was ambiguous as he leaned slightly closer to Jiao. Pay more attention to that lion. Protect Ruantang well. I need to go back to the sea for a while. Jiao nodded, able to guess some things. He just needed to protect Ruantang on land. Ruantang, I have some matters to deal with. You stay close to Jiao. Yuzhanglin turned around, no longer looking serious, reluctantly pinching the little female's face. This pinch made Jiang Ruantang's face hurt, so she bit and nibbled at his hand, angry. She almost forgot that Yuzhanglin was the king of the merfolk. Usually, he seemed so busy with the Lion King and Fox King. She almost forgot his identity as a king, who didn't care about matters of his tribe. Was it possible that he suddenly realized something and wanted to take charge of the sea again? Anyway, he had his own things to do. Sticking to her all day wasn't the way. Thinking back to what she saw by the river, She swallowed her saliva. Although Ruantang said she didn't need Mo to be her guardian beast, Jiao still thought he was useful. Compared to her little female and Jiang Tong and Jiang Bai, the little female was more important. So Mo's task as a guardian beast was not to protect the little female. Moreover, he could be a nurse, taking care of Air, and Shui. Plus, Shui was clever and, in a way, could also protect the two younger brothers. Jiang Ruantang didn't know that Yu Zhanglin and Jiao were wary of Mo. Otherwise, she would have said something about it. This father really was carefree. With Mo taking care of the kids, Jiao took Ruantang back to the seaside. The weather was hot now, and the little females were all eager to play by the sea. But Jiang Ruantang's primary task was not to play. She had clearly seen those marine creatures earlier. They were huge, and those big crabs would definitely taste delicious. Her taste buds had almost turned bland. This blandness wasn't the kind from a lack of meat, but from eating too much meat every day. Occasionally, she needed to switch it up and make something else, like the crabs and crayfish she saw. Just making a meal of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to eat would be better than having a bland mouth. Her skirt was already short, and she stepped barefoot onto the sleeping stones. Her eyes were fixed on the sea, afraid that if she wasn't careful, her feast would run away. As soon as her feet touched the water, Yu Zhanglин's mark glowed faintly. What a lovely scent! Swim faster, swim faster. Don't block the way. Hearing a noisy sound, Jiang Ruantang suddenly had a premonition. Sure enough, looking down, she saw many little creatures climbing on the rocks. It seemed she had indeed heard their voices earlier. Jiang Ruantang, with a devilish look, stared at them hungrily. Hey little guys, come into my belly. After a while, many little ocean snacks crawled onto the rocks. Jiao, bring the bamboo basket. A bumper harvest. Jiang Ruantang's voice was filled with joy, her mind full of food. Jiao obediently brought over the bamboo basket, wondering if Ruantang planned to keep them. It was said that some little females, after pairing with the merfolk, will be particularly concerned about marine creatures. It wouldn't do to just take them. Looking at her delicate hands, she couldn't let them get pinched. She casually picked up a nearby stick and aimed it at the crab's claws. Fortunately, the crab was cooperative and clamped down tightly on the stick. Jiang Ruantang raised her hand, and the crab flew up, landing steadily in the bamboo basket. There was also a large crayfish. She poked it with a stick, and if it didn't clamp down, it wouldn't be polite. Thus, the crayfish was also easily tossed into the bamboo basket. Before long, the tall bamboo basket was almost full, all crabs and crayfish. Actually, she wanted to try her luck to see if there were any abalones or something. But looking at this small bamboo basket, it was already enough. Jiao saw Ruantang stop, carried the bamboo basket on his shoulder, and said, Ruantang, isn't this a bit too much? If you like, just keep a few. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. A few? A few wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. No way, a few wouldn't be enough to eat. And there's you and Yu Zhanglin too. This time, Jiao was stunned, his voice grim. You want to eat? Jiang Ruantang nodded, staring at him in confusion. If not to eat, then what to keep them for? Chapter 129. Tell him your thoughts. Jia, you realized he had misunderstood his soft one. Can these things be eaten? Don't let them upset your stomach. Jiao was skeptical about the crabs and crayfish. Even the males rarely had anything edible, let alone the weak little females. Jiang Ruantang chuckled mysteriously. Hey, you just don't understand. Wait until I cook them. Then they'll be delicious. Although Jiao had doubts in his heart, he didn't want to discourage the little female. Besides, his soft one was different from other females. Ultimately, he decided to trust her, smiling indulgently as he carried the bamboo basket on his back and held his little female in his arms. Jiang Ruantang was thinking about her little ones at home. She was still somewhat worried about Mo. Therefore, Jiao quickened his pace back to the stone house, and on the way, they encountered Nuo. It seemed she was with a male from the Lion clan, and Jiang Ruantang could feel the anger radiating from a distance. Nuo was in a difficult situation. When she turned around and saw Jiang Ruantang, it was as if she had found a savior, and she quietly ran to her side from behind as Jiang Ruantang signaled Jiao to put her down, and as soon as she landed, Nuo grabbed her hands. Her eyes filled with signals of distress, making Jiang Ruantang almost think as was being abusive. No, that's wrong. Jiang Ruantang asked in a low voice. A woman's sixth sense told her that something was off. Nuo felt even more aggrieved. She cautiously glanced at Jiao and then at Az, who was staring at her. Ruantang, there's a male from the Lion clan who wants to mate with me, but it seems unhappy about it. I'm afraid he might seriously hurt that male. Jiang Ruantang finally understood that both she and Nuo were new females in the Bee City. and every newly entered female was assigned mating rights. Those males would target the little females they liked. And it seemed that Nua had caught the eye of a male from the lion clan. "That lion male is pestering you?" Jiang Ruantang asked, and Nua shook her head. "No, it's not that. It's a previous mate competition. That lion male is the winner, and he wants to be my mate, but isn't very willing." Jiang Ruantang remembered that there had been a mate competition a few days ago where males fought for the females they liked, and the strongest would have the right to mate. Perhaps because she had Yu Jianglan and Jieyu, it was strange that no males had participated in her mating rights. Luckily, there weren't any. Otherwise, Yu Jianglan and Jieyu would probably go crazy. "So, Nua, do you like that male? If you do, then try to persuade as," Jiang Ruantang suggested. Nua, being a native female of the beast world, couldn't be reasoned with using modern thinking. If she wanted, with Az and Fei Xian's consent, she could have a fourth mate. Nua was silent for a moment, glancing at the lion male. Lion males were larger than ordinary males, with healthy wheat-colored fur and bright yellow manes, looking quite dashing. The male noticed Nua's gaze and gave her a silly smile, making her feel shy and turn away. Her face flushed. I could accept him, but his looks very angry and unwilling," Nua said, her head drooping. She was very concerned about Az's feelings. Although she did have feelings for that male, she didn't want Az to be unhappy. Jiang Ruantang sighed helplessly. It seemed that even in the beast world, females had their share of troubles with their beast husbands. "It's okay, no. If Az really cares about you, just tell him your thoughts. He will listen. In simple terms, say some sweet words, flirt a bit, and I don't believe he can resist." Nua's eyes lit up as if she understood. The little female realized something and looked at Jiang Ruantang with admiration. "Let's go back." Jieyu noticed it was about time and picked up Ruantang to leave. With that time, he could take Ruantang back to do something else instead of meddling in other people's affairs. Jiang Ruantang was suddenly picked up and exclaimed in surprise, giving Jieyu a reproachful look. She hadn't finished talking with Nua yet. Seeing Jieyu holding Ruantang, she felt a bit awkward, as if she had interrupted them. Just as her gaze returned, she happened to see the bamboo basket behind Jieyu, where the crabs and crayfish were climbing around. "Hey, Ruantang, these things can't be eaten." After saying that, she shot Jieyu a slightly reproachful look, warning him that if those little females ate them, they would get sick. Jieyu glared at Nua with an unfriendly expression, clearly saying, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Nua was startled by his look and quickly shrank her neck. How had Ruantang's male become so fierce? "These are good things, definitely edible. Once I prepare them, you must try." Jiang Ruantang smiled mysteriously. The condition was that there would be leftovers. She doubted that with her and Jieyu's appetites, there would be any leftovers. Nua quickly shook her head. No, I wouldn't dare eat them." Jiang Ruantang helplessly replied, "You haven't tried them yet. Once you do, you'll know they're really delicious. Trust me." Her face was full of "trust me," while Nua shyly turned her head away, mumbling, "Ruantang looks really good." Jiang Ruantang didn't hear her clearly and perked up her ears. "What?" Nua shyly shook her head, and at that moment, a familiar aura approached from behind. She turned around to find Az staring at her. "It's nothing. I'm leaving now." Az stepped forward and picked up Nua, glaring fiercely at Jieyu and then casting a shadowy glance at the lion male. Jieyu had a mate, but that lion dared to try to mate with Nua. Dream on. A 3-crown waist. How could he be worthy of Nua? The lion felt a bit scared under Az's glare, but still stubbornly glared back. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Ruantang and accidentally lost focus, catching Jieyu's fierce stare. Did that lion just look at Ruantang? What audacity! Fearing that Ruantang would take a liking to the lion, he hurriedly ran away while holding her. Jiang Ruantang was startled by his speed, tightly wrapping her arms around Jieyu's neck. Heavens! What is wrong with Jieyu? "Jieyu, why are you going so fast?" Jieyu remained silent, his expression displeased. Why were there so many males staring at Ruantang? So frustrating. Jiang Ruantang didn't receive a response and cautiously observed him. "You won't be unhappy just because that male looked at me, right?" Although she had also glanced at that male. After all, with his physique and stature, it would be unreasonable not to take a look. "Humph." Jay let out an irritated snort, and Jiang Ruantang realized she had guessed correctly. "I also don't like him. Besides, that male is interested in Nua." Seeing Jieyu's face grow darker, Jiang Ruantang unconsciously lowered her voice. "What if that male likes you?" Jiang Ruantang's lips twitched. 1 second, he was pursuing Nua, and the next he looked at her and liked her. That kind of liking seemed rather cheap. Chapter 130. An uncontrollable strange feeling. She had actually forgotten that in the beast world, looks were indeed the main focus. TSK. How shallow of her. Jiang Ruantang chuckled a couple of times. Don't worry, I'm not going to pair up with him. Jiayu's face darkened even more, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The look in his eyes was both restrained and filled with fierce anger. Ruan, do you want to pair up with him? What kind of thought process was Jiayu having? Angered, Jiang Ruantang playfully planted a kiss on his cheek. I said I don't like him. As she spoke, her little hand mischievously tugged at Jiayu's ear. She wasn't happy, and she wanted to punish Jiayu. With a mischievous thought, Jiang Ruantang opened her mouth to lightly bite his ear. Her hands were restlessly exploring his abs and chest muscles. TSK, the feeling was so good. As if that wasn't enough, her little foot nimbly poked a certain area, and her cherry-like lips bit down on his neck. Jiayu's body clearly stiffened for a moment, his gaze fiercely fixed on the little female, causing chaos in his arms. Ruan Jiayu leaned his head against her chest, his hands tightly gripping her waist. Feeling a noticeable change in his lower region, Jiang Ruantang accidentally blushed, but her goal was achieved. The little female forcefully broke free from Jiayu's embrace. Playfully glancing at his certain area, Jiayu was afraid that he would hurt Ruan if he used too much strength, so he could only let her jump out of his arms. With a bright smile, she said, Hey Jiayu, we need to hurry back. Without waiting for Jiayu's reaction, she took big strides towards the stone house. If she didn't run, she would definitely be bullied to death by Jiayu. Jiayu watched Jiang Ruantang's retreating figure with restraint, glancing down at himself. Ruan was getting worse and worse. Helplessly, he could only forcefully hit the off switch. Returning like this would definitely be seen. Jiang Ruantang bounced her way to the stone house and, from a distance, saw Mo doing something at the door. Curiously, she moved closer and discovered that Mo was holding some ingredients. Mo? The little female's voice was as gentle as clear water, which made him feel very at ease. When he looked up, he saw her bending down to stare at him, causing an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Jiang Ruantang, puzzled, squatted down to take a better look. This action startled Mo into jumping aside, frowning as he stared at Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang was frightened by this action and looked up to find that his dark skin had a slight flush at the tips of his ears. No way. Was this still the same Mo who had been so wild and had declared he wanted to pair up with her? How had he turned into a pure-hearted little puppy? I saw some red peppers nearby, so I picked some. Jiang Ruantang then looked down again and saw that these were indeed chili peppers. Moreover, they looked very fresh, and she couldn't help but lean and sniff them. Mo hurriedly covered her eyes with his hand, carefully lifting her head. Don't get so close. Jiang Ruantang then remembered that being too close could irritate her eyes. I'm sorry, I forgot. The little female smiled shyly, and Mo surprisingly was quite attentive. Mo was embarrassed by her smile and touched Jiang Ruantang's hand as if it had been scalded, flicking it away angrily. But how did you think to pick? Red peppers? Mo thought for a moment and said, I observed that the jar for spices in the stone house was empty, and the only one that was empty was for red peppers. You probably like to eat them. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. She hadn't even noticed the jar was empty. She indeed liked spicy food, so she often added red peppers when cooking meat. She didn't expect Mo to notice. He was more attentive than she had imagined. Thank you, Mo. I really like red peppers. Mo felt an even stronger, strange sensation in his heart. The little female smiled at him again, her smile so radiant. When Jiayu returned to the stone house, he saw Ruan and Mo standing outside. As he got closer, the atmosphere felt inexplicably off. Mo, what'd you do to Ruan? Jiayu narrowed his eyes, his tone full of warning, as if he was about to tear him apart in the next second. Mo gently revealed a smile, his gaze on Jiang Ruantang. This made Jiayu's expression even worse. Jiang Ruantang sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped in between them. Jiayu, let's go wash the crayfish and crabs. Hearing this, Mo looked towards the bamboo basket behind Jiayu, his voice cool. That thing is not suitable for females to eat. Jiang Ruantang smiled, wanting to explain a bit, but then she heard Jiayu slam the bamboo basket down on the ground angrily. Ruan, come on, I'll make it for you later. Ignoring Jiang Ruantang, who still wanted to say something to Mo, he directly pulled her into the stone house. Jiang Ruantang sighed helplessly and followed Jiayu into the house. Mo's expression dimmed as he followed behind the two into the stone house. Once they started preparing the crabs and crayfish, Jiang Ruantang had no time to care about anything else. She had Jiayu separate the crabs and crayfish. The two flat bamboo baskets fit just right. Mo silently assisted in the separation, and Jiayu glanced at him but said nothing. Since he liked to help, he could do as he pleased. Jiang Ruantang could only helplessly follow Mo. The two worked faster together. She took out the two small brushes they had prepared earlier, which were made from chewed wood. They had discovered these in a nearby grove of trees and made them afterward. The hardness and density were adequate, and under Jiang Ruantang's guidance, Mo and Jiayu each took one and aggressively brushed the belly cavities of the crayfish and crabs. As they soaked them in water and brushed, it wasn't long before they had cleaned out quite a bit of mud. Wow, they're really dirty. Jiang Ruantang took a closer look, and the water was indeed dirty. But she couldn't help but want to praise Mo and Jiayu. They had really cleaned them well. Given their competitive speed and strength, she almost thought they were trying to kill the crabs and crayfish. After brushing and then rinsing them clean again, she was finally satisfied. Wow, Jiayu, Mo, you two are amazing, so clean. At this moment, she still needed to give a little praise. Jiayu immediately leaned in. Hey, Ruan praised me. Mo looked at Jiang Ruantang with bright eyes. The little female's praise was a tremendous honor for a male. Jiang Ruantang pushed away the clingy Jiayu and glanced at the darkening sky. Jiayu, start boiling water. With Jiang Ruantang's command, Jiayu set the stone pot outside. The oil was rendered from the animal meat they had eaten before, and it smelled really good. Recalling how they initially struggled to set up this outdoor stove, and how every attempt to add water to the mud resulted in collapse, it was a relief that they finally managed to set it up properly, and Jiang Ruantang could finally eat something good. Originally, she wanted an iron pot, but later realized that the stone pot was unexpectedly more durable, so she compromised. Once the fire was lit, Jiang Ruantang waited for the water to boil and added the crayfish. The beast world had very few seasonings, so she could only boil them in plain water and dip them in sauce to eat. Ruan, can these things really be eaten? Mo looked at Jiang Ruantang with some concern. He remembered that the last time the little female ate these things, it had even gotten serious enough to call a doctor. Jiang Ruantang casually replied, Don't worry, this is my exclusive recipe. It couldn't be considered exclusive, but in the beast world, it was probably unique. When she realized it, she found out that the voice just now wasn't Jiayu's. She looked up in disbelief, surprised that the one who had called her Ruan was actually Mo. Chapter 131. The cubs opened their eyes. Mo had never called his own name, so in that moment, he thought it was Jiayu calling him. Seeing Jiang Ruantang staring at him in shock, Mo realized what he had just said. He immediately lowered his head, feeling apologetic little female. Males could call the names of little females, but such an affectionate nickname as Ruan shouldn't have come out of his mouth as an external male. Jiang Ruantang waved her hand. It's fine, it's just a name. Everyone around called her that, and she had already gotten used to it. It's just a name. They all called her that. Suddenly, there was a sound of wood cracking behind her, and Jiang Ruantang stiffly turned around. Jiayu was glaring at Mo, having crushed a thick piece of wood with one hand. Mo felt it was his fault and braved Jiayu's piercing gaze. Jiang Ruantang, feeling helpless, decided to let them be while she focused on the pot. The water and the lobster and crab were boiling together, changing color in just a moment. A fragrant aroma wafted out, and seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic were fished out. Jiayu, get a jade plate. Jiang Ruantang shouted behind her, her eyes never leaving the pot. Jiayu heard her and took out 2 jade plates, beautifully emerald green. She had found these jade plates while treasure hunting in the backwoods. At that time, she had immediately set her eyes on these good things, but unfortunately, after bringing them back, they needed a long time to be polished. Only after becoming like this could they be used. She almost wore out Jiayu and Yu Jianglan's claws. If only she had a polishing machine. Unfortunately, she still hadn't found suitable materials to make one. Mo looked at the jade plates, surprised that the utensils used by the little female were so beautiful. Jiang Ruantang took the jade plates and eagerly reached for the food, but was stopped by Jiayu. I'll do it, Ruan. Yi and Air are crying again. They might be hungry. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized she had forgotten to feed the 2 little cubs. She had been too preoccupied with the food. Seeing the little female turn to go into the stone house, Mo wanted to follow her, but was met with Jiayo's fierce glare. He could stay here purely for convenience, now that he was no longer needed. It was best not to enter this private territory. Mo realized he had overstepped and awkwardly moved to the side of the stone pot to help Jiayu. As soon as Jiang Ruantang reached the 2nd floor, Shui rolled over to her excitedly. Shui, baby, did you behave well with Uncle Mo today? She picked up Shui, her face affectionately touching its eggshell. Shui responded excitedly, the entire egg appearing somewhat energetic. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Are you hurt? Not feeling well? Noticing something was off with Shui, Jiang Ruantang looked her over from left to right. Don't tell me the egg is broken. Shui jumped up. Ruan Amu. My eggshell is not broken. It's very sturdy. And she rolled down to the floor and tumbled back into the house. Jiang Ruantang anxiously followed her, her gaze landing on the rocking chair. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Ah!" Outside, Gio heard Jiang Ruantang shout and, startled, hurried back to the second floor without caring about the food. Mo followed closely behind. Something had happened to Ruan. As soon as they entered the house, they found Jiang Ruantang holding two little ones in her arms, one on each side. Both little ones had their eyes open, with big eyes blinking, their small mouths slightly parted. They were pushing against Jiang Ruantang's chest. It looked like they wanted milk. Gio quickly stepped forward, carefully inspecting Jiang Ruantang to make sure she was okay before feeling relieved. He cast a somewhat disapproving glance at E and Air, but found himself unable to tear his gaze away from them. Gio, they opened their eyes. Jiang Ruantang's voice was filled with excitement. After nearly 2 months, she finally saw the children open their eyes. Gio's gaze fell on Air, gently stroking the corners of his eyes. These eyes were so similar to Ruan's, incredibly beautiful. Thankfully, he couldn't bear to see Ruan sad. Otherwise, with Air's appearance at birth, he would have definitely been abandoned. Fortunately, he wasn't abandoned, and unexpectedly, Air looked so much like Ruan. Jiang Ruantang and Gio were both laughing joyfully, while Jiang Tong and Jiang Bai's big eyes were rolling around. Mo watched from behind, feeling a warmth in his heart. Cubs, he seemed to have had a litter of cubs once too. What happened? Where did his cubs go? A sudden headache made Mo bend down, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ruantang and her cubs. Memories suddenly overlapped for a moment. If Ruan were his little female, they would also have a litter of beautiful little lions. Yes, they would have a litter of beautiful little lions. His clear pupils turned murky again, filled with greed, desire, death, and madness. Almost instinctively, Mo's claws reached out towards her. A voice in his mind was screaming, "She is yours. Take her away. She is yours. Take her away. She is your female. Don't let her go to other males." Mo, Jiang Ruantang called out cheerfully, "Look at how cute they are." She wanted to show them off to others and turned to find Mo in a daze. Then, the little female walked up to him with the cubs. Mo, look, aren't they adorable? She finally understood why some mothers like to show off their babies. She was starting to like it too. With their big eyes, such beautiful little ones. She wanted everyone to see. Gio frowned disapprovingly. Normally, cubs shouldn't be shown to males other than Ruan's partner, because those males might kill the cubs to force the female to end her nursing period and mate with them. However, as a guardian beast, Mo had no right to do so, so he dared to let Ruan bring the cubs close to him. Mo was snapped back to reality by Jiang Ruantang's voice, the little female looking at him with excitement. His gaze shifted downward, landing on Air. Uncontrollably, he reached out his finger and poked Air. This cub looked so much like the little female, just as beautiful. Very cute, very pretty. This was the first time Jiang Ruantang saw Mo smile, and in that moment he was radiating a sense of paternal love, his smile dazzling. It made her momentarily lose her focus. His previously murky gaze became clear again, even brighter. Jiang Ruantang smiled even more brilliantly, holding the little cubs tightly in her arms. They were her and Gio's cubs, the brilliance of maternal love overflowing. Gio hurriedly distanced Jiang Ruantang from Mo, fearing Mo would do something outrageous. Mo was not angry, his gaze closely following Jiang Ruantang and her cubs. He then turned and went downstairs. The sky outside was already dark. He took the crabs and lobsters to the stone table by himself. Just now, he had an urge to claim the little female as his own. It seemed he had forgotten something. Chapter 132. Entering the sea as he recalled something, Mo's head throbbed even more, his gaze dull and lifeless, staring out at the dark sky. After her excitement, Jiang Ruantang didn't forget her food. Shui, keep an eye on the younger ones. Jie, let's go down. Shui was happily swaying after being patted by Ruantang. The two went downstairs one after the other, and Jiang Ruantang noticed Mo standing still and called out to him a couple of times. Mo, let's eat together. After saying this, she had Jie pick up some red tips to make a dip for their food. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Ruantang realized Mo hadn't responded. Just as she was about to call him again, Mo suddenly moved his feet. He didn't reply, but walked outside as if he were in a trance, not even turning his head. It was as if he hadn't heard her voice at all, which felt very strange. Ruantang, I'll take a look. You take the little ones to the sea first. Jie had a bad feeling in his heart, with Yu Jianglan back with the merfolk. He didn't want Ruantang alone on land. Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened, and she worriedly grabbed his arm. Jie, is something wrong? Jiu turned back to reassure the young female, knowing this feeling was definitely not an illusion. That nauseating aura was something he had only smelled in his childhood. Don't worry, you go to the pond in the backyard first. I'll check it out. Jiu tried to minimize Jiang Ruantang's worries, his voice gentle. Jiang Ruantang nodded and slowly released her grip. Something indeed fell off. It was better not to add to Jiayu's burden. Jiang Ruantang's gaze remained fixed on Jiayu's back until he left. She turned around and picked up the little one who had just closed its eyes, feeling the familiar aura, causing it to open its eyes again. After rummaging around, she finally found the bubble left by Yu Jianglan on land. This bubble was surprisingly sturdy. Not a single crack, like a piece of hard glass. Great. Shui, we need to go to the back pond now. Following AM, Jiang Ruantang softly called out to Shui, urgently requesting to head to the backyard pond. But when she turned around, she saw a shadow and was startled. She instinctively hugged the little one tightly, staring intently at the person in front of her. Through the faint light, the person's face gradually became clear. The male was covered in blood, his white serpentine body dazzling in the light. Wu Chuan? Jiang Ruantang cautiously asked, hearing the young female's voice. Wu Chuan stirred and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ruantang was startled and hurried over to check. This time, Wu Chuan's injuries were even worse, more severe than when she had seen him among the thorns before. With the strength of an 8-crown being, how had he been injured like this? Remembering Jiayu's warning, Jiang Ruantang glanced at Wu Chuan again. If she didn't do something, the severity of his injuries could lead to serious trouble. But after hesitating, she gritted her teeth and took the little one and the bubble to the back pond. Carefully placing the little one inside the bubble, she looked at Shui. Shui, stay close to AM and the brothers. Shui understood and rolled around twice. After Jiang Ruantang jumped into the water, Shui followed closely behind. The only place to hide now was the underwater stone cave. Fortunately, Yu Jianglan had stayed there before, so it had everything they needed. After settling the little one carefully, she looked at Shui again. Shui, you keep an eye on the brothers. AM needs to go up once more. Leaving Wu Chuan outside was something she couldn't do. Although that guy had repeatedly tried to harm Jiayu, in the end, he hadn't really hurt them. Shui seemed to sense that AM was in trouble and took on the role of the big sister, positioning the entire egg in front of the little ones. Declaring that with her there, no one could harm her little brothers. Jiang Ruantang affectionately kissed Shui and slowly entered the sea. When she returned to the stone house, she found that Wu Chuan had transformed back into his original form. The massive python occupied half the space, leaving Jiang Ruantang stunned. You turned into a giant snake at this time and fainted? How am I supposed to help you? Taking a deep breath, the female picked up a stick and poked Wu Chuan's head. She discovered that he was indeed in a deep faint. Wu Chuan, I came back to help you. But you fainted and are so big, I really can't do anything. After saying this, Jiang Ruantang dropped the stick in her hand and decided it was best to get back into the water quickly. But just as she took 2 steps, something wrapped around her waist. The cold touch made her skin crawl. Looking down, she found it was a snake's tail. Little female, you're quite cold-blooded. Wu Chuan's voice came through, startling Jiang Ruantang. She opened her mouth to explain, I thought you fainted. You're so heavy and big. I wanted to help, but couldn't. Wu Chuan smiled silently and transformed back into snake form. Maintaining his snake form was much less taxing than being in human form. Then, with a strong flick of his tail, he lifted Jiang Ruantang onto his head. In just a few moments, they dashed into the backyard, moving so fast that Jiang Ruantang nearly fell off. Wu Chuan, slow down. Jiang Ruantang bent down, tightly hugging his snake head. This snake ride was a bit too thrilling for her. The next moment, both the snake and the person plunged into the water. Wu Chuan's movements underwater were no less than on land, and having adapted to the seawater, Jiang Ruantang pointed in a direction. Over there, there's a stone cave. Wu Chuan didn't ask further and swiftly swam over. As they entered the stone cave, the smell of fish made him frown. The king of the merfolk is here? Jiang Ruantang was momentarily taken aback by the question and recalled Yu Jianglan's presence here earlier. No, this cave was prepared for Yu Jianglan. Wu Chuan didn't ask any more questions and coiled his snake body in a tight circle, resting near the entrance. Shui, having never seen Wu Chuan, examined him closely before looking back at Ruantang. Finally, she rolled back to Yi and Air's side. Good job, Shui. You're amazing. Jiang Ruantang praised Shui and carefully wrapped the 2 little ones in animal skins. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Wu Chuan's wounds. The injuries looked very alarming, but there was no black mist. It was strange for him to be injured like this. An 8-crown male, who could have defeated him, Suddenly recalling Mo, Jiang Ruantang remembered Jie Yu had said Mo's strength was only 6 crowns, yet at that time, Yu Jianglan had 8 crowns. But Mo had still heavily injured him. There were some hidden mysteries about Mo. Could it be that Wu Chuan was also hurt by some ale? But his wounds didn't have any black mist either. Little female, what are you staring at me for? Wu Chuan's cold voice broke her thoughts, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ruantang. In that instant, she seemed to remember the first time she met Wu Chuan. Back then, it felt like all her stones had landed on him, with a pair of blue eyes staring at her in the dark, as if looking at prey. Chapter 133. The void stone saves lives. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate, and Jiang Ruantang quickly shrank her neck, thinking, I'm not looking at you. Wu Chuan stared at her for a moment, and then looked at the little one rolling beneath her. This little guy was full of the scent of little females and Yu Jianglan, clearly a trace of bloodline. That little guy, is it your offspring? Wu Chuan's gaze fell on Shui, causing her to hurriedly dodge away. Everyone had said that the snake clan was the least emotional and the coldest of creatures, even colder than the merfolk. Jiang Ruantang glanced at Shui and silently blocked Wu Chuan's gaze. She only heard Wu Chuan leisurely speak. I remember, you only gave birth to a litter of foxes for Jie Yu. Jiang Ruantang swallowed hard. She wasn't sure if Yu Jianglan's secret technique was widely known. If it was unknown to others, she should avoid exposing it easily. Unfortunately, she overlooked the snake clan's sense of smell, and suddenly, Wu Chuan's wounds began to ooze blood. Struggling to lift his massive snake head, it slowly fell down, painfully closing his eyes. Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened, and she cautiously approached Wu Chuan. The wounds on his snake body were still bleeding continuously, looking far from stopping. If this continued, he might bleed to death. Oh my gosh, what on earth hurt you? The most terrifying thing about a snake's body is that it had been bitten off a piece of flesh by something. Dodging the hard scales, Wu Chuan was injured like this. It was simply unimaginable. Seeing the little female approaching, Wu Chuan suddenly opened his green eyes wide and glared back fiercely. Stay away. The smell of blood on me is too strong. If you get stained, it will be troublesome to get out of the water. Jiang Ruantang tilted her head. We're both in a stone cave, and whether I'm close or far, I've already been stained by the smell of blood. You should treat that wound, otherwise, it will easily rot. The little female squatted down, unable to bear looking at his wound. Wu Chuan rolled his snake body, tried to keep her from seeing his injury. That wound was too terrifying and too ugly. No male would want to expose his weakness and ugly scars in front of female. Even if it was a strange female, it wouldn't work. Hey, don't roll the wound in. Seeing him coil his wound in, Jiang Ruantang anxiously began to peel at his snake body with her hands. Perhaps at that moment, Wu Chuan looked very fragile, making him seem less intimidating. But no matter how hard Jiang Ruantang tried, his snake body just tightened, giving her no room. Wu Chuan awkwardly avoided looking at Jiang Ruantang, his whole body like a quail. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. Puff Wu Chuan hadn't expected the little female to laugh. It seemed that a hint of redness appeared on the huge snake head. I want to move if you expose the wound. Coiling it inside is not conducive to recovery. The little female kept her word and turned back to the cub. Wu Chuan stole a few glances, feeling a bit disappointed that the little female truly didn't care about him. Being concerned by the little female was a great honor. Jiang Ruantang felt Wu Chuan secretly watching her, but could only suppress her laughter and ignore him. Still such a proud little thing. However, Wu Chuan, is something happening outside? Wu Chuan didn't respond, and Jiang Ruantang thought he had fallen asleep. With such severe injuries, he indeed needed a rest. She hoped nothing would happen on Jie Yu's side. Holding the cub, she managed to sleep relatively soundly through the night. Until the next morning, she could roughly see through the water that it was bright outside. It's bright. Jiang Ruantang excitedly stretched her arms, contemplating whether to call Wu Chuan to leave together. But when she turned around, she saw a snake that had completely lost consciousness. Wu Chuan was out cold. Jiang Ruantang got a little closer and tapped his snake head. Good. He had lost all awareness, and his head faintly shimmered with purple light. She cautiously glanced at the wound, nearly jumping in fright. The wound looked even scarier after a night. Wu Chuan. Oh my gosh, if this continues, he might die. Shui woke up and rolled to Jiang Ruantang's side, glanced at Wu Chuan's wound, and immediately rolled back in fright. His face turned pale. Wu Chuan seemed to sense her calling. His tail lifted and rested on her hand, as if to comfort her. He probably couldn't escape this, but it was a pity. He quite liked Jie Yu's little female. Jiang Ruantang watched Wu Chuan's raised tail, which the next second drooped down again. like a critically ill patient who had lost the will to live, about to breathe his last. But Wu Chuan's size was too massive. She couldn't drag him back to shore. Jie and Yu Jianglan were not around. Could she only watch Wu Chuan die in vain? Although she didn't have a good impression of him for injuring Jie, it felt too cold-hearted to watch him die. In a flash of inspiration, she thought of the void stone she had left at home. If she could avoid using it, she would actually be reluctant to use it. The void stone was rare. Although she had one, the system had no return date. No one knew how long it could last. And these were not common items. On the contrary, they were very precious. Ultimately, she made a decision and glanced at Shui. In the entire stone cave, only the awake Yu Haiwei remained. Shui, you need to keep an eye on your brother and that big snake, okay? Shui immediately sat up straight. Her mom's demeanor was too serious, making her very nervous. But why did she have to watch that big snake? That big snake is so scary. Shui is afraid. Jiang Ruantang looked at Shui with trust. The little one who had just been scared seemed to be given some kind of mission and became serious. Mom, don't worry. I will do my best with what you entrusted to me. Seeing the little one so earnest, Jiang Ruantang felt relieved. The entire stone cave would depend on a 1.5-year-old cub to guard it. After glancing at the little fox cub, Jiang Ruantang dove into the water. When she emerged on land, the entire stone house was eerily quiet, making her worry rise to her throat. Cautiously sneaking into the stone house, she was surprised to find that Jie had not returned. This also meant that he hadn't returned to the stone house all night. She felt inexplicably anxious. The state in which Mo left yesterday was very unusual, and Jie had sensed something and followed him out. Moreover, Mo's strength was greater than it seemed. If he acted against Jie, the more she thought, the more chaotic her mind became, and she could only suppress various guesses and worries. Looking through the small window on the second floor, everything outside seemed normal. Yet, only Jie had not returned. If he had, he would definitely have come to look for her in the water. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. Jie was with Mo, and she was always afraid something might happen. Back in the stone cave, Jiang Ruantang glanced at Wu Chuan. She steeled her heart, pried open his snake mouth, and quickly threw in a void stone. Chapter 134. Young Age. Many sins. The void stone was accurately thrown into the snake's mouth, and Jiang Ruantang quickly took 2 steps back. That tooth could easily take her life. Fortunately, Wu Chuan had passed out. If he was in pain and confused, he might mistake her for an enemy and bite her. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Shui rolled over to her side. The 4 little ones curled up together. The little bok choy in the ground, neglected and unloved. Luckily, she had brought yesterday's crabs and lobsters, casually adding some chili, minced ginger, and vinegar. It could barely make a meal, but it tasted delicious. It was a pity that Shui wasn't eating, and Yi and Ear were still nursing. As long as she was full, her family wouldn't go hungry. Without her husband by her side, the meal didn't taste as good. She couldn't tell if Wu Chuan was tough or if his absorption ability was too strong. The energy from the void stone was absorbed too quickly, and after half a day, he surprisingly woke up. However, taking a human form still seemed quite difficult. Could it be that he was already dead? The pain had lessened quite a bit. Wu Chuan smiled self-deprecatingly. Ultimately, he hadn't been able to endure. Jiang Ruantang stood behind him, listening to his voice. Speechless and choked up. I'm standing right behind you. Couldn't you at least look back? All right, you're dead. So, care to share your little secrets? Suddenly feeling playful, she lowered her voice. Wu Chuan stiffened at her words, looking quite nervous. It seemed there really were secrets to be uncovered. Spill it quickly. To get into character, Jiang Ruantang put on a stern face, her voice cold and authoritative. Wu Chuan trembled at her words, lowering his snake head in worry. When I was young, I almost forcibly bonded with a little female. I also stole rice from a female's home, destroyed a male snake eggs, killed my kin, ruined my clan, fought with humans and intentionally struck fatal blows, performed nearly mad acts in front of the clan leader to gain his approval, and did all sorts of dirty deeds just to become the elder of the snake clan and survive. As he spoke, Wu Chuan's gaze grew dimmer. Perhaps feeling he was about to die, some things, some words felt like a way to lessen his sins. Jiang Ruantang keenly caught something she shouldn't have heard. The king of snakes' dirty secrets? In the end, he revealed a relieved smile. In this lifetime, I've committed too many sins just to survive. Innocent or not, they've all died by my hand. So, I guess I deserve to die this way, disgracefully and painfully. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and delivered a light punch to his head. If she remembered correctly, he was only a few years older than Jueyou. young yet with many sins. Wu Chuan felt the pain, and his entire being became dazed. After dying, he could still feel such real pain? It seemed inappropriate. Jiang Ruantang gave him another slap on the wound. Now Wu Chuan was gritting his teeth in pain, his flat snake body slowly coiling up. He was so much taller than her that Jiang Ruantang's imposing aura weakened a bit. Wu Chuan nervously looked down at Jiang Ruantang, clearly still dazed. Little female, are you dying with me? Jiang Ruantang's eyelids twitched. He really dared to think that. Don't overthink it. I'm not here to die with you. You're still alive and well. It's just that wound of yours that might not heal properly. Her smooth little hand brushed over the ugly wound, and she sighed heavily. Even if it healed, it would probably leave a big scar. Wu Chuan's consciousness finally cleared with her voice. He wasn't dead. He looked down at the person observing his wound, feeling a bit hot in the face. So, he had just mumbled so much while being dazed. Seeing that Wu Chuan didn't dare to look at her, Jiang Ruantang realized he was embarrassed. With a cold snort, she said, "You're quite impressive, young, yet with many sins. No wonder it's hard to end well." Wu Chuan lowered his head, his face unusually pale, and the way he looked at Jiang Ruantang was indescribable. Before she could react, his snake body tightly coiled around her waist. Beneath his gaze was a mix of anger, worry, and fear, all carefully restrained. "You should have forced me to say these things." His voice was filled with rage, his expression terrifying, as if he were about to kill. Why then? Was his body slightly trembling? "Which one? You let me go." Jiang Ruantang's voice also trembled. She was scared. If Wu Chuan really exerted strength, she feared she would have no chance of survival. Noticing the little female's fear, the terror on his face became even more evident. Wu Chuan's heart sank, as if he had made a certain decision, and he slowly let her go. As soon as she hit the ground, Jiang Ruantang slumped down, feeling weak all over. Wu Chuan had been so terrifying just now, like a desperate madman, reckless and unrestrained. "Did you save me?" Wu Chuan noticed that between the two little foxes, a corner of the void stone was exposed. He had a suspicion in his heart. Although he didn't know how the little female had the void stone, it was not something he needed to worry about. Jiang Ruantang glanced at the void stone, knowing she couldn't hide anything. She decided to take a gamble. Trembling as she said, "I saved your life. You can't do anything to me." She had just helped him a bit, and he had forced her to become his guardian beast. Now, she had saved Wu Chuan's life. No, technically, it was 2 lives during that last incident. Wu Chuan slowly lowered his head, his snake head facing Jiang Ruantang directly. She felt her legs going weak again. Then she heard Wu Chuan's fierce voice. "You shouldn't have saved me. Our snake clan is the best at repaying kindness with enmity. The foxes and that fish are not by your side. Guess what I'll do?" Jiang Ruantang trembled all over, feeling like she had become prey under the snake's gaze, with no chance of survival. "Considering you saved me twice, I want to repay kindness with enmity. Little female, put away your useless kindness." Wu Chuan's words were heavy, each one striking her heart. This was a warning from a snake. Then, under Jiang Ruantang's dazed gaze, he turned and swam into the water. He had thought he wouldn't survive last night. The void stone would likely heal his wounds in a few days, and perhaps he would be even more vigorous than before. How ironic. He glanced back at the little female. Her fear was genuine. Had he gone too far? He quickly shook his head. No, he was afraid he hadn't been harsh enough. Jiang Ruantang watched Wu Chuan's figure completely disappear, her legs trembling as she sat beside herself. Had she really done something wrong? Shouldn't she have saved Wu Chuan? But clearly, when his snake body coiled around her, he was trembling, being cautious, not using force. What was he acting for? And the king of snakes' dirty secrets? For some reason, she inexplicably associated the Snake King with the dark energy. She also didn't know how Juyo was doing, or Yu Jianglan. Having a family really made one worry more. She hugged the fox cubs in her arms and patted Shui. Hopefully, their father was safe. What more could she do in this vast ocean? Chapter 135. Heading to the mermaid clan when Yu Chuan turned around. Only Jiang Ruantang remained in the tree hole. She didn't dare to go out. But the seabed was indeed dark and damp. After holding in for 2 days, she had developed quite a few red spots on her body. Jiu hadn't come looking for her, and she hadn't seen Yu Jianglan either. With no choice, she took off her clothes and turned her back to the cave entrance. Her back was unbearably itchy, and she couldn't reach it herself. Plus, there was no medicine available. Shui looked at the red spots on AMU's back, frightened and anxious. What if AMU was seriously ill? What would they do if something happened to AMU with her father not around? Shui, AMU is fine. It might just be too damp here. I don't know where your father and Jiayu went. There's been no news. Jiang Ruantang noticed Shui rolling around restlessly and could only hold her in her arms and whisper comfortingly. Still, she couldn't help but worry without any news. She felt unsettled. What a beautiful little female. Suddenly, a male voice came from the stone cave, causing Jiang Ruantang to tremble in fear. No, that is not right. There are hardly any males from the land and the sea, and the voice that just spoke it must belong to a sea male. Damn it. Had she not waited for Yu Jianglan and Jieyu to return, and instead encountered a strange male? Jiang Ruantang stiffly put on her clothes, carefully protecting the cubs behind her to guard against any actions from those males. Heavens, what a beautiful little female. The male's eyes were fixed on her, making Jiang Ruantang feel nauseous. But upon hearing Mermaid Clan, Jiang Ruantang paused. If she was not mistaken, Yu Jianglan had returned to the Mermaid Clan. However, given that there had been no news from him for so long, she didn't even dare to confirm his safety. Nevertheless, she forcefully shook off that thought. With Yu Jianglan's 10 crowns of strength, there was no one stronger on the entire continent than him. Sigh, after swimming for so long, I'm tired. So, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Ruantang waved her arms, but didn't dare to relax for a moment. The two males exchanged glances, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding her. Little female, you should bond with me first. I will definitely treat you better than the others. Don't listen to him, little female. Just look at me. I'm more handsome than him and know how to care for you better. The two guys were unwilling to yield, with Jiang Ruantang stuck in the middle. It was as if she was watching two fish fight. You both look good. But I've heard that the king of the Mermaid Clan is truly handsome. As she said this, she revealed a lovesick expression with Yu Jianglan's face. Jiang Ruantang truly didn't believe anyone in the entire Mermaid Clan could be more handsome than him. The two males fell silent for a moment, looking rather strange. Jiang Ruantang's heart sank. Could it be that something had happened to Yu Jianglan? He will soon no longer be our king. If you get used to him, you could let him be your partner. But upon hearing this, another male chimed in. However, he can only be the lowest ranking male. Even though he is bonded, he can be made to dissolve the partnership later. The two guys wore proud expressions, just to showcase their grandeur and generosity in front of the little female. But Jiang Ruantang's heart turned cold. Was Yu Jianglan really about to stop being the king of the Mermaid Clan? Something must have happened to him. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of urgency and wanted to rush to Yu Jianglan's side. What on earth had happened? Her body hadn't felt any abnormality from Yu Jianglan. It didn't seem like an injury. Who would dare to harm someone with 10 crowns of strength? The two males noticed the little female had picked up her swimming speed. They were happily thinking that this little female was quite open, so eager to bond with them. They must secure the first-hand mating rights. As Jiang Ruantang was anxious, the two males also quickened their pace. When they reached the territory of the Mermaid Clan, Jiang Ruantang suddenly stopped. The males were puzzled, thinking she was going to do something. Jiang Ruantang, with a troubled expression, slowly spoke. Are we just going in like this? I'm afraid of being pursued by other males. Although I don't mind having more males, her face showed how difficult it was. Yet she seemed to yearn for it. Upon hearing this, the two males' faces changed dramatically. Indeed, such a beautiful female would definitely attract many males. They didn't want to enter the clan only to have her snatched away by other strong ones. However, upon entering the clan's territory, she discovered that there was not a trace of sadness about changing the clan leader. In fact, it was quite harmonious. The smiles on everyone's faces were genuine. Glancing around, she saw the other elders of the Mermaid Clan, causing her to pull the cloak tighter around her. The ordinary male mermaids hadn't seen her, but these elders had clearly seen her before. The two males were also afraid the elders would spot the little female. Not to mention, the elders, who had no partners, would definitely try to snatch her up. Fortunately, the faces of several elders were beaming with joy, completely ignoring the two males. With a hurried swim, they distanced themselves from the elders' sight. The three let out a sigh of relief in varying degrees. Luckily, they hadn't been discovered entering. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see Yu Jianglan. Thank goodness, the little female hadn't been spotted and snatched away, almost losing her chance to bond. Chapter 136. Betrayal of Kindness. Fortunately, the merfolk's sense of smell was not that strong, and they did not detect her scent from her nursing period. Little female, we will take you to the cave now. Seeing that no one was around, the two males eagerly hid the little female away. Jiang Ruantang's heart trembled. How could these two be so focused on mating? She then put on a seductive expression and fixed her gaze on the two males. But first, I want to meet the king of the merfolk. I'm curious to see how far the mighty king has fallen. In the end, Jiang Ruantang deliberately let out a contemptuous laugh, as if she was merely going to see a joke. The two males exchanged awkward glances. Little female, his dungeon is well guarded, we. Little female, be good. There's nothing worth seeing about that guy. They were afraid that the little female would be unhappy. Jiang Ruantang, however, was quite unhappy, playing with her hair. Fine. The two males thought she had come to terms with it, but before they could rejoice, they heard Jiang Ruantang's cold words, nearly shattering them. I saw those elders. They seem quite powerful. They should be willing to take me to see him. After saying this, she turned to swim back to find those elders, stealing glances at the two males. As expected, upon hearing this, the two hurriedly blocked Jiang Ruantang. It was very difficult for both the inner and outer females of the Merfolk clan. The two had not been able to mate with a female in 5 years. Now that such a beautiful female had arrived, if the elders took her away, they would have no hope of finding a mate. It's just to see a useless Merfolk king. It's not a big deal. Little female, don't be angry. We'll take you there. One male's face changed drastically upon hearing this, hurriedly grabbing the other. Are you crazy? Don't drag me down with you. But that male simply pushed him away. If this little female is really taken by the elders, we will be waiting for who knows how many years. Their clan already had a hard time finding mates. How could he watch the little female go look for someone else? I understand. Follow me. The male, unable to resist his greed, turned to lead Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang showed no expression on her face, but felt relieved inside. She had seen through these two guys' unwillingness to give up their mating rights. Among the tens of thousands of males in the Merfolk clan, nearly half had no mates. Moreover, these two weak guys, even if they took risks, could not bear to part with themselves. Thus, she should be able to see Yu Jianglan and ask him what had really happened. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The few had not yet entered when they dared not move forward. The two males hurriedly led Jiang Ruantang to hide not far away. Feeling puzzled, she peeked out to see one of the elders examining something closely. Jiang Ruantang's heart suddenly became sorrowful at the sight of that familiar white figure. When she saw his face clearly, it was indeed Wuchuan. She had just fed him a void stone a few days ago. Seeing him like this, his wounds must have all healed. In just a few days, he had truly thickened his skin, and his recovery ability was so strong. But why had Wuchuan come to the Merfolk? She moved in closer to listen to their conversation, but the males hurriedly pulled her to another hiding spot. These two males seemed even more timid than herself. No wonder they were only at 3 crowns at over 20 years of age. This change of location allowed her to hear their conversation. Elder Wuchuan, are you sure this will work? Yu Jianglan is currently the only 10 crown on the continent. The other elder looked quite worried. Wuchuan spoke softly. Elder, you need not worry. I just advanced to 10 crowns yesterday. Killing him is more than enough. Elder Yu smiled more brightly, his eyes lighting up. No wonder you look different. You've reached 10 crowns. In that case, I can rest assured. Naturally, the day he dies will be the day you ascend to the throne of the Merfolk king. Wuchuan spoke so seriously that only Jiang Ruantang felt struck by lightning. You want to kill you, Jianglan? He had even advanced to 10 crowns because of the void stone she had given him. Why? Her mind was filled with endless questions. Yu Jianglan had no grudges or enmity with him. Why was he not staying in the Snake clan, but instead came to the Merfolk to help the other elder replace Yu Jianglan as the clan leader? He wasn't even planning to leave any survivors. The Snake clan was indeed cold-blooded and heartless. He knew full well that Yu Jianglan was his mate and that she had saved him twice. Yet he repaid kindness with enmity. Wuchuan sensed something and shot a sharp glance over. However, when he met Jiang Ruantang's incredulous gaze, he instinctively looked away as if burned. Jiang Ruantang could even feel her hands trembling uncontrollably, her heart racing in panic. What is wrong, Elder Wuchuan? Elder Yu asked in confusion, and Wuchuan hurriedly blocked his gaze. Nothing, let us go in. Elder Yu did not pursue the matter and hurriedly followed him into the dungeon where Yu Jianglan was held. Only Jiang Ruantang remained, staring intently at the backs of Wuchuan and Yu, almost discovered by the elder of the Snake clan. Did you see that look in his eyes? It was like he wanted to eat us alive. The two males gasped for breath, speaking to each other as if they had just escaped death. But the king is also unfortunate. Our elder Yu teaming up with that Snake clan is not something to be trifled with. That is no longer the king. Soon, Elder Yu will probably become the king. Those words reached Jiang Ruantang's ears, making her feel disgusted. The casual remarks, the mocking tone, the disdainful jokes. The two males wanted to take Jiang Ruantang away, but they saw her looking at them with murderous intent, making them shiver in fear. Realizing her anger was too obvious, Jiang Ruantang clenched her fists and suppressed it down. With a teasing tone, she said, "That elder of the snake clan is quite handsome in his own way." Seeing the little female like this, the two males, filled with jealousy, took her back to their cave. Wuchuan and Elder Yu arrived at the dungeon where Yu Jianglan was held, recalling the look of the little female just now, feeling somewhat reluctant. Upon entering the dungeon, they saw a male resembling a human standing there. "King Yiren, we owe you for helping to build this dungeon. It has completely trapped Yu Jianglan." The male called King Yiren smiled gently. "Not at all. Being able to assist the elder is a good thing." He then turned his gaze to the expressionless Wuchuan and politely nodded. Wuchuan also nodded and looked at Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan stared at him fiercely. If it weren't for him coming to the merfolk unguarded, he wouldn't have been trapped by that dead snake. Seeing him clean and tidy, Wuchuan was curious. After being gravely injured by the king, he was now able to bounce back. Wuchuan thought of Jiang Ruantang and unexpectedly gave a gentle smile. Of course, someone was helping, making it all the more beautiful. Chapter 137. Regretting not letting you die for some reason, I always felt that when Wuchuan mentioned the words beauty, he emphasized them. "Wang, you've controlled the sea for too long. It's no wonder I blame you." You approached Yu Zhanglin, looking at him provocatively. For decades, the position of the Fish King had never changed. It was not just the clan. Others had long been displeased. Now, the only one who could speak was himself. By then, when Yu Zhanglin did something, everyone would be willing to support him. The Monkey King smiled lightly from the side, observing Yu's expression, wanting to curse him for being a fool. Yu Zhanglin showed no signs on his face, but harbored some suspicion in his heart. A beauty? Could it be that Ruo was here? But then he dismissed it. No, Juyo was with Ruo. It couldn't be her. Even if he felt disappointed, he was the only one with 10 crowns on the entire continent now. Yu Zhanglin shook his head repeatedly, his expression extremely arrogant. He appeared completely unconcerned about everyone else. They weren't worthy. You sneered. You'll be disappointed. Elder Wuchuan has also risen to 10 crowns, and he's willing to cooperate with us. Yu Zhanglin looked at Wuchuan in disbelief, seriously injured. Beauty, 10 crowns. Putting it all together, he finally connected the dots in his mind. It really was Ruo. She had fed that dead snake the Void Stone, not only healing its injuries, but also enabling it to break through to 10 crowns. His gaze dimmed involuntarily. He hadn't expected that the one who saved him was indeed Ruo, and Ruo had come here. No, it wasn't the time to be sorrowful. If Ruo came here, she would be in great danger. But that fox wasn't by her side. What was she doing that allowed Ruo to come to such a place alone? Wuchuan looked at Yu Zhanglin, thinking about the merman males surrounding the little female. It truly made one feel murderous. Yu and the Monkey King exchanged glances and took out a ball of pitch-black substance. Wuchuan immediately became alert, staring intently at the black mist. The Monkey King chuckled lightly, muttering some incantation, not knowing what spell he was reciting. Yu Zhanglin also grew vigilant, looking at the Monkey King with a somewhat ugly expression. This thing, Ruo had mentioned it before. It was also on Mo's body, and after being injured by a Mo, he had it on him too. He felt inexplicably wary and resistant to this thing. But it was out of his control. As the Monkey King's incantation ended, the black mist suddenly flew into Yu Zhanglin's body. In an instant, he painfully knelt on the ground, gasping for air as if he were suffocating. His entire being sank into a void of consciousness, just like before, dark, unable to see anything. That kind of loneliness and pain. This thing must be the same as what was on Mo, damn it. Using almost all his strength, Yu Zhanglin fell to the ground. His consciousness grew ever murkier, and everything faded away. Wuchuan stared blankly at him as time ticked by, growing tense alongside it. He saw Yu Zhanglin rise from the ground, his eyes devoid of light, a black abyss. It worked. What did it matter if he was a king? He still couldn't resist this witchcraft. The Monkey King was excited, getting closer to his goal, while you mocked. What does being powerful matter? He still can't escape my manipulation. Only Wuchuan remained silent, but his heart was churning with waves. Elder Wuchuan, it's all up to you now. You smiled so widely that his eyes disappeared, placing his hopes on Wuchuan. Wuchuan nodded, of course. Jiang Ruantang, who had been brought back to the stone cave, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. It was as if something had pierced through her in an instant, and the mark on her ankle began to glow. Under her gaze, it gradually faded. No, how could this be possible? It can't be. Jiang Ruantang touched the mark in disbelief, murmuring, how could it fade? Yu Zhanglin must be fine. He will be fine. It's impossible. It can't be. Little female, why are you crying? One of the males saw her like this and couldn't help but feel heartache, until the reminder of his words made Jiang Ruantang touch her cheek, realizing her face was already streaming with tears. Her eyes lost their former sparkle, revealing a sense of despair. The pain in her heart and the disappearance of the mark made it seem like she had lost Jiang. The two males, seeing her like this, suddenly lost the courage to comfort her. "Little female, please don't cry. We're not in a hurry. You should rest first." "Yes, yes. We were too anxious. We'll take our time. Just don't cry." The two of them anxiously comforted her. Just moments ago, they were eager to bond with her. They hadn't expected to scare the little female like this, and it broke their hearts. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head, her gaze drifting down to her ankle. It had faded so much. How could it have become so faint? Only when a male is on the brink of death would the mark gradually fade. Was it really Wuchuan? Did he really kill Jiang? The more she probed, the more pain she felt. Her assistance had resulted in such a consequence. Regret and hatred. Regret for not letting Wuchuan die like that. Hatred for Wuchuan not remembering her life-saving grace and harming her partner. Clearly, not long ago, Jiang had been close to her, unwilling to leave. But now, Jiang Ruantang nearly collapsed weakly to the side, even losing the ability to ponder the thoughts of the two males. They saw that the little female was really not right and dared not provoke her further. They could only protect her from a distance, in case other males stirred trouble at night. Jiang Ruantang couldn't sleep at all, her mind in a chaotic state. The pent-up frustration in her heart couldn't be released. Until noises came from outside, the two males immediately became alert. But before they could react, they were thrown away by a powerful force. Until he got closer to Jiang Ruantang, the little female, who should have been asleep, suddenly rose. A hard, sharp stone spike pierced through his chest. Yet Jiang Ruantang didn't even lift her head. This incredibly sharp stone was something she had lured the two males to help her find. It hurt a lot when it pierced in. The person in front of her groaned, but did not dodge. The two faced each other in silence until a voice came from above. Regretting it? Jiang Ruantang chuckled lightly, raising her head to meet Wuchuan's eyes, revealing a piercing smile. "Yes, I regret it. You snake tribe are cold-blooded and heartless. At that time, I should have let you die in pain, wasting a void stone." Wuchuan's heart suddenly ached fiercely twice. She knew that thing couldn't hurt him, but she still struck with deadly intent. The kindness the little female had shown him back then was now returned with 100-fold of hatred. Ultimately, he was unworthy of anyone's kindness. But hearing it and seeing it was not without effect. "Don't look for him anymore. You won't see him." Wuchuan adjusted his mindset as much as possible, declaring the cruelest truth with a cold oath. "You won't see him anymore." Jiang Ruantang pressed down hard on the stone spike with both hands, applying even more force. It was as if she wanted to pierce through Wuchuan's thick snake scales with this thing. Chapter 138. House Arrest. Ashore she knew it wouldn't pierce through, but she had to try. She needed an outlet for her emotions. She wanted Wuchuan to suffer. Wuchuan gently covered Jiang Ruantang's hand with his own. This beautiful hand shouldn't be tainted with his dirty blood. "Don't touch me, disgusting." Jiang Ruantang suddenly shook off his hand. That hand had harmed you, Jianglan. It was too revolting. Wuchuan's body suddenly stiffened, feeling somewhat at a loss. The disgust in the little female's eyes did not diminish at all. If anything, it intensified. Gritting his teeth, he put on a cold expression and said, "What a pity. Since that's the case, you can stay here." This was the first time Wuchuan had shown a fierce side to her, and Jiang Ruantang felt as if her whole body was wrapped in snakes. She found it hard to move and even felt a bit scared. He didn't intend to act this way. He wanted to send her back to the land. But the little female's hatred was too strong. He simply couldn't send her back. It was better to keep her here as long as she was safe. He couldn't let Jianglan see her in this state. Otherwise, he would surely hurt her. "You want to house arrest me?" Jiang Ruantang said incredulously. Wuchuan was going to place her under house arrest. Wuchuan contemplated. Although he didn't fully understand the meaning of house arrest, it was enough to keep her here. "You say what you want." Jiang Ruantang's anger suddenly flared up. "What kind of nonsense is this? You harmed my man, and now you want to play house arrest? You're truly despicable." Before Jiang Ruantang could explode, Wuchuan turned and left, forcibly waking up the two unconscious males. When the two saw Wuchuan, they didn't dare make a sound, trembling in fear. They glanced at the little female, thinking it was all over for them. If this little female was discovered, they would definitely be in trouble. "You two, keep an eye on her. Don't let her run off and be discovered by other males. I have countless ways to kill you, so don't test my patience." Wuchuan's cold gaze made them shiver, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. Even breathing felt like a mistake. The two males nodded repeatedly, understanding. They knew this elder of the serpent tribe was even more powerful than Elder Yu, just like Yu Jianglan. They couldn't possibly fight against him, And besides, it seemed this elder had his eyes on the little female. What a pity, they could only hand the little female over. Jiang Ruantang glared fiercely at Wu Chuan's back, as if she could burn a hole through him. After leaving the stone cave, he glanced at the injury inflicted by the little female. No matter how many females disliked him, none compared to the pain of being hated by her. The wound wasn't serious, and it didn't hurt much, but it was extremely uncomfortable. After leaving the stone cave, he took advantage of no one paying attention and swam back to the previous cave. The little female obviously wasn't carrying any young, so they must still be in that place. At this moment, Shui was already anxiously pacing back and forth. Mu hadn't returned for a long time, and the younger brother had started to cry. If they attracted other males, something would definitely go wrong. Poor Shui was on the verge of tears. But she was just an egg. She couldn't do anything. She could only wait for Mu or her father to return. After a while, rustling sounds came from outside. Shui immediately became alert, standing protectively in front of Air. Her defense could withstand for a while. But what about after that? If anything happened to Air, how would she explain it to Mu? The sounds grew closer, and Shui's whole egg tensed up. Wu Chuan caught their scent and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed no males had discovered them, until Shui saw clearly and realized it was that big snake. Hadn't he left? Mu and told her whether this big snake could be trusted. So Shui still didn't dare to let her guard down, standing firmly in front of the fox cubs. Little ones, your father is unavailable. Let me take you back to the shore. Wu Chuan could clearly hear the cries of the fox cubs. They must be hungry and needed to be sent up quickly. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became. But Shui didn't believe him and remained there. She hadn't seen Mu, so she didn't trust him. What if he was lying? If Mu returned and couldn't find him, he would surely be very anxious. She had seen how Mu treated him. He had left Mu behind. It was clear he was a bad guy. For some reason, Wu Chuan felt that this mermaid's female egg was angry. Was it an illusion? Shui confirmed that she was indeed angry. Wu Chuan couldn't calm Shui down and felt a bit annoyed. Little one, if you don't let me take you to the shore, that fox cub will starve to death. Although those two are the cubs of a rival, I would mind letting them starve. Shui's heart trembled, and she could even sense that Air's cries had weakened. This snake had called out the name of the rival father. Could he really be a good person? Wu Chuan noticed Shui's momentary hesitation, and her defense weakened. With quick reflexes, he wrapped his tail around the two fox cubs. Shui didn't react in time, and Air was taken away by that snake. She cried out anxiously in her heart. My brother. Wu Chuan coiled around the fox cubs, leaning in to take a closer look. The one with the white stripe looked quite like a little female. All right, I said I would take you back to the shore, so stick close. Wu Chuan didn't give Shui a chance and turned to leave. Shui blocked him, moving astonishingly fast. Wu Chuan was confused until she rolled over next to the bubbles. He suddenly remembered that if these two little ones went out, they would drown. The bubbles produced by the mermaid tribe were quite sturdy. Got it. Wu Chuan felt a bit embarrassed and placed the fox cubs inside. He held them in front of himself, and Shui followed closely behind, not willing to fall behind. If he made any other moves, she would definitely leap forward to strike him. Fortunately, Wu Chuan had no other intentions. He returned to the shore and entered the stone house again. As soon as he entered, he found that there were quite a few things inside, and there was a huge round table on the first floor. The second floor also had something novel that looked like it was for the fox cubs. Without thinking too much, Wu Chuan placed the little ones inside. He remembered that the family he was familiar with had a snake named as. It seemed that his little female wouldn't be able to feed them. A big male was suddenly a loss, as hadn't seen Ruantang and the others for several days. No, unhappily said, I wanted to find Ruantang, but I haven't seen her for days. Her male is also missing without a trace, but the things are still here. They couldn't have gone anywhere else. As caught a scent and looked astonished at the second floor. There was the scent of foxes and mermaids and also the scent of snakes. It was the scent of elder Wu Chuan. What's going on? Noah saw as like this and looked curiously toward the second floor. As soon as she looked up, she heard the cries of the cubs, which startled her heart. It was Ruantang, and the cubs were back. Chapter 139, The Allure of Beauty. As soon as Nua turned around and rushed upstairs, as didn't even have time to stop her. He thought it was bad and hurriedly followed her. Once Nua entered the room, she found not a trace of Jiang Ruantang or her male companion. Instead, there were only fox cubs and young merfolk. Oh my, Ruantang isn't here? Did she really leave the cubs alone at home? Nua couldn't believe it. Ruantang didn't seem like someone who would abandon her cubs, as observed cautiously and noticed that the aura of Wuchuan was gradually fading. He wasn't prepared for anything. Did something happen to Ruantang? The cubs had returned, but there was still no news of Jiang Ruantang. This made her somewhat worried. Az shook his head, but he wasn't sure, so he could only comfort his little female. Don't think too much. The king of the merfolk and the foxes are not weak. No one can hurt her. No did agring. The Yujinglan had the strength of 10 crowns, not to mention the 6 crowns of Jo. I just wanted to take Nuanua away from this troublesome place quickly. Wuchuan, the elder, was now a wanted man by the Snake King. It was even a life-threatening situation. If he and Nuanua got involved with his aura, they wouldn't be able to escape. Nuanua, let's go back first. It's not safe here. Az gently coaxed the little female, but Nuanua just focused on the cubs. We need to take them back, otherwise, they might not survive for 2 days. Seeing her pleading like this, Az' heart softened. He could only agree. These little creatures had particularly strong auras, and he didn't want to attract trouble. But Nuanua cared about them, and if he disagreed, it would only make things worse. Seeing that he agreed, Nuanua immediately became excited and patted the little fox's mouth. Shui rolled around nearby, confirming that it was Nuanua and her male. Finally, she felt relieved. She knew these two and often played with them. Wantang's mother didn't reject them. Their credibility was 100%. Az picked up the cradle, preparing to take it back, while Nuanua held the cubs. Wuchuan watched them take the cubs away before diving back into the water. It was safer for them in the beast city than in the sea. Jiang Ruantang was trapped in a stone cave and even resorted to using her beauty as a strategy. Yet, the others remained completely unmoved. Little female, please don't make it hard for us. We can't fight against Elder Wuchuan. Yes, little female, although you might want to mate with us, we really can't. One by one, Jiang Ruantang held back her breath. Are you really willing to give me up so easily? She put on a pitiful and incredulous expression, which made the hearts of the 2 males tremble. Such a beautiful little female. Only a fool would give her to another male. But they really didn't dare. No one in the entire ocean dared to provoke Elder Wuchuan. Although he was a male from a foreign tribe, even Elder, you trusted him greatly. Jiang Ruantang's face fell completely. She was still planning to persuade these two to take her to find Yujinglan. She didn't believe that Yujinglan was really dead. What if Wuchuan was lying to her? Those feelings, the disappearance of the beast seal, could all be fake? She still held a glimmer of hope. That snake had wanted to mate with her for a long time. Were these two really willing? Jiang Ruantang was not discouraged, adopting a high and mighty attitude to continue tempting them. She even mentioned how Wuchuan had entangled her, but it didn't matter. The urgent matter was to find Yujinglan. The 2 males felt uncomfortable. It turned out Elder Wuchuan had long since made plans. But we are so weak. The males sighed, realizing in the end that the disparity in strength was too great. Although they wanted to fight for the little female, if they lost their lives because of it, it would be too much of a loss. Jiang Ruantang narrowed her eyes and struck a seductive pose. She knew exactly how to be the most alluring, how to make others unable to extricate themselves. I don't have much feeling for that snake, but I have a strong feeling for you too, Jiang Ruantang. Beautiful as she was, stepped closer to them. The 2 males felt their ears turn red, even daring not to look directly at her. If you are willing, how about I mate with you? Anyway, I won't mate with that snake. He can't compete with my partner. The last powerful card was played, and they didn't know who their male was, but she could guarantee that Wuchuan couldn't defeat her partner. Without a powerful male, no female would dare to be so unrestrained. Your male? Jiang Ruantang shyly nodded. My male has the strength of 10 crowns, even stronger than Wuchuan. The 2 males gasped. 10 crowns? Isn't it only the king who has 10 crowns? Could there be another 10-crown one? Jiang Ruantang spoke at the right moment, outside the main beast city. There are even more powerful males. My male is strong enough, and he loves me enough. If I want him to protect you too, he will listen. The 2 exchanged glances. The little female's words made sense. There must be stronger males outside the main beast city. Moreover, the little female had the capital to make the strongest lover. Fearing the 2 would hesitate, Jiang Ruantang suddenly lunged forward, her watery eyes fixed on them. Her voice slightly coquettish. Can I? Please, the 2 exchanged glances, and the final line of defense was broken. If something really happened, they had the merfolk behind them. Wuchuan was just a male abandoned by the Snake King. He wasn't worth Elder you provoking the entire tribe of males for. Okay, but little female, after we fulfill our promise to you, you must quickly mate with us. To be on the safe side, they wanted to secure the rights to mate with the little female first. Jiang Ruantang shyly nodded, having been in the sea for so long. Her own cub's scent had almost disappeared. The merfolk, with their less sensitive sense of smell, wouldn't be able to detect it anymore. After persuading the two, a huge weight lifted from Jiang Ruantang's heart. As long as she could find Yu Jinglin, even if it was just his body, she wanted to see him. Wu Chuan didn't pay much attention to Jiang Ruantang. Perhaps he hadn't thought that she would even use her beauty to find Yu Jinglin. So one night, Jiang Ruantang had the two males lead her through the darkness. They claimed to be helping to change shifts with a male guarding Yu Jinglin, and the guarding male didn't think much of it. Jiang Ruantang successfully slipped into the dungeon, and as soon as she entered, she was shocked. The overall construction of this dungeon didn't seem like something the beast world could build. However, she didn't have time to think much. She hurried in and began to check each cell. Many males were imprisoned here, and upon seeing Jiang Ruantang, they became somewhat excited. It's the little female's scent. It smells so good. A seemingly fierce-looking male from the merfolk suddenly stood up, staring intently at Jiang Ruantang. The other males also became restless. The males here didn't seem like they were friendly. Chapter 140. Loss of emotion. Jiang Ruantang comforted herself, searching left and right. But she couldn't find any trace of Yu Jinglin at all. She simply shifted her gaze to other prisoners, pulling her cloak tighter and keeping a certain distance from them. You all, have you seen the king of the merfolk? The first male laughed evilly, extending his arm to try to grab Jiang Ruantang. Little female, come closer. Come closer and we'll tell you. Jiang Ruantang naturally didn't believe him. He looked just like a bully. If she got closer, she would definitely be caught. And when her cloak fell, it would definitely lead to big trouble. No need, just tell me like this. The male pouted, finding the little female really dull. Wanted to see her appearance beneath the cloak. She must be a beautiful little female, which is why she smelled so sweet. Little female, come over here and I'll tell you. Don't listen to him. Come here, I know. Come here, come here. The other males chimed in, all wanting the little female to come closer. Jiang Ruantang was so scared that she kept retreating as if she had encountered the most notorious death row inmates in prison. None of them had any goodwill. They were all filled with malice, making her afraid. A male from the snake tribe glanced at her, standing out clearly in this chaotic environment. That male was released by our tribe's elder Wu Chuan and the merfolk's elder Yu. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. Released. She immediately climbed to the front of the male's cell, hoping he would tell her more. Released? Really? Did they do anything to him? If he was released and is still alive, then why does my heart feel pain? And why is the beast mark gradually fading? The snake tribe youth nodded. He was released. He seems fine, so you should leave quickly. This is not a place for little females. Jiang Ruantang felt a ray of sunshine in her heart. Yu Jinglin was okay. He was still alive. In that case, no matter what, it was the best outcome. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Thank you. Jiang Ruantang sincerely thanked the snake tribe youth. At least among this group of males, he was the only one who spoke to her. The snake tribe youth didn't reply again, his expression cold as he lowered his head, resembling a lifeless puppet. In the cell next to him, an elderly male trembled as he got up. Little female, hurry and leave. That snake tribe male has long lost his emotions. He can't feel anything anymore. Jiang Ruantang looked at the old man, who seemed familiar, causing her to lower her guard a bit. Your male has also lost his emotions. It's all the sins of the wizard clan. The old man shook his head repeatedly, just when Jiang Ruantang wanted to ask more. The old man returned to his original position. Lost emotions? The wizard clan? Also, what does it mean that Yu Jinglin has also lost his emotions? Not daring to ask further, Jiang Ruantang was called by two males and had to leave quickly. Although she didn't get clear answers, knowing that Yu Jinglin was alive was enough. The two males hurriedly took Jiang Ruantang back to the stone cave, fearing that if they were late, Elder Yu would get angry. So, how is it, little female? Shouldn't we prepare for our bonding? The two males were eager to get close to Jiang Ruantang, afraid she would run away if they were even a moment late. Jiang Ruantang's mind was still in chaos, only thinking about how to find Yu Jinglin, forgetting that she still had to deal with these two males. Seeing that the little female was in a bad mood, the two males surrounded her from both sides. Little female, one male wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his face flushed and eager. The other was not much better. Together they had completely restrained her. Jiang Ruantang's brain raced, trying to figure out how to escape from the two males. But after thinking it over, the chances seemed very slim. Soft up. Suddenly, a male's voice came from outside, startling the two guys. Jiang Ruantang took the opportunity to slip away, distancing herself from the two. However, the voice just now felt a bit familiar. Who? The males stood up, glaring at each other, angrily blaming the male who had caused the commotion. But the closer they got to the cave entrance, the stronger the oppressive force became. making it hard to breathe. This kind of pressure they had only felt from a king. The king? One male still couldn't quite believe it. The king was clearly in the dungeon. It couldn't be him. How could LDU possibly release him? But before the two could continue to wonder, two hands suddenly tore through the darkness. Sharp claws pierced through their bodies, making a splattering sound. The two males looked at the figure before them as if they had seen a ghost. It was their king, Jiang Ruantang. But their king was now taking their lives. In the next moment, two giant corpses fell to the ground, and he merely lowered his arms indifferently, as if he had done something trivial. Jiang Ruantang's heart raced as she stared at Jiang Ruantang's familiar face, along with the two males who had already turned into corpses on the ground. Is this really Jiang Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang stood up, wanting to get closer to him. But the closer she got, the more intense the feeling became. Those eyes devoid of love, the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. This couldn't possibly be her Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang took a few steps back, wanting to distance herself. He was too wrong. But Jiang Ruantang didn't give her a chance. Suddenly reaching out with his bloodied hand, he gripped her throat tightly with one hand, his strength considerable. A slight increase in pressure could take Jiang Ruantang's life. Jiang Ruantang beat against Jiang Ruantang's arm. You Jiang Ruantang, it's me, Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang leaned his head slightly closer to Jiang Ruantang, as if sniffing something. The next second, Jiang Ruantang's neck was finally freed. Could it be that Jiang Ruantang remembered her scent? Before she could feel happy for 2 seconds, Jiang Ruantang's aggressive kisses fell densely upon her. Each one was filled with anger, making her feel pain. Jiang Ruantang tried to wake him up, but this guy was kissing so forcefully that he didn't give her a chance to speak. His tongue slipped in during the gaps when she spoke. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened, her body growing weaker, until the little female's eyes turned red from the kisses, her mouth slightly swollen. Jiang Ruantang finally released her, but he didn't gently support her. He let Jiang Ruantang slide down to the ground, gasping heavily. Jiang Ruantang kissed her urgently and deeply, and she had no power to resist. Jiang Ruantang, what is wrong with you? Why is our beast mark? Jiang Ruantang, with glistening eyes, looked up, thinking Jiang Ruantang had returned to normal. She wanted to ask about him, whether he had been seriously injured. But when she looked up, she met those eyes that held no emotion. Jiang Ruantang felt a jolt in her heart. This Jiang Ruantang did not love her. Is this what it looks like to have emotions taken away? Chapter 141. Full of mating thoughts. Jiang Ruantang's eyes grew increasingly fearful, retreating repeatedly to try to escape him. But Jiang Ruantang gave no chance at all, effortlessly lifting her up. Jiang Ruantang, put me down, don't do this, I'm scared. Jiang Ruantang's voice trembled. If he had no feelings for her, who knows what he might do? Jiang Ruantang seemed to ignore her, turning around and plunging into the water, his legs transforming into a fishtail. However, the way he carried her was quite uncomfortable, nearly making her vomit what she had for lunch. After an unknown amount of time swimming with her, they finally arrived at a cave. The entrance of the cave was hidden, obscured by seaweed, and it was impossible to notice without a careful look. Jiang Ruantang pushed aside the seaweed and violently threw Jiang Ruantang into the cave. It was hardly the treatment of a female. Jiang Ruantang didn't have time to argue with him. As soon as she hit the ground, she couldn't help but start gagging, her face turning slightly pale. This guy was worse than motion sickness. She was definitely seasick. Jiang Ruantang also entered the cave, coldly staring at her. Are you? Every time he saw this little female, he felt a pain in his heart, wanting to keep her by his side. But his memories all told him that he didn't know this beautiful little female, despite her breathtaking beauty. After gagging for a while, Jiang Ruantang's face finally eased. Inside, she cursed, "Damn it, you don't recognize me and still drag me around for so long, making me seasick." She didn't show it on her face. She knew that throwing a tantrum now would not be felt by him. It would only make him angrier. I am your partner, Jiang Ruantang said weakly, saying it wouldn't change how Jiang Ruantang felt about her. It was Jiang Ruantang who initially followed her, and now she wouldn't be the one to be retaliated against. She would have to chase after him. Jiang Ruantang looked at her with distrust, squatting down to sniff her neck. He didn't believe her words, even feeling a bit contemptuous, lying. Although our merman race has poor sense of smell, there's no scent of mine on you. All I see on you is the beast mark of a fox. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a good reason. He couldn't smell his scent on this little female, nor could he see any partner mark. Jiang Ruantang was startled and glanced at her ankle. The beast mark that had been vaguely visible last night was now completely gone. No, we just haven't. Jiang Ruantang panicked and realized, feeling a bit embarrassed. I am your male, but I haven't mated with you. And I suppose you don't love me either. The contempt on Yu Jianglan's face deepened. This little female was indeed full of lies. Jiang Ruantang had no strength to refute, because she really hadn't done that with Yu Jianglan. However, you're good looking. I don't mind mating with you. Yu Jianglan stared at her face, the stirring in his heart growing stronger, as if only this little female could relieve it for a moment. Jiang Ruantang was pulled up from the ground, his long arms tightly restraining her waist, and once again he kissed her without any reservations. This guy, who claimed to have lost his feelings, how could he like kissing her so much? Wu Chuan returned to the sea and was immediately summoned by Yu and the Ape King to a certain place. Upon seeing the familiar cave, he thought, not good. Indeed, as he approached, he saw that the two males guarding Jiang Ruantang had already lost their lives. After carefully sniffing the cave's scent, he detected the presence of Yu Jianglan, as well as the soft scent of Jiang Ruantang. He had taken the little female. You look very excited, great. The Ape King is so wise. It won't be long before Yu Jianglan is hunted down by the Merman race. At that time, the position of the Merman King must be mine. His greedy face was fully revealed. He had waited too long for this moment. As long as Yu Jianglan appeared in the sea, with his current state and strength, he could easily take on 10 opponents. Wu Chuan silently clenched his fists, not expecting Yu Jianglan to find this cave. Why would he, having lost his emotions, find and take away Ruantang? If he harmed the little female, he dared not imagine how tragic it would be. Meanwhile, the worried Ruantang was being pressed down hard on the bed by Yu Jianglan from behind. His thin lips brushed over her lower back, looking at the fox beast mark. Unhappy, he bit down on her lower back. Jiang Ruantang trembled all over from the bite, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. No, the lower back is her sensitive area. With all this kissing and biting, she would definitely lose her composure. Yu Jianglan felt it wasn't enough. He wanted to see his beast mark on this little female. His large hand held her waist, which was so slender, her skin pure and flawless, with only his bite mark standing out. Yu Jianglan, don't let go of me first. Jiang Ruantang's ears turned red, her pitiful little face staring at Yu Jianglan, hoping he would show her some mercy and then let her go. No, since you say I am your partner. How about we mate now? Yu Jianglan's voice was deep and restrained as he turned the little female under him to face him. Damn it. All he thinks about is mating. Being so close, Jiang Ruantang could feel Yu Jianglan's changes. She panicked. That gaze was like a beast ready to devour her. The surrounding was too quiet, the atmosphere heating up. Jiang Ruantang blushed and dared not look at him. Yu Jianglan just kept looking at her, her flushed little face so tempting. He licked his dry lips, his mind filled with the urge to devour her. Really can't do this. Please let go of me. Jiang Ruantang swallowed hard, straining her neck to look at him. But Yu Jianglan wouldn't, leaning down again, his warm breath hitting her face, making her even more restless. Let go of me. Jiang Ruantang immediately waved her limbs. No. Her first time with Yu Jianglan couldn't be like this. Yu Jianglan was struck hard in the face by her flailing arms. Both sides fell silent for a moment. It was Yu Jianglan who compromised first, slightly rising to release the little female. Jiang Ruantang felt Yu Jianglan's departure and breathed a sigh of relief, but her stomach betrayed her and growled. Igaraku Jianglan, I'm hungry. Jiang Ruantang gently tugged at his beast skin skirt, looking at him innocently. He truly had no way with this female. He shouldn't have brought her back, nor should he have done what he just did, but he just couldn't help it. This little female only needed to say a few words, and he would unreasonably compromise. How could this be him? I'll go find you something. Stay in the cave and don't run around. Yu Jianglan's voice carried a hint of anger, startling Jiang Ruantang into shrinking her neck. It's only natural to be hungry. Why was he scolding her for being hungry? But she still obediently nodded, watching Yu Jianglan's back as he left. She sprawled on the stone bed, feeling quite cold, given the current situation. Even though Yu Jianglan claimed to have lost his emotions, he still had a natural feeling towards her. Remembering the two males Yu Jianglan had killed expressionlessly, she silently apologized in her heart. Chapter 142. They want him dead connected to certain events. Jiang Ruantang suddenly felt a sense of suspicion. Yu and Wu Chuan had teamed up to capture Yu Jianglan, but they only locked him in the dungeon. And that elder named Yu had his sights set on the position of the Sea King. But what about Wu Chuan? It was a legitimate fight for the throne, and Yu couldn't win against him. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yu Jianglan was unaware of what was happening to him. It was said he had lost his emotions, but he was heavily burdened by his own actions. She was more inclined to believe that this guy, after losing his emotions, was driven by base instincts, like a drunkard, with his mind full of thoughts of mating. and his beast mark with her had completely vanished without a trace. It was probably closely related to that wizard clan. If he wanted to legitimately take the throne, what should he do? For instance, he could frame Yu Jianglan with some crime, inciting the already dissatisfied males to take him down. As for Yu Jianglan in the dungeon, he was under some kind of witchcraft that made him lose his emotions. If he were to kill those two males with a blank expression, he would likely become a killing machine. And a being who lost his emotions and continuously killed his own kind would become the enemy of the entire ocean. Even worse, the land males would also be offended. Meanwhile, you could take advantage of this to organize the entire merfolk tribe and easily overthrow Yu Jianglan. More seriously, the dissatisfied males would likely unite to take his life. Underneath all this, the entire merfolk tribe had long been dissatisfied with Yu Jianglan. It was all very intricate and terrifying. Jiang Ruantang felt like she had suddenly grown a brain that didn't belong to her. How could her analysis be so reasonable? What if her analysis was correct? They were out for Yu Jianglan's life. Then she had to prevent Yu Jianglan from running out for no reason. TSK, she had just gotten him out. After feeling inexplicably anxious, there was a long wait. After a long time, she finally saw him return. As soon as he entered the cave, Jiang Ruantang looked at him anxiously. He didn't look like someone who had just fought. What are you looking at me for? As soon as he entered the cave, he was thoroughly examined from head to toe by the little female, as if something would happen to him. Jiang Ruantang let out a breath. You didn't run into any other males, did you? Yu Jianglan thought for a moment, and said he had only encountered a fox. He had inexplicably swum to land and saw a strange stone house. The stone house had some food, so he brought it back for this little female. But when he was about to leave, he encountered a fox. He had actually harbored murderous intent towards the fox. However, the fox had only sniffed around and advised him to protect Ruantang and not go to land for now. It seemed to know him quite well, so it must be the fox's dwelling. He hurriedly said a few words and then rushed away. Jiang Ruantang listened to his account and naturally knew that the fox had taken a liking to him. So when the fox returned to the stone house, did he discover something? The sniffing was probably to confirm whether he had been with Yu Jianglan. Who is Ruantang? Yu Jianglan put down the food, puzzled. Jiang Ruantang felt a surge of anger and punched him on the head. I am Ruantang. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yu Jianglan's face darkened immediately after being hit. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized what she had done and immediately regretted it. He wouldn't hit her back, would he? However, his rising anger was suppressed once again. Let's eat, she shouted louder, as if to say he was very angry. Jiang Ruantang swallowed and took small steps to the side. Looking at the fresh meat, she began to eat heartily. Honestly, she felt a bit perverse. Just now, Yu Jianglan had looked so fierce and angry towards her. It was so handsome and so appealing. Yu Jianglan stood by, watching her eat. The little female was really enjoying her meal. That punch she gave him just now felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite remember. As a result, he inexplicably vented his frustration. Jiang Ruantang always ate deliciously, and after finishing, her little belly was round and she let out a loud, satisfied burp. But after eating, she felt that something was missing in her mind. Far away at Nua's home, several little cubs said, Mom, don't you think you're missing a few big brothers? Was holding a cub, feeling drowsy, wanted to sleep, but not daring to. She had clearly already fed them, so why were they still not sleepy? The two cubs stared at her with wide eyes, looking like they didn't want to sleep at all. Fei Xian chased the little eagle cubs every day, while his had a dark face from the noise, almost swallowing two foxes whole. Ruantang, where are you? How are you raising these little cubs? Nua let out a long howl. She really should not have taken on the task of raising the children for Ruantang. Shui was very well behaved, but Nua was a bit puzzled. She had been in one place for half a day today. At this moment, Shui in the egg could feel her father, but he wasn't her father. Father is not there. The ocean was quite cold at night, and Jiang Ruantang, while sleeping, crawled into Yu Jianglan's arms in search of warmth. But it was of little use. It was not as warm as the fox's fur. Yu Jianglan stared at the little female in the dark. Her sleeping posture was not good, yet he just couldn't take his eyes off her. Ruantang? She said her name was Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang heard Yu Jianglan calling her name and burrowed into his arms again. Zulanlan. When she woke up, the sun was shining directly into the ocean. The little female who had just woken up felt a bit dazed and began to search for Yu Jianglan's figure. Seeing him not far away, she breathed a sigh of relief. After analyzing for so long, regardless of the truth, she could not let Yu Jianglan go out and take risks. So she began to cling to him all day long, which was somewhat of a seduction. But she just wouldn't give in. For several consecutive days, Yu Jianglan was almost driven mad. His eyes were red from holding back, like a hungry wolf. If one day Jiang Ruantang gave the command that he could eat, she would definitely be made unable to get out of bed for several days. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Meanwhile, on Yu and the Monkey King's side, they had waited for several days without even a shadow of Yu Jianglan. Because he had previously killed 2 males, the anger and suspicion within the tribe were rising. Since he hadn't made any moves, it was almost quieting down. Monkey King, are you sure that witchcraft hasn't failed? You couldn't help but question him. The witchcraft of the wizard clan was already banned by all tribes. He had already taken the risk to use witchcraft on Yu Jianglan just to secure the throne. However, the outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. If Yu Jianglan had not been abandoned by the tribe and had contact with the wizard clan, then it would not be Yu Jianglan who died, but himself. The Monkey King's expression was solemn. It shouldn't be. The males who fell under that witchcraft had lost their emotions and were almost killing anyone they saw. This was the strongest witchcraft he had ever cast. Wu Chuan remained silent by the side. He had a feeling that Ruantang was blocking him. Moreover, although it was witchcraft, it probably didn't completely restrain Yu Jianglan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find Ruantang and even brought her away. Chapter 143. Return to shore with mating as a condition. Yu was almost skeptical of the Monkey King, and the Monkey King did not look good either. Wu Chuan sat quietly beside them, like an outsider. Elder Wu Chuan, do you have any thoughts? The Monkey King asked cautiously, noticing his indifference. What they were doing was already criticized by the entire beast world. There was no room for traitors. Seeing that he called him, Wu Chuan slowly raised his head. If there is no opportunity, then create one. Your merfolk clan has poor sense of smell. If you kill a few males, who would be able to tell? Yu's expression immediately darkened at the suggestion of killing his own kin. What if it gets discovered? Wu Chuan's cold gaze fixed on him. I'll do it myself. You just help me remove the suspicion later. Who can distinguish my scent? His current plan could not afford any mistakes, but he also couldn't let Ruo be discovered. Since Ruo wanted to protect Yu Jianglan, he would let her be. He would do his best to protect her. That little female was so in love with him. It was truly enviable. The Monkey King and Yu exchanged a glance, seemingly satisfied with his proposal. They wouldn't have to dirty their hands, and the plan could proceed. How could they not be satisfied? Wu Chuan willingly became the executioner. After all, his hand was stained with more than one life. Yu Jianglan stayed in the cave every day, and whenever he wanted to go out, Jiang Ruantang would stick to him with various reasons. He couldn't do anything about her. Yu Jianglan, are you going out? Seeing him move, Jiang Ruantang hurriedly ran to his side. Yes, the food is gone. I need to go ashore to hunt. The creatures in the sea had eaten too much and inexplicably feared Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang nodded, suddenly having a bright idea. Going back to shore might be safer than in the sea. There are a bunch of people eyeing you in the sea. As long as I keep you by my side, I don't believe you can sneak out to kill anyone. Okay, let's go back to shore. She turned around and began to pack her few things, leaving Yu Jianglan confused. Back to shore? I can't stay away from the water for too long. What was this little female thinking? Didn't she know he was a male of the merfolk? Jiang Ruantang waved her hands repeatedly. You can do it. You can do it. You managed to stay out of the sea for several days before. Before? The little female was completely unaware of what she was saying. Yu Jianglan looked at this little female who was constantly lying to him. No beast mark, no mating, yet she kept talking about their past. Jiang Ruantang came back to her senses. Right, he has no memories. Yes, he should be able to remember slowly. Her voice tinged with sadness and infinite emotion. She didn't know if this kind of sorcery, the Void Stone, or something else could save him. Yu Jianglan looked at the little female with a heavy heart, irritation rising within him, his voice filled with anger. Don't make that face. Jiang Ruantang trembled all over, staring at him stiffly. That face filled with anger hadn't had time to retract, and Jiang Ruantang's little heart fluttered. Oh my, the angry Yu Jianglan. Really, so charming. So handsome, she accidentally became a bit infatuated. This face was truly more handsome than Gio. Yu Jianglan realized he was angry at the little female, feeling some annoyance, but also impatience. Don't be angry, let's go back to shore. The stone house ahead is where I live. Jiang Ruantang instinctively pulled Yu Jianglan's arm, pouting her pretty face in a spoiled manner, completely irresistible. Yu Jianglan noticed her words. That stone house is yours. Jiang Ruantang nodded, then shook her head. No, it should actually be yours. Yu Jianglan frowned. If it was his, why didn't he have any impression of it? Jiang Ruantang pouted. Forget it, you can't remember now. Let's go back to shore first. Anyway, they still needed to catch him on land. No, I can't stay on land for too long. Yu Jianglan inexplicably began to resist. He felt he would have to return to the sea soon after going to land. Jiang Ruantang was furious. I don't care. I want you to. She bit down on Yu Jianglan's thin lips. Yu Jianglan was stunned for a moment before turning the tables. The little female was fiercely pressed down on the bed, her thin clothing violently stripped away. Jiang Ruantang gasped, instinctively covering her chest. Yu Jianglan suppressed his voice. Little female, my patience is limited too. Being teased by this little female every day without getting anything. Who could endure that? We should talk about something else now. You come back to shore with me. Jiang Ruantang puffed her cheeks, staring at Yu Jianglan. There was a feeling that he had to listen to her today. What if I don't? If it didn't go back with the little female, what would happen? Jiang Ruantang's face turned pale for a moment, thinking about how he would be caught by the males of the merfolk and torn apart. If we go back to shore after my heat comes, I will mate with you. Yu Jianglan's eyes suddenly cleared for a moment, his breath becoming heavy. Can we mate now? Jiang Ruantang shook her head repeatedly, then felt milk flowing from her chest. I'm still in the nursing period. Yu Jianglan's breathing grew heavier as he lowered his head. This little female was still in the nursing period, having given birth to that fox's cub, but he'd yet to see it. Where is the cub? Yu Jianglan whispered in her ear, causing Jiang Ruantang to tremble. Upon thinking of the cub, she suddenly got up. No wonder she had been restless these past few days. Worried about Yu Jianglan's matters, she even forgot about her milk. Now her mind suddenly became clear. She had such a big son. Oh no. Sudden fear and panic filled her heart. How could she have forgotten? Yu Jianglan was stunned by her suddenly pale face. Could it be that her cub is already? I need to go to the cave. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly put on her bee-skin clothes and jumped into the water. Yu Jianglan followed her into the water, seeing her swim desperately, but her speed couldn't match that of a fishtail. Yu Jianglan moved forward and hugged her, quickly moving his fishtail with the current. With the unique positioning system of the merfolk, after Jiang Ruantang mentioned it, he locked onto the cave beneath the pond behind the stone house. He couldn't help but speed up. Just before reaching the cave, Yu Jianglan's fishtail was suddenly entangled and violently flung away. Without time for any extra actions, he quickly protected the little female in his arms. His body violently hit the rocks, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. I found it. Yu's surprised voice sounded. The Monkey King was watching Wu Chuan in the bubbles, seemingly quite appreciative. He discovered that Wu Chuan was hiding something from them, and used his request as a threat. He hadn't expected to find Yu Jianglan so soon. Similarly, the matter of killing the male merfolk could not stop. Heaven helps me. Now, every male of the merfolk wanted to kill Yu Jianglan. Yu Jianglan raised his head, staring fiercely at the few people, his gaze landing on Wu Chuan. Just now, it was this guy who made the move. Chapter 144, Can't Live Anymore combined. The little female in his arms squirmed a couple of times, feeling pain all over her body. Opening her eyes, she saw numerous wounds on her arms and legs, caused by sharp stones. Yu Jianglan looked down, his pupils turning crimson. The little female was injured, and the dull pain in his heart intensified. A single voice echoed in his mind, kill them, leave none alive. Wu Chuan finally understood the situation, standing frozen in place. Jiang Ruantang, covered in wounds, curled up in Yu Jianglan's embrace. It was impossible. He hadn't sensed the little female's presence just moments ago. Yu Jianglan suddenly tightened his arms, holding Jiang Ruantang close. His gaze became murky, and his expression cold. With this movement, Jiang Ruantang felt a sharp pain in her ankle from the impact. It hurt. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth and tried to move, but it resulted in excruciating pain that brought tears to her eyes. She glanced at the person attacking Yu Jianglan, her expression turning even colder. It was Wu Chuan, and both Yu and the Monkey King were there. Of course, Wu Chuan had the keenest sense of smell and could easily find them. Wu Chuan saw the little female's icy gaze and felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart, and the numerous wounds on her body. He never intended to hurt the little female. Yu and the Monkey King also stared blankly at Yu Jianglan, shocked at Jiang Ruantang's beauty. There was actually such a stunning little female in the world, like a pearl, radiating brilliance. What a beautiful female. Yu murmured, staring at Jiang Ruantang. He had heard that Yu Jianglan indeed had a little female, but no one had seen her, except for the deceased elder, who knew a bit. He never expected her to be this beautiful. The joy in the Monkey King's eyes was unrestrained. If this little female belonged to their tribe, she would surely give birth to even more beautiful females. Noticing that several people were staring at her, Jiang Ruantang instinctively tightened her grip on Yu Jianglan's arm. Their gazes were too aggressive, like wolves eyeing their prey. Yu Jianglan gently stroked Jiang Ruantang's hair and carefully placed her in a nearby cave. There were many caves in the sea and countless unclaimed ones. After settling Jiang Ruantang, Yu Jianglan's gaze turned even more murderous. He didn't know these people, nor did he know the little female. But he knew that since the little female was hurt like this, he wanted to kill these guys. The Monkey King was the first to react, cursing inwardly. Just as he was about to warn, Yu Jianglan had already swum swiftly to Wu Chuan's side. He could injure himself, but how dare he hurt Ruantang? Wu Chuan's attention was focused on Jiang Ruantang, and by the time he realized what was happening, he had already received a deep wound on his chest. TSK, Ruantang's injury. Even at this moment, he was still worried about Jiang Ruantang's wounds. Just now, he had indeed intended to kill, putting in a lot of force. Even with Yu Jianglan's protection, Ruantang was too severely injured. A little female in such a state could easily lose her life. Wu Chuan tightly wrapped his serpent tail around Yu Jianglan's fishtail, restraining his waist. Stop! Ruantang is too badly hurt. They must find a healer quickly. Yu Jianglan was stunned for a moment, and in that moment, Yu fiercely attacked him. His claws pierced Yu Jianglan's waist, leaving a horrific wound. Yu Jianglan's scream of pain shattered Jiang Ruantang's heart, making her forget the pain in her own body. She struggled to crawl to the cave entrance, watching him covered in blood, while Wu Chuan was the one restraining him. Yu Jianglan. Jiang Ruantang's sorrowful voice echoed across the sea, her eyelashes shimmering. Far on land, Jie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The mermen males in the sea covered their ears in agony. Even the small fish hurriedly fled. This little female was using the sound waves of a female merman. The sound waves of female mermen were more powerful than those of males, piercing, and had a certain lethality. But to date, no one in the sea had ever felt the sound waves of a female. Yet this little female, Wu Chuan was not a male of the mermen, so he was not greatly affected. He quickly released Yu Jianglan and lunged straight at Jiang Ruantang. But at the moment of contact, Jiang Ruantang disgustedly dodged away. Her blatant rejection pierced Wu Chuan deeply. Yu Jianglan, Jiang Ruantang cried out. But Yu Jianglan did not respond, and the blood continued to flow. TSK, let's take Yu Jianglan and that little female to shore. They had originally planned to find Yu Jianglan and then take him to the prison on shore. They just didn't expect him to be in such a half-dead state. Jiang Ruantang stared intently at Yu Jianglan, but the pain in her body was too overwhelming to bear. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her vision gradually fading. Yu Jianglan's figure became increasingly blurry until it disappeared completely. Wu Chuan hurriedly picked up Jiang Ruantang, ignoring what Yu and the Monkey King were doing, and rushed to the shore. Passing through the stone house, he headed straight for the Lion Clan to find a healer. Most of the healers in the main beast city were in the Lion Clan, because the Lion Clan's territory was home to a rare medicinal forest. They were happy to stay there. Healer! Wu Chuan rushed into the Lion King's residence without regard for his image, Jiang Ruantang in his arms, still bleeding. The blood at the corner of her mouth was even more alarming. The Lion King frowned, somewhat displeased, but ultimately said nothing. However, upon seeing Jiang Ruantang in his arms, he was also taken aback. How could this little female be so seriously injured? Quickly call a healer. The Lion King did not dare to delay. Quickly ordering someone to find a healer, Wu Chuan carefully placed her on the bed, his eyes filled with uncontrollable worry. He never intended for Ruantang to be hurt like this. How did this beautiful little female get involved and end up so injured? Such a beautiful little female was rare. And as the Lion King, he couldn't bear it. The healer was hurriedly called over, in a bad mood, muttering to himself. But upon seeing Jiang Ruantang's condition, he instantly shut his mouth. He quickly began examining her wounds, growing increasingly alarmed, his expression darkening. How could this little female be so badly injured? She was probably beyond saving. The healer shook his head repeatedly. Females with wounds like this were usually already preparing for their last rites. Wu Chuan's face was filled with anger as he grabbed the healer, saying, "Shut up. How dare he say Ruantang couldn't be saved?" The Lion King also frowned, calling over other healers. But it seemed that fate was against them, as all the healers spoke in unison. Jiang Ruantang could not be saved. Sigh. If it were ordinary external injuries, perhaps there would still be hope, but this little female, it seemed she was injured internally as well. The healer sighed and shook his head, pointing to her upper body. Wu Chuan's face turned even paler, regret flooding his heart. Did he kill this little female? The Lion King frowned tightly, his face filled with regret, and could only wave his hand to let the healers leave. Wu Chuan stood by, watching Jiang Ruantang's weak breaths. How could this be? How could there be no hope? Ruantang, I'm sorry. Wu Chuan, who thought he had lived for over 20 years, had never felt so weak. Tears fell silently, pain accompanying them. The first time he met the little female, her face was filled with fear of him. The hard-won moment of warmth seemed to have been killed by his own hands. All that was left was hatred. Jiang Ruantang must hate him now. He didn't deserve the goodness this world had shown him. The Lion King also felt suppressed. No one could bear to see this beautiful little female suffer. But her luck was not good enough. Wu Chuan, you should hand her over to her male. Wu Chuan stood frozen in place, unable to move his feet. Yu Jianglan, who had been taken to the Lion Clan's dungeon, slowly regained consciousness. He was already powerful, and now, with the support of witchcraft, his resistance to damage had increased even more. As soon as he woke up, he found his eyes wet, as if tears were forming. He had just had a dream, where someone left him. The pain in his heart was unbearable, even more so than his physical injuries. Opposite him, Mo looked up and met Yu Jianglan's eyes. He glanced at the wounds and realized they had been caused by a male from the merfolk. Where's Ruan? Mo suddenly asked, his eyes unusually clear. Ruan, right? The little female. Yu Jianglan finally came to his senses, scrambling up the wooden bars of the cell. Where is the little female? Anger laced his voice. But you turned away, too lazy to respond. Mo sensed something was off. Earlier that night, he had left, as if under control. Ji realized something was wrong and followed him. He found Mo standing next to a female dressed in a cloak. The female gazed at Mo with obsession before pulling out a bottle of black liquid. Chanting something, Mo obediently drank it all. Mo, you belong to me, now and forever. The female's frenzied voice clearly reached Jiayu's ears. After drinking the potion, Mo embraced the female and kissed her. His eyes were devoid of light, and his furrowed brow indicated his resistance. Jiayu found it unbearable to watch and stepped forward, grabbing the female harshly. It was disgusting. He had no interest in watching them do those things, but he needed to confirm some matters. The female, caught by Jiayu, panicked for a moment and instinctively looked at Mo. But Mo was resisting something, remaining motionless. The female was also furious. Mo, what are you doing? I need you to save me. I command you to save me. I am your witch master. You must protect me. Jiayu felt annoyed at her words. Tightening his grip on her neck, I don't care about anything else. Just tell me how to make him return to his original self. The female gritted her teeth. And Jiayu calmly dragged his sharp nails across her neck. But the lion won't save you. The female was instantly terrified, her legs trembling. Yet she shook her head vigorously. Jiayu raised an eyebrow. Not even afraid of death? So, when the witch master dies, he will naturally revert back? The shock on the female's face was evident, and Jiayu knew he was right. Without hesitation, he cut her throat, finally breaking the long confinement on Mo. Looking at her corpse, he said nothing. If you can, take her back, but you must discard the identity of Ruan's guardian beast. Mo immediately stood up, casually brushing off his fur skirt that wasn't even dirty. You must tell me, how did the witch master of the witch clan end up here? Mo lowered his head. This little female once confessed her feelings to me, but I didn't agree. Later, she deliberately approached me, and I found out she was a female from the witch clan. Moreover, there is more than one witch master in the main beast city, and the current main beast city is far from safe. It is filled with members of the witch clan. After that, Jiayu left, but his demeanor did not seem like he was going back to Jiang Ruantang. Yu Jianglan was here as well, clearly under the influence of witchcraft, but it was uncertain whether it was the witch master's magic. So, who is near Ruan? Thinking of the little female and the cub being all alone, Mo felt a strong urge to escape. But the Lion King realized he was restored and immediately trapped himself here. Strangely, he couldn't escape this thing. Damn it, the little female was injured so badly. Yu Jianglan's muttering was heard by Mo. What did you say? Ruan was seriously injured. Mo stood up excitedly. That little Ruan, hurt and seriously injured. Yu Jianglan looked at Mo, puzzled as to why he was so agitated about the little female's injury. But Mo didn't care about his scrutinizing gaze. What happened to you? Ambushed by a damn snake. Upon saying this, Yu Jianglan regretted not having killed that snake in one go. Mo frowned. The snake, the elder of the snake clan? Which one? But wasn't he being hunted down by the entire snake clan? The system had a hard time surviving. It had just managed to sort out the affairs of the situation, and Beijia's soul had been submitted. It even leveled up and happily returned to find its host. But where was its big host? How could it take this long to return? Only to find its host hanging by a thread. Host, my dear host, what happened to you this time? The system anxiously called out to Jiang Ruantang in its mind. Jiang Ruantang leaned back in her chair, wearing sunglasses, swaying leisurely. Her face was filled with a single phrase, "I don't care." Everything was fine, but she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. And even if she walked into the gates of hell, she couldn't return to the modern world. "Oh, system, you're back. As you can see, I'm almost out of luck again." Jiang Ruantang replied blankly, exuding a sense of lifelessness. The system looked around. This injury seemed to be externally inflicted. "Host, to be honest, this injury..." Jiang Ruantang glanced at her battered body. "That snake did this, and so did the fish protecting me. Ugh, it's really infuriating." The system swallowed its non-existent saliva. During its absence, its host had been bullied so badly. "However, hey, you seem to be a bit chatty." The system blinked its non-existent eyes because I leveled up and gained consciousness rights. The system was quite proud of itself. The rewards from the situation were substantial. It had previously been just a task system without emotions, but now it had become a free-speaking Neo-Hulu system. Even the tasks had improved significantly. "That's great, you leveled up. So hurry and find the next host. This body won't last long." Jiang Ruantang's words were devoid of emotion. Hearing this, the system was practically spinning in circles out of anxiety. Its host no longer had emotions. Her face was filled with sorrow, as if the world was ending. And everything was indifferent. It wasn't that it was bad, but the system was scared. "Host, don't give up." The system encouraged Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang shot a glance. "Why don't you find someone else to work hard?" Chapter 145, just back. His soft one is in life crisis again. The system anxiously looked around, trying to persuade Jiang Ruantang. "System, if I die, can I not even return to the modern world?" Jiang Ruantang gazed into the distance, her eyes vacant. "Host, if you really die, there's no way to return to the modern world. But I've upgraded now, I can definitely help you." The system was afraid that if she became disheartened, her body would be left cold over there. It tried to coax her, hoping to boost her will to survive. Jiang Ruantang sneered in disdain, not believing it. The system was frantic. "You have to believe me." On the other side, Wuchuan was staring at the weak little female. You and the Ape King came over, and seeing her like this, felt it was a pity. They had thought this little female could help them continue their beautiful lineage. What a shame. She must be the little female of Yu Janglin, right? He shook his head and asked Wuchuan. He could sense the faint aura of their merman males on the little female. This could only belong to Yu Janglin, the merman king. However, he felt happy inside. If this little female didn't live long, Yu Janglin would receive the punishment of the beast mark. He would undoubtedly die too. Jiang Ruantang watched from above as he smiled so happily. She really wanted to punch him. The Ape King seemed calm, but whether it was intentional or not, if there was the Void Stone, encouragement could help her pull through. Jiang Ruantang looked at him deeply. Did this Ape King know something? Wuchuan suddenly woke up. Ruantang should still have the Void Stone. He had placed that bag in the cradle, and that female called Nua should not have noticed. Then he looked at the Ape King, his eyes swirling with killing intent. But the Ape King, who was suspected by both, had just said it casually. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling of a chill down his back. "I'll take the little female away first." Wuchuan couldn't be bothered to deal with the others, and carefully picked up Jiang Ruantang's body, afraid that if he used too much strength, the little female would shatter. Jiang Ruantang fixed her gaze on Wuchuan as he carried her body. Her arms had already weakly drooped down. To be honest, she didn't feel much in this ethereal place. Her body was still so soft. Honestly, she thought her body would be stiff by now. The Ape King and you watched Wuchuan leave, exchanging glances. It seemed that Elder Wuchuan liked that little female. Wuchuan tightly held Jiang Ruantang and flew at high speed, reaching the stone house in no time. He headed straight for the second floor. But just as he was about to step onto the second floor, a force kicked him out, causing the little female in his arms to fall suddenly. Wuchuan was shocked and quickly extended his serpent tail to protect her, fearing she would fall to the ground. But the next second, Jiang Ruantang fell into another embrace, and Wuchuan's outstretched tail was violently swatted away. Gio gasped for breath, panic written all over his face, looking almost unrecognizable. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, covered in wounds, her breath weak. He sensed something was wrong with Ruantang and dared not continue chasing. He rushed back, but what did he see? His Ruantang, the lively little person, was now covered in scars, lying limply in his arms. She couldn't even open her eyes. Gio suddenly tightened his arms and looked angrily at Wuchuan. "What did you do to Ruantang?" Wuchuan recognized the newcomer, his face turning pale for a moment. He awkwardly retracted his tail. Jiang Ruantang immediately sat up, It was Jiao. Jiao had returned. But she couldn't help but feel guilty. Every time they met, it was in this form. The tail behind Jiao stood up abruptly, his gaze cold and his expression fiercely dark. Wuchuan, how dare you treat Ruantang like this? Wuchuan's heart raced. Perhaps he felt guilty. After all, the little female had turned out like this, and he was indeed responsible. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to look Jiao in the eye, guilt flooding over him. Jiao cautiously touched Jiang Ruantang's face. Her body was so soft, still warm. In the short time he had been gone, Ruantang had. Yes, once again. His Ruantang had once again collapsed in his arms, just like last time when she was silent. That was the hardest and most painful time of his life. But this time, Ruantang in his arms seemed to be slowly losing her warmth. Watching his beloved lose her life twice, how could he remain rational? Why should he be rational? Even if the entire beast city were to accompany his Ruantang to the grave, what was wrong with that? Wuchuan, you deserve to die, Jiao screamed, almost instantly sprinting behind Wuchuan, leaving beautiful claw marks with his sharp claws. The foxtail suddenly transformed, catching him off guard, and the foxtail constricted around his neck. In that moment, all he could think of was avenging Ruantang. But just at that moment, Wuchuan, who had no intention of struggling, found his life had long lost its meaning. What did death matter? But upon seeing the little female, his muddled mind cleared. He couldn't die yet. With poisoned teeth biting into Jiao's tail, he quickly retreated in pain. Wuchuan seized the opportunity to dodge. He had just noticed that Jiao's strength had clearly risen to the 7th crown. In fact, he didn't seem like a typical 7th crown at all. There was no time to think further. He had to prevent Jiao from attacking and quickly open his mouth to stop him. Ruantang is still savable. Jiao, who was about to attack, suddenly halted, clearly distrustful. Wuchuan continued, The Void Stone can save Ruantang's life. He didn't mention that he knew the little female had the Void Stone, fearing Jiao would think he had ulterior motives and would trust him even less. Jiao's rationality suddenly returned. Right, the Void Stone, the last time, it was the Void Stone that pulled Ruantang back from hell. This time, Ruantang was just too severely injured. The Void Stone would definitely work. In a panic, Jiao's footsteps betrayed him, and the serpent poison spread rapidly. And before he could even reach the 2nd floor, he felt dizzy and knelt down. Wuchuan looked at him, then at the little female. He stepped forward to support him, using his sharp nails to cut his own skin, letting blood flow out. He then offered his hand to Jiao, who turned his head in disdain. Wuchuan's face darkened. Hurry, my blood can neutralize your poison. Jiao was still disdainful. He hadn't even complained about Wuchuan being a flashy fox. After thinking for a moment, Jiao grabbed his hand. The fox's fangs bit through the skin again, mercilessly sucking it. Wuchuan wanted to retract his hand in pain. He had already opened a wound for him, and now Jiao was retaliating by biting him. How delightful. Truly, it was no wonder he was such a big guy. After Jiao had enough, he threw Wuchuan aside. Yuck, yuck. This snake blood is so disgusting, he said, his face showing even more disdain. Jiang Ruantang watched from above, her eyes wide open. She just wanted to wake up right now and take a closer look. This was so thrilling. Celestial grade, divine grade, extraordinary grade. If it weren't for the fact that Jiao was the father of her child, she would have minded it all. Chapter 146. Shui saves AMU. The two males had no idea what the little female was thinking. Jiao shot him a disdainful glare, then stepped forward to pick up Jiang Ruantang, eager to return to the house and search for the Void Stone. If he was correct, Ruantang must have placed the Void Stone in their sleeping quarters. Just before entering the house, he fiercely threatened Wuchuan. You are not allowed to enter. We will settle the score with Ruantang once she feels better. Wuchuan suddenly halted his steps. He had no right to stay here. But he truly did not intend to harm the little female. But who would listen? Jiao gently placed Jiang Ruantang on the grass and hurriedly searched the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruantang was also busy looking around, searching left and right. No. The Void Stone was stored together with E and Air. Shui must have kept it safe. Suddenly, Jiang Ruantang covered her head, consumed by a single thought. It was over. It was really over. She wasn't sure where the children were, let alone the Void Stone. Host, look at how hard Jiao is trying to save you. You need to put in some effort too. The system took the opportunity to encourage her. Jiang Ruantang gazed at it in despair, the flicker of hope extinguished. System, your logic is a bit convoluted. Forget it. It's over in a blink of an eye. It doesn't hurt anymore anyway. It really didn't hurt now, but that one blow had hurt a lot. The system took a deep breath. Host, think about Jiao, who is trying so hard to save you. Think about the two cubs you firmly believe in, and also, Yu Jianglan is still waiting for you. Don't you want to take revenge on Wu Chuan? With no other option, the system directly brought out her harem. Jiang Ruantang thought deeply. Hissing, the system seemed to have a point. Life was tough, pushing even a system to resort to motivational tactics. That's right. Yu Jianglan is still waiting for me, and that damn snake. I'm afraid of snakes. I hate snakes. I must take revenge on Wu Chuan. Jiang Ruantang suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, and the system was thrilled, fired up. Jiayu searched the entire room, but found no trace of the Void Stone. Meanwhile, the cubs at Noanua's place sensed something was wrong with AMU and cried continuously. Despite the three of them taking turns to comfort them, to no avail. Shui was also unusually still, not moving at all. But today, unexpectedly, Shui started to roll around. Huh, Shui, you're finally moving. I thought something was wrong with you. Nuo glanced at Shui while soothing the cubs. Shui still looked like an egg, all around the same, and since she wasn't moving, no, I really couldn't tell if she was unwell. However, Shui had no time to care about Nuo. She rolled out the door and headed straight for the stone house. Females and males along the way looked at her, occasionally making way. Oh, whose little mermaid is this? Don't hurt her, step aside. Such a cute female egg. I want to find a male mermaid too. Shui ignored everything, focused solely on getting back to the stone house. Hurrying to the stone house, she saw Wu Chuan curled up on the first floor. Wu Chuan sensed her presence and lazily raised his head. Shui felt a bit cautious and carefully circled to the side of the stairs. But being an egg, climbing stairs was quite difficult. Usually, it was AMU or Jiayu who carried her up to the second floor. She hadn't expected it to be so hard to do it herself. Wu Chuan noticed she wanted to go upstairs, thought for a moment, and still got up to carry her. Shui panicked for a moment, but she saw him place her on the second floor and then retreat. Her eyes were fixed on AMU's room, her expression sorrowful. Was this big snake really a bad guy? Jiayu caught a whiff of Yuhaiwe from afar and stepped out of the room, only to see someone at the staircase. Yuhaiwe, where have you been? Where's your father? Jiayu looked at Wu Chuan warily, then picked up Shui again. His tone displeased. He had sent Ruantang to the sea because the ocean was Yu Jianglan's domain. But now Ruantang was injured like this, and he didn't even know where Yu Jianglan was. He couldn't even protect Ruantang. It was truly infuriating. Shui was a bit anxious. She didn't know where her father was either. A few days ago, she had inexplicably fallen into a deep sleep, and every time she woke up, a lot of time had passed. Her father's scent was still there, but it felt wrong. That guy was definitely not her father now. AMU too. When she woke up today, she felt AMU's scent was faint, as if it were about to disappear. The overwhelming anxiety and panic made her just want to find AMU quickly. Yu Jianglan knew she couldn't provide any answers, so he brought Shui into the room. As soon as Shui entered, she saw AMU covered in blood, and the whole egg froze. Was this still her usually stunning AMU? That's your AMU, don't worry. As long as we find the Void Stone, as long as. Jiayu wanted to comfort Shui, but he felt utterly powerless. He searched the room and found no Void Stone. The Void Stone was colorless and tasteless. He couldn't find it. Shui had never seen Jiayu like this before. He was completely different from his usual self. And AMU was also usually so beautiful, but now she looked like she could shatter at any moment. Jiang Ruantang looked at Shui, not wanting her to see her like this, covered in blood and looking so terrifying. What if Shui was afraid of her in the future? Oh, host, look how sensible your daughter is. So cute. It really makes one feel sorry for her. The system watched Shui, its heart swelling. Jiang Ruantang glared at it. She was still an egg that hadn't transformed. However, it was right, no matter what. Her Shui was adorable. Remembering what Jiayu had said about the Void Stone, Shui suddenly recalled something. She remembered that thing. It seemed like AMU had fed it to that snake. AMU looked very reluctant, and then that snake got better. That thing must be able to save AMU too. Then, under Jiayu's puzzled gaze, she dove into her brother's cradle. She pushed and nudged until she finally unearthed something. When that big snake brought them back, it had been holding that bag. She knew that was AMU's thing, so she had kept a close eye on it. Her brothers and that thing were both precious to AMU. She couldn't let the big snake take them away. So when the big snake put down her brothers, she clearly saw it place that bag under the firm mat of her brothers. Shui nudged a bit more, and sure enough, there was that bag. Filled with joy, she jumped out of the cradle and rolled over to Jiayu, bumping against him with all her might. Jiayu, who was lost in sorrow, suddenly felt this little thing pushing against him. Helpless, he could only push back. Yuhaiwe. Let me be quiet for a moment. Jiang Ruantang watched from above, feeling powerless and furious. Jiayu, your daughter has something important to tell you. You need to pay attention. My life depends on you. Shui, frustrated, used her confinement illusion shield to bump against him. This hit genuinely hurt. Jiayu suddenly became a bit more alert. He got up and followed Shui a couple steps, and at a glance, he spotted the void stone hidden at the very bottom of the cradle. The void stone. Jiayu completely regained his senses and hurried forward to pick it up. After taking a look, he found it was only missing one piece. Great. Ruantang is saved. Chapter 147. Awakening Shui. Shui listened from the side. Is this the void stone? It looks like it's very important. But AMU has already fed it to that snake. Jiayu reached out and patted Shui, his face full of encouragement. You did well. Then he carefully took out a void stone and stuffed it into Jiang Ruantang's mouth. The Jiang Ruantang above glanced at the system and sighed. It's time to go back. The Jiang Ruantang that swallowed the void stone absorbed it even faster than the last time. Before long, she spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, her breath gradually stabilizing. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Jiayu and reached out to touch him. But the pain was still there. She couldn't lift her hand at all. However, only joy remained in Jiayu's eyes. Soft, are you in a lot of pain? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you behind. Afterward, he was filled with regret. He thought that with you, Jianglan's strength, it would be safer for Soft to follow him than to follow himself. But unexpectedly, when he returned to his little female, she was already battered and her breath weak. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, her voice hoarse. I'm not in pain. I'm sorry, Jiayu, I made you worry again. This was the second time she almost lost herself, and she truly felt sorry for Jiayu. The last time she turned into a corpse. Jie didn't eat or drink for days. She was really worried then, thinking she would never let Jiayu experience that kind of pain again. Unexpectedly this time, she almost made him lose himself again. Jiayu shook his head repeatedly. Don't apologize. The one who has been suffering is Soft. You just rest well. I want to let Wu Chuan have it easy. After saying that, anger filled his face. If it weren't for that snake, how could Soft be so badly hurt? Jiang Ruantang shook her head. We need to put Wu Chuan aside for now. Right now, Yu Jianglan is still in the dungeon. We must rescue him first. Yu Jianglan is imprisoned in the dungeon, and it probably has something to do with the witch clan. It's not just the merfolk who are involved. Jiayu nodded. I know. When I left before, I had leads on the witch clan, but when I sensed that something happened to you, I returned first. Hearing this, Jiang Ruantang felt somewhat guilty. She was afraid she had held Jiayu back. Seeing Soft's expression darken, Jiayu hugged her tightly. Soft, it's not your fault. It's just me. Pursuing it further would be in vain. Jiang Ruantang knew he was comforting himself and could only nod. But Jiayu himself probably couldn't enter that dungeon. The dungeon is in the private territory of the Lion Clan. Only the Lion King and the males permitted by the Lion King can enter. No one can find out where it is and get in. But Wu Chuan, that's another story. Shui, feeling neglected, climbed up to the grass mound. Jiang Ruantang finally had the chance to pick her up and hurriedly comforted her. Shui, you did very well. AMU is very proud. Hearing this praise, the entire egg of Shui felt both proud and delighted. AMU praised her. Jiayu gently sniffed her eggshell. He was too worried about Soft earlier, and didn't he notice it? Now he smelled it clearly. Yu Hai We? Are you with Fei Xian and his female? Shui spun around to indicate yes. She and her brother are there. Jiang Ruantang couldn't make big movements and suddenly felt relieved. She had been worried about where the little one was. Since they were over there with Noah, there was nothing to worry about. How did you end up over there with Noah? Jiang Ruantang asked, given their circumstances. It's impossible for them to return to the shore. Shui hesitated, spun around, rolled to the ground, and stopped at the door. Who is downstairs? Jiang Ruantang asked sharply. Jiayu's face turned ugly as he spoke with difficulty. Wu Chuan. Shui noticed that Jiayu's father didn't like that snake. But she couldn't lie. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized, yes, knowing that her little ones are in that cave, it's probably only Wu Chuan. However, since he'd already turned against her like that, he actually helped her offspring. Although he helped the offspring, the matter of Yu Jianglan cannot just pass. Jiang Ruantang contemplated. Helping the offspring is one thing, but capturing Yu Jianglan and injuring them, Yu Jianglan was taken away. All of these have his fingerprints. Jiayu nodded. Wu Chuan probably angered Soft. It seems what he did to you, Jianglan touched Soft's reverse scale. He still owes us, Jiayu. You go ask him to help rescue Yu Jianglan, and also, Yu Jianglan must have been affected by some witchcraft. See if you can find a way to solve it. This matter can only rely on Wu Chuan. Only he can gain the Lion King's trust because they are tied together like grasshoppers. The Lion King won't rashly suspect him. I understand. Jie nodded. By the way, you chased Mo out that day. How is Mo? She was worried about Mo being a bit strange. But it wasn't he like you, Jianglan. Yes, fine. The Witch Clan's witchcraft is very strong and varied. Mo was also affected by one before. Jie explained that the witchcraft Mo was affected by is relatively light, or rather, it's a kind of charm. During the day, it doesn't seem too different. Just like a puppet, but at night, the witchcraft takes effect, and he will obey the witch master's orders. That kind of witchcraft is still the simplest kind. If the witch master is killed, the witchcraft will also be lifted. Jiang Ruantang was startled. She didn't expect that in the beast world. There would be such powerful witchcraft. Then, Yu Jianglan's situation must be even harder to resolve. They say Yu Jianglan has lost his emotions. Jie frowned tightly. He knew very little about the Witch Clan. Since he was born, the Witch Clan had been expelled from the main beast city and disappeared. He didn't expect to encounter them again now. Don't worry, there will be a way. I'll go to Wuchuan first. Jiang Ruantang suddenly grabbed Jieyu's hand. Jieyu, don't act rashly. Let us figure out these things later. First, let us rescue Yu Jianglan. Jie nodded. He knew Soph was worried about Yu Jianglan. Even if he couldn't help it, he would endure it. The systems panel appeared before Jiang Ruantang, showing various rewards. The rewards were different, and the tasks were also different now. She could even choose tasks based on which reward she wanted. It felt like playing a game. Host, this system has upgraded to this. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Your interface looks just like a game panel. The system was speechless, then explained the current situation. Host. Because this event has already started, it has become a passive task with a difficulty level of S, so the rewards will be doubled. Jiang Ruantang didn't hear anything else. She only heard that the rewards would be doubled. She quickly glanced at the task's details. She was shocked when she saw it. This reward is aimed at filling the beast world with modern technology. A bed large enough for 5 or 6 people wouldn't. Not much different from modern beds. If this were brought out, the bed would probably take up the whole room. Ahem. System. Can the reward be replaced? Actually, compared to the bed, she had wanted a heated brick bed before. It's very warm in winter. Chapter 148. The conspiracy of Wuchuan. The system was shocked. How could the host look down on their own rewards? Requesting a change of host. Host, rewards can be exchanged. Who let me the system? Oh, you? The system said through gritted teeth, while Jiang Ruantang listened with a smile. Great. And one more thing, my space ring? Jiang Ruantang stretched out her arm for it to see. Don't you feel like something is missing from your wrist? Her space ring. All those good things in her space. The system felt awkward, stammering about this host, because during that time you resonated with Siren. The space ring couldn't handle the power of the Phoenix, so it broke. Understanding this, the implication was clear. It had nothing to do with me. Jiang Ruantang glared at it. System, some things need to be thought through before you say them. The system felt a chill and immediately changed the subject, but this system has given you a new one. Jiang Ruantang raised an eyebrow, signaling it to continue. Ahem, this system has made some modifications to the space ring, and it has already been brought in when you return to your original body. Close your eyes and think about it, and you will enter the space. Now, the space exists within your body. As long as you, don't die, the space shouldn't break again. Jiang Ruantang followed its instructions and slowly relaxed her body. A flash of white light passed, and Jiang Ruantang once again entered the warm space. The space was a void of white, with nothing in it. Jiang Ruantang was exasperated. System, what about the things in my original space ring? Those were all obtained through my hard work, and there were many food items that I fought hard for. The system chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, host. There is nothing I can do about that. After saying this, it didn't continue to listen to Jiang Ruantang and disappeared in a flash. It was afraid that if it stayed a moment longer, the host would question it. Unable to bear it, Jiang Ruantang could only feel helpless. At least the system and space had returned. Looking at the void stone placed beside her head, she grabbed it and threw it into the space. This valuable item should be kept in the space for safety. Jie walked down to the first floor and saw Wuchuan's massive serpentine body coiled on the first floor. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Such a large body took up half of his house's first floor. He really couldn't stand Wuchuan. Shui also followed Jieyu down to the first floor. According to Amu, only this snake could save her father. No matter what, she had to make it save her father. Seeing Jieyu and Shui come down, Wuchuan immediately transformed into a human form, speaking anxiously. How is Ruantang? This sentence once again angered Jieyu. You don't need to worry. You are the one who harmed Ruantang to this extent. Moreover, how dare you call her Ruantang directly? Wuchuan bit his lip and didn't dare to say more. Jiang was right. He had indeed harmed Ruantang. If it weren't for him, Ruantang wouldn't be so seriously injured. Shui looked around and hurriedly circled around Jiayu's legs. Amu said to save her father. This snake had to help, so they needed to talk nicely. Seeing Shui circling his legs, Jiayu finally spoke about business. You owe Ruantang a life, so Wuchuan, you must save Jianglan. Jiayu said this without any courtesy. He wouldn't say anything nice to someone who harmed Ruantang. Wuchuan stiffened. He did owe Ruantang a life. But Jianglan was still within his plans. Unwilling? Jiayu keenly caught Wuchuan's hesitation and was also curious about what Wuchuan was really doing, being able to collude with the witch clan. Wuchuan took a deep breath and spoke with some difficulty. Jiayu, do you remember what you promised me about that matter? Jiayu recalled that he had let him off the hook and promised him one thing. But why was he bringing it up now? I want you to promise me not to interfere and also to join in on this matter. Jiayu was startled, and his expression turned ugly. He wanted him to participate in the matter regarding the witch clan. Which one? Do you know that the witch clan is taboo and will be jointly punished by the 5 city lords? He could participate in this matter, and Jiayu wouldn't interfere. But since he wanted him to be involved, what would happen if something went wrong? What about Ruantang? Wuchuan nodded, smiling openly. I know the witch clan has always been a taboo, but the current 5 city lords are even less trustworthy. Just considering the merfolk and lion clan. The merfolk Su Jianglan has already been abandoned by the tribe, and the Lion King is the biggest participant in this matter. Do you think the king of the Snake clan has also gotten involved? Has the Fox clan been involved too? That tribe is ignorant of the world. But 4 of the 5 city lords have already sided with the witch clan. Who knows when the witch clan will once again bring disaster to the entire continent. Just like many years ago, Jiayu couldn't help but ponder. He had to admit that Wuchuan's words made sense. His father, the Fox King, was probably also involved with the witch clan, because it is said that the witch clan has a way to allow male creatures to survive after losing their females. Did he love that female so much? Jiayu questioned himself. He didn't but what could he do? What could Wuchuan do? If the witch clan really invaded again, he wouldn't even be able to protect Ruantang. Wuchuan finally revealed a hint of a smile. The witch clan is merely holding on right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't rely on the 5 city lords or even those creatures in the forest. Therefore, we must completely destroy the witch clan. Jiayu couldn't believe it. Although the witch clan was gradually disappearing, it was certainly not something that could easily vanish. The elves. Then Jiayu suddenly realized that the nemesis of the witch clan was the elf clan. The elf clan was a rare beast, and the only race not disturbed by witchcraft. Likewise, they also have methods to dispel witchcraft. Wuchuan nodded. Yes, the elf clan. I tried to find the elves earlier, but had no success. Jiayu was shocked. When did this guy start plotting all this? I know. I might have a way to find the elves. Previously, he had seen the elf clan with Ruantang and KDN. He just didn't know if he still had the chance to meet them at this time. Wuchuan nodded. These matters should be kept from Ruantang. Yu Jianglan, too, cannot be released now. He has been cursed. Perhaps it is safer in the dungeon, and that lion called Mo is also in the dungeon now. He had plotted these matters for too long. Even though he cared for Ruantang, he couldn't let anything happen at this time. Otherwise, the entire Beast City would be controlled by the witch clan. Jiayu rarely nodded in agreement. Yu Jianglan's curse. There shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. Hearing this made him feel reassured. If something happened to Yu Jianglan, Ruantang would really collapse. He couldn't bear to see Ruantang in pain and suffering. Not at all. Chapter 149. Soft's bitter scheme. Shui looked confused and innocent on the side. The adult world was truly hard to understand. Then she rolled out of the stone house, and and Air were still at home, although she wanted to be with Amu and the others. She also had to take care of her younger brothers. She couldn't trouble her father and Amu. The absorption speed of the Void Stone was fast enough, and Jiang Ruantang could barely sit up now. However, it would still take some time before she could walk and fully recover from her injury. When Jiayu returned to the room, he saw Jiang Ruantang sitting up and hurried to her side. Ruan, don't move, you need to rest well. It hurt him enough to see her injured like this. Jiang Ruantang knew that Jiayu cared about her, so she gave him a peck on the cheek. It doesn't hurt much now after eating the Void Stone. How'd it go with Wuchuan? She didn't have confidence that Wuchuan would really help them. She was just taking a gamble. Jiayu hesitated, not daring to look Jiang Ruantang in the eye. Ruan, eat something first. He took out some fresh meat that he had just roasted outside, and it smelled delicious. Jiang Ruantang felt something was off, but her stomach growled, making it hard to ignore. Well, food is the most important thing, so she decided to eat first. She grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth without hesitation. Was there some leftover crab and shrimp before? Jie nodded yes. I put those in the pond in the backyard. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit regretful. It was hard to prepare a delicious meal last time, and didn't he get to eat it? However, the meat smelled good. It should be wild boar meat. Just as she was getting into it, the system suddenly activated, and a panel-like thing appeared beside Jiayu. Jiang Ruantang stared at it. The panel displayed Jiayu's information. Chief Fox, 20 years old, Star Course 7 crown, son of the Fox King, Jiang Ruantang's male partner, partial holder of Phoenix Power. Puffed. Jiang Ruantang spat out a mouthful of water. Phoenix Power holder? What is this? She questioned the system in her mind. The system pondered deeply. It should be the Phoenix Power obtained by Jiayu from bonding with the host. Then, does Yu Jianglan have it too? Yes, host. Upon reflection, her beast mark upgrade was likely related to the Phoenix Power. Also, her perception of Jiayu and Yu Jianglan was peculiar. Whenever they were injured, she felt a moment of equal pain. Could it be that they were all connected by the Phoenix Power? But didn't the Phoenix Power vanish already? C.I. Ruan had completely disappeared, and the Phoenix Power should have left with it. Host, the Phoenix Power will never disappear. It is the purest and most powerful ability in the world. As long as you are alive, it exists implicitly within you. But I'm not C.I. Ruan. Host, C.I. Ruan is dead. The Phoenix Power here only recognizes you as its master. Jiang Ruantang's heart trembled. This power was still following her. If others coveted this power, the disputes over the Phoenix Power would not end. What use does this power have? This power, besides bringing danger, what else is it good for? Host, your Phoenix Power is still in a sleeping phase. You are currently safe. The system sensed Jiang Ruantang's unease, perhaps because of C.I. Ruan, or perhaps because she had family now. Jiang Ruantang nodded, thinking that Jiayu and Yu Jianglan must have reached their peak abilities because of the Phoenix Power. She didn't understand this power and didn't dare to use it. Thus, it was best to let it sleep. Ruan, what's wrong? Jiayu noticed she was in a daze, glancing at his food, which wasn't burnt. Jiang Ruantang snapped back to reality and shook her head. Let us keep the Phoenix Power a secret for now. So, how did your conversation with Wu Chuan go? She was quite shrewd. Jiayu's body stiffened for a moment while he continued tidying up. TSK, the big fox is hiding something from her. Jiayu? Jiang Ruantang interrupted his actions, wrapping her arms around his neck. She looked at him seriously. Don't lie to me. Don't keep things from me, okay? The big fox felt his heart racing. But Ruan's injury was still too severe, and he couldn't do anything. Damn Wu Chuan. Downstairs, Wu Chuan suddenly felt a chill down his back. Forget it. They snakes were supposed to be cold-blooded. Ruan, don't worry about this for now. I might have to leave for a while. Jiang Ruantang pouted. You're hiding this from me. It's only been a short time since you came back, and now you want to run again. Why should I care? You leave me for so long, every time. This was rare. She was throwing a little tantrum, and the only one beside her was Jiayu. She thought that after arriving at the main beast city, she could rely on him more. She hated being apart from Jiayu for so long. Jiayu frowned. He didn't want to be apart from Ruan either. But the words of explanation choked in his throat as he looked up and saw his little female shedding pearly tears. Ruan, why are you crying? Jiayu was at a loss, wiping her tears, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. How could he let Ruan cry? Jiayu, do you really have to leave me alone? The occasional separations made Jiang Ruantang feel uneasy. Without Jiayu by her side, her sense of security felt boundless. Impossible to find. Jiayu felt heartbroken. His Ruan was crying because of him. Ruan, please don't cry. It's my fault. Jiayu even thought about not going. Nothing was more important than Ruan. At worst, they would rescue Yu Jianglan and take Ruan to find a safe place again. Unless you take me with you. Jiang Ruantang intercepted Jiayu's words first, saying that whatever he did, she would just follow him. Huh? Jiayu didn't react immediately. Why did he feel like he was being tricked by Ruan? Jiang Ruantang started wiping her tears again, not believing she couldn't handle him. Jiayu immediately wiped away Jiang Ruantang's tears. Okay, I'll take you with me. He was afraid Ruan would continue crying. A female's tears were too precious, and no male could make a little female cry. Jiang Ruantang sniffled, wiped away her tears, and thought got it. It was true that she didn't want to be apart from Jiayu, but she also needed to understand what was going on. Wu Chuan had waited a long time, and then saw Jiayu coming downstairs. How is it? Have you settled Ruan? Before Wu Chuan could finish, he was interrupted by Jiayu. No need. I will take Ruan with me to find the elf clan. What? Wu Chuan's voice suddenly rose. Was this fox crazy? Taking the little female to find the dangerous elf clan? What if something happened to her? You don't need to worry about the rest. Just take care of your own plan. Also, Yu Jianglan must not die. Jie continued to pack the things he would need with Ruan. If Yu Jianglan didn't die, whatever curse she was under, they would find a way to save her. Chapter 150. The plan is in progress for a moment. Yuchuan didn't know what to say. The road to find the elven tribe was both dangerous and long. What if something happened to Ruan halfway? Jiu glanced at him, saying, "That's why you need to release Mo. That guy is Ruan's guardian beast, and has the strength of 6 crowns. With Mo around, if something really happened, he would take the lead." Yuchuan was not very trusting. He had his own thoughts, but he didn't have a right to say anything. After all, Jiu was Ruan's male, while he was ultimately an outsider. "I understand. I will release Mo," Yuchuan said, not elaborating further. Originally, these matters should not involve Jiang Ruantang, but now they were not only involved but also getting deeper. However, to ensure the safety of the little female, it was necessary to release Mo. Returning to the lion's den, the Lion King and the Ape King were discussing something. Seeing Yuchuan return, they called out, "Elder Yuchuan." The voice of Yu was earnest, as Yuchuan was currently the strongest among them. Yuchuan was pulled along and had no choice but to follow. "What's going on?" The Ape King and the Lion King looked a bit excited. The leader of the wizard tribe was preparing to bring his people to the main beast city. "Yes, we still need the power of witchcraft, but the wizard tribe is indeed a hidden danger." The Ape King saw through it. While the power of witchcraft was indeed useful, the ambition of the wizard tribe was too great to be allowed to stay. "What's the plan?" Yuchuan's voice was cold and clear, completely different from their excitement. The Ape King spoke. "Currently, we need to help you ascend to the position of the Mermaid King before the wizard tribe arrives, and also deal with the Serpent tribe. It seems it's time to eliminate the Serpent King." A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Yuchuan's mouth. He had finally waited for this moment. The Serpent King had been cursed a long time ago, and Yuchuan had gone through great efforts, killing countless people just to find the wizard tribe. The Serpent King's intention was simply to find a way to lift his curse while using the power of the wizard tribe to control the entire main beast city. But he didn't expect that other tribes were even more ambitious than him, like the ape tribe wanting to join the main beast city, or the ambitious elder of the mermaid tribe, or even the Lion King. Yuchuan looked deeply at the Lion King. The desire in the Lion King's eyes was too deep, so deep that it was frightening. All right then, he was the most excited. He had waited so long to obtain the position of the Mermaid King. But Yuchuan still needed to keep Yu Jiang alive, so he spoke. "We can't wait any longer regarding the Serpent King. His curse is already beyond saving. We must start the clan leader competition." He needed to focus his attention on the Serpent tribe first. He had to seize the Serpent King's position. The Lion King looked deeply at Yuchuan. His ambition was indeed great. "All right, let's deal with the Serpent tribe first." The Ape King and the Lion King thought deeply and decided to resolve the Serpent tribe's issue. Although Yu was reluctant, he couldn't say anything. His voice and strength were the weakest among them, with no room to choose. After sending off the Ape King and Yuchuan stayed alone in the lion's den. "Lion King, I need your help with something." The Lion King raised an eyebrow at him. "Speak." "First, release Mo. He is of no use to the plan." The Lion King only looked at him, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Older Yuchuan, Mo is the primary user of witchcraft. He knows some things very well. Don't worry, he will leave the main beast city in 2 days. It won't affect us." The Lion King took a deep breath and sat down tiredly. "Is it about that little female you care about?" "I remember Mo is her guardian beast." Yuchuan's gaze sharpened. The Lion King waved his hand repeatedly. "I have no interest in that little female. I promise you." The Lion King's smile looked quite eerie, as if he wanted to see through something. Suddenly, a curtain behind them moved, and a little female walked out, sticking closely to the Lion King. Yuchuan took a closer look and was shocked, not daring to look further. The Lion King was ruthless, or perhaps he was ruthless enough to Mo. He didn't want to get involved in more matters and went straight to the dungeon, taking a glance at Yu Jiang. For a short period, he could protect him. When Yu Jiang saw Yuchuan, he stood up angrily. What happened to the little female? Yuchuan suddenly found him less pleasing to the eye, as he casually replied, "Oh, she has passed away." Both Mo and Yu Jiang's bodies trembled simultaneously. "What did you say? What happened to Ruan?" Mo anxiously climbed up to the cell door. "What happened to Jiang Ruantang? I must have misheard." Yu Jiang collapsed to the ground, his expression sorrowful. "Did I cause the death of that little female? Why does my heart hurt so much?" Yuchuan reacted too late and turned around to see Yu Jiang spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. As he fell into unconsciousness, all he could see was Jiang Ruantang's back. "TSK, how can you not withstand the blow?" Mo also felt powerless to continue, and Yuchuan pulled him out. "Low voice, hurry to the stone house." The little female and the fox are waiting for you. Mo was somewhat stunned. Hadn't he just mentioned Ruan? Realizing he might not have been truthful, he hurriedly rushed to the stone house. He ran all the way to the stone house, bursting into the second floor, and found Jiang Ruantang lying flat on the grass, covered in blood. Ruan? Mo's voice trembled. Jiayu was beside her, using heated water and wet bee skin to carefully wipe Jiang Ruantang's body. Jiayu noticed Mo, just glanced at him, and continued to wipe Ruan's body. Mo stood there, unsure of what to do. Wasn't he lying? Why was Ruan covered in injuries, lying still, thinking that the little female might be dead? His legs trembled. Jiang Ruantang felt pain from being wiped and moved her body, finally waking up. It hurts, Jiayu, be gentle, because she was both tired and hungry. Jiang Ruantang had fallen asleep after eating. Mo heard Jiang Ruantang's voice and felt completely at ease. She was fine, that's great. Jiang Ruantang saw Mo standing at the door and slowly sat up. Montak, why are you here? By the way, are you hurt? Having been hit by that curse before. She wondered if he was okay. Mo smiled gently and shook his head. I'm fine. Seeing his smile, Jiang Ruantang truly realized. This appearance was the real Mo. You've lifted your curse, right? Mo nodded. Yes, I'm sorry. I hurt you, Jiang, before. He indeed should apologize for injuring you, Jiang. It was never his intention. He was just controlled by the curse and couldn't act according to his own will. But he had to admit that approaching Jiang Ruantang was his brave step to break free from the curse. That's good. I don't blame you. You were under a curse too. If Mo had done it on purpose, she would not have forgiven him for nearly costing you Jiang his life. She wouldn't forgive you Jiang either. But at that time, Mo was under a curse and had no choice. She couldn't blame him further. Seeing Jiang Ruantang smile at him, Mo inadvertently turned red at the tips of his ears. The little female smile was simply too beautiful. Chapter 151, What a Ridiculous Task. Mo, how did you come here? Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. She didn't expect Mo to show up. I called him over. We need to go to the forest. Having more people will help protect you. Jiayu explained while packing his things. Huh? This shocked Jiang Ruantang. She thought Jiayu didn't like Mo much. Although Mo was her guardian beast, she didn't want to trouble him too much. She quietly tugged at Jiayu and lowered her voice. Jiayu, is it really necessary to trouble Mo? Before Jiayu could respond, Mo quickly spoke up. It's not a trouble at all, really. I'm your guardian beast. Protecting you is my duty. If Jiang Ruantang refused, he would lose the only opportunity to get close to her. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback and felt a bit awkward. Who would have thought that avoiding his words would lead to him overhearing her? Don't worry, Ruantang. Jiayu picked up the little female to comfort her, although he also minded having Mo follow them. But right now, the only one who could protect Ruantang was him. Besides, it was also useful for carrying things. Why not make use of it? Jiang Ruantang couldn't go against Jiayu, so she had to compromise. What about the cubs? They're with Feixian, don't worry. With Nua there, they should be well taken care of. It's just that the cubs drinking milk is a problem, and she's also in her nursing period. After a while, she would definitely feel the pressure. Can we really bring E and Air with us? Jiang Ruantang looked at him eagerly, using her big eyes to attack. Jiayu swallowed hard. No, Ruantang, taking them would only make it more dangerous. He was already worried about Ruantang. If he brought that little burden along, wouldn't it be even harder to protect her? Jiang Ruantang pouted, realizing it too. The cubs were still too small, and running back and forth with them would only be more dangerous. All right, in the end, she still compromised. Then, while the two were busy packing, she directly called out to the system in her mind. The system was very cooperative. Host Jiang Ruantang got straight to the point. Show me the tasks. I want to see if there are any useful rewards. Host, how heartless, calling me out just for rewards. A panel appeared instantly, showing a dozen tasks on one page, but they were all minor tasks. After flipping through 3 pages and scanning them carefully, she finally spotted what she wanted at the last task on the 3rd page. Breast milk storage bags X20, just what she needed. It wasn't right to keep having the cubs drink someone else's milk, and it would be uncomfortable for her when her milk filled up. If there were 20 bags, she could pump out 10 bags in the next few days and use the rest on the road to relieve the pressure. She just didn't know how long they could be stored. It would be bad if they spoiled. Refrigerating them wouldn't last more than a week, but freezing could last about a month. But where would she find ice for freezing? Crying, her cubs wouldn't be able to drink their mother's milk anymore. Host, would you like to take a closer look at this reward? Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Ruantang took another careful look at the reward. Frozen breast milk storage bags. The system nodded. Yes, host, frozen breast milk storage bags. The milk will automatically stay as fresh as possible. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. What kind of black technology is this? And the system had only one thought. Hurry up and praise me. Look how amazing I upgraded. Noticing the system's mechanical faux face wanting compliments, Jiang Ruantang cleared her throat. Ahem, we're all so great. Not only did we upgrade, but we upgraded so well, solving a lot of my problems. Such a powerful and thoughtful system. I've really hit the jackpot. Anyone can compliment, especially when it comes to praising the system. The system was immediately delighted by the praise. It's nothing. Jiang Ruantang was too lazy to pay attention to its modesty and immediately chose to accept the task. However, she didn't look at the task, only focusing on the reward. Until she saw the task, she was stunned. Task: kiss a Mo for 5 minutes. Reward: frozen breast milk storage bags, x20. Can I withdraw it? No returns or exchanges. Furthermore, if this task isn't completed, you will never be able to take on another task. Then, the system abruptly cut off the message, leaving Jiang Ruantang standing there in a daze. Her mind felt like a mess. What kind of ridiculous task is this? What kind of serious system has tasks like this? What system? Ruantang, should we bring these things too? Mo was about to call Ruantang, but suddenly changed his mind, holding quite a bit of bee skin. Jiang Ruantang stiffly raised her head, looking at Mo with a serious expression as he asked her. This is a sin, truly a sin. And what about Jiang? Jiang Ruantang cautiously inquired. If Jiang saw that, it would be disastrous. Mo couldn't hide his disappointment. He's out hunting, thinking you would probably eat quite a bit on the way. Great. Jiang probably won't be back in 5 minutes, right? Then, while Mo was still taken aback, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her soft lips gently pressed against his, but she tightly closed her eyes, not daring to open them. Mo was startled, and the things in his hands fell to the ground. His heart raced, but he couldn't bring himself to push her away. A pair of strong arms wrapped around Jiang Ruantang's waist. At the moment their skin touched, Jiang Ruantang shivered. Then Mo lifted her up and carefully placed her on the grass. Jiang Ruantang was actually scared. She was afraid Mo would do something more. Although she couldn't say she disliked him, she wasn't ready to do these things. She slightly opened her eyes to check the countdown, but saw Mo's frowning, restrained expression. Mo felt Ruantang's movements and firmly held her chin. Her tightly closed lips had to part, and she was startled. No. The words she hadn't spoken were all swallowed, and she felt a bit flustered. Mo was like a beast now, frantically devouring her. Jiang Ruantang was dizzy from the kiss, but still kept a close eye on the timer. Mo's kissing skills were surprisingly good. As the countdown reached its last second, Jiang Ruantang hurriedly pressed down on Mo's head, forcefully lifting his face. If this continued, something big might happen. Mo stared blankly at the little female, whose eyes were glistening with tears from his kisses, her lips slightly swollen, looking beautiful. Montak, you remember, I'm a bit scared. She could clearly feel her face turning dark with fear. Are they all so terrifying? If she didn't get Mo to wake up, something big was going to happen. Mo's rationality suddenly returned, and he quickly stood to the side. What did he just do? I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Mo stood beside her, frustrated. He didn't know what had come over him. Seeing Ruantang being so proactive, he suddenly lost control. However, he was a male who had been abandoned by a female. It was only because of the witchcraft that he had lived this long. His lifespan was already short. How could he further tarnish Ruantang? Chapter 152 Explanation. Jiang Ruantang felt a mix of emotions in her heart, wondering why she was apologizing. It was all the task's fault. She now felt that Mo exuded a pure light from head to toe, and she was the one who tarnished him, an unforgivable sin. It's not your fault. This matter is on me. I'm sorry, Mo. Jiang Ruantang offered a sincere apology, but the words that followed remained unspoken. That sentence, "don't tell Jiao," was stuck at the tip of her tongue, as she felt that saying it would be too insulting. I'll go outside first to see if there's anything else to take, Mo said, hesitating before turning to go downstairs. After a while, the system's task reward arrived. She suddenly found 20 frozen breast milk storage bags in her hands, which felt just like the ordinary ones. Using rewards obtained by bullying Mo, her conscience felt uneasy. She didn't know if he would think too much about it. Ruantang, look, I hunted a wild boar. The wild boar was large, and Jiao could only leave it outside for now. It needed to be dealt with later. The weather was getting colder, and it seemed the rainy season was approaching, so she had to save more animal skins for Ruantang. Jiao. Jiang Ruantang saw Jiao and felt disinterested. Jiao immediately sensed something was wrong, noticing Ruantang's red lips. He lifted her face. Ruantang, your lips. Jiang Ruantang froze. Jiao's words were filled with anger. Okay, that lion actually took action against you while I wasn't around. I will make you pay for it. Gio's voice was calm, but the killing intent around him was anything but fake. Jiang Ruantang shivered and hurriedly blocked Gio. He usually wouldn't get angry or interfere with Ruantang's preference for males, but he couldn't tolerate another male acting against her in his absence. Gio, don't go looking for Mo anymore. It was me who initiated it. Jiang Ruantang felt guilty and dared not meet his eyes. This matter was indeed her fault. But why did the system give such an absurd task? Gio suddenly calmed down, staring seriously at Ruantang, his voice restrained. You like that lion? He was actually afraid that Ruantang would let Mo become her male partner. But around Ruantang, there would never only be him and Yu Jianlin as the two males. Jiang Ruantang immediately shook her head, grasping Gio's hand. No, Gio, I didn't want to bond with Mo. Seemingly afraid Gio would think too much, she quickly took out the frozen breast milk storage bags. What is this? Gio asked, puzzled. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth. Gio, these are frozen breast milk storage bags. I'm worried there won't be enough milk for the cubs, and besides, drinking my own milk makes me feel more at ease. These can be used to store milk for the cubs. And do you remember my bracelet? Gio nodded. He remembered, but that bracelet had disappeared during the Tiamat tribe incident. Actually, that bracelet has upgraded. Now my body is that bracelet, my body is the space. I also have something that can supply me with many things, but I need to complete certain tasks for that. I kissed Mo just to obtain this. Jiang Ruantang didn't dare to mention the existence of the system. Gio had a certain right to know about his own matters. In this vast beast world, she could only trust Gio, but still didn't dare to reveal everything. Knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. Gio digested this carefully, while Jiang Ruantang was extremely nervous. Ruantang, I understand now. Thank you for explaining this to me. Gio had an unreasonable trust in Ruantang. He knew that the so-called space she mentioned held some matters that, even if she didn't say, he was aware of. Jiang Ruantang felt relieved and nodded, throwing herself into Gio's arms. She was truly afraid that Gio would think of something else. So, these bags are for storing milk for the cubs? Gio picked one up to examine, his eyes not pure at all. On the contrary, Jiang Ruantang was still in a daze, nodding blankly. However, the next second, Gio unfastened Jiang Ruantang's clothes. His hands unceremoniously covered her, startling Jiang Ruantang. Ruantang, I'm helping you. He said it so heroically, but this fox was clearly trying to take advantage. Gio, be gentle. Jiang Ruantang winced in pain and hurriedly stopped him. It turned out to be too much to squeeze all at once. Fortunately, she managed to squeeze out 2 bags, and her milk was still sufficient. Ruantang, I think I can squeeze out some more. Gio said seriously, biting down. Jiang Ruantang exclaimed, her face turning slightly red. This fox was clearly punishing her. Gio, please, Jiang Ruantang finally couldn't help it, wrapping her arms around him. But Gio still pretended to be clueless. What is wrong, Ruantang? I think I can still squeeze out another bag for the cubs. You. Jiang Ruantang glared at him unhappily, doing it on purpose. All right, Ruantang. I have to go deal with the wild boar now. Your injury hasn't fully healed. You can't engage in vigorous activity. He elongated the word activity. Its meaning ambiguous. Jiang Ruantang reluctantly released her grip, feeling annoyed at the bad fox who stirred her emotions but took no responsibility. She didn't want to deal with him anymore. Then, dissatisfied, she rolled herself up in the animal's skin blanket, cocooning herself like a silkworm. Gio smiled and kissed Ruantang, and as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Mo. He gave Mo, the male next to Ruantang, a cold glance. You're too weak. Don't even think about it. Although he had just reached the 7th crown not long ago, he wanted to cut off Mo's thoughts. And Mo nodded, his voice hoarse. I can't be Ruantang's male, don't worry. Gio looked at him with confusion, thinking that this lion would want to be Ruantang's male. Better not. He then ignored him and went out to handle the wild boar. With Ruantang's space, the time the meat could be stored would greatly increase. However, that space was in Ruantang's body. He didn't know if it would harm her. Mo busied himself with his things, his expression gloomy. He felt that he was destined to be unrelated to Ruantang in this life. He hoped they would have more fate in the next life. Having the space was indeed convenient. Jiang Ruantang put the squeezed milk aside. It wouldn't spoil anyway. She also looked at the void stone and decided to store it in the space. Carrying it with her wasn't safe. Some of her luggage could also be stored there. If she stored everything, she feared Mo would think too much. After Gio dealt with the meat and put it in the bamboo basket, he thoroughly cleaned the animal skins. Although they weren't the best, they would suffice. Carrying the meat inside, Mo had just finished tidying up some ingredients and tools. Will this meat smell too fishy for Ruantang? Mo looked at him unhappily. having heard that Ruantang liked to eat various cooked meats, but this raw meat smelled very strong. Thinking of Ruantang wanting to put the meat into the space to prevent it from spoiling, Jiao didn't say much. No, I have a way. Jiao placed a full bamboo basket of meat in front of Jiang Ruantang, startling her. Under Jiao's gaze, her body emitted a burst of white light, and the meat and bamboo basket in front of her vanished instantly. Chapter 153. Not a drop can be squeezed out. In the space, a bamboo basket of meat suddenly appeared, and now there was no gravity binding the things in this space. Imagine a weak woman like her lifting something that weighed dozens of pounds. Fortunately, the space also changed, looking like an endless sea with no end in sight. Back in the lion's den at night, Jiang Ruantang took Jiao downstairs to take a look at the things. She secretly puts him in, after all, with Mo following. Putting everything in would inevitably raise his suspicion. It would be hard to explain later. The rest was specially reserved for Mo, letting him help carry it. After finishing all this, Jiang Ruantang clapped her hands in satisfaction. Jiao's gaze was deep and soft. It seemed it was time to get milk for the little ones. Jiang Ruantang was shocked and retreated repeatedly, but she couldn't escape Jiao's grasp. He picked her up and carried her back to the room. Jiang Ruantang realized that the big fox seemed to be addicted, completely taking the opportunity to tease her. When Mo returned to the lion's den, he found the Lion King waiting in his place as soon as he entered the room. Lion King, what are you doing here? Mo didn't have a close relationship with the Lion King, just that his mother and the Lion King's female were born from the same litter. However, he didn't like being too close to the Lion King. After all, someone who could become a Lion King surely had blood on their hands. Mo, why so distant? I'm just here to see you, the Lion King said, looking deeply affected, but Mo didn't believe him at all. This guy, back when he was young, his mother was close to the Lion King's female, but the Lion King always looked at him with disdain, glaring at him with extremely malicious eyes. He knew even now that he couldn't trust a word from this male. No need for that. You'd better leave quickly. Although Mo's strength was not as good as the Lion King's, he could still fight back. The Lion King stared at him with a grim expression. By the time Mo realized something was wrong, he had already been caught by other male lions. Mo, you still carry my secret, and I can't let you leave safely. He had fulfilled his promise to Wu Chuan, but he never said he wouldn't do anything to Mo. Mo looked at the male in front of him in shock. He was truly a madman. The sharp claws suddenly pounced on him with great force. 100-pound male lion attacked him, and Mo endured the blow. Enough, let him go. The Lion King wouldn't let him live to get back, nor would he return alive. With such severe injuries, he probably wouldn't last until he reached B City. Mo glared at him in resentment. Indeed, he was not a good thing. The Lion King ignored him, as long as he died outside. Who would know it was related to him? Jiang Ruantang was also exhausted from continuously milking, and it even started to hurt. As soon as Jiao's hand touched her, Jiang Ruantang jolted. Ooh, Jiao, I really can't squeeze any more out. It hurt too much. She couldn't take it anymore. She really shouldn't have saved milk for the little ones. It would be better to let them suckle directly. Jiao realized he had gone a bit overboard and tenderly held her in his arms. Ruantang, it's my fault. I was too forceful. Jiang Ruantang sniffled. Then you're not allowed to help me anymore. I'll do it myself. She absolutely couldn't let Jiao touch her chest anymore, the remaining bag. She would handle it herself. Anyone who touched her would be in trouble. Jiao quickly nodded. Okay, I understand. Sigh, he had played too rough. Now Ruantang wouldn't let him touch her. When they went downstairs, Mo was looking at the luggage, appearing somewhat spiritless. Lion, what are you staring at them for? Mo suddenly came to his senses, a bit confused. I feel like something is missing. Jiao was startled. How do you remember that so well? Don't overthink it. Nothing is missing. How could anything be missing that would tire you out? Mo nodded seriously. That's true. I'm not afraid of having too much. Just afraid that Ruantang needs something that isn't there. Jiao turned to get the completely dried animal skin, and Mo's lips turned slightly pale. That blow had really taken a lot of strength. At least he could be beside the little female before he died. Jiang Ruantang carefully adjusted and finally squeezed out the last bag. Just in case, she reserved 5 more bags, leaving 5 empty ones for herself. Anyway, with Jiao following, seeing how much he liked to suck, she could give him the squeezed ones to eat directly. It was a great way to recycle. Why not? Jiao, bring the cradle. We're going to deliver the milk to Nua's house. Jiang Ruantang called from upstairs while she carried down a dozen bags of milk. Mo was just organizing things when he looked up and saw what Jiang Ruantang was holding. Ruantang, what are these? They looked a bit strange. He had never seen anything like it. Jiang Ruantang was caught off guard and blushed. This is my milk. Mo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly blushed. Ruantang's milk, such a small female, actually had so much milk. Thinking about the unpleasant images, Mo quickly lowered his head. Just now, he actually wanted to try the taste of Ruantang's milk. Mo, how shameless. Jiang Ruantang also didn't dare to look at him. The two of them looked at the sky and the ground, not daring to meet each other's eyes. The storage bags in her hand were still obtained from kissing Mo. Using them made her feel very guilty. Jiao entered the room and saw the two acting strangely, glaring at Mo before going upstairs to carry down the cradle. Come on, Ruantang, put the milk in the cradle. I'll carry it all. Jiang Ruantang obediently placed the milk inside, feeling tired of holding it herself. Then we'll go first. Mo Jiang Ruantang gestured at Mo with a nod, and Mo didn't dare to look at her, just lightly responded with a sound. As soon as they went out, Jiao couldn't wait to ask, what were you two doing just now? Jiang Ruantang was caught off guard by the question. We didn't do anything. Indeed, they hadn't done anything. They just felt awkward for a while. Although Jiao expressed suspicion, he still believed Ruantang. When they arrived at Nua's house, the cries of the little ones were deafening. Hearing this, Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened, and she hurried inside to take a look. Seeing Jiang Ruantang, Nua rushed over like she found a savior. Ruantang, you finally came back. While calling, she cried. She had tried everything she could, but it was all futile. Jiang Ruantang quickly took Yi in error. As soon as they touched their mother, error immediately quieted down. With wide eyes, he looked at Jiang Ruantang. She then took Yi, and sure enough, both little ones calmed down. The cornered as finally quieted down and slowly crawled out. Jiang Ruantang saw as S face full of impatience and fatigue. These two foxes are even more annoying than that little eaglet. You have to take them away quickly. Jiang Ruantang signaled Jiao to put down the cradle and place the little ones inside. She then picked up Shui to check, ensuring everything was safe before feeling relieved. She looked at Nua's family with some guilt. We're going to be out for a while. Error, and Shui might still need your help. The world suddenly fell silent for a moment, and Nua collapsed into Az's arms. Ooh, Ruantang, you feel sorry for me, right? Jiang Ruantang also felt guilty. I really feel sorry for you. Chapter 154. Heartfelt concern. If you're worried, just take those two little rascals away. She didn't mind taking Shui, but really, and Air were exhausting her, and Az. Ruan, look me in the eyes and say that again. Jiang Ruantang quickly averted her gaze. She couldn't see those dark circles under her eyes, really couldn't. Fox, take your cubs away, or I'll swallow them whole. Az had reached his limit and immediately transformed into a large snake, pretending to eat the two little cubs. Jiao glared at him fiercely. How dare he touch his sons? Don't worry, Nua, I came prepared this time. Look, I brought a cradle. They're so well behaved in it. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly introduced the cradle, trying to persuade Nua. Nua looked at this strange thing and pushed it with her hand, causing the cradle to sway gently. The two little cubs looked around randomly and surprisingly fell asleep as they rocked. Nua was simply incrédulos, looking at the cradle from every angle. Oh my gosh, what a good thing this is. These two little demon kings couldn't stay still for even a moment. Nua and Az were exhausted to the point of mental breakdown, while Fei Xian wanted to see the little eagle cubs who weren't being tortured by them. As it turned out, Ruan had just brought something they had never seen before, and it was so useful. Don't worry, Nua with this thing. The two little demon kings will definitely calm down. Jiang Ruantang boldly claimed, though this thing wasn't 100% guaranteed, at least 70%. She just wanted Nua to take on this tough job, knowing she would make it up to them later. Speaking of compensation, Jiang Ruantang suddenly thought of the wild boar hide and quickly nudged Jiao. Jiao understood and lowered his head, listening to Ruan whisper in his ear. Jiao, take out that wild boar hide and give it to Nua. Jiao clearly wasn't too happy about it. Ruan, that was meant for you. It's fine, I have plenty of hides in my space. Otherwise, I'm afraid Nua won't be willing to help watch the cubs. Jiang Ruantang's persuasion clearly had an effect. Jiao looked at Az, who was reluctant, and then at his two sons. In the end, he nodded slightly. Just give it to her. After all, wild boars weren't hard to kill. Nua junted adil bor yesterday. We'll give you the hide if you can help us out, okay? Jiang Ruantang said, playfully shaking Nua's arm, looking pitifully at her. Nua's heart softened. Ruan was too beautiful and too cute. How could she possibly refuse? She hated herself for being so easily swayed by Ruan's face. As eyes lit up, new hide for Nua to make clothes, and there would be enough for a hide blanket too. Deal. Without waiting for Nua to speak, as sealed the deal. It seemed Nua couldn't bear to refuse Ruan either. Jiang raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Ruan. It was settled. The hide was still at home, and Jiang went back to get it. Jiang Ruantang took out some milk and carefully explained to Nuan. Nuan looked at the milk, her face filled with shock, staring in disbelief at Ruan's chest. Oh my gosh, Ruan, can you really have this much milk? Jiang Ruantang felt heartbroken. This was what she had been able to express after several days, and her milk really wasn't tea that abundant. She could only say it was enough, and now thinking back, her chest hurt. After explaining everything clearly, Jiang Ruantang played with the two little rascals for a while before taking Shui aside. Shui, I'm sorry for putting you through this without AMU. Shui quickly shook her head. It's not hard. I'm very happy to help AMU. Jiang Ruantang was worried. The beast seal between her and Yu Jianglan had disappeared, possibly because Yu Jianglan's affection for her had waned. She was very concerned that if something happened between her and Yu Jianglan, Shui might be affected. Shui, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shui thought about how she was always tired, but didn't dare to say it out loud. AMU seemed to be going through a tough time lately, especially after being injured before. She didn't want to add to AMU's worries. She just slept a little longer, but she was still strong. Being strong meant she could protect her brothers well. So she shook her head, and Jiang Ruantang tenderly held Shui in her arms. She still owed Shui. As AMU, she hadn't been able to care for her more. Shui, if something happens, don't hide it from AMU. You're also AMU's baby, and AMU loves all of you. She was always afraid that Shui might feel inferior because she wasn't born from her body. She was worried that she hadn't cared for her enough, but it was clear that she had indeed given Shui less love. Shui snuggled in AMU's embrace, content as long as she had AMU. Jay returned to the stone house to pick up the hide, and Mo looked a bit confused. Isn't this hide meant for making a blanket for Ruan? Oh, this hide isn't that great. Ruan is preparing to give it to as family female. Mo nodded, deciding to just listen to Ruan. Jie brought Jiang Ruantang back to the stone house and looked at his little silkworms. These little guys hadn't spun any silk yet and were just sleeping all day. When the rainy season came, these little ones would need to be protected from the rain, but luckily he had Nuan to help take care of them. Sigang, iralio venono. At night, looking at the sky in the yard, she could see the starry sky, which was quite beautiful. Yu Jianglan was in the dungeon and probably couldn't see anything. She really wanted to take a look at Yu Jianglan in the dungeon, but she couldn't get in. Ruan, what are you thinking about? Jiu came out with the prepared crabs and shrimp, immediately spotting Ruan staring blankly at the sky. I'm thinking about Yu Jianglan. I wonder how his witchcraft is going. Jiang Ruantang sighed heavily and turned to walk to the dining table. The prepared sauce was on the side, but didn't taste as good anymore. Jiu noticed she was distracted while eating and thought about the location of the dungeon. He remembered that the dungeon was located near the thorn bush behind the lion's den to prevent male beasts from escaping. Ruan, do you want to see Yu Jianglan? Jiang Ruantang hadn't reacted yet, a bit dazed. Huh? Although she wanted to see Yu Jianglan, she had no idea how to get in. Jiu kissed her on the forehead and said, "Let us go." Before she could react, Jiang Ruantang was taken away. They arrived near the lion's den, and she was still quite confused, but she saw Jiu heading straight for the thorn bushes behind the lion's den. Jiu, don't go forward. There are thorns ahead, you'll get hurt. Jiang Ruantang quickly grabbed Jiu's fur. She didn't want him to get entangled in those things. She remembered how badly Wu Chuan had suffered here. She saw Jiu set Ruan down and glanced to the side. The dungeon is over there. I'll watch the male beasts. Today, a female beast entered the beast city, and they all went, so there was no one around. The main entrance must have specially assigned males, but there was a back door. Jiang Ruantang approached the thorn bush. The thorns wouldn't attack. It was precisely because there were thorns behind that there were no males watching here. Jiang Ruantang carefully squeezed into the thorn bush, and Jiu watched the thorns with concern, afraid those things would hurt his Ruan. Although he knew it was dangerous, he feared that if Ruan didn't see Yu Jianglan, she wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 155, Painful Love. The thorny group suddenly moved, and Jiang Ruantang and the distant Jiu held their breath simultaneously. Fortunately, it didn't continue to move, and Jiu even wanted to rush over without caring about the consequences. But he couldn't. That would also put Ruantang in danger. Jiang Ruantang was also very nervous. But fortunately, she successfully found the back door of the dungeon. The back door looked even more terrifying than the front, pitch black. In the end, she steeled herself and squeezed through the back door. With such a large dungeon and the structures built within, It was likely a gift from the ape tribe. The ape tribe was much smarter than other races. After all, they were the closest existence to humans. However, their intelligence was frighteningly fast. The last cannon. This time the dungeon. If the ape tribe were determined to do something, aside from time being a factor, they could easily accomplish it. There was still some distance to enter the dungeon, but after walking through this section, they finally saw the room where the males were imprisoned. Jiang Ruantang carefully searched for Yu Jianglan, but saw that there were an unusually large number of males imprisoned here. If she looked closely, she would find that each one had strength above 6 crowns. Moreover, there were clearly iron chains on their ankles and wrists. How did the ape tribe acquire these things? Under what circumstances had the ape tribe developed to this point? Could it be that they had already explored iron, forging techniques, and various other things? This was too bizarre. System, where do these iron chains come from? Jiang Ruantang asked in her mind. The last time she saw them was with Beijia. But Beijia was dead, and the sinful soul was taken away by the system itself. Could it be that there were still remnants of things from that era, discovered by the ape tribe? Host, once Beijia died, everything he left here that did not belong to this era was taken away. So these do not belong to Beijia. Was the intelligence of the ape tribe really that astonishing? It was too strange. While searching for Yu Jianglan, she observed that not only were they imprisoned, but the males also looked like they were under a spell. They seemed to be preparing to control all threats. The stronger the male, the more they feared him. Fortunately, after searching for a while, she finally found Yu Jianglan locked inside. Yu Jianglan, Jiang Ruantang exclaimed joyfully, pressing her face against the outside of the cell, her smile unwavering. Yu Jianglan raised his hollow, lifeless eyes. Even upon seeing Jiang Ruantang, he could not ignite a glimmer of light. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart, fully aware that the current Yu Jianglan didn't care about her at all. But before leaving, she still wanted to confirm his safety. No one knew what those crazed individuals would do. It's me, Yu Jianglan. Jie and I are leaving Beast City for a while. You, take care of yourself. Jiang Ruantang pressed closely against the cell, appearing to force a smile. Yu Jianglan stared at her, and suddenly a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The next second, sharp claws opened the cell door from a distance. Jiang Ruantang was startled, not expecting he could open the cell. Without thinking, she hurriedly squeezed inside and pulled at the iron chains to take a look. These iron chains indeed looked just like the previous ones. Without a key, no matter how sharp their claws were, they wouldn't be able to open them. These iron chains, the ones I made from wire, were also gone. It seemed unlikely they could be opened anytime soon. Jiang Ruantang murmured to herself, not noticing the change in Yu Jianglan's gaze behind her. Just as she was about to turn around to comfort Yu Jianglan, she was suddenly knocked to the ground. Hitting the cold floor jolted Jiang Ruantang, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She looked at Yu Jianglan in confusion, but his gaze towards her was even colder. Little female, you really don't have your mail with you? Then I will take good care of you. His eyes were filled with mockery, and Jiang Ruantang suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, beginning to feel frightened. Yu Jianglan, it's me, I'm Ruantang. Please don't do this, I'm scared. Perhaps his gaze was too cold, or perhaps it was the pain for him, but the moment her defenses collapsed, Jiang Ruantang's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Yu Jianglan simply watched her cry, looking somewhat annoyed. TSK, I don't like little females who cry all the time. Jiang Ruantang suddenly trembled and looked at Yu Jianglan in confusion. The next second, a series of not-so-gentle kisses fell upon her. Her clothes were removed, but she did not push Yu Jianglan away. You're still in the nursing period. What a shame. Yu Jianglan licked his lips, his eyes completely clouded with desire. But Jiang Ruantang merely wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed his lips. Yu Jianglan chuckled, undoubtedly pleased. It hurts, Jiang Ruantang murmured, her face filled with sorrow, tears from the corners of her eyes never drying, just clutching Yu Jianglan's hand against her face, reluctant to let go. Yu Jianglan's heart ached fiercely, and his movements grew increasingly gentle. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to withdraw his hand from hers. On his face, filled with intense desire, a crack suddenly appeared. Jiang Ruantang's pupils dilated, tightly grasping Yu Jianglan's hand, biting her lip hard. The atmosphere in the entire cell was such that anyone who caught a whiff would blush. Suddenly, her hand was jerked away, and Jiang Ruantang felt as if something she cherished had been taken from her. The pain in her heart made it hard to breathe. What could she do to see that loving Yu Jianglan again? Yu Jianglan, as if possessed, gently wiped away the tears from her eyes with his hands. How could he let Ruantang cry? But who was Ruantang? Yu Jianglan's breathing suddenly grew heavy as he sat on the ground, his face filled with confusion. Jiang Ruantang felt weak all over, but forced herself to rise and put on her clothes. Fortunately, there were no males in the nearby cells, which gave her a bit of peace of mind. Ruantang, Yu Jianglan stared at the little female's back, tentatively calling out. Jiang Ruantang's body stiffened for a moment, looking at Yu Jianglan in disbelief. But those cold, loveless eyes still stabbed at her heart. He still hadn't remembered her. Shui suddenly trembled for a moment and woke up. It looked quite excited, and patterns of waves appeared on the eggshell. It appeared for an instant and then vanished, as if it had never happened. Shui finally felt relieved. Father was about to return. Yu Jianglan, I need to leave for a while. You, take care of yourself. Jiang Ruantang took a deep breath, still expressing her concern. Yu Jianglan nodded, but his gaze greedily lingered on Jiang Ruantang. It seemed he recognized her. It seemed he loved a little female named Ruantang, but he couldn't remember. It was so painful. Jiang Ruantang saw the pained expression on Yu Jianglan's furrowed brow and felt bad, comforting him in her embrace. She would find a way. As she was about to leave, Jiang Ruantang noticed the familiar mark on her ankle. The familiar fish was back. It was just that Yu Jianglan had forgotten himself and forgotten his love for her. Chapter 156. The little female cannot belong to just one. Yu Jianglan was also staring at the beast mark, and he had surprisingly formed a bond with this little female. It seemed a bit unbelievable. During the lactation period, one should not be able to form a bond, yet he had with this little female. Seeing the puzzled expression on Yu Jianglan's face, Jiang Ruantang said nothing. This mark, she had seen it for the third time now. It felt quite normal to her. Jiang Ruantang took one last look at Yu Jianglan and, supporting her tired waist, left the cell. By the time they returned, the door would probably know what had happened. It was better to leave first. It felt like Yu Jianglan was more frustrating than Jieyu, and her waist really hurt. Of course, it might also be related to the cold, hard ground. After carefully walking for a long time, she finally exited the dungeon, her legs starting to tremble. She was asking for trouble. Jieyu caught a scent, and his expression instantly darkened. It was the scent of that fish. Jiang Ruantang saw Jieyu from a distance, realized he couldn't come over, and still forced herself to walk towards him. The closer she got, the heavier Yu Jianglan's aura became, and Jieyu's expression grew worse. Finally, when Jiang Ruantang reached his side, the soreness in her body became unbearable, and she fell into Jieyu's arms. Huff, Jieyu, let's go. Jieyu picked Ruantang up, his face incredibly dark, the marks on her body too obvious. Yet, Jiang Ruantang, exhausted, stubbornly didn't notice anything wrong. It wasn't until Jieyu, in anger, clawed at Jiang Ruantang, causing her to hiss in pain, that she realized he had hurt her. Even her fox ears had fallen off. Jiang Ruantang wondered why Jieyu looked so off, and suddenly thought of how he could smell her differences. So, being in his arms, he could clearly smell Yu Jianglan said. Jieyu, it was an accident. Jiang Ruantang's voice grew smaller and smaller as she spoke, becoming more guilty. Jieyu pressed his lips together in silence, quickening his pace to leave. Inside, there were probably only their scents left. Just thinking about it made him furious. That fish actually dared to mate with Ruantang in there, not afraid of any consequences. The males inside must have caught the sweet scent of Ruantang, which was truly infuriating. Seeing that the big fox was genuinely angry, Jiang Ruantang simply acted like a quail, tucking her neck in and not daring to speak. When they returned to the stone house, Mo had not yet left. As soon as they entered, Mo's expression changed as well. This scent, Ruantang had mated with that mermaid? So they had gone out to find Yu Jianglan. Mo's face darkened, a mix of sadness and reluctance. If only he could, but the next moment, he interrupted that thought. It was not something he should fantasize about. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit awkward as she entered the room and greeted Mo. Both Mo and Jieyu had keen senses, and anyone would be able to smell her scent. Let her die of shame. How could she have softened her heart and not thought to refuse? Mo nodded, not daring to look at Jiang Ruantang. Her scent was too sweet. Any male would be unable to resist. Jieyu directly placed her in the room, his anger undiminished. Ruantang, how could you mate with Yu Jianglan in the dungeon? The big fox looked extremely wronged, making Jiang Ruantang's heart soften. But she couldn't take it anymore and bluntly rejected Jieyu. If this continued, she would be tortured to death. She was already much larger than ordinary people. Her stamina was countless times greater. A light session could last an hour, and a heavy one could last all night. She didn't want to die young. Mo was greedily breathing in that scent on the first floor, her face flushed. She forced herself to concentrate and dismissed the distracting thoughts. Calm down, calm down. The dungeon was not in a good state either. When Yu Chuan and the Lion King arrived at the dungeon, they instantly caught the scent, recognizing it as Jiang Ruantang's. The dungeon door was also broken, and Yu Jianglan was sitting on the ground, somewhat dazed. Yu Chuan's face looked terrible as he clenched his fists. It was Ruantang's scent. He had actually made it with her here. The Lion King, however, wore a look of amusement, not expecting that little female to care so much about Yu Jianglan. They had mated directly in the dungeon. One couldn't help but wonder how Yu Chuan, who had intentions towards that little female, felt about it. Yu Jianglan rarely looked up at Yu Chuan, but seeing his ugly expression, he realized something was wrong. He shouldn't have mated with Ruantang in a place like this. That scent would bring her unnecessary trouble. But why should he care if it would cause trouble for that female? What did it have to do with him? Yu Chuan gritted his teeth. His current strength was at 10 crowns, not necessarily weaker than Yu Jianglan. If he could kill him, he would. But he couldn't. He had promised Jieyu that he wouldn't let Yu Jianglan die, and Ruantang wouldn't want to see him come harm. How much Ruantang loved him. Even with her emotions lost, in that state of unconsciousness and lack of affection, she still mated with him. So he cannot die. Remember to fix the door. Yu Jianglan spoke coldly, then no longer looked at them. The Lion King stared at the damaged door. 10 crowns. Was it really that powerful? Yu Chuan didn't dare to stay there. He feared Ruantang's scent would make him lose control and directly kill Yu Jianglan. When Jiang Ruantang returned to the stone house, she fell into a deep sleep. Her waist still ached faintly, but looking at the regained beast mark, she felt happy inside. This time, that little fish should not leave her side again. Jieyu stared at that beast mark, wondering how he had formed a bond with Ruantang while she was still in the lactation period and had not yet entered her heat. Could it have something to do with witchcraft? Jieyu, things are almost settled. Let's set off tomorrow. For Yu Jianglan and for B City. If the elf tribe could resolve the witch tribe issue, then perhaps Yu Jianglan could return to his original form. Jieyu nodded, his hand resting on her waist. The fox's beast mark on Ruantang's back was his mark. Touching and seeing this beast mark, Jieyu felt somewhat reassured. He clearly realized that Ruantang cared about him. That was enough. Jieyu repeatedly told himself not to be greedy, not to stop Ruantang. He could never be Ruantang's only one. She would have other males. He had to understand, to comprehend, not to put Ruantang in a difficult position. But when Ruantang carried the scent of another male, he wanted to keep her by his side, his very own Ruantang. He had countless times thought about this, without other males. How wonderful it would be for Ruantang to belong to him forever. Jiang Ruantang noticed that Jieyu's state was off and carefully held his face. Jieyu, are you feeling unwell, or are you still concerned about me and Yu Jianglan? Jieyu's heart skipped a beat. If he spoke those hidden feelings, would Ruantang dislike him? No, we'll set off soon. Don't think too much. Those words were better left unspoken, hidden in his heart. Ruantang didn't need to know the dirty thoughts. Chapter 157. The snakeskin cloak. Early the next morning, they first tied their belongings on Amo's back, then tied the rest onto Jiuyo. Jiang Ruantang also secretly hid quite a bit in her space, finally finishing up. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the big lion and the fox in front of her, Jiang Ruantang felt a sense of reality. The weather in the beast world changes every day, and today was a scorching day. Jiuyo could only drape the cloak over her to prevent the sun from burning Ruantang. The moment the cloak was taken out, Jiang Ruantang felt something was off. It was white, and it looked a lot like Wuchuan snakeskin. Jiang Ruantang propped her chin and stared at the cloak. Jiuyo, where did this cloak come from? Jiuyo's wise gaze was fixed on Jiang Ruantang, knowing he couldn't hide it from her. This was Wuchuan's snakeskin. He had shed it before, and yesterday he made this cloak and sent it over. Jiuyo didn't want Wuchuan's snakeskin at all. Typically, a snake would leave its shed skin for its partner. This cloak was full of his scent, and it was quite unpleasant to smell. However, snakeskin was a good thing and could help Ruantang avoid the sun's harsh rays. After some consideration, he reluctantly accepted it. Wuchuan's skin? Jiang Ruantang exclaimed in surprise that this snake skin was so complete that it could be made into a cloak. However, she didn't really want Wuchuan's things, especially the snake skin, which was personal to him and could carry other meanings. Don't you like it? Jiuyo asked softly as he leaned closer to Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. The snake skin felt cool and comfortable, but could a snake skin be given away just like that? It shouldn't. Usually, a snake beast would leave its shed skin for its partner. Jiang Ruantang felt the cloak was a bit too warm. Why give her something meant for a partner? Maybe she should just return it. She wasn't that afraid of the heat. This was something she couldn't accept. Jiuyo rubbed his large head against Jiang Ruantang, happy that she could think this way. It's fine, keep it. It will still be very hot outside in the next few days. And mine Mo's for might make you uncomfortable. This snakeskin cloak can make you feel a bit better. Since the snake beast was sent over, and it could make Ruantang more comfortable, it would be a waste not to accept it. Mo also nodded. Although the snake beast's scent was irritating, Ruantang's comfort was the priority. Jiang Ruantang wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she could only accept it. The cloak fit perfectly. It could also cover her face, just in case something unexpected happened on the way. It felt strangely fitting. As soon as Jiang Ruantang put it on, she felt a cool sensation. It was indeed comfortable. Just thinking about wearing Wuchuan made her feel a bit goosebumps. Well, let's go. Jiang Ruantang obediently climbed onto Juyo's back and found a comfortable position. Since she hadn't told anyone the reason for leaving Beast City, she indirectly kept it from the Lion King and the others. To avoid drawing attention, they left almost stealthily. After all, Yu Zhonglan was still around, and with the wisdom of the Monkey King, he would suspect they were moving. Wuchuan quietly watched them from the shadows until he saw the little female draped in his snake skin. He felt much more at ease, but could only secretly watch them leave. He had to hold back these city lords. Each had their own ulterior motives, and the most urgent thing now was to kill the Snake King. Everyone has their selfish desires, and Wuchuan's selfish desire was simply to use their hands to eliminate the Snake King. He had fought hard for years to contact the Witch Clan for him. He was sincere. The Snake King had done him a favor. But the Snake King shouldn't want his life. The Snake Clan repays grudges, so he would return the favor. The Snake King could sit firmly on the throne, relying on his own strength, and no one dared to defy him. But now he, Wuchuan, was going to be the one to defy him. Until they left Beast City, Jiang Ruantang still felt a bit unrealistic, turning back to look at the vast Beast City, where her child and lover still were. She had to rescue Yu Zhonglan. As Juyo had predicted, the weather was indeed not suitable for humans. However, Wuchuan's cloak spared her some suffering. Ruantang, are you okay? Juyo asked concernedly about the little female on his back. Jiang Ruantang wiped her sweat. I'm fine. I can endure it. How about you and Mo? In this kind of weather, Juyo and Mo should be suffering more. Mo shivered. Ruantang actually cared about him and quickly turned around. I'm fine. Ruantang, do you want to drink some water? Saying this, Mo stopped, and Jiang Ruantang waved her hand. It's fine, just a little less. They had already drunk quite a bit of water on this journey. Juyo and Mo hadn't even had a couple of sips, so she should save some for herself. However, the sun was really hot, and she felt a bit dizzy. Something suddenly flashed in Jiang Ruantang's eyes, and she rubbed her eyes and looked back. She saw Mo's black fur. Mo, are you hot? Her intuition told her that Mo should be having a harder time than they were. Mo didn't dare to tell the truth. I'm fine. But he was feeling very uncomfortable inside. It hurt all over under the sun with his black fur. Jiang Ruantang pouted. Wasn't it said that black absorbs heat? It couldn't be some nonsense, right? The next second, Mo's legs trembled for a moment, and Jiang Ruantang stared at him. This was clearly not fine. He was clearly suffering from a heat. Sighing helplessly in her heart, Mo was still quite proud. Because his leg trembled out of embarrassment, Mo felt like crying without tears. He must have been seen by Ruantang. It was so embarrassing. It would be much cooler at night, and Jiang Ruantang pulled her feet into the cloak. The craftsmanship of this cloak amazed her. She didn't expect Wuchuan had such skills. Moreover, the cloak was intentionally made a bit larger, which was more thoughtful than she had imagined. Juyo, it looks like a tribe up ahead. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She pulled at Juyo's fur while on his back. It looks like a tribe up ahead. Juyo and Mo both stopped and nodded to each other. I'll go take a look first, Mo said and walked towards the direction of the tribe, and Jiang Ruantang could only shout a couple of times to be careful. The tribe wasn't small, and as soon as Mo entered, he felt something was off. It seemed overly quiet here, not to mention females. He didn't even see a single male. Observing a few tree holes, it looked like an abandoned tribe. There was no one inside. It should be an abandoned tribe. Mo shook his head at Juyo, who carefully lowered Jiang Ruantang, letting her stay close to him. Although the tribe looked abandoned, it didn't rule out the possibility of a male ambush. Both of them were on high alert to prevent any male from launching a sneak attack. Jiang Ruantang also held onto Juyo tightly, and they both remained vigilant, making themselves quite nervous. Chapter 158. The Uninhabited Tribe. Jiayu and Mo sniffed the air of the tribe, and it indeed smelled like no one had lived here for a long time. There wasn't a trace of breath to be detected. How is it? Jiang Ruantang asked softly. She didn't have the keen noses of Jiayu and Mo. She truly couldn't smell anything. Although she tried to mimic their sniffing, it was of no use. It should be an abandoned tribe. Let's rest here for today. Jiang Ruantang sighed in relief, as she was actually quite afraid that something might suddenly appear. The group found an empty tree hole. and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly removed the items from Jiayu and Mo. The two were able to return to their human forms, and Jiang Ruantang turned to give them privacy. Once they put on their animal skin skirts and slowly removed their cloaks, it finally became a bit cooler. Jiang Ruantang stretched lazily, her stunning appearance and figure causing those around her to momentarily hold their breath. Spotting some grass, she decided not to think too much and simply sat down. As soon as she sat, her stomach began to growl. Jiayu, I'm hungry, Jiang Ruantang said mischievously, staring at Jiayu, who understood her immediately. Mo, go down and start a fire with the flint. Mo heard Jiang Ruantang's words and obediently jumped down from the tree hole. Seeing Mo leave, Jiang Ruantang took out all the meat from her space. While in the space, the meat felt light as air, but as soon as she took it out, it regained its weight. She wasn't prepared and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. Ah! Jiang Ruantang instinctively knelt on the ground, looking aggrieved. Jiayu hurriedly picked up the little female and nervously rubbed her waist. Does it hurt? Jiang Ruantang leaned against Jiayu's leg and was relieved to find that she didn't hear any bones crack. She wasn't injured, just a bit sore. It's fine. Just a little pain. I'll be okay after resting. Jiayu was still worried, but Jiang Ruantang urged him, I'm fine. You take the meat down and roast it with Mo. I'm starving. Although she wouldn't die from her back pain, she would surely die from hunger. In this world, only delicious food cannot be neglected. Jiayu rubbed her waist again with concern, but still obediently took the meat down. Just then, Mo had started a fire with a flint and saw Jiayu bringing down a lot of meat. He didn't see the meat before and didn't know how Jiayu and Ruantang managed to bring it down. If left for too long, it would surely spoil. And it wouldn't be good for Ruantang to eat any moldy or spoiled meat. Jiayu, is this meat still fresh? If it's not fresh, it's better not to let Ruantang eat it. Jiayu said nothing and directly placed the meat on the grill. Don't worry, this meat won't spoil. He could never let Ruantang eat spoiled meat. And besides, it seemed that Ruantang's space could keep food fresh. Mo was a bit skeptical, but didn't dare to ask further. Jiayu wouldn't let Ruantang eat anything bad. After roasting enough meat for everyone to eat, Jiayu put away the remaining meat in the bamboo basket. He initially wanted Mo to hunt for himself, but Ruantang would probably not allow that, so he counted it as his. After all, he was Ruantang's guardian beast, and handing over future prey to him would be more convenient. Jiayu returned to the tree hole, and when Jiang Ruantang saw him come in, she glanced at the remaining meat. Confirming that Mo was still downstairs, she put the items back in her space. Mo, catch me. Jiang Ruantang looked at Jiayu, who was holding the utensils, and then at Mo below. Without waiting for Jiayu, she jumped down. Mo carefully caught her, and the little female landed in his arms. Her heart raced with a different rhythm. Jiang Ruantang was startled and quickly looked at Mo, relieved that he had caught her. Thank you, let me down. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit embarrassed. She was really hungry and, in a moment of impulse, jumped down and called for Mo to catch her. Jiayu's face turned dark as he stared at Mo from behind. Jiang Ruantang, seeing him come down, quickly took the utensils, which were chopsticks and bowls made of jade that she had made for Jiayu and Yu Jiangwan. Ignoring the two males behind her, Jiang Ruantang sat directly in front of the roasted meat, her eyes shining with excitement. It's meat. Jiayu didn't look at Mo, settling down beside Jiang Ruantang. He skillfully cut the meat into pieces with his claws and placed them into her bowl. Initially, he had wanted a set of cutlery, but since those items couldn't produce a sharp blade, he ultimately found Jiayu and Mo's claws to be more useful and gave up on the idea. He didn't know if there were any tools in the system's reward that could be used for cutting. Mo sat opposite the two, watching Jiang Ruantang eat happily, which lifted his spirits as well. Jiang Ruantang ate messily, and Jiayu helplessly wiped the grease from her mouth. No need to rush. It's all yours. I'm not anxious. Jiang Ruantang glared at Jiayu. She wasn't anxious. It was just that Jiayu's roasting skills were too good now. Jiayu poked her cheek, which was stuffed with food, and said, not anxious. You're already puffed up. Mo felt out of place between the two, silently eating his food. Watching Jiang Ruantang enjoy her meal made him feel better as well. By the time the meal was finished, the sky had darkened, and Jiang Ruantang felt a bit bloated. Her face flushed instantly as Jiayu noticed her shyness and understood right away. He picked up the little female and dove back into the tree hole, leaving Mo outside to clean up after the meal. You should be gentler today. Mine is a bit swollen. No matter how many times it happened, she still felt incredibly shy. It was still because there was no milk pump, so they had to use the clumsiest method. Jiayu's breathing became heavy, his voice muffled. His hands were busy in front of him, and his mouth was not idle either, continuously teasingly kissing her neck. It tickles. Jiayu, stop it. Jiang Ruantang's breathing became heavy as well. She couldn't let Mo return while in this state. Ruantang, is that not okay? Jiayu's voice sounded wronged, making Jiang Ruantang's heart flutter. No. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth and told him firmly no. Jiayu felt wronged, but hearing her so decisively, dared not force her. God knows how hard it was for him to hold back, especially with the overwhelming scent of Yu Jianglan on Ruantang and the evident thoughts from Wu Chuan. Each one made him feel insecure. If he had known not to bring Mo, that burden, damn it, he miscalculated. Even getting close to Ruantang was not allowed. Meanwhile, Mo was struggling to wash the dishes. When you need me, I'm free labor. When you don't, I become a burden. Mo was carefully scrubbing the dishes by the river when a dark shape slowly drifted over. The stench was pungent. It was a male. Mo stared at the male. And although some of the scent had been washed away by the river, it smelled like a male from the Tiamat tribe. This male looked relatively young, but had a strength level of 4 crowns. However, the Tiamat tribe had always avoided contact with outside tribes. It seemed a bit too coincidental to encounter one at this moment. The male seemed to have some awareness, with golden curly hair and red eyes. And he was quite handsome. Help me. The male tightly grabbed Mo, and his survival instinct appeared to be very strong. Chapter 159. The most worrisome male, just thinking about Wan, he didn't dare to rashly help this male. Moreover, he wasn't a healer and couldn't help him much anyway. But seeing the male's near-death state made his heart ache. Was it because he had cursed the last moments? At that time, he might also be as helpless and scarred. After some thought, he still lifted the young male onto his back, placing him in a spot farther away from Wan to prevent this male from getting too close. The male was still somewhat unconscious, and after tossing him into a tree hole, he couldn't be bothered to check on him further. Where's Mo? Jiang Ruantang peered into the tree hole, and Mo had just gone to wash a bowl and hadn't returned yet. Just as he finished speaking, Mo came back to the tree hole with a clean bowl. As soon as he approached, Jiao suddenly frowned. This aura was faint but familiar. Ruantang, it's getting late. You should sleep first. Jiao kissed Jiang Ruantang and signaled for her to rest. If she didn't get enough rest, they wouldn't be able to continue their journey tomorrow. Jiang Ruantang yawned and nodded, feeling indeed sleepy. Then I'll sleep first. Jiao nodded, watching as the little female snuggled back into the fur blanket, then turned and jumped down from the tree hole. Mo was puzzled about how he came down, but busily tidied up his things. Because Jiao wouldn't let Mo sleep with them, he had placed himself and their luggage in another tree hole. As he got closer, the scent on him rushed straight to Jiao's head. Did you encounter a male from the Tiamat tribe? Mo's body suddenly stiffened, but his hands kept moving. Yeah, a young male. He was indeed worried. What if Jiao couldn't help but wanted to kill that male? Bringing the male here had already challenged his authority as Ruantang's male. I placed him in a tree hole farther away, so he won't see Ruantang. But Jiao was not concerned about that at all. His focus was on the familiar male scent that made him feel uneasy. Where is he? Mo was taken aback, helplessly lowering his hands. Indeed, being too far away meant he couldn't sense him either. Over there, deeper inside. He pointed to the deepest spot on the right side. Indeed, quite far. I'll go take a look. You protect Ruantang. Jiao had to confirm, so he entrusted Ruantang to Mo. He climbed back up into the tree hole to take a look, noticing the little female was sleeping deeply, her position completely relaxed, the blanket half covered and half fallen. Mo hadn't expected that Jiao would entrust Ruantang to him because of that male. However, he was pleased. It was nice to be closer to Ruantang. Jiao shot Mo a warning glance and then headed to the deepest tree hole. Mo, feeling stirred, climbed back into the tree hole and quietly transformed into his beast form to stay by her side, watching as she kicked off the blanket. He carefully covered her back up. Sleeping Ruantang looked as beautiful as a doll. Although being close to Ruantang excited him, he still maintained the necessary distance. Cold, until the little female furrowed her brows and murmured. Usually, she would be snuggled up against Jiao at night. Suddenly, without Jiao's fluffy body, Jiang Ruantang felt a draft all around. Mo keenly heard her and hesitated a few times before finally crawling to Jiang Ruantang's side. Feeling the warmth of his fur, Jiang Ruantang dove into his embrace, sleeping even more comfortably than before. She only felt something was off. Jiao wasn't this big, right? Forget it, I'll just sleep. Mo's face flushed, his heart raced, and his body temperature rose. But what could he do? Jiao caught the scent and successfully found the tree hole. Upon entering, he saw the lion being happily hugged by Ruantang. Jiao was furious and transformed into a fox, lying on the other side. If Mo moved at this moment, Ruantang would likely wake up. To ensure the little female could sleep well, both males stayed still. If it weren't for the fact that the next day, Jiang Ruantang couldn't stand the heat, with warmth on both sides. It felt like lying in a furnace. Eventually, unable to endure it, she woke up directly. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Mo lying next to her, completely naked, which scared Jiang Ruantang into retreating repeatedly. As she retreated, she bumped into another embrace, and, turning back, she found Jiao also naked and holding her. While Mo at least knew to cover his privacy with fur, Jiao was brazenly exposed. Jiao opened his eyes to see Jiang Ruantang staring at him. He affectionately kissed her cheek and quietly raised the flag. This shocked Jiang Ruantang into standing up. Damn it, broad daylight lewdness. Mo was startled awake, the fur covering him falling off. Jiang Ruantang widened her eyes even more. Did these two guys not understand what privacy meant? Jiao hurriedly turned Jiang Ruantang's face to look at Mo. Damn it. This is even more shocking than with Yu Jianlin. Mo felt shy under Jiao's gaze and hurriedly put on his clothes. Jiang Ruantang was completely awake now. She went to the riverbank to wash her face, quickly trying to calm her nerves. Such a stimulating morning was hard for anyone to handle. When she returned to the tree hole, the two had already tidied up below. However, Jiao's expression was serious, tightly staring at Jiang Ruantang. She felt confused under his gaze. What's wrong, Jiao? Is there something on my face? Did I not wash it clean? Mo was also puzzled, not understanding what Jiao was trying to do. Ultimately, Jiao gritted his teeth, his face dark. Ruantang, Karshan. As Jiao had anticipated, when Jiang Ruantang heard Karshan's name, her eyes lit up. What happened to Karshan? Did you see him? Previously in the Tianma tribe, it was probably Karshan, but at that time, he and T wanted to see her. Jiao's expression fell. He was injured in the deeper tree hole. Jiang Ruantang became even more anxious upon hearing this. Injured? Karshan has already gone through such events. With his strength, the injury must be serious. Jiao, take me there. Jiang Ruantang grabbed Jiao's arm, and Jiao bit down hard. He was afraid, if it weren't for the events that happened with Karshan back then, and if he and T left, they would probably be bonded by now. How would he accept Ruantang having another male? Ruantang's feelings for Karshan were much different from those for him in Yu Jianlin and other males. All right, I'll take you there. Jiao steeled his courage and picked up Jiang Ruantang. It's okay. Ruantang is with me and has her cubs. Mo was confused but still followed the two to that tree hole. Chapter 160. The green tea technique remains unchanged. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit strange and even a bit nervous. She hadn't seen Kadian in a long time. Mo noticed they were getting closer to the tree hole, and his doubts became clearer. It seemed that the male was someone Ruantang knew. No wonder last night, when Jiao caught a whiff of his scent, he looked serious and seemed tense and worried. Given how anxious and concerned Ruantang was, that male must be extraordinary. Jiang Ruantang calmed her emotions and tightly held Jiao's hand. Let's go. Jiao nodded and brought Jiang Ruantang into the tree hole, then set her down. Mo followed closely behind. But the next second, Jiang Ruantang was suddenly grabbed by the neck. Sunlight streamed into the tree hole, and the boy's golden hair shone brightly in the sun. However, his eyes seemed like they were filled with snow, full of murderous rage. Kadian. Jiang Ruantang reached out to gently touch his cheek, and at that moment, she only felt relieved. It seemed like his injuries weren't too severe. Jiao was startled by Kadian's actions and quickly pressed down on his hand. The two had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Jiao thought that he could kill Kadian right then and there. But he couldn't let Ruantang be hurt, so he held back. Mo also quickly pressed down on Kadian's arm. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they couldn't let anyone hurt Ruantang. Kadian's vigilant and hateful gaze suddenly froze, leaving only disbelief. He abruptly released his grip and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Was he dreaming again? How could he see Ruantang here? And why was there a male he didn't recognize in his dream? But Ruantang's smile was too bright, and the touch just now felt too real to be a dream. Even dreams weren't this real. Kadian stared at his hand, sarcastically muttering to himself. Kadian, I'm not a dream. I'm right here. Jiang Ruantang took a step forward. Taller than half a year ago. Previously, he only reached her chest, but now he was a head taller than her. He should grow a bit more and return to his original strength and height, right? The adult version of Kadian. Feeling Ruantang's touch, Kadian felt as if he were in another world. Ruantang, he tentatively called out, causing Jiang Ruantang's heart to tremble as well. Jiang Ruantang smiled brightly, and the next second, Kadian tightly embraced her. This wasn't a dream. It was really Ruantang. She was here. Jiang Ruantang returned the embrace, gently patting his back in comfort. Kadian must have gone through a lot. Jiao couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Kadian away, putting an end to the hug. Kadian looked at him, feeling strangely close. Ruantang hadn't said anything, so why shouldn't he hug her? Perhaps due to his age, he was acting quite childish. Unfortunately, he was currently at a disadvantage against Jiao. He was nearly a head shorter and not as strong. It had been half a year since they last met, and Kadian had risen to 7 crowns. Jiang Ruantang was pulled away by Jiao, but she couldn't help but lean back in, inspecting Kadian closely. There was a noticeable scar on his face, but it didn't diminish his good looks. Kadian, like a little dog, allowed Jiang Ruantang to examine him. Fortunately, there were no major injuries, but that scar on his face was heart-wrenching. Kadian, what happened to your face? Jiang Ruantang gently caressed the scar, feeling a bit pained. Kadian smiled and leaned against Jiang Ruantang. It's nothing serious. It's been a while, and it's already healed. Jiao was truly angry. Seeing Ruantang so close to Kadian made him furious. Even Yu Jianglan didn't cling to Ruantang all day. But who was this lion? Kadian's wary gaze was fixed on Mo, wondering if Ruantang had found another partner. Jiang Ruantang suddenly realized they hadn't introduced each other. All right, Kadian, this is Mo, my guardian beast. The words came out with a hint of hesitation, but since he had said it was his guardian beast, she continued. Mo, this is Kadian, he is my... Before Jiang Ruantang could finish introducing Kadian, he interjected, I am Ruantang's male. Jiang Ruantang's little face suddenly flushed red. He had said the same in front of Wei Ran before. However, back then, he was still an adult male, but now, he wasn't even an adult anymore. Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the guy who claimed to be Ruantang's male. He looked like he hadn't even reached adulthood, just a little kid. In the end, he still politely nodded. I am Mo. I brought you back yesterday. Upon hearing this, Kadian instantly straightened up, and his hostility towards Mo diminished. He hadn't expected this lion to have saved him and to have brought him to the tree hole. After the introductions, Kadian stubbornly checked on Jiang Ruantang. He noticed the Fox Clan beast mark on her lower back and the Mermaid Clan beast mark on her ankle. Looking at the Mermaid Clan's beast mark, his expression turned somewhat grim. He had thought that with Jiao's character, even after half a year, Ruantang wouldn't have another male. But Ruantang had actually found a male from the Mermaid Clan. What was so good about fish? Their combat abilities on land were so poor. How could they protect Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang shrank her feet a bit. This is my partner. You'll have time to get to know him. Kadian unhappily nodded and leaned back against Ruantang. Yu Jianglan had the strength of 10 crowns. Jiao suddenly interjected, leaving Jiang Ruantang feeling puzzled. Kadian's expression changed instantly. 10 crowns. That was the news he had heard outside. Only the king of the Mermaid Clan had the strength of 10 crowns. Was that guy Ruantang's partner? Jiao noticed Kadian's worsening expression and suddenly felt delighted. Only Kadian felt blocked. He hadn't expected that after half a year, so many powerful males would appear around Ruantang. Did he really still have a chance beside Ruantang? Mo seemed to have noticed as well. This Kadian was special to Ruantang. Jiao was intentionally using Yu Jianglan's strength to suppress Kadian. With so many powerful males around Ruantang, he probably had even less chance. Kadian's eyes turned red with grievance, causing Jiang Ruantang to feel tense. She shot Jiao a glare. Knowing that Kadian cared about this, why bring it up? Jiao felt wronged by the glare, and the look he gave Kadian was filled with gritted teeth. Kadian, having gained the upper hand, leaned against Jiang Ruantang, revealing a victorious smile. Mo's heart tightened as he assessed Kadian. This guy seemed like trouble. No wonder Jiao was so nervous. Just looking at him could make Jiao feel uncomfortable, and Ruantang obviously sided with Kadian. Mo inadvertently let out a light laugh, but was quickly met with a fierce glare from Jiao. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Why was Kadian causing trouble? Jiang Ruantang comforted Kadian, feeling heartbroken. He had truly been through too much. When he had secretly left back then, he was only at 1 crown. She didn't know what hardships he had endured to rise to 4 crowns now. Kadian, when I was in the Pegasus clan, that was you, right? Jiang Ruantang looked at Kadian, but felt something was off. The figure back then seemed much taller than Kadian. Kadian was taken aback. I never returned to the Pegasus clan. Ruantang, you went to the Pegasus clan? Chapter 161, he hurt the elf clan this time. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. He hasn't returned to the Pegasus clan? Then who helped her at that time? Suddenly, Lars's face popped into her mind. Could it be him? She had thought it was Katian and had been happy about it for a long time. It might be Lars then. Katian, upon hearing Lars's name, felt somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't have a good impression of that fellow, his brother. Could it be that guy wants to steal Ruantang away? You can't accept Lars. Although he's stronger than me. As he spoke, Katian's voice grew quieter. When it comes down to it, he doesn't have Lars's strength, and he has a scar on his face, making him less handsome. As brothers, Lars is indeed more outstanding. Jiang Ruantang didn't notice his feelings and was momentarily at a loss for words. Lars has a female now, it's Wei Ran. The dejected Katian immediately became excited again. Although he didn't know how Lars got to know Wei Ran. But since he has a female from the Rabbit clan, he can't compete for Ruantang anymore. Ruantang still likes me the most. Katian couldn't bear to be far from Ruantang for even a moment, almost getting thrown out of the tree hole by Jiayu. All right, I have something to ask you. Jiayu finally managed to pull Ruantang away from him, looking serious. Katian raised an eyebrow, glaring at Ruantang sitting next to Jiayu. He wanted to be close to Ruantang. Go ahead, what is it? In the end, Katian compromised and signaled Jiayu to ask, "Where's the elf clan?" Upon hearing this, Katian was shocked, his expression darkening, looking very conflicted. Jiang Ruantang looked at Jiayu in confusion. Does Katian know where the elf clan is? He has a strong scent of the elf clan on him. Jiayu explained to Ruantang that if it weren't for Katian's strong scent of the elf clan, he wouldn't have kept him around. Jiang Ruantang turned to look at Katian, realizing that he had gone to find the elf clan later. Montak was shocked, not expecting this Pegasus male to have ties with the elf clan. Katian was exceptionally conflicted. He was curious why they were looking for the elf clan, but didn't dare to speak. Mo noticed his hesitation and exchanged glances with Jiayu. Katian, we need to find an elf clan. This concerns the entire continent. Mo's gaze was unexpectedly sincere, leaving Katian stunned. Jiayu nodded in agreement, and Jiang Ruantang probably understood their intentions. Katian, do you have any concerns? What happened? Ruantang looked at him worriedly, but Katian didn't know how to start. Jiang Ruantang frowned, moving closer to Katian, gently holding his hand. It's all right, Katian. Katian gritted his teeth, recalling the tragic state of the elf clan. It's all my fault. I'm too weak. He had been so happy to see Ruantang that he forgot how he got injured. If it weren't for his pride, he wouldn't have dragged the elf clan down with him. The River Patrol tribe. Just those 4 words made Jiang Ruantang's heart tremble. What? These 4 words were familiar to her. The River Patrol tribe was the tribe that almost cost Katian his life. Mo pondered for a moment and finally remembered this tribe. It was the largest and strongest tribe outside the main beast city. The River Patrol tribe was primarily composed of powerful males from the Bear clan, each strong and possessing vast food resources. How he ended up in conflict with the River Patrol tribe was indeed troublesome. The River Patrol tribe is after you again? That female named Shun Yen is truly relentless. Katian had become like this, yet she could still bully him. No, it was a chance encounter with the River Patrol tribe. I didn't mean to cause a conflict, but they discovered me, and the power gap was too great, so I was severely injured. I happened to meet the elf clan during my escape, and they saved me, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the River Patrol tribe. The elf clan has either died or been captured. Only I managed to escape with my wings. Blame me. They have saved me multiple times, yet I am so weak that I can't even protect them. Katian was filled with self-reproach. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't only have the option to escape. Unable to avenge himself, he had dragged the elf clan, who had helped him, into his troubles. Ruantang, I am too useless, not worthy of you. The difference between the person he was when he first met Ruantang and who he was now was too great. He was lacking in strength. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang of pain in her heart and hurriedly hugged Katian. No, it's okay. We will save the elf clan. It's not your fault. The River Patrol tribe is truly detestable. Katian's expression softened somewhat, and he was actually comforted by Ruantang. However, he really needed to save the elf clan. They had helped him many times, and no matter what, he needed to repay that kindness. The River Patrol tribe. The 5 Directions City Lord has a close relationship with them and controls a large amount of food supplies. It might be troublesome. Montak pondered, speaking to Jiayu as well. They need the elf clan, but if they confront the River Patrol tribe, it might be problematic for the 5 Directions City Lord. Jiayu raised an eyebrow. On the 5 Directions City Lord side, there are Wu Chuan and Yu Jiangwan. Those 2 are enough to deal with those city lords. The strength of 10 crowns is one thing, but with 2, no one is foolish enough to go head-to-head. Mo took a deep breath. Jay had already thought it through. This fox is strangely intimidating. Ruantang, it's all right. Let's first plan the route to the River Patrol tribe. We need to resolve Katian's matter as well. Jiayu subtly pulled Ruantang away from Katian. This guy was indeed a bit weak. Katian glared fiercely at Jiayu, secretly holding onto Ruantang's small hand. If I can't hug her, holding hands is fine. Jiang Ruantang looked at Katian helplessly, feeling somewhat indulgent. Just then, her stomach made an untimely growl. She had been awake for a while and hadn't eaten a bite. Are you hungry? I'll go start a fire. Mo quickly volunteered to get up. Jiang Ruantang nodded, but after thinking for a moment, she suddenly wanted to eat fish. Clear soup fish, That broth is delicious. Jiayu, I want to eat fish. Jiang Ruantang grabbed Jiayu's arm, just in time to save her from sneaking food from her space. Jiayu thought for a moment. The river was too far, so he nodded. Mo, use the pot. Ruantang said she wants to eat fish. Jiayu shouted at Mo, who was on the ground by the entrance of the tree hole. Mo nodded, finding the largest pot in their luggage. Montak, it's too troublesome to rebuild one like the one used at home with stones. Jiang Ruantang thought of using the bottom of the pot and simply decided to make a stable one out of stones. It would work too. Mo nodded in understanding and began looking for suitable stones. Katian watched the familiar interaction among them. In the days he was away from Ruantang, she was still living happily. That's good. At least Jiayu hasn't let anyone bully Ruantang. Chapter 162, Don't think about flying soft. Where are you now? After he left, he returned to the beaching tribe, but didn't stay long before leaving again. Later, he heard news that Ruan and Jiayu had left the tribe. Eventually, he heard that the beaching tribe had been destroyed by the Scorpion clan. He went back to look for her, fearing that Ruan might encounter misfortune if she returned to the tribe. But all he found was a field of corpses, and in a corner, he found a rabbit tribe leader tightly guarded by the wolf tribe leader. That was the rabbit tribe leader who had cared for him for over a decade. But both of them were now just remains, the little rabbit's body barely taking up any space even in death. That was the first time Katian cried. He stood by their bodies from dawn until dusk. Father, thank you for raising me. In the end, he heavily bowed his head, feeling that he had let his father down after raising him for over a decade. He couldn't believe that his father was killed by the Scorpion clan, and even the wolf clan suffered countless casualties. Knowing that Ruan wasn't there, he set off on his journey again, also to confirm that Ruan was living well. Now Ruan was in front of him, and she was indeed living well. Jiang Ruantang looked up and smiled brightly. I'm meeting Jiayu in B City. Once we find the elf clan, you should come back with me. She didn't want to let Katian leave again. If next time, he didn't run into kind-hearted people and faced misfortune. Jiang Ruantang couldn't imagine losing Katian once, let alone multiple times. She really couldn't bear it. Katian's heart trembled, and he remained silent. Jiayu felt uncomfortable listening. Ruan was taking the initiative to invite Katian to join her. I wonder if General Yu Jianglan will agree. TSK. If General Yu Jianglan is unwilling, Ruan might not be able to take him away. His inexplicable mood brightened a bit. With Katian around, he was no longer the most important person in Ruan's heart. Look at him here. Ruan hardly paid attention to him anymore. Jiayu, take me to the riverside. I want to see if I can catch some fat fish. Jiang Ruantang's eyes sparkled, which made Jiayu uncomfortable. Katian wouldn't miss the chance to spend time with Ruan. Pulling her close, I'll go too. I'll take you flying over. Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up, flying. Yashi nodded heavily, and Jiayu's expression darkened. This was really snatching away from him. Jiang Ruantang glanced at Jiayu with a troubled expression, her face saying, I want to fly. Got it, be safe. I'll follow you below. Ultimately, Jiayu couldn't bear to disappoint Ruan and suggested following under her. Jiang Ruantang smiled happily, suddenly being embraced by Katian. His white wings spread wide, still very large. He suddenly jumped down from the tree hollow, soaring high just before landing. Jiang Ruantang was so scared she tightly shut her eyes, but still peeked. The view from the sky was indeed nice. Up and down, one moment above the trees, the next weaving through them. Katian, fly lower. We're here. Jiang Ruantang wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear. Being so close made the pure-hearted Katian's ears flush red. He could only break in a panic and landed steadily on the ground. This was very thrilling for Jiang Ruantang. Unlike the first time she was scared when Katian took her flying, Jiayu followed closely behind, glaring at him. Flying low and high scared his heart to beat wildly. In the future, Ruan shouldn't go to the sky. Having landed and entered the sea was enough. Don't let her pass the sky. Katian. That was so thrilling, but Jiang Ruantang was very satisfied. Occasionally having such excitement could relieve stress and was quite comfortable. Seeing Ruan satisfied, Katian felt happy in his heart. Jiayu supported the slightly dizzy Ruan, his mouth stubborn. All right, Ruan, I'll take you back. No more flying. Jiang Ruantang pouted in dissatisfaction. It was rare to fly once. However, she didn't say anything, just slowly approached the riverside. The little river was shallow. Feeling like there wasn't much big fish. Ruan, this river is so shallow. Can there be fish? He remembered that when he fell here in a daze. The entire river was very shallow, fearing there were no big fish. There are, wait a moment. Jiang Ruantang stood barefoot in the water. And Yu Jianglan's beast mark glowed faintly. Her whole body felt the ocean, slightly opening her mouth. A silent wave, unique to the merfolk, spread out. Actually, she couldn't explain it clearly, but last time when she was worried about Jiang, she also emitted a wave. So this time she tried it. But she didn't expect it to really work. Before long, several fat fish floated above the river. Jiang quickly catch it. The fish were huge, fearing they would escape. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly urged Jiang to catch them. Jiang was quick and caught it with his claws. One down. Wait. There are more. Jiang Ruantang's voice was filled with surprise. She didn't expect the wave she emitted as a merfolk would be so powerful. Jiang didn't doubt it. The moment he saw the fish, he stabbed down fiercely again. The other fish, wanting to approach Jiang Ruantang, ended up seeing their companions strung up by the fox and immediately turned to flee. Jiang Ruantang glanced at the size of the two fish and asked Jiang to catch the remaining few. This should be enough now. Her pot was a special large pot, so it took up space, and she couldn't carelessly put it into the space to arouse suspicion. But cooking these few fish was more than enough. Jiang Ruantang took advantage of Katie not paying attention to release a bamboo basket, and Jiang hurriedly threw the fish inside. Katie was confused. He didn't remember there being a bamboo basket. Ruan, how did you know there would be so many big fish? Usually, when he caught fish, he only caught a few at most. Jiang Ruantang blinked. Thanks to my merfolk partner. That merfolk partner was unfamiliar to Katie. Why wasn't he with you? Katian's voice carried a hint of anger, as Ruan's male. He should have been there to protect her. Jiang Ruantang paused, thinking about Jiang in the dungeon, who had already lost his emotions. She couldn't forcibly take him along. He had important matters, so he stayed in Beast City. Katie keenly sensed Ruan's emotions and felt that she was somewhat sad. Could it be that that male did something to upset her? So Ruan didn't bring him along? Ruan, did he bully you? Why go back with you? I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. How could he allow Ruan to be bullied? Jiang sneered. He naturally knew that Ruan was worried about Jiang and didn't expect Katie to be so brash. Jiang has the power of 10 crowns. He is the king of the merfolk. You want to teach him a lesson? How many people in the entire continent can match him? Jiang was merely stating facts. Teaching Jiang a lesson was indeed somewhat arrogant. Katian's expression suddenly darkened. 10 crowns, the king of the merfolk. During his travels, he had never seen a male with 10 crowns. The males around Ruan were constantly surprising him. Each one was powerful enough that he couldn't reach them. Chapter 163. This heartfelt feeling. Jiang Ruantang forced a smile, signaling Jiang not to provoke him. If it weren't for the River Patrol tribe, Katian's current strength wouldn't be weaker than Jiang's. After that incident, Katian had risen to 4 crowns in just 6 months, which was already a genius feat. Katian looked dejected, but had also made up his mind. He still had 2 years until adulthood. By then, he must reach the level of Jiang, becoming a male worthy of Ruantang. He had experienced too much in these 6 months, and with his strong talent, he had surprisingly reached 4 crowns. This progress delighted him, but the stronger he became, the more difficult it was. He had already stagnated for a long time, unable to break through to the 4-crown level. Jiang Ruantang tugged at Katian, giving him a comforting look. Don't think too much. Jiang is indeed strong, but he's older and has gone through many experiences. You are also very strong. You reached 4 crowns in just 6 months, and I'm very happy about that. Katian couldn't hide his despondency. Even that guardian beast, named Mo, had 6 crowns, and Jiao had even reached 7 crowns. How long would it take to catch up with them and become a male worthy of Ruantang? In the end, Jiang Ruantang was held in Jiao's arms while Katian flew in the sky. Watching from a distance, he couldn't hear anything. Jiang Ruantang lowered her voice and said, Jiao, try not to say those things in front of Katian. He doesn't want to be like this. Jiao just nodded. The loneliness in his heart was only known to him. However, Ruantang was right. If Katian were different with his talent, he might have already surpassed him by now. He might even hope to surpass Jiang and Wuchuan, becoming the youngest 10-crown male in the entire continent. I understand, Ruantang. Hearing the disappointment in the big fox's tone, Jiang Ruantang felt even worse. Helplessly, she adjusted his face and gently kissed his lips. Jiao, you will always be irreplaceable in my heart. Don't think too much, okay? Her eyes were filled with him, and her words were the sweetest love declarations in the world. Jiao nodded, tightening his arms around Ruantang. Ruantang, I didn't mean to. Jiang Ruantang smiled, rubbing his ears while looking at his tail, swaying like a propeller behind him. When they returned to the tree hole, Mo had already started a fire. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly put down the bamboo basket, not having a knife and not knowing how to deal with the fish scales. As for the knife, It was something that needed to be addressed without delay. She needed one quickly. After calling the system, the task selection panel appeared before her eyes. The tasks were indeed peculiar, updating every day, with each task available only once per day. However, they might be refreshed after a few days, and the tasks would change accordingly. She hadn't expected to see anything, but then she did. A complete set of kitchen knives and tools, including cutting boards, various knives, graters, etc. Jiang Ruantang was stunned and looked at the task again. Can I just use MO to complete this? Compared to the last time, this task felt more conservative, but 3 pairs of eyes were all staring at her. What was she supposed to do? MO, can you take me up first? Jiang Ruantang secretly gave Gio a look, and Gio successfully received it. She glanced at Kadian. Kadian, help me deal with the fish down here. Kadian was puzzled. Wasn't Ruantang supposed to let the fox take her up? Mo was also surprised that Ruantang would call for him, feeling a bit unexpected, but also unexpectedly happy. Okay, being considered useful by Ruantang made him happy. Jiang Ruantang was held in Mo's arms, gripping his neck tightly out of fear of falling. With one leap, he successfully took Ruantang into the tree hole. Gio, can you really trust Ruantang to be with that guardian beast? He was not at ease. Nor did he want to be. But Ruantang's eyes clearly told him that she had a task again, so he couldn't interfere. He had originally wanted to scold him a bit, but thinking of Ruantang's words, he swallowed it down. Kadian looked anxious. Did Ruantang like that dark lion? As soon as they entered the tree hole, Mo carefully set Jiang Ruantang down. She was contemplating how to showcase her charm to make Mo blush. However, Mo turned around and was about to leave. No, how can I complete the task if you leave? In a panic, she pushed him down to the ground. Mo fell heavily, but he carefully protected Ruantang with his hands, fearing she would get hurt. Jiang Ruantang was straddling him, her face turning incredibly red. Just a moment ago, in a rush of blood, she had pushed him down. Mo's face also turned red, and Jiang Ruantang heard a mechanical voice whisper in her ear. Task completed. Reward, a complete set of kitchen knives. Jiang Ruantang breathed a sigh of relief. This was her first time being so bold. Well, the last time she had forcibly kissed, Mo also counted as one. She was being pushed by the system and could only take advantage of Mo. You could have done this with Gio. I'm sorry, I'll get up now. Jiang Ruantang, blushing, tried to get up, apologizing. But Mo tightly held her waist. His eyes filled with unquenchable desire. The heat made her want to escape. Mo took her hand and affectionately licked her ear. Jiang Ruantang's face turned even redder, as if it were steaming, and her waist felt weak. Lying beneath him, his enticing eyes were too much for her to handle. What woman could withstand the teasing of a handsome, dark figure? Ruantang, I am an abandoned male. Mo's words instantly drained Jiang Ruantang's enthusiasm. Her body stiffened. So, I beg you, Ruantang, don't torture me like this. I won't live long. In his lustful eyes, there was a mix of unwillingness and sorrow. Jiang Ruantang felt a chill run through her body. Mo, her gaze flickered, not daring to look him directly in the eye. She had used him for a task, but forgot that he was a male who had lost his partner. He had no second chance and no time to live. Magic made me live for 2 more years, but the magic has faded and the curse remains, so I will never have a second chance. Mo's smile was desolate as he held her hand tighter and tighter, unwilling to let go. Jiang Ruantang shuddered and almost used all her strength to pull her hand back. Suddenly, she stood up and distanced herself from Mo. The sadness in Mo's eyes deepened, but he still stood up, adjusted his clothes, and smiled apologetically at Ruantang. I'll go down first. That smile weighed heavily on Jiang Ruantang. She had used someone who had little time left, but was still willing to stay by her side as a guardian beast. She had taken advantage of him, and he was willing to be used. Ah, so Mo likes me. Jiang Ruantang covered her eyes tightly, feeling she had wasted a heartfelt feeling. But Mo didn't think so. In the remaining time, having Ruantang by his side was enough for him. Even if Ruantang used him, he was still indulging in her use. Once his time was up, his mission as Ruantang's guardian beast would also end. He asked for nothing more. Chapter 164. Fish soup for milk production, awkward scene. Jie noticed Mo's slightly dejected expression and almost thought that Ruantang's mission had failed. Jie, you catch me. Jiang Ruantang forced a smile and jumped down. However, during the fall, Mo's gaze lingered in her mind. Jie caught Ruan and held her tightly in his arms. Looking down, his pupils suddenly constricted. His Ruan had a face full of sadness. Ruan? Jie called softly. Jiang Ruantang forced a smile and signaled Jie to put her down. She took out the prepared knife. However, in the beast world, iron tools were rarely discovered. They usually just ate food without processing it. Jiang and the others quickly realized that the sharpness of the knife exceeded that of their claws. One of them grabbed her hand, and they all said in unison, "Ruan, dangerous." One knife was stuck on the ground by Katie, and Jiang and Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ruantang stared blankly at the knife that fell to the ground. "All right, don't be angry. They don't understand these things. It's fine. I'll use this to handle the fish. I won't get hurt." Jiang Ruantang picked up the knife again, but this time it was snatched away by Jiang. "What mission is Ruan doing that involves this dangerous thing?" "Ruan, let me do it. You'll get hurt." He lightly tested it, and suddenly his finger bled. The expressions of the others turned even worse. This thing was indeed dangerous. Jiang Ruantang sighed, wondering if they could eat properly. To have a meal, she had to agree. Jiang Ruantang directed Jiang to scale the fish, gut it, and remove the entrails. It's better not to eat the fish's entrails. Jiang's skills were better than expected. In no time, he had cleaned the fish and made decorative cuts. He then asked Mo to take out the seasonings and poured some rendered lard into the pot. When the oil was hot, he added the fish, frying on both sides without needing it to be too cooked. After that, he added something like cooking wine, poured in water, and covered it to stew. Unfortunately, they didn't have cooking wine. That kind of thing wasn't purely natural and needed to be made, which was practically impossible here. So they could only try their best to remove all the fishy parts and add ginger, scallions, and garlic. The fish was exceptionally clean, with even the bones coming off perfectly, and the head was simply discarded. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but applaud the three big men. After some operation, the stewed fish indeed smelled fragrant. "Wow, oh my God, the soup is fresh. The meat is tender. What a delicacy," Jiang Ruantang said while eating, relishing every bite. The others tasted it and indeed found it delicious. Jiang Ruantang silently gave Jiang a thumbs up. His control over the food perfectly determined its flavor. After the meal, her stomach was round. However, she forgot that fish soup was very effective for milk production. Mo suddenly frowned, shyly daring not to look at Jiang Ruantang. Katie was also stunned, staring for a long time before realizing what was happening. Jiang quickly picked up Ruan and returned to the tree hole without saying a word. Jiang Ruantang didn't even react. "What's wrong?" she asked sincerely, causing Jiang to swallow hard. He simply tore off his shirt. Jiang Ruantang gasped, only to realize that her milk had soaked through her clothes. Oh my God, hadn't Katie and Mo seen it all just now? So embarrassing. Jiang chuckled, watching Ruan's blushing and shy appearance. "I'll help you suck." Before she could refuse, he buried his head into her. Ugh, if I had known, I wouldn't have drunk the fish soup. After tidying up, when they came out of the tree hole, they saw that Mo had already cleaned everything up. Katie stared at her intensely, making her uncomfortable. "Ruan, whose is it?" Katie asked with a pitiful tone, not lacking a hint of jealousy. Ruan's first offspring, although it was highly likely to be Jiang's, he still felt jealous. Jiang Ruantang didn't dare to look at him. "It's a litter of cute little foxes. If you come back to B City with us, you can see them." When it came to the little ones, Jiang Ruantang's face was filled with affection. This was a side of Ruan that Katie had never seen before, and in the end, he said nothing. Jiang helped Mo put the luggage on his back and took some for himself. "Ruan, remember wear the cloak properly," Jiang reminded her, while Katie thought it was just an ordinary animal skin cloak. However, when it was taken out, the strong smell of snake beast hit his nose. Their Tiamat tribe had a standard sense of smell, but he could tell that this was the smell of a snake beast. How could Ruan have a cloak made of snake skin? Jiang Ruantang put it on and felt much more comfortable. "Ruan, this snake skin cloak." Katie struggled to speak. Could it be that Ruan has a male from the snake tribe? Jiang Ruantang was taken aback by the question. This cloak was a gift from someone. The situation in Wuchuan was too complicated. Jiang Ruantang didn't know how to explain. Katie's eyes turned slightly red. In just half a year, Ruan had already had 3 males around her, besides Jiang. He thought it would have been better to stick closer to Ruan early on, not giving other males a chance. "Don't think too much. Katie, the owner of the snake skin, has some grievances with me." Hearing the word grievances, Katie's eyes lit up. So the owner of the snake skin was a male whom Ruan didn't like. His unhappy mood dissipated significantly. After Katie confirmed, the Xuanha tribe wasn't very close, and it would take a few days' journey. Moreover, they had to pass through a forest, where Ruan would be relatively safe in the sky. Jiang Ruantang had to sit on Katie's horse, but conversely, the scenery in the sky was beautiful. Especially watching the sunset from the sky, it looked like a painting. If she had a camera, she would definitely capture this beautiful scene. "Katie, let's go down." Jiang and Mo had stopped. Jiang Ruantang patted Katie in. As she saw Jiayu and Mo halt. Once they landed, Ruan quickly stretched her back. Sitting on Katie and's back was tiring. Ugh, Jiayu, are we staying here tonight? Jiang Ruantang took off the hood of the cloak and glanced around. It was indeed a good spot, with trees providing cover. So there was no fear of being attacked at midnight. But there's nothing to block the view. This made Jiang Ruantang suddenly think of something. She pulled out a large piece of animal skin. Hey, let's make a tent. At Jiang Ruantang's request, they found a lot of sturdy branches. They secured them with branches to form a triangular shape. A very simple version of a tent was barely completed. It's not bad. Jiang Ruantang thought the tent wouldn't be very big, but it turned out to be quite spacious. You three must not turn into beast forms. If they transformed into beast forms, the tent would probably collapse immediately, as long as there was no wind or rain. And the three of them didn't suddenly turn into beast forms. This night was destined to be peaceful for sleeping, with animal skins as the base. The ground was much cleaner and more comfortable. As soon as they entered the tent, Jiayu and Katie positioned themselves on either side, perfectly seizing the opportunity next to Jiang Ruantang. Mo could only sleep alone on the side. Jiang Ruantang helplessly looked at the two, pushing them away on either side. No one is allowed to be next to me tonight. It will be too hot. Chapter 165. The storm is coming in the middle of the night. I wasn't awakened by the heat, but rather by a pressing need. I need to relieve myself. Jiang Ruantang, still half asleep, sat up and began mumbling. Suddenly, someone got up and slowly walked to Jiang Ruantang's side. Instinctively, he opened his arms, paused for a moment, and then picked up Ruantang in his embrace. Jiang Ruantang almost fell back asleep again. Outside, the light was dim. Only a faint moonlight shone through. She couldn't see who was in front of her, but instinctively, she felt it was Mo. Mo, are you here? Hearing the little female speak, Mo's figure stiffened for a moment. Sorry, this kind of thing should have been taken care of by Jiao. Mo's voice was somewhat muffled as he gently put down the person in his arms. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, swaying as she stood, perhaps still 2 days from sleep. She lost her sense of modesty and directly took off her clothes in front of Mo. Mo shyly turned his head, reminding himself not to look. After finishing, she naturally climbed back on Mo's neck. Her body instantly felt light, cradled in Mo's arms. Jiang Ruantang's hands were restless, touching him a couple of times. Mo, you're really big. Touching you feels firmer than Jiao. Appreciating beauty is a woman's nature, and the sleepy Jiang Ruantang perfectly demonstrated this. Mo remained silent, intending to return to the tent and place her back between Jiao and Kadian. However, when Jiang Ruantang glanced at them, she directly wrapped her arms around Mo's waist. Almost with her eyes closed, she fell asleep again. To avoid waking her, he could only hold her in his arms to sleep. Jiang Ruantang, however, slept surprisingly soundly and even had a beautiful dream. In her dream, a big family was happily gathered together. But eventually, she was woken up and in a daze. When she opened her eyes, Jiao and Kadian were staring at her, giving her a start. What are you two staring at me for? Jiang Ruantang shrunk her arms that were hugging Mo and leaned closer into his embrace. Kadian's eyes instantly turned red. Ruantang is a liar. Jiang Ruantang was stunned by the shout, and Jiao's expression wasn't much better. What did she do? She didn't do anything. Ruantang, you're too close. Ultimately, it was Mo who spoke at the right moment, sounding somewhat helpless. Only then did she notice that she had been pressed against Mo the whole time, practically burrowing into his embrace. Jiang Ruantang stared up at him in shock, and then jumped up. Oh my god, how did she end up on Mo's side? Wasn't she surrounded by Jiao and Kadian last night? How did I get here? The question came out with a lack of confidence, her voice getting quieter. You relieved yourself last night, and I brought you over. When we got back, you wouldn't let go. As Mo spoke, the tips of his ears turned slightly red, recalling Ruantang's bold actions in front of him. Me? You didn't see me relieve myself, did you? Jiang Ruantang's voice suddenly rose, trembling as she pointed at Mo. Her face turned beet red, thinking back to how Mo had brought her to relieve herself. The memories flooded back. It seemed she had indeed clung to Mo yesterday. She didn't mean to. Jiang Ruantang felt like she wanted to die from embarrassment over such shameless behavior. Ruantang, you just admitted it. You have feelings for this black lion. Kadian pointed at Mo, looking heartbroken. He hadn't even slept that intimately with Ruantang. Why could Mo? He was unconvinced. Jiang Ruantang choked up and looked to Jiao for help. Woo, big fox. She really didn't mean it. With her big watery eyes, Jiao's heart was completely hit. All right, Ruantang was clearly still dazed yesterday. Don't think too much about it. Ultimately, It was Jiao who spoke up, and Katian looked at him in disbelief. Foxes and lions are on the same side. He actually defended Mo. Katian cried, diving into Ruantang's arms, rubbing against her. So angry, he wanted to sleep holding Ruantang too. Jiang Ruantang helplessly let him rub against her. The childish Katian was quite amusing. However, Jiao couldn't stand it anymore and tossed him aside. You're getting Ruantang's clothes dirty. Jiang Ruantang chuckled awkwardly. Mo just looked at her without saying much, busying himself with packing up their things. Stop messing around. Help Mo pack up the things. Jiang Ruantang gave each of them a punch, her gaze on Mo, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Katian and Mo quickly packed everything up, and Jiao roasted some meat for Ruantang to eat. After everything was tidied up, they set off again. Jiao, doesn't the weather look a bit off? Jiang Ruantang, draped in a snakeskin cloak, glanced at the sky. Although it was clear, the air was filled with an ominous scent, as if rain was approaching. Jiao called out to Mo and Katian, saying that the scent in the air wasn't good, it might rain. Mo sniffed the air and nodded in agreement, adding that it was likely to be heavy rain. Katian, flying in the sky, noticed dark clouds gathering and his expression turned grim. It should be heavy rain. I see a stone cave ahead. Otherwise, I'll take Ruantang there first. If it starts pouring, my wings won't be able to fly. Katian shouted to the ground. The clouds were gathering too quickly. It would probably start raining soon. All right, you take Ruantang over first. We'll follow you on the ground. Jiao responded, knowing that it was likely to be a frighteningly heavy rain. Jiang Ruantang nodded and tightened her snakeskin cloak. The cloak could barely shield her from the rain, but if it became too heavy, Katian would have to fold his wings and walk on land. Katian landed, and Jiang Ruantang immediately held onto his neck to climb up. Jiao, Mo, be careful. Jiang Ruantang reminded the two. Katian took off into the air, and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly held onto the flying cloak. Katian flew quickly, and Jiang Ruantang could only lower her body, trying not to let the wind knock her down. Ruantang, just hang on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Jiang Ruantang tightened her grip around Katian, glancing down at the ground. The trees almost completely blocked her view, and she couldn't see Jiao and Mo at all. Suddenly, a few drops of rain fell from the sky, and Jiang Ruantang reached out to catch them. Katian, it's raining. Are your wings okay? Jiang Ruantang called out loudly, and Katian shook his head. It's fine, we're there. In the next second, they dashed into a cave. Just managed to stabilize her body. Jiang Ruantang was still clinging to his back, her heart racing. She almost thought she would be thrown out due to inertia. Katian bent his legs, lowering his body, and Jiang Ruantang flipped off. At this moment, the two finally saw the scene inside the cave. It was clear that someone was already there. A beautiful little female was accompanied by 4 males. There were also a few males that looked like they weren't paired up. They seemed to be from the Pegasus tribe. Katian's keen sense of smell barely caught on, and he stood up, staring at the 3 males. They're from the Pegasus tribe. Katian whispered to Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang nodded and tugged at her cloak, trying to keep her face hidden. Chapter 166. The Stray Beast Pack, huh? Is that our tribe's male? Strange. Why haven't I seen him before? I haven't seen him either. Is he a male from outside? But he isn't even of age yet. The tribe leader said that those who are not of age are not allowed to leave the tribe. A few male Pegasi whispered to each other, but Katian seemed oblivious. He transformed into human form and put on a leather skirt. Glancing around the cave, there was still some space inside, just next to that group of male Pegasi. Ruan, you got caught in the rain. Let's move a bit further inside, Katian gently asked. Jiang Ruantang looked over and nodded. Is your wing okay? His wing had been seriously injured, and Ruantang was very concerned. She wondered if getting wet would cause any problems. Katian felt warmth in his heart and immediately leaned closer to Jiang Ruantang, saying, my wing is fine. Jiang Ruantang helplessly allowed him to hold her and shifted to the side of the male Pegasi. She even used herself to separate them from Ruantang. The small female nearby looked at the two curiously. Only one male? Jiang Ruantang noticed that the clothes under the cloak were a bit damp. It would be troublesome if she didn't dry them. But her luggage was with Jiao and Mo, and she had no place to change clothes. Ruan, is your inner clothing wet? Katian was worried that if her clothes were wet, she might get sick. Jiang Ruantang helplessly glanced at him. The clothes to change are with Jiao and Mo. I'll wait a bit. Katian nodded and looked at the cloak again, his voice a bit sulky. This snake beast cloak isn't that great, huh? Jiang Ruantang chuckled helplessly. Wuchuan's cloak is waterproof and sunproof. It's indeed pretty good. No wonder Jiao said I should take it. Outside, the rain was getting heavier, and Jiang Ruantang was also worried. With such heavy rain, she wondered if Jiao and Mo had encountered any problems. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the side, startling Jiang Ruantang. Looking up, she saw another small female, accompanied by 4 males who looked quite strong. It turned out the small female was talking to her partner, saying, "I'm hungry." The small female had a dissatisfied look, while the 4 males had grim faces. "Just hold on a bit longer. Wait for the rain to stop." "Yeah. All the prey we hunted has been taken by the stray beasts. Just hold on." A few of them patiently comforted the small female, who pouted unhappily. Jiang Ruantang's sharp ears caught the word stray beasts. She suddenly tightened her grip on Katian's arm, her eyes anxious. "Katian, it's been such a long time. Jiu and Mo won't run into stray beasts, will they?" Katian frowned. It was indeed a possibility. "How many stray beasts are there, and how strong are they?" Katian directly asked the nearby males. The small female stared blankly at Katian, while the males sighed. "It's a pack of stray beasts. It seems they all have the strength of 5 or 6 crowns." Katian's expression changed. A pack of stray beasts meant there were at least 5 of them. Jiang Ruantang tightened her grip on Katian's arm. With 5 or 6 crowns of strength, Jiu at 7 crowns, and Mo at 6 crowns, could they escape? She was only hoping that if they encountered them, they could just give them their things. But what if they got seriously injured? "Don't worry, Ruantang. Their strength should allow them to escape," Katian reassured her, though he wasn't very confident himself. Stray beast packs usually worked well together, and if all had 5 or 6 crowns of strength, facing 5 with just 2 was indeed challenging. "Little female, you need to be careful," one male, who was with a female, kindly reminded Jiang Ruantang. This Pegasus tribe was still not of age and obviously couldn't be a male for the female. With only 4 crowns of strength and no males around, it was quite dangerous. Jiang Ruantang nodded in thanks for his goodwill. Her body didn't feel any unusual sensations. And Jiu and the faraway General Yu Jianglan should be safer now. Suddenly, figures appeared outside, and Jiang Ruantang looked over anxiously. But she only saw 3 males. Upon seeing them, the female group shrank back. The 3 Pegasus males would rather act like quails. "Damn, I didn't expect those 2 to be so strong." 2 males from the tiger tribe supported a male from the snake tribe, and the 3 settled near the cave entrance. Katian glanced over and pulled Ruantang behind him. Jiang Ruantang stared at them, guessing that they might be Jiu and Mo, who should be nearby. 2 with 4 crowns, and a snake tribe guy with 5 crowns. They barely had the strength to fight. Katian calculated his chances. He would protect Ruantang at all costs. The snake tribe male looked up and immediately saw Jiang Ruantang in her cloak. They usually wouldn't attack females, but this small female looked pretty good. "That little female, wearing a cloak. Let me have a look." The snake tribe male stared at Jiang Ruantang with a teasing tone. Katian's veins bulged in anger, while the males with partners only protected their females. Almost no one would step in to help. Jiang Ruantang raised her head and stared directly at the snake tribe male. The scales on the cloak shimmered, the golden light delicately outlining the scale patterns, appearing both dangerous and beautiful. The snake tribe male's pupils suddenly constricted, as if being tightly stared at by a giant white python. "You damned female!" The snake tribe male suddenly erupted, but his hands trembled slightly. This pressure, this terrifying aura, belonged to the snake tribe of Beast City, Elder Wuchuan. But how could that be? Who didn't know he still had no partner? The snake tribe male quickly approached Jiang Ruantang, while the other 2 tiger tribe males fiercely restrained Katian. "Katian!" Jiang Ruantang exclaimed, and in the next second, her cloak was stripped away. Her appearance unexpectedly entered the eyes of the group of males, and their pupils all constricted. What a beautiful female. Katian kicked one tiger tribe male away fiercely. His legs and fists were the strongest. That male was instantly immobilized. Jiang Ruantang glared defiantly at him. "I remember that Elder Wuchuan manages the snake tribe males who act as stray beasts outside. You better let me go." At this moment, she could only bluff. The snake tribe male frowned. "Elder Wuchuan's beast skin, where did you get it?" Although he didn't fully trust her, the cloak definitely carried Wuchuan's aura. This little female was also so beautiful. How could Elder Wuchuan not take action? Jiang Ruantang sneered. "Of course, it was made for me by Elder Wuchuan himself. You better let me go, or he won't spare you." She could only try to buy time until Jiu and Mo arrived. Katian was still confronting the tiger tribe male, and it seemed he was at an advantage. The snake tribe male hesitated. He had heard that Elder Wuchuan had risen to 10 crowns. If this little female was not lying, it might be troublesome. Chapter 167. The abdominal bone is broken. If Elder Wuchuan really had something with you, how could he not be here protecting you? The male from the snake tribe scoffed in his heart, thinking that if Wuchuan had a close relationship with this female, they would definitely not be able to get close to her. There could only be one answer. The little female is lying. Jiang Ruantang narrowed her eyes. This male was quite clever. Kadian dealt with another tiger beast and rushed towards the snake beast without thinking. He would never allow anyone to harm Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang was startled. Kadian might not be able to defeat him. Just when she thought the situation would exceed expectations, she saw two figures at the door. The snake beast sensed the presence and, with a grim expression, instinctively released Jiang Ruantang. Mo and Jiayu were covered in blood, their luggage soaked, and their faces looked very bad. When they looked up, they saw how close the snake beast was to Ruantang. Mo instantly revealed his fangs and stepped closer, exuding an overwhelming pressure that even made Ruantang shrink her neck. Kadian pulled Ruantang away, keeping her at a safe distance to avoid any accidental injury. The snake beast appeared to be in a desperate fight, but as soon as it transformed into its snake form, it was bitten on the vital spot by Mo. Almost instantly, the snake beast became silent and fell heavily to the ground. Kadian carefully observed Ruantang, and only after confirming that she was uninjured did he finally feel at ease. Jiang Ruantang, still shaken, fell to the ground, her hands trembling slightly. The little female, seeing Ruantang so frightened, mustered some courage to comfort her, but was pulled back by other males, warning her not to approach, as those two were not of the same tribe and could be strays. With all that blood, and one being a 7-crowned and the other a 6-crowned beast, it was better to avoid them. The males exchanged words, each pulling their own little females back, fearing that the two males would do something. The males from the Pegasus tribe also did not dare to step forward, knowing they were weaker. Even if they wanted to help, it would only add to the trouble. Mo glanced at Jiayu and tore off the luggage from his body with his mouth. Mo's luggage had already been set down and suddenly transformed into a human form. The next second, he knelt on the ground, looking rather unwell. Jiayu transformed into a human form to support him, looking somewhat guilty. Jiang Ruantang finally reacted, staring blankly at Mo and Jiayu. Mo, are you hurt? Jiang Ruantang suddenly got up and rushed in front of Mo. Mo weakly shook his head. It's not serious, don't worry. It's our fault for coming late and scaring you. Jiayu glanced at Jiang Ruantang, confirming she was unharmed before speaking. He took a hit from me, that's how he got hurt. If it weren't for Mo's quick reaction to block for me, that stray beast attack would have likely left me defenseless. Jiayu, how are you? Are you hurt? Jiang Ruantang asked, supporting Mo and anxiously inquiring about Jiayu. Jiayu shook his head. Jiang Ruantang looked around and felt relieved after confirming that they were okay. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she looked at Mo and Jiayu. You guys should move Mo over there. Jiang Ruantang made way for them to place Mo where she had just been. She stepped forward to check his abdomen, relieved to find that the injury was not too severe and not life-threatening. However, it seemed that a bone might be broken, which would not be easy to heal. At this moment, those nearby finally realized that these two powerful males had come because of the most beautiful female. Ruantang, I'm fine. Just rest for a couple of days, and I'll be okay. Mo was still trying to comfort Jiang Ruantang, but she didn't believe it. Forget about that. With a broken bone, how can you possibly be fine in just 2 days? Have the males of your beast world reached peak recovery abilities? Stop comforting me. This injury won't heal anytime soon. Jiang Ruantang rarely got angry, carefully wiping the blood from his wound. Mo felt nothing but happiness being cared for by Ruantang. Kadian, throw those stray beast corpses out. Jiayu glanced at the 3 corpses, feeling that having them here was simply unpleasant. Kadian nodded, not being pretentious, and immediately dragged the corpses away to throw them into the woods. The nearby females looked over intentionally or unintentionally, feeling somewhat envious. That lion looked quite good, and was a 6-crowned beast. Among her beast husbands, the strongest was only 5-crowned, and none dared to provoke strays. Yet this lion had directly killed that snake beast. I have some herbs here. Do you want to try them on him? A female tentatively suggested, and the beast husbands took out some herbs. Jiang Ruantang was surprised she would help. Upon looking, she found there were indeed hemostatic herbs. Then I'll use some of this. Thank you. She didn't bother to refuse and decided to stop the bleeding for Mo first. Taking the hemostatic herb, Jiang Ruantang bit it and carefully applied it to his wound. Mo didn't make a sound, just stared seriously at Ruantang. Your blood has stopped, but the bone is broken, and I might not be able to help you put it back together. Although she had almost a world's worth of knowledge in her head, she had no tools to work with. She couldn't possibly ask someone to bring a medical kit in front of so many people, could she? Mo noticed Ruantang felt guilty for being unable to help him and felt bad inside. These injuries were minor and not a big deal. Jiang Ruantang nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued as she nestled into Jiayu's embrace. Ruantang, you were scared, right? It's okay, Jiayu. Did you give me Wu Chuan's cloak because you thought something would happen? She couldn't just blame everything on coincidence, could she? Jie did not deny it. Since I gave it to you, I thought of these possibilities. I wanted you to have more protection. Wu Chuan knew that the journey to find the elf tribe was long and dangerous, and one would likely encounter stray beasts. His cloak could at least make the stray beasts of the snake tribe wary. Jiang Ruantang sighed heavily. Stray beasts, huh? Kadian returned and saw Ruantang nestled in Jieyu's arms, already asleep, and quietly sat down on the other side. The males of the Pegasus tribe moved a bit closer to him. You're a male of the Pegasus tribe, right? Our tribe leader has said that juvenile males should avoid going out as much as possible. Yes, you look like you haven't matured yet, and you're still following this little female. However, you are quite strong. There isn't anyone in our tribe of your size who can match you. Kadian coldly swept his gaze over them, feeling annoyed by the noise. I am a male who has been abandoned by the Pegasus tribe. That is your tribe, not mine. He couldn't be bothered with them. The Pegasus tribe was their tribe, but would never be his. As long as Ruantang was present, that was his true home. A few males were taken aback. They understood all too well what it meant to be an abandoned male. They obediently fell silent. But our new tribe leader has led us to settle down and will never abandon us again. One male couldn't help but weakly speak up. Kadian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the new tribe leader. The new tribe leader seems to be someone who dares to act. Chapter 168. Caution after a day and night of heavy rain. The weather finally cleared up the next day. Jiang Ruantang was awakened by the blinding light, and, upon opening her eyes, saw a rainbow outside the cave. It was stunning. The female family nearby had likely left as soon as dawn broke. Inside the cave, there were only them and 3 male members of the Pegasus tribe. Jiang Ruantang stood up and noticed Jieyu and Karshan looking worriedly at their luggage. Everything was soaked. The animal skins were completely drenched and would take a while to dry. Ah, what a pity that the animal skins were all wet, and some were even damaged by the water. She began to worry too. How were they supposed to move forward? The 3 males were awakened by the commotion, glanced outside, and realized the rain had stopped. Great, the rain has stopped. Let us hurry back. The males looked excited and quickly started packing their belongings. Jiang Ruantang glanced at them and had a sudden idea, blocking their path. Are you 3 the males of the Pegasus tribe? Jiang Ruantang asked, her smile beautiful yet inexplicably frightening. The 3 gulped nervously and nodded. What a terrifying little female. Then who is your new tribe leader? Jiang Ruantang continued to ask, and the 3 males finally sensed something was off. This female was intentionally trying to lure them. We won't tell you. One said, you can forget about finding out the whereabouts of our tribe. Jiang Ruantang seemed not to hear them and spoke to herself. Lars? Or maybe Muqi. She had her suspicions. It was quite possible that Lars did not manage the Pegasus tribe. However, he was indeed the most suitable choice. And Muqi was not bad either. Upon hearing this, the 3 males immediately changed their expressions. How did this little female know about their tribe's affairs? Ruantang, do you want to go to the Pegasus tribe? Jieyu asked softly, considering the situation. Karshan's expression was not good. He was quite unfamiliar with that tribe. Jieyu, let us go to the Pegasus tribe, Jiang Ruantang said, blinking her eyes at Jieyu, who sighed helplessly. Karshan, you and I will carry the luggage. Mos body isn't suitable for carrying it. Let him carry Ruantang. And you 3, take us to the Pegasus tribe. Jieyu's voice was firm, leaving the 4 males of the Pegasus tribe stunned. Mo struggled to say something, but Jiang Ruantang pressed him down. Let us do as Jieyu says. Sorry to trouble you, 3 young males of the Pegasus tribe. The group was utterly bewildered, with only Jieyu and Jiang Ruantang clear about their intentions. The 3 males, pressured by Jieyu's authority, had no choice but to lead the way. They couldn't even pull any tricks without Jieyu seeing through them. What is going on? Isn't the Pegasus tribe supposed to go straight? Why'd you take a turn? In the end, they awkwardly led the way ahead. Jiang Ruantang sat on Mos back, laughing and leaning back and forth. Jieyu was teasing them. They looked like they'd sneaked out, even younger than Karshan. Jieyu's keen sense could easily find the way to the Pegasus tribe, but he just wanted to bring these 3 who had sneaked out back. Ruantang, how do you know the Pegasus tribe? Very few people have seen them. Well, it's a complicated story, but the connection to the Pegasus tribe actually comes from Karshan. We met them by accident. Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment. If it weren't for initially saving Karshan, she wouldn't have met Lars. And there wouldn't have been the matter with Bijai afterward. Thinking of Bijai, Jiang Ruantang's expression also turned sour. Are you thinking of something unhappy? Mo noticed her change in mood, and Jiang Ruantang didn't want him to know about that. So she just laughed it off. He didn't press further. fearing it would bring up her unhappy experiences. Under Jiang's relentless pressure, the three males eventually led them back. As they got closer to the Pegasus tribe, Karshan felt uncomfortable all over and folded his wings down. Upon seeing people approach, the males of the Pegasus tribe flew out, watching this group warily. "Hey, Jiang Ruantang." One male recognized her, as her beauty made her unforgettable at a glance. Jiang Ruantang took off her cloak and smiled at them. "I'm here to find Lars and Wei Ran." The males nodded knowingly and guided them into the tribe. You sneaked out again." "Oh, we were wrong. But that little female really knows our tribe. Don't worry about that." "But I haven't seen that male from the Pegasus tribe before." Karshan passed by them with a grim expression. He felt some resistance towards males of the same tribe. The Pegasus tribe was quite lively, and from a distance, Jiang Ruantang could hear Wei Ran's hearty voice. "Lars, you washed my animal skin skirt and ruined it again." Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up, and she jumped down from Mo. The others transformed into human form, and Karshan looked uncomfortable as he watched a group of males from his own tribe. "Wei Ran." Jiang Ruantang began to call from afar, and Wei Ran thought she was hearing things. Turning her head to look around, she realized it was real. Ruantang Wei Ran immediately dropped Lars and hugged Jiang Ruantang tightly. The two females were overjoyed, and Jiayu frowned and reminded Wei Ran, "Don't hug Ruantang so tightly." Wei Ran loosened her grip and stuck out her tongue at Jiayu. "None of your business. I haven't seen Ruantang in ages." Jiang Ruantang patted her head, noticing that Lars treated her well, bringing her back to her lively self. She seemed even more childlike now. Those who are cherished indeed experience a change in mentality and personality. Lars held Wei Ran's animal skin skirt, shaking his head helplessly. He looked at Mo in shock and tentatively asked, "Is she your male?" Jay didn't deny it nor confirm it, and Mo politely nodded. The next moment, "Las pult katsieing noa." "Karshan, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Karshan swatted his hand away. No, I only want Ruantang." Lars looked hurt, but felt a bit happy inside. He didn't expect Jiang Ruantang to bring Karshan back to the tribe. "All right. There are only males from the Pegasus tribe here. No need to be distant." "No distance? They have nothing to do with me. I don't recognize myself as one of this tribe's males." Lars' expression stiffened for a moment before he sighed helplessly. It was understandable. He had been abandoned by his tribe for so long and had never received the tribe's protection. Wei Ran sensed that things were complicated here and could only pull him forward. "You should go to Chief Mu Chi. Didn't he want to see you?" Lars gently kissed her and said, "If you need anything, call Tan." Wei Ran nodded, but mentioning Tan made her expression change slightly. Chapter 169. Coming with requests. "So Mu Chi has become the tribe leader, huh? I remember he was quite dissatisfied when he was defeated by Lars." Jiang Ruantang pretended to be surprised and teased Wei Ran. At that time, Wei Ran was quite pleased that her pairing rights fell into Lars's hands. Softy Wei Ran felt a bit embarrassed from the teasing and playfully nudged. She didn't have any feelings for Mu Chi, but after what Softa said, she felt a bit awkward. "I noticed that Mu Chi seemed quite reliant on Lars." Since Lars said he wants to be with you. He can't manage the Pegasus tribe. The Pegasus tribe wouldn't want to go to the Beast City, so he didn't take on the role of tribe leader. Ever since he learned that Wei Ran wanted to go to the Beast City with Ruantang, Lars made his decision. He didn't want to deal with the affairs of the Pegasus tribe. He just wanted to take Wei Ran to the place she wanted to go. "However, I didn't expect you to come. The matter here will be resolved soon, and then we can go back with you." Wei Ran had already thought about it. She would go back with Softa directly. Jiang Ruantang choked up, thinking about the situation in the Beast City. It was safer in the Pegasus tribe. "Jiayu, you and Katian go find Lars and Mu Chi first. I'll find a place to rest with Mo." Jiang Ruantang's voice was heavy, and Jiayu knew her intentions and nodded. Although Katian wanted to stay close to Ruantang, he could only obediently listen. "Softy, my injury is nothing." Mo didn't want to trouble Ruantang with taking care of him and looked a bit anxious. Jiang Ruantang shot him a glare, and Mo immediately became obedient. "No, your injury is a broken bone. It won't heal well quickly. You need to rest more." Without waiting for Mo to say anything, she immediately pushed him away. "Wei Ran, the house we stayed in before is empty, right?" Wei Ran shook her head. "No, it's been empty since you left." However, her eyes were curiously examining Mo, sizing him up. "Is he Softa's new partner?" "He looked quite good." Jiang Ruantang nodded. Thankfully, the house was still there. Otherwise, they would have to find a new place to live. The house was a bit dusty, but still relatively clean since it hadn't been lived in for a long time. "All right, Mo, you rest properly. I'll dry the animal skins. The sun is nice today." Jiang Ruantang pressed Mo down, firmly insisting that he rest. Who knows what will happen later? He needs to recover quickly. Mo could only lie down obediently. He would get scolded by Softy if he moved, and those chores were meant for him to do. Softy, that lion. Is he your male? Wei Ran's eyes sparkled as she continuously scanned Mo. Still, her Softy was beautiful, and the males around her were both good-looking and powerful. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. No, he is my guardian beast. Wei Ran was a bit surprised, looking at how Softy cared for him, thinking they were in a partnership. She didn't expect they weren't paired yet, but it probably wouldn't be long. Seeing her smile oddly, Jiang Ruantang sighed. Don't think about it. He and I are impossible. If the curse on Mo is unsolvable, then his only outcome is death. Wei Ran was somewhat incredulous. How could that be? He is your guardian beast. It's obvious he wants to pair with you. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. Does he want to? But wanting doesn't matter. He has severed ties with a female. Jiang Ruantang didn't want to mention Mo's injury, but she understood clearly. Their chances were slim. Wei Ran was shocked, looking complexly at the male inside the house, and then at Softy. Clearly, both seemed to have intentions, but unexpectedly. It's fine, Softy. You have so many excellent males around you. Wei Ran encouraged Softy, her whole being filled with enthusiasm, as if she wanted to help her find male. Jiang Ruantang facepalmed, affectionately tapping Wei Ran on the forehead. What are you thinking? You and Tien. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Ran's mood dipped slightly, but then returned to normal. We are fine. It's just that I still feel a bit strange when I see him. I will never forgive what the Scorpion tribe did. However, she also felt that it was unreasonable to place the blame for the entire tribe's destruction on him alone. This irrational thought made Wei Ran unable to face Tien all day long. She even hated herself, pitying the son of the enemy who harmed the Baiqing tribe. Jiang Ruantang knew how she felt and quickly hugged her, giving her a big hug for comfort. Each had their own difficulties. Wei Ran was both conflicted and disgusted. She both pushed aside and enjoyed herself, unable to reject the goodness of others while rationally accepting it. If she were a female raised in the beast world, having multiple men wouldn't be a big deal. But she wasn't. She still felt some guilt in her conscience. All right, you should go back. Jiang Ruantang pushed Wei Ran, fearing that Tien would soon come looking for her in a rage. Wei Ran reluctantly left, looking back 3 times. Tien was anxious and didn't dare to rashly go find her. He was already disliked by Wei Ran, so how could he make her unhappy again? Wei Ran. Tien saw Wei Ran coming from a distance and quickly stood up, feeling conflicted but not saying a word. Wei Ran also saw him and tried to sound as cheerful as possible. Lars went to the tribe leader. Let's make something to eat. Tien nu did. Okay. I just hunted a wild boar. On the other side, Jiayu brought Tian in, and as soon as they entered, they saw Muqi and Lars facing each other seriously. Yeah, Tian. Lars nodded at the two, while Muqi glanced up and then lowered his head again. What happened? Jiayu sensed something was off and spoke first. He had come to request help after all. Lars shook his head repeatedly. It's the river crossing tribe. Hearing those 4 words, Tian's eyes brightened. It had to do with their matter as well. The river crossing tribe? Jiayu signaled Tian not to speak too much and feigned ignorance to ask. Muqi sighed repeatedly. The river crossing tribe didn't send enough salt this year. The animal skins and meat we sent should have been exchanged for much more. Lars nodded, adding, yes, and there were some vegetables. The things sent were less than half. This is the first time our tribe has traded with the river crossing tribe, and we didn't expect. By the end, Lars's face was filled with anger. I didn't expect they would be so overbearing. Jiayu took over the conversation, thinking they felt the elf tribe had been completely suppressed by them and were no longer fearful. Coincidentally, we came to the Pegasus tribe this time with a request for you, also regarding the river crossing tribe. Lars and Muqi both raised their heads. Realizing why they suddenly brought a female, it seemed they wanted their help. I have an account to settle with the river crossing tribe as well, one that involves my life. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the river crossing tribe, Tian only wanted to destroy them. Chapter 170. Belief and Disbelief. Lars frowned, surprised to find that his brother had connections with the river patrol tribe. This male, is he not from the clan? Muqi had just looked at Tian and keenly sensed that this male was not from the Pegasus clan. The Pegasus clan, whether male or female, is not large in number, and almost all members are closely gathered. They can easily recognize each other, but this male, though not old, possesses considerable strength. Having never seen him in the clan, he must be from outside. Lars hurriedly spoke up. He is my brother, and something happened before. Tian nodded. Then I have accounts to settle with the river patrol tribe. Lars was taken aback, suddenly recalling the situation. It seemed the river patrol tribe had harmed Tian, nearly costing him his life. The two brothers exchanged subtle nods while Muqi looked on, still hesitant. Recently, the River Patrol tribe had been growing stronger, and their Pegasus clan would definitely be unable to compete. Moreover, it wasn't worth it for food. He needed to think it over. Their clan was already small in number, and if something went wrong, he, as the clan leader, couldn't bear the responsibility. Jiang frowned, dissatisfied with such reasoning. But what if the River Patrol tribe posed a threat to the entire continent? Jiang Ruantang's voice came from outside, and Jiang turned to see Ruantang coming in. Without a second thought, Katian stuck to her. Ruantang, why are you here? Jiang Ruantang pushed him away helplessly, signaling him to be more discreet with so many people around. Receiving the hint, Katian restrained himself and composed his expression. What do you mean? Mu Qi didn't understand, feeling puzzled. Jiang Ruantang didn't hold back. If you want the help of the Pegasus clan, then you shouldn't hide anything. Besides, it may not be something you can keep hidden anymore. The situation in Beast City is probably not good right now. The clan leader should have heard of the Sorcerer clan. Currently, Beast City and even the 5 city lords have all pledged allegiance to the Sorcerer clan. How long do you think it will be before it affects the Pegasus clan and even the entire continent? Jiang Ruantang's voice was light, as if she were discussing something trivial. Mu Qi and Lars's expressions changed drastically at the mention of the Sorcerer clan. They were familiar with that clan, which had been resisted by the entire continent. At one point, they had nearly caused the annihilation of the entire continent. What evidence do you have? Mu Qi reassured himself, thinking that the Sorcerer clan had been dormant for over 100 years. How could they possibly resurface? I, as the son of the Fox King, am evidence, as are those wandering beasts corrupted by sorcery. Jiang spoke firmly. When he was in Beast City, he had witnessed countless wandering beasts under sorcerer's control. However, the wandering beasts from yesterday had not been controlled. Therefore, he thought perhaps the wandering beasts were subjects of experimentation. There must be some that were not under control, and there were certainly more of them. Mu Qi's expression changed as he suddenly remembered the wandering beast from some time ago that had seemed to go mad. Normally, they would not recklessly attack juvenile males. But at that time, even the females had not escaped. The clan leader should have an idea. Seeing his increasingly grim expression, Jiang knew he had seen them. I think the clan leader wouldn't just sit back and watch the entire clan be annihilated. Jiang Ruantang smiled, but the smile was eerily tight, causing Katian to feel a bit scared behind her. Ruantang is so terrifying. Mu Qi had never thought a small female could be so intimidating. This isn't a negotiation, nor a request. It's a must. I understand. I will think about it. Mu Qi finally released his tension. The old clan leader had repeatedly urged him to protect the Pegasus clan before his death. The Pegasus clan was his responsibility, and, as the clan leader, he could not watch the entire clan head towards destruction. Jiang gazed at Ruantang, his eyes almost infatuated. He liked this version of her even more. Jiang Ruantang nodded, turning to lead the two out. As soon as they stepped outside, she suddenly felt weak, releasing her strength. It's exhausting to act like that. Ruantang, you were amazing just now. Katian's eyes sparkled, staring intently at her. The love in his gaze was unmasked. Jiang leaned closer to Ruantang, sticking to her for the first time, nearly pressed against her. Oh, Jiang, why are you also learning to cling to me like Katian? Because Ruantang was just too beautiful. Jiang's compliments came easily, making Jiang Ruantang feel a bit shy. Oh dear, if you keep praising her like this, she'll become conceited. We can't let her develop such a bad habit. I'm just speaking the truth. Will the clan leader help? Katian questioned, feeling doubtful. He didn't know much about this clan and had no trust in them, except for Lars. He will, because he can't let the Pegasus clan be controlled by sorcery. Jiang was adamant. Sorcery was despised by everyone, but it also satisfied the selfish desires of many. Some feared it, while others depended on it. Those who depended on it, driven by their selfishness, became a disaster for the entire continent. And this disaster was caused by the 5 city lords. Don't worry. Even if Mu Qi can't come through, there's still Lars. Jiang Ruantang tried to reassure the two, suggesting that if necessary, Wei Ran could use her charm to influence things. Heroes often struggle against the charms of beautiful women. Lars would definitely have a hard time with Wei Ran. Lars, what do you think? How much of it is true and how much is false? Mu Qi, with a serious voice, stared at the doorway. Lars chuckled lightly. Truth and falsehood don't matter. If any of it is true, then my clan can't escape. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? He added, also, that little female wouldn't lie. He didn't think Jiang Ruantang would joke about such matters. Mu Qi nodded, signaling him to go back first. Joking about the Sorcerer clan wasn't worth it and wasn't necessary. When Lars got home, he found Wei Ran gnawing on a huge pig leg. Wei Ran was enjoying her meal, while Tane watched with great interest. When they saw Lars return, both Both looked guilty. Wei Ran, didn't I tell you not to eat so much? Lars suppressed his anger and picked up Wei Ran, giving Tane a fierce glare. I told Tane to watch you and not let you eat too much, and this is how you look after her. I feel fine. Wei Ran looked at Lars with a guilty expression, trying to smile to appease him. But she was met with another glare, pouting in grievance. Who was it that ate too much last time and had a stomachache in the middle of the night, frightening Tane and me into finding a doctor overnight? Wei Ran turned her head away, feeling guilty. It's not my fault. Tane made such delicious food. All right, Wei Ran, do you trust Jiang Ruantang? Lars asked, smiling and kissing her, then inquiring seriously. Wei Ran was taken aback by the question, but answered earnestly, I don't know how she is with others, but she would harm me. I owe Ruantang a life. I trust her. Chapter 171, Is this mission reasonable? Lars lowered his head in thought. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Ruantang, just the situation with Katian and the River Patrol tribe was enough to occupy his mind. As his brother's elder sibling, he couldn't allow him to suffer in vain. All right, let us sleep. Lars indulgently kissed her, his eyes filled with uncontainable affection. Initially, he didn't have such strong feelings for Wei Ran. He simply thought that since they were bonded, he should treat her well. Who would have thought that this little female would completely fill his heart? Wei Ran smiled broadly, and Tan, who was bringing water into the room, felt a bit disappointed seeing the sweet interaction between the two. Wei Ran, wash your face, Tan said, looking at the grease at the corner of her mouth. He helplessly wet a piece of bee skin and reached out to wipe her mouth, which was covered in grease from her earlier feast. Wei Ran obediently allowed him to clean her up, surprisingly not shying away. Is there something going on with Ruantang? After wiping her mouth clean, she recalled the earlier question. Lars shook his head. Jiang Ruantang hadn't told her, clearly not wanting to worry her. In her little head, she was mostly just thinking about food. It's nothing. I was just asking. You should sleep now. Wei Ran's intuition told her that Lars seemed to be hiding something from her. Tan, come out for a moment. Wei Ran perked up her little ears and called for Tan separately, indicating that there was definitely something going on. To her surprise, when she sneaked out, the person was nowhere to be found. What could be so worth hiding from her? Tan was perched in a tree, his gaze unwilling to leave for even a moment. Tan, does your Scorpion clan know anything about the Wizard clan? At the mention of wizards, Tan suddenly lifted his head to look at him, his eyes revealing everything. This matter concerned the entire continent. For Wei Ran's safety, the Pegasus clan would attack the River Patrol tribe. He hoped that the Scorpion clan would act as a mediator. He couldn't let the Scorpion clan help the River Patrol tribe, nor could he let them help himself. Wei Ran had reservations about the Scorpion clan, and in the same vein, the Scorpion clan was not to be trusted. Tan immediately understood everything. After leaving the Scorpion clan, he had only returned once. At that time, the Scorpion clan had already merged with the River Patrol tribe. Later, he overheard his father Beast talking with the leader of the River Patrol tribe and learned about the Wizard clan. Some things were not mere coincidences. Injuring Katian and taking the elves was not. Colluding with the Scorpion clan was not either. Every step seemed more like a well-planned scheme. What do you need me to do? In the struggle against the River Patrol tribe, he needed to protect the females of the Pegasus clan, especially Wei Ran, and furthermore, his father Beast couldn't involve the Scorpion clan. With the assistance of the Scorpion clan, their struggle against the River Patrol tribe would only become more difficult. I could try to ask my father Beast to help the Pegasus clan. Tan, I don't trust the Scorpion clan. Your father Beast is a clever male. He wouldn't give up a great opportunity for his own child. He is not that noble. Tan silently lowered his head. Lars was right. The Scorpion clan wouldn't give up a great opportunity. Even if his father Beast agreed, the males of the Scorpion clan wouldn't agree. I understand. Tomorrow, I'll go to the River Patrol tribe to find my father Beast. Lars nodded. They could not afford to lose this battle. Jiang Ruantang took advantage of the lack of people around to once again browse through the tasks and rewards in the system. Healing Candy 1 can heal all non-life-threatening injuries. Mo's bones, with the male's incredible healing ability, would still take at least 2 weeks to heal. If she had this healing candy, it would certainly allow him to recover. Task: rescue a small fairy from the elf clan. Jiang Ruantang was dumbfounded. Where was she supposed to rescue a small fairy from the elf clan? By the time she rescued it, Mo's injuries would have healed completely. System, don't you think you should check whether this task is reasonable? Jiang Ruantang softly questioned, but the lifeless system seemed unresponsive. Host, please do not insult the system. Just insulting. So, dear system, is there any hint? Ultimately, she changed her expression and asked with a forced smile. I suggest the host go out for a walk. What if I go out for a walk? Will the little fairy just run out and let me catch it? It turned out that one should not doubt the system. With a mindset of giving a try, she had Katian take her out to fly and clear her mind. As a result, this flight indeed led her to embark on a mission. Ruantang, should we go a bit faster? Katian asked with a smile, eager to show off. Just as Jiang Ruantang was about to nod, something flew towards them. Katian, we crashed. Katian was still confused, but when he turned his head, he collided head-on. The one on the opposite side was knocked dizzy. Jiang Ruantang looked at it swaying left and right. Wasn't this a small fairy from the elf clan? Katian, catch it. After realizing, Jiang Ruantang shouted repeatedly. Katian also came to his senses and flew straight down with Ruantang under the small fairy. The small fairy landed safely in Jiang Ruantang's arms. If one looked closely, aside from being knocked unconscious, its wings were also damaged. How is it, Ruantang? Katian asked anxiously after landing. The small fairy had a debt of gratitude to him, so he was very worried. He hoped ENT knocked it away. Jiang Ruantang stretched out her hand to check its breath and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's still here. Katian also felt relieved, fearing that there might be members of the River Patrol tribe nearby, and hurriedly returned to the Pegasus clan. Once inside the house, Jie looked a bit angry. How could they take Ruantang out without telling him? What if something happened? Jiang Ruantang ignored Jieyu's displeasure and walked straight past him. Katian also hurried over without explaining to Jieyu at all, as if he hadn't seen him. Jieyu, bring over a small piece of bee skin and some water. Jiang Ruantang carefully placed the small fairy down, not even turning back to command Jieyu. Noticing the small fairy in her hand, Jieyu became serious. How did a small fairy from the elf clan end up here? But he didn't ask too much. He quickly grabbed a small cloth and brought some water. How did the small fairy end up here? Jieyu handed the cloth to Ruantang, confused. Jiang Ruantang shook her head, unsure, but it looked like it had escaped. Its wings were also damaged. After speaking, she began to carefully clean its wounds. Looking at these injuries, they seemed to be caused by sharp objects. Fortunately, after cleaning, she found that the wounds were fewer than she had imagined. Luckily, the wounds aren't as many as they looked. None of these wounds were life-threatening. After cleaning them, applying some herbs would be about enough. Katian, go find some hemostatic grass. The hemostatic grass was a common herb in the beast world. Applying some to it would help it recover later. However, it might be late when it wakes up, having crashed into a horse head as big as Katian's. It would take some time to regain consciousness. Looking at how lightly it was injured, it seemed like it wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Jiang Ruantang chuckled. It had been knocked out by colliding with Katian, so it should wake up after a while. Chapter 172. The Elven Tribe bows to you. Jieyu's mouth twitched. He never expected to faint because of Katian. Task completed. Reward: 1 healing candy. As the voice faded, a pink candy appeared in Jiang Ruantang's hand. Jieyu keenly noticed. Soft, what's this? Jiang Ruantang raised her head and smiled. It's for Mo. If he eats it, he will heal faster. Jieyu nodded in understanding. He was no stranger to these tasks and rewards. As long as it didn't harm Ruantang, obtaining something beneficial was acceptable. I'll let Mo eat it first. He should be bouncing around by tomorrow. Jiang Ruantang signaled Jieyu to keep an eye on the little elves and took the healing candy to find Mo in another room. Soft, what are you doing here? Mo, who had been sleeping, woke up upon sensing Ruantang's presence. He was surprised that she came to find him. Mo, how are you feeling? She immediately began to show concern for him, which made Mo feel somewhat embarrassed. I'm fine, much better. You don't need to worry. As a male, he felt he was failing in his duty to not make Ruantang worry about him. Jiang Ruantang pondered how to get him to eat the candy. Hard candy was usually enjoyed by letting it melt slowly in the mouth. However, it seemed this candy could be transformed into a gummy. Thinking this, she summoned the system and performed a conversion. Mo, I'll treat you to some gummy candy. Jiang Ruantang cheerfully brought the converted candy closer. Mo looked shocked. She wanted to treat him to gummy candy? He couldn't help but think too much. Soft, no, that's not appropriate. Jiang Ruantang didn't understand his meaning. Directly pinching his face and taking the opportunity to toss the candy into his mouth. She then firmly held his chin to prevent him from spitting it out. Mo, chew and swallow. No spitting out. Jiang Ruantang stared at him seriously. Startling Mo, realizing there was something soft in his mouth, he slowly began to chew, feeling it was quite sweet. Under Jiang Ruantang's intense gaze, he eventually swallowed it. Seeing him swallow, Jiang Ruantang smiled. So good. Mo thought it fell a bit off, like he was being coaxed like a dog. Yet, he actually enjoyed it, his tail swaying happily and his ears twitching. Fine, she admitted it. She was a bit of a perverted furry enthusiast. Before Mo could say anything, Jiang Ruantang grabbed his ears with both hands. Oh, such big lion ears, so big and fluffy. I love it. Mo's face turned bright red as she pinched his ears. Soft my ears. But she didn't listen, lost in her own world of petting him, getting more and more excited. And Mo turned into a lion. Under her strong insistence, and Mo transformed into a black lion. Unlike smaller feline animals, lions were large members of the cat family. After playing with his ears, Jiang Ruantang moved on to his mane, getting carried away. As Jiayu entered the room, he saw Ruantang lying on the lion, having a great time. And Mo was even rolling on his back, seemingly quite enjoying it. Jiayu squinted his eyes and instantly transformed back into a fox. Jiang Ruantang's attention was drawn again. Wow, the red fox is even better to pet. When Ka Tien entered the room, he saw Ruantang going crazy, petting Jiayu's head and rubbing Mo's belly, clearly having a blast. Surprisingly, the one still retaining some rationality was Ka Tien. After all, their equine kind wasn't stimulated by being petted. When the little elf woke up, it saw the ceiling and sat up in fear. After looking around, it realized this was not the River Patrol tribe. You're awake, Ka Tien exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the little elf wake up. The little elf stared at him, finally recalling something. You are Ka Tien. The little elf tribe had a deep connection with the Pegasus tribe's boy. Almost every little elf had seen him. So many recognized him. Yes, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. After the excitement, guilt washed over Ka Tien as he took all the responsibility upon himself. The little elf shook its head. No, it's not your fault. The appearance of the wizard tribe is something our tribe cannot escape. For centuries, the little elf tribe and the wizard tribe have been archenemies, balancing each other out. This time, they sensed the presence of the wizard tribe, which is why they left their place of survival. So, it couldn't be blamed on him. Many things were inevitable. Ka Tien nodded, looking sadly at the little elf's wings. Your wings. The little elf looked at its wings upon hearing his voice and noticed they were damaged. It's nothing. They were deliberately cut by the River Patrol tribe. It doesn't affect my flying. Their enmity with the River Patrol tribe had long been destined, so these things didn't matter. Is the little elf awake? Jiang Ruantang's head popped out at the sound, and she indeed saw the little elf awake. The little elf stared at her blankly and suddenly flapped its wings, flying right in front of her. You're the female from that time. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect the little elf to remember and nodded. No, wait, the aura is weaker, but the power is so much stronger. The little elf muttered to itself, recalling when it first met Jiang Ruantang. It had thought that the one returning was C.I. Ruan. But unexpectedly, it was this little female, even stronger than C.I. Ruan. As the little elf touched its fingers, Jiang Ruantang suddenly felt a surge of power resonating with it. The little elf tribe is willing to serve you. The little elf bowed its head, leaving Jiang Ruantang puzzled. That power is within you, and it has changed ownership. The little elf's voice lowered, and Jiang Ruantang instantly understood. The Phoenix power. That power was the Phoenix power. You first met me because I was a fragment of C.I. Ruan's spirit, and you believed she would return, right? The little elf nodded. They had waited too long for the master of the Phoenix power. They initially thought that the last fragment returning would still be C.I. Ruan, but unexpectedly, the ownership of the Phoenix power had changed and become even more powerful. Jiang Ruantang nodded in understanding. I don't need you to serve me. Just help me deal with the wizard tribe this time. The little elf looked at her and shook its head. Unlike C.I. Ruan, no. The little elf tribe is born to be the supporters of the Phoenix power. We are at your service. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect that. Although she knew the Phoenix power was powerful, it could make the little elf tribe its supporters. Just how terrifying was this power? Ka Tien listened in confusion, while Jiayu furrowed his brows. Ruantang, that power is in you? Jiang Ruantang nodded, surprised that Jiayu also knew about that power. Jiayu thought of the prophecy he had heard since childhood. The holder of the Phoenix power cannot be harmed by heaven and earth, nor can the temple bind them. When mountains break and the waters spill, the beast god will descend, thus changing ownership. Jiang Ruantang noticed his pale expression and felt something strange in her heart. Was that power not a good thing? Chapter 173, the beginning and end of the Phoenix power, combined. Jiayu, what's wrong? Jiang Ruantang felt scared inside. After all, before coming to this world, she was just an ordinary office worker. If this power harmed her, that would be truly terrifying. Jiayu looked at Ruantang with concern. Didn't he believe in that prophecy? He only believed in Ruantang. Don't worry, Ruantang. This power might be meant to protect you. He spoke casually, but inside he felt uneasy. Although Jiang Ruantang sensed that Jiayu was hiding something from her, she didn't ask further. The little spirit glanced at Jiang Ruantang and then at Jiayu. That masculine figure was her partner, and it seemed he also possessed the Phoenix power. Unexpectedly, The current holder of the Phoenix power was so powerful that he could pass it on to his partner. What a terrifying power that was. Little Spirit, do you know about the situation in the River Patrol tribe? The Witch Clan has already threatened the entire beast world. The Little Spirit suddenly turned around. It had been so focused on finding the holder that it forgot about the disaster facing the entire Spirit Clan. Yes, everyone has been captured by the River Patrol tribe. When I escaped, I sensed that there were Witch Clan members in the tribe. The Little Spirit's expression turned serious. It wouldn't be mistaken about that feeling. As the sworn enemy of the Witch Clan, the reaction was almost equal. The reaction on a spiritual level was too strong, like a state of opposition between light and dark. Is there really someone from the Witch Clan in the River Patrol tribe? Jiang Ruantang's guess seemed correct. The number of people from the Witch Clan was not large, but they could control the 4 city lords of the 5 directions. There must be someone manipulating things nearby. And that person was most likely the leader of the Witch Clan. The ambition of the River Patrol tribe had always been strong. How could they let this opportunity slip? If this plan succeeded, the River Patrol tribe would have a great chance to occupy the main beast city. It seemed they needed to discuss this matter. Jiang Ruantang signaled Jieyu and Kadian, and the two nodded. When Mo came out, he was surprised to see the Little Spirit. It was the first time he had truly seen one. Small, with transparent wings, and quite beautiful. He had only heard that little spirits were genderless, and he wondered if that was true. Why are you out? Do you feel better? Jiang Ruantang stepped forward to examine Mo carefully. She didn't know how effective the healing candy was. It couldn't be that he would recover completely after eating it for just a short while. That would be too terrifying. The little spirit looked at Mo, gasping. This male was not the holder's male. But why did he possess such strong phoenix power? It was as if this power had followed him for a long time and had not been absorbed by the holder at all. Generally speaking, once the holder of the phoenix power changed, any dispersed power would be absorbed back. Only close ones like partners or offspring might receive the power. Others would have almost no chance of obtaining it. I'm fine now. The thing you made me eat is amazing. I hardly feel any pain anymore. Mo smiled at her, looking at her with warmth. Ruantang felt relieved. It seemed the effect was gradual, which was more reasonable than recovering completely in a short time. That's good. Montauk nodded, his gaze constantly following Ruantang. Where are Jieyu and Kadian? He looked around and realized both were missing. No worries. I sent them to find Lars and Muchi. The 4 males gathered in one place, each serious. With the River Patrol tribe and the Scorpion clan's help, I've already sent Han back to find the Scorpion clan leader. Lars broke the silence first. If the Scorpion clan does not get involved, then we still have a chance. Jieyu hadn't expected the Scorpion clan to participate, but it was good that Tan could persuade the Scorpion clan leader to remain neutral. We will send males from the Pegasus clan to gather information about the River Patrol tribe from the sky. Muchi's voice was deep, matching his serious expression. Wait, the males from the Pegasus clan don't need to look too much. They just need to confirm one thing. Jiang Ruantang appeared in front of them with the little spirit. The little spirit suddenly remembered something it had seen and asked carefully. After Jiang Ruantang confirmed it, the thing pieced together. It was clearly something resembling a catapult or bow, an arrow, and there were many of them. But who had the wisdom to create such things? After pondering, she locked onto the monkey clan, whose intelligence was closest to that of humans. If someone guided them, their wisdom could drive all development. The things hidden by the River Patrol tribe were all deadly and hard to resist. But they needed to confirm first that these things really existed. Jiang Ruantang placed the drawing on the table, and the others were shocked when they looked at it. This thing, ISNT. Kadian's eyes lit up. This was something he had seen when the Spirit Clan repelled the Monkey Clan. It was incredibly powerful. Jiang Ruantang gestured for Kadian to be quiet and pointed at the catapult on the table. The most important thing is this. Its power is great and could easily destroy a tribe. Lars and Muchi gasped in shock. This never-before-seen thing was so powerful. If they confronted it directly, they would have almost no chance of winning. They were already at a disadvantage against the River Patrol tribe, and now they had this kind of divine weapon to assist them. Seeing their worried expressions, Jiang Ruantang searched through the system's tasks. Flipping to the last page, she indeed saw a big reward. A catapult was certainly not as good as cannons, but it was still powerful. In a situation of certain victory, it was only about the quantity. System, if I exchange for these rewards, would it be considered a violation, and would I be punished by the system administration? She was genuinely worried that these items did not belong to this era and were her own actions. If they were deemed a violation, that would be disastrous. Host, as long as you complete the task, then our bureau will not consider it a violation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruantang finally felt relieved. Okay, catapult 50, spear 100. Armor 100. Task. Find MO. She understood the first part, but the last 3 words were so unfamiliar. MO. ISNT, he right here? What am I supposed to find? She thought her ears might have misheard something. What? Find MO? ISNT, he right here? Jiang Ruantang's voice suddenly rose, staring intensely at the system. Was this guy playing her for a fool? The system pondered for a moment. This task is to make you find the original MO. The original MO? Some things still need you to discover on your own, but I can give you a hint. The system couldn't intervene too much, but this task had some special significance. The special part was that the phoenix power within MO had a connection with Jiang Ruantang. So how do I find him? To find back his original heart? Jiang Ruantang felt her brain capacity was small, and she didn't quite understand. If the host decides to accept this task, then the system will unlock a side quest for you about Mo's past life. I don't understand. I'm quite shocked. MO, and I have past life? Yes, host. MO possesses a very strong phoenix power, which has been verified by the System Bureau and completely matches the phoenix power within the host. Jiang Ruantang trembled. MO had phoenix power, but theoretically, only partners or their own children could be influenced by the phoenix power, right? But does this mean she and MO really have a connection? If I start the System Bureau's side quest, will I be pulled out of this world? To be honest, I'm not in a small world either. Jiang Ruantang felt weak and soft all over, mysterious, too mysterious. Host, you think too much. You'll never leave this world. Forever never, I don't know why, but she felt that the last 4 words from the system sounded so terrifying. However, according to the system, even if she seeks the original ink, it will still be in this beast world. After understanding, she decided to go on a trip to solve the big problem of the Witch Clan. Muchi arranged for a male from the Tiamat tribe to monitor the He River tribe and report any issues at any time. But one must not act rashly. Ruantang, is there something big going on? At night, Jiang Ruantang called the 3 males to her side, her expression serious, as if she was about to hold a meeting. Kadian was also nervous, feeling that Ruantang looked a bit worrisome. In the end, she was the first to let out a sigh and glanced at Mo. Actually, it's a bit complicated, and saying it might make it even more complicated. She didn't know how to start if she were to pursue her past life. Her consciousness would drift away, so she might fall into a deep sleep for a day and night. Forget it. Let's keep it simple. I might fall into a deep sleep starting tonight, and it's uncertain when I will wake up. Ultimately, she chose to express it in the simplest way. Explaining too much would complicate things. She didn't know where to start. What? Kadian and Mo shouted almost simultaneously, the sound startling Jiang Ruantang's ears. Don't overthink it. This is also for the continent's good. If we can obtain those equipments and rescue the elf clan, we can easily dismantle this disaster. By then, the beast world will truly welcome peace, and Shui and Yi can grow up safely. If she is destined to go through this, then she will go. But why Ruantang? Mo's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with fear. Even if he couldn't become partners with Ruantang, he would never watch her get into trouble. Kadian looked even more worried than Mo. He had finally reunited with Ruantang. He didn't want anything to go wrong, especially losing Ruantang. Jieyu, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. He knew some things, and that thing called the system would never let Ruantang get into trouble. Ruantang, don't worry, I believe in you. He believed in Ruantang's decision. No one was more worried about her than him, but he was more willing to believe. Jieyu, are you crazy? Since hearing about the deep sleep, Kadian's rationality collapsed. But now, this fox actually said he believed in Ruantang. He believed, but he couldn't rest easy. There was no reason to say those words. What if she couldn't wake up? Ruantang, are you under some witchcraft? We will find a way to save you. Kadian was almost rambling. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ruantang felt uneasy and carefully hugged him. Kadian, no, this matter is my choice, and it also concerns Mo. I need to clarify. From the system's words, she vaguely felt that there was something between her and Mo, and herself and the Phoenix power. There must be something going on. About me? Mo's eyes were hollow, staring blankly at Jiang Ruantang. Is it because of me that Ruantang wants to fall asleep? Jiang Ruantang looked at him, hoping that his past life could give her some answers. Don't worry, Mo. It's about you, about me, and also about the Phoenix power. The Phoenix power within herself, the Phoenix power within Mo, and the existence of this power. Master, are you going to seek the answer to the Phoenix power? The little elf spoke, standing in front of her. Jiang Ruantang nodded, yes, about the answer. The little elf could clearly sense that this time, the holder of the Phoenix power was likely to become an existence that surpasses the beast god. Her power was strong, pure, and natural. Some things, some answers, could only be found by herself. Then she walked to Jieyu's side, and gently burrowed into his arms. She sighed heavily, her deep emotions loosening. Jiayu, if something really happens, take good care of Yi and Air, and also Shui, and Yu Jianglan. She was more afraid than anyone else. But there was nothing she could do. Jiayu tightened his grip on her arm slowly, his voice unusually firm. Jiang Ruantang, I want you to come back, whole and safe. Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong are still too young. They can't be without their mother. His eyes betrayed him. He was more anxious than herself. Okay, I promise you. Yes, she couldn't afford to have any accidents. If something happened, what would Jiayu and Yu Jianglan do? And her children? What would happen to the cubs she worked so hard to give birth to without their mother? It was as if Jiang Ruantang would never return from this trip, and the atmosphere was heavy. Then Jiang Ruantang breathed in and out, lying down on the grass. A faint light emanated from her body, but the process seemed somewhat painful. After all, she was about to seek her past life. The pain of soul separation was indeed painful. The three looked at Jiang Ruantang with grave expressions. She looked very uncomfortable. Kadian could hardly hold back from rushing forward, but he couldn't. At the moment her soul was being separated, she saw Jiayu, Kadian, and Mo in the air. Just like those 2 times she was on the brink of death. She looked at them like this, each with a solemn expression. TSK, I'm not dead. It feels like a funeral. The atmosphere was indeed similar. But before she could look at them more, a colorful vortex suddenly appeared behind her. The vortex had a strong suction, and Jiang Ruantang felt as if her soul was about to be scattered. In the next second, a light and airy feeling emerged from the depths of her soul, and she was sucked in. The vortex completely disappeared, leaving her alone in place. Looking at the dense trees around, there was a sense of unreality. She looked at the beast mark on her ankle, which had long since disappeared. The beast mark of Yu Jianglan has disappeared. On the other side, the light from her body slowly faded, leaving only Jiang Ruantang in place. She was as serene as if she were asleep. Chapter 174. A side story of Jiayu. 1. In the dream, a woman kept calling out, her expression sorrowful. He reached out to pull her closer, but it was always in vain. The moment he touched her, she dissipated like a dream. The woman was so beautiful that it was mesmerizing, and this dream had accompanied him for countless years. Boss, are you going home today? Secretary Wang asked cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. Their boss was usually very gentle, but once he furrowed his brows, no one dared to provoke him. Jiayu rubbed his sore shoulders as the clock on the wall struck 5 in the afternoon. Remembering his parents' stern attitude, he couldn't help but feel irritated. You must come back today. If he didn't return today, his mother would probably cause a scene at the company tomorrow. Get the car ready. I'm going home today. Secretary Wang let out a sigh of relief, having thought the boss was about to get angry, but fortunately, he did not. Although the boss was a golden bachelor, one couldn't help but wonder if his parents were pushing him too hard. If he guessed correctly, he was probably being dragged back for a blind date again. Jiayu rubbed his temples, feeling helpless about his parents' actions. He had expressed his disinterest in marriage more than once, saying he was perfectly fine on his own. Yet somehow, a good friend's daughter had appeared out of nowhere, having spent over a decade abroad. This time, they wanted him to return and meet that girl. However, there was a change. The girl had no father, and her mother had passed away last year. Given that this had happened so many times before, one more time didn't matter. Meeting her casually could save him some trouble. The car smoothly stopped at the entrance of a villa. You're back. The butler greeted Jiayu as he got out of the car. Jiayu waved his hand, signaling him not to fuss. Where's my mom? Getting out of the car, Jiayu was straightforward, intending to meet her, have a meal, and leave. He felt uncomfortable staying even a second longer, listening to his mother's nagging. His ears almost calloused from it. The butler hesitated, and Jiayu guessed that she had gone outside again. This routine was becoming predictable. She deliberately hid outside to create a sense of privacy. I know. Where's she? Jiayu asked impatiently. The butler naturally understood who he was referring to. She's in the back garden. Without waiting for the butler to say anything else, Jiayu walked straight toward the back garden. He planned to be clear and not waste each other's time. The back garden had been specially decorated by Jiayu's parents, filled with white roses and a beautiful swing. As he entered the garden, the wind picked up, causing rose petals to scatter everywhere. Upon closer inspection, he saw a person sitting on the swing, dressed in a pure white dress, with long, soft hair cascading down. Her waist looked slender, and her skin was fair, gently swaying on the swing. For a moment, Jiayu was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. No, he couldn't be enchanted. This was definitely his mother's idea. Miss, you probably know my mother's intentions. I have no interest in you, so you don't need to think too much about it. We will only meet this once, and I hope you don't think otherwise. Jiayu's voice was somewhat irritated, tinged with anger. The girl on the swing turned around, a bit confused upon hearing his voice. She had come at Madame Yun's invitation, and didn't he expect to cause any misunderstandings? I'm sorry, I came at Madame's invitation. I didn't mean to do anything. Please don't misunderstand. The girl spoke softly, her voice a bit nervous. The moment Jiayu saw her face, his heart seemed to stop for a moment. That face had appeared countless times in his dreams. Now, this face perfectly merged with the one from his dreams. Ruan. Ruan? Jiayu was shocked and didn't know what to say. How could there be someone so similar in the world? Jiang Ruantang looked up in confusion. Do you know my nickname? Do you know me? Her puzzled voice brought Jiayu back to his senses, and he hurriedly lowered his head. I mean, do you want to come inside? He cursed himself for what he was saying, seeing the man who had just been angry suddenly lower his head. Jiang Ruantang felt her ears turning red, unable to help but laugh. Are you Aunt Yun's son? Before I came back, I heard she had a 25-year-old son who was young and successful in his career. In person, he looks even more like a star, his looks driving people crazy. It turned out that it was not an exaggeration. Jiayu indeed had a face that could make a woman go crazy just by looking at it. Anyone would accidentally fall for him. Jiayu coughed awkwardly, still not daring to look directly at her. Yes, my name is Jiayu. Hello, I'm Jiang Ruantang. She politely extended her hand, warm and gentle. Jiayu trembled as he reached out, and once he held her hand, it felt like waking from a dream. The person who had appeared in his dreams for over a decade was now standing right in front of him. Not a phantom that could disperse with a breath, but a living, breathing person. Jiang Ruantang chuckled lightly, feeling a cold breeze sweep past her, causing goosebumps to rise. Seeing this, Jiayu hurriedly took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It's autumn now. Wearing so little will make you catch a cold. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect him to give her his jacket and nodded, feeling a bit shy. You seem different from what Aunt said. Without thinking, Jiang Ruantang blurted out her thoughts. Realizing what she had said, she immediately covered her mouth. Damn it, how did I say that? Jiayu was taken aback, looking at her with a smile. What did my mother say about me? Jiang Ruantang's face flushed as she realized how close they were while talking. Aunt said you are unruly, always like to go against her, and like to tease young girls? At the end of her sentence, Jiang Ruantang suddenly took a different turn, inexplicably recalling a mischievous thought. Jiayu was stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing that his mother wouldn't say such things to her. This girl, who looked like a fairy, surprisingly had such a wicked mind. My mother was right. I do like to tease young girls, especially beautiful ones like you. Jiayu deliberately lifted her chin, carefully examining her face. So beautiful that no one could compare, yet also deadly alluring. Any man would be unable to resist. You. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect to be teased by him and glared at him. Jiayu chuckled and quickly raised his hands. Little girl, I was just joking. Jiang Ruantang stared at him angrily. I think it's a joke if it's funny, but I don't find it funny. Before Jiayu could respond, she stomped her foot and retreated into the house. Aunt was right. This guy is not a good person. Jiayu realized he had gone too far with the joke, feeling a bit flustered. Little girl, I didn't mean. But before he could reach her, a brick suddenly fell from above. Jiayu didn't even have time to react. He rushed over without thinking and tightly shielded her beneath him. Perhaps it was the haunting of a dream, but he couldn't bear to see Jiang Ruantang get hurt. Chapter 175. Jiayu's Side Story 2. Jiang Ruantang was suddenly stunned by the impact, staring blankly at the man who shielded her beneath him. Blood flowed from his forehead, staining his eyes red, forcing him to use only one eye to see if she was injured. Ruan, are you hurt? Jiayu's voice was too anxious, making her heart tremble. Someone, quickly, someone. Jiang Ruantang carefully dragged his head out, and her voice trembled as she shouted. Oh my God, Jiayu. When Madame Yun returned, she saw the stone pressing down on her son, nearly burying him. The butler hurried forward. Madam, the young master and Miss Jiang are trapped underneath. Madame Yun's legs trembled. He was her only son. Quick, call for help. She shouted at the bewildered servants, her eyes reddening. Andy, I'm not hurt. You must call someone to save Jiayu. Jiang Ruantang faintly heard the voices outside and could only helplessly hold his head. Using her loudest voice, she tried to make herself heard. When Madame Yun heard the voices, she quickly found the two trapped beneath the stone. Hearing that they were still alive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought they had been completely buried. When the firefighters and paramedics arrived, Jiayu was nearly unconscious. Jiang Ruantang could only hold him, feeling lost, her eyes reddening as if she were about to cry. Please save him. I beg you, save him. Her voice pleaded, her eyes hollow as she looked at the rescuers. Back when she was abroad, her mother had died in an earthquake. Half of her body was trapped under the rubble, and by the time they rescued her, she had lost her breath. Jiang Ruantang held her mother's body for a day and a night before. With the help of neighbors, she managed to hold a funeral. From that day on, Jiang Ruantang was all alone. But this man, upon seeing her for the first time, risked his life to save her. How could she repay him? Eventually, with the firefighters' help, the stone was moved. The paramedics immediately lifted Jiayu onto a stretcher and took him to the hospital for treatment. Jiang Ruantang didn't know what to do, staring blankly at the busy crowd around her, feeling utterly lost. Ruan, hurry, go to the hospital with Annie. Madame Yun saw her still standing there in a daze and hurriedly called her. Jiang Ruantang followed her in a daze, and only when they reached the hospital did her tense nerves relax a bit. Watching Jiayu being pushed into the emergency room, Madame Yun sighed in relief. Auntie, it's all my fault. I'm a disaster. Jiang Ruantang murmured to Madame Yun, realizing that what they said was true. She was a calamity that brought disaster upon others. It was because of her contact with Jiayu that this incident happened. Madame Yun patted her disapprovingly. Silly child. Don't say that. It was just an accident. Jiang Ruantang smiled bitterly and shook her head. An accident? What kind of accident causes a perfectly good building to suddenly collapse? It couldn't possibly be an accident. It was definitely not. It's all Annie's fault. I wanted to match you two together, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Madame Yun also felt a bit guilty. Her intention was to encourage her son to communicate more with Ruantang. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? If she and T insisted on calling Jiayu back, perhaps he and Ruantang Woon T have been in danger. Ruan, you have scrapes all over. You should go take care of them. Madame Yun noticed the bruises on her body, feeling distressed. This was the daughter of her best friend. She didn't expect that she would almost follow her mother to the grave. Jiang Ruantang looked at her wounds. Compared to Jiayu's, they were trivial. But seeing Madame Yun's firm expression, she said nothing and simply nodded. If she didn't go, Annie would be unhappy, right? Hello, I'd like to treat my wounds. Jiang Ruantang spoke in a low voice. The doctor looked up, a hint of experience flashing in his eyes. What a beautiful girl. You go ahead. I'll get the tools to treat you. Realizing his mistake, the doctor hurried to get the tools. Jiang Ruantang saw his name tag. Chun Mo. Such a familiar name. But before she could think too much, a familiar voice came from behind her. Jiang Ruantang. Turning back in confusion, she saw a familiar face. A chill shot through her head, and her body trembled slightly. It's really you. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I heard you went abroad. Are you back now? The girl immediately sat down across from her, chattering without noticing Jiang Ruantang's pale face. I'm sorry, but I still need to treat the injured. Chun Mo's voice was cold as he stared directly at the girl. The girl felt momentarily awkward. We're classmates. Before she could finish, Chun Mo interrupted her again, but her wound is still bleeding. The girl choked up for a moment, looking at Jiang Ruantang's still bleeding wound, and stood up somewhat displeased. Chun Mo sat down across from her, carefully treating her wound, and with a slight pressure, Jiang Ruantang gasped sharply. Chen Montak paused, looking up at her after a long time. You were just silent, yet you know it hurts. Jiang Ruantang sensed the sarcasm in his words and fell silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak up against bullying, but she couldn't fight back against that person. After treating her wound, Jiang Ruantang quietly thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Chun. I'll take my leave now. Chen Mo glanced at her and finally nodded, saying nothing more. It was no use for him to meddle in others' affairs. Back outside the operating room, Madame Yun looked as if she had suddenly aged significantly. The two waited outside for an entire afternoon. Jiang Ruantang felt bad and could only speak up. Annie, why don't you go eat something? I'll wait here. Madame Yun hesitated, but this time Jiang Ruantang blocked her from arguing. Annie, if Jiayu wakes up and sees you not eating or drinking, he'll definitely be unhappy. Madame Yun thought for a moment. Her son must be holding back his anger and scolding her. Thinking of this, she obediently chose to go eat. Until night fell. The lights in the operating room finally went out. The doctor pushed Jiayu out, and Jiang Ruantang hurriedly walked over. Doctor, how is he? The doctor saw Jiang Ruantang's face and was slightly taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. Don't worry, his injuries have all been treated. He just needs to recover carefully. Upon hearing the doctor's reply, Jiang Ruantang finally felt relieved. As soon as Madame Yun returned and heard this, she nearly stumbled. It was Jiang Ruantang, who quickly supported her. Okay, as long as he is fine, that's great. Madame Yun's tense, nerves relaxed as she looked at her son's sleeping face, finally feeling that he wasn't so annoying. Jiang Ruantang followed behind, suddenly feeling as if something was calling her. It sounded like a fox's cry, but when she turned around, there was nothing. Could she have misheard? How could there be a fox in the hospital? Madame Yun sat by Jiu's bed all night until dawn when Jiang Ruantang insisted on taking over. Andy, you've kept watch over him all night. Go and rest. I'll watch him and let you know the moment he wakes up. Chapter 176. Interlude of Jiu. 3. Madame Yun could only nod, letting her son see her expression. It was likely to make him angry. Well, don't overexert yourself. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. Even at this time, Madame Yun was still thinking about herself. How long had it been since she felt the warmth of family? She couldn't even say for sure. After Madame Yun left, she stared blankly at the man lying beside her, quiet and handsome. But who would save someone so recklessly on their first meeting? She couldn't understand it all. Fortunately, she picked up an apple nearby and started peeling it. But after peeling it, she didn't eat it and instead cut it into pieces and set them aside. Whenever she felt restless, she liked to keep herself busy. Right now, all she had were the fruits and a knife beside her. Before she knew it, she had peeled who knows how many fruits. Even the oranges had been stripped bare of their skin. Looks like you have a habit of bullying fruits too. Jiu chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on her. At this moment, she still held a pear that had just been cleaned. She didn't even realize where the sound came from, but her ears turned red first. She hurriedly put down the fruit in her hand. Why, you're awake. Let me call someone for you. Yes, I've been awake for quite a while, but in your eyes, they're only those fruits. Am I not better looking than fruits? Jiu tilted his head and smiled, looking quite sad. Jiang Ruantang was at a loss. Help, who compares themselves to fruits? Moreover, why did it feel like he became flirty as soon as he woke up? Jiang Ruantang helplessly followed his lead. It's my fault. I didn't notice you were awake. When she was focused on something, she often became so engrossed that she didn't notice when Jiu woke up. She didn't know how long he had been watching her peel fruit. It was so awkward. Jiu looked at her with a hint of grievance. So, these fruits are for me, right? Jiang Ruantang glanced at the fruit and nodded quickly. If she said no, this big man would probably cry. But my hand. Jiu raised his hand slightly, indicating that it might not be very functional. It's in a cast. It's not really usable. Remembering that he protected her, Jiang Ruantang could only lift the plate of cut fruit. She opened her mouth. As soon as Madame Yun entered, she saw her son's cheeky appearance. How strange. Has my son finally come to his senses? Why is he letting Ruantang feed him? This was strange. Secretary Wang, who hurried over, was even more astonished. Has the boss finally blossomed? He even knows how to flirt with a girl. Not a good person. The two women thought of these 4 words simultaneously. Jiang Ruantang fed him bite by bite, and Jiu ate bite by bite. As she fed him, she noticed that Jiu was eating more and more slowly. Jiu had a face that looked like he was about to throw up. His face turned green. He had eaten too much fruit and felt nauseous. Jiang Ruantang chuckled softly. Clearly, he couldn't eat anymore, but he still finished everything she handed him. If you can't eat anymore, just stop. Jiang Ruantang shook her head helplessly. A stubborn duck. The two onlookers were purely selling their misery. In reality, Jiu wanted to vomit and never eat any more fruit, but he couldn't let Ruantang see it. Remembering how he recklessly protected her, Jiang Ruantang really wanted to ask him why. Just as she was about to speak, the two women peeking outside were suddenly pushed into the ward. Hurry up and go in. Don't block the door. The two women awkwardly steadied themselves, trying to convey that they hadn't seen anything. Seeing Madame Yun, Jiang Ruantang quickly stood up. Annie, you're here. He just woke up. Jiu nodded in agreement. I woke up just an hour ago. However, his gaze towards his mother was filled with unprecedented respect. Madame Yun felt that her son's gaze was very strange. It seemed she had sent Ruantang into a fox's den, with her son's cunning and calculating face. Son, you're finally awake. By the way, Mom hasn't introduced you yet. This is the daughter of Mom's good friend. Come on, Ruantang, call him brother. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Jiu was completely stunned by this turn of events. Ruantang's eyes were wide open. Did a few words just fly past her head? Jiang Ruantang was abruptly turned to face Jiu. Her brain hadn't even booted up yet, brother. Jiu glared at his mother in anger. This old fox. Is she trying to crush my budding feelings? However, Ruantang's confused look calling him brother was just too cute. This title wasn't too bad either. Since Ruantang called me brother, calling Madame Yunmom shouldn't be too much, right? Whatever, as long as we're on the same household registration, the rest can come slowly. Madame Yun was startled. Good boy. Is this going to lead to a big deal? Little fox, then don't blame your mom for being ruthless. That's right, Andy. I actually intend to adopt you as my daughter. Madame Yun grabbed Ruantang's small hand, looking very affectionate. Jiang Ruantang was being pulled back and forth between two foxes. In terms of cunning, it seemed she was a bit outmatched. Secretary Wang lowered her presence, feeling terrified. This family of foxes was so scary. She just wanted to deliver a document. Why did she have to get involved in this battle? However, that girl named Ruantang was quite good-looking. Jiao, in a fit of anger, sat up forcefully and pulled Jiang Ruantang's arm. Madame Yin refused to give in and pulled her other arm. Ruantang, Annie will take you home. Ruantang, stay here with brother. Jiang Ruantang looked left and right. How about I go back to school first? Her voice was light, but had a strong deterrent effect. The two instantly froze. Ruantang was still in school. Mom, why didn't you tell me Ruantang was still in school? It seemed after her mother passed away, she did indeed take a year off. Secretary Wang felt a bit restless and leaned down to Jiao. Boss, why don't you sign this first? Jiao glanced at her and hurriedly took the pen to sign. Secretary Wang completed her task and crawled out of the room. She didn't dare to get involved in this matter. She was just a worker who would sacrifice themselves for it. Don't worry, Annie, I'm in my 4th year this year and I'll graduate soon. It's fine for me to finish my studies in the country. In fact, after being invited by Madame Yun, she sold her house and everything abroad. After her mother passed away, she had no reason to stay in that country. It was better to return home and be near her mother's best friend. Staying in the hometown she had always talked about. She had always done well in her studies, and even if she wasn't in school, she could still finish her last year. Graduating wouldn't be a problem. Ruantang, it's all my fault. I didn't check properly before bringing you back. Madame Yun felt very guilty. She should have understood better and couldn't let her waste her studies. Jiang Ruantang shook her head. Annie, I came back voluntarily, and I study very well. I can finish my last year, and the school has allowed it. Chapter 177. Jiayu's side story 4. Moreover, the aunt has been good to her, working hard to return home for herself. Jiayu, too, got injured for her the first time they met. Although Mrs. Yin felt a bit guilty, she couldn't say much after hearing that. She knew Ro-Ro's mother was very attached to home. It's likely that after being abroad for so long, Ro-Ro was willing to come back largely because of her mother's influence. However, Mrs. Yin has always had a knot in her heart about how they suddenly went abroad when Ro-Ro was in middle school. She always felt that something had happened to Ro-Ro in the past. Jiayu nodded, even though he wanted Ro-Ro to stay. It wouldn't be good to delay her studies. Ro-Ro really was beautiful and did well in her studies. Wasn't she a beautiful academic star? For a while, Jiayu was very comfortable lying in a hospital. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit guilty and helped with many things, taking care of him all day, which made him very happy. Ruantang, I want to go to the bathroom. Jiayu suddenly spoke, startling Jiang Ruantang, causing her to drop the fruit on the ground. The bathroom? This kind of thing is usually taken care of by the aunt. But today the aunt has an appointment and hasn't come back. Could it be that this falls on me? I'll help you find someone. Jiang Ruantang stood up in a panic, but Jiayu pulled her back. But I can't hold it anymore. He looked pained, completely not pretending. If he holds in his urine, could it kill him? She really wanted to know the answer. Then, I'll help you to the door. In the end, Jiang Ruantang compromised, struggling to support the man who was a head taller than her. They were very close, and Jiayu's scent was clearly detectable. It was a faint fragrance, but oddly pleasant, giving a sense of calm. Jiayu leaned some of his weight on her to prevent her from noticing he was pretending. In fact, his injury wasn't severe enough to stop him from moving at all, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity for close contact with Ro-Ro. The pleasant floral scent on Ro-Ro was elegant and tranquil, completely captivating him. Okay, we're here. You can go in by yourself. I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Ruantang helped him to the bathroom door and immediately let go, her face heating up. Jiayu felt a bit regretful that the bathroom was so close, but he couldn't not go, so he moved his pitiful body awkwardly. He limped, as if putting on a show for Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head. Although he looked pitiful, she really couldn't help him. As soon as he was out of her sight, Jiayu immediately straightened his back and leaned against the door. Hey, how is the investigation going? The call connected, and after just seeing Secretary Wang in the ward, he could only hide in the bathroom to respond. Secretary Wang flipped through the documents. Boss, you guessed correctly. Miss Jiang went abroad for a reason back then. This information had been hidden, deliberately erased. And the documents showed that Miss Jiang suffered from bullying at school for 3 years during middle school, which is why Mrs. Jiang took her abroad right after she graduated from middle school. Jiayu's heart trembled upon hearing this. School bullying? Such a gentle girl. Who could be so cruel? Can you find out who did it? Secretary Wang hesitated. We found out who it was, but it's a bit complicated. Jiayu had his suspicions, but he couldn't swallow this anger. The suffering the little girl had endured before had to be repaid. Jiang Ruantang waited outside for a long time, not seeing him come out, worried he might have an accident inside, but too afraid to go in. Jiayu, are you okay? Hearing her voice, Jiayu hurriedly hung up the phone. Do as I say. His back bent again, as if the confident and captivating person just now was not him at all. At this moment, the man looked weak and fragile, leaving the bathroom staff stunned. Playing a face-changing act? Ruantang, it hurts. Jiayu limped out of the bathroom, and as soon as he stepped out, he hung onto Jiang Ruantang again, looking like a large living accessory. Jiang Ruantang caught him, feeling uneasy. It must be very painful to stand up to go to the bathroom like this. The man who came out of the bathroom looked at the two of them, almost shouting, "Little girl, don't believe him. He was tea like this inside." But under Jiayu's glare, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Jiang Ruantang helped him back, just as Mrs. Yun arrived, and the two made a handover. She finally had a moment to wash her face in the bathroom, thinking about how Jiayu had leaned so close to her and the scent he exuded, making her blush, especially since she had seen him working seriously in the hospital. It made her heart tremble. The charm of the mature man was indeed very alluring. Huh, what a coincidence. We meet again, Jiang Ruantang. A voice came from behind, and Jiang Ruantang's body tensed almost instantly. Turning around, it was still that familiar face, Zhongwen. Really? Who helped you out yesterday? Who can help you today? Zhongwen thought of that doctor and got angry. He was so handsome. Who knew he was blind? Jiang Ruantang didn't dare to look her in the eye, lowering her head, wanting to escape from there. You're still so cowardly. You don't even dare to look at me. Zhongwen's voice was sarcastic, full of mockery. Everything seemed to pull her back into hell, that mocking voice. She would block herself in the bathroom during winter, dousing herself with cold water. She would also tear her homework in front of her classmates. Mockery, curses, beatings, endless humiliation. This was all of her 3 years in middle school. No one could help her, but why? Even after escaping abroad, did she still tremble all over upon seeing her again? Zhongwen, I've never offended you. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head. She had never offended her. Zhongwen sneered. How could this frighteningly beautiful face not have offended me? She hated that face. It was too beautiful, so beautiful that anyone standing next to her was just a foil. And her grades, family background, all perfect to the point of being unbelievable. It was as if everyone should look up to her. She just didn't like it, so meeting her again still felt the same. Jiang Ruantang bit her lip tightly, unable to make a sound, unable to run away. Her legs felt heavy and difficult to move. The young lady of the Zhang family? I didn't expect you to be so uncultured. Jiayu's voice clearly entered Jiang Ruantang's ears. She looked up to see him standing straight there. He originally didn't want to act like a pervert in the women's bathroom, but if he remained silent, the little girl might really be bullied severely. Zhongwen turned around, her face looking a bit ugly. The young master of the Yun family, the president of the tour group, also her father's business partner. The last time they met was when her father played matchmaker, just to leave a good impression. Mr. Yun joked. I just ran into an old classmate and chatted for a bit. The smile on her face was almost hard to maintain as Jiayu stepped past her to look at Jiang Ruantang. She stood there silently, making him feel a pang of heartache. Chapter 178, The Side Story of Jiayu. 5, soft, come here, brother will take you back. Jiayu extended his hand, and Jiang Ruantang looked up at the sound. He was dressed in a well-fitted suit, here to take her away from hell. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruantang grasped his hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. Zhongwen heard this and completely lost her smile. The Jiang Ruantang who had been bullied into silence, like a mute gourd, would be his sister? Mr. Yin, she is your sister? Zhongwen's voice trembled. How could she possibly be his sister? Before Jiayu could speak, Mrs. Yun slowly entered her line of sight. Wrong, she is from our Yun family, and of course, she is not limited to just being his sister. Even Jiayu seemed surprised by her arrival, his back stiffening. Zhongwen's expression turned ugly, and she could no longer hold back. If what she had done was revealed, who knew what the Yun family would do? Their family could not afford to lose the collaboration with the touring group. Once they withdrew their investment, they would go bankrupt. From a young lady to a lost dog, she would be laughed at endlessly. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Jiayu did not want to see her, feeling that her face was ominous. He simply turned around, wrapping his arm around Ruantang's head to prevent her from looking at her. But Zhongwen was not giving up, anxiously grabbing Jiayu's arm. Mr. Yin, I was just joking, can you? Feeling disgusted by her touch, Jiayu forcefully shook off her hand. How could she bully Ruantang back then and still dare to intimidate her now without fear? Mrs. Yin also felt the ominousness, brushing her hand through the air in front of her, finding it unpleasant. Jiang Ruantang was protected all the way but did not dare to say a word. Until they got into the car, Her hand remained tightly clutching Jiayu's. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." Jiayu comforted Ruantang, glancing at his mother. "I'll take her back first. You can call Secretary Su to pick you up." Mrs. Yun nodded, looking at Ruantang with pity. Such a beautiful and sensible child. How could she have gone through such terrible things? She had found those materials even earlier than Jiayu, and had even discovered some photos. Looking at Ruantang being bullied like that, Mrs. Yun's anger almost reached its peak. Everyone knew that the touring group was currently the largest group in the country, fully controlled by Jiayu. However, Mrs. Yun had more domestic and international businesses than Jiayu. When her husband suddenly passed away, he left her a considerable fortune. Why did no one dare to provoke the Yun family? It was not just because of Jiayu, but also due to her own contributions. Jiayu controlled the lifeblood of the country, while Mrs. Yun ventured into various industries abroad. Every industry was thriving, so the information she could obtain and the means she could use were even more terrifying than Jiayu's. "Secretary Su, tell those companies in the country to stop cooperating with the Jiang family." The rest depended on Jiayu. This kid was much more terrifying than his mother. In the car, Jiayu carefully observed her, while Jiang Ruantang remained silent. "Are your injuries all healed?" It was Jiang Ruantang who worried about him and spoke first. Jiayu felt delighted. "Yes, I recover faster than most." Jiang Ruantang nodded, relieved. She thought he was forcing himself to be discharged. Thankfully, he didn't push himself too hard and had healed. But thinking of Jiang still made her feel uncomfortable. She must have looked very ugly when Jiayu saw her cowardly and weak side. "Do you know Zhongwen?" Her voice was muffled, seemingly trembling. Jiayu gently stroked her hair. "Yes, she is the daughter of my business partner." Although he was prepared, hearing this still made her heart tremble. Indeed, her family had wealth and power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced her and her mother to go abroad. Now, she was afraid that because of her influence, Jiayu and Mrs. Yun would be affected. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" He could always sense Ruantang's emotions. Just like now, she was indeed scared. "Will I be a burden to you?" Jiayu almost laughed. "Silly girl. You clearly don't know the strength of the Yun family. Soft, what if I go bankrupt? Will you support me?" Jiayu followed the thread of the conversation, feigning concern. Jiang Ruantang was shocked and looked up. "Is it really that dangerous?" Her mother left her a mere 500,000. Could she support an aunt and Jiayu? But seeing him staring at her, she still nodded. Jiayu's heart softened. She said she would take care of herself, or else, would she just eat air? When they returned home, the previously damaged areas had been repaired. The butler looked at Jiayu, who was no longer missing limbs, and finally felt relieved. He thought the young master would be disabled and would have a harder time finding a wife. Jiang Ruantang was downcast, silently following Jiayu, letting him lead her. Soft, what do you want to eat? I'll have the aunt make it for you." Jiayu felt a bit guilty for not letting her eat anything decent when they returned. Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment and suddenly remembered her mother's favorite dish. "Sweet and sour fish. That's what my mom loved to eat the most." Jiayu nodded indulgently. She must be missing her mother very much. Before he returned, Mrs. Yin had already prepared a room for her, and now Jiang Ruantang was pushed back into the room. After taking care of Jiayu in the hospital for so long, she was filthy all over. She simply lay down in the bathtub, and the moment she was submerged in hot water, she felt a sense of security. Both her body and mind were incredibly comfortable. "Mom, what if I burden the aunt and Jiayu? It's one thing for us to be bullied, but they are both so good. I can't bear it." Jiang Ruantang lay in the bathtub, thinking for a long time, but she couldn't escape Zhang Wen's shadow. She couldn't convince herself the excellent were hated and envied, but she would rather not be excellent. "Son, I need to tell you something. Coincidentally, I also want to tell you something." The mother and son faced each other in the study, their expressions serious. "It's about the Zhang family group." Jiayu raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you've investigated as well." Mrs. Yin nodded, not surprised that Jiayu would investigate. After all, this kid was so concerned about Ruantang from start. How could he not understand Ruantang's past? She then placed some photos on the table, each one making people's hearts tremble. Jiayu's pupils constricted, suddenly sitting up straight. Unsurprisingly, the subjects of the photos were all Ruantang. "I guess you have something similar. I got these from Hacker Abroad. The Zhang family is unforgivable." Jiayu picked up the photos, each one depicting Ruantang's painful past. His expression turned cold in an instant. These things could not be kept, as leaking them would only cause Ruantang more pain. Mrs. Yin agreed with him. "Don't worry, that Hacker Abroad is said to be top-notch," named Katie Yen. "With him operating, these things will be destroyed without a trace." Jiayu nodded, but there was one troublesome matter. "It seems that a nobleman named you abroad is helping the Zhang family." Chapter 179. Interlude of the Robbery 6. Yujia. I will find a way to bully Ruo. The Jiang family must not be spared. Jiang Ruantang was lying in the bathtub, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she hurriedly got dressed. Looking at the caller ID, she smiled gently. Long-distance calls were expensive. He must have gone through a lot to call her. Hello, Ruo. How are you doing back home? I heard you returned to the country. I've been feeling down for a long time. You didn't even tell me. I couldn't even see you off at the airport. Jiang Ruantang held the phone away from her ear, waiting for him to finish speaking before putting it back. I'm sorry, Chuan. I returned home in a rush and didn't have time to tell you. Hearing Ruo's sincere apology, Wu Chuan reluctantly forgave her. Wu Chuan was a good-looking guy with good grades. He was one of her best friends abroad. She genuinely trusted him and even shared her past troubles with him. Forget it. I forgive you. But how are you doing back home? Wu Chuan's concerned tone made her nose feel a bit sour. Well, I'm staying at Aunt Yun's house, and they treat me quite well. Wu Chuan thought for a moment and remembered that Aunt Yun had a son, and he felt uneasy. Ruo, you mustn't trust Auntie's son. You're so beautiful. What if you get tricked? Jiang Ruantang almost laughed out loud, as if he was worried about her being deceived. She was smart enough not to fall for any tricks. The people from the robbery are quite nice. Wu Chuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit suspicious. Why did Ruo's voice sound like she was defending them? You haven't been fooled, have you? Forget it, as long as you're happy. Have you seen your friends? His tone was increasingly helpless. When Jiang Ruantang heard the word friends, her good mood gradually faded. Wu Chuan waited for a long time without getting a response from her and grew anxious. Chuan, I ran into that woman, the one who made me live in fear. Jiang Ruantang pondered for a long time before finally speaking. She didn't want to mention Jiang Wan, but she had indeed seen her, unchanged, especially towards herself. Wu Chuan was startled. You met that woman? What did she do to you? He was almost able to hear his anxious and angry voice through the screen. She didn't do anything to me, but I'm still scared, terrified. I can never learn to resist her. Wu Chuan fell silent and finally sighed. Ruo, you're not a middle school student anymore. You've grown up. The middle school Jiangwen can't defeat you. And besides, you have someone by your side now. He didn't want to admit it, but from Ruo's voice, he could tell she actually liked that family quite a bit. Yeah, with Auntie and the robbery people, it seems like someone is indeed accompanying me. When someone stands behind you, you need to learn to stand up for yourself. Jiang Ruantang felt a pang in her heart. Was someone really standing behind her? Her mother was afraid, so she could only take her away from her hometown. Could Annie and the robbery people stand behind her and watch her stand up and resist? Ruo, I have something to do on my side, so I'll hang up. You need to believe in yourself and the people around you. Wu Chuan heard someone calling him and hurriedly hung up the phone. After hanging up, he stared at his phone for a while, deep in thought. That family couldn't be all good. They must be able to protect Ruo well. Ruo, come downstairs for dinner. A knock on the door interrupted, and Aunt Yun's loving voice came through. Jiang Ruantang put on her clothes and opened the door to see her. Okay, let us go down, Annie. Mrs. Yun sighed in relief. She thought Ruo was still immersed in fear, but it seemed like she was okay. When they sat down at the dining table, the robbery person was still working on the sofa, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with wet hair falling loosely. He looked serious as he stared at the computer. For a moment, she was a bit mesmerized. Was the robbery person really this handsome? Did he have a twin brother or something? Son, stop working and come eat. Consider it a belated welcome feast for Ruo. Mrs. Yin felt guilty towards Ruo. She and T properly hosted her when she returned and felt the need to make it up. The robbery person stood up at the sound and removed his glasses. Jiang Ruantang didn't expect Annie to still care about such things, and a pang of bitterness filled her heart. But she still smiled at the two of them. Thank you, Auntie, and thank you, Brother Jiao. The robbery person paused, his ears turning red at an alarming speed. Damn, why did Ruo's way of addressing him sound so touching? So nice to hear. I want to hear it a few more times. By the way, Ruo, we have a gift for you coming up. Mrs. Yin looked at the robbery person and spoke in a very light tone. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback. A gift? You don't need to, Andy. I don't need any gifts. The robbery person turned to look at her, his expression serious. This gift is specially prepared for you. You have to accept it. Jiang Ruantang shrank her neck. Why did what the robbery person said sound so terrifying? It wasn't until a few days later that she found out what the must-accept gift was. The robbery person took her to the tour group S building, and she was left in awe. When they walked into the office, at the moment the door opened, she saw Zhang Wen sitting there, and her body instinctively began to tremble. She couldn't help but grip the robbery person's hand tightly. Zhang Wen was standing next to a man, presumably her father. They were both sitting on the sofa in the robbery person's office. As soon as the man saw the robbery person, he didn't care about anything else and immediately knelt in front of him. Jiang Ruantang was startled by this action and took 2 steps back. "Mr. Yun, I beg you and Mrs. Yun to spare us." Jiang Wen stared awkwardly at Jiang Ruantang, her face filled with embarrassment. She had previously treated Jiang Ruantang with such an attitude, and today she had no choice but to come here with her father to ask the robbery person for mercy. "Woman, what are you dazed for?" The man saw Jiang Wen unmoving and hurriedly pulled her. Jiang Wen slowly knelt down under Jiang Ruantang's gaze. All her pride was trampled underfoot, but she had to kneel. The Jiang family was found guilty of illegal activities, and all their partner companies severed ties with them. Almost overnight, they were abandoned by everyone. If the Yin family didn't let them go, they would end up in prison. Ruoro, sit the robbery person didn't even glance at them and motioned for Jiang Ruantang to sit beside him. Jiang Ruantang still had doubts in her eyes, but there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when she looked at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen didn't dare to raise her head, biting her lip tightly. "Mr. Jiang, you know that this could lead to prison. It's not that I don't want to help you." The robbery person looked at the two with difficulty, but slowly sipped the tea in front of him and even handed Jiang Ruantang a bottle of drink. "Did Jiang Wen do something wrong that made you unhappy? I can make her apologize. Any method will do." The man anxiously glanced at Jiang Wen. He couldn't go to jail. He couldn't go bankrupt. That was the result of his entire life's efforts. What did this dead girl do? Chapter 180. The aftermath of the heist end. Jiang Wen's face flushed red. In front of someone she once bullied, losing face like this almost cost her life. But as she looked up, she saw the exhilaration in Jiang Ruantang's eyes, and her anger surged uncontrollably. Instantly standing up, she thought, wasn't President Yun just taking revenge for Jiang Ruantang? Fine, if you don't give us a way out. No, we'll have it easy. I have endless good things about Jiang Ruantang in my hands. Jiang Ruantang suddenly turned pale with fear. The exhilaration in her eyes vanished completely. Jiayu's gaze grew colder. How dare she provoke her like this in front of Ruantang? You might be disappointed. You should check if you still have those things on your phone. Jiayu chuckled lightly. He had called Katie in to scour the entire internet. Even if there were leaks, they had been deleted directly. No trace left. Jiang Wen froze, hurriedly taking out her phone to check. No, how could there be none? Jiayu stood up and embraced Ruantang, reaching the peak of his disgust for the Jiang family. Indeed, they couldn't be kept alive. Otherwise, the future troubles would be endless. Jiang Ruantang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Those photos were gone. How could it be impossible? She murmured, staring at Jiayu, her whole being collapsing. Jiang Ruantang looked at her coldly, almost filled with hatred. "Ruantang, do whatever you want. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything." Jiayu whispered in her ear, and Jiang Ruantang suddenly tightened her hold on his arm. For over a decade, this was the most reassuring moment for her. She slowly walked in front of Jiang Wen, looking at her with the posture of a superior, just like earlier. "Jiang Ruantang, don't be smug. I've ruined you once, and you can never escape." Jiang Ruantang looked at her, the person who had made her suffer for so many years. But she merely smiled lightly, bending down like a demon. "Jiang Wen, someone will save my second half of life. But your second half will only be spent in a dirty prison. I'm not a saint. During those 3 years of being bullied, I was startled awake every single day, never having a good sleep. So you have no qualifications. Your second half of life has no right to peace." This was a Jiang Ruantang she had never seen before. In an instant, she felt fear. If she went to prison, she would truly be finished. "You let me go." "I apologize. I'll be your servant. I can't go to prison. But I also begged you. That cowardly me who dared not resist. Begged you like this time and again." Jiang Ruantang's eyes were icy. She had never thought that one day she would look down on the person who had caused her harm in this way. But now, she was confronting her like this. The previous fear seemed to have disappeared because Jiayu stood behind her. The man also realized that Jiang Wen had committed something the touring group could not overlook. No matter how much he begged, it was too late. This dead girl had caused him to lose everything. If it weren't for her, the touring group would have been willing to help him through this tough time. And the noble families overseas, but now, he had lost everything. Everything was gone. Jiang Ruantang stood up, her heart feeling tight. It turned out the Yun family was powerful enough to make her fear everything. She was even thinking if her $50,000 could support her aunt and Jiayu. Truly bold. Jiayu looked at the security guard at the door, signaling to throw the two out. "Don't dirty Ruantang's eyes here." Jiang Ruantang's gaze followed the two as they moved, a sense of unreality in her mind. It felt like a dream. "Jiayu, this isn't a dream, right?" She snapped back to reality, tears silently falling. Just wanted to confirm with Jiu that it wasn't a dream. If it were a dream, she wouldn't want to wake up. Jiu gently wiped away her tears. How could it be a dream? I'm right here. I will protect you. No one can bully you. Jiang Ruantang stared at him as if his face momentarily overlapped with something. The heartbeat in her chest was undeniable. She almost couldn't help but leap into his arms. Jay was a bit flustered, trying to hold it together, slowly embracing her. At that moment of holding her, he let out a long breath. Real, tangible Ruantang. Mrs. Yun and Secretary Wang were eavesdropping at the door. My son has hit the jackpot. The boss really has blossomed. Hey, Mr. Yu. Thank you for your willingness to help. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a magnetic voice spoke softly. I'm not helping you. I just think that if that girl doesn't get help, she will regret it for a lifetime. Mrs. Yun smiled. If you need help, feel free to ask the Yun family. He chuckled. Perhaps one day, you might want that girl too. A week later, the news of the Zhang family declaring bankruptcy was widely reported. Due to the enormous amount of ill-gotten gains, they were already breaking the law. And Zhang Wen and her father were imprisoned. But wasn't he long before her past bullying incidents were exposed? Those she had harmed finally found the courage to stand up for themselves. This time, it was led by Jiang Ruantang. She revealed all the crimes Jiang Wen had committed during middle school. Following her lead, people hurt at different times began to flood out like a tsunami. Jiang Wen's name lingered on the trending searches for an unknown period. The heat remained high. Some even went to the prison just to curse her. Over time, Jiang Wen's mental state began to deteriorate. Be careful, Jiu gently reminded her, and Jiang Ruantang laughed, saying, what are you talking about? She can't rush out to hit me, and besides, I'm not afraid of her anymore. Looking at her again, Jiang Ruantang felt unexpectedly calm. But seeing Jiang Ruantang, Jiang Wen was not so calm. She pounced on the glass partition like a madwoman. It's all your fault. You harmed me. It's all your fault. Jiang Ruantang quietly watched her, bursting into laughter. That smile was as radiant as spring. Jiang Wen, my first 10 years were not good. My father had an accident, and I was bullied by you for 3 years. I don't understand the superiority you felt when you bullied me. But when I saw you kneeling in front of me like a dog begging, I understood that sense of superiority. Although my first 10 years were unhappy, my second half of life will only be filled with happiness. Jiang Wen, your first 10 years were wild and reckless, but your remaining life will be spent here, atoning for your actions. This prison will confine you for life. You can't escape. I will begin a brand new life, full of happiness. While you can only remain in that cage full of sins, never finding peace. Jiang Wen watched Jiang Ruantang's back, screaming. Was it regret for her actions or unwillingness to accept the outcome? But it no longer mattered to Jiang Ruantang because she had someone protecting her. So she learned to stand strong. Jiu saw her come out, worriedly wrapping her in his arms. I told you not to see her. I was worried it would backfire. She smiled, coward. In the following decades, Jiang Ruantang often liked to ask him one question. Why did you choose me from the very beginning? I want to say it was love at first sight, because I firmly believe that we are destined to be together. Chapter 181. The only female of the Phoenix clan. You were, after entering the magnificent wormhole, it seemed as if there was nothing inside. Everything from the outside was cut off, leaving only Jiang Ruantang alone. She reached out and looked around, still surrounded by a white expanse. Yue. A masculine voice came from behind her, and a gust of wind blew up, causing Jiang Ruantang to hurriedly shield herself. At the moment she opened her eyes, it felt as if she had returned to the Star Core continent. It was no different from the places she had been in the past. Just as she was about to think more about it, Jiang Ruantang found herself flying up. Or rather, she was being held up by someone. Who? Jiang Ruantang flailed her short legs in panic, and the person behind her winced at her loud cries. He turned her around to face him. You don't look uncomfortable at all. Did you lie to your father again? Jiang Ruantang was held up, staring directly into his eyes. Mo? The male in front of her looked almost identical to Mo. Is this what the system referred to as the source? Mo didn't expect that Ruantang would directly call his name, and he affectionately tapped her forehead, treating her like a child. After that, he held her in his arms, and Jiang Ruantang incredulously reached out to look. This chubby little hand, was it really hers? He brought her to the riverbank and gently washed her dirty little hands and face with water. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Ruantang looked at her reflection in the river and saw a mini version of herself, with baby fat on her face, truly adorable. When Mo wiped the water on her face, he even skillfully pinched her cheeks. She reluctantly swatted at his hand and looked down to see that the beast mark on her leg was gone. It seemed she really had soul-traveled again. The surrounding environment looked different from her original world. She must have traveled back to the original Star Core continent. But how could Emo still be here? Even their names were the same. All right, I'll take you back. Your mother will worry soon. Emo stood up and held her small hand, and she let him lead her. Was she called you here? Emo, I don't want to go back to my mother. I want to stay with you. The voice came out, but it was not what she wanted to say at all. She had only soul-traveled here, but she couldn't change the predetermined course of events. Or rather, she was more like an observer, just here to seek the truth. Emo paused in his steps, squatting down to look at her seriously. You are the noble female. The last female bloodline of the Phoenix clan. You must return to your mother's side. He had to stop Yor from being willful. She was still young and couldn't afford to get into trouble. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would not spare anyone. Jiang Ruantang was puzzled. Yor was a female of the Phoenix clan, but why was there a gentle softness, and why was she here? Who was behind the Star Core continent? Yor lowered her head in sadness, tightly clutching her skirt. Jiang Ruantang felt, perhaps it was an illusion, that the entire continent seemed to twist for a moment. Mo's expression changed, and he picked her up. Yor, be good. I'll come to find you tomorrow, okay? I'll take you to pick the crispy fruits you love. Hearing this, Yor looked up, her eyes full of yearning. Okay. Imo can't lie to me. As long as I can be with Imo, that's enough. They stopped at the door of a house, and Imo set her down, affectionately ruffling her hair before turning to leave. Although Yor felt reluctant, she didn't say anything, fearing that Imo would get angry and not take her to eat crispy fruits tomorrow. Yor, why are you back so late? A female voice was quite anxious, and upon seeing Yor, she rushed over to hug her tightly. Yor smiled and wrapped her arms around her, allowing her to hold her. But Jiang Ruantang's soul inside her body clearly did not share the joy of seeing her mother. Mother, I just want to play with Imo. You don't have to worry. Yor touched her face, her mouth full of comforting words. Mother sighed and set her down. You can't play with Imo for too long. Both your mother and father will worry. Yor pouted, though she was unwilling in her heart. She still nodded in agreement on the surface. Just then, her father returned with a catch, and Yor turned around with great anticipation. She saw him dragging a large prey, and its fur looked very nice. Father, you're amazing. Yor let go of her mother and dashed toward her father, her voice unable to hide her joy. Her father was also happy, picking Yor up and spinning her around in the air. Of course, he was the strongest male in the tribe, and the chief had promised that this year they would get more salt for food. Yor stared at the prey, itching to jump on it, her eyes filled with a desire to eat. The two couldn't resist Yor's adorable attack, and quickly began to skin and butcher the meat. After a while of busy work, the animal skin was peeled off, and the meat was cut into perfect little pieces. I'll go wash this animal skin. I can make 2 new outfits for Yor and your mother. Yor nodded happily, her mind filled with thoughts of how amazing her father was. The prey he caught was something other males would find hard to catch, and there was even new animal skin for skirts. Come, Yor, eat more so you can grow up quickly. Our Yor is the most beautiful female in the tribe. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be your male partner. Her mother continually fed her meat, dreaming of who would be worthy of her Yor. Yor's little face turned red upon hearing this. A partner? But she wanted Imo to be her partner. Imo was the most handsome and gentle male in the tribe. He would take her to do many things, bring her delicious food, and even make her little skirts by hand. Her mother noticed her unusual reaction and chuckled. Are Yor? Do you already have someone in mind? Yor blushed and didn't he reply. Her mother laughed even more joyfully. Our Yor is only in her teens and already has these little thoughts. Just as they finished eating, someone came to say that the chief was looking for Yor. Her mother's expression turned grim. Every time the chief called for Yor, she returned listless. It made them reluctant to let Yor go. In contrast, Yor's eyes lit up upon hearing that the chief was looking for her. Father, mother, I'm going to find the chief first. The two NT even had time to stop her before Yor had already followed the male outside. Aside from playing with Imo every day, she also looked forward to seeing the chief the most. Jiang Ruantang was filled with doubts. Who exactly was this chief? Until she arrived at the chief's residence, she opened the door, and when the male inside turned to look at her, she knew who the chief was. Chief Wuchuan Yor ran to Wuchuan's side, and because she was too anxious, she fell to the ground. Almost instinctively wanting to cry, she heard Wuchuan's cold voice. Get up. Yor pouted in grievance. Why couldn't the chief help her up? Wuchuan saw her face full of grievance, and his heart softened, but he still sternly said, You're the only female of the Phoenix clan now. You need to learn to grow up. Chapter 182. A power full of danger, seeing that he really had no intention of helping her up, Yor could only slowly crawl up by herself. With a face full of displeasure, Jiang Ruantang stared at Wuchuan's face. Strange, she could actually still see Wuchuan. However, after Yor got up, She directly pounced into Wu Chuan's arms. Changing her expression, she spoke softly. "Tribe leader, are we going to play that today?" Wu Chuan smiled and affectionately patted her head. "That? Which one is that?" Jiang Ruantang was puzzled, but the next second, she felt the energy within her body. Similar to the Phoenix Power. Yuer was the original holder of the Phoenix Power. But before she could think more about it, she looked down and saw a soft red light emanating from her body. The corners of her eyes had glowing red tail feathers, and there were two small, cute wings on her head. Wu Chuan looked at Yuer with a calm expression, as if he was already used to it. "Yuer, come." Wu Chuan stretched out his hand, indicating for her to come closer. Yuer's little wings flapped, and she ran to his side. On the nearby table was a patch of sand with some trees and rivers on it. It looked like the structure of a small island, just not fully formed yet. "Do you like it, Yuo?" Wu Chuan asked with a smile. Yuer thought for a moment and nodded vigorously. Yuer likes it very much. I will keep working hard." She looked serious as she gently touched the sand. Suddenly, a tree was ruthlessly burned down. Wu Chuan frowned. "Yuer, you need to control your power." Realizing her mistake, she lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, but still nodded. Due to the fluctuation of her emotions, Yuer's Phoenix Power almost instantly vanished. The little one looked dejected, and although Wu Chuan was not satisfied, he couldn't bring himself to say harsh words. "Come on, Yuer, I'll take you back." Yuer thought she was going to be scolded by the tribe leader, but when she saw his gentle expression, she immediately pounced into Wu Chuan's arms, and he also picked her up. It seemed that Yuer was very happy to be held by Wu Chuan, even playing with his hair. "Tribe leader, Yuer wants to give you a new hairstyle." As a little female, Yuer naturally loved to play with clothes and hair. Coincidentally, Wu Chuan's hair was long and beautiful, undoubtedly becoming Yuer's toy. Although Wu Chuan wanted to refuse, he couldn't bring himself to do so, looking at her sparkling eyes. On the way back, he could only let her play with his hair. Yuer was having a great time with his hair, and Jiang Ruantang was holding back her laughter. "This hairstyle, does Yuer want to make a spike braid? Her taste is really good." Yuer looked at the hair and felt very satisfied. Perhaps because Jiang Ruantang was too joyful in her body, Yuer even laughed out loud. Startled, she immediately covered her mouth and cautiously looked up, only to see Wu Chuan with an unhappy expression. "Get down." One could even hear Wu Chuan's teeth grinding. Yuer immediately jumped down from Wu Chuan's embrace, looking as if she had done something wrong. Just then, Mo was coming over and saw Yuer and Wu Chuan from distance. As he got closer, he could feel Mo's suppressed laughter. "Tribe leader, you actually have this hobby, truly admirable." Wu Chuan shot him a fierce glare, but he couldn't pull it off in front of Yuer, lest it hurt her feelings. Yuer looked at Mo in confusion and then pounced over Mo. "Did I make the tribe leader look bad?" The little one looked very aggrieved, and Mo immediately suppressed his smile. "It was actually Yuer who did it. I laughed a bit too much just now. How could it be? Yuer made it look the best." Hearing Mo's affirmation, Yuer began to beam with joy and pulled Mo into the house. "Tribe leader, you should go back now." She didn't even glance at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan glared fiercely at Mo, ruffling his own hair in annoyance. Perhaps because he had no place to vent his anger, he swung his snake tail and slammed it on the ground. Inside the house, Yuer was startled by the noise and looked at Mo in confusion. "Did I do something wrong?" Mo secretly laughed, realizing that the tribe leader was not very happy. "Yuer, I want you to sleep with me tonight." Mo was taken aback, his ears turning red. "Yuer, you are a female, and I am a male. You have to sleep with Amu." Yuer was confused but still unhappy because Mo wouldn't sleep with her, thinking that Mo didn't like her. Mo could keenly sense Yuer's emotions and helplessly glanced at her father and mother. Although they were unwilling, if they didn't allow it, Yuer would probably get angry again. "Forget it, Mo, you stay here and accompany Yuer." Amu compromised first. If Yuer was unhappy, their house would probably not be able to hold up. Seeing that the two had no objections, Mo reluctantly nodded. "All right, then I'll accompany you tonight." Upon hearing Mo say this, Yuer immediately happily burrowed into the quilt. Mo could only sleep carefully beside her, not daring to make any inappropriate movements. Yuer fell asleep quickly and soon nestled in Mo's arms. In the darkness, Mo looked at Yuer, carefully brushing her hair aside. His gaze was somewhat restrained, but this scene made Jiang Ruantang feel somewhat uncomfortable. She thought it was strange and felt a bit twisted inside. Perhaps it was because Mo usually treated her too well, so seeing him suddenly behave this way towards another female made her feel uneasy. The next day, when Jiang Ruantang woke up, she found that Yuer was not at home. Looking closely, it seemed that she was standing in front of a burned forest. Most of the trees had been burned down, and the smell was everywhere. causing both Yu and Jiang Ruantang to cough involuntarily. The sound was almost double, very loud. Mo worriedly covered her mouth and nose, his voice filled with concern. "Ugh. The smell here is bad. You should go back quickly." Yu glanced at the charred woods again, reluctantly turning her head back. "It's all my fault." In the end, Jiang Ruantang seemed to still hear Yu's self-reproaching voice. Wu Chuan was waiting for her not far away, taking her little hand. "Yu, it's not your fault." Yu shook her head. "No, if I could control this power, it wouldn't." Wu Chuan frowned, gently covering her mouth. No." Yu's eyes were filled with tears of grievance, but she still nodded. She knew she couldn't be discovered, couldn't speak recklessly. But what if one day she couldn't control it and burned everything down? By then, Mo would also disappear. She would lose everything once again. Jiang Ruantang could sense the fear and worry within Yu's body. But where did this fear and worry come from? "It's okay. We just need to practice more. Don't worry." Wu Chuan comforted her, but it still couldn't calm Yu's heart. She could only force a smile. If that day really came, everything would revert back again. She didn't want that, nor would she. Chapter 183. Weakness as a gust of wind blew by. Jiang Ruantang seemed to return to that astonishingly white place. There was nothing, just emptiness. "Yue? Montak? Which one?" Jiang Ruantang called out in confusion without taking a step. But no one responded to her. There was nothing, not even a blade of grass in sight. "No, what is going on?" She had just been inside Yu. "Ah, damn it, is this how it ends? I still haven't figured anything out." Jiang Ruantang sat down helplessly on the ground and shouted. She still hadn't sorted out Yu's situation. The system couldn't be this cruel. "Host, I'm here. Please don't insult me." The sudden mechanical voice startled Jiang Ruantang. "Damn it, the system is also here." "Cough. I didn't insult you, but why am I no longer inside Yu?" Jiang Ruantang awkwardly explained, her words sounding weak. The system ignored her feelings of insult and scanned the void around them. "Host, it seems that Yu's phoenix power is too weak to contain your powerful soul." "Weak? How could that be? When she was inside Yu, I could clearly feel her abundant power. It's impossible for it to weaken so easily." "How could that be?" The system thought for a moment. "It is possible." Jiang Ruantang took a deep breath. If that power could weaken, then why did her own power remain strong, even feeling increasingly powerful? Before she could delve deeper, her soul was once again pulled away by a force. "Damn system, what are you playing at?" But this time, it seemed she was no longer inside Yu. Upon opening her eyes, she found her soul floating. She was not inside Yu. Coming to her senses, she saw a small female squatting by the riverbank. Jiang Ruantang leaned closer and was astonished to find that this female looked almost exactly like her. "This is Yu?" Jiang Ruantang exclaimed, her soul retreating in shock. "No, how did Yu grow up so quickly? This body, this face, Tisich, the males must be going crazy." But Yu didn't look too happy, playing alone by the small river, stacking stones. Her cheeks were puffed out, clearly upset. "Annoying Mo. The tribe leader is annoying too. Both males are bad." Yu complained as she tossed stones into the river, splashing little droplets. Jiang Ruantang looked at her, a grieved expression. Feeling like she was looking in a mirror, they really looked too much alike. It was quite an embarrassing feeling, even worse than being inside Yu. Not knowing where to look, she suddenly noticed something was off. It seemed the continent had changed again. Moreover, there appeared to be more races. She finally noticed the awkward and strange aspects. The previous continent felt small, with not many males and females in the races. But now, it seemed the continent had grown much larger, with many males secretly observing Yu. A female saw Yu from a distance and slowly walked over. "Yu, are you unhappy with Mo again?" the female asked, and Yu nodded unhappily. This small female had followed Mo around since childhood, and everyone was used to it. However, it was strange that Yu had been an adult for a long time, but hadn't mated with Mo, although there was some age difference between them. Who could say if Mo was waiting for Yu after all these years of not taking a mate? Mo is such a big fool. I've been an adult for so long. And Yu couldn't bring herself to say it, only feeling wronged. The female patted her back, also feeling helpless. "You need to talk about your issues, otherwise, how will anyone know what you mean?" Yu thought for a moment and seemed to realize something. She turned to look at the female and suddenly stood up. "Right, I need to tell him." The female was startled, watching her run off, shaking her head helplessly. Jiang Ruantang roughly understood that Yu was unwilling to mate with Mo, considering there was nearly a 20-year age gap between them. Yet this little female had had her eyes on him since childhood. The feelings were mutual, making her inexplicably feel sour. What was she even feeling sour about? As her soul floated along, she noticed the red light emanating from Yu's body. the tail feathers in the corner of her eyes, and the massive phoenix wings behind her. Jiang Ruantang's heart skipped a beat. The phoenix power could be used like this. It was amazing. Only when her own phoenix power attracted to Ur-S did she realize the system was right. The phoenix power within Ur was indeed too weak. So weak that after a short use, her wings couldn't hold up anymore. After landing, Ur bent down, gasping for breath. She looked exhausted. However, Mo was right there, and Ur-S eyes lit up as she saw him, with Wu Chuan standing nearby. Wu Chuan noticed Ur first and rushed over to support her, lowering his voice. You used your own power again? I told you to avoid using it as much as possible. Your current power is too weak. Ur smiled at him. I'm fine. Tribe leader. Wu Chuan felt a tightness in his heart. Her power had been depleted too quickly over the years. If he had known that it would make her body so weak, he would never have allowed her actions. Seeing Mo getting up to wipe sweat, Ur-S eyes brightened, and she immediately ran to him, unreservedly throwing herself into his arms, looking very happy. The surrounding males looked at him with envy. After all, Ur was the most beautiful female in the tribe. Who wouldn't he want to mate with her? Mo frowned slightly at being embraced by this little female, but didn't he push her away? Ur, let go first. We need to talk properly. Ur was extremely displeased to hear his tone. In the past, when she had jumped into his arms, he would hug her. Now, he only spoke about letting go and maintaining distance. I want to let go. Mo, you should mate with me. Ur-S eyes were too bright. Staring directly at Mo's heart felt as if something had scratched it, and his expression immediately changed. Without hesitation, he pushed the female away. Go back. Your father and mother are still waiting for you. Ur stood frozen in place, shocked that Mo had pushed her away. Moreover, the way he pushed her was certainly not gentle. In an instant, Ur felt very aggrieved, staring at him fiercely. Why? Mo took a deep breath, looking straight at her. Ur, I'm about the same age as your father. You should find a male who is more suited to you. How could she be worthy of you? The most beautiful female in the entire tribe? He now had wrinkles on his face and looked much older. Ur felt a pang at the tip of her nose. Was it really because of this? Mo, you'll become my male. She couldn't give up on Mo. The male she had never intended to let go of since childhood. The one she had worked hard to save. In that moment of turning away, Jiang Ruantang saw the determination in her eyes. Wu Chuan grabbed Ur, warning her, Ur, you can't use your phoenix power anymore. You'll get into trouble. Chapter 184 The Birth of the Void Stone. Ur stared at him, biting her lip. She naturally knew her physical condition, but she wanted Mo to be her male. Tribe leader, only acknowledge him. Her gaze was unwaveringly resolute, burning Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan smiled self-deprecatingly, evoking pity. What about me? It was neither a question nor an affirmation, just a sorrow born from something that was forever impossible. Ur looked at him in disbelief and hurriedly lowered her head. The tribe leader had always taught her that they created and changed their circumstances together, but she never thought of having another kind of feeling for the tribe leader. Yu Chuan, you're just like my father and mother. The words were so certain, firm, and pure. Yet, they pierced Yu Chuan's heart painfully. In the end, he still loosened his grip, only smiling with concern. Take care of your body, and if it's too much, don't push yourself. Yu sighed in relief and nodded. But feeling as if she had upset Yu Chuan, she turned back and hugged him. Yu Chuan, you are also very important to me. Yu Chuan forced a smile, greedily savoring her embrace. But he still let go. He had been too unrestrained. Yu left, excited as if she was about to perform a great feat. Mo watched her back and then looked at Yu Chuan, his gaze icy. Yu Chuan gently nodded to him and turned to follow Ur. Mo, why don't you mate with you? She's so beautiful. If she didn't only want you as a partner, who wouldn't want to mate with her? Yeah, Mo, don't miss the opportunity. The male voices nearby expressed jealousy, showing great incomprehension for his rejection of such a beautiful Ur. Normal males definitely had no resistance to Ur. Everyone wanted her. Mo glared at them coldly, his voice frigid. There's no possibility between Ur and me. I can't let her lose the right to choose other males. The other males exchanged glances, completely baffled. Jiang Ruantang looked at Mo, gently placing her outstretched hand on his face. Though she couldn't touch him, it felt as if she could. Mo cherished Ur too much, cherishing her to the point that with a nearly 10-year age gap, he couldn't delay her. Not knowing if it was some special feeling, Mo seemed to glance in Jiang Ruantang's direction, startling her as if he could see her. However, she still cautiously waved in front of Mo, finally feeling reassured. It really was invisible. It felt like he could see her. She shot him an unhappy glance before her soul followed Ur-S steps, until they arrived at her residence, which she had already separated from her father and mother. Ur hurriedly dove into her house, looking left and right, and seeing no one, quickly closed the door. Jiang Ruantang tried and found she could approach her. So, she flew to her side, curious about what she wanted to do. You'd turn left and right, seemingly looking for a suitable place. Finally, she stopped in a spot with a window and sunlight. Sunlight poured onto Yuer, and in an instant, she emitted a red glow, revealing her wings behind her. However, the brightness had some changes, seemingly mixed with a hint of sunlight. Jiang Ruantang was slightly dazzled, not daring to look directly at her. When the brightness faded, Jiang Ruantang opened her eyes. It seemed a force gathered in Yuer's palm, and Jiang Ruantang could hardly believe it. Her eyes widened instantly. Was this the use of power? Then, if she used the phoenix power, would it also be this cool? Yuer's forehead gradually broke out in a dense sweat, and the power gathering in her hand continued to surge. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth, causing Jiang Ruantang's heart to lurch. Yuer, stop. Jiang Ruantang reached out, wanting to stop her, but she couldn't touch her at all. She passed right through, turning back to see the energy Yuer had gathered had already vanished. Yuer tiredly closed her eyes, her expression one of pain. Jiang Ruantang looked at her with distress. Her power had weakened so much, why waste it? Yuer held her hand tightly, but she looked exceptionally happy. If I have this, Mo will agree to mate with me, right? Her smile was both tragic and blissful, twisting Jiang Ruantang's heart in pain. Jiang Ruantang wanted to see what was in Yuer's hand, or if she could help her to grasp. However, as a soul entity, she could do nothing. A noise came from outside the door, and Jiang Ruantang warily watched the entrance. It was Yuchuan who came in. He looked at the unconscious Yuer. His heart ached intensely as he took a few steps towards her. Seeing her hand tightly clenched but unable to open it, Yuchuan eventually gave up. He carefully picked her up horizontally and placed her on the grass. He wiped the blood from her mouth. Yuer, why do you have to go to such lengths? But Yuer couldn't answer him. Jiang Ruantang quietly stayed by Yuer's side, and Yuchuan quietly accompanied her too. She couldn't handle Yuchuan. Whether it was this Yuchuan or that Yuchuan, she thought he would leave soon, but he surprisingly stayed with her for the entire afternoon. It wasn't until evening that Yuer slowly woke up, and her first sight was Yuchuan. She was startled, but Yuchuan had already drifted off to sleep beside her. Yuer looked at him. The tribe leader had taken care of her for so long. A rare feeling of guilt arose within her. The use of this power had always been given to her by Yuchuan, but she had overdrawn her life to use this power to do things that could help Mo. I am sorry. This apology, however, she didn't know to whom it was directed. Yuchuan frowned, and upon opening his eyes, he found Yuer staring at him. It made him feel a bit embarrassed. He was supposed to be taking care of Yuer, yet he had fallen asleep instead. Yuer smiled. Tribe leader, thank you. Yuchuan was taken aback. Thank me for what? Thank you for teaching me how to use this power. Thank you for always taking care of me and worrying about me. Yuchuan frowned tightly, unconsciously gripping her hand, even with considerable strength. Yuer, what are you going to do? He always felt that Yuer seemed to want to do something. Her words did not sound like something to say at that moment. Yuer shook her head, slowly opening her tightly clenched hands. The moment they opened, Jiang Ruantang was stunned. This thing was actually the Void Stone. What is this? Yuchuan looked at her in confusion. This thing looked transparent, like a stone. Yuer stared at him closely. This thing, I plan to call it the Void Stone, formed from my power. It can increase life by several decades. She had originally intended for Mo to consume it. That way, he would have no reason to refuse her, and Mo's appearance would also revert to how he looked years ago. But seeing Yuchuan in that moment, she suddenly hesitated. Yuchuan had given her so much, and this only Void Stone. Should she give it to Mo? Chapter 185. The Holder, the Resetter. The half-ruler, however, this concern has now vanished. No matter what Mo becomes, he is still him, the one that Yuer loves. So this Void Stone can be considered a token of gratitude for the chief of the Wuchuan tribe. You want to get to Mo, right? Wuchuan's expression darkened. Yes, since it can extend his life, it should be given to Mo. Yuer shook her head, pried open Wuchuan's hand, and placed the Void Stone in his palm. No, this is for you to consume. She thought for a long time. She still wanted to give this thing to Wuchuan. Wuchuan has never done anything for himself, always for the tribe and for Yuer, so this thing should be given to him. Wuchuan looked at the item in his hand in disbelief. This thing, which drained Yuer's power, is for him? No. This thing has almost exhausted all your power. You shouldn't give it to me. Wuchuan put the Void Stone back into her hand. He couldn't accept this thing, nor should he. Yuer stared at him, her expression unusually serious. Wuchuan, you must accept it. My energy is almost exhausted. Wuchuan was shocked and probably understood her meaning. This was the last thing she could give. and he was the last thing Yu Er left in this place. He tightly held onto half of Yu Er's life in his hand, while Yu Er merely smiled. Chief, I have lived long enough, too long. No matter how many times. It was always for MO, for this place, but I am tired now. So this is the last time. The rest can only be entrusted to you. Jiang Ruantang looked at her and finally understood. Yu Er created the Void Stone, which is now everywhere, with a gradually increasing number of males and females. And that burned forest, with constantly changing geographical locations. The entire continent is born from Yu Er as the core. Yu Er is the female who created the Star Core continent. The gods will take back the power they granted me. I can't even manage to live. Yu Er smiled peacefully, as if she had long known her fate. Jiang Ruantang was too shocked to regain her senses. Wu Chuan remained calm, just holding her hand. Yes, Yu Er grew up beside Wu Chuan. The use of Phoenix power was also taught to her by Wu Chuan. How could he not know Yu Er's origin? Then why didn't he organize Yu Er's power? Yu Er, can't you just be an ordinary female? Wu Chuan's voice trembled, and he didn't dare to look at her, afraid. Truly afraid. Yu Er shook her head. I am the female chosen by the beast god, am I not? My life and death are not in my hands. My existence is solely for the development of the beast world. Now, it's just that my mission is complete. My soul probably wants to stay here. I should return to the side of the gods. Clearly, Yu Er's eyes were filled with reluctance, yet her tone was light. It seemed she had long awaited this moment and then calmly accepted it, more like a traveler, completing her mission in a small world, and then leaving for the next world. And the female, chosen by the beast god. Jiang Ruantang had also heard this from the chief of the rabbit clan and the Beaching tribe. At that time, she had accepted this statement for a new identity. Now, it seems that this thing is not necessarily a good thing. Until now, she only thought it was just a title. So, when the rabbit clan chief said that, Jiang Ruantang's status as the holder of the Phoenix power had long been concluded. But how did the rabbit clan chief know? Wu Chuan lowered his head, not daring to look at Yu Er again. Yu Er, on the other hand, felt completely relaxed. Her power had already weakened to the extreme. She even had no final restraints left. Wu Chuan, you should go back. It's getting late. Yu Er yawned sleepily and pushed Wu Chuan away. Wu Chuan wanted to say something, but Yu Er ignored him and turned back to collapse onto the grass. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, her reluctance would be visible on her face. Wu Chuan turned back every few steps, but ultimately did not disturb Yu Er. He sighed and left. Mo watched Wu Chuan leave Yu Er's house so late. The tree he leaned against was smashed to pieces, his face filled with unwillingness. But he had no right to be unwilling. He was the one who pushed Yu Er away. Who she mates with has nothing to do with him. That night, Jiang Ruantang quietly watched Yu Er fall asleep. Yu Er tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Then she suddenly sat up, startling Jiang Ruantang. Why aren't you sleeping? Suddenly sitting up like that is too scary. Yu Er slowly turned her head, staring at Jiang Ruantang's position. She sighed heavily. Hey, who are you? Jiang Ruantang froze. What? She can see me? Seeing Jiang Ruantang not respond, Yu Er twisted her body to face her. Don't worry, I can't see you, but I can sense that undeniable Phoenix power within you. As the holder of this power, regardless of the past or future, they are the same. Jiang Ruantang was shocked. It turned out Yu Er could feel it too. Then she must completely know that she has been following her all along. But I guess you must be someone from the future, because there can only be one holder at a time. The one from this era is me. Yu Er spoke confidently. She was very smart, and her control over the power exceeded her own. Jiang Ruantang found her proud appearance somewhat amusing. She was really quite cute. Yu Er waited for a long time without receiving a reply and tentatively asked, Are you unable to convey your voice to me? Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment, probably. Seeing Yu Er's lack of reaction, it seemed it was not just probably, but definitely. Her words could not be conveyed to Yu Er, at most. She could sense her existence. Yu Er also understood and did not ask Jiang Ruantang to speak. I find it quite novel that you can cross such a long time to come here. Jiang Ruantang also found it novel, but what is impossible in this world? Yu Er pouted, inexplicably starting to cry, suppressing the sound. However, this thing is not good at all. Again and again, no matter how powerful the force is, it will weaken time and again. Jiang Ruantang watched her, extending her hand, but unable to touch her tears, unable to touch anything. Yu Er, the holder of the Phoenix power, the resetter of the Star Core continent, and the half-ruler of the Divine Realm. But none of these have allowed her to have her own life. Jiang Ruantang's guess was very accurate. Yu Er's identity was very special. She just didn't understand that this era had Mo and Wu Chuan, and there was still an incomplete Star Core continent. But her own time also had them, and she only had one guess. Something compelled Yu Er to use her last bit of strength. Once again, she reset the entire Starcore continent. And Yuer also completely lost her power, leaving no possibility of survival. Chapter 186. The rescued female, however, it's good that there is MO. That's enough. Yuer cried and cried, then slowly started to smile again. Jiang Ruantang bit her lip tightly, only able to watch her force a smile. But when she handed the void stone to Wuchuan, Mo probably wouldn't want to bond with her anymore. Perhaps she really couldn't hear Jiang Ruantang's voice, as she babbled on for who knows how long. In the end, she couldn't withstand her drowsiness and fell asleep again. Jiang Ruantang watched her from the side, feeling pity for her. When Yuer woke up, Jiang Ruantang also completely woke up. Outside, there were bursts of cheers, and she couldn't sleep anymore. Strange. Why was it so noisy outside? Yuer rubbed her still-closed eyes and stood up in confusion. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Mo and instinctively wanted to rush into his arms. But upon closer inspection, she noticed that there was an unfamiliar female next to him. The female looked timidly around, clutching Mo's arm as if it were a lifeline. The little female was quite pretty. Although she wasn't as stunning as Yuer, she could still be considered a rare beauty. Jiang Ruantang floated over to Mo and almost danced with excitement, clapping at him. Although she couldn't touch him at all, the act of venting her frustration was enough. He actually brought back another female. The jealousy was so sour it was unbearable. It was one thing for Yuer, but how could he bring back a completely unfamiliar female? Mo, who is she? Yuer walked up to Mo, her face serious and earnest as she questioned him. It was rare to hear anger in her tone. Yuer had never truly been angry before. Mo felt a little guilty and dare not look at her, but still raised his head to meet her gaze. I found her injured in the woods outside, so I brought her back to the tribe. Hearing Mo's voice, the female clung even tighter to his arm, practically pressing herself against him. Yuer felt a surge of anger rising to her head, glaring at the female with resentment. The female, sensing Yuer's anger, quickly hid behind Mo. Yuer's eyes turned red as she looked at him. Everyone in the tribe knew that Yuer had been devoted to Mo since childhood. Yet he had brought back a female. Logically speaking, since he had brought her back, that female belonged to him. They could rightfully bond, and the female couldn't refuse. Why did you bring her back? Mo frowned, looking at Yuer, feeling deeply uncomfortable. If I hadn't brought her back, she would have died in the woods. He had merely encountered her by chance, and, feeling soft-hearted, brought her back. No matter what others said, he would never bond with anyone. Once she recovers, I'll let her choose among the strong males in the tribe. Mo bit his lip, unable to say anything more. The female looked at Mo, then at Yuer, and cautiously leaned forward. Hello, my name is Zhuyin. Yuer looked at her, not liking her, but not reaching the point of disgust either. Zhuyin had been severely injured, her body covered in wounds from wild beasts. To have survived until now, she was indeed strong enough. TSK, this little female doesn't seem like a good person. Unfortunately, Jiang Ruantang's suspicions were unheard. After all, she was brought back by Mo, so the tribe assumed Mo would take care of her. Yuad gritet hartit, glaring at those around her, feeling furious that they actually allowed Mo to take care of that female. Had they all willingly given up their right to bond? Under Yuer's furious glare, the males looked around, unable to meet her gaze, feeling guilty for their wrongdoings. Of course, they would worry about being found out. It wasn't until after half a month of care that Zhuyin finally walked out of Mo's home. As soon as she stepped outside, she basked in the sunlight, her smile radiant and bright. Yuer had finally waited for her to recover and hurried over to Mo's home without stopping. As she approached the house, she shot a fierce glare at Zhuyin. Zhuyin, however, seemed not to notice, happily sitting at a distance eating food. Some of the meat was brought back by Mo, and she was enjoying it immensely. As soon as Mo took off his clothes, Yuer walked straight in. Their eyes met, and they both blushed immediately. You, why did you come in directly? I just came to see you. You've been with that Zhuyin all day. While speaking, Yuer felt wronged. She hadn't seen him for a long time. Of course she would miss him. Mo, are you going to bond with Zhuyin? Please, don't bond with her, okay? Yuer nervously took his hand. As they had all said, Mo had intentions for Zhuyin. They all said the two were going to bond, and she admitted she was scared. Why could Mo accept Zhuyin, who was similar to her, but not accept her? Mo gently touched her small face, as smooth as before. You think too much. I won't bond with her. It was unclear whether this statement was meant to comfort himself or someone else. Yuer's face showed surprise, and she held his hand tighter. Mo, you don't like her, do you? As if to confirm her suspicion, Yuer dove into his arms, feeling exceptionally at ease. Mo didn't push her away. He couldn't bear to. Yuer, you're grown up now. You should choose a partner. Those words shattered all the warmth from just moments ago. She stared blankly at him, not knowing whether she truly didn't understand or was pretending not to know. Mo, does the whole tribe not know? Do you really have to pretend to be oblivious? Mo tightly closed his eyes. He knew, and because he knew, he had refused time and time again. Ewer felt a sharp pain in her heart, blood slowly seeping from the corner of her mouth. In a panic, she touched the bloodstain, trying to cover it up. She didn't want Mo to see. But how could she hide it? Mo grabbed her hand, looking at the blood that had spread from her mouth. Ewer? What happened? Montauk questioned sharply, his anxious demeanor surprisingly bringing her a bit of joy. But that joy was fleeting. Her time was running out. Her body would only grow weaker until, in the end, it would cease to exist. Jiang Ruantang looked at Mo's flustered and helpless expression, knowing only to hold Ewer tightly. Ewer, don't scare me. Mo's voice trembled, but Ewer simply lay limply in his arms. The moment Juan entered the room, she saw Mo holding Ewer tightly, as if she were his most precious possession, fearing something had happened to her. This scene was exceptionally glaring to Juan. The half-month of care had been the happiest time in Juan's life. With Mo's attentive care, how could she let go of such a male? Thus, witnessing the scene only made her feel jealous, madly jealous. She had thought Mo had feelings for her, but it seemed she was wrong, because in his eyes, there was only love for Ewer, leaving no room for anyone else. However, the two had not bonded for so long. It was clear that Mo had repeatedly rejected Ewer. Ewer felt weak all over as Jiang Ruantang drew nearer. She felt her life slipping away in an instant. Sensing Jiang Ruantang's closeness, Ewer reached out her hand. Although she couldn't touch anything, she could feel that familiar strength. Mo, I'm so tired. Lying in Jiang Ruantang's embrace, Ewer felt for the first time that living was so exhausting. Chapter 187, The Unseen Truth. Juan stood outside the door, hesitating to enter, her hand pressed firmly against the door. Ewer's face made Juan feel frustrated. Ewer, I'll take you back first, then look for the clan leader. You'll be fine. Mo's hands were trembling as he tightly held the female he had raised since childhood. Ewer was in his arms, her body racked with pain. It felt as if her insides were rearranged. Was this the price of losing protective power? Jiang Ruantang vaguely sensed that pain, a mix of emotions. Turning her head, she saw Juan, her face full of resentment, looking at Ewer with a gaze filled with hatred. Her intuition told her that this Juan was not simple. Thinking that no one could see her anyway, she stealthily approached Juan. Previously, the force with which she had pressed against the door had caused some wood to splinter, leaving a cut on her. A trickle of blood flowed from it, and above that cut was a chilling black aura that made Jiang Ruantang's heart sink. This Juan was indeed no ordinary person. However, some things couldn't be concluded too quickly. One thing was certain, this little female Juan had deep ties to the witch clan. While Jiang Ruantang was deep in thought, Juan suddenly turned around, extending her hand straight through her own body. At that moment, she felt a sense of discomfort. She stared at Jiang Ruantang, puzzled, thinking, strange, did I get it wrong? Juan murmured, and Jiang Ruantang felt a chill as a soul body. She could sense her own existence. It seemed she could only feel it, like Ewer, but could not see it. Was this witchcraft? This strange sensation, along with the ability to clearly perceive her existence. What Ewer could feel was merely the power of the phoenix. Was Juan that powerful? When Mo came out holding Ewer, he collided directly with Juan. She changed from her previously terrifying appearance to one that looked pitiful. With big eyes, she looked at Mo, then at Ewer in his arms. Mo, you and Ewer. Juan bit her lip, looking as if Mo had done something wrong to her. Jiang Ruantang immediately moved closer to Mo and Ewer. But as a soul, she could only watch everything unfold. Mo glanced at her and walked straight past, holding Ewer. Juan stared at Mo in disbelief. He had always been kind to her. She had inquired and found that Mo had always ignored Ewer's request for a mate. But it seemed Mo wanted to be with Ewer more than anyone else. Jiang Ruantang turned to look back, seeing Juan's expression dark and unclear. Only her tightly clenched fists indicated her mood was at its lowest. Mo returned to Ewer's house and carefully laid her down. At some point, Wuchuan had arrived behind them. Ewer subtly shook her head at Wuchuan. She didn't want to make Mo uncomfortable, but she could know all the truths while feeling helpless. That sense of helplessness, that painful feeling, was worse than ever. Clan leader, you have a way to save Ewer, right? Upon seeing Wuchuan, Mo immediately grabbed him. In his memory, whenever Ewer was uncomfortable, it was always Wuchuan who brought her back to life. He must have a way to save her. Wuchuan looked at him, thinking how good it was not to know anything. Holding on to Ewer's affection, he only thought she was unwell, not realizing she could die at any moment. You should go back. I will watch over Yor. Mo seemed not to expect him to say that. When he looked at Yor, she just nodded. Even though he knew Wuchuan could help her, he felt too uneasy this time. After seeing him leave, Wuchuan dropped his facade of strength. He sat helplessly beside her. Thank you, Wuchuan. What did she thank him for? Thank him for not telling Mo about her, for not making him feel bad? Then that thanks didn't need to be expressed. Wuchuan smiled self-deprecatingly, but life made it clear he was sorrowful. You are truly cruel to me. Whether it was when you chose me to teach you, or when you knew my feelings and still used me to hide from Mo. This time, Yor did not dodge. She simply reached out her hand, signaling him to come closer. Her hand gently stroked his face, murmuring, Wuchuan, what I owe you will be repaid in the future. Like a spell, a wisp of power unique to the phoenix flowed into Wuchuan's body. However, the power was weak. If Jiang Ruantang hadn't seen it, she would have felt it. How will you repay me? Your body is already at its limit. Surviving this drought will be difficult. Yor just smiled, yes. Surviving this drought will be difficult. She had no time left. Outside the door, Mo quietly listened to everything, his hands clenching into fists. Surviving this drought will be difficult. What did that mean? What were Yor and Wuchuan hiding from him? Jiang Ruantang suddenly looked towards the door, and in the moment she flew out. She saw the departing black lion. Her heart felt a bit heavy. It seemed it had heard something. Looking at Mo, he truly cared for Yor. Just now, Yor frowned. She had just felt that power fly away. Could it be that someone was outside? But the physical changes made her increasingly drowsy. She slept for long hours each day. When Yor's father and mother arrived, seeing her weak state made them feel terrible. Yor, I'm useless. I never expected that picking you up back then would lead to you suffering so much. Yor hurriedly sat up, comforting her. How could it be your fault, mother? My mission was to maintain development. She just never expected to meet the kind parents who cared for her. Mother, don't say that. You taking care of me is enough for me. She only regretted using her power too quickly, preventing her from witnessing everything unfold. For someone who was about to be abandoned, having beautiful memories was enough. Jiang Ruantang stayed by Yor's side all day, feeling her changes, her emotions, her pain, her helplessness. Mother held Yor and cried for a long time until she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. When she woke up, she stared blankly at the ceiling. You're here, right? Even without a response, she could feel it. He was there. Yor's smile was beautiful, and she rarely sat up, staring into the air in a daze. But she knew she was not alone. There was another being there. Jiang Ruantang was right beside her, also staring at her in a daze. When I first came to this place, it was nothing much. Later, I met the young Mo, small and cute. But I raised him, only to see him die at the hands of other males. At that time, my power was immense, so the entire continent developed rapidly. I guess Yor should be the powerful form I took after using my power for development for the first time. After Mo died, I felt emptiness for the first time, an emptiness so painful that I made a decision to reset this world. Because in the next world, there would be a brand new Mo. Even if resetting the world consumed power, I still did it. The second time, I let this world develop steadily, and met the powerful Mo, whom all females admired, and I fell into him along with that female. But he was Team Mo, because he chose a female whom everyone hated, and I watched them together every day, then have offspring, until the moment Mo died of old age. The continent had become extraordinarily powerful and developed well, but I reset everything once again. Chapter 188. The Scam of the Dark Sound, so there was a third time. At that moment, my strength had already declined, but I still did it. I didn't like how many times I had gone against the will of the gods. What I relied on was merely an inexhaustible power. The third time, I got who loved me. His eyes were filled with me. Although the development of the continent had declined, I was satisfied. However, he fell in love with someone else, and I felt like my world had collapsed. So, I cast a curse that would remain no matter how many times it was reset. I wanted all males to never betray their partners. Otherwise, they would die within a certain period. Then, I welcomed the fourth time. This time, my power suddenly dropped, and my body could no longer maintain an adult form. While I had reached the age to bond, I clung to him, expressing my feelings in my juvenile form, while also trying my best to maintain the development of the continent. I waited until I became an adult and saw his affection for me, but my power was completely exhausted through repeated reckless use. He loved me, but he was unwilling to bond with me. I loved him, but my body could no longer hold on. I had betrayed the will of the gods too many times. After death, my soul dissipated, my power lost, and I completely disappeared from this world. Said this with a calm smile that made one feel heartbroken. Just 4. Could one really reset this world time and time again until their own death? Asked out loud, but she couldn't hear it. And she was also astonished that all the curses came from. The world existed because of her, then operated, forming the entire Starcore continent. But she guessed that had no regrets, only regretting that she lost the chance to be with. And, after each reset, would completely forget her, as if everything started anew. Returned to his residence and didn't go out for several days. Was in the same room with him, yet she couldn't see him. After a long wait, when finally stepped out, pretended to casually speak, seems very weak. I don't know if this power of mine can help her. She emphasized her words on power and help. Indeed, stopped in his tracks and looked at her meaningfully. Seemed not to notice him. The moment she looked at him, she was stunned. You finally came out. Stood up and jogged to his side, her sparkling eyes looking at him. But his heart was calm, only paying attention to what she had just said. What did you just say? Frowned and asked her if it could save her. With a surprised expression, lowered her head, as if she had to muster great determination before she could speak. Our race is quite different from yours. There's a strange energy within my body that can do anything, even bring the dead back to life. The more spoke, the more excited she became. This was not a lie. Their witchcraft could curse and control others, and that bringing the dead back to life was merely using witchcraft to manipulate the dead's body. In essence, that person was still dead and had no thoughts. Seemed to find hope in an instant, gripping her shoulders tightly. Really? You really can? Even if it were a lie, he was willing to believe it if it could save. Seeing his impatient demeanor, pouted. If cared so much for that female, then she needed to do something. This male had to belong to her. So, she nodded, undoubtedly giving the greatest hope. Then, come with me to see. Grabbed her arm, filled with joy. As long as was fine, he would bond with her. He couldn't bear the cost of losing. Seeing her look so haggard was more painful than being killed. Had watched for a few days and then floated over to, and, upon arrival, she heard such a stimulating conversation and thought, no, this guy is not a good person. She will harm. But no matter how much she tried to stop or shout, couldn't hear her and couldn't touch her. She was just a soul now. So she couldn't change any developments in this period. She could only watch helplessly as the world reset once more. Don't rush. Before helping, I still need you to be that vessel. As long as you accept this power, then you can help her through yourself, which will also lessen pain. Was a bit anxious, fearing that wouldn't believe her. Could hear the worry in her tone, but merely nodded. Perhaps he was not without doubts, and he could hear it. He just didn't want to miss the opportunity to save. Secretly showed a triumphant smile. And everything, didn't know, no one could stop him. Signaled to lie on the grass, and he obediently lay down. He was afraid that hesitation would leave him faster. Sat cross-legged beside him and cut her palm. Frowned at the sight, feeling a bit reluctant. Saw his expression and directly flew up to bounce on his head twice. What is there to be reluctant about? This guy has no good intentions. She turned over his palm and hesitated for a moment before cutting it as well. The two wounds faced each other, and their blood began to merge, and then began to chant incantations. I, in the name of the witch clan, perform the rites of witchcraft, commanding to forget from now on, to have only me in his heart. If he wishes to harm me or betray me, he shall not have a good death, for all eternity. As pupils emitted a glimmer of light, and the blood of the two slightly merged, the wounds quickly healing. Even if noticed something was wrong, under the activation of the witchcraft, he was still forced to fall asleep. All of this was a scam. The world never had the power to save, and moreover, she had never thought of saving. Scammer glared at her with rage, full of fury. She only wanted to use excuses to get. Looked at him greedily. When you wake up, you will be mine alone, and it will be better if she died. You will never remember her again. Looked at the sleeping. Wanted to wake him up, but it was futile. No matter what happened, she could only watch. Anxiety, worry, and even fear accompanied her. Was in pain, wanting to touch him, to wake him up, even if he couldn't hear her. In his dreams, always felt that something was disappearing, and just now, was someone calling him? It was a little female, but why did her voice sound so painful? Whose again? Was the female he wanted to protect with his life. That's right, the female he loved, the beautiful female. It was, heard the name he uttered and felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. It was not only for that she felt pain, but for herself as well. Heard its call and immediately perked up. She was actually worried. This witchcraft was the first time she had used it, because she had never desired a male so much before. She needed to use witchcraft to gain his affection. Chapter 189. The Nemesis Mo. I'm here. Joanne grabbed his hand, but her gaze couldn't stray away for a moment. She just stared straight at Mo, and in Mo's eyes as he looked at her, was the same gaze he usually had for Yuer. It was filled with love. Zhuyin knew she had succeeded. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. Emo was hers, just hers alone. The triumphant look on her face was openly displayed, making Jiang Ruantang's heart feel a chill. Wuchuan had been taking care of Yuer for several days and hadn't seen Emo, which made him a bit confused. Fortunately, he didn't come. Wuchuan had the void stone that Yuer had given him. Yuer, can this help restore your strength a bit? Yuer didn't expect Wuchuan still kept it, but since her strength had already been used, it couldn't be reclaimed. Eating it wouldn't be of much use to her either. This thing held my power, capable of bringing back to life and extending life, but for me, it was completely useless. After all, it was her own power that she had given away. Taking it back wouldn't make much difference. Wuchuan's eyes grew dimmer. He had thought it would be effective if used on Yuer. Wuchuan, you should eat it. That way, many females will surely like you. Yuer smiled for once. Wuchuan was more handsome than Mo when he was younger, and although he was a bit older now, he was even more alluring. Unfortunately, from the beginning until now, she had only followed Mo. She couldn't delay Wuchuan any longer, so this was just compensation for him. He didn't reply and quietly put away the void stone. Since Yuer didn't eat it, it didn't make much difference whether he did or not. Seeing him put it away, Yuer didn't insist on him eating it. Outside, the voices of males gradually filled the air, and Yuer was full of curiosity. She rarely went out now and knew nothing about the outside world. She looked at Wuchuan with pleading eyes. He couldn't stand that. Reluctantly, Wuchuan picked her up. Yuer was in a good mood. It was nice to go outside and enjoy the sun. After all, in the future, she wouldn't be able to see these things again. Jiang Ruantang wanted to stop her from seeing that scene, but in the end, she could only watch her go out. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw a group of males gather in one place, and Yuer was very curious. Wuchuan's keen sense of smell detected that the scent was Mo and that female named Zhuyin. Wasn't Yuer supposed to be with Mo? How could Mo be with that little female named Zhuyin now? Yes, Mo clearly cared most about Yuer on usual days. But now Yuer didn't go out, always saying she was seriously injured and wouldn't last much longer. A crowd was chattering, and Yuer fixed her gaze on Mo holding Zhuyin, who looked genuinely happy. This time, she merely smiled, looked down at Wuchuan, and said, "Take me for a walk by the river." If Mo could fall in love with someone else, there was nothing wrong with that. She had been obsessed for so long, and now she didn't have the strength to continue. So this last time, she let go of Mo and herself. Even though she still felt that Mo's affectionate embrace of Zhuyin, smiling happily, was too glaring. Jiang Ruantang could sense Yuer's inner turmoil and felt a pang in her nose. Mo seemed to have noticed them as well. Upon seeing Yuer in Wuchuan's arms, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Strange, that little female actually made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhuyin noticed him staring at Yuer and turned his head to kiss him directly. He couldn't look at anyone else. He could only look at her. Mon réciproque de la kiss. And Wuchuan could clearly sense that Yuer even breathed more heavily. In the end, he turned away and left, not wanting her to witness that scene, leaving behind some unpleasant memories. The water by the river remained clear. Yuer sat on a stone under a tree, enjoying the rare peace and breathing in the fresh air. Wuchuan, don't you like water? Go swim for a while. I'll just stay here for a bit. Yuer gestured to Wuchuan, indicating he didn't need to stay by her side all the time. It was hot during the dry season, and since Wuchuan was a serpent beast, going into the water was a good choice. However, the dry season would soon pass, just like Yuer, who would leave with it. Wuchuan nodded and surprisingly took off his clothes in front of Yuer. She was momentarily stunned, staring at him. Although he wasn't young anymore, his physique was even more eye-catching than other males. Even though she had always followed Mo, she had no experience in this aspect. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Yuer quickly lowered her head, but didn't notice the faint blush creeping up Wuchuan's ears. Taking advantage of the moment when Yuer looked down, Wuchuan transformed into a giant python and swam into the water. Once he left, Yuer let out a breath of relief, touching her flushed cheeks. At her age, how could she still be so unrestrained? Though she mumbled, Jiang Ruantang, connected to her emotions, had already felt that uncontrollable heartbeat. Damn, she had just seen it too. Jiang Ruantang, as a soul, felt as if she was going to smoke away. This guy, the Wuchuan she knew, was not the same person. Wuchuan would never strip off his clothes and become a naked snake. Yuer looked up at the sky, at the birds flying and the trees shading her from the sun. All of it was her handiwork. How could she be indifferent? The situation was already set. What else could she do? She never expected that after just a short while in the sun, Yuer couldn't help but spit out blood. Meanwhile, Mo arrived at the riverbank with Zhuyin, who said she wanted to eat fish, so Mo brought her along. Upon arriving, They saw Ewer spitting blood and stared blankly at the bloodstains. But she only managed a bitter smile. However, that pool of blood made Mo's heart unable to find peace. Juin didn't expect to run into Ewer here either and looked at the bloodstain. She had thought it was all nonsense, but it seemed she was really gravely ill. It was as if she would truly die within 2 days. If she really died, it would be her wish fulfilled. Mo would never remember her again. Mo, can you catch me a couple of fish? I see Ewer doesn't look too well. I'll go keep her company, Juin said, shaking his wrist in a somewhat spoiled manner. Mo withdrew his gaze and nodded indulgently. Jiang Ruantang was very wary of Juin, and so was Ewer. I see you really like Mo and care about me. Why are you looking for me now? Juin glanced at her. You're the one who shouldn't have a few days left, and yet is still occupying Mo. Ewer rarely looked at her directly and replied, What you said is not wrong, but I remember you were exiled, right? Juin's expression froze, looking at her in horror. Even her finger pointing at her trembled slightly. How do you know? In this world, even gods weren't the nemesis of witchcraft. But only the elven race and that damned phoenix power holder were entirely the nemesis of witchcraft. To them, witchcraft was like a child's play. Chapter 190. Confrontation of feelings combined. Ewer smiled silently, as she had just guessed this. Because the witch's kin did not possess the unique feelings of the gods. But seeing Mo's gaze towards her, she had her suspicions. Just a few days ago, Mo was so concerned about her. How could he suddenly fall in love with someone else? After thinking it over, there was only one unrealistic possibility. Initially, she thought that if she really loved Mo and could be with him happily, she wouldn't mind. After all, there was not much time left, so it would be better to let someone else provide Mo with a better life. But who would have thought that the one who came was from the witch tribe? You witches have always had improper thoughts. You must have used witchcraft on Mo, right? Juin had not yet recovered from the shock, staring blankly at her, then suddenly smiled sweetly. You are the bearer of the phoenix power. No wonder you are so beautiful. Who in the divine realm doesn't know that those who possess the phoenix power are all stunningly beautiful? She should have thought of that earlier. So what if I used witchcraft on him? Your power has already reached its limit. You can't save him, and you can only watch him filled with thoughts of me. Zhui Yin's words were full of disdain. This person had long lost the qualifications to be the bearer of the phoenix power. It was likely that even a small witchcraft could take her life. Just thinking about it made her tremble with excitement. It would be easy to crush her. In the divine realm, no one dared to treat her this way. Ewer bit her lip tightly, merely holding on, because what she said was right. The current Ewer was at a level where anyone could crush her. So what? Even if it cost me my life, I won't let you have your way. Now she was just a worthless life. Dying sooner or later made no difference. So risking this life, why not? Juin clenched her fists and glared at her. Her witchcraft was already laced with poison. If Ewer exhausted her life to break it, Mo might not come out unscathed. Although she didn't like Ewer and even wish for her death, she was somewhat reluctant when it came to Mo. But she couldn't let Ewer see that. Couldn't let her catch even the slightest hint of weakness. Let's give it a try. Juin finished speaking and turned away without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mo was happily looking at the direction of the two while holding two big fish. For a moment, Ewer was dazed, as if she saw the Mo from before. The old Mo would catch fish for her like this and smile at her. When did it start that Mo slowly stopped smiling and stopped doing these things that made her happy? She couldn't remember. She had seen all kinds of Mo over the past 4 times. Mo, you are amazing. Such big fish. Juin looked at Mo with admiration, carefully observing him. Mo nodded shyly, saying, Yeah, let's eat fish today. Ewer just watched from a distance, looking calm as she observed them. When Mo looked up and met Ewer's gaze, his heart suddenly ached for a moment. Strange, why does he always feel something when looking at that little female? Seeing her alone there inexplicably made him feel heartache. Juin noticed he was staring at Ewer and pulled his head down, kissing him in front of Ewer. She wanted everyone to see. Jiang Ruantang watched Juin kiss Mo, her cheeks puffed up in anger like a hamster. Ewer's heart was filled with dense pain. One man made 3 women suffer. Which one, with a fish in his mouth, was quite plump and beautiful? After waking from his slumber, he placed the fish on a stone beside Ewer. The fish was still flopping on the stone, splashing water all over Ewer's face. Oh, which one? These fish are so big. Ewer wiped her face and looked at the fish with sparkling eyes. Compared to Mo's, they were even twice as big. Wuchuan, in his upper body human form, glanced at Mo not far away. Tisk, it's one thing to have another female, but to dare to provoke Ewer in front of her is truly disgusting. Ewer, let's go back. I'll cook fish for you. There are dirty things here, which would dirty your eyes. Ewer naturally knew who the dirty things he was referring to, so she hugged one big fish by herself. The rest were taken by Wuchuan, and the two left Mo and Zhuyi's sight. Jiang Ruantang, too lazy to look at the two being lovey-dovey, patted her backside and followed Yuer and Wuchuan. Mo stared at their departing figures in a daze. He could hear Wuchuan's sarcasm directed at him, but he wasn't angry. Instead, seeing Wuchuan holding Yuer and being so intimate with her filled him with rage. Zhuyin looked down and saw the fish crushed by Mo, her unwilling expression fading away. Even with the most potent witchcraft, could it not make Mo think of only herself? She could not resign herself to that. Let's go back too. Zhuyin forced a smile, linking her arm with Mo's as they returned to the tribe. Yuer, how do you want to eat this fish? Wuchuan placed the fish down, asking Yuer about her taste. Jiang Ruantang looked at the fish, drooling. She touched her belly, puzzled. Even though she hadn't eaten for so long, she wasn't hungry. Although the time flow here was different from the reality, she shouldn't be able to go so long without hunger, right? Meanwhile, in reality, Mo and Jiayukadian took turns feeding Jiang Ruantang various hot drinks. They were all made by Jiayu, who had received detailed instructions from Ruantang, and they were incredibly delicious. After days of feeding, even though Ruantang was in a coma, her complexion looked quite good and glossy. When will Ruantang wake up? Kadian worriedly stared at Ruantang every day, with the little spirit accompanying her. Don't worry, she is the bearer of the phoenix power. She won't come harm. The little spirit had full confidence in Ruantang, believing in the choice of the phoenix power. You two can go out first. Jiayu held a breast milk storage bag that Ruantang had left behind. Before she fell asleep, she specifically instructed him to help her pump it daily, just like before. If it's full, they could either share it among themselves or give it to the young of the Tiamat tribe. After all, Jiang Ruantang didn't have time to prepare food that could be made from breast milk. Moreover, without Ruantang, it would be incredibly simple for these males to eat. Kadian looked at that thing. He remembered that Mo had some of that in his belongings. Seeing Jiayu approaching Ruantang, Kadian grabbed him, saying, "What do you want to do to Ruantang?" Jiayu looked displeased at his hand and replied, "I'm going to help Ruantang pump breast milk. Otherwise, she will be very uncomfortable." Kadian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Breast milk? The kind meant for mammal young? What? Jiayu ignored his shock. Clearly, the Tiamat tribe's sense of smell was indeed average. Ruantang had just given birth to young a few months ago, and they hadn't weaned yet. I need to help Ruantang relieve some pressure. When Kadian truly understood, his expression became even worse. Wait, fox cubs. Jiayu raised an eyebrow, of course. They are mine and Ruantang's. Kadian bit his lip. Ruantang had already given birth to a litter of cubs for him. She had already become a mother. Then why aren't the cubs with Ruantang? Kadian's mind short-circuited, clearly shaken and unable to articulate his thoughts. Jiayu looked at him as if he were a fool. The cubs are still too small. Ruantang doesn't dare to bring them along. After all, this isn't a safe place. Kadian abruptly turned around, realizing he was devastated by this news. How could Ruantang bring the cubs? They were going to the River Patrol tribe to deal with the witch tribe's matters. By the way, Ruantang's storage bag is almost used up. You all look for where there are cubs and give them something to eat. Kadian nodded absent-mindedly. And when he went out and saw Mo, his expression wasn't too good. Mo had actually heard Jiayu's words and had already taken out bags of breast milk from his package. Katian suddenly swallowed hard. It was all from the soft and squeezed milk. The two males exchanged a glance, both blushing and turning their heads away. They had found some malnourished Pegasus cubs while holding the breast milk. Pegasus cubs require a lot of nutrition from a young age so that their wings can develop better as they grow. The older they get, the higher the expectations placed upon them. However, sometimes the female's breast milk is insufficient to meet the huge demand, and what Katian and Mo brought just happened to solve their needs. Is this soft breast milk? The little female asked, holding the bag with confusion, as she had never seen such a thing. Katian shyly nodded, saying yes, that Soft had just given birth to a litter of cubs a few months ago, and now there was enough milk. The female's eyes lit up. Although she didn't recognize the substance, it was just what she needed at that moment. Among the recent cubs, she was the only one who had given birth to two, and her own milk was simply insufficient for both. One was well-fed, while the other was weak. But as a mother, she couldn't bear to give up either. I'll pour the milk into the stone bowl, and you just need to heat it over a fire. Katian indicated to her male partner to take the items, as he still needed to take the bag back. Juyo specifically told them that the bag could be reused, and taking it back would help Soft again. Fortunately, the bag was quite large. One bag of milk filled up 4 big stone bowls. The female's eyes widened at the sight of the milk, exclaiming in surprise that she didn't expect Soft's breast milk to be so abundant. Katian nodded and took the milk storage bag to another place. After a long while, several bags were emptied, just in time for him to take back, so Jueo could continue helping Soft. When the two males returned with the bags, they exchanged glances, feeling a sense of regret. Meanwhile, Jueo inside the house had no idea what the other two were thinking. He was just focused on helping Soft. At times when he wasn't milking, he could feel hard lumps when he touched her. Fearing something might happen to Soft, Jueo quickly pulled up her clothes and got to work. Before long, he managed to squeeze out even more milk. Looking at the sleeping Soft, Jueo suddenly had a mischievous thought and leaned down to take a mouthful. On the other side, Jiang Ruantang felt something odd in her chest. Remembering her own situation, her face turned red, thinking, bad fox, they say just to squeeze it, but now. At the same time, Ewer was dealing with the fish, and she had to admit that Ewer had indeed broadened her horizons. She knew quite a few ways to cook fish, probably based on ancient methods. The fish she made was fragrant and enticing. Jiang Ruantang was tempted just by the smell. This was exactly what she had been dreaming of. Perhaps because her desire to eat was strong, when Ewer took her first bite, Jiang Ruantang also got a taste of that flavor. It was also a testament to the similarities between her and Ewer's bodies. However, being able to eat was a good thing. Ewer, what method is this? It smells so good. Wu Chuan was taken aback by the taste. This was completely different from what he usually ate. Ewer smiled and offered him another piece of fish. Naturally, it was delicious. These recipes were collected from various worlds while she was in the divine realm. She had studied each one thoroughly, and the results were exquisite. Then you should eat more. If you don't eat now, you won't have a chance later. She realized that she had never cooked for Mo. It was always Mo who hunted for her and brought the food to her, though sometimes the taste was hard to describe. Wu Chuan, I'll take this fish to Mo for him to try. Ewer looked at the fish. He had taken care of her for so long. And this meal should be a repayment. Wu Chuan's expression darkened instantly. Ewer was still thinking of Mo. You go ahead. He didn't stop her. As long as Ewer was happy, that was enough. After all, the final outcome was that they all would lose Ewer. Then help me take the other fish to my father-mother as well, so they can taste it too. Ewer rarely smiled so happily. This meal was worth it. Wu Chuan nodded, looking at Ewer gently. Receiving his affirmation, she carried the fish towards Mo's place. Jiang Ruantang could see the hidden affection in Wu Chuan's heart as he picked up another plate of fish and headed towards Ewer's parents' home. The two were headed in completely opposite directions, as if they would never intersect. They were just walking towards their respective paths. When Ewer arrived at Mo's residence, she saw him grilling fish outside. The aroma was very familiar. It was his handiwork, but this time, it wasn't team-made for Ewer. His cooking, after years of practice, had become quite good. Mo, Ewer happily approached him, holding the fish in her hand. Mo was surprised for a moment when he saw her. What are you doing here? Although he had no feelings for Ewer anymore, seeing her made him inexplicably happy, lifting his mood considerably. This is the fish I made. I wanted you to try it. Ewer offered the fish to him, her face beaming with a smile. Mo's heart stopped for a moment, but he couldn't even say a word of refusal. The moment he took the fish, a sudden sound erupted, violently knocking the fish away. Ewer felt a sharp pain in her hand, but could only look at the fish on the ground with heartache. This was the only time she could do this, and yet she still couldn't get Mo to eat it. Mo stood frozen in place, staring at the sudden appearance of Zhuayin. She was filled with anger, as if she had a deep hatred for Ewer. Ewer sighed and squatted down, thinking it seemed like you weren't fortunate either. Seeing her still, trying to pick it up, Mo forcibly pulled her up, looking at her bleeding hand. His heart ached. Your hand, let me take care of it. Ewer looked at Mo with a wronged expression, and in the next moment, she was pulled into his arms. He felt panicked, especially upon seeing her injury. Meanwhile, Zhuyin was left aside, watching Mo's every move with wide eyes. Mo, I'm fine. Being held by Mo, Ewer was also worried. What if Zhuiyin's curse harmed Mo? Shut up. Let me take care of you. Mo's voice was filled with anger. How could she be hurt? She couldn't be hurt. Chapter 191. Just like watching her fall in the mud, Ewer was stunned by the yelling, biting her lip and falling silent. She then cautiously wiped the wound for him, feeling extremely anxious inside. Zhuiyin quietly watched, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, slowly retreating. Since even witchcraft couldn't erase your love for her, let it suffer the backlash of the witchcraft. Ewer felt a bit confused as she saw her leave. Just after Mo had treated her wound, the next moment he suddenly knelt down. Veins bulged on his arms and neck, and his eyes were filled with a bloody hue. Jiang Ruantang, puzzled by Zhuiyin's departure, went outside, only to see her standing not far away, coldly watching the room. A bad premonition crept up on her, and she hurried back inside. Mo covered his head in agony, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, ears, and mouth. Jiang Ruantang gasped, floating to his side and cautiously reaching out her hand. Mo, how could this happen? She had considered that Zhui Yin's witchcraft might be powerful, but she never expected this. Mo had only been a bit kinder to Ur, had a fleeting moment of affection for her, yet he was also subjected to the backlash of the witchcraft. He had already suffered enough. Why couldn't they let him be even now? Ur stood frozen in place, while Mo painfully closed his eyes and collapsed straight down. Jiang Ruantang wanted to catch him, but her hands just passed through his body. Luckily, Ur reacted quickly and caught him in her arms. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, soaking her clothes and drenching half of her body. Mo, how could this happen? How could it? Ur helplessly stroked his face, feeling that things shouldn't have turned out like this. But she couldn't save him. The phoenix power was already exhausted, and she couldn't do anything. With each breath Mo took, blood gushed out. Sorry. He struggled to reach out his hand, gently caressing her face, yet there was a smile on his lips. He remembered. He never loved Zhui. His heart and eyes were filled with Ur. If he had known that one day it would turn into this, he would never have been cold to Ur, would never have hurt her heart. He would have cherished the time spent with her even more and would have agreed to her request to become partners. But it was too late. As long as he could remember Ur's face before dying, that would be enough. Jiang Ruantang's heart ached painfully, to the point where even breathing felt difficult. She knew that this was not just her suffering. It was also Ur's suffering. Mo, don't speak. I will save you, I promise. Saying this, Ur laid Mo flat on the ground, placing her hands on his chest. A faint red light mixed with golden hues emitted from her. But that light was too weak to save Mo. As the light faded, Ur spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood of the two mingled, and it was unclear who was more severely injured. Mo used all his strength to hold onto Ur's hand, shaking his head continuously. Blood filled his mouth, and he couldn't say a word. Ur lowered her head in pain. It was all her fault, her indulgence that gave the witch clan an opportunity. It was her luck that put Mo in such a dangerous situation. Zhui was laughing wildly. When Wuchuan arrived, Ur was repeatedly using her phoenix power. You can't keep using it. Your strength is depleted. You will die. He tightly restrained her hands, his brows revealing his worry and heartache. Ur shook her head. I can save him. I can save him. She spoke, but the strength in her hands continued to flow incessantly. However, each time it would break off and restart. Wuchuan watched helplessly as Ur's hair turned almost white in an instant. The feather at the corners of her eyes slowly disappeared, and the wings behind her broke. The pain from her broken wings made her bend down involuntarily. It felt as if it were growing in her flesh. The pain of the break akin to having her bones severed. Wuchuan held her in his arms, watching Mo's breathing grow weaker. What on earth happened? Wuchuan, take me out to see Zhui, Ur said through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Wuchuan frowned, but carefully helped her up. Zhui stood like a lofty deity, looking down at Ur. This beautiful phoenix power holder was truly in a pitiful state now, making one feel disgusted. Zhui, the witchcraft was cast by you. You can save Mo, can't you? Please save him. Save him. Ur's eyes were filled with sorrow, knowing what posture she should adopt to face Zhui. She did it. She crawled before her like a stray dog, just to save the life of her beloved. Wuchuan had never seen Ur like this, without any reservations. Ur, what are you doing? Wuchuan felt heartbroken as he helped her up. How far will you go for Mo? Zhui laughed, laughing arrogantly. The phoenix power holder, revered and envied by everyone in the divine realm, was now like a blade of grass crawling under her feet, posing no threat. This time she finally understood that feeling of being in a superior position. It was truly indescribably wonderful. Ur, seeing you like this, I really feel embarrassed. Zhui squatted down, gently lifting her chin. Look at yourself, what have you become? The witchcraft I cast on him was just to make him love me wholeheartedly, but you just one T let him live. Her tone was filled with regret. She really liked Mo, but both of them were blind. I'm about to die. He will only belong to you from now on. Please save him. Ur disregarded her image. Only hoping she could save Mo, Zhui disdainfully pouted. I forgot to tell you, anything that can make someone else have feelings, I don't want it anymore. She lowered her head, leaning close to her ear. Also, you overestimate me. I can't lift this witchcraft. It's a death curse. As long as there's even the slightest bit of disloyalty, this curse will make him feel the strongest pain. Moreover, the caster can never lift it. It's a certain death witchcraft. Of course, if that person is loyal enough, then this witchcraft will never activate. Ur looked at her in disbelief. Death curse. So she had stirred Mo's heart. making him truly experience extreme pain. Wu Chuan shot her a fierce glare and hurriedly helped Yuer up. She should be a high and mighty existence, not like this. Yuer stood up, only smiling, laughing madly, her white hair and blood-soaked body reflecting a terrifying sight. Ha ha ha, ha ha, I harmed him. Yuer raised her head, glanced at Wu Chuan, then turned back to Mo's side. And Mo looked at her. That last glance was a farewell. Yuer watched as Mo's breath ceased, his usually bright eyes now devoid of light. She weakly knelt beside him, her other wing broken. Blood from the broken wings stained her back, looking like a fallen angel. But Mo's lips were curled in a smile, perhaps because he remembered Yuer in the end. Jiang Ruantang covered her mouth. Even though she knew that shouting would not be heard by anyone, the moment he became a corpse, she felt breathless. She could only try to calm herself down. He was not the Mo she knew. They were not the same person. It's okay, it's okay. This was undoubtedly Jiang Ruantang's comfort to herself. Chapter 192, Borrowed Power, Reset, Help Me. Yuer murmured, her eyes hollow as she looked towards Jiang Ruantang. That powerful phoenix power had once been something she didn't care about at all. But now, she craved it desperately. Jiang Ruantang leaned closer to Yuer, with Mo's corpse beside them. The phoenix wings that had fallen from his body lay there, transformed into ordinary wings. I can't help you. I'm sorry, Yuer. Jiang Ruantang couldn't even bring herself to touch her. How could she help her? Help me. Help me. Yuer repeated like a puppet, over and over. Jiang Ruantang lowered her arms, sitting opposite her. Had her guess been wrong? Yuer's power had already been exhausted. She glanced back at Mo, her transparent hand resting on his face, covered in blood. In that instant, Mo, who had just been human, transformed into a lion. He would never wake again. Perhaps this scene stimulated Yuer. She stood up in a panic and tightly embraced Mo's corpse. Her hollow eyes were filled with despair, her voice mournful. Help me. Jiang Ruantang's heart ached, suddenly drawn by a surge of power. The whole world spun around her, red light bursting forth, breaking through the entire room. Wu Chuan was momentarily blinded by the light and hurriedly raised his arm to shield himself. He looked at the room in disbelief. Yuer. He was afraid something would happen to Yuer and wanted to get closer, but that power seemed to isolate everyone from her. Wu Chuan transformed into a snake and lunged in, but was violently thrown back. Zhuang Yin wanted to escape, but her legs felt as if they were frozen, unable to move. This power, this terrifying power. This was the phoenix power that all gods had once feared. No, even more domineering and stronger than Yuer's power. Yuer took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and saw nothing but a void. Had she died? But do gods retain consciousness after death? Ouch! Jiang Ruantang suddenly fell from the air, landing on her backside. The pain made her jump up, immediately, pitifully covering her rear. Yuer looked at her in confusion and leaned in a bit closer. Jiang Ruantang gasped and looked up, meeting the gaze of the person before her. Both of them froze in place, Yuer hazily gazing at Jiang Ruantang. This girl bore a striking resemblance to her. Jiang Ruantang was delighted and grabbed her hand. Yuer. In that moment of contact, Yuer could clearly feel her power. You're the one who often follows me. Jiang Ruantang nodded emphatically. Although she didn't know why they had met, at least they had. Yes, Yuer. My name is Jiang Ruantang. I've always been watching you. Yuer smiled, feeling her power. What she had once taken for granted had now become unattainable. Thinking of Mo, of Wu Chuan, and of Zhuang Yin, her eyes suddenly hardened as she tightly grasped Jiang Ruantang's hand. Wan, I need your help. The order of this world is already in chaos. If Zhuang Yin continues, the entire beast world will fall into despair. Jiang Ruantang looked at her, but I don't know what to do. This power had always been foreign to her. She couldn't wield it as effortlessly as Yuer. So how could she help? Yuer firmly held her hands. You can do it. Every holder of the phoenix power can. Jiang Ruantang didn't understand what she meant, but their joined hands grew warmer. This feeling made her unconsciously close her eyes, and the feathers at the corners of her eyes began to glow. Dazzling phoenix wings sprouted behind her, large and awe-inspiring. Jiang Ruantang furrowed her brow as warmth surged through her lower back, the fox mark glowing red. The fish at her ankles emitted a blue light, and Yuer looked at her in shock. Wan, your power is even more powerful than mine. Her power must be truly inexhaustible. Jiang Ruantang opened her eyes in confusion, looking at Yuer across from her. Yuer appeared somewhat serious. Wan, it's still too early for you to develop your power. Remember, the beings of the divine realm are not to be trusted. Jiang Ruantang didn't understand what she meant, but felt as if Yuer had merged into her body. Yuer's form returned to its previous state, her wings more radiant than before. In her arms lay Mo's corpse. She looked at Wuchuan with eyes full of apology. I'm sorry. Wuchuan, what I owe you may be hard to repay. But she was the orderer of the beast world. She couldn't watch the entire beast world be destroyed by Zhuangyin. Yuera poked Mo's chubby paw, closed her eyes, and thought a lot. Eventually, her massive wings enveloped Yuera's body, transferring power into Mo's body. With the power of witchcraft. Even in the reset world, Mo would not disappear. It was as if his soul was eternally imprisoned. And now, she was going to release Mo's soul. Mo opened his eyes in confusion, looking at this still existing world. As the pale light swept over, Jiang Ruantang looked around in terror at the void. Yuera flapped her wings and landed on the ground. The moment she touched the ground, all her power vanished. She returned the power to Jiang Ruantang. Yuera, did you reset the beast world? Yuera stood still, beginning to slowly dissipate. Yes, I will retain some of the rules left behind, allowing the beast world to develop naturally without anyone's control. Ruan, thank you for your power. Resetting this world relied entirely on your strength. My power? You need not be confused. The Phoenix power has chosen you for a reason. Each generation of holders can only be one. I don't know why it's you, but I believe you can handle it. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head, looking at her hands. She herself didn't know why she had become the holder of this power. Yuera thought of something else and looked at her. Ruan, I don't know if the witch clan will return, so in the world I reset, I created a new race. The elf clan. They are both the nemesis of witchcraft and the eternal followers of the Phoenix power holders. Jiang Ruantang was shocked inside. It turned out the elf clan was left by Yuera. As for the divine realm and the world of beastmen, only the beast god remains, born from the faith of countless beastmen. But don't trust it, it's just an old fox. Thinking of that useless god made Yuera grit her teeth in hatred. It had existed since the birth of the beast continent, but refused to manage anything. Yuera calmed her emotions. Many things still needed Ruan to discover for herself. Ruan, finally, thank you. Your arrival saved the world of beastmen. My Mo is waiting for me. Yuera's gaze drifted far away, her body almost disappearing completely in the last moment. Yuera's Mo would forever follow her, no matter when or where. Just this was enough. Chapter 193. Mo has never done anything wrong, Yuera. Jiang Ruantang watched in shock as that person transformed into countless stars and dissipated. In the moment of regaining consciousness, she saw Zhuangyin. His manic expression revealed disbelief, yet he smiled at Jiang Ruantang. In the name of the witch clan, I curse Mo, never to be loved. He can only have me. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback and suddenly broke free from the cage of nothingness. Mo, as she floated lightly to Mo's side, his body also dissipated due to the reset. Zhuangyin laughed maniacally behind her. I will come back. But Jiang Ruantang had no time to care about her, gently placing her hands on his corpse. Was this Zhuangyin's curse? Is that why Mo formed a bond only to be abandoned? The corpses below dissipated with the wind as she looked back. Wuchuan stared blankly at Jiang Ruantang, then vanished in an instant. The entire beast world returned to its original state. Jiang Ruantang's body felt as if it were sinking in the ocean, her breathing heavy, continuously descending. The next second, the Jiang Ruantang in reality suddenly awakened, gasping for fresh air, her mind still not clear. She looked around in confusion and disbelief. Ruantang, you're finally awake. When Mo entered the room, he was the first to notice, his eyes lighting up. They had taken turns caring for Ruantang for 3 days, and she showed no signs of waking. They hadn't expected her to wake up today. Hearing the shout, Jiao and Katian rushed back to the room. Seeing Ruantang sitting there, a bit dazed, Jiao immediately hugged her tightly. Great. After 3 whole days, he thought he would lose Ruantang. At this moment, Jiang Ruantang finally felt real. Sensing Jiao's body warmth, holding on a little tighter. I'm fine, not a bit unwell. Yes, she was fine. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Mo, then slipped out of Jiao's embrace and directly fell into his arms. Mo caught her swiftly, holding Ruantang close. The little female was warm and a bit greedily hugged tighter. Jiang Ruantang closed her eyes, feeling the power within him. Yes, it was the power Yuera used. Ruantang, are you feeling unwell? Mo, seeing her close her eyes and not speak, voiced his concern. Jiang Ruantang pulled back a bit and shook her head. Mo felt a bit disappointed, wanted to hold her a little longer. Everything was there, her own power, Zhuangyin's curse. That's why Mo would encounter such a female, and he didn't die. Perhaps it was also because of Zhuangyin's curse. He couldn't receive love, and he wouldn't die because of Yuera's rules. The current Mo seemed like someone transcending the rules of the beast world. But how to lift Zhuangyin's curse? It's nothing, just haven't eaten something good, feeling a bit weak. She had been diligently working over there for months, while it had only been 3 days here. But in those 3 days, she hadn't eaten anything. And when she woke up, she almost thought she was in heaven. Jiao smiled and kissed her. I'll go roast some meat for you. You need to replenish. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Where's the little spirit? She hadn't seen the little spirit upon waking and asked Mo and Kadian with some confusion. Before the two could answer, the little spirit suddenly burst out. When it flew over, it pretended to be steady. Jiang Ruantang looked at the little spirit. This guy was left by your, without any lifespan issues. So they had no lifespan, no male or female concerns. Sijuan, Juan, how much do you know? The little spirit looked up. Knowing in her heart, she knew all those things. Even more than Sijuan knew. We found Sijuan because we were afraid Juan would return, but she couldn't fully know everything. And Juan never came back. At that time, the witch clan was not to be feared, and with Sijuan's strength, we easily repelled them. So for the following decades, nothing happened, and we chose to hide deep in the forest. Jiang Ruantang nodded. Seeking every holder of the phoenix power was their destiny, and their lifespan allowed them to live for hundreds of years. In other words, the spirit clan was Yuer's messenger left in the beast world to find the holders of the phoenix power. How did Juan discover you? The little spirit pursed her lips and ultimately shook her head. Jiang Ruantang knew in her heart that the witch clan was making a comeback, likely orchestrated by Juan. That guy was the least favored race in the divine realm. Why would they have to stir things up in the beast world? Mo and Kadian listened beside them, looking bewildered, not quite understanding. Kadian, have they found out about the patrol of the river tribe? Kadian nodded, affectionately sitting beside her. Yes, Lars sent someone to check. And there is indeed something. It really is a cannon. Juan's ambition was not small, actually using something from the future. The beast god really is just sitting idly, even after all this, still not daring to do anything. What are you thinking? Mo asked softly. Jiang Ruantang sighed and shook her head. Looking into Mo's eyes, she thought. This guy was different from him. Each time after a reset, Mo was not quite the same. He was no longer the same person. Yuer borrowed herself, leaving the phoenix power in Mo's body. The curse Juan placed on Mo, a double curse from the witch clan. He never did anything wrong. Why should he be tortured like this? Hopefully, her phoenix power could save him when facing Juan. Juan was making a comeback. She didn't believe there was no reason for Mo. You must protect yourself. If any female from the witch clan tries to do anything to you, don't hold back. Jiang Ruantang's expression was serious, making Mo tense up as well. But it sounded like Ruantang was concerned about him. A smile broke out, and he nodded earnestly. Kadian felt his sense of presence diminish, and he leaned closer to Ruantang. Ruantang, what about me? Don't you want to say something to me? His big eyes looked at her, and Jiang Ruantang's heart softened. How about you take me to find Musai and Lars? Kadian's excited expression instantly changed. Looking unhappily at Ruantang, he immediately distanced himself from her, sulking alone. Humph, I won't take you. You just woke up, your body hasn't recovered. You can't go today. Angry as he was, he didn't dare to truly disregard Ruantang's health. Jiang Ruantang's heart softened completely, and she lay down beside her. Then I'll listen to Kadian. Kadian's eyes lit up, inexplicably feeling appeased. With his back to Mo and Ruantang, he was actually very pleased. Ruantang said she would listen to him when Jiao returned with food. Ruantang was almost starving. Upon seeing him, she pounced like a hungry wolf. Helplessly, Jiao held her in his arms, and she started to nibble. Tisk, it's all the scent of Mo and Kadian. Being together for a long time really does leave their scent. Be good, eat a little less first, or you'll feel uncomfortable again. Jiang Ruantang was coaxed to sit obediently beside him. Although she was very hungry, she still complied. Chapter 194. Washing away fatigue after barely finishing a third of the food, she was stopped by Jiefeng, who pressed her hand down and called for a halt. He didn't give her a chance at all. He just picked it up and left. She had eaten quite a bit, but today she couldn't eat anymore. Jiang Ruantang looked longingly at Jiefeng, her food in hand, smacking her lips, still wanting more. Can I eat just a little bit more? With her big, watery eyes fixed on him, she tried to use her looks to salvage some food. Because she really wasn't full, it felt more like she had eaten, but not completely satisfied. Mo and Kadian were immediately captivated, utterly devoted. Get to her, just give it to her. However, as soon as their gaze turned to Jiefeng, they were shot back by his piercing look. It felt like an illusion of not being able to defy the boss. And Jiefeng was that boss, exuding an inexplicable pressure. The three of them were so intimidated by his sharp gaze that they dared not say more, standing still in place. Wait, how did I get suppressed by that fox? Kadian finally realized something was off. How could he possibly be afraid of that fox? Mo also suddenly reacted awkwardly, hurriedly coughing to cover up. Jiang Ruantang was confused. All three of them were like a bunch of fools. Kadian was somewhat indignant, wanting to regain his dignity, now being suppressed by that fox. He would have to give up his mating rights to Ruantang in the future. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up aggressively, ready to rush out and demand an explanation from Jiefeng. Mo, however, was embarrassed but not as excited as Kadian. Ruantang, you haven't tea washed in days. How about I help you boil some water to wash yourself? Although he had helped Ruantang wipe herself down these past few days, he was a tea her male and could only wipe the visible parts. Jiefeng also hadn't had time to wipe her entire body, and now that Ruantang was awake, it was a perfect opportunity for her to thoroughly cleanse herself. Although he didn't know what she had been through, she must be extremely tired. Jiang Ruantang turned to look at him and cautiously sniffed her own body. It would smell so bad. I need to take a shower. I absolutely must take a shower. That smell was unbearable. Mo nodded and began boiling water for her. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Kadian and Jiefeng in a standoff, both looking like they were about to fight. Upon seeing Mo come out, they both turned their attention to him. It seemed like the three were about to clash. But considering Ruantang was still waiting for hot water, it was Mo who spoke first. Ruantang wants to wash her body. I'll go help her boil water. Kadian's eyes lit up, wanting to steal Mo's opportunity, but he was held back by Jiefeng. There are clean clothes in the room. Don't let the water temperature be too low. Ruantang likes it hotter. Mo was taken aback. He thought today this matter wouldn't fall on him, but unexpectedly, Jiefeng put on him. Why? I can help too. Kadian hadn't finished his protest before Jiefeng covered his mouth, glaring at him fiercely. You go find Mu Chi and the others with me. Kadian whimpered, but not a word could escape his lips. While Mo was in a daze, Jiefeng had already taken Kadian away. What is going on with him today? It felt like he was deliberately leaving himself alone with Ruantang. Kadian was covered, and just as he was about to bite down, he found Jiefeng had already released his grip. He spat in disdain, looking at him confusedly. What is with you today? Why let that lion stay with Ruantang? Jiefeng similarly wiped his hands in disgust, still with some of Kadian's saliva on them, which was really gross. What Ruantang experienced must have something to do with Mo. Didn't you notice how Ruantang's gaze towards him has changed since she woke up? Kadian turned his face away. Of course he noticed. He just didn't want to think about it too much. You're willing to give Ruantang to another male. Jiefeng glanced at him indifferently. I'm not willing. Otherwise you wouldn't still be unable to bond with Ruantang until now. He was simply respecting some of Ruantang's choices. Kadian got angry at the thought. If he could bond with Ruantang early, why would he have to become like this? He still had 2 years until adulthood. Right now, it was absolutely impossible for him to bond with Ruantang. Although Mo had doubts in his heart, he still prioritized Ruantang's situation. After boiling the water for a long time, it finally reached a boil. He alternated pouring hot and cold water into the tub for Ruantang, gently testing the water. As soon as he dipped his hand in, he recoiled. It was too hot. It would hurt Ruantang's delicate skin. Mo, is the water ready? Jiang Ruantang called out to him, moving her numb body. Luckily, she wasn't in such a state that she couldn't walk. She walked over to the tub, looking at the steaming water. Just being near it made her feel comfortable. I'll go get some cooler water. It's a bit hot. Mo gestured for her to wait. But Jiang Ruantang still reached in to test it. It's not too hot. No need. This temperature is fine. Mo didn't expect her to say that. The temperature was hot even for him. Yet Ruantang said it was okay. Jiang Ruantang didn't notice his shocked expression and was about to undress and climb in. Suddenly realizing Mo was still there, she abruptly stopped. After waiting for a long time, without seeing Mo move, Jiang Ruantang grew anxious. She really wanted to get in and wash away all her fatigue. But she couldn't just tell Mo to leave, right? Montak, I'm going to take a shower. In the end, she lowered her voice to speak, her ears slightly reddening. Mo suddenly came back to his senses. All right, Ruantang is going to shower. He can't just stand here watching. Okay, I'll wait outside for you. Call me if you need anything. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly left the room, closing the door behind him. Jiang Ruantang sighed in relief, thinking Mo was really going to guard her while she washed. After struggling to undress, she finally climbed into the tub. The moment the hot water enveloped her, the fatigue in her body and mind was washed away. Her little face turned rosy. Just as she had said, the temperature was just right. Otherwise, the water would have cooled down before she could even soak long enough. Relaxed, she thought of the cannon from the River Patrol tribe. waving her hand to summon the system's task panel. Looking at the search bar in the upper right corner, she unceremoniously typed in cannon. Just as she clicked search, the entire panel was filled with red exclamation marks. Warning, the host is attempting to use a heavy-duty weapon. Jiang Ruantang touched her nose guiltily. She hadn't even used it yet, at most just had a thought. TSK. No need for alarms, I want to use it, alright? Seriously, if Zhuang Yin can bring over a cannon, why can't I use my wisdom bit? Host, Zhuang Yin has already violated the natural rules. She will receive the punishment she deserves. So, please cherish your life. The system's life is also a life. Jiang Ruantang looked around nervously. Fine. She wouldn't entertain that thought anymore. Chapter 195. How do you know there won't be a future? In the end, the system simply abandoned this thought without even allowing it. But without equivalent heavy weapons to fight against the cannons on the opposite side, what can they use to resist? They can't go in barehanded and confront them directly, can they? Although the males in the beast world are tough, it's not that kind of toughness. System, can you give me a hint? Jiang Ruantang squinted her eyes and entered the system space again, trying to initiate a face-to-face real-time call. Unfortunately, the system still has no physical form. Host, I can't intervene excessively. Jiang Ruantang crossed her legs, and with that statement, it sounded as if the system hadn't intervened enough. The system was momentarily at a loss for words. Let's put it this way. If I really take people to confront the cannons directly, then congratulations, you can retire early and look for another job. Jiang Ruantang smiled, but she couldn't shake off a sense of fear. Host, the turbid sound is the forsaken of the gods. Jiang Ruantang looked at it in confusion. The forsaken of the gods. But the turbid sound is also a god. Can I use the power of the phoenix? Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. If she could utilize the power of the phoenix, then those cannons would be nothing to fear. But dear heavens, she didn't even know how to use the power of the phoenix. The powers used to save Mo and reset everything were all done by Yuer, using her own strength. It seems she still needs to think about the uses of this power. Mo stood guard at the door like a stone lion. However, Mo was not made of stone. Seeing that Ruantang had not come out for a long time, he was a bit worried that she might have fallen asleep again. But thinking that she was taking a bath, he didn't dare to rush in, fearing that he might upset her. Unknowingly, the bathwater had already turned cold. Jiang Ruantang came back to her senses, realizing she had soaked for too long, and hurriedly got up. Looking at the half-height wooden tub, to be honest, she hesitated. A fleeting image crossed her mind, and it seemed easy to fall and make a fool of herself. No. She quickly shook off that thought. If Mo saw her in that situation, it would be so embarrassing she'd want to dig a hole to hide in. After hesitating a couple of times, Jiang Ruantang cleared her throat. Mo. She raised her voice, fearing Mo wouldn't hear her. Hearing Ruantang's voice, Mo, who had transformed into his beast form and was lying outside, quickly got up. Ruantang called him. Without hesitation, he rushed into the room and immediately saw the hesitant Ruantang. Their eyes locked, and the sight of her figure suddenly made Mo's head spin, and he couldn't think. Jiang Ruantang was still in a daze, and when she looked up, she saw Mo. How to put it, at that moment, it felt like a flock of crows had flown by. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly turned around and squatted back into the wooden tub. Sorry, Ruantang, I didn't mean to. Mo also quickly turned his head, his ears almost bleeding from embarrassment. Jiang Ruantang cautiously peeked out, looking at the red-faced Mo. The suspicious red on his black skin stood out, inexplicably enticing, as if it wanted someone to take a bite. Realizing her dangerous thoughts, she almost wanted to slap herself. It's not your fault. I called you first. Can you help me get the clothes from the package and then get me out? Mo nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed on the clothes nearby. He reached out to grab the clothes and handed them to Ruantang from a distance, not daring to get any closer. Jiang Ruantang looked at the nearly 4 or 5 meters distance and thought, what? Are my arms 5 meters long? Mo, can you come a bit closer? I can't reach it. Jiang Ruantang could only remind him. Hearing her voice, Mo tilted his head and moved a bit closer. Fortunately, she was able to take the clothes safely, and Jiang Ruantang got up to wrap the clothes around herself. Only then did Mo dare to look directly at Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang instinctively opened her arms, and upon realizing it, she felt a bit embarrassed. This was how she usually called Jieyu to carry her out. Mo, however, did not hesitate and quickly scooped her out of the tub. Jiang Ruantang hurriedly grabbed his shoulder, and when she touched his skin, it felt hot. Mo carried her to the grass beside the hut, and upon closer inspection, the redness on his body hadn't faded at all. For some reason, a mischievous thought suddenly surged up. The moment he set her down, Jiang Ruantang pulled hard. She thought she could pull Mo down with her, but reality was quite different. Mo didn't budge at all. After 2 more attempts, it was clear that this wasn't going to work. Oh my, this dense male lion who knows nothing about romance or teasing. The problem was, this lion was looking at her with a completely innocent and confused expression. As if to say, what's wrong? Jiang Ruantang let out a helpless sigh, releasing her grip on his neck. It's fine. But after waiting for a while, she realized that Mo still hadn't moved and was just staring at her straight on. What's wrong? Jiang Ruantang felt guilty under his gaze and could only dodge her eyes. Ruantang, I am a male forsaken by the females. I have no future, Mo said while carefully observing her. He understood Ruantang's occasional teasing. Jiang Ruantang looked at him seriously. How do you know there's no future? Mo smiled self-deprecatingly and slowly sat up straight. In the moment he was about to leave, she tightly grabbed his arm. Mo, you have a future. I will make sure you live and have a happy life. It felt like a vow, serious and solemn. But Mo just smiled, thinking that Ruantang's words were enough for him. Jiang Ruantang didn't mention that this was a promise she made to someone else. She promised to ensure that Mo would not be bound by anyone in this reset. She wanted him to love who he wanted and live the life he wanted. Therefore, she had to completely destroy the turbid sound scheme. As long as the curse of the turbid sound existed, Mo would be trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth without an end. It's okay, Mo, I keep my promises. As long as the power of the phoenix doesn't run dry, and I'm still the holder, I believe in this power. All right, I believe you, Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang smiled and released her hold on Mo Jiayu, and Katian found Mu Shalars, while Tan had already set off with the River Patrol tribe, hoping to persuade the Scorpion tribe. Attacking the River Patrol tribe would still be somewhat difficult. Mujilar frowned deeply. Although Tan could persuade the Scorpion tribe not to participate, the number of males in the River Patrol tribe was vast. Moreover, there was also the lord of the main beast city. No, since they have weapons, we will use weapons too. Jiang Ruantang stepped into the room, having thought for a long time. The cannons provided by the turbid sound definitely didn't have the power of modern artillery, and the raw materials used to make them were hard to find. Moreover, could the males who went a scout even remember how many they saw? Mu Chilar immediately signaled for that male to come over. When he saw Jiang Ruantang there, the male awkwardly lowered his head. Instantly, 3 displeased gazes from the males shot towards him, as if they wanted to bury him underground. The male cautiously raised his head and spoke. It looks like there are 5. Jiang Ruantang nodded, revealing a sinister smile. If it couldn't be done openly, then let us do it covertly. Chapter 196. Midnight invasion. Unbeknownst to them, 3 males were staring intently at the pitiful little Pegasus. The small male was trembling. He had only glanced at Jiang Ruantang, who wouldn't take a second look at such a beautiful female. Boo-hoo, why were his males so terrifying? Mu Chi watched the 3 males' predatory gazes and quickly cleared his throat, signaling for the small male to leave. The Pegasus male fled, as if escaping. What's wrong? Jiang Ruantang was still contemplating how to sneak attack at night. Ji looked back at Ruantang and shook his head, indicating that everything was fine. The others nodded in agreement, but only Mu Chi saw everything clearly. He felt embarrassed. Did the little female know how strong her males were? When such pressure collided, who could withstand it? Jiang Ruantang didn't think too much about it, considering it was not a modern cannon. At most it was a catapult. Such things were easier to destroy, and once the River Patrol tribe lost their tools, there would be nothing to fear. Seeing the eager expression of the little female, Jiayu was filled with affection for her. Mo and Katian noticed and slightly lowered their heads. They didn't have any significant relationship with Ruantang, yet they envied Jiayu for being able to stay by her side as a partner. Mu Chi said, tonight, I might need you to take some males to the River Patrol tribe. I will accompany you. We must first destroy their weapons. Mu Chi nodded solemnly. He had a feeling that this little female was different from all the others. That night, Jiang Ruantang looked at the males chosen by Mu Chi, who were said to be strong members of the Pegasus clan. Tane had already gone to the River Patrol tribe, and Wei Ren couldn't be left without a male by her side, so Lars decided not to participate. He looked at Katian with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but feeling it unnecessary. Katian didn't say much. Although they were brothers, they didn't share any deep feelings. Here, the biggest taboo was having strong emotional ties with fellow males, as the next moment, one could come over to fight for a female. But since Lars had already formed a partnership, Katian wouldn't dwell on it. Jiang Ruantang looked at the 2 powerful Pegasus males, and then at Jiayu and Mo, feeling a bit uneasy. Jiayu, you and Mo stay in the tribe. As soon as she said this, Jiayu and Mo's expressions changed. Ruantang, no. The River Patrol tribe is too dangerous. Yes, Ruantang, what if something happens to you? Jiang Ruantang keenly glanced at Katian, and sure enough, his expression darkened. This clearly indicated distrust in Katian's abilities. No need, Katian can protect me. Jiayu frowned, looking at Katian with distrust. Katian glared back defiantly, you fox. I will definitely protect Ruantang. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure Ruantang returned safely. Jiayu looked him over, reading an unmistakable feeling of disbelief and contempt in his gaze, which was quite damaging to a male's pride. Jiang Ruantang twitched her mouth, giving Katian a comforting glance before pulling the two aside. I feel uneasy. Something tells me the River Patrol tribe cannot be unprepared. If Shua'in can even make a catapult, then her intentions cannot be idle. She must be aware of some movements. Jiayu's expression changed dramatically, and Mo's heart sank as well. Jiayu, Mo, we need to borrow the power of the Pegasus clan, but we must also ensure the safety of their females and young. Keep everyone vigilant, and when necessary, take the females and young to safety. Jiayu wanted to say something, but looking at Ruantang's determined expression, he couldn't utter a word. He then tightly embraced Ruantang, fearing that if he let her go, she would disappear. Mo gritted his teeth, knowing what Ruantang meant. He couldn't let her worry. Ruantang, don't worry, but you must protect yourself and remember not to get hurt. Jiang Ruantang nodded, watching Mo's brows furrowed with concern. Mo, this time, it concerns your future. I will definitely help you. He was confused by her words, but could sense her determination in her tone. Katian looked at Jiayu, gritting his teeth. I will safely return Ruantang to your side, even if it costs my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruantang slapped her hand over his mouth. Uft. Learn from me. We haven't even set off yet, and you're already saying pessimistic things. Katian was taken aback, then mimicked her. Uft. Jiang Ruantang was instantly satisfied, thinking that's more like it. She couldn't allow things to go wrong. Jiang Ruantang, a female, and 3 males from the Pegasus clan. More people made it easier to be discovered, and the target became larger. 2 males were meant to attract the guards' attention, but must not be discovered. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruantang and Katian would quietly sneak into the River Patrol tribe to find the location of the catapult. The Pegasus clan's flying speed was decent, creating some noise to draw the guards' attention, since the River Patrol tribe was mostly male bears apart from the Scorpion tribe residents. Small disturbances could catch their attention without alarming the other males in the tribe. A perfect way to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. To everyone's surprise, Katian successfully brought Jiang Ruantang inside. Jiang Ruantang must be grateful that there were no surveillance or security here. Otherwise, every move would have been under scrutiny. Katian, be careful not to be discovered, Jiang Ruantang whispered. Although they had lured some away, there were still guards inside. Katian nodded, slowly hiding among the trees. He stood on the highest tree, overlooking the serene scenery below, though she had a vision of one. 5, the distance made it hard to see. She would have to look for the catapult's location from so far away, like searching for ants. At that moment, having a telescope would be perfect. Thinking this, Jiang Ruantang opened the system to receive the task panel and found something with a telescope reward. Telescope 1, task. Acute to any male. Jiang Ruantang was a bit unsure, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Although she recognized all the words, she couldn't quite understand them when they were put together. System, I don't understand. Change it. Please don't be unreasonable. Host, of course I'll be unreasonable. Despite saying so, having a telescope would indeed be convenient. The only male beside her was Katian. How should she start acting cute toward him? Katian, can you put me on a branch? Katian heard her and carefully placed her on the branch. What's wrong, Ruantang? Jiang Ruantang felt like she was going crazy, her body trembling slightly. Katian frowned, immediately worried. Is something wrong, Ruantang? Are you feeling unwell? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ruantang mustered her courage to look up at Katian with a pitiful expression. Katian, I'm cold. That tone was something Katian had never heard before. At that moment, he felt his heart stop. You're cold. Can you hug me, please? Katian Jiang Ruantang pouted, stretching her arms toward the male in front of her, demanding a hug. And the name she called out was extremely alluring, her voice rising at the end, showcasing her cuteness. Katian's breath caught, and he suddenly pulled Jiang Ruantang into his arms. Such a soft Ruantang, so cute. Chapter 197. Topographic map of the River Patrol tribe suddenly embraced. Jiang Ruantang trembled and felt like crushing the system. These horrifying tasks. How could there be such inappropriate things in a legitimate system? The system, being scolded for being improper, pouted and ignored her. It was clearly a proper system. While thinking about this, she still didn't hear the sound indicating the task completion. Could it be that this level of achievement wasn't enough to complete the task? Ruantang. While she was pondering, she found herself holding her Cadian, and her tone changed. Her face, usually so innocent, was now tinged with desire. This was Ruantang actively getting close to him. Jiang Ruantang felt doomed. This guy was unbearable. Cadian, you have to hold back. Ruantang hurriedly pulled back some distance. This was like losing more than she gained. The operation was not successful, and now a major general was left without ammo. Without even starting the serious business, a major general had already run out of steam. Ding. Task completed. Obtained item. Telescope. Just when things were getting out of control, the sound of task completion finally came from the system. Jiang Ruantang pushed Cadian away and turned to secretly take out the telescope. Cadian was still puzzled. Why did Ruantang push him away again? He looked quite aggrieved, clearly. It was Ruantang who had flirted first. Ahem, Cadian, we need to focus on the important matters. Jiang Ruantang's expression became serious. They couldn't let things develop further. It could lead to trouble. Given his current appearance, he was practically a minor. Flirting was fine, but nothing more. Cadian pouted, but didn't say anything. His eyes filled with both pity and longing. Jiang Ruantang glanced at him and felt guilty. These murderous tasks made her feel like she owed a beast every time she completed one. The telescope could see farther than she imagined. From a distance, she could clearly see the situation in the River Patrol tribe. Looking around, the topographic map of the River Patrol tribe was vivid and clear. The entire tribe wasn't large, but with Zhuang present, there had been many changes in its layout. However, looking closely, she didn't find anything related to the catapult. It was too clean. According to the spies from the Tianma clan, that thing must be in a visible place. Could it be that in such a short time, Zhuang had hidden everything? If the layout of the tribe had really changed, it was highly probable that it was in the underground storage. This was bad. Zhuang might have hidden everything underground. Jiang Ruantang hadn't expected this and felt annoyed. Underground? Cadian was unclear about how to hide things underground. It was like digging pits to hide food during the dry season, but this underground storage must be quite large. Large enough to hold many catapults, which would definitely consume time and manpower. This had been planned in advance. Cadian, take me down. Let me be discovered by the River Patrol tribe. Jiang Ruantang's voice was surprisingly calm, and Cadian thought he misheard. His pupils suddenly contracted. Ruantang, no. The catapults must be destroyed. Zhuang, 1T kill me. Cadian bit his lip tightly, not daring to let Ruantang go into danger. Jiang Ruantang stared intently at the tribe. Zhuang most likely wouldn't do anything to her. After all, she still had the power of the phoenix within her. Ruantang, let me go. You called Jieshio over. I need to settle things with the River Patrol tribe. He looked serious. No matter what, he had to settle the score with the River Patrol tribe. But Ruantang must not be harmed. However, Jiang Ruantang suddenly hesitated. To be honest, she wasn't sure herself. If something really happened, it wasn't something she could solve. Jieshio, Cadian, and Mo would all worry about her. Then she would only be dragging them down. Jiang Ruantang took a deep look at Cadian and took out her prepared small backpack. Inside were items she had prepared in advance, just in case they came, but couldn't do anything. She thought to sketch out the general topographic map first, and, unexpectedly, it really came in handy. You wait a moment. While saying this, she began to sketch. Using the telescope, she roughly depicted the entire topographic map of the River Patrol tribe. Fortunately, she had learned design before and had absorbed knowledge from the Universal Manual. She managed to draw it vividly. At least it's understandable. Cadian, this is the topographic map of the River Patrol tribe I drew. The left side mostly has cells and storage areas, while the right side is where the males and females reside. Cadian nodded, admiring how well Ruantang had drawn it. Seeing him gazing at her with such admiration, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but give him a couple of light punches. Now was not the time to think about other things. With this small punch, Cadian regained some seriousness. Don't worry, Ruantang. I have a rough idea of what those things look like. The young man in front patted his chest, looking as if it was no problem. Jiang Ruantang could only nod. You go ahead and look for any entrances to the underground. I suspect they've hidden everything underground. Cadian understood and casually took Ruantang's drawn topographic map. However, he hesitated to leave. He didn't dare leave Ruantang alone here. Jiang Ruantang helplessly pinched his face. Before I drew the map, I already called Jieshio with the partner mark. You don't need to worry about me. Upon hearing this, Cadian finally relaxed. Seeing that Jieshio's presence was getting closer, Jiang Ruantang gave Cadian a push. Don't worry about me. Cadian hesitated, But when Ruantang was about to burst into laughter, he finally flew down. Luckily, Jieshio was very fast. He was discussing something with the males of the Tianma clan when he sensed Ruantang. He rushed over without stopping, and from a distance, he saw Ruantang standing there all alone. He was about to bite his back teeth in anger. How could that horse leave Ruantang alone? Jieshio. Jiang Ruantang sensed Jieshio and immediately waved to him. The displeased mood she had just felt vanished instantly. Ruantang, how could Katian leave you here alone? No, I was planning to go into the river patrol tribe to look for the catapults. Katian was worried I would get into trouble, so I told him to hurry up. It's better to act at night. After a brief explanation, Jieshio understood somewhat. Fortunately, it wasn't you going. The males of the river patrol tribe are very brutal. If anything happened to you, he didn't finish his sentence. If anything happened to Ruantang, he would undoubtedly follow her, going with her. Don't worry. I thought about it. There are other things to do. Jiang Ruantang blinked. With Jieshio and her children, she should value her life a bit more. Then she took out another topographic map. She had just printed two. Katian mainly needed to find the location of the catapults, and under the cover of night, Jiang Ruantang smiled slyly. Although she knew this method was too low, after all, all's fair in war. Chapter 198. Just creating chaos. Looking at the soft smile, Jiu suddenly felt a cold wind blowing by. In the terrain map, the left side was particularly eye-catching, the dungeon. Zhuyin had already claimed kingship over the tribe, and surely had promised the tribe's chief something in return. What if it was the absolute power she would wield after ruling the continent? The dungeon, which had just been vaguely seen, was imprisoning quite a number of males. Most of them were likely under some sort of witchcraft. The witchcraft varied greatly. Keeping them locked up was likely due to the fear of not being able to control so many males. What if they all broke free? It would probably turn into chaos, making it easier for Katian to find the catapult. Soft, have you thought about what to do? Jiang Ruantang nodded. Jiu, let's go to the dungeon. Saying so, they hadn't expected there would still be quite a number of males on guard at night. It seemed Zhuyin was not the type to sit idly by, since she dared to stir up this chaos. She naturally had to keep a few tricks up her sleeve. The dungeon? There were mostly males under witchcraft there. It probably wasn't safe. Yes, it has to be unsafe. I want to release them all. Males under witchcraft were most docile when controlled by the witch tribe females, but when not under control, they still retained part of their consciousness. They just became very disobedient. Jiu suddenly understood and took out the cloak she had brought. Jiang Ruantang turned to look. As if understanding her question, Jiu opened her mouth. The smell of the cloak from Wuchuan was too strong, usually used to intimidate those reckless males. However, if used today, the scent would be too heavy and easily attract their attention. Jiang Ruantang realized, yes, if she wore Wuchuan's cloak into the tribe, she would surely be caught in no time, a living target. Taking the cloak from Jiu, she quickly donned it. It fit well. The two moved forward stealthily like thieves. Above them were the males of the feather tribe. Every little noise made Jiang Ruantang's body tense up. It was so frightening, like cheating in front of a teacher during an exam. Once exposed, it would be a score of 0. Fortunately, the males of the feather tribe were also quietly slacking off, their heads drooping as if they were about to fall asleep. Just as one was about to drop, he suddenly woke up, pretending to be serious. TSK, what a specific image. Who isn't tired at work? The males of the feather tribe were no exception. Taking advantage of the night, the patrolling males were also quietly slacking off. Jiang Ruantang and Jiu stealthily moved through the night and soon found the dungeon. As expected, there were also males of the feather tribe at the entrance. They looked even more spirited than the others. The ones guarding here were indeed different. Luckily, the feather tribe's sense of smell wasn't very sharp. Otherwise, both she and Jiu would never have made it this far. Jiu, grab a stone and throw it far. Let us create a diversion. Jiang Ruantang whispered, and Jiu nodded knowingly. She picked up a stone of moderate size and threw it far away, creating the illusion that someone was passing by. Who? One of the males jumped and walked over to check. During this critical time, the chief had specifically ordered them to keep a close watch. They naturally didn't dare to slack off. Taking advantage of the male's distraction, Jiang Ruantang and Jiu quickly slipped into the dungeon. I have to say, this construction was even better than that of the merfolk. But now is not the time to admire this. The males with keen senses immediately caught the scent. A little female. Jiang Ruantang jolted and quickly hid, while Jiu carefully shielded her, glaring warningly at the male. Faced with Jiu, who was stronger, the male's momentum weakened. Jiang Ruantang let out a sigh of relief, thinking she was about to be caught. Looking closely at the males in the cage, there were more than she had imagined. If they were all released, it might not be worth it. What if Shuyin couldn't control the situation? That would truly be a case of losing more than one game. It would be like initiating a war in advance. Jiayu, open 2 of the weaker cages. It has to be within our control. Jiayu nodded and scanned the area, preparing to release some males. Suddenly, Jiang Ruantang felt her arm being grabbed. She was startled and got goosebumps all over, forcing herself to suppress the urge to shout. Jiang Ruantang. The male in front of her looked weak, and Jiayu caught a whiff of blood. In an instant, he fiercely restrained his arm, allowing Jiang Ruantang to be free. You. Just as she was about to ask who it was, she realized upon getting closer that it was actually Tan. He was covered in the stench of blood and looked severely injured. Jiayu looked at him and finally released his grip. Quick run. You've all been deceived. What? Jiang Ruantang hadn't reacted yet when Jiayu suddenly shielded her. In the distance, she saw a woman walking gracefully, the bells on her ankles jingling softly. With each chime, Jiang Ruantang's heart sank further. That feeling of disgust filled her entire being. Who else could it be but Shuyin? Soft, long time no see. Jiang Ruantang raised her head, and that face looked exactly the same as the last time she had seen it. Yet, she wore the demeanor of an old friend meeting again, as if she wanted to chat endlessly. This truly made Jiang Ruantang feel nauseous. Strange, I don't know you. How do you know my name? Jiang Ruantang pretended to be confused as she looked at her, provoking a light laugh from Shuyin. Truly cheeky, Yu is much more stable than you. Oh no, Yu is already gone. Or do you think you're stronger than her and can stop what I want to do? Shuyin stared at her, but looking closely, it was not really her. It seemed to be just a wisp of soul from that time, now calling out to Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang's face turned cold as she confronted her. Shuyin was not in a hurry. She waved her hand. Capture them. My plans cannot be disrupted. Jiayu showed his fierce fangs. The strongest male opposite was only a 5-crown one, and the gap in strength still made them cautious. But thinking of Zhui Yin's promise that each of them could have a little female was a huge temptation. Jiayu, try not to confront them head-on. More time for Katian. Jiayu nodded lightly and moved forward without hesitation, taking down a few males in just a couple of moves. Zhui Yin clapped repeatedly, her smile unwavering. Your males are quite good, much better than Mo. Oh no, Mo in this life no longer belongs to you. Jiang Ruantang gritted her teeth. She was indeed being sarcastic. It seemed she had learned a lot during her time in the modern timeline, just not how to respect others. Zhui Yin thought she could provoke Jiang Ruantang with Mo, unaware that her own backyard was on fire. Don't worry, you can't win. I will lift the curse you've placed on Mo. Zhui Yin looked at her, unable to help but ponder. Could it be that she had already mastered the power of the phoenix? But didn't he look like someone who had mastered it? The next moment, the ground erupted with a series of roars. How was Jiang Ruantang supposed to tell Katian? If she found the catapult, just set it on fire. Zhui Yin's expression changed unpredictably, looking very ugly. Jiang Ruantang, what have you done? The little female in front of her wore an innocent expression, repeatedly waving her hands. Taking advantage of Zhui Yin's distraction, Jiayu decisively broke open the cage door. In an instant, the males surged out. This time, their purpose was simply to destroy the catapult and create chaos in the manufacturing area, seriously injuring their vitality. Chapter 199. This battle has just begun. The males rushed out in droves, with some even heading straight for Jiang Ruantang. However, the intimidation from Jiao was too great, and each one returned in frustration. Zhuiyin's mind was filled with her thoughts, and without looking back, she ordered the released males to kill every last one. That fox cannot be spared. The females must survive. After saying this, she cared for nothing else, her mind solely focused on the catapult. Just when she thought everything was going according to plan, Jiang Ruantang unexpectedly outmaneuvered her. Zhuiyin, there's been an incident in the basement. A thick smoke has emerged. Shunyan, feeling anxious, had just been sleeping soundly in the house with her partners when suddenly there was a commotion. Upon stepping outside, she saw thick smoke billowing from the basement door in the distance. We need to go to the basement to catch them. Zhuiyin was furious and led her people to storm the basement. Just as Katian emerged from the cave, he saw a group approaching and decisively took to the sky. Looking down from above, he was momentarily dazed as pain and hatred surged within him. That female, he would never forget her. Shunyan, she was followed by 8 males, all her partners. Reason told him not to ruin things, but the hatred in his heart urged him to kill this female. She was the one who had driven him to despair, the one who had tormented him relentlessly. She deserved to die. Ultimately, hatred prevailed, but just as he charged towards Shunyan in a daze, her males noticed first and blocked his attack. Shunyan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, raised her head in displeasure. She spotted Katian and initially thought he looked familiar, but upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Katian, you actually survived." Her face lit up with surprise, disbelief, and a hint of madness. She had long considered Katian a sure thing, and he was the first male she genuinely desired. "Are you back to find me? I knew you wanted to bond with me." She commanded her males with a casual wave to attack Katian. The madness on her face was chilling. Meanwhile, the remaining males in the prison couldn't fully suppress the situation. The released males, under the influence of sorcery, clearly had the upper hand. Geo struck hard at the chains, but they didn't budge at all. The situation outside was chaotic, and Katian was still out there. Jiang Ruantang, not caring about anything else, took out the iron wire she had prepared earlier. She bent down and inserted it into the lock, and in no time, it opened. Tom was left dumbfounded, without time to say anything. Fortunately, she had prepared some handy items just in case. This iron wire came in handy. "Geo, support Tan. We have to get out quickly." Geo nodded and supported Tan, while Jiang Ruantang assisted him from the other side. As they stepped out, they saw Katian entangled in the fray, but fortunately, the chaos allowed him to be overlooked for the moment. "Katian, take Tan away first. He's seriously injured." Katian finally broke free and shot a fierce glance at Shunyan. Transforming into beast form, he flew to Jiang Ruantang's side, and together they placed Tan on Katian's back. They soared into the air, and although they were pursued by the Feather Tribe, the released males slowed them down. Shunyan looked up with a hint of amusement. Her Katian had truly grown, making her even more infatuated. Geo instantly transformed into beast form, and Jiang Ruantang hopped on, readjusting her cloak. She glanced at the chaotic tribe. "Zhuin, this war has just begun." Zhuin rushed to the basement, only to find it filled with thick smoke, unable to step in even a single foot. She could only watch helplessly as months of hard work turned to nothing in an instant. Shunyan followed and saw the scene, frowning in displeasure. Everything was gone. She had warned you that you were unreliable, and now you let them bully you. How foolish. The sarcasm on her face was striking, piercing Zhuin's heart. "Shut up. Did you catch those males?" Zhuin shouted angrily, and someone quickly replied that a few males were about to be captured. Useless. She slapped that male hard across the face. It was the first time she had been so furious. "Jiang Ruantang, you've pushed me to my limits. I will ensure that everyone you care about will not end well." Shunyan rolled her eyes, her mind only on Katian. It seemed she needed to find a way to get him back. When they returned to the Pegasus tribe, the sun had just set. Hearing the commotion, Lars and Musai hurried over. They saw Tan tumble off Katian's back and fall to the ground, covered in injuries. Jiang Ruantang stepped forward to check, frowning. He was injured worse than expected. Who did this to him? Back at home, Weiran suddenly felt a burning pain in her lower back. Realizing something was wrong with Tan, her heart sank. "Lars!" Weiran rushed over, but halted in her tracks as she got closer. A wave of dizziness hit her, accompanied by an unsettling pain and a burning sensation in her back. Lars quickly caught her, concern filling his eyes. How could he be so badly hurt? What happened? Weiran's hands trembled, her voice quivering, struggling to say a complete sentence. Jiang Ruantang looked at Weiran with worry. "I don't know either. When we arrived, he was already imprisoned and seriously injured." Weiran choked back her emotions, wanting to get closer, but hesitating. "Soft, please, save him." She hated the Scorpion tribe, but Tan had never wronged her. He had never touched her against her will. Aware of her reservations, he always gave her comfortable space. Even a small injury made her anxious and helpless, and due to her aversion, he never dared to get close. The males of the Scorpion tribe were detestable, but Tan was not. He shouldn't have to die. Jiang Ruantang furrowed her brows. Tan had already passed out. Geo gently comforted her. "Just follow your heart. If you don't want to save him, no one can force you. If you want to save him, then you will definitely bring him back." Jiang Ruantang looked up at him, feeling an unexplainable sense of reassurance. She then turned to Weiran, who looked utterly despondent. She didn't want Weiran to lose anything else. Mo caught the scent of blood from afar, slowly transforming into human form. He spotted Ruantang in front of the Scorpion tribe's male. Wrinkling his brow at the smell, Mo noticed Jiang Ruantang and looked disgusted. He quickly waved his hand in a gesture. "Mo, help me carry Tan into the house. I need to assist him." Although Mo was reluctant to touch him, he nodded. The overwhelming scent of the sorcery on Tan made Mo feel somewhat uncomfortable, but since Ruantang spoke, he couldn't refuse. Chapter 200. The truth before death. Mo's movements lightened slightly, but after putting the person inside the room, he hurriedly left. The hatred and disgust on his face were hard to suppress. He felt that he was perhaps inherently incompatible with the witch tribe. Jiang Ruantang saw his face, full of disgust, and clenched his fists tightly. She had to step forward to comfort him, gently placing her hand on his fist. It's okay, don't be like this. Mo's intense dislike for the witch tribe was largely due to Zhuin's actions. Whether it was the curse he received before the reset, or the way Zhuin deliberately allowed the witch tribe's people to approach him in this world, it undoubtedly accelerated Mo's aversion and hatred towards the witch tribe. I'm fine, Ruantang, you go. And Mo took a deep breath, trying to maintain a calm appearance. He couldn't let Ruantang worry about him. Jiang Ruantang nodded. She was also concerned about Tan's injuries. Gio, you stay outside and don't let Wei Ran in. I'll do my best. Okay, believe in yourself. Gio gently stroked Ruantang's hand. He always believed in her abilities. Jiang Ruantang's anxiety gradually calmed down, but she was actually scared, afraid that Tan might not be saved. She didn't know how to face Wei Ran. Wei Ran had already lost enough. She was also afraid of creating a rift with Wei Ran, as this little girl had always been good to her since she traveled here. She deserved to have what she wanted and to experience the most beautiful love in the world. As soon as she entered the room, the smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Ruantang frowned and slowly approached Tan, looking at his severely injured body. However, he was now in beast form, and Jiang Ruantang was not a veterinarian, but rather a scorpion. For a moment, she was at a loss as to what to do. Tan suddenly awoke in pain, his consciousness clear for a moment. Struggling to transform back into human form, Jiang Ruantang was somewhat surprised and quickly prepared to treat him. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed by the person in front of her, startling her. It seemed to use an immense amount of strength, causing her pain as if her bones were being crushed. The room was empty besides herself, and she felt quite uneasy. What if Tan suddenly did something like harm her? She had no way to protect herself. There's no need to try to save me. The fatal wound isn't the injury, it's the poison. You need to listen carefully to what I say next. Jiang Ruantang was still confused, and the strength in his grip suddenly halted. The scorpions had long known about the existence of the witch tribe, even before destroying the beaching tribe. They had already planned everything. Tan endured the pain, struggling to tell her everything he had heard and seen. Destroying the beaching tribe was just the first step for the witch tribe and the scorpions. Their target was already the main city. Witchcraft was not omnipotent. Everything they sought was false. Even if you don't go, they plan to head to the main city within the next 2 days. We must hurry. Once the main city falls, it will all be too late. When he heard this, he was filled with disbelief. The Scorpion King didn't believe him, so his attempts to persuade were merely in line with his own intentions. What they wanted was bigger and more. When he returned that day, he was poisoned with the strongest scorpion venom and the most malicious witchcraft. That group of witches hiding away, in collusion with the scorpions, was far more than just using catapults. They wanted to effortlessly reclaim the entire main city. An important point was that it was precisely those males controlled by witchcraft. Jiang Ruantang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, unsure if it was from fear or pain. You, don't speak yet. I'll think of a way to save you. But Tan still tightly gripped her arm, no matter how she tried to break free. It was useless. I know you are loyal and smart, unlike ordinary females. You must stop them as soon as possible. Stop talking. Jiang Ruantang became anxious because blood was already seeping from his features. If this continued, he would die. It's useless. Witchcraft, scorpion poison, all these injuries. I never thought I could survive. Or rather, the moment he decided to persuade the scorpions, he had already given up on living. He knew the Scorpion King's temperament. He was his offspring, so how could he not understand? The Scorpion King's poison was already unsolvable. However, he felt he had not disappointed Weiran's expectations. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. Tell Weiran I'm sorry. The scorpions have wronged her. I love her. What is love? He seemed to suddenly understand. It was as long as she was happy. Even if he died, it would be worth it. He was undoubtedly the best male in the world, so he only wished that Weiran wouldn't hate him. Jiang Ruantang's heart suddenly stopped, almost without thinking. She wanted to save him, but it was too late. Tan's breathing ceased, and his body slowly transformed back into beast form. Tong, Tong. No matter how Jiang Ruantang called out, there was no response, not a single reaction. She felt her body completely freeze. She couldn't save Tan, enduring her inexplicable weakness. Jiang Ruantang staggered and made her way outside. Outside the house, Weiran was still anxiously waiting when suddenly a sharp pain shot through her waist. It burned to the bone, piercing her marrow, and even her heart felt as though it was being fiercely squeezed. Tan, almost unable to bear it any longer. Weiran's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the Tiamat tribe. She felt it. Tan was gone. The pain of losing her partner burned her, nearly causing her to faint. Lars worriedly held her. This was the punishment of the bond. A female who lost her partner would not face life-threatening dangers, but would endure an enduring pain that was very real. The deeper the love, the more intense the pain. Jiang Ruantang's lips turned pale. As soon as she exited the room, she saw Weiran's eyes fill with sorrow. The mark on her lower back gradually dissipated into white smoke with Tan's departure. Ruantang, Tan, it can't be true, can it? It seemed that her excessively pious eyes, still holding on to hope, burned Jiang Ruantang. She couldn't bear to look at her. With that turn of her head, Weiran's hope was shattered. I'm sorry, Weiran, I couldn't save him. Jiao almost instantly pulled the small female into his arms, feeling extra heartache. Emo and Kadian looked at her with anxious expressions. Just now, Emo had also felt Tan's presence completely vanish. Weiran couldn't bear it and directly fainted. Lars hurriedly picked her up. It's okay. You did your best. Weiran is also suffering the backlash. I'll take her back first. Jiang Ruantang nodded, watching their retreating figures, feeling distressed as she buried her head in Jiao's embrace. All three males could sense her sadness at that moment. Jiao hugged the small female even tighter, lifting her up. Ruantang, let's go back first. Jiang Ruantang curled up completely in Jiao's arms, shaking her head vigorously. Tan's body. Jiao kissed the top of the small female's head, gently comforting her. It's okay. Someone will handle it. But she didn't know how the beast world dealt with it. She wanted to cremate or bury Tan's body. Seeing Ruantang's still tense body, Emo softly spoke at the right moment. Ruantang, don't worry. Tan's body will be burned and turned into spirit stones, which will be returned to Weiran. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruantang's body finally relaxed a bit. Cremation, well, in the beast world, the beastmen would turn into crystals after cremation, allowing their females to wear them every day. Of course, this method was only limited to males who had females. Chapter 2:01. Who knows who fell into whose trap because male orcs possess great physical strength. Even after being cremated, their power can condense into spirit stones. When worn by a female at critical moments, his strength can protect her one last time. Jiang Ruantang nodded silently. That night, the painful aura of the female made the night exceptionally quiet. No one dared to speak. Everyone was filled with sorrow. In the dark of the night, Kadian found it hard to fall asleep. He still remembered the look in Soyin's eyes when he left. It was a gaze of determination, as if to say he wouldn't stop until the end. If he were to die as well, he wondered if Ruantang would be willing to wear his spirit stone. Suddenly, he felt afraid of drifting further away from Ruantang. That night, Jiang Ruantang nestled tightly in Jiao's embrace, seeking a sense of security. The next day, when she saw Weiran, Jiang Ruantang was taken aback by her haggard appearance. Weiran, I'm sorry I couldn't. Before Jiang Ruantang could finish her apology, Weiran tightly hugged her. Silly girl, it's not your fault. My Ruantang is such a good female. How could I blame you? The one she should hate is the one who harmed Tan. Weiran held Jiang Ruantang tightly, gripping her clothes with force. Feeling the strength and comfort Ruantang brought her, Jiang Ruantang's nose tinged with bitterness. Weiran, do you hate him? Do you blame him? Weiran was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with difficulty. I can't say I hate him or don't hate him. The Scorpion tribe's harm to the tribe shouldn't be borne by him alone. I should hate the one who killed everyone, but he is part of the Scorpion tribe, and I can't seem to let go. But without a doubt, it seems that I really love him, I really like him. In that moment, when she raised her head, she clearly saw the smile at the corner of Weiran's mouth. Yet tears flowed uncontrollably. Weiran, Tan said he's sorry for you, and he loves you. Jiang Ruantang looked at her, her eyes filled with heartache. Weiran was momentarily stunned. Her tears surged even more, and she began to cry like a child. The males of the Pegasus tribe were somewhat envious. Their females crying like this for a male must mean she held deep feelings for him. Lars comforted her in his arms. Tan's body was burned in the great fire, appearing to Jiang Ruantang as a form of torture for Weiran. The moment the body was completely destroyed, a purple spirit stone slowly rose from the flames, gently landing in Weiran's palm. In an instant, memories of Tan flooded her mind. It was when she was captured by the Scorpion tribe, and Tan had taken a liking to her at first sight. It was her harsh words of disdain towards him, and after being angry, Tan would return to coax her. It was also in the nights filled with bloody nightmares of her tribe being slaughtered, when Tan would gently comfort her. It was when she decisively sneaked away from the Scorpion tribe, and Tan protected her all the way, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest harm. Moreover, the night before he returned to the Scorpion tribe, he secretly watched over her for an entire night. Knowing he might die, but still not confessing his love. Such a foolish Scorpion. Weiran tightly clutched the spirit stone in her arms. Within it, there was Tan, the last trace of his soul. When she opened her eyes again, the little girl's gaze seemed to reveal an unspoken determination. That afternoon, Jiang Ruantang hurriedly informed the males about the information from Tan. The little elves looked grim. They were going to bring all the males controlled by magic back to the main city. Mo had been controlled by magic. He understood that feeling best, clearly having their own consciousness, yet their temperament drastically changed, controlled by magic. It wouldn't be surprising what might happen when they completely lost control at night. We need to return to the main city. The cubs are still there. Jiang Ruantang's heart was anxious, and her worried expression was genuine. Jiang Bai Jiang Tong, and Yu Haiwe, her cubs. If the main city were to be breached, she couldn't imagine how dangerous it would be. Jiao's expression darkened. He knew Ruantang cared most about those cubs and that they had to return quickly. However, Mu Qi was in a dilemma, although he promised to help them. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict in the main city. If they kept hiding when the main city was attacked by the witch tribe, they would have nowhere to retreat, and the entire clan would be in danger. Mu Qi choked. So he also firmly believed that Lars was the most suitable for the position of clan leader, but he had no interest in that position. All right, let us listen to Lars. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that the Pegasus tribe was small in number. Otherwise, it was unimaginable how much attention so many males would attract. They should leave in batches to avoid drawing attention. Geo spoke up, and a group of males nodded in agreement. I want to go to the River Patrol tribe. I need to save everyone. The little elf suddenly spoke up, and at that moment, Jiang Ruantang remembered it. She had actually forgotten to investigate the location of the little elf tribe, feeling a bit embarrassed. The males controlled by magic still needed the help of the little elf tribe. They had to be rescued, but she couldn't grasp Shuayi's thoughts. If she took the little elf tribe away, the River Patrol tribe, as the base, would surely be empty. There were many things there that they couldn't just abandon. But if she didn't take the little elf tribe, there might still be a group left to guard the River Patrol tribe. However, Shuayi probably wouldn't feel at ease leaving them there like that. Actions with a large group would inevitably attract more attention. Shuayi and the others didn't know what they were thinking. Let us take a gamble. The little elf tribe should be at the River Patrol tribe. Geo, you take a few males from the little elf tribe over. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else going. At that moment, Shuayi was already hiding among the males of the River Patrol tribe, suppressing all traces of the witch tribe. The River Patrol tribe was already mixed, mostly based on the bear tribe. There weren't many females from the witch tribe, but there were still about 20 people, which would definitely attract attention. But she needed to attract more attention, allowing those males controlled by magic to silently enter the main city. Wuchuan listened to the report from the Feather tribe. They had indeed come. Wuchuan clan leader Wuchuan waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. The general glanced deeply at him, saying, "It all started after Ruantang left. He had been trapped at that time, filled with magic, but somehow, within 2 days, the magic completely disappeared. At that time, Wuchuan was busy dealing with the snake tribe. Your injuries seem to have healed. Do you want to return to the mermaid tribe?" The general looked at him, his gaze deep. "You seem to be even bolder than I imagined." Wuchuan smiled, taking it as a reluctant compliment. He had been fed the void stone by Wuchuan, and his health was restored. The first thing he did upon returning to the mermaid tribe was to conduct another beast tide based on his position as clan leader. He reclaimed the mermaid tribe, and one day, Wuchuan suddenly said that the then leader of the snake tribe had been harmed. The snake tribe had no choice but to conduct a beast tide, and Wuchuan's ascension was unquestionable. After that, the news of the general and Wuchuan joining forces spread, and the alliance between the snake tribe and the mermaid tribe was formed. The main city was already in chaos beyond imagination. Wuchuan looked weary, but was unaware of who had fallen into whose trap. Chapter 202. So I'm here to clean up the mess. I can help you. But Ro must not be harmed. Not a single hair can fall. Yu Jianglan's eyes were intimidating, cold enough to scare anyone. He was willing to help because Ro was there. He wanted her to live in the safest environment. But if anything happened to Ro, he would fight to the death against that snake. Wuchuan narrowed his eyes. How dare he let that little female get hurt? Naturally, he wouldn't. All he wanted was power. Perhaps he was telling Yu Jianglan, but also reminding himself. He had schemed for many years to take the main city, and what he couldn't afford now was to be influenced by that little female. You better keep your word. Be careful on your way. We're heading to the main city now to inform everyone of this news. Jiang Ruantang worriedly hugged Jieyu, as she could only take him along. All right, you all take good care of Ro. Mo nodded. He was Ro's guardian beast and would always prioritize her safety. For now, they needed to tidy up a bit and head straight to the main city. Lars signaled to everyone. Even though Mu Qi was the clan leader, Lars's words held more weight. The males all nodded. Their clan was already small, and going to the main city might bring new opportunities. Ultimately, the reclusive Pegasus clan chose to contribute because of Jiang Ruantang. Otherwise, they wouldn't interfere in the outside world's disturbances. Jiayu had left with a little sprite, leaving only Mo and Katian behind. Jiang Ruantang felt that something big was about to happen. Roro, let us go back first and tidy up some things. Mo spoke softly. The only one related to Jiang Ruantang was him. At least he still held the title of Guardian Beast, while Katian was only in the pursuit stage. Okay, let's tidy up a bit first. Tidying up didn't involve much, as Jiang Ruantang had secretly stashed a lot of things in her space the previous night. This led Mo to frown as he looked at the cleaned-up items. He couldn't understand why it felt like there were even fewer things now. Jiang Ruantang nervously avoided his gaze, sweating on her forehead. Katian noticed and walked over to wrap his arms around Roro. Ooh, are you hiding something from that ugly lion? With that sly expression, one might think he was a fox. No, how could that be? Don't overthink it. We're heading back to the main city soon, and you should tidy up too. Jiang Ruantang looked at the sky to change the topic, afraid her guilty feelings would be exposed. Katian looked left and right, and Jiang Ruantang followed suit. Roro just doesn't care. It's fine to guard against the lion, but you're even guarding against me. With that tone, it sounded so aggrieved. It was utterly helpless, and she said, no, you should hurry and tidy up too. Jiang Ruantang pushed him to move along. The longer she stayed, the guiltier she felt. Finally, when only Jiang Ruantang was left alone, she relaxed. But before she could react, she was suddenly transported by the system again. Still that high-tech space, it startled her. System, what now? Why are you? Before she could finish, the system interrupted. Host, there's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? As soon as those words came out, she felt something was off. How credible could what this thing said be? Let's hear the good news first. No matter what, she decided to hear the good news first. The good news is this system has been upgraded. Just hearing that electronic voice, Jiang Ruantang could sense the excitement and pride. Oh, and then, Jiang Ruantang thought, your upgrade has what to do with me. Perhaps it didn't expect its good host to care so little about its well-being, and the system broke down. I've been running around for you, resolving the glitches in this world. I've been busy dealing with your matters at the Supreme System Bureau, optimizing myself everywhere. And you don't even want to be happy for me, just asking, and then? No, and then. This system has been heartbroken by you from now on. I want to change hosts. How broken must it be to spill out such a long rant? Jiang Ruantang felt that if it had saliva, it would definitely spray her in the face right now. All right, I was wrong, congratulations. I knew my system was the best and the strongest in the world. What else could she do? She had to bite the bullet and praise it. After hearing this, the system finally felt a bit better. The bad news is, you'll have to walk your own path from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruantang lost her composure. What? You're leaving? You're taking back my space in the Universal Exchange supermarket? Don't say that's what Jiang Ruantang interpreted from that one sentence. The system fell silent for a moment. It felt relieved. Not really. It's just that the murky sound has destroyed the order of this world. She doesn't belong to the beast world. The only ones who can match the Supreme System Bureau are the divine worlds. This time, we need to go to the divine realm to get an explanation regarding the murky sound. But don't worry, although I'm leaving, the space in the Universal Supermarket will still be with you. It's just that the exchange method of the Universal Supermarket will change to currency. Jiang Ruantang was stunned, confused. She knew about the mystical, the gods, and the System Bureau. But no one told her that the old and new technologies could collide. Moreover, in this great beast world, where would currency come from? Are you trying to mess with me? No, host. This world was already a bit broken when it sent you here. As it continued, the system's voice grew so weak it was almost inaudible. So, I'm here to clean up the mess. The system fell silent. In the past, the System Bureau maintained the timelines and plots of various worlds, and the divine realm protected the peace of the world. However, only this world, due to the intervention of the Phoenix God, fell into reincarnation, along with the murky sound being a ticking time bomb. Originally, it was the divine realm's fault, but the appearance of Beijia disrupted the timeline, causing problems on both sides at the same time. And because of this, Jiang Ruantang, this unfortunate soul, became the regulator of this world. Why look for her? Because none of the hosts from the System Bureau wanted to deal with this mess. There was another reason. The Phoenix God's Phoenix power had scattered too much. Only Jiang Ruantang still had the capability and consciousness, so they went through millennia to find her. And now, the Phoenix power had basically been fully embedded in her body. All that was left was for her to awaken, and she would definitely be able to restore this world. Jiang Ruantang's eyes twitched. They really thought too highly of her. The matters caused by the two family heads were to be resolved by their junior. This is simply ridiculous. Seeing Jiang Ruantang getting angry, the system simply played dead. Once we catch the murky sound, I will leave the hostess body, and at that time, the space and universal supermarket will be your compensation. So, what is the currency of the universal supermarket? Jiang Ruantang suppressed the anger in her heart. This currency is the virtual currency of the System Bureau, which can be exchanged directly. Completing daily tasks will earn it. All right. She felt like she was now in a gaming center. Chapter 203. It's time to take revenge on the Scorpion clan. Host, you are everyone's hope. We believe in you. Don't believe it. There will be no results. She doesn't even believe in herself. Jiang Ruantang steadied her mind and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Once the turbid sound is caught, you will leave my body. So can I. Return to the modern world? This is what she worries about the most. Although this place is good, with loved ones and blood ties, there is also her home and friends in another world. She can't imagine how her father would feel if she could never go back. Losing his wife early and his daughter in middle age. How much pain must he be in? Her mother passed away very early, and after she left, her father never remarried, raising her alone until she grew up a bit. Only then did he have a stepmother, and with permission, they gradually came together, filling the void of maternal love, and she happily called her mother. However, when an incident happened, she was transported directly and didn't even know how her mother was. The system was also in a dilemma because Jiang Ruantang's identity information was too complicated, making it impossible for them to make a determination. She was a person from modern times, chosen as a host with a system, and also possessed the divine power of the Phoenix. She was no longer an ordinary person. Sadness appeared in Jiang Ruantang's eyes. She would never see her father again, which made her feel unfilial, unable to provide for him in his old age. But if she could never go back, she would have to live here. She had a husband, a child, and here she also had a home. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. Everything will be arranged. If I keep asking, the system might burn out. Then, host, I wish you a pleasant journey. This will be the last time I accompany you. After the words were spoken, the scene suddenly disappeared, and everything in front of her was still familiar. Only Jiang Ruantang still had an unresolved sadness in her heart. Ruantang, are you ready? Mo was calling from outside. Jiang Ruantang collected her emotions and smiled in response. Yes. As a beastman, this group was too sensitive to emotions. She didn't dare to show any negative feelings. Your aura. Are you unhappy? As soon as he stood still, Mo caught a hint of a bad scent. Jiang Ruantang was taken aback and forced a smile. No, I'm just a bit worried. It's okay, Ruantang. I will protect you well, Kadian said, holding her hand with a sincere and serious expression. Jiang Ruantang chuckled. All right, thank you all. Soon, the males were almost ready, only bringing some necessary items. Considering that this incident happened suddenly, the females and those pregnant were left behind. Each female had a male staying by her side. If there was only one bonded male, he would stay with her. The females of the Pegasus clan were already rare, not to mention a few foreign females, some of whom were even pregnant. As the clan leader, Mu Qi could not block it. Jiang Ruantang nodded. She naturally knew that the Pegasus clan was scarce, and they valued females highly. The unborn young were also important. They would never abandon them unless absolutely necessary. All right, you all decide, Jiang Ruantang said, placing some of the things she had packed on Acadian and some onto Mo. The two large animals looked just as tall as Jiang Ruantang. Where are Lars and Weiran? Turning her head, Jiang Ruantang realized that Lars and Weiran were actually not there. Weiran had always hoped to go to the main city with her, but now she was missing. Mu Qi frowned. Seeing someone avoiding his gaze, he grabbed that male. Do you know where they went? The male stammered. But helplessly everyone was staring at him. They left last night. I heard they were going to find the Scorpion clan. Jiang Ruantang's heart trembled. Could it be that Weiran was going to take revenge on the Scorpion clan? She panicked and hurriedly ran to Weiran's room. But inside, everything was gone. She had packed her things early and didn't even say goodbye. Mo gently nudged her shoulder. It's okay. Tan died at the hands of the Scorpion clan, and they have a blood feud with her. She needs an excuse. Jiang Ruantang patted Mo's head. Yes, she needs an excuse, an opportunity to unleash her pent-up hatred. Let's go. Jiang Ruantang mounted Mo and took one last look at Weiran and Lars's residence. She had to believe in them. After all, Jiayu was also there. She believed in Jiayu. Are you really not going to say goodbye to them? Lars looked at Weiran with concern. After Tan's death, he always felt she had changed. Weiran shook her head. It's fine. Let's not trouble her for now. Las dienstly totether, seemingly comforting her. Wei Ran smiled and patted his mane. Night fell quickly, and Lars found a tree hollow in the air where they could rest. Transforming into human form, he held Wei Ran in his arms and flapped his wings. The tree hollow seemed to have been unoccupied for a long time, but resting for a night would be fine. As soon as they entered the hollow, Wei Ran hurriedly rummaged through her luggage. Inside was a beautiful dress that Ruantang had given her earlier, which she had not had the heart to wear. Lars, take me to the river to wash up. Wei Ran called out, and upon hearing the noise, Lars immediately flew up. Should we wash up first, or eat something first? He carefully held her, waiting for her choice. Wei Ran shook her head. It's fine. Let's wash up first. I smell terrible. Saying this, Wei Ran even sniffed her own scent and found it unpleasant, almost gagging, shaking her arm in disgust as if trying to throw it away. Lars was amused, nibbling on Wei Ran's little face. You don't smell. My little female is always fragrant. Wei Ran's face turned red, and she quickly pushed him. All right, take him to wash up first. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold now, so they could wash up. Wei Ran jumped into the sea, and when she surfaced, she exclaimed, so comfortable. I'll wait for you on the shore. Saying this, Lars directly sat cross-legged on a rock by the shore. Wei Ran nodded. The feeling of being washed by the water was truly refreshing, until Wei Ran noticed the water around her gradually turning red. Is this blood? Confused, she looked into the distance and saw something floating there. Upon closer inspection, a scorpion tail was rushing towards her head. Wei Ran was so frightened that she shouted without reservation and swam towards the shore. Hearing the sound, Lars instantly opened his eyes, and before Wei Ran could react, he pulled her out of the water. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even with poor sense of smell, he could tell. An injured male. The male from the sea emerged from the water, and there appeared to be a bite mark on his shoulder. This scene felt somewhat familiar to Ruantang. In the distance, Wei Ran's body suddenly tensed up. The male looked somewhat like Tan. Chapter 204. Scorpion Clan Male. Chilling, the Scorpion Clan Male wiped the blood from his mouth and coldly glared at the two. Behind him, the scorpion tail made Wei Ran's face turn pale. It was that thing that had just tried to kill her. Don't get in the way. The Scorpion Clan Male spoke coldly, injured and unwilling to entangle with them. Lars, seeing him approach, quickly shielded Wei Ran. Wei Ran had just been scared out of her wits. Suddenly having a poisonous scorpion tail shoved in your face would frighten anyone. The Scorpion Clan Male limped away, holding his wound. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the spirit stone around Wei Ran's neck, and his eyes darkened. He abruptly turned and headed straight for the two. Wei Ran quickly grabbed Lars, thinking, oh my, why is he coming back? Seeing him approach, Lars immediately flapped his wings. Lifting Wei Ran up to the tree. The Scorpion Clan Male sneered lightly. This little female was actually so afraid of him. Yet she wore the spirit stone transformed from his Scorpion Clan Male. However, that male seemed to be dead, and it looked like he was quite favored by her in life. But he faintly sensed the aura of his clan's bloodline. Remembering this, pain shot through his wound again. The old Scorpion King had killed his mother beast and wiped out all the males and young of the mother beast. He didn't know what had gone wrong. Unexpectedly, he was the only one who escaped. Yet burdened with a heavy responsibility, he feared he would soon be pursued. Thinking of this, he glanced again at the female in the tree. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Wei Ran observed the Scorpion Clan Male below her. After a long silence, he turned and left. Although she was a bit confused, she still let out a weak sigh of relief. Just as she was wondering why Lars was so quiet, she noticed him staring blankly at her exposed chest. It turned out she had hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her body. Wei Ran instantly felt embarrassed and angry. After a shout, Lars awkwardly brought her down from the tree. I was wrong, Wei Ran. As Wei Ran put on her clothes, she walked away without looking back. She'd just been scared to death, and this guy was actually being lewd. Seeing that he had truly upset the little female, Lars could only chase after her while trying to appease her. However, this one-sided anger didn't last long, as Lars was skilled at cooking. The food he made was exceptional. Speaking of cooking, Vo was about to cry. None of the three males, Geo, Mo, and Kadian, not to mention the General Lon far away in the main city, had learned her culinary skills entirely. Instead, it was Lars who had been eager to learn from her, who had mastered them completely. Wasn't this a matter of talent? Wei Ran had always loved the food made by Ruo, so Lars volunteered to learn. He indeed learned thoroughly, easily making the greedy little cat, Wei Ran, happy. Sure enough, the moment she saw the food, most of Wei Ran's anger dissipated. It tastes exactly like what Ruo made. Lars felt embarrassed. How could it be any different? He had learned it under the watchful eyes of those three males beside her. Watching her eat happily, Lars also let out a sigh of relief. Wei Ran, you're not mad anymore, right? Lars leaned closer to her, and Wei Ran nodded with her cheeks puffed out. She wasn't really that angry. When there was food available, who had time to stay mad? That's good, Lars said, his gaze filled with deep affection. After finishing the meal, Wei Ran fell asleep early. Lars transformed into his original form and stood by, ready to react quickly in case of any unexpected events. Ugh, woo, Tong. In her dreams, Wei Ran murmured. She saw Tan over there and wanted to tell him that she didn't hate him that much. But Tan pried her fingers open one by one, saying, I know it's okay. You need to look forward. I will always be with you in places you can't see. However, as her fingers were pried open, Tan disappeared again. It was a nightmare, and Wei Ran suddenly woke up, tears streaming down her face. Lars, hearing her, immediately woke up and hurried to her side. Did you have a nightmare? It's okay, I'm here. Lars gently nudged her with his head, and Wei Ran cautiously hugged him. I dreamt of Tan. He said he knows and will be with me in places I can't see. But she always felt like she owed him something, and now it was too late to make amends. Don't think too much. We will find the Scorpion clan and avenge him. You will feel better in your heart. Get some more rest. Lars' comforting words actually eased Wei Ran's heart a little. Yes, she had to avenge the Scorpion clan. Just as she finished speaking, someone suddenly entered the tree hole, and Lars immediately became alert. Wei Ran's vision was poor in the dark, and she couldn't see anything clearly, so she could only hide tightly behind him. Who is it? On the opposite side, there was a pause, and through a glimmer of light, they finally saw each other clearly. It's you. It's you guys. Their voices echoed simultaneously, and following the light, Wei Ran finally recognized the visitor. It was that Scorpion clan male from before. What do you want? You're not welcome here. Lars, filled with anger at having his territory invaded, almost attacked without thinking. The male dodged a couple of times and directly gestured for him to shut up. Don't speak. The air suddenly fell silent, and Lars heard noises below. He slightly leaned down to look, and it was the Scorpion clan male, seemingly searching for someone. Damn, Chilling got away. How are we going to explain this to the clan leader? Let's search again. He's the last male. If we can't find him with his temper, we won't be able to escape. The two Scorpion clan males exchanged words. Lars and Wei Ran simultaneously looked at him. Chilling, they thought, referring to this male. The clan leader of the Scorpion clan, wasn't he Tan's father beast, the murderer who killed Tan? But the two males below hadn't left yet, and they couldn't dig deeper. After a long wait, the two males finally departed. Lars transformed into human form and immediately pressed Chilling down. What is your relationship with the Scorpion clan leader? Why do you want to kill you? Chilling suddenly frowned, gasping in pain. Seeing him so agitated, could it be that they had some grudge against the old Scorpion king? He didn't respond, but looked at the spirit stone around Wei Ran's neck, sensing a very weak aura. He said he had always felt this aura was familiar. It turned out to also carry the scent of the old Scorpion king. His mother beast had only partnered with two Scorpion beasts, one being his father beast, and the other the old Scorpion king. The old Scorpion king had lived too long, and didn't he know how long he had waited to bond with the mother beast. Yet, after bonding, they only had one egg, which hatched into a male named Tan. He himself was born from the mother beast and another Scorpion clan male. In one litter, there were 7, and everything was fine initially. But for some unknown reason, that old Scorpion king went mad and killed all his siblings, leaving only himself. And his own biological Tan was also missing. He had thought that since he was indeed the offspring of the old Scorpion king, he would be better off than them. Unexpectedly, he wasn't doing any better. He had already died and turned into the spirit stone that guarded his partner. Chapter 205. The same enemy, even to the point of exterminating his own bloodline. He could not imagine how insane that old thing was. And the females of the witch tribe, he did not know if they had used witchcraft on him, but he ended up causing the death of her mother beast. However, now, whether it was the old Scorpion king or the witch tribe, he would make them suffer. His mother beast, such a gentle being, could not have died in vain because of him. Is that Tan around your neck? Qi Ling did not respond, but stared at the spirit stone around Wei Ran's neck. He did not expect him to know Tan, and Wei Ran quickly covered the spirit stone with her hand, her expression wary. Tan was killed by the old Scorpion king. What if he was one of the old Scorpion king's people? Qi Ling pushed away Lars, who was pinning him down, each movement pulling deeper on his wounds. But he looked at Lars with a more scrutinizing gaze. It turned out he had the same 6 crowns as himself. Who are you? Lars looked coldly at him, his body wounded in many places, not looking like someone aligned with the old Scorpion king. Me? I might be of the same lineage as Tan, but that's not important. You also want to kill the old Scorpion King, right? Qi Ling's expression was listless, but his eyes seemed to penetrate through the two of them. Are you the same mother as Tan? The scent was faint, but it carried a hint of the mother beast's aura. He and Tan were born of the same mother beast, but different fathers. Qi Ling smiled without speaking. Our goals are the same. I also want to take down the old Scorpion King. You don't need to know anything else. Lars stared at him intently. Try to judge the truthfulness of his words. There's no need to look at me like that. Our strengths are equal. I'm also severely injured and pose no threat to you. Besides, in my current state, I cannot possibly be with the Scorpion tribe. Oh, by the way, I'm Qi Ling Lars. After speaking, Lars turned and guarded Wei Ran's side. Qi Ling had no intention of leaving, seeing both of them staring at him. Hey, come on, I'm so badly injured. Do you want me to go out and be a live target? Looking at him covered in blood, Lars said nothing more. If he dared to overstep, he would definitely not let him leave alive. Qi Ling curled his lip, slumping down as if it had nothing to do with him. What he needed most now was rest and healing. Wei Ran picked up on something from their conversation. This male was of the same lineage as Tan. In fact, if one looked closely, his features were very similar to Tan's. Perhaps they inherited it from their mother beast. Wei Ran touched the spirit stone around her neck. Her expression sorrowful. Let us rest for a while. Lars affectionately embraced Wei Ran, and she nodded, glancing at Qi Ling beside them before curling back into Lars's arms. In her dreams, Wei Ran always felt a pair of eyes staring intensely at her, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Under this uncomfortable sensation, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Sitting up, she looked towards Qi Ling's direction, and this glance scared her so much that her soul almost flew away. She saw him staring at her, quietly, intently. Her heart couldn't help but race a little faster. What are you staring at me for? Wei Ran tried to raise her voice to make herself less scared. Qi Ling propped his chin on his hand, still looking at her with curiosity. What? What are you curious about? Nothing. Qi Ling lazily lay back down, but left Wei Ran feeling frustrated. He started speaking but didn't finish, which was really annoying. At this moment, Wei Ran even found him somewhat displeasing. Lars. She looked around twice but didn't find Lars's figure. She couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. She was overly dependent on Lars. Without him, she always felt insecure. Perhaps it was also because of Tan's matter. She feared that one day she would wake up and find that even Lars was missing. She had already lost so much and could not afford to lose anyone else. Ah, that horse has prepared food for you below. Just then, Lars happened to come up with the prepared food. Wei Ran directly pounced into his arms. And Lars hadn't even grasped the situation yet when he glared at Qi Ling fiercely. Did you bully Wei Ran? Qi Ling almost shouted in protest. He hadn't done anything, I didn't. Wei Ran shook her head too. It's fine, I'm just a bit anxious. Lars assumed she was afraid of the Scorpion tribe and hurried to comfort her. I'll always be by your side. Don't worry. Eat something first. Aren't you hungry? As soon as these words came out, Wei Ran didn't even have time to nod before an inappropriate sound came from beside them. Qi Ling's eyes were fixated on the food in Lars's hands. I'm severely injured too. Give me something to eat. This person spoke with such righteousness that it made it seem like it was unacceptable for the two of them not to feed him. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Lars had never encountered such a thick-skinned male before. Qi Ling, however, was unceremonious, sitting beside and starting to eat. The first bite made his eyes light up. This food, it was more delicious than anything he had ever eaten. Usually, he just ate raw food and had never tried this method of eating before. So delicious. After speaking, Qi Ling looked at Lars with burning eyes. For some reason, Lars sensed a different emotion from his gaze. I learned this from a little female. The words came out so quickly that Wei Ran was stunned. Qi Ling's gaze fixated on the food, developing a strong interest in that little female. After all, the greatest pleasure in his life was food. He had eaten everything, but it was the first time he had tasted this flavor. If given the chance, he wanted to meet that little female. Taking her as a mate would be great. That way, he could definitely keep eating such delicious food. Wei Ran chuckled awkwardly, looking down to start eating her own meal. On the other side, Jie was chasing the scent of the Scorpion tribe and stopped under a tree hole. The little sprite also stopped following. The tree hole had a strong scent of the Scorpion tribe, and it was injured. Moreover, there were two other familiar scents. Go up. The little sprite nodded, and Jie climbed up the tree hole in a few movements. Lars and Qi Ling reacted quickly, almost instantly turning around. Qi Ling's scorpion tail shot straight at Jie but was easily dodged, with a foot firmly stomping down. When Lars saw it was Jiayu, he suddenly halted. Jiayu ignored Lars and kicked Qi Ling away. He was already injured, and this kick made Qi Ling spit out blood. Wait, they're not enemies. Fortunately, Lars caught Jiayu in time, preventing a second attack. Jiayu frowned but ultimately did not continue attacking. Qi Ling covered his chest, sweating from the pain in his head. What a strong male. What are you doing here? Shouldn't Ruan have taken you back to the main city? Jiayu asked in confusion, and Wei Ran finally regained her composure. It was I who didn't go with Ruan. I want to find the old Scorpion King. He killed Tan and I want to do something for him. Chapter 206 The Prison of the Pixie Clan. Speaking of Tan, Wei Ran's breath carried a hint of sadness. Jiayu pondered. Well, since they were both heading to the Scorpion Clan, having an acquaintance as a helper was better than going alone. Who is he? Jiayu raised his gaze towards Qi Ling. Since they were going to find the Scorpion Clan, being with a male from the Scorpion Clan would surely mean revealing everything to them. At that moment, Qi Ling was staring at him, the wound throbbing with pain. That fox's kick nearly sent him away. A stranger came up and kicked him. Indeed, cunning. Wei Ran turned to glance at Qi Ling, opening her mouth, but not knowing how to explain. He is of the same lineage as Tan, hunted by the old Scorpion King. With him around, they could learn the Scorpion Clan's whereabouts more quickly. Lars explained to Jiayu, and it became clear that the fox's sense of smell was indeed more acute, capable of detecting that he was a brother of Tan. And the enemy's enemy is naturally a friend. But why should he trust this scorpion? Seeing Jiayu's doubtful expression, Qi Ling felt displeased. This was a slight against him, questioning his scorpion's worth. I am injured like this, and if your fox's nose had merely sniffed, it would have detected the old Scorpion King's fury on me. There are several lives between me and that old thing. In the end, there was nothing in Qi Ling's eyes but hatred. Jiayu saw this raw hatred. It was indeed genuine. Moreover, when they found Tan, he was already heavily injured, not ruling out the old Scorpion King's possibility of exterminating his offspring. Those few lives were likely the children of their female beasts. For now, I will trust you, but you better not play tricks, otherwise. The next time I make a move, you will be a dead scorpion. The words were full of warning. Qi Ling scoffed. As long as he could kill the old Scorpion King and avenge his brother and mother, what was there to fear in death? The little pixie beside them weakly flapped its wings and landed nearby. It had flown for too long, and its already injured wings had left it exhausted. Wei Ran gently cradled it. Despite the severe pain in its wings, it didn't dare to stop. It feared that if it delayed even a moment, the entire Pixie clan would be in danger. Qi Ling looked at the little creature in Wei Ran's hands, feeling an odd familiarity. Leaning forward, he stared at it intently. The little pixie, annoyed, glared back at him. This little thing, Qi Ling muttered. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this before. A group of winged little beings, without distinction between male and female. But after he had last seen them, those little creatures had been relocated by the old Scorpion King. Could it be that they were bringing this little pixie to rescue their kin? Qi Ling glanced around. The fox was with the little pixie and seemed to be looking for its kin. Meanwhile, the Pegasus and the little female seemed intent on killing the old Scorpion King. Although the fox was strong, it might not necessarily be a match for the old Scorpion King, even if he teamed up with the Pegasus. Along with the fox, there was no guarantee of complete success. Moreover, the fox might not prioritize killing the old Scorpion King. Rest a bit. You're too tired. Wei Ran softly comforted the little pixie, which nodded in response. The two of them did not dare to stop along the way. They both needed to recuperate. Wei Ran placed the little pixie on the grassy patch in a tree hollow, her expression softening a bit. They were now quite close to the River Patrol tribe and needed to be ready at any moment. It seems you left on the same day as me. Jiayu worried that the closer they got, the easier it would be to be discovered. If they were discovered, they would have no choice but to fight directly. But with just a few of them, they would stand no chance against the massive Scorpion clan. Lars agreed. His wing flapping speed was a bit quicker than Jiayu's. But he had just arrived. The deeper situation was entirely unclear. Thus, both of them turned their gazes towards Qi Ling. Qi Ling was still deep in thought when he suddenly noticed two stares directed at him, momentarily bewildered. What? Jiayu's mouth twitched, and Lars furrowed his brow in exasperation. This guy, whether trustworthy or not aside, really gave them a completely unreliable feeling. What is the current situation of the River Patrol tribe? Jiayu repeated, and Qi Ling finally reacted, realizing they were discussing taking down the Scorpion clan. He felt a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. The one who wanted to kill the old Scorpion King the most had suddenly become the least integrated into the plan. Qi Ling cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment, feeling a bit ashamed. The Witch clan had fully evacuated. Now, The River Patrol tribe only had the Scorpion clan, and Qi Ling cast a scrutinizing glance at the little pixie, feeling that the pixie clan was the key. This little creature's clan. Jiayu's ears perked up as he looked at him. Do you know where the pixie clan is imprisoned? The last time he went with Ruan, he only found those who had been imprisoned and cursed. There were no signs of the pixie clan there. So, they must be held in another location. But searching again might take time. To return to Ruan as soon as possible, he needed a cautious yet expedient solution. Qi Ling squinted and nodded. He indeed knew. Earlier, when he discovered that the old Scorpion King had killed his brother and father beast, he had been found out. The old Scorpion King had almost ordered for him to be captured, and while hiding, he accidentally stumbled into a certain place. That place was filled with pixies, but they were all listless and lacking spirit. Later, he escaped, but all his brothers died at the hands of the old Scorpion King. What was most hateful was that he had watched his mother beast kill them one by one. Even his father beast did not escape. I'm not sure if I can still find that place, Qi Ling said, recalling that one time he had accidentally escaped there. He wasn't even certain of the exact location of that place. Jiayu's expression darkened for a moment. The pixie clan itself had no scent and did not distinguish between male and female. Relying on smell to find them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The chances were extremely low. Looking at the sky, Ruan had given them a terrain map, but with the naked eye, there was no sign of the pixie clan at all. The pixie clan was both the nemesis of witchcraft and, due to their small numbers, if they were deprived of external sense for too long, they would gradually dissipate. All this was what Ruan had told him. So, they had to be quick. If the pixie clan dissipated, they might truly not find anyone capable of countering witchcraft. Wait a minute, underground. Qi Ling suddenly spoke up, and Jiayu and Lars simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. He ignored their looks and contemplated carefully. There was a smell of earth in the air, slightly damp. There was a high probability that they were underground. If possible, they should check underground. Jiayu pondered the truth of this. Indeed, underground was an excellent location. Even catapults were known to be placed underground, preventing the pixie clan from sensing any signs of life. It must be underground. I'm not very familiar with the underground structure, but it definitely isn't easy to find, Lars thought, a certain group flashing through his mind. A tribe that naturally dwelled underground, built nests underground, and was most familiar with the underground. The Ant Clan. Chapter 207. A little dispute. The Ant Tribe is the largest group in number, but they rarely show themselves. They live underground all day, with mixed food, and only leave their dwelling once every 3 months. Hundreds of male ants go out to search for food to exchange. The items the ant tribe uses for food exchange are limited, dug out from underground. They are various colored stones that shine brightly. The females love them, and just a few can be exchanged for a month's worth of food for the tribe. Because the females like them, the males are naturally generous. They will exchange fresh food for them, even if it's just one piece. Therefore, every time a male ant goes out, they can at least exchange for 3 months' worth of food, which is necessary to support the young and the females. Moreover, they do not exchange all their food. Once their needs are met, they will not engage in exchanges regardless of what other tribes offer. Naturally, items are considered rare when they're in limited supply. If I remember correctly, it has been 3 months since the ant tribe last exchanged food, so they will surely come out in the next few days. Lars opened his mouth, seemingly giving hope to the ant tribe. Juyu nodded, but they might not be willing to help. The outside tribes know too little about the ant tribe. They cannot determine their character or strength, and it's easy to offend them unknowingly, making it even more difficult to ask for their help later. Qi Ling looked thoughtful, wondering if it was those all-black ants that stayed underground and never saw the light. The two looked at him and nodded. Qi Ling coughed lightly, saying, I can find their tribe, but they probably won't want to see me. After saying this, Juyu and Lars both looked curious, as if they wanted to hear his story. Earlier, I had built my home above the ant tribe's nest, but then a heavy rain came and my house collapsed. The two were still waiting for his follow-up when Qi Ling awkwardly scratched his head. Then, the water accidentally rose and flooded part of the ant tribe's members and their dwelling. Thinking of the tragedy at that time, Qi Ling felt heartbroken. It took him a long time to build that place, waiting to settle down with a female. But in the end, a heavy rain caused it to collapse. He stood in the rain, his eyes blank. When the top collapsed, the ant tribe's dwelling naturally shook violently. The ant tribe could feel the moisture and avoid the rain in time. But that time, the water flowed into their group, destroying many burrows. Before Qi Ling built the burrows, he had asked the ant tribe, and their relationship with the scorpion tribe was barely acceptable. Seeing his foolish look, the ant tribe was a bit friendlier. With a house above them, they could feel more secure. After all, if anything happened, Qi Ling and his roof would be there to protect them. But who would have thought that when the house collapsed, all the water flowed into the burrows? Remembering the look in the eyes of the ant tribe leader when he saw him, Qi Ling shivered. And that last sentence, "Don't let me see you again," led him to speculate that the ant tribe hated him deeply. Zhu Yu and Lars fell silent for a moment. Given that, it was fortunate that the ant tribe leader didn't attack him. But there was no other way now. They had to try. It seemed that only the ant tribe could help them. The three males sighed deeply, while Wei Ran was sleeping soundly nearby. To establish communication with the ant tribe, the males took turns going out to forage every day. Beautiful stones can be given for free? Wei Ran couldn't believe it. But the ant tribe stones are very beautiful and rare. That's how we can convince them to help. Wei Ran felt pain in her heart as she looked at Lars. Who said such things? But Ruan must also like them. As soon as those words came out, Zhu Yu perked up his ears. He thought about what Ruan would say. Seeing these stones would surely make her happy to hold onto them tightly. Lars looked at him with a "don't listen to him" expression. Zhu Yu lightly coughed and nodded. He was definitely prioritizing the bigger picture. But one is still okay, Wei Ran pouted. On another hunting trip, while Qi Ling stayed behind, he was stomped hard. Ow! Little female, I'm still the injured party. How can you step on me like this? Qi Ling was indignant. Wei Ran whistled and returned to the grassland, playing enthusiastically with the little female. Seeing her do it on purpose, he couldn't get angry and could only sulk. Little female, that one called Ruan, is she a female fox? Bored from nursing her injuries all day, he became curious about the Ruan they often mentioned. Wei Ran casually replied, "Yeah, Ruan is the best female and also Zhu Yu's partner." When she mentioned Ruan, Wei Ran even stretched out the best part. What kind of female is she? Wei Ran thought for a moment, very gentle and kind, also very strong, and loves her male very much. The Ruan I know is definitely the best female that no one can compare to. She had witnessed Ruan's departure. She believed in Ruan more than anyone else and cared about her. Qi Ling listened quietly as Wei Ran suddenly added, "And she's the prettiest female. If you see her, you'll definitely think no one can compare to Ruan's beauty." Strangely, Qi Ling could visualize some aspects in his mind. But the title of the prettiest female seemed too much for anyone to bear. Not necessarily. I've seen countless females, but I haven't seen the most beautiful one yet. Qi Ling chuckled as he looked at her. For some reason, she felt that Ruan was being disrespected, and she became inexplicably angry. She stood up and bit down hard on his arm. Qi Ling howled out. "Why are you biting me again? Isn't stepping on me enough?" Wei Ran whimpered. "It's not enough. You can't say anything bad about Ruan." Qi Ling couldn't shake her off, putting aside everything else. Wei Ran was definitely the fiercest female he had ever seen. Just how good and beautiful was that female called Ruan to be so fiercely protected? He was curious, but his arm hurt a lot. When Zhu Yu and Lars returned, they saw Wei Ran looking wronged as she threw herself into Lars's arms. Lars instantly became angry. "What did you do to her?" Zhu Yu's expression was also somewhat unfriendly. But when the two looked up, they saw Qi Ling's arm bleeding and his face in a daze, staring at them in disbelief. The two glanced at Qi Ling's arm, and then at the blood at the corner of Wei Ran's mouth. They probably guessed something and hurriedly smiled awkwardly. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye. What was this inexplicable feeling of guilt? Qi Ling looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. He had been stepped on and bitten. How could this fierce little female think he was bullying her? Woo woo woo. I don't want to be with her anymore. I should go hunt beasts. Being injured by a beast was an honor, a symbol of male bravery that could earn respect. But being bitten like this by a little female, what kind of situation was that? Chapter 208. No plans to escape. All right. The ant tribe will be going to the neighboring tribe tomorrow. We need to prepare to set off for that tribe. Jay spoke first, indicating that they should take this matter seriously. Qi Ling felt a bit embarrassed to see the ant tribe. Ahem. Actually, I can do something else too. The others shot him sharp glances, as if he were trying to flee at a critical moment, looking like they wanted to eat him. Qi Ling broke out in a cold sweat under their gaze, and quickly forced a smile. I was just joking. The little sprite had slept for 2 days and was now in good health. Even its wings were recovering under the nourishment of life energy. Are we going to find the ant tribe? The little sprite asked, while Wei Ran extended her hand for it to sit on. Ji nodded yes. We can't determine where your tribe is being held. We need someone who can explore underground to help. The little sprite nodded. Their tribe feeds on life, nature, and various energies. With these, there's endless life and power, allowing them to restore their physical state. If we want to cut them off, it indeed has to do with the underground. All right, but we need to hurry. I can feel my kin's life force growing weaker. The little sprite gathered a faint light ball between its hands, looking sorrowfully. Having stayed in a place without life energy for too long, they had already begun to weaken. Wei Ran, seeing it like this, also darkened her expression. Perhaps only she could share the same feelings with the little sprite. She too had nothing left, wanting to kill the old Scorpion King, not entirely for Tarn, but also for those who died at the hands of the Scorpion tribe, her kin. It will be fine. I believe in everyone. Wei Ran comforted it, and the little sprite looked up, meeting her gaze. A sudden glimmer flashed in its eyes, as if gathering a soft light. Full of the aura of life. Do you feel anything different about your eyes? Wei Ran was taken aback, tilting her head in thought. No, there is nothing different. I'm just a mutated female related to the floppy-eared rabbits. The little sprite's breath hitched, and it quickly shook its head. Impossible, those eyes are just somewhat similar. What is wrong? Wei Ran was puzzled. Why did it suddenly ask her these things? The little sprite looked at her and shook its head. Nothing. Just feels like you resemble a female very much. But they all knew it couldn't be her. That female couldn't withstand it and died early in the spring of the second year. Wei Ran nodded, not probing further. That night, Qi Ling did not sleep. Watching the several people who had already fallen asleep, he actually had the thought of leaving first. He definitely didn't want to run away. He just really didn't want to see the ant tribe. After cautiously glancing at the others to confirm they wouldn't wake up, he quickly climbed down the tree hole. He would wait until the others persuaded the ant tribe, and then come back. However, not long after he ran out, he felt a chill behind him. Strange. Turning around in confusion, he saw a large fox charging at him. Qi Ling immediately sped up. Why are you chasing me? Don't even think about escaping. He fled, but in the end, Jieyu emerged victorious. Damn fox, let me go. Just pretend you didn't see me. I will definitely come back to find you after you persuade the ant tribe. Qi Ling was pinned down by Jieyu. Tried to awaken his conscience to let him go. Unfortunately, he failed to awaken him. Don't think I don't know your little schemes. Jieyu's eyes were deep, and he glared at him fiercely. Qi Ling choked, being dragged back by the fox by his scorpion tail. Damn it, this fox is too cunning, staying up at night. What is he watching me for? When Qi Ling returned to the tree hole, he was all twitchy and mumbling. He hated foxes. At dawn, last noticed Qi Ling's sinnsfulgese. Frowning in confusion, who offended him? Jieyu shrugged, his voice cold, not sure. Qi Ling got even angrier. Not sure? How could you, a fox, not know what is going on? Stop dilly-dallying, let us go. Wei Ran was startled. What? Who offended him? The group, carrying the prey they had hunted, arrived at the tribe, where many males had already gathered. The males of the ant tribe stood in one place, watching the prey they had brought. If they were not satisfied, they waved their hands to signal the next one. The prey the group carried was clearly much larger than the others. The ant tribe looked at each other, very satisfied. They needed such large prey. All right, choose a stone. Jieyu nodded, but when the male of the ant tribe looked up, he saw Qi Ling behind him. His expression stiffened for a moment, and he immediately covered the stone. He suddenly got up and ran over to kick Qi Ling. The surrounding males were startled. Damn scorpion, how dare you show up in front of me? Qi Ling was kicked to the ground, looking pitiful. If Ruan were here, she would definitely say, top-tier green tea spirit. Another male of the ant tribe noticed, and hurriedly came forward to pull him away. Do Bai Li, the foreign male, is still watching. Tone it down a bit. But as soon as he finished speaking, that male looked deeply at Qi Ling, his eyes twitching, nearly unable to contain his expression. Qi Ling looked at them pitifully. You guys come with us. Do Bai Li, one of the males harmed by him, signaled the others who came with Qi Ling to follow him. Qi Ling got up, brushed off the dust, looking as if the heavens were about to kill him. Do Bai Li was one of the males harmed by him. It was not only because he destroyed the cave, but also for another reason. Every time the ant tribe came to exchange food, the tribe would prepare houses for them, so they also had places to rest. As soon as they entered the house, Qi Ling wanted to turn around and leave. Inside the house lay a small female, who couldn't be called beautiful, but was unexpectedly pure. And beneath that pure face was a figure that could be described as plump. Above her head were the ant tribe's antennae, moving gently. If Ruan were here, she would definitely be envious. The female heard the noise and slowly woke up, flapping her antennae a couple of times, looking at Qi Ling standing at the door. She suddenly jumped up. Qi Ling, are you here to find me? Seeing her rush over, Qi Ling dodged aside. No, don't think too much. Qi Ling retorted loudly. This was also his reason for not wanting to come. This female was also Do Bai Li's mate. On the first day of moving in, she had taken a liking to him, and Do Bai Li, being the only male for the female, had not stopped her. But unfortunately, Qi Ling had destroyed the new home he worked hard to build for her. This was something he could not tolerate, while the female seemed indifferent, still being friendly to the dead scorpion. The nest was extremely important for the males of the ant tribe. Finding a place for the female to live was not easy. But just as he finished building it, Qi Ling's house collapsed. This would have been a big deal, but the house had accumulated rainwater, and it completely flooded the entrance of the ant tribe's cave. Chapter 209. Ant Clan Aid. After several days of effort, everything turned out to be in vain. Anyone in this situation would find it unbearable. Linyu, why are you still acting like this towards him? He destroyed the new home I worked hard to build for you. Do Billy could not stand Lin Yu's attentive behavior towards Qi Ling. His voice was filled with deep hurt. Lin Yu turned back and glared at him, signaling him to be quiet, then turned back to Qi Ling with eagerness. A house can be rebuilt. Qi Ling didn't do it on purpose. Qi Ling kept retreating, feeling cold all over. He really couldn't stand Lin Yu. Her blatant affection was too unsettling. It was clearly a declaration of love, asking for a mate. Juyu, seeing him continue to back away, finally understood why he had run away in the middle of the night. He was indifferent to this little female, while the little female was quite fond of him. Everyone, Qi Ling will give you an explanation for this matter later, but right now, we have urgent business to discuss with the leader of your ant clan. Juyu cleared his throat and quickly stated their purpose. If this continued, who knew what kind of scene it would turn into? This was something Qi Ling had to resolve later. The priority was still the urgent matter at hand. Do Billy scoffed, urgent matter? What important business could you possibly have with the clan leader? If you're with Qi Ling, you must not be anything good. This remark undoubtedly struck down a group of people, and Zhu Yu's expression darkened. He had even thought about it. If they couldn't negotiate amicably, he would have to take a tougher approach. Lars's eyes were deep. This sentence also put Qi Ling in a bad mood. Do Billy, this matter is very important and should not be taken lightly. This was the first time the few of them saw Qi Ling's serious demeanor, and Lin Yu, not to mention, was once again captivated. Do Billy's expression also became more serious. Qi Ling usually was casual and carefree, indifferent to everything, not pursuing a female partner, only having an almost obsessive love for food. Yet at this moment, the seriousness in his eyes was undeniable. Do Billy restrained his expression and glanced at Juyu, understanding that this fox was not someone who would act recklessly. Even the males of the Pegasus clan were present, along with a little female. Understood. Our clan leader is currently in the clan and did not come with us. Once we gather enough supplies, you can return with us. After hearing this, Juyu sighed in relief. At least he had convinced him. Do Billy looked at the food brought by the few people. It already accounted for half of the needed supplies. Ahem, don't say I treat you badly. The meat you brought is quite good, and the pieces are large. According to the rules, I should give you some crystals for it. This is a rule that cannot be broken. You can each choose one. Although he said this awkwardly, the ant clans still valued their credibility. Otherwise, who would trade with them in the future? Wei Ran, who had been hiding at the back, quickly poked her head out upon hearing this. She rushed directly to the pile of crystals, her eyes shining brightly. Lars also stepped forward, choosing with Wei Ran. Juyu looked at the pile of crystals, each one looking very appealing, until his gaze was drawn to a crystal glowing with a soft white light. It would surely look beautiful when paired with a soft body. Thinking this, he reached out to take that crystal, his smile unwavering. Only Qi Ling looked disgusted and casually picked one. This thing couldn't be eaten. It would be more satisfying to be treated to a meal instead. This one is beautiful. Just like your eyes, Lars said, pulling out a blood-red diamond, through which he saw Wei Ran. The little female had fair skin and was indeed beautiful. Wei Ran looked up upon hearing the voice and immediately spotted the red diamond. Her eyes lit up. Wow, this one is so pretty. I'll take this one. Lars nodded, glancing at the crystal pendant around her neck. It seemed that Wei Ran wouldn't be willing to take it off, so it couldn't be used as a necklace. Forget it. Let's keep it for now. After everyone picked their crystals, the ant clan took the remaining diamonds to exchange for food. By the time they finished, it was already getting dark. Looking at the abundant food, a rough comparison suggested it would be enough for the clan for some time. All right, let's pack up and leave. Preparing to return to the clan, Do Billy signaled the males in the clan. Each male looked cheerful after a day as hard work. They had finally exchanged for enough food, and for the next period, they wouldn't need to trade again. Lin Yu had been almost glued to Tan, unable to shake off. Seeing his little female so attached to that stinky scorpion, Do Billy was furious, but had no place to vent it. He could only step forward and pull the two apart, glaring fiercely at Qi Ling. Qi Ling didn't he care so much. All he felt was gratitude. Finally finished, he had managed to pull this little female away from him. After the ant clan gathered the supplies, they didn't revert to their beast forms. Firstly, the ant clan's beast form was even smaller than their human form, which would only slow them down. Secondly, in beast form, they were more vulnerable to attacks and moved slower. Watching their actions, Juyu felt a headache coming on At this pace, they might not even return to their nest before dark. Exchanging glances with Lars, he decisively shouldered a large batch of food. With this division of labor, the pressure on the ant clan males was indeed reduced a bit. Qi Ling had no choice but to reluctantly take a portion as well, which did speed up their pace. They barely arrived at the ant clan's nest before dark. The entrance was quite large, far from the small size he imagined. It was covered with wooden boards to prevent other males from discovering it. Once underground, it felt somewhat chilly. "BRR, it's cold." Wei Ran shivered involuntarily, and even the little spirit looked wilted. The underground was indeed not very friendly to them. As soon as they entered, the little spirits felt their energy drain a bit. That's normal. The ant clan has lived underground for years. For us, this temperature isn't considered low, Lin Yu explained. Having lived underground since childhood as an ant clan female, she had gradually gotten used to the ant clan's living customs, while outside females found it hard to adapt. Wei Ran nodded, silently wrapping her clothes tighter. The ant clan's antennae were very sensitive, before the few of them even followed them deep into the ant clan's cave. They were surrounded by suddenly emerging ant males. "Who are you? How dare you intrude?" Yu couldn't help but reveal a killing intent, a defensive instinct. Do Billy quickly stopped him. "Wait, I'll take them to see the clan leader. They are not intruders." A group of people exchanged glances, looking at Do Billy, and finally lowered their guard. However, their gazes still remained ominously fixed on them. There were even males who had been harmed by Qi Ling, who recognized him almost immediately, gritting their teeth, wishing they could tear him apart. Qi Ling didn't dare to look at them, fearing that a glance might get him entangled. "Let's go." Do Billy led the group into the ant clan's living area. It was far from the cold and dreary atmosphere he had imagined. The walls were adorned with various novel items. Colorful beads and crystalline gems sparkled enticingly in the dim light. The little females were busy, their laughter and chatter filling the air, adding a touch of vitality to this enclosed space. Although they did not see the sun, it was not excessively cold. Chapter 210 found it. How can you still show your face here? Yes, my male finally completed the new house with great difficulty. Many females glared at Qi Ling with dissatisfaction, making him want to find a crack in the ground to hide. Fortunately, the uncomfortable moment did not last long. Under Do Bai Li's leadership, they soon arrived at the chieftain's residence. The chieftain appeared to be an older male, not particularly strong, barely at the 6th rank, and had a kind appearance. "Chieftain," Do Bai Li respectfully addressed the elder in front of him. Lin Yu noticed the chieftain's rare calmness, unlike his usual lively self on the way here. "Father," Lin Yu obediently spoke up, realizing at this moment that she was the chieftain's female offspring. The chieftain nodded, scrutinizing the group that had arrived. "Do Bai Li has already informed me of the situation on the way here. I wonder what brings you all to our ant clan. Is there something important? However, our ant clan is not familiar with the world, and the happenings outside probably have nothing to do with us." The chieftain of the ant clan almost spoke to block the words of a few people. The ant clan is of average strength, and unless something major happens, they prefer to live peacefully in their own burrows. Jie nodded, respectfully bowing. "This visit is indeed a reluctant move, and I apologize for the intrusion. But we do have important matters to discuss." Jieyu's expression was serious, and the ant clan chieftain stared at the group with a lingering gaze. They did not seem like people who would recklessly offend others. "All right, speak up." The group sighed in relief, indicating they could discuss their matter. However, before they could say anything, the ant clan chieftain suddenly noticed the little sprite that had been quietly lying in Wei Ran's hand. Noticing his gaze, Wei Ran took a protective stance over the little sprite. The little sprite had been listless since entering underground, lacking energy. "Is this a sprite clan?" The ant clan chieftain's voice was filled with disbelief. He had heard about it from the deceased ancestors of the ant clan. The sprite clan acted mysteriously, and almost no one had seen them, yet it seemed everyone knew of their existence. The sprite lifted its head weakly upon hearing the voice, then let it fall again in exhaustion. "You know about the sprite clan? We came this time for matters concerning them." The ant clan chieftain nodded. The sprite clan is said to be one of the earliest exotic beasts, and their existence is for a certain purpose. Jiu elaborated on the situation, discussing the scorpion clan, the wizard clan, and the sprite clan. After hearing all this, the ant clan chieftain furrowed his brow tightly. The wizard clan, the existence that could destroy the continent. Do Bai Li and Lin Yu listened from the side, unable to help but feel a chill of sweat. "The current situation is severe. We need the ant clan's help." The ant clan chieftain sighed. "If I do not help, I fear that in the future, all clans will be overshadowed by the wizard clan, including the ant clan. I understand. Whatever assistance we ant clan can provide, we will do so without reservation." This is not just for ourselves, but for the entire continent, and for all the clans on the continent. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, then thank you. No need, this is also for my ant clan. That night, the group roughly discussed the situation. The ant clan needed time, and what was lacking most now was time. Is there a faster way? Jiang frowned and asked. Find a place that the scorpion clan cannot observe. We will go underground. Our antennae can roughly determine the location of the sprite clan. However, the rest will need you to do. Our ant clan is not strong enough to assist beyond this point, said the ant clan chieftain. In the deep night, with sparse starlight and a gentle breeze, the ant clan chieftain chose several sensitive and somewhat powerful males. The group quietly crept along the edge of the scorpion clan's territory. The little sprite, Wei, ran, and Lar stayed back with the ant clan. They would wait until the specific location of the sprite clan was confirmed before making further plans. Be careful, Wei Ran said worriedly, watching the group leave. Not to mention anything else. Jay must not get into trouble, or Softy would be heartbroken. A few younger ant males blushed slightly. They were all unmated males, and being cared for by a little female inevitably stirred some feelings. However, they were stared down by Lars, and could only awkwardly give up. Why does such a pretty female always have such a fierce male beside her? Woo, finally. As they proceeded, they found a corner overlooked by the Scorpion clan, where there was a patch of sparse grass, sufficient to serve as cover for their digging and less likely to be discovered by the Scorpion clan. Exchanging glances, the ant males immediately got busy. They waved their limbs, as time was tight and every moment was precious. As the passage deepened, dirt flew everywhere. Finally, after a long, intense digging, they excavated a passage wide enough for the group to enter. Underground, the ant male's antennae were the most sensitive, easily determining direction. Quick, cover the entrance, an ant male said, skillfully using grass and wood to conceal the entrance. This way, it would be difficult to be discovered. The Scorpion clan's sense of smell was average, and with the cover of grass and wood, they would not immediately detect their presence. It was pitch black everywhere, but relying on their sense of direction, keen sense of smell, and night vision, the group could proceed safely. The ant male's antennae continuously sought out directions. To find their location more quickly, they brought enough food. At least for the short term, they would not need to return to the surface, and to obtain air, they would open a hole periodically. They could not afford to suffocate underground. Finally, after several days of effort, the ant males suddenly stopped in their tracks. It seemed they sensed something. That's right. It's just ahead. We can't dig anymore. After another confirmation, they clearly sensed the presence belonging to the Sprite clan, completely consistent with the aura of the little sprite left in the ant clan. However, these sprites seemed exhausted and weak. Their nearly fading presence startled the ant males. What happened? Jayu furrowed his brow and asked, sensing a bad premonition. The life force of that clan seems to be gradually dissipating. Their time is running out. This was undoubtedly bad news. Originally, they planned to find the specific location where the Sprite clan was held, but if they delayed any longer, they might have to prepare for the worst. Qi Ling, you distract the males of the Scorpion clan. We can't wait any longer. Qi Ling was suddenly called upon, startled. Me? Jiayu's expression was serious, yes. In fact, Qi Ling could also guess Jiayu's plan, but what if I really got captured by them? Jiayu shot him a glance, as if to say, you haven't been foolish enough to get caught by them yet, have you? That gaze pierced him deeply, but was also the truth. Right now, he was not suited to confront those ancient beings head-on. Chapter 211. Rescue after some inner turmoil. He ultimately agreed to the request. After all, if he wanted to take down the old Scorpion King, he needed their support. I understand. You all hurry up. Qi Ling scratched his head helplessly. He couldn't use this to threaten the fox. After all, who could outsmart him? His purpose for this trip was to save the little fairy tribe. Once the little fairy tribe was rescued, whether the fox would care about the Scorpion tribe was another matter altogether. Jiayu nodded, his eyes glinting with cunning, ready to strike at the right moment. Huh? Several Scorpion tribe guards were simultaneously distracted, as if they heard something and instinctively became alert. In the next second, Qi Ling struck from the shadows, catching several off guard. In fact, one male from the Scorpion tribe was injured and fell heavily to the ground. Who? The males instantly became vigilant, and Qi Ling casually stepped out from the shadows, grinning recklessly. It seems even I can't be recognized now. The old immortal clearly hasn't put much effort into capturing me. Qi Ling feigned a troubled expression, indirectly reminding the Scorpion males that he was the one the old Scorpion King wanted to catch. Sure enough, after exchanging glances, the male suddenly realized who he was. You are Qi Ling? Qi Ling smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of another male. mercilessly injecting poison into his body. Among the scorpion tribe, no one's poison was as potent as Qi Ling's. The male collapsed weakly to the ground, and Qi Ling seized the opportunity to flee decisively. However, he retained some rationality, leaving behind 2 scorpion guards, while the others swiftly chased after Qi Ling. The 2 remaining scorpion guards were not particularly strong. They even wanted to take a share of the spoils, but were left behind. What a pity. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of the Scorpion King. If we could catch him, perhaps we'd even attract the attention of the females in the tribe. The Scorpion Guard lamented. The Scorpion King had issued a command. Whoever could capture Qi Ling would receive generous rewards. Who would want to fight for such a great opportunity? Forget it. There's no use thinking about it. Qi Ling has the strength of 6 crowns. One of them gasped. 6 crowns indeed. They would be of no use and would inevitably face the old Scorpion King's reprimands. Jiu observed from the shadows. One was at 3 crowns and the other at 4 crowns. Neither were particularly powerful males. You all stay hidden. I'll take care of them. Jiu signaled the ant tribe males to support him from behind. The ant tribe was weak and had no strong individuals. This kind of thing could only be handled by Jiu. The ant tribe males nodded awkwardly. Jiu crawled out from an exit, and, thankfully, the scorpion tribe's sense of smell was not that strong, giving Jiu an opportunity. The little fairies appeared listless, lacking vitality. At a moment when one looked up, someone noticed the presence of Jiu. It's the fox. A little fairy whispered, and almost instantly, all the little fairies raised their heads. They remembered the fox from when it was with the Pegasus and a little female. Jiu placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. The little fairies seemed to know that Jiu could save them and gradually quieted down, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Jiu. The scorpion males were almost completely relaxed now, and a fierce glint crossed Jiu's eyes. Just before they noticed Jiu, the fox's sharp claws pierced through one of their bodies. The other male reacted instantly. Who are you? Jiu licked the blood from his claws. The one sending you on your way. In the face of absolute, overpowering strength, everything was futile. The male didn't even have time to say anything before the fox's claws mercilessly attacked, leaving only a faint whimper before death. Jiu frowned slightly, blood almost splattering everywhere. He disliked being covered in blood. As time passed, the 2 scorpion males lost their breath and transformed into their beast forms. Jiu turned to look at the little fairy tribe. The prison door seemed to be made from an exceptionally hard material that even his claws couldn't damage. It seemed that the door required a key to open. Jiu furrowed his brows, searching the bodies of the 2 males for anything. There was nothing, which meant the key was with another scorpion male. If they truly wanted to prevent the little fairy tribe from being taken away, the key could only be with the Scorpion King. Realizing this, Jiu understood he had been too hasty. Now was not the time to confront the Scorpion King head-on. While in thought, he suddenly remembered the item that Ruan had given him before she left. It seemed like a key. Could it be? Looking back, Jiang Ruantang had indeed made preparations. Zhui Yin's identity was particularly special, and what she had in hand, along with the knowledge in her mind, was all linked to the modern world. To be on the safe side, Jiang Ruantang had accepted a task to obtain a universal key, and that universal key she had left for Jiu. Unexpectedly, it could truly come in handy now. Jiu took out the key, which he had kept with him since it was given to him by Ruan. Looking at the lock, he trusted Ruan. As the key was inserted into the keyhole, it naturally transformed to fit the shape of the lock. This was the great utility of the universal key. With a twist to the left and right, a click was heard, and the lock opened. The little fairy tribe looked excited, but they were too weak. Don't worry, I'll take you out right now. With a gesture from Jiu, several ant tribe members rushed out, one dragging nearly 10 little fairies. Thankfully, the number of little fairies was limited, just enough for them to carry out. Retracing their steps, the group quickly crawled out from underground. An ant tribe male took care of things to prevent being chased by enemies. The ant tribe's routes were intricate and complex. Even the most sensitive males could not easily find and catch up with them. This was also a means of survival for the ant tribe males. Meanwhile, Qi Ling was being chased by a group, feeling frustrated, until he saw Lars in the distance stirring the treetops, signaling him from afar. Qi Ling knew he had succeeded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then stopped, turned to the group, and sneered, "Go back and tell the old Scorpion King. This is just the beginning. One day, I will use his life to honor my mother beast and my brothers." After saying that, Lars flew over in a hurry, and Qi Ling took the opportunity to grab his horse's leg and jumped onto its back. Before the others could react, one suddenly remembered something: the little fairy tribe. No, the prison door has a lock, and the key is with the Scorpion King. Quickly go back and take a look. Several males became flustered. Lars stared at Qi Ling. You sure know how to show off. Qi Ling chuckled. I can't lose my momentum. What I said is the truth. The old Scorpion King's life. I will come for it sooner or later. Just as he finished speaking, Lars directly threw Qi Ling off his back and walked away. Qi Ling shouted as he fell, unable to help but click his tongue. TSK, TSK, I don't know what that female sees in you. Chapter 212. Provoking the beast tide of change. When the old Scorpion King received the news, the group had already retreated, leaving behind a few male scorpions who were supposed to guard the prison, staring at each other in confusion. No one expected it to be a strategy to draw him out. Your Majesty, it is our failure to guard. Please do not be angry. After a long while, the old Scorpion King lazily raised his eyes. It's fine. This just gives me a reason to attack the Ant Clan. The Ant Clan has always been indifferent to external matters, never expecting to ally with other clans. Your Majesty, however, with the little elf clan rescued, the Witch Clan is likely to. The old Scorpion King looked up and cast a sidelong glance at him. When has my Scorpion Clan ever cared about the opinions of other clans? In the old Scorpion King's eyes, the relationship between the Witch Clan and the Scorpion Clan was merely one of mutual exploitation for benefit. No one held the other in high regard. If it weren't for the promises made by the Witch Clan, he would never have resorted to killing his wife and child. However, he had indeed underestimated that male. Qi Ling. Not only did he escape from his hands, but he also gathered several males from other clans to play a trick on him. It's just a pity that he wasn't his own blood. Otherwise, he might have spared his life. At midnight, the group finally returned to the Ant Clan's nest. Dozens of little elves had been rescued. It seemed that there was a connection among the clans. As the first little elf sensed its kin and flew directly out of Wei Ran's arms. Huh, little elf. Wei Ran quickly followed, but saw a group of little elves being rescued, each one extremely weak. Why do they look so weak? The little elf flew into the group, and upon seeing it, a group of little elves rushed to embrace it. Great, you're all okay. The first little elf looked around, its gaze landing on the leader of the little elf clan. It hurriedly flew over. You're too weak now. Let me transfer some energy to you. The weakest little elf lifted its eyes and gently nodded. Lars, you weren't hurt, right? Lars shook his head, and before he could speak, he was interrupted by Qi Ling. What injuries could he have? It was I who took the risk to draw the male scorpions away. Wei Ran blinked, nonchalantly replying, oh. Then she checked Lars for injuries. This dealt a heavy blow to Qi Ling's young heart, shattering it into pieces. Qi Ling pouted, TCH, having a female care about you is impressive. Huh? Jiayu, hearing the voice, glanced at him, wondering why he sounded so sour. Turning back to look at the leader of the Ant Clan, he still had concerns. Now that the Ant Clan is involved, the Scorpion Clan will likely figure out the reason. Although I anticipated that it would make it impossible for the Ant Clan to withdraw unscathed, I don't want to harm an entire clan. The old leader nodded, it's fine. When I agree to help you, I never thought we could withdraw unscathed. But if we truly become enemies with the Scorpion Clan, the Ant Clan lacks absolute strength to contend. However, the females of the Ant Clan are already scarce, so they must come first. The Ant Clan's reproductive capabilities are strong, but the females are too few, and their individual abilities are not very strong. Now facing the Scorpion Clan, the old leader was also troubled. Jay nodded. The Little Elf Clan is a crucial part of suppressing the Witch Clan. I had to save them, and if the Scorpion Clan's strength isn't dealt with, they will be the Witch Clan's greatest support. This matter is initiated by me, so I must ensure the safety of your clan. With the strength of the Ant Clan, it's clearly impossible to fight an entire Scorpion Clan. The old Scorpion King's strength is at the 8 crown level, and the only ones who could match him are Wu Chuan and Yu Jianglan. But both of them are in the main beast city and cannot come. Moreover, only they're in the main beast city, so Ruan is safe there. The Tianma clan has all returned to the main beast city, leaving me without any forces to deploy. It truly shows my weakness. If it were Yu Jianglan, he could easily deal with the old Scorpion King, leaving the Scorpion clan leaderless and scattered. Does the old Scorpion King have any weaknesses? Jiayu's gaze fell on Qi Ling. Qi Ling's body trembled slightly, his expression dazed. Weakness? He could kill his own female partner and offspring. So how could he have a weakness? Jiayu's eyelashes fluttered. Do the male scorpions know he killed his own female partner? To be precise, if a male kills his own partner, he would face severe backlash. It must be that the Witch Clan used the same witchcraft to exempt the old Scorpion King from backlash. But what is the reason behind it? I don't know. This matter should not have spread. Qi Ling suddenly realized, yes, he was blinded by anger and hatred. He had been hiding by himself and didn't he think deeply. Killing a female partner is a major taboo on the Starcore continent. Since that's the case, this matter is particularly important. Qi Ling shook his head. The old Scorpion King has been the leader of the Scorpion clan for too long and holds high prestige. Since no one could defeat him now, the male Scorpions are more willing to trust their leader. Then, it's time for the beast tide of change. This is the quickest solution, Jia, you could think of. If capable, it wouldn't be impossible to incite the entire Scorpion clan to submit to a new Scorpion King. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The beast tide of change means that only Qi Ling would have to take risks. Once it is determined to provoke the beast tide of change, unless one has overwhelming strength, it would be a dead end. The beast tide of change initiated by the males of the clan is vastly different from the change caused by the forced abdication of the leader. The transition caused by the death or voluntary abdication of the leader results in selecting the strongest male from the clan as the next leader. However, if initiated by the males, it means risking their lives, starting from the weakest male up to the leader's strength. In simple terms, it's a war of attrition. If the initiator falls, it is considered a loss, and they will be expelled from the clan. If they win, they must kill the old leader to prevent a comeback. Fox, are you trying to put me in a dead end? Qi Ling's eyes narrowed dangerously. If he truly thought of himself as a stepping stone, then he wouldn't need to be manipulated. Jiu shot him a glance, of course not. If you die, I lose the only leverage to incite the Scorpion clan. At least you can't die yet. Qi Ling felt that this fox was plotting how to sell him out right in front of him. It truly was a cunning fox. Suppressing the anger within, he realized that if they truly wanted to control the Scorpion clan, this might be the only way. The beast tide of change is a natural law that no one on the continent can ignore. The strong are respected. This is the natural law. However, given my strength, once I provoke the beast tide of change, it would only be asking for death. This was Qi Ling's greatest concern. His strength was simply insufficient to secure victory in the beast tide of change. Jia, you thought about it. Letting Qi Ling take on the beast tide of change was also a risky decision. In the things Ruan left for him, there was a void stone. The void stone could allow Qi Ling to rapidly increase his strength within a few days, but it also posed a threat to him. His body was highly likely to not withstand such a surge of energy. Once he managed to hold on, he also needed to ensure that Qi Ling wouldn't turn against them after seizing the beast tide of change. That would undoubtedly add a new layer of threat to the continent. The little elves seemed to sense something. After some contemplation, they looked back at the leader and the rest of the clan. The leader had already learned much from them, sighed, and nodded. Chapter 213. Sacrificing oneself, we are born of the Phoenix bloodline. If we can help her, then let us do so. The mission of the Little Fairy tribe has always been connected to the Phoenix bloodline. Even if the entire tribe is annihilated, it is worth it. Little Fairy, what's wrong? Wei Ran was suddenly startled by a burst of light. Looking down, she saw the Little Fairy emitting a golden glow. Worried, she wanted to help, but didn't know how. As if afraid of being hurt by the light, Lars quickly stood in front of Wei Ran. What is this light? Jiu looked over. The Little Fairy's light seemed to grow stronger until it flew beside Jiu. I can use my abilities to suppress the power of the Void Stone. I was born from the power of the Phoenix, and we are connected by blood. The Little Fairy looked at him reverently. This male is Jiang Ruantang's mate, so he could be trusted. What are the consequences? Jiu naturally did not believe there would be no irreversible consequences. The Little Fairy bit her lip. We were born for the Phoenix. If we can help her, it is also our destiny. Jiu knew that this choice was the best course of action. What should I do? Qi Ling looked around. Is no one concerned about my life? I can attach my own power to the Void Stone, allowing its strength to receive a temporary boost. Afterward, I will dissipate and dilute the immense energy brought by the Void Stone, leaving its body. The he referred to is naturally Qi Ling. Qi Ling felt a chill run down his back. What about me? Will I be harmed? No, you won't be harmed. I can only dilute the power brought by the Void Stone. The Little Fairy shook her head. Their tribe inherently has little offensive power, and apart from this little utility, they wouldn't bring anything else. This is the only thing she can do for Jiang Ruantang. Qi Ling breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a pang of reluctance. So, won't you die? Wei Ran's voice was faint. She had already lost so much, and this Little Fairy had always been under her care, so she had developed some feelings. The Little Fairy looked at her. Well, I will merge into the Void Stone. That's not really death, just living in another way. This is our fate. As long as it concerns the holder of the Phoenix power, we will spare no effort. The voice of the fairy tribe leader was exceptionally firm, as if nothing could shatter them. Wei Ran bit her lip, wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. Seeing that there was already a plan, the ant tribe leader no longer interfered. I have sent someone to find a new dwelling. The rest depends on you. Jiang, hearing this, turned back to thank them hurriedly. Thank you for your help. The rest does not require your involvement. The ant tribe leader nodded. He prioritized the safety of his tribe. At this point, they had already done enough. Jiang had no authority to ask them to do anything further. The ant tribe only hoped to retreat unscathed. With the matter settled, absorbing the power of the Void Stone would still take a few days. Qiling's strength was at 6 crowns, while the old Scorpion King had recently reached 9 crowns. If it came to a fight, there would truly be no advantage. There was a full tier difference in strength. If Qiling wanted to barely reach 9 crowns, he would probably need 2 Void Stones. Qiling's voice was calm. He wasn't too surprised Jiang had a Void Stone, but one was normal, while having more than one was astonishing. I have one in hand, and I need another. Fox, do you happen to have one? Qiling generously took out a Void Stone, which he had once risked half his life to obtain. If he were to consume it, there was nothing to regret. He had initially planned to keep it for a necessary moment. Jiang slowly took out a Void Stone, which was the one the little fairy tribe used to attach to. As for Qiling's own stone, they had no reason to demand he consume it. This one, however, he certainly could not give away for free. Then let us begin. Jiang nodded to the little fairy. While Wei Ran and the other members of the little fairy tribe were not present, Lars was also accompanying Wei Ran. She didn't want to witness a life disappearing before her eyes. The little fairy nodded. Perhaps there was no fear, just a calm acceptance, a peaceful facing of fate. With a burst of golden ethereal light, the little fairy slowly curled up, its wings covering its entire body, until it completely transformed into a sphere of light. It took one last look at the world, and then closed its eyes contentedly. The light sphere slowly entered the Void Stone, which originally was transparent, but now emitted a glow. Something seemed to appear in the center, quietly lying within the Void Stone. The speed was much faster than imagined, as if it were merely a blink of an eye. But a life quietly departed just like that. Jiang clenched the Void Stone in his hand and handed it to Qiling. The rest depended on him. Hey Fox, if I can't withstand this power, remember to help me collect my body. Qiling's tone was relaxed, but it was clear he was also worried. Jiang turned back and glanced at him disdainfully. You want to die? This statement, combined with that look, was quite infuriating. To put it bluntly, Qiling was just giving himself a reassurance. Looking at the 2 stones in his hand, he swallowed hard and swallowed them both. He had to take this risk if he wanted to have a chance at revenge. Jiang knew that from this point, it was up to him. To put it harshly, they were merely using each other, driven by the same goal. Is it starting? Lars asked symbolically, and Jiang nodded. He would absorb the Void Stone in the coming days. They needed to prevent the Scorpion tribe from coming. Jiang calculated that even if the old Scorpion King didn't personally intervene, he would surely send Scorpion males to scout. The ant tribe was currently looking for a place to retreat, and they would inevitably be unable to follow. And with the little fairy tribe, they needed to change locations. This place would eventually be found. In the coming days, as Qiling broke through, they would have to change places. Do you have any ideas? Lars contemplated various possibilities, which Jiang had also considered. The Scorpion tribe's sense of smell was not particularly strong, but their numbers were not small, so they still needed to investigate. The little fairy tribe leader pondered for a moment. The forest. We should go to the forest. All the little fairies are currently very weak and need the energy from the forest. Once they regain some strength, even with the Scorpion tribe's large numbers, it will be very difficult to find our whereabouts. As long as we enter the forest, it will be our tribe's natural advantage. This is what the Phoenix has bestowed upon them. The little fairy tribe has remained undiscovered for millennia because of the protection of the Phoenix power. They're not good at battle, but this power can be used to hide their tracks, making them excellent at concealment. Jiang and Lars exchanged glances. The little fairy tribe is absolutely loyal to the holder of the Phoenix power. This is an irreversible forbidden spell, and this power is also intertwined within Jiang. Faint yet perceptible. The possibility of the little fairy tribe betraying them is almost non-existent, so they can be trusted. Chapter 214. The Scorpion Clan's action. So, how are you all feeling? Jiang knew the feasibility of this, and has also made this choice. Otherwise, with the Scorpion Clan's scouting ability, they will be found soon, even if they change their hiding place. Moreover, it would implicate the Ant Clan, merely giving the Scorpion Clan a reason to annihilate them. We shall set off tomorrow. Our bodies are fine. The little elf chieftain glanced at his clan members and spoke. Their bodies were recovering at a visibly rapid pace, likely due to the proximity to the weak energy of the Phoenix power, and their recovery speed had increased significantly. Jiang nodded. Good. Then we depart tomorrow. At night, Weiran lay in Lars's arms and unconsciously fell into a dream. After not dreaming of Tarn for some time, he unexpectedly appeared this night. Tarn. Weiran looked at the male figure in her dream, so clear, wanted to get closer, but ultimately afraid he would blame her, until Tarn gently opened his arms. Weiran's expression froze for a moment, but fearing the dream would end, she rushed directly into his embrace. Tarn almost couldn't catch her, but fortunately, it was just a dream. Weiran. Tarn lovingly caressed her hair, greedily breathing in her scent. But right now, he had no time. He tightened his embrace. Weiran. You need to wake up. The old Scorpion King is leading the Scorpion clan here. You must evacuate quickly. Take Chilling with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tarn vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace. Weiran suddenly awoke from the dream, anxiously looking around. Tarn Wuenti entered her dream without reason to say these things. Lars, wake up. With a nudge from Weiran, Lars almost instantly woke up, and upon opening his eyes, he saw her anxious expression. What's wrong, Weiran? Did you have a nightmare? Weiran gently shook her head. No, I dreamed of Tarn. Lars' expression softened in an instant. It's okay. It was just a dream. You must be missing him too much. But Weiran's expression was unusually firm. We need to evacuate quickly. Let the Ant clan hide as well. I dreamed Tarn told me the Scorpion clan is coming. The male who had just been looking at Weiran immediately changed his expression and almost instantly stood up. Generally, deceased males can enter the dreams of females through crystallized forms, but the frequency and duration are very limited. However, Tarn entered the dream and conveyed a message. He wouldn't say such things without reason. It seems the Scorpion clan is indeed taking action. Weiran, we must notify everyone. Weiran quickly nodded and hurriedly got dressed. Just as they left the Ant clan cave, Jieshio stood up alertly. What happened? Lars frowned, cautiously informing Jieshio. It's not good. Weiran dreamed of Tarn. The Scorpion clan may have acted. Jieshio didn't show excessive shock. He understood the Scorpion clan would take action, but didn't expect it to be this fast. Lars, you go find the Ant clan leader and let them evacuate quickly. Lars nodded and was just about to take Weiran away when he was stopped. She needed to go to Chilling. Although somewhat unwilling, Lars let go. Chilling was still absorbing the power of the Void Stone, and interrupting carelessly could be harmful. But Tarn's crystal is close to the Void and won't cause harm. However, since it was Weiran's male's crystal, it would be difficult for it to react when away from her side, even if it was his blood brother. Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry, Lars. Weiran reassured him. After being calmed by Weiran for a moment, he finally settled down. Time was pressing, and Lars hurriedly rushed to the leader's residence. The leader was still asleep when suddenly awakened by Lars's urgent voice. He hurriedly came out to check the situation. What happened? What happened? The males near the leader's residence were also awakened, all looking quite angry. Leader, hurry and gather everyone. The Scorpion clan is coming. Lars didn't mince words and dropped the bombshell. He even sensed that for a moment, the world fell silent. Hurry, hurry, gather everyone. It's no exaggeration to say that the Ant clan leader felt his legs tremble. No one had told him the Scorpion clan was acting so swiftly. The male ant called out to everyone with his antennae, and almost instantly, the news spread like wildfire. Even those who were not notified rushed to call out. In no time, the Ant clan had gathered together. Everyone, pack your things and evacuate overnight. The Ant clan leader roared, and the clan members quickly sprang into action. The speed left Lars astonished. Their urgency was clearly driven by the threat of life. However, we still haven't found a suitable place. Even if we leave, we want to know where to go. Although the Ant clan leader acted quickly, he also had another worry. You can come with us into the woods. A voice came, and looking back, it was the little elf chieftain and his clan members. Currently, our strength has recovered by about half, and we can prevent the Scorpion clan from finding us in the short term. This is the best option given the current situation. The Ant clan leader was still somewhat worried, but there was nothing worse than being exterminated by the Scorpion clan. All right, I'll have everyone pack their things and gather here. Lars, seeing this side was settled, was anxious to return to Weiran's side. He didn't know why he had been feeling so reluctant to leave her. The farther he got, the more anxious he felt. On the other side, Jieshio brought Weiran to the room where Chilling was absorbing energy. Weiran was still somewhat worried. Is it really okay? Jieshio nodded. Only by waking Tarn, who is currently a soul entity, could he avoid being severely injured due to being interrupted carelessly. The Void Stone is powerful, and interrupting carelessly could cause Chilling to explode and die. But Chilling is currently their only bargaining chip. He absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. I understand. Weiran took off the crystal around her neck. What she was also worried about was that Tarn's crystal meeting would not be affected. As Tarn shared the same maternal bloodline, Their bond made it an excellent choice. Weiran held the crystal tightly in her hands, and then placed it in front of Qiling. Qiling sensed the presence of Jieshio and Weiran, and the energy within his body became somewhat restless. In the next moment, the crystal emitted light. Qiling almost instantaneously found himself in a void space, still puzzled, but then thought, forget it, it's quieter here. Qiling. Just as he was about to act, he was called. The voice was very familiar, causing Qiling to unconsciously turn around. Upon seeing Tarn, his body involuntarily stiffened. You, did that female bring your crystal? Tarn nodded. You need to absorb the power of the Void Stone now. Father, the old Scorpion King, is leading the Scorpion clan here. Qiling's pupils trembled slightly, and he scoffed. That old man really can't hold back. Chapter 215. Following the Little Fairy clan's evacuation, Tarn remained silent, his head lowered. He didn't particularly hate the old Scorpion King. After all, he was already dead. Yet there was still a thorn lodged there, causing him discomfort. You are pitiful too, mother. You were still thinking of you before you died. Qiling couldn't help but remember their mother beast, the female who always treated each child with gentleness. Speaking of the mother beast made Tarn clench his fists. At that time, he had intended to visit her when he returned, but what he found was not her, but a corpse. He hadn't even had the chance to ask the old Scorpion King. Instead, he was severely injured and thrown into the dungeon. He couldn't understand how he, who once seemed to love the mother beast so much, could have killed that female with his own hands. He even discarded the corpse to the beasts, leaving not even a complete body behind. I know, so you have to evacuate with us. You're the only way to kill the old Scorpion King. And your fellow brothers, he owes you several lives. Among the fellow brothers, only Qiling had escaped and was still alive, which was something Tarn hadn't anticipated. He had never been very close to his fellow brothers, and there were a few he had always clashed with. Unexpectedly, they all ended up in the same situation now. Don't worry, I definitely won't let him leave unscathed. This is what he owes. Tarn sensed the time was running out and didn't say anything more. Qiling watched him disappear like a wisp of smoke and began to suppress the power of the Void Stone from within. He had already absorbed more than half of the first Void Stone's power, and he could only stop abruptly because the other Void Stone was being barely contained by the little fairies. Otherwise, if he truly stopped, he might explode and die. Outside the mental world, Weiran watched Tarn's crystal slowly stop glowing and knew it was over. She stepped forward to pick up Tarn's crystal and couldn't help but sigh. Using it once means one less. The energy is already scarce, and now it's even less. Qiling slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Jiayu. Why did this fox look at him with such a needy gaze? I've temporarily suppressed the power of the Void Stone, but we need to move quickly. Otherwise, I might really not be able to hold it in and explode. At that time, my only bargaining chip would be gone. Qiling seemed to know his own usefulness, acting proud like a peacock spreading its feathers. Weiran couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the sight. That bargaining chip, brother, can we pack up and leave now? Jay didn't even want to say much, just let him be. The longer he delayed, the closer the Scorpion clan would get. Qiling choked and silently began to pack some things. Weiran, how is it? Lars rushed in through the door, as if something serious had happened to Weiran. Seeing Lars arrive, Weiran just put on Tarn's necklace. It's done. How are the Ant Clan and the Little Fairy Clan? The Little Fairy Clan proposed to take the Ant Clan into the depths of the forest first. Lars spoke to Jiayu, but his body involuntarily tightened around Weiran, to the point where she could hardly breathe. He couldn't understand why Lars was becoming increasingly clingy. Jiayu looked at the two of them being all lovey-dovey and couldn't help but miss Ruan. He wanted to hold Ruan and sleep, greedily absorbing her breath. It seemed he had to speed things up. He was afraid that if he couldn't see Ruan soon, he would go mad. All right, let's follow the Little Fairy Clan's lead. In fact, if the Little Fairy Clan was willing, the Ant Clan could remain under their protection indefinitely. The Ant Clan was not good at fighting and didn't enjoy it, so coexisting with the Little Fairy Clan was also suitable. As the first light of dawn began to rise, the group had already left their original dwelling. Some were reluctant to leave behind things that couldn't be taken, while others were sorrowful about the houses they had just painstakingly built. But no matter how reluctant they were, they had to follow their clan's evacuation. All right, we can build again once we find a new suitable dwelling. Yes, a strong male can easily build a nest. Amidst the varied discussions, the Ant Clan leader was filled with emotion. Sorry to trouble you. The Ant Clan looked at the large group of little fairies and felt a bit embarrassed. The Little Fairy Clan leader shook his head. No, it doesn't count. Your clan has always avoided conflict and doesn't like fighting. We are very willing to coexist harmoniously with you. The Ant Clan leader smiled. If they could truly receive the protection of the Little Fairy Clan, they wouldn't fear being wiped out by other clans. led by the Little Fairy Clan. Halfway through their journey, the Scorpion Clan had already arrived at the Ant Clan's old nest. They destroyed it mercilessly, but when they got underground, they found that the Ant Clan had long since left. This is impossible. How could the Ant Clan find a new dwelling so quickly? Some male scorpions were confused, but the old Scorpion King looked at the many things that had not been taken away. It was clear they had left in a hurry. But how could they have known an attack was imminent? Qiling, that male, couldn't have guessed either. The old Scorpion King observed the wrecked nest and said, "Just destroy it. There's no need to investigate further." "King, where should we go to catch them?" A male scorpion questioned the old Scorpion King, puzzled. The old Scorpion King shook his head. "There's no need to search. The Little Fairy Clan has taken them into the woods. If we really go and look for them, we would suffer heavy losses. Return to the clan and wait for them to come to us." With Qiling's character, he will definitely come to seek revenge no matter what. The few brothers we shared the same mother with have almost identical personalities, just like our mother beast. We repay grudges. Upon hearing this, the male scorpions no longer questioned further. As the sun just rose, bringing a warm breeze, the Little Fairy Clan returned to the woods. Their previous dwelling had long been destroyed by the Witch Clan, but fortunately, the Little Fairy Clan had homes everywhere. They had no other hobbies but to build houses everywhere. The leader of the Little Fairy Clan looked at the faint barrier in front of him and finally smiled. "We've arrived. This is the place." The Ant Clan males looked at each other, somewhat confused. Isn't this still the easily discovered woods? What's different? However, since the leader hadn't spoken, no one voiced any questions. Jiu entered first, followed by everyone else. But once they passed through the barrier, the inside was completely different from what they had seen outside. It was like a garden, incredibly beautiful. Once they entered the barrier, the little fairies perked up, losing their previously droopy expressions. "My house. Great. It seems no one has intruded here." One by one, they went to check their homes, and seeing them intact made them smile with joy. This place was indeed vastly different. Qiling was also mesmerized. From outside the barrier, it looked like an ordinary forest path, but stepping inside revealed a completely different world. Wei Ran looked at these things with curiosity. It was her first time seeing them, and she couldn't help but feel excited. "Be careful." Seeing her lying carelessly among the flowers, Lars worriedly said, "I'm fine." Wei Ran began to frolic right there, completely ignoring Lars's words. Lars could only helplessly protect her. Chapter 2:16, Tree Hollow Allocation. Qiling successfully promoted the male ants were stunned by the scene. Even the air here felt different from the outside. Since entering this place, the mental state of the pixies had noticeably improved. Their previously murky wings became increasingly clear and bright. Was it the effect of the atmosphere? Jay wasn't quite sure. He knew very little about the pixies, or rather, all the races on the continent knew little about them. Yes, there's a plant called the Jiang flower, which releases a fragrance that serves as a source of energy for us. The pixie tribe leader spoke softly, recalling the state of consciousness when they first became aware. Confused, bewildered, and lost, the power granted by the phoenix was destruction to them. It wasn't until they found the Jiang flower that it could soothe the uncontrollable power within the pixies. Later, they discovered that this flower only grew around the pixie tribe. As if in a cycle of mutual dependence, the pixie's absorption would cause the Jiang flower to wither rapidly, while the growth of the Jiang flower required the pixie's own power to flourish safely. It was like a law set by nature. Everyone carefully observed the Jiang flower, a flower they had never seen before. To us, these flowers represent power. To you, perhaps they serve only to calm your restless hearts. A small female picked one and inhaled its scent, which indeed brought a sense of peace. Meanwhile, on another side, Wei Ran had unknowingly fallen asleep, cradled in Lars' arms. Looking exceptionally serene, Qiling was puzzled and astonished. The effect was so quick and immediate. Lars chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself, well, what can be done? Just indulge her. Everyone, take a moment to rest. The Scorpion tribe will find it hard to locate this place, so you can relax. There are still some empty tree hollows available for you to temporarily reside in. Upon hearing this, the ant tribe felt relieved. The ant tribe leader then beckoned the males with females to find more comfortable tree hollows first. Among them were also females expecting young, which were of utmost importance. However, after settling the females, many males still had no place to stay. It would be difficult to dig out a habitable burrow underground in a short time. The soil was soft, and the underground was inherently unsuitable for habitation. It was just that the ant tribe had some innate skills in this regard. Still, there were quite a few males left. The ant tribe leader found himself in a dilemma, as most of the items they had brought were from single males without partners. If they had no stable place to stay now, they might become discontented. Jiang also noticed the situation and pondered for a moment, thinking of the best solution for the present. Why not let the single males temporarily stay with the females who had partners? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with strong dissatisfaction from the partner males. No way. It was understandable that they were unwilling. No one wanted to invite another male into their home, as that could very well lead to that male becoming a partner for their own female. The ant tribe leader also shook his head, realizing this suggestion would not be accepted. Then, if that's the case, let the partnered male share a tree hollow with another partner male. Everyone exchanged glances, but before the words were fully spoken, the ant tribe leader cut him off, suggesting instead that the single males stay together. Everyone has traveled a long way today. Let us accommodate each other for now. We will begin dealing with the burrow matter tomorrow. Once this was said, no one spoke up. After all, this was not their tribe's territory. It was merely a temporary refuge. Seeing no one object, the matter was settled. Several females and their partners squeezed into one tree hollow, while the remaining tree hollows were allocated to the single males. Ling was currently the most crucial link. With this privilege, he also received preferential treatment. A particularly large tree hollow was reserved for him, and Jiang did not hesitate to climb into Ling's tree hollow. Fox, this is my tree hollow. Ling felt a bit riled up. Why was this fox even trying to take his living space? Jiang glanced at him and shamelessly replied, I'm doing this to ensure your safety. Safety? The place with this fox is the least safe. Besides, that fox's tail was almost touching the sky. Who would believe it? Just as Ling was preparing to accept reality, Lars simply brought Wei Ran to his dwelling as well. What is going on? Are we having a big meeting? Why is everyone coming to my tree hollow? He was completely flustered, having been promised a quiet, spacious, big tree hollow for himself. That female is too noisy. I'm afraid it will disturb Wei Ran's rest, Lars explained confidently. Ling looked at the still sleeping Wei Ran and felt that this female was unlikely to be disturbed. As a result, a fox and a pair of little partners forcibly squeezed into the big room of the scorpion. In fact, neither of them would admit it. They simply envied Ling's large tree hollow. Ling was too lazy to argue with them and transformed back into his original form to continue absorbing the power of the Void Stone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling's absorption plan was nearing its end. The day after the ants arrived, they began to dig out their burrow, and after 3 days of hard work, the underground burrow had taken shape. The recovery speed of the pixie tribe had been exceptionally fast since returning, and they had quickly returned to their best state. As for the important food source, apart from some food brought from the original ant tribe, most of it was hunted by Jiang. He generously shared part of it with the numerous ant tribe members. However, Jiang kept the skins of the wild animals for himself, planning to take them back to Soft. She would surely be delighted to have new clothes. At night, in the underground, everyone sat around the campfire, sharing various foods. Ling, who had not moved for several days in the tree hollow, successfully absorbed the power of the Void Stone. The tree hollow emitted a faint white light, and Ling suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. He had successfully broken through to the 9th crown. Not only that, but his body had also undergone some changes, with additional white stripes appearing, likely due to the power of the pixies. A deep purple mark, faintly visible around his waist and abdomen, had increased from 6 stars to 9. I did it. Ling was overjoyed. He had successfully reached the 9th crown. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to see Ling jumping out of the tree hollow. His originally deep purple hair had turned light purple, and the ends of his hair had taken on a faint golden hue. It gave off an indescribable strange feeling. It seems you have completely absorbed it. Jiang was also surprised by Ling's transformation, but after a moment, he regained his usual calm demeanor. I guess it's because of that little pixie's power. I feel completely filled with strength now. Ling proudly placed his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. 9th crown. I am now at the 9th crown. Chapter 217. The Battle of the Scorpion Clan, Part 1. Jiang secretly rolled his eyes. This power was something he would return, belonging to his share of the Void Stone, and it was only a matter of time before he got it back. Ling also realized he was too happy too soon. Having shared the Void Stone as power did not mean it was his own. Cough, just joking. Just joking. Ling hurriedly found an excuse for himself to cover up his embarrassment, then quietly sat down again. On the other hand, Wei Ran was somewhat intrigued. It was her first time seeing a male of the 9 crowns. Did all 9 crown entities undergo some changes? Jiang shook his head after thinking about it. Neither Wu Chuan nor Yu Jianglan had any particularly special changes even after being promoted to 10 crowns. At most, their power beast patterns had some changes, which might relate to the phoenix power that the little spirit clan possessed. Wei Ran was startled and quickly covered her mouth. So, it meant that it was related to the soft power. However, she wasn't too sure how many people knew about the identity of soft. She didn't dare to speak carelessly, as it would only put soft in danger. Jie was also somewhat puzzled. After all, Yu Jianglan was soft's male partner, and there were many uncertainties regarding the phoenix power. In that case, they initiated the beast tide of the transition, and the old Scorpion King would see it. Qi Ling nodded. Indeed, no one knew how long this power would last, and the urgent matter was to quickly implement the plan. All right. After saying this, Qi Ling emitted a power halo around him, and his true form materialized behind him. This power then shot into the sky, forming a pattern like fireworks, lingering for a while before dissipating. This was the beast tide of the transition. Far away, the old Scorpion King and the male scorpions felt it and all looked up in unison. King, it's Qi Ling. The males following the old Scorpion King exclaimed in surprise, their tone conveying a sense of effortless triumph. The old Scorpion King nodded, feeling somewhat impressed. He actually dared to provoke the beast tide of the transition. Once the beast tide of the transition was announced to the Star Core continent, there would be no turning back. Other races were also shocked by this news, astonished that such an overconfident male dared to instigate the beast tide of the transition. This was the Scorpion Clan's beast tide of the transition. Far away in the main city of the continent, Nua, holding Shui, was startled by the Scorpion Clan's beast tide of the transition. The Scorpion Clan was known for its brutality, and now a male had instigated the beast tide of the transition. It seemed there would be no peaceful days ahead. Some scorpions living in the main beast city also saw this. Regardless of whether there were females or not, under such circumstances, they all had to dare to gather as a clan. That night, the main beast city witnessed all the scorpions gathering together, preparing to convene. No nos rank inas embrat. As, do you think soft and the others are okay? It's been 2 or 3 months since they left, and soft's milk is already gone. I still have to ask other females for some. At the mention of this, Nua recalled the embarrassing scenes and vowed that she would never help anyone take care of children again. As flicked his tongue and replied, it's fine. They should be arriving soon. I can vaguely smell their scent. Upon hearing this, Nua felt a surge of relief. Shui was good and well-behaved. But those 2 little fox cubs, forget it. No need to mention them. Behind this statement was the little eagle cub completely crushed by the foxes. Fei Xian cried helplessly. Stinky fox, he used to bully me, and now his cub is bullying my cub. Unreasonable. Az's eyes were deep. He could hardly wait for them to return. With so many cubs, he hadn't been close to Nua in a long time. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiu initially planned to ask Lars to take Wei Ran to stay in the Little Spirit Clan, but Wei Ran decisively refused. No, the old Scorpion King owes dozens of lives. Even if I can't kill him myself, I want to see him die with my own eyes. She knew she didn't have that ability, but even if the old Scorpion King was to die, she wanted to ensure it happened right before her eyes. Lars hesitated, helplessly shaking his head at Jiu. This was a concern for Wei Ran. If not resolved, she would worry every day thereafter. Jiu didn't try to dissuade her. Everyone had their own reasons, and he had no right to interfere. All right, let us pack a bit, and we'll set off immediately. The Ant Clan leader came forward to bid them farewell, saying, Jiu, if what you say is true, I believe you can help the continent. Our clan's power is too small to help. We can only rely on you. Jiu nodded. This was something that had to be resolved, even if not for soft. He couldn't just watch the Star Core continent perish. The Little Spirit Clan did not come out. They were almost all conserving their strength, as the natural enemies of the Witch Clan had more important matters waiting for them to attend to. On the way back to the Scorpion Clan territory, they encountered many male scorpions, some of whom knew Qi Ling and admired his courage. Qi Ling, you actually dared to instigate the beast tide of the transition. I can hardly believe it. Yes, but the old Scorpion King is your mother beast's partner. Does your mother beast agree with this? Many males living outside, who weren't as brutal and violent, naturally did not know that his mother beast had long been killed by the old Scorpion King. Qi Ling shook his head. It's fine. I will give my mother beast an explanation. Seeing Qi Ling in high spirits, the others didn't pursue the matter further. Most of them returned just to go through the motions and confirm who would take on the new position of Scorpion King. To be honest, the old Scorpion King had ruled the Scorpion Clan for far too long. Yes, but I don't know if Qi Ling can drag him down from that position. In fact, even among the same race, Many did not believe that the old Scorpion King would be replaced. But Qi Ling was determined to show them how that guy would be removed from the position of Scorpion King. When they arrived at the Scorpion Bee City, the old Scorpion King had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Qi Ling from a distance, and realizing he had come alone, he felt somewhat bored. "I thought you would bring that fox with you." "No, I'm enough on my own." Some laughed at this bravado, becoming bolder. "What kind of strength do you have? I see you just came to solidify your position as king." Qi Ling didn't linger on words. He almost instantly revealed his beast form. A faint golden glow adorned his body, making him vastly different from the ordinary scorpions. Come one by one, or all together. The killing intent in his eyes. Was this still the Qi Ling they knew? Lars watched from a distance, pretending to be skilled. The old Scorpion King's expression changed almost instantly, his deep gaze fixed on him, the smile on his face not reaching his eyes, causing some male scorpions to lower their heads in submission. "You've reached 9 crowns?" The old Scorpion King's voice was exceptionally cold. "Impossible. I saw him a few days ago. He was clearly still at 6 crowns, yet now he has reached the peak of 9 crowns. Absolutely impossible." Chapter 218. The Battle of the Scorpion Clan, Part 2. Qi Ling smiled slightly, her entire face radiating confidence. "Yes, so what? Now, it's not just you who is powerful." The old Scorpion King looked gloomy. He did not believe that this guy could advance to the 9 crowns in just a few days. Could be the Void Stone, but the Void Stone is rare, and with just one, he would definitely not reach his current strength. It's likely that only that fox and the Little Spirit Clan have such capability. Do you think you can change the king of the Scorpion Clan all by yourself? You're being too naive. The old Scorpion King didn't take him seriously. What does it matter if he has the strength of 9 crowns? The entire Scorpion Clan would be exhausted by the time he could actually challenge him. Looking at him, sitting still, brimming with confidence, Qi Ling felt a surge of hatred. He should come down from that position. He should go and accompany his mother beast. This was Qi Ling's only thought, leading her previously rational mind to become chaotic. Her pitch-black pupils were filled with a thirst for blood. The little spirit sleeping within Qi Ling suddenly sensed something. "Stop the nonsense, let us begin." As soon as these words were spoken, the old Scorpion King glanced at the elder of the Scorpion Clan beside him. The elder, with the strength of 7 crowns, was not weak, but far from being a match for 9 crowns. After just 2 exchanges, the elder was knocked to the ground. A male scorpion looked at the old Scorpion King's expression and saw him slightly nod. "Let us go together." As soon as the words fell, the male scorpions rushed towards Qi Ling like a swarm. Zhu Yu and Lars furrowed their brows. Could he hold on? Using Qi Ling as a weapon was not their original intention, but there was no turning back now. Wei Ran stared at the old Scorpion King, seemingly wanting to bore a hole through him with her gaze. Until she saw something, her eyes suddenly stung. Lars heard the sound and hurriedly checked. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Wei Ran shook her head. "No. It's not. I don't know why, but it feels like my eyes were suddenly pricked." "Open your eyes. Let me take a look." But the moment she opened her eyes, he was startled. Her originally red pupils had transformed into something like gemstones, but her gaze had become increasingly hollow. Wei Ran's eyes were not right. "I'm fine. Maybe it's because I was too nervous last night and didn't sleep well." Wei Ran tried to explain, closing her eyes and shaking her head to wake herself up. When she opened her eyes again, the hollow expression returned to normal, almost making her think she had seen it wrong. The battle in the Scorpion Clan territory was fierce, and Zhu did not dare to take his eyes off the scene. If Qi Ling made even the slightest mistake, they would lose. Fortunately, this guy did not disappoint. Despite being besieged from all sides and covered in wounds, he still had not been taken down by those males. However, his condition was also somewhat off. Or perhaps, he was always like this. He struck ruthlessly, without mercy, almost every hit aimed at the vital points. The battle for the Beast Tide was more like a contest. Stepping onto the stage to compete was not necessarily voluntary. If someone admitted defeat or was injured and could not get up again, it was considered a victory. But Qi Ling was too ruthless, inadvertently killing a few scorpion beasts, until he pulled his scorpion tail out of the body of a male in front of him, leaving only a blood hole. Yet Qi Ling seemed even more excited. Too weak, not worth a hit. His gaze was more like that of looking at a pile of garbage. At a glance, the group of male scorpions that had just attacked had already fallen one after another. Even though Qi Ling was also covered in wounds, now, it seemed to be just you and me left, right? I think I'm qualified to compare with you in the last round. Qi Ling stared fearlessly at the male in front of him. The old Scorpion King slowly stood up, and before Qi Ling could react, he instantly charged behind him. The speed was too fast. Ling barely dodged. He was even stronger than he thought. Even so, there was no way out. The two fought evenly matched. The males in the clan watched with cold sweat. This male was actually fighting the king for so long. Yes, this strength. He had even endured attacks from over 100 males of various strengths. Ling felt as if he was reaching his limit under the relentless blows from the old Scorpion King. Fighting at full strength against a weakened opponent. It was bound to be the weakened one who had a lower chance of winning. Juyu watched nervously. No one hoped more than him that Ling would win now. Juyu, Ling looks like he can't hold on much longer. Lars didn't say it out loud, but he was also extremely anxious. This kid had followed them all the way. If he died just like that, it would be a pity. Lars, can Ling win? Wei Ran tightly gripped Tan's crystal, hoping more than anyone else that the old Scorpion King would not have a good end. He bore too much related to Wei Ran's life, her clan, her partner, her family. Perhaps this feeling of rage was too strong. The old Scorpion King involuntarily looked towards Wei Ran's position. Wei Ran happened to meet his gaze, and the hatred in her eyes was too obvious. Hollow and numb, it was as if she wanted to suck him in. But just at this moment of distraction, Ling managed to seize the opportunity and dealt a heavy blow to the old Scorpion King. This was a matter of life and death. If you were distracted, it was equivalent to losing. With that, Ling did not give him a moment to recover. Attack after attack landed on the old Scorpion King, fast and dense, forcing him to retreat step by step. Damn, it felt like he had suddenly been locked onto. That female's eyes were very strange. Until Ling landed the last blow. The old Scorpion King was already covered in wounds. After all, he was an old fox. Even so, he still managed to stand up. You're a bit stronger than I thought. Seeing the old Scorpion King beaten to the point of having no power to fight back. The males in the clan didn't dare to make a sound. Some even whispered that the Scorpion clan might really be about to change kings this time. The two males looked at each other. In the next second, neither gave the other a chance to breathe, aiming for vital points. Just as the two made contact, countless images suddenly flooded into the old Scorpion King's mind. That female, the one who had become blurry in his mind. Suddenly, it became clear. The soul of the little spirit suddenly flew out from Ling's body. A little spirit? What is going on? Ling was confused, but saw it fly into the old Scorpion King's body. Juyu and the others also saw it and were instantly puzzled. How did the little spirit? But before they could ask, the old Scorpion King suddenly knelt down. Tears flowed uncontrollably. It seemed he wanted to remember. He had personally killed his little female, but how did he feel at that time? It was actually without feeling. Ling. The old Scorpion King was also affected by the witchcraft of the witch clan. The witchcraft made him experience emotional barriers. In other words, he felt nothing when he killed anyone. The witchcraft of the witch clan had changed over hundreds of years, but it was ultimately not normal power. It absorbed emotions, eroded reason, and controlled. And evidently, the old Scorpion King had his emotions drained. However, the witchcraft that absorbed emotions could not take away all emotions unless the person willingly offered them. Wei Ran watched the old Scorpion King's actions, her eyes stinging, and they once again became like gemstones. But this time, it seemed to resonate with the power of the little spirit clan. It peeked deep into the old Scorpion King's soul. What existed there were the old Scorpion King's most primitive emotions. Wei Ran clearly saw Tan's mother beast, the old Scorpion King's female, that beautiful and gentle female. The next second, she was suddenly pushed away, and when she opened her eyes again, it felt like it was all just an illusion. Strange, what was that just now? Wei Ran. Lars called out to her with concern as she stared blankly. She came back to her senses and looked at Lars beside her, thinking that it was probably just an illusion. The little sprite watched the scenes of emotions eroded by magic deep within his soul, as well as the punishment of the females who were protected by magic and not killed. It gently wiped away the magic, cleansing it. In that moment, those emotions and memories nearly filled the old Scorpion King, causing him to suffer and die. I killed her. I killed her with my own hands. The old Scorpion King lowered his head in confusion, looking at his hands stained with her blood. The witch clan. What a witch clan indeed. Ling, if you want to kill me, now is your chance. Otherwise, you won't have another opportunity. Ling suddenly froze, the magic. Did you willingly kill my mother beast? Ling's voice trembled slightly. Willingly? How could he willingly kill that little female? The female he had loved for decades. But he was also doomed. He embraced the idea that he could withstand the magic, control his emotions, and accepted the tainted sound's offering. Yet he never expected that the power of the magic would lead him to lose himself. She had clearly warned him, but he was too obsessed with power, too fixated on what the tainted sound had described as the new world. Naturally, I was just gravely injured. I knew I couldn't defeat you. So I'll let you have a move. If I recover, the one who dies will be you, and you can go down to accompany your mother beast, whose body you don't even know where it went. Each word was a piercing blow to the heart. But that was not the old Scorpion King's intention. How could he bear to lose his female? The last thread of reason for Qi Ling snapped. As the final strike fell, the scorpion tail pierced the old Scorpion King's heart, and in this battle, Qi Ling achieved a resounding victory, regardless of whether the old Scorpion King was willing or not. His hands were stained with the blood of Qi Ling's mother beast and brothers. The old Scorpion King kept coughing up blood, yet felt unusually comfortable inside. He could go meet his female now, but she would resent him, wouldn't she? Those words were never sincere. How could he bear to lose his little female, whose body was gone? He had killed his own female with his own hands, along with her child, her partner, and her other children. He deserved to die. In this battle, either he died or Qi Ling died. This male was the last child of his little female. He couldn't bear it. Even if he survived, what would it matter? He had already lost everything. Death was the easiest release for him. Qi Ling had won. Clearly, most of the males hadn't even reacted yet. The old Scorpion King had been defeated. But after a moment, everyone respectfully welcomed the new king of the Scorpion clan. The energy fireworks belonging to the Scorpion clan rose into the sky once again, this time conveying that the territory of the Scorpion clan had welcomed their new king. Chapter 219. The rectification begins. Qi Ling enjoyed the feeling of being adored by his clan, but inside he felt hollow. He truly had lost everything. Father beast, mother beast, brothers, and even a brother born from another mate of his mother beast. Happy? No. There was no thrill of vengeance. Only a loneliness that left a void in his heart. In the end, nothing remained. After disposing of the old Scorpion King's body, and with my ascension today, I will not participate in the Witch Clan's plans, and the males of the clan shall not trouble the Ant Clan. Qi Ling's voice was commanding at this moment. No one in the clan dared to disobey, and they all submitted. Even the males who had been absolutely loyal to the old Scorpion King had long since cast aside that loyalty. Jiu observed Qi Ling's victory from a distance, though a few did not make a grand appearance. Qi Ling's victory was initially intended to have him reside in the stone fortress where the old Scorpion King had lived. But he was refused. He did not want to go to a place where the old Scorpion King had lived. In the end, he found a stone cave to stay in. As night fell, Jiu and Lars Wei ran quietly entered Qi Ling's stone cave. Hearing the sounds from afar, Qi Ling was not overly vigilant. Cough, did I look handsome today? Upon meeting the few, Qi Ling immediately transformed into a self-satisfied figure, proud like a peacock. Jiu absent-mindedly nodded, while Wei Ran looked at him as if avenging a great grievance. Very handsome. The two unexpectedly found a strange resonance, tasting a flavor of regret for not meeting sooner. Lars noticed the two exchanging spirited looks and pulled Jiu back. He glared fiercely at Qi Ling, as if to say, "Dare to provoke my female, and I'll chop you up." Qi Ling curled his lips, but wisely took 2 steps back. "Fox, why do you look unhappy?" Qi Ling sensed Jiu's discomfort and was puzzled. Jiu looked at him. "That void stone should soon separate from your body. But the strength after separation will be hard to command the Scorpion clan. If the Scorpion clan is unwilling to obey you because of this, then it won't matter." Qi Ling thought for a moment. No need to worry. After shedding the power of a void stone, I should be able to reach the early stage of the 8-crown strength. The little sprite consumed part of its power to devour the old Scorpion King's witchcraft. So, the implication is that some of the power of that void stone has thus been divided off. It's weaker than a normal void stone energy. But 1 void stone is enough for me to reach 8-crown strength. Before devouring the void stone, I was already hovering at the edge of breaking through to 6-crown. Even with 8-crown strength, no one in the Scorpion clan can match me. Hearing him say this, Jiu felt somewhat relieved. In that case, organize the Scorpion clan. Zhuyin probably doesn't expect the Scorpion clan to cause trouble, and we can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the main beast city. Qi Ling nodded. He could have taken the position of Scorpion King and disregarded the promise made to Jiu. However, unfortunately, he was not someone who broke promises. That night, the strength of the Little Sprite clan and the Void Stone began to rapidly separate. Qi Ling felt the loss of power. As the Void Stone and the Little Sprite left his body, his previously altered appearance slowly changed back. Looking at the Void Stone in his hand, the loss of power felt somewhat uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Jie was watching him with such deep eyes. Qi Ling pretended to be indifferent and directly extended his hand. All right, here, take it. Jie raised an eyebrow and accepted the void stone. As the moon rose and the sun set, the next day, Qi Ling, in his capacity as Scorpion King, summoned a group of males. The females and young were excluded from this matter. The remaining single and strong males were summoned. Some had previously followed the old Scorpion King and knew about the Witch Clan's matters. They had also seen their methods and were willing to follow the new Scorpion King to seek a glimmer of hope. The old Scorpion King was dead, and the transaction with the Witch Clan was naturally severed. If they wanted to live, they could only become adversaries of the Witch Clan. Regardless, the matter of the Witch Clan was urgent. Their target was the main Beast City. Once the 5 city lords of the main Beast City fell, the next would be one clan after another. Eventually, it would be the Scorpion Clan's turn. Even if they did not know what the Witch Clan truly wanted, they still had to speak beautifully, swear to follow the Scorpion King to the death. With someone leading the charge, the rest began to rally. On the other side, Jie found the Little Sprite clan. After resting, they were in almost perfect condition. It seems you dealt with the old Scorpion King. The Ant Clan leader finally felt somewhat relieved. Jie nodded. You don't need to worry. Qi Ling has already warned the males in the clan not to act against the Ant Clan. You are safe. Upon hearing this, the Ant Clan members finally set their minds at ease. The Little Sprite clan also spoke. No need to worry. Apart from our race, there is basically no one who can intrude here. After we leave, you can stay here safely. In fact, the Ant Clan had already dug quite a few tunnels underground, and their clan members were very optimistic about the Little Sprite clan's location. It was far from the chaos of the world and the turmoil of war, making it suitable for the Ant Clan. All right, then, thank you. After explaining the situation, the group prepared to set off, and Wei Ran even appeared unusually cheerful. Lord, can this male and little female come with us? Yes, and the foreign fox too. Some males noticed the whereabouts of Wei Ran, Lars, and Jie, puzzled as to why a female would follow them. Don't mind them, they are not enemies. Qi Ling's expression was commanding, entirely different from before. But it was precisely because of this that the males of the Scorpion Clan were willing to obey him. Yes, the team moved forward in a grand manner, but they still needed to speed up. Jie looked worriedly toward the main Beast City. It was likely that Ruan and the others had already reached the main Beast City. With Jiang there, Ruan would be fine. But he couldn't help but worry. Jiang Ruantang followed the movements of the Witch Clan and the River Patrol tribe as the main force entered the main Beast City. However, there was no sign of the Witch Clan. This meant they did not enter the main Beast City in a grand manner. Wu Chuan caught a scent from afar and knew that Jiang Ruantang and the others had returned. The people in the main city were surprised to see so many males from the Pegasus clan arriving. The Pegasus clan males were rare, and even those residing in the main Beast City were shocked to see such a large group coming. They had thought the Witch Clan would make a grand entrance, but saw not even a shadow, indicating that there were likely collaborators in the main Beast City. Zhuyin looked coldly at Wu Chuan, who sat in the position of the Snake King. TCH, I thought that guy was strong. I didn't expect you to kill him. Chapter 220. Taking the young ones home, Yu Chuan coldly looked at her. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Zhuyin laughed disdainfully, sitting on a chair beside her. Kill me? You wouldn't dare. I still have what you want. If I die, you'll never get it. As soon as she said this, Yu Chuan's gaze became increasingly fierce. This was one of the reasons he killed the old Snake King. He needed bargaining chips to negotiate with the Witch Clan, and the old Snake King had long been wary of him. If he didn't kill the old Snake King, he would be the one to die, so he couldn't let him live. Unfortunately, Zhuyin was never someone to be easily intimidated. Moreover, there were many people in this city who were under her witchcraft. This was her capital. If you want to, it would be better for you to stand on my side. Zhuyin almost forced him. She had a bad premonition that if the Snake Clan stood on her side, what she wanted would soon be achieved. The Snake Clan had never been a group to be easily sacrificed, even though I am the Snake King. Whether to listen or not is not up to me. This statement was half in rejection of her, yet half left room for negotiation. Yu Chuan, this male, was much shrewder than the old Snake King. You will help me. Zhuiyin's expression turned fierce as she turned to leave. Once she was gone, Yu Jianglan emerged from his hiding place. Are you sure this will work? Yu Jianglan couldn't see through the male before him and didn't trust Yu Chuan very much. He could only take a gamble. Nearly half the entire main city was under witchcraft control. Even if they wanted to rescue those controlled by witchcraft, it would be extremely difficult. The reason the Witch Clan's troops did not attack the main city right away was also due to their own considerations. Directly capturing the main city would only move them further away from what they wanted to achieve. Both sides had their own thoughts. leading to an outwardly peaceful appearance in the main beast city. King, Jiang Ruantang, and Mo have returned, and they brought the Pegasus herd. The merman male rushed straight into the Snake Clan's stone fortress. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianglan's eyes immediately lit up, and he almost instantly turned to leave. Yu Chuan's rarely gray-white expression showed a hint of excitement and brightness. Jiang Ruantang was surprised that the Witch Clan had not attacked the main beast city. But after thinking it over, the number of people she brought was not much less than that of the main beast city. A reckless attack would only lead to losses. Even if the people of the main beast city were unprepared, there were still quite a few with 7 or 8 crowns. Moreover, there were also Yu Jianglan and Yu Chuan, 2 10-crown males stationed there. As she thought this, Yu Jianglan suddenly rushed out from the crowd and picked up Jiang Ruantang. This startled her. Upon hearing the noise, Yin, who was with the Pegasus clan, immediately turned around. Ruantang. His voice was filled with concern, but all he saw was Ruantang being held by a male, her eyes filled with tenderness for that male. Yu Jianglan, you're okay? Jiang Ruantang's voice held disbelief. She had worried about him when she left. After all, he was under witchcraft control. However, seeing him safe and sound, she carefully held him in her arms. As long as you're fine, that's good. Yu Jianglan smiled. Yes, I'm fine, Ruantang. But you've been gone for so long. And when I woke up, I found you and the fox were both gone. Yu Jianglan said this with a hint of grievance. Being controlled had not been voluntary for him. And when he woke up, the female had disappeared with another male. Jiang Ruantang choked. I didn't. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. If she were to mention the Witch Clan, they were currently untraceable. Let Ruantang rest first. She hasn't slept well these past few days. Mo spoke up at the right moment, carrying quite a few things on his back. Only then did Yu Jianglan reluctantly shift his gaze to others. Seeing it was Mo, he didn't say much. But then he turned and saw another male staring at him intently. This male from the Pegasus clan looked like he still had some time before reaching maturity. Meanwhile, Yin was being pressed down by Yu Jianglan's aura, struggling to breathe. Merman, is this the other male Ruantang mentioned? With the strength of a 10-crown and such a powerful aura, he felt as if his breathing had been stifled. Jiang Ruantang was completely unaware of the tension between the two males. Right, Yu Jianglan, this is Yin. She even enthusiastically introduced them to each other. Yin, this is Yu Jianglan, my partner. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ruantang felt a bit embarrassed. But to Yu Jianglan, it sounded as if his tail was about to happily shoot up to the sky. Let's first take the Pegasus male to settle down. Yu Chuan's voice came from afar, along with Lion Clan leader Lion King. Seeing Yu Chuan, Jiang Ruantang remembered the snakeskin cloak he had given her, so she signaled Yu Jianglan to let her down. Yu Jianglan was unwilling, but still obediently put her down. Yu Chuan, thank you for the cloak. I'll return it to you. Jiang Ruantang took off the cloak, folded it neatly, and held it out to him. Yu Chuan looked at the cloak. There's no need. I shed my skin every year. Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Once this was said, she had to accept it, but she didn't want to owe Yu Chuan a favor. Ruantang, just accept it. Yu Jianglan stepped forward and took the cloak from Jiang Ruantang first. Luckily, he couldn't smell the snake's scent, but keeping it home for Jieshio to smell was also a good thing. This little thought caused Jieshio, who was on his way to the main beast city, to sneeze. Who was talking about me? Seeing this, Jiang Ruantang didn't say anything more. However, she didn't rush back to the stone fortress, but instead went to find Nuanua. Mo, could you please take the things to the stone fortress first? I need to go to Nua's house to pick up those little ones. Mo nodded and ran off towards the stone fortress. Although Yin wanted to stay with Ruantang, he needed to find a place to stay in the main beast city. The stone fortress was Ruantang and her beast husband's home, not his. Thinking like this, Yin felt quite aggrieved. Clearly, he had known Ruantang earlier than that fish and that lion. Yet now he had no place by her side. Damn River Patrol tribe. I will take revenge. That female, Shun Yin, he would never let her off easily. When Yu Jianglan and Jiang Ruantang arrived at Nuanua's house, Nuanua looked utterly lifeless, holding the well-behaved baby Shui in her arms. Even from a distance, Jiang Ruantang could hear the piercing shouts of Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong. Why are those two so noisy? Jiang Ruantang hesitated, recalling the months without children and the leisurely life. Suddenly, she wasn't so eager to take them back. Meanwhile, Az caught a whiff of Jiang Ruantang's scent from afar. While she was hesitating, Az directly flew out with the cubs. Jiang Ruantang, take them away. Seeing the scene, she couldn't believe it. Az calm face rarely showed signs of fatigue. Nuva didn't need to say more. Looking at Jiang Ruantang's smooth skin, she struggled to force a smile and directly shoved Shui into her arms. Ruantang, I think we are all good friends. For this good deed, let's switch next time. Or else I can't guarantee we'll still be good friends. Each word made her feel as if she could see dark energy around Nuo. Indeed, whoever watches the kids becomes haggard. Jiang Ruantang smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Nuo. You've worked hard. I still have some high-quality bee skins here to give you. So please don't be angry with me. Her sincere appearance made it impossible for anyone to criticize her. We'll accept the bee skins. Take care. As was afraid Nuo would soften her heart, he directly wrapped her up with his snake tail and also took the bee skins away. In a gust of wind, only Jiang Ruantang was left standing in place. Looking down at the swaying cradle, Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong had innocent expressions on their faces, their big eyes gazing up at her, babbling away. Little ones, even Nuo Ani finds you all annoying. However, she couldn't bring herself to say more. After a few months apart, the little cubs hadn't lost any weight. In fact, they had gained quite a bit, their round bellies sticking out. It seemed that Nuo had really taken good care of the little ones. Yu Jianglan glanced down, and this little fox still didn't look very appealing. Nothing like Ruan, who was beautiful. Ruan, let's go home. Looking at the water baby in her arms, she was still as obedient and well-behaved as ever. Chapter 221. Appearing peaceful, gradually decaying inside, Yu Jianglan lifted the rocking chair, while Jiang Ruantang held Shui in her arms. She was actually a bit worried about Jieyu and the others, wondering if Jieyu had managed to deal with the Scorpion clan. Regardless, it was still necessary to be fully prepared. When they returned to the stone fortress, they found that Mo's actions were frighteningly quick. Everything had already been tidied up, and even the entire stone fortress had been cleaned. Mo, you could have waited for us to come back and clean together. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. He was too considerate of her feelings. It made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Yu Jianglan put down the cradle with the little cubs inside, and seeing everything so clean, he didn't say anything. Mo was willing to act as a guardian beast, and these tasks suited him perfectly. Watching this scene, Jiang Ruantang felt a strange sense of being the high and mighty mistress and Yu Jianglan the master, while Mo, who pursued the mistress but could not attain her, willingly stayed at home as a backup. No, this thought is not right. Fortunately, Mo just smiled and said, just right, I made some food. Ruantang hasn't eaten much on the way. Let us have something to eat and then rest. Jiang Ruantang nodded and placed Shui in Yu Jianglan's arms. Shui seemed to have been asleep since she saw her. Was she tired? Stretching lazily. It had indeed been a tiring journey, and they had encountered a group of stray beasts along the way. Luckily, they were of average strength, and they had brought along many male Pegasi. When the strays realized the situation was not favorable, they fled. Yeah, I'm a bit tired. Thank you. And Mo's saying this, Jiang Ruantang directly sat down at the round table. Mo's cooking had improved under her guidance, and he was now fully capable of handling it on his own. This had also led to Jiang Ruantang getting used to Mo's cooking along the way. Yu Jianglan and Mo also sat at the round table, taking turns to serve her dishes until her belly was round and full. After finishing her meal, Ruantang yawned and went upstairs with the two little cubs and Shui, seeing that the bed was in a condition suitable for sleeping. She couldn't help but marvel at Mo's attentiveness. Downstairs, after Ruantang left, Mo's expression turned serious almost instantly. The atmosphere in the Beast City was off. There was a mix of the River Patrol tribe and the Witch Clan scent. Lions had sensitive noses, and he could smell it as soon as he entered the city. Yu Jianglan did not hide it either. Wu Chuan had deliberately let them in. Why? Mo was puzzled. Their mission was to deal with the Witch Clan. Even though the Witch Clan had not made a big move, it was still a hidden danger. Yu Jianglan's expression rarely turned serious. The Witch Clan had already controlled a large number of males with their witchcraft, including several elders from the Merfolk clan, all of whom had lost their minds. To be honest, none of us can be sure we can save those under witchcraft. He only realized he had been eroded by witchcraft when Wu Chuan woke him up. Being injured by someone under witchcraft would also lead to being eroded. If a fight broke out, there would likely be more and more people under witchcraft. It would essentially mean helping the Witch Clan. Mo deeply felt this. The power of witchcraft exceeded their expectations. Even with the support of the Elf Clan, they were at a numerical disadvantage. But Wu Chuan also carried the scent of witchcraft. Thinking this, Mo's expression darkened. No one understood that feeling better than him. The feeling of everything developing against his wishes. I don't trust him. Once these words were spoken, Mo was also stunned. What did that mean? What was Wu Chuan doing? He had killed the old Snake King to seize the position of the Snake King, during which he conspired with the Snake Clan to deal with a portion of the males controlled by witchcraft. Yet even so, Yu Jianglan still had no clear idea of what he truly wanted to do. A position as a Snake King was clearly not what he desired, and the Witch Clan's goals were also ambiguous. The current Beast City was fraught with crises. On the surface, it appeared peaceful, but inside, it was unknown how much it had been eroded. What we can do is protect Ruantang. By the way, why didn't the fox come back with you? Yu Jianglan didn't ask for much. He was even less concerned about the Merfo clan, but when it came to Ruantang, he couldn't let it go. Mo went to handle matters concerning the Scorpion clan and the Elf clan. On the surface, the Scorpion clan seemed to be the biggest support for the Witch clan and the River Patrol tribe. Yu Jianglan nodded. He had been fortunate to see the males of the Scorpion clan, and they were indeed all extremely fierce. Everything could only be discussed further. By the way, what's going on with that male called Cadian? Changing the subject, Yu Jianglan almost instantly found the focal point. He could sense that this male had a special connection with Ruantang. Mo opened his mouth, suddenly unsure of what to say. Judging from Jiayu's state, Cadian was an extraordinary male. That male seems to have met Jiayu and Ruantang when they were in another tribe. I don't know much about Cadian. Just that Ruantang seems to feel a kind of indescribable happiness every time she faces him. She must have known him even earlier than she knew Jiayu. So speaking, he was also a strong male. Although he did not stop Ruantang from seeking other males, at present, the fox had not returned, and Mo was merely a nominal guardian beast. This was a great opportunity to seize the initiative. He could have Ruantang all to himself, sticking to her all day, which was also a great chance to accelerate their feelings. Thinking this, Yu Jianglan's mood surged. Meanwhile, Ruantang, peacefully asleep upstairs, had no idea that a certain fish was turning into a hungry wolf. Mo hesitated, deciding against speaking. After all, he had no right to say anything. Being able to stay in the same stone fortress as Ruantang was already a favor from Jiayu and Yu Jianglan. After Yu Jianglan finished thinking, he directly left the table full of mess for Mo and hurried upstairs. Looking at Ruantang's peaceful sleeping face, he carefully embraced her. It was still the dry season. With Ruantang feeling so hot, he needed to cool her down. Chapter 222, Hidden Concerns Combined Edition. Almost instantly, Jiang Ruantang felt it. As she opened her eyes in a daze, she found that it was Yu Jianglan, who had fallen asleep again. She even unconsciously snuggled closer into his embrace. One thing that Yu Jianglan didn't say incorrectly was that he indeed had a body temperature that felt cool. It was just perfect to hold him on this night. Perhaps sensing their mother's presence, the two little foxes were much quieter than usual that night, allowing Jiang Ruantang to sleep exceptionally well and deeply. When she woke up the next day, she opened her eyes to find herself tightly wrapped around Yu Jianglan like an octopus. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly released her hold. Upon seeing this, Yu Jianglan looked somewhat aggrieved, as if to say, last night, it was clearly you who held on to me without letting go. Yet today, it seems like I'm the one taking advantage. Jiang Ruantang opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitating, ultimately admitting, it's my fault. It's my fault. Fortunately, at that moment, Mo called out to them from downstairs. Jiang Ruantang quickly got up and dashed down the stairs before Yu Jianglan could react. Upon reaching downstairs, she realized that Katie Yin was also there. As soon as Katie Yin spotted Jiang Ruantang, he instantly wanted to cling to her, soft and cuddly. Unfortunately, this time, he was not successful, as Yu Jianglan directly scooped him up on the stairs, glaring at him fiercely. It was rare for Jiayu to be absent, and he couldn't let this opportunity pass to monopolize Ruantang's affection. There was no way he would allow anyone to divide his love. Seeing Katie Yin's defeated expression, Mo felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Although he didn't say anything, he actually cared about the males around Ruantang. However, he never expressed it openly. Now, he could only secretly feel pleased. Katie Yin's frustrated look made Yu Jianglan feel quite good. In fact, Katie Yin was contemplating that the males around Ruantang were too formidable. If he wanted to stay by her side, he couldn't just stop here. Jiang Ruantang noticed the strange atmosphere and quietly crouched down, quickly running over to Mo. Mo remained calm and composed. When Mo saw her come to his side, he smiled with excitement and said, by the way, Ruantang, I discovered that the silkworms we had before leaving have all turned into little white balls. Did they die from being neglected? This reminder made Jiang Ruantang recall that she still had a pair of adorable silkworms. White balls. It seems they have spun cocoons. Let us go. Jiang Ruantang exclaimed as she grabbed Mo's arm and rushed out. Seeing that they were ignored by Ruantang, the two men, surprisingly, didn't glare at each other anymore and hurriedly chased after her. Upon reaching the room where the silkworms were kept, they indeed found hundreds of cocoons. After brainstorming, Jiang Ruantang realized that turning them into fabric would involve a complex process, especially in this ancient era where resources were scarce. It would be quite difficult to bring them to fruition. However, since the cocoons had already formed, it would be a shame not to use them. Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment and clapped her hands, asking Yu Jianglan, "Do you still have any leftover animal skins and charcoal from before?" Hearing her voice, Yu Jianglan pondered and replied, "I remember there are some extras that Jiayu left in another room. I'll go get them for you." Jiang Ruantang nodded, and Katian curiously asked, "What are those for?" "This is good stuff. It can be used to make clothes, and it's much more comfortable to wear than animal skins." Jiang Ruantang exclaimed, "That's silk. The items made from it are expensive, even in modern times, for a reason." The complexity of the production process was evident. But Jiang Ruantang was determined to succeed. Yu Jianglan quickly found the animal skins and charcoal, which Jiang Ruantang spread out on the ground. To say that she understood how to do this would be misleading. She didn't truly grasp it, but she had a book in her mind. The most challenging tool to make was the loom. That thing was large and complicated, and Jiang Ruantang wasn't entirely confident she could create it. Wasting months on it didn't seem appealing, but she had to take a gamble. Jiang Ruantang patted herself to reassure herself. But just sketching the designs kept her drawing from dawn until dusk. "Ruantang, eat something," Katie Yin said as he placed food in front of her. As soon as Jiang Ruantang smelled the food, she felt as though her energy had been completely drained. "I'm so tired." Thankfully, Katie Yin caught her, and in the next moment, Jiang Ruantang pounced on the delicious food like a hungry wolf. She felt completely filled in an instant. Katie Yin looked at the designs she had created, examining them from different angles, but still unable to understand them. "It's okay. I'm almost confused by them myself," Jiang Ruantang said, looking helplessly at the pile of drawings, feeling a headache coming on. However, she couldn't waste the silk, so she steeled herself and pressed on. At least that's what she thought the day before. But now, looking at the wood Yu Jianglan and the others had brought back, along with the available iron items, her resolve suddenly wavered. "Ruantang, where did you get all this wood?" No was beaming when she came to find Jiang Ruantang, her whole demeanor looking refreshed. Her complexion had visibly improved as well, completely forgetting the previous awkward conversation. Jiang Ruantang tiredly rushed into No's embrace. As CS keen eyes tried to drag her away, they were instantly blocked by Yu Jianglan and Mo, both wearing dark expressions, exuding an aura that suggested a fight might break out. "Put your hands away. Don't make me say it twice." Yu Jianglan spoke with the commanding presence of a king. Although as was quite unhappy, he knew that if it came to blows, he would definitely not be a match for Yu Jianglan. Furthermore, he didn't want to ruin No's relationship with that female. Reluctantly, he had to withdraw his hand. After a moment's respite in No's embrace, Jiang Ruantang slowly regained her spirits. Thinking about how she had acted just now, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry." Upon seeing her like this, No immediately hugged her again, saying, "No need to apologize. My embrace is always open for you." Whether it was the life-saving grace from the past or their subsequent interactions, she genuinely liked Jiang Ruantang and wanted to be good friends with her. And before becoming good friends, there was no need to limit their interactions to just these things. Jiang Ruantang felt warm inside. No was genuinely good to her. "By the way, Ruantang, I came this time to ask you for a favor." No suddenly remembered her purpose. "You say, I will do my best to help." Jiang Ruantang held her hand without hesitation, her gaze firm. "I'd like to ask you to help make a rocking chair. My two little eaglets at home are quite troublesome. I want to see if a rocking chair can help calm them down." Mentioning the little eaglets made No feel a headache. They were constantly chirping and eating a lot, yet they couldn't fly and wouldn't sleep no matter how hard she tried to soothe them. Just thinking about it made her feel miserable. "Sure, we have plenty of wood. I can help you make one." Upon hearing this, No's eyes lit up. "That's great. I'm finally going to be liberated." Katie Yin watched as the two engaged in a lively conversation, feeling that he had missed out on many people and events around Ruantang. Yu Jianglan, Mo, and now the female and male companions were all things he hadn't been a part of. In that moment, Katie Yin felt lonely. Just then, the voices of Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong broke the situation. Hearing the cries of the little cubs, No seemed to become a bit anxious. Who knows how she had managed those past few months? "I'll go check on them," Jiang Ruantang said anxiously as she rushed upstairs, while Katie Yin silently followed behind. He watched as Jiang Ruantang gently coaxed the little cubs. These were Ruantang's children. From a distance, the two little ones bore some resemblance to Jiang Ruantang, which made his heart soften a little. As Jiang Ruantang held the cubs and coaxed them, she noticed Katie Yin standing beside her. "Right, Katie Yin." You haven't seen the two little cubs yet, have you? Come take a look. They're the offspring of Jiu and me. Her face was filled with a motherly tenderness. Katie Yin obediently stepped forward and gently poked Jiang Bai's face. He looks the most like Ruantang. Jiang Bai also opened his big eyes, staring curiously at the unfamiliar male. Air surprisingly likes you. Back then, he was very resistant to you, Jianglan. Speaking of this, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. He is called Jiang Bai, with the nickname Air, and he's the second child. Jiang Ruantang introduced Jiang Bai in his arms and pointed to Yi in the cradle, who was called Jiang Tong, with the nickname Yi, chubby, and the eldest. Ka Tian looked around and understood why his belly was round. It turned out he was the eldest. Generally, in a multiple birth, the smallest one is always the weakest. Speaking of which, Air was very weak when he was born and later met Jiu. I thought he would give up on Air. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but feel emotional. Now, each of them is raised plump, which gives her an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Ka Tian inexplicably caught the key point. Didn't Jiu stay with you during childbirth? Jiang Ruantang was taken aback by this question. Well, after you left, some things happened. To put it bluntly, a lot happened, which led to Jiu not being able to accompany me during childbirth. In fact, she felt quite wronged at that time, but there was nothing she could do. She was just glad to have gotten through it. Anger appeared on Ka Tian's face. After he left, that fox couldn't even take care of Ruantang. Giving birth is perilous for females, and at that time, he actually wasn't by her side. If he had known this, he shouldn't have left, letting Ruantang suffer so much pain for nothing. In fact, if Jiang Ruantang had to say, the pain wasn't that great. Although it hurt a lot, the two cubs were relatively small, far from the size of a human baby. But it's all in the past. Ka Tian, I'm actually very happy to have met you. Jiang Ruantang's gaze was too gentle, so gentle that it seemed to make Ka Tian's heart lose its mind, beating wildly. The words that were about to come out were abruptly interrupted by Yu Jianglan. Ruantang, are the two little ones okay? Hearing Yu Jianglan's voice, Jiang Ruantang almost instantly replied, yes, they're fine. They might be hungry. I just need to feed them some milk. Then she looked up at Ka Tian, who was still dazed. Ka Tian, I'm going to feed the cubs some milk. Now her voice carried a teasing tone, almost seductive. Ka Tian snapped back to reality. His face flushed, and he turned to leave as if he was escaping. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she needed to tease them more. Their similar reactions were quite amusing. Watching him blush as he went downstairs, Yu Jianglan stared at him and then kicked him out. Ka Tian got up in dissatisfaction, but, in a good mood, didn't dwell on it too much. He felt as if he was basking in spring. Shun Yin, hiding in the shadows, stared at Ka Tian, thinking he shouldn't be this happy. A sickly discontent appeared on her face. Seeing her about to lose control, Zhu Yin pulled her back. I told you. Don't ruin my big plans. Shun Yin shrugged off her hand, scoffing. Big plans? I thought your big plan was to take down the Beastmaster city and then let our race grow stronger. But it seems you haven't gone down the path I expected. You didn't directly wage war on the Beastmaster city, and your witchcraft has almost controlled half of the male population there. I can't figure out what you want, but I know what I want. Zhu Yin's expression darkened, her teeth clenched. She couldn't let this fool ruin her good fortune. What she wanted was far more than these things. You can rest assured, what I want to accomplish will bring great changes to the entire continent, and right now, no one can ruin my plans. One. Zhu Yin emphasized each word, her expression twisting a bit. This frightened Shun Yin. The degree of this person's madness seemed more terrifying than hers. Shun Yin steadied herself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Only then did Zhu Yin barely retract her earlier threat. The witch tribe she led was hidden within the Beastmaster city, and the witch tribe was already elusive. Almost no one noticed anything unusual. My lord, are we really going to help the witch tribe? This could very well ruin the Beastmaster city. A member of the snake tribe, selected as the next elder after Wu Chuan, looked worried. Whether right or wrong, he seemed to have no way back. He indeed wanted to know a truth from Zhu Yin. He didn't know when it started, but he was often trapped by a dream. In the dream, there was a female. He always saw her dying. For what reason, and because of whom, he couldn't remember. This dream was like a nightmare, constantly surrounding him. Until he met Jiang Ruantang. He found that after encountering her, the occurrences of that nightmare had decreased significantly. However, that dream no longer revolved around that female. Instead, it was centered around a void stone. A void stone he had no memory of, and he couldn't find where that void stone was. But the female in the dream kept pushing him to find that void stone. Strangely, Zhu Yin had appeared in the dream. Even more evidently, Zhu Yin seemed to know something. Regardless of the dream, the female in the dream And that void stone he had no impression of. He felt he must find them. And he must know the truth. I know what I'm doing. He was never an innocent person, dirty and dark. Perhaps the destruction of the Beastmaster City was also what he wanted. Thinking of this, Wu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He really had been raised by the old Snake King to the point of having problems. This laugh startled the elder beside him. How eerie that laughter was. Fortunately, Wu Chuan waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to stay there. The elder fled as if liberated. Looking down from the stone fortress of the snake tribe, Jiang Ruantang was chatting happily with familiar people, her smile beautiful like a painting. How wonderful it would be to keep this painting forever to himself, belonging only to him. However, this terrifying thought shouldn't be known to her. It would surely scare her away. Chapter 223. Teaching System. After agreeing to make a cradle for Nuan-Na, Jiang Ruantang also prioritized it, but the wood needed still had to be collected by her partner. As was fairly quick, he managed to gather a good amount of suitable wood by the morning. All right, let's get started. Jiang Ruantang rubbed her hands together, and Na, watching from the side, felt excited as well, under guidance, as quickly shaped the materials into what they were supposed to be. Many curious females also gathered around, eagerly watching. To put it bluntly, they had little to do every day, so they felt obligated to join in on any excitement. Wan, what are these for? Some little females asked curiously from the side. Why prepare so much wood? Jiang Ruantang clapped the dirt off her hands and stood up. Just watch. There should still be some leftover spines from the previous gathering in the stone fortress. Mo, can you help me fetch some? Mo nodded. At this moment, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but marvel at how well prepared she was. Indeed, preparing more would definitely prove useful. Okay, I'll be right back. Thankfully, the stone fortress wasn't too far, and Mo returned shortly. Next came the step-by-step assembly. Yujing Lan and Mo also helped out. With the experience from a previous assembly, this time it was noticeably smoother. They finished even earlier than expected. Nuan looked at the rocking chair made for her and loved it immensely. Wan, you're amazing. I love it so much. As long as this rocking chair doesn't break, she could easily have both female and male cubs, right? The joy of freeing her hands. The little female remembered that this was the cradle she had seen before for the cubs. It seemed that when the cubs lay on it, they would be exceptionally quiet, almost magically well-behaved. The females present recalled their troublesome cubs. Wan, can you help us make one too? Yes, we could trade for it. You have no idea how noisy cubs can be. I haven't had a good night's sleep in so long. More and more females gathered, and Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but take 2 steps back, waving her hands repeatedly. Yujing Lan and Mo immediately stood in front of her, glaring fiercely at the females. Jiang Ruantang finally caught her breath and peeked out from between them. I really want to help you, but I can only make one at a time. I can't make so many at once. Though she felt sorry, she truly couldn't manage that. Moreover, the sketches she had prepared were likely incomprehensible to them. As soon as she said this, many females wilted. Each one looked pitiful, lamenting their impending fate of enduring noisy cubs. There were many people in the main beast city, and if she were to make one for each, she would likely exhaust herself. However, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Ruantang. She could teach them. How about this? I want to help everyone. So, any female who wants this, bring out a male, and I will teach them how to make it. As soon as the words left her mouth, the previously drooping females perked up immediately. Without hesitation, they pushed their males forward. He can do it. He can do it. My guy can too. Let him do it. Teach him. Looking around, there were indeed quite a few. All right, everyone. I must ensure they can learn if I'm going to teach, so having too many is a problem. How about this? I will teach 10 males and ensure they learn. If the rest want to learn, they can ask one of those 10 to teach you. This way, we can ensure the knowledge is passed on, and I won't be overwhelmed. As soon as she said this, everyone exchanged glances, but it was indeed a good plan. All right, okay. After gaining their agreement, Jiang Ruantang finally relaxed. She was worried that their excitement might lead to some stampede incident. Fortunately, the issue was resolved, and it was also a good opportunity to implement a teaching system in the beast world. Teaching one to teach hundreds was the best approach. So, everyone, we will start the teaching tomorrow. For today, you can all go home. Seeing the crowd finally disperse, Jiang Ruantang let out a deep breath. The crowd was so enthusiastic that it could have led to irreversible consequences. It was terrifying. Wan, are you really going to teach them? Jiang Ruantang nodded seriously. Of course, these things aren't just for me. They can benefit the beasts of the continent. Yujing Lan nodded, half understanding. In his view, these ideas were all conceived by Ruantang and should rightfully belong to her alone. However, that wasn't important. It was a good opportunity to spur development. Lan felt he had struck gold meeting Ruantang. She truly knew a lot and was very clever. Wan, this cradle is really a great thing. Both of them have fallen asleep. Nua quietly expressed her gratitude, and Jiang Ruantang waved her hand, indicating she was leaving. However, on the way back, she happened to run into Katian, who was covered in blood. It genuinely startled Jiang Ruantang, and she rushed forward to check. Katian, are you hurt? Were you injured? Katian was spun around, blinking his eyes, and did not resist. Lan observed, realizing that this horse was quite scheming, attempting to attract Ruantang's attention with his injuries. Fortunately, Mo's keen senses quickly intervened, stopping Ruantang. He's not injured. That blood isn't his. Jiang Ruantang suddenly looked up. If it's not his, then whose is it? Katian, unbothered, presented the beast he had just hunted. It's not mine. It's from this beast. Sorry to worry you. Jiang Ruantang looked at the beast, letting out a sigh of relief. She thought he had sustained serious injuries. Suddenly standing in front of her covered in blood would scare anyone. You scare me. As long as it's not yours, that's fine. But have you been hunting beasts all day? Katian nodded. Yeah, I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Jiang Ruantang looked at Katian, who was only slightly taller than her. It made sense. He had been desperately trying to return to his previous state, and becoming a weak male was quite distressing. He had to keep pushing himself to train harder to return to his former self. Katian, you really don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. You're already strong. Some things can't be rushed. I know. I just want to be worthy of standing by your side. All right, I understand. Let me handle this beast. The freshly skinned hide can be made into new clothes for you. Katian smiled with determination. I'll make you dinner tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ruantang's stomach unexpectedly growled. Let's process it together when we get to the stone fortress. Katian didn't hesitate, shouldering the beast and following the group home. Lan and Mo had no objections. It saved them the trouble of hunting. Chapter 224. Never owned. Dare not dream. Lan quietly stared at Katian. This guy had made a breakthrough. Although he didn't have the keen sense of smell of a lion, he was still very alert to the perception of strength. If he wasn't mistaken, that Pegasus had advanced to the 5th crown. An underage male reaching the 5th crown could be called a genius. Just imagining how terrifying his strength would be in 2 years when he matures was enough to make one shudder. Katian felt quite good. He vaguely sensed the signs of a breakthrough, just needing this opportunity. Fortunately, this beast was strong enough to allow him to further enhance his strength. Back at the stone fortress, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Lan hadn't made any noise since Shui returned, and it had been several days. Could there be a problem? She knew very little about Shui, and if something went wrong, she could only trust Lan. Lan shook his head. Thinking that time had passed quickly, Shui had been by Ruantang's side for a year now. No need to worry, she still had some time before hatching. After she came to your side, the maternal beast's aura she absorbed was quite sufficient. After sleeping for about a year and a half, and completely absorbing the power, she would be able to break out of her shell. Jiang Ruantang looked at Shui in shock. She was going to hatch? When that time came, wouldn't she have a daughter who was both fragrant and soft? Really? Is it true? Jiang Ruantang almost jumped up in excitement, looking at Shui with anticipation. This news made her incredibly happy, and she couldn't bear to let go of Shui. Lan watched indulgently. This little one, Shui, was worth picking up. Meanwhile, Katian, who was out dealing with beasts, was puzzled and asked Mo, what's going on with the timing? Where did this female from the mermaid tribe come from? He had calculated that it had been about a year since the birth of Jayo's cubs, but the time for the female eggs to form was comparable to that of fox cubs. According to what he had asked Ruantang, she and Lan hadn't been together during that time. Mo shook his head. I asked Lan. This female was accidentally found by him when he first met Ruantang. In fact, the original words were that it was a gift from nature when he met Ruantang. With Shui's presence, Ruantang and Lan formed a deeper bond. This also, in an invisible way, gave Lan another opportunity. Katian couldn't help but sigh at how lucky they were. But after all, she wasn't Ruantang's biological child. How could Ruantang just accept her like that? It wasn't that simple. The mermaid tribe seemed to have some kind of ritual that caused a blood connection to form between Ruantang, the female, and Lan. Shui's aura was almost identical to Ruantang's. Now, Katian felt a bit broken. A strange female cub from nowhere had actually tied Ruantang and Lan together. Damn, when would he also get a little ritual to tie him to Ruantang so he could stay by her side? Life was unfair. While he dealt with beasts in a sad state, he felt lonely inside. Forget it, that fish clearly kidnapped Ruantang. He wanted to win Ruantang's heart and affection by his own means. After handling the beasts, the animal skins fell into Jiang Ruantang's hands. She thought for a moment. They had plenty of animal skins at home and could make some new clothes. I'll make some new clothes for you guys. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three males lit up. However, she didn't just plan to make clothes for them. She was also preparing one for Jiao and another extra one. Ruantang, why is there an extra one? Yu Zhonglan looked at the 5 newly made animal skin clothes. He hadn't quarreled with Mo and Katian, which was already good. But an extra one must be for Jiao. But 2 extra ones? Ruantang's one. Who was it prepared for? Thinking this, if anyone dared to accept Ruantang's clothes, he would definitely make it hard for them. Yu Zhonglan, take me to the serpent dwelling. Mo, help take care of Yi and Error. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhonglan's voice involuntarily rose. Going to the serpent dwelling? Are you interested in a male of the serpent tribe? Katian rushed to Jiang Ruantang's side in just a few steps. Ruantang, the males of the serpent tribe are very cold-blooded. You can't find a male from the serpent tribe as a partner. Jiang Ruantang looked left and right, helplessly rubbing her forehead. No, it's not that. Didn't Yuchuan give me a cloak made for shed skin? I thought of sending a piece of clothing over as thanks. She had no intention of finding a snake as a partner. Why did they all jump to that conclusion? Although she understood that gifting clothing meant something to them. Yuchuan's snakeskin cloak had helped her a lot, and she needed to give a return gift. All right, stop overthinking it. Yu Zhonglan, take me quickly, otherwise, it will be dark soon. Despite being reluctant, Yu Zhonglan obediently picked up Jiang Ruantang. Katian could only watch Jiang Ruantang leave in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Mo remained as gloomy as ever, not obstructing Ruantang's decision, even though a voice inside him screamed in unwillingness. When they arrived at the serpent dwelling, Yuchuan seemed to know they would come and was waiting outside. How did you? Jiang Ruantang was shocked. I have a keen sense of smell. I can smell your presence. Jiang Ruantang felt relieved. I was scared to death. I thought you had some special ability. By the way, this piece of clothing is for you, as a thank you for the snakeskin cloak. I just don't know if the size fits. Seeing the clothing handed to him, Yuchuan was somewhat stunned and asked again in confusion. For me? Jiang Ruantang nodded, not understanding his expression. What did he mean? Did he not want to receive it or not like it? Was she being a bit presumptuous? Should she not give it after all? As Jiang Ruantang mentally rehearsed various scenarios, Yu Zhonglan spoke up discontentedly. Do you want it? If not, I'll take Ruantang back. As soon as his words fell, Yuchuan instantly took the clothing from Jiang Ruantang's hands. Thank you. In the moment of Jiang Ruantang's days, she replied with you're welcome. By the way, I heard you became the Snake King. Congratulations. This was something she had heard by chance. She hadn't paid much attention to such matters, and now it was probably just a casual congratulations. Yuchuan nodded, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yu Zhonglan wasn't prepared to stay there any longer and turned to leave while holding Ruantang. This snake was deep-minded. He didn't want Ruantang to have too much contact with him. Yuchuan watched the 2 retreating figures, silently clutching the animal skin clothing. The clothing was made for him. This was the first time he had received something. No one had ever given him anything. The scent of Jiang Ruantang still lingered on the clothing, nearly driving Yuchuan to obsession. How he wished to lock her by his side, never letting her leave. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile. Yuchuan, you are asking for too much. You have never owned anything, nor can you dream of owning anything. She does not belong to you. Chapter 225. Not providing anything the next day, many females came with males, all for the matter of the cradle. In the beast world, females would eventually give birth to young ones, and some would even have many due to racial reasons. In such cases, the female beasts would feel increasingly helpless. There were obedient ones, and there were troublesome ones. Jiang Ruantang watched the dozens of people who arrived. At a glance, some were already females who had given birth. At this time, they were very much in need. In the end, after selection, 10 males were chosen, all paired with females who had just given birth. The selected females looked very happy, reminding their males to study well. Ahem. Well then, let's get started. First, we will need various wooden shapes from the sketches. Seeing their careful demeanor, Jiang Ruantang became even more dedicated. Yu Zhonglan naturally squatted nearby to prevent any unruly males. However, KDN was nowhere to be seen all day. Forget it, the soft little class has begun again. From the shapes of the wood to their sizes, everything was strictly inspected by her. This piece of wood, do you think it's a bit too short? Jiang Ruantang stared at a male's piece of wood, which stood upright, but was still shorter than her. After all, she was 165 centimeters tall, which was average among normal people. Huh? Really? The male frowned. looking confused at the piece of wood in his hand. Is it short? He glanced at the other people's wood and seemed to find it a bit short. He needed to hurry and find another one. After a round of inspection, everyone had prepared the right amount of wood. As for the various elliptical or rectangular shapes, these males seemed to be getting the hang of it. However, it would be better with tools, Jiang Ruantang thought, but there were too many things needed, and she felt powerless. After all, it was impossible to bring all of modern civilization to the beast world, so using some traditional methods wasn't bad either. After a while, under Jiang Ruantang's supervision, a batch of unqualified wooden shapes was eliminated. What remained could finally reach the assembly stage. However, these males' hands were slightly trembling. After glancing at a pile of defective products nearby, she said, "Everyone, you can take these pieces of wood home for now. I checked, and they're all usable. Tomorrow we will start assembling. However, I don't have many thorn nails on hand, so you might need to solve that yourself in the thorn tree grove." Upon hearing thorn tree grove, everyone exchanged glances. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the thorn tree grove was. Yes, entering the thorn tree grove could be life-threatening. Jiang Ruantang pressed her lips together, knowing this, but she couldn't provide all the thorn nails. Apart from these people, there would be more in the future. And if she provided everything, where would she get so many? Sorry, everyone, you'll have to figure this out on your own. As the males began to resist and their emotions started to escalate, Yu Jianglan directly stood in front of Jiang Ruantang, standing there, causing the males to wilt. My Ruantang is only responsible for teaching you the production methods. She never said she would provide materials. If you want to learn, find a way yourself. If you don't want to learn, I won't stop you. Although there was some truth to this, there were still those who were unconvinced but dared not voice their anger. After all, everyone knew that the king of the merfolk was her male, and this merfolk and the one from the snake tribe were nearly the only two 10-crowned beasts on the entire continent. No one was foolish enough to oppose them, especially since they had females to nurture. All right, everyone, that's all I have to say. The rest is up to you to consider. Jiang Ruantang felt a sense of authority, as if she were relying on someone else's power. Watching the crowd disperse, she sighed in relief, thinking she had almost angered them. Seeing the stark contrast in her little female's demeanor, Yu Jianglan smiled softly. "Ruantang, with me here, you don't need to be afraid of anyone." Jiang Ruantang nodded, I know you're strongest." Hee. Yu Jianglan chuckled and picked her up. "Let us go back. The two little foxes must be missing you." Indeed, she wondered if it was time for her little foxes. In these past few days, they had surprisingly started to take their first wobbly steps. They were slowly getting up and walking, albeit unsteadily. This made Jiang Ruantang watch the little ones as soon as she got home. You can do it. Keep it up. You're the big brother. Set an example for your little brother, and you'll learn it soon." Jiang Ruantang was very excited, not knowing if her encouragement was effective. Jiang Tong really managed to walk steadily and even called out a couple of times. Those two calls melted Jiang Ruantang's heart. She picked up the little guy and tossed him high in the air. "Wu is amazing. Mommy loves you to death." She gave Jiang Tong a big kiss on the face. Jiang Tong laughed continuously. "Ruantang, quick, look." At Mo's exclamation, Jiang Ruantang quickly turned her head. She saw Jiang Bai, looking determined, also wobbling as he walked. His face was full of stubbornness, not wanting to lose to his brother. Jiang Ruantang was filled with joy. "Come here. Mommy wants to hold you. You're such a good and amazing baby." After saying that, she gave him a kiss on the face as well. Although seemed to show some resistance, his swaying tail clearly indicated he was in a good mood. The happiest was Jiang Ruantang. Suddenly, both little ones had started walking, and it wouldn't be long before they could run all over the yard. Unfortunately, though, the time they learned to walk was when Jieshio was not around. She wondered how Jieshio and Weiran were handling things, but it should be fine, right? Yu Jianglan looked at the unhatched Yuheiyu. "You, not being diligent enough. Hurry up and absorb enough power to break out of your shell. Otherwise, your Ruantang AMUS love will be taken away by the two little foxes." Shui felt something and shook a couple of times in reluctance. Yu Jianglan smiled. "Forget it. Being anxious won't make you hatch any faster." Moreover, her father and mother beast matters have not yet been fully resolved. Mo stayed by Jiang Ruantang's side, smiling happily with her. Anyone who didn't know would think they were his cubs. When they could run, it would probably be even more exhausting. Mo took the two little ones from Ruantang's hands. As soon as he said that, Jiang Ruantang, who had just been excited, suddenly felt dejected. Yes, once they could run, they wouldn't be able to sit still, and wouldn't that mean they would be running around all day long? She figured she would have to chase after them constantly. Oh my God, was her freedom coming to an end? Yu Jianglan turned around and saw Ruantang's expression as if she had been struck by lightning. Wasn't that a bolt from the blue? What did you say to Ruantang? Why did she suddenly look like this? Mo pressed his lips tightly. Don't worry about Ruantang. I could take care of it. Jiang Ruantang looked up, slightly guilty. Mo had been like a nanny, taking care of her children all day long. It's fine, Mo. As their mother, it's only right that I spend more time with them. But you, being with me all day long, you could go do other things. Upon hearing this, Mo's heart trembled. Ruantang, do you find me annoying? He just wanted to stay by Ruantang's side. His time was running out, and being able to accompany Ruantang and die by her side will be good enough. No, Mo, forget it. It's nothing. I'm just happy that you could be by my side. Jiang Ruantang didn't say much in the end, fearing that Mo would really think she was trying to drive him away. But she absolutely did not mean that. It was hard for Mo to remain uninfluenced under the curse bestowed by the kind and gentle. Yet the witch tribe had yet to show up, not even the river patrol tribe. She was quite scared that if this dragged on, Mo's body might not hold up. After all, it is a kind of causality that makes her unable to ignore Mo. Mo smiled lightly, and as long as Yuan was not annoyed with him, it was fine. In a place where she could not see, Mo's body was rapidly dissipating. So he had been by Yuan's side for nearly half a year. It was worth the theft. Yuan, you should also hug Shui. She just moved a couple of times to show her dissatisfaction. Yu Jinglin handed Shui to Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang chuckled. All right. We can't neglect our Shui, can we? Chapter 226. Snatching from the King of Hell after discussing the situation with the thorns. The males almost all took the risk to fetch them. Unfortunately, they returned empty-handed. A group of males gathered together to explore other feasible options. Jiang Ruantang wasn't in a hurry. The thorns she had previously collected were almost gone, definitely not enough for them. Moreover, she didn't want to provide those. So, she enjoyed some leisure time, watching Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong go from walking to running, becoming increasingly steady. By the way, I hadn't seen Karshan for several days. I had previously gone to where he lived, but he wasn't there. Jiang Ruantang had gone to find Karshan once before, but he was simply not around. Having not seen him for several days made Jiang Ruantang feel a bit uneasy. He should have been in the woods all along. His presence seemed unchanged. Mo had tracked his scent, which remained consistent in the woods without any alterations. So why was he staying in the woods all this time? Jiang Ruantang was puzzled and learned from Mo that he had just advanced to the 5th crown a few days ago. So why was he still hanging around the woods? He should have a prey he wanted to catch, as Mo explained, but didn't mention another possibility. He might be trying to continuously break through. He had advanced too quickly before, which wasn't something his body could handle. At his current age, bearing the weight of the 5th crown was already quite difficult. Being overly eager for quick success was not good. I worried he was too exhausted. He had already suffered serious injuries, and if he forced himself too much, it might backfire. There were many wild beasts in the woods, and she wanted to find Karshan, but Yu Jianglan firmly disallowed it. However, her worries continued to grow until it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ruantang, you should go take a look. Nua's anxious voice echoed outside the stone fortress. Jiang Ruantang groggily got up and looked through the fortress window. Nua looked up at her and said, Ruantang, you need to come down quickly. That male from the Pegasus tribe, named Karshan, is acting strange. Hearing Karshan's name suddenly made Jiang Ruantang fully awake. A bad premonition surged up. Yu Jianglan, take me to Karshan quickly. Hearing the urgency in her voice, Yu Jianglan didn't hesitate for a moment. I'll take you there. Mo, keep an eye on the 3 of them. Mo nodded, taking on the responsibility of looking after the young ones. Due to the commotion, the 2 little ones were awakened. They fussed about wanting to get out of their cradle, but Mo quickly stopped them. Be good. Your AM has something going on and isn't in a good mood. Don't add to her troubles. Though he said this, he looked worriedly in the direction where Ruantang had left. Fortunately, aside from the gloomy sky, Yu Jianglan quickly took Jiang Ruantang to Karshan's residence. He lived with the Pegasus tribe, and the males of the tribe were gathered outside the door. Upon entering, they saw Mushy standing next to Karshan. Mushy, how is Karshan? Mushy shook his head. It doesn't look good. He's seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruantang's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to take a look. Karshan was covered in blood, even on his wings. How could he be so badly injured? What happened to him? Jiang Ruantang almost shouted, and it was the first time Yu Jianglan saw her so emotionally unstable. He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Ruantang, don't worry. Let's call the healer in to take a look. After some reassurance, she realized that she had been a bit excessive just now. I'm sorry. She lowered her head with some guilt. She shouldn't have vented her anger on Mushy. Mushy shook his head. It's okay. I know you're really worried about Karshan. When the healer arrived, Yu Jianglan took a step back, holding her. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Jiang Ruantang said, I just know it's not good. Karshan has been through so many bad things. I'm just worried that he has been on the brink of death more than once. She feared that at any moment, Karshan might truly die before her eyes. It's okay, I'm here. Ruantang, I'll always be by your side. Jiang Ruantang leaned lightly against Yu Jianglan, but her heart was still anxious. The injuries were caused by a wild beast, likely a very fierce one, but it seemed to be mostly superficial wounds. And with some time, he would be fine. The healer carefully examined him and concluded that the injuries were not life-threatening. After treating the wounds, the healer left. Jiang Ruantang was still a bit uneasy but saw the healer off. After carefully checking Karshan's body, it was indeed mostly superficial injuries, although they looked quite frightening few. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She was scared to death, and Nuah, looking anxious, came over, thinking something had happened to Karshan. Fortunately, it seemed that it was just a serious injury, but thankfully it was not life-threatening. It seemed this guy had quite the luck. Yu Jianglan did not shy away from saying so. Jiang Ruantang thought for a moment. That sounded reasonable. It really was a snatch from the hands of the King of Hell. Indeed. Yet, he had survived and was lively again. However, after he woke up, she couldn't let him continue like this. That was treating his life as a joke. Yu Jianglan nodded in full agreement, imagining the scene of Ruantang scolding Karshan, which made him feel quite good. When Karshan woke up, it was already dark. He felt pain all over his body. Turning his head, he saw Ruantang sitting beside him, with Yu Jianglan on one side. Jiang Ruantang seemed to notice he was awake and carefully helped him up. Ruantang, why are you here? Jiang Ruantang lightly snorted, and Karshan's whole body tensed up. Had he upset Ruantang? Chapter 227, Why It's Different I'm Not Here. And I didn't even know you risked your life again. Jiang Ruantang was still sulking inside, but what annoyed her was just that he didn't take her seriously. I just... Katie and S' expression was tense, and he was flustered, wanting to explain. But he really couldn't articulate that he was trying so hard simply because he felt too weak. Next to Ruantang, there were powerful males, the 7-crowned Jieshu, the 10-crowned Yujinlin, and even Mo had the strength of 7 crowns. He barely had 5 crowns and always felt that he might lose the ability to be Ruantang's male. Moreover, in this main beast city, there were countless powerful males. Ruantang was so beautiful, and many wanted to compete for a position by her side. By then, he would have even less chance. But he didn't want Ruantang to know any of this. Yujinlin snorted lightly. Since he didn't say it, someone else would. This guy was worried that he was too weak and unqualified to be your male. As soon as those words were spoken, Katie and S' face suddenly turned pale. He wished he could find a place to hide, but could only glare at Yujinlin with resentment. Jiang Ruantang's face was full of confusion, and her mind was in turmoil. She knew Katie and S' feelings, but was he really worried about this? But after that incident, your body regressed several years. Now, achieving 5 crowns with an underage body is already impressive. Jiang Ruantang frowned tightly. She didn't know Katie and was so worried about his strength. Looking around, at least based on physical age, the males around Katie and were only 2 or 3 crowns. It was obvious he had already outpaced others by several streets. How could he still be self-doubting? After thinking it over, she glanced at Yujinlin. The problem seemed to be with me. Indeed, anyone would feel psychological pressure when someone stronger than them was around the person they liked. Moreover, there was more than one. Immediately, Jiang Ruantang poked Yujinlin's waist, coquettishly asking him to say something. Yujinlin, please, she really couldn't let Katie and keep tormenting himself like this. Yujinlin couldn't bear to see Ruantang like this. Sigh. After much entanglement, he was ultimately defeated by Ruantang's cute appearance. After all, he couldn't refuse any of her requests, even if this was to help his rival. I don't know what you've been through before, but since you've gambled your life, you should cherish your life for Ruantang. Besides, your current breakthrough to 5 crowns has far exceeded my performance at your age. I was only 3 crowns at that time. Jiang Ruantang almost immediately followed up. Yes, don't look at him at this strength. He still has a long time to live. Yujinlin's expression cracked. What? Is Ruantang dissatisfied with his age? Katie raised his eyes, feeling a bit better, especially since Ruantang said he was older. Exactly. He still had an age advantage. A strange sense of pride emerged, but Yujinlin didn't feel good about it. Ruantang indeed seemed to dislike him for being older. After coaxing Katie in, Jiang Ruantang quickly pulled Yujinlin away. Yujinlin was completely dazed. Oh my. Jiang Ruantang saw that there was no one around, grabbed Yujinlin, bent down, and kissed him directly. Before he could react, Yujinlin lifted Ruantang and deepened a kiss, until both of them were slightly breathless. Jiang Ruantang's face was already flushed. I didn't dislike your age. Age doesn't matter. At least you look young and handsome. Yujinlin blinked, looking at her in disbelief. Ruantang took the initiative to kiss him, a sweet taste. He felt that he was being seduced badly by this bad female. We should go back. Jiang Ruantang felt a bit shy and turned to leave. Yujinlin pulled her into his arms. Ruantang, you have to take responsibility. It was as if the breath he exhaled was burning Jiang Ruantang. Looking up, their eyes met, and Yujinlin's eyes were filled with passionate love. Yujinlin, this isn't right. We should go back. Jiang Ruantang was startled, stuttering as she spoke. It absolutely wouldn't work here. Someone could come by at any time. Yujinlin regained some rationality and glanced at the water beside them. It was a small pond. Although it didn't connect to the sea, it was still sufficient. Jiang Ruantang planned to pull him back to the stone fortress, but Yujinlin turned around and dragged her into the water, watching his legs transform into a fishtail. Jiang Ruantang's eyes widened in shock. After adapting to breathing in the water, Jiang Ruantang pushed to try to return to the shore. Yujinlin, this isn't right. Can we go back to the stone fortress? But Yujinlin couldn't listen any longer. Ruantang, whether it was the lingering tone of his voice, it suddenly took away Jiang Ruantang's rationality. Seeing her quiet down, Yujinlin smiled charmingly, looking exceptionally beautiful, resembling a spirit of the sea. Yujinlin. Jiang Ruantang almost cried. It felt different, like it was not quite the same. Yujinlin, still rational, asked, "What's wrong, Ruantang? Did I hurt her?" He felt anxious as well. Jiang Ruantang stared blankly into Yujinlin's eyes, feeling as if it was different. Yujinlin paused. He remembered he hadn't tea. Seeing his confusion, Jiang Ruantang blushed and pouted. "When I left, we were in the dungeon, and you lost control. Back then, now, it's clearly different." Yujinlin's mind felt like it was struck by lightning. The dungeon. He and Ruantang were in the dungeon. So back then, Ruantang was with him. Not knowing whether it was joy or something else, Ruantang had long forgiven him. "Ruantang, I'm sorry, I actually don't remember." Jiang Ruantang shook her head. "At that time, you were cursed and had no memory." Yujinlin looked at her more gently, thinking that this time, Ruantang would still be very unwilling. Unexpectedly, "Ruantang, have you accepted me? Are you willing to forgive me?" His enchanting voice entered Jiang Ruantang's ears again, causing her to involuntarily close her eyes. I've long stopped blaming you." Regardless of whether it was the past thought of being a substitute or that moment of hesitation, it was just giving herself and him a chance. So soft, Ruantang. Yujinlin frowned. His voice seemed to have a magical power, making Jiang Ruantang almost lose her way. When they swam out of the sea, Jiang Ruantang had completely fallen asleep, cradled in Yujinlin's arms. The seawater soaked their clothes, to prevent being seen by other males. Yujinlin draped a cloak over her. In contrast, Yujinlin was radiant, while Ruantang was so exhausted she had almost completely fallen asleep. Even in her dreams, she was still saying no. Yujinlin felt heartbroken holding her, realizing he had gone too far. It seemed that next time he had to pay attention to the limits. Chapter 228. Time. As soon as they returned to the stone fortress, Emo detected an unusual scent. "You and Ruan. Yu Jianglan looked like a peacock spreading its feathers, with a face full of yes. Emo bit his lip and didn't ask further. The two little foxes caught the scent of Amu and rushed over. "Little ones, don't disturb your Amu. She's very tired right now, so keep your distance." Yu Jianglan unceremoniously kicked the two little ones, causing them to tumble. The little ones barked at Yu Jianglan in dissatisfaction, as if saying, "You bully, you're picking on us and Amu." Yu Jianglan raised an eyebrow. He clearly didn't use much force, and they were too weak. Since Ruan liked the two little foxes so much, he naturally took extra care. If they got hurt, Ruan would surely be heartbroken. Seeing this, Emo quickly picked up the two little ones. "Listen, your Amu is very tired right now. She needs to rest well." Jiang Bai and Jiang Tong gradually quieted down when they heard Mo's words. This made Yu Jianglan think about how Jiejingyu would feel when he returned and saw his fox cubs so close to him. He inexplicably wanted to see that if Jiang Ruantang knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say he was terrible. However, Jiang Ruantang had been exhausted and slept very soundly overnight. The next day, as the sunlight broke through, Jiang Ruantang was awakened by the sun, stretching comfortably. As soon as she sat up, her waist felt like it was broken. She instinctively bent down. That's right, she and Yu Jianglan. A bad fish. she muttered while massaging her sore waist. Jiang had never tortured her this way in all this time. And yet Jiang actually did. Ruan, does it hurt a lot? Let me help you massage it. As soon as Jiang entered the room, he saw her struggling to hold her waist. It turned out he had indeed been too rough, and he couldn't help but feel sorry. I'm sorry, Ruan. I won't torture you like this next time. I was wrong. The soft and aggrieved tone made Jiang Ruantang's anger, which was about to erupt, suddenly lose its outlet. In the end, it just deflated. Forget it. Just help me massage it. Under Jianglan's massage, Jiang Ruantang finally felt refreshed. When she went downstairs and saw Mo, she recalled that she must have been carried back by Jianglan yesterday, and Mo's keen sense of smell made her feel a little guilty. Mo, sorry for the trouble. Today, what is today? Jiang Ruantang pretended to be nonchalant as she approached Mo, but when she got closer, he suddenly dodged. Today, I stir-fried some meat with vegetables, and there's rice. I'll help you serve it. Mo awkwardly turned to leave. Jiang Ruantang stared blankly, realizing he had never been so obvious in avoiding her before. She slowly lowered her head, feeling a discomfort she couldn't quite articulate. It was stuffy and swelling. These feelings didn't belong to Yu. They were clearly her own. Mo was frustrated and lowered his head. He felt he was going crazy for daring to treat Ruan this way. Yet, he just felt uncomfortable. He had never asked for too much. He had already lost a female. The female had died, and if it weren't for the disturbance of sorcery, he probably wouldn't have survived to this day. With the sorcery lifted, the curse gradually returned, constantly stripping away his body. He originally just wanted to be by Ruan's side, but in the end, he was too greedy. When Jianglan brought someone back last night, he felt so jealous, such unwillingness. The quiet passage of time indicated that he and Ruan had no chance at all. Otherwise, he would have wanted to try harder. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the unusual feelings inside him, and began to serve the food he had prepared for Ruan. When he returned to the stone fortress, he tried to maintain that sense of unwillingness that was about to burst forth. Ruan, try this. I heard you can eat this dish with meat, so I tried it. Jiang Ruantang looked at the food on the table, feeling a bit blocked in her heart. Thank you, Mo. She forced a smile and began to eat. Delicious. Mo, you're getting better and better. As the food entered her mouth, Jiang Ruantang's eyes lit up. This skill was more than enough to open a small restaurant in the beast world. He had learned the true craft and could even apply it creatively. Not bad. Not bad. He was ready to graduate. Mo's heart relaxed. It was great as long as Ruan liked to eat. Basically, Mo was busy with all the chores in the stone fortress. He resembled a nanny. And Jiang Ruantang often felt it wasn't quite right, but she couldn't persuade Mo. He seemed very enthusiastic about doing these things. But for Mo, it was just an excuse to stay by her side. Jianglan quietly observed Mo. It seemed his eyes could always detect something. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ruantang saw Mo was about to tidy up again and quickly stopped him. Mo, let Jianglan clean up today. Can you accompany me for a walk? She felt she should talk to him. When Jianglan heard this, he couldn't believe it. Just yesterday, they were so close, and today it was like this. All right, Jianglan. You clean up. Jianglan said nothing more and decided to let Ruan have her way. Seeing Jianglan start to tidy up, Jiang Ruantang took the rare opportunity to pull Mo outside for a walk. In fact, Mo had always been more of a loner. He was quite strong in the tribe, but didn't excessively participate in the Lion Clan's matters. It seemed he had no enthusiasm for anyone. It looked like the dry season was about to pass, and the rainy season was coming soon. Jiang Ruantang looked at the gradually changing weather. Mo nodded slightly. The rainy season, I probably won't survive this rainy season. When the weather turns cool, it won't be as hot as the dry season. Jiang Ruantang turned her head and looked at him seriously. Mo, have you thought about your future? In fact, she had been confused before. Wondered why she came here and for what purpose. Later, after going through those events, she understood a bit. From the very beginning, she was destined to belong to this continent. Jiang Ruantang had arrived in a state of confusion, wanting to go home, wanting to find her father. But destiny chose her, whether as the gentle soul fragment or the initial chooser of the phoenix power. It was a fate she was born with. No one gave her a chance to choose. She just grew up like that, brought here by the system, and slowly began to accept the fate that already belonged to her. But she was happy. She met Jiang, met Jianglan, met Wei Ran, met Na, met Kadian, and then met Mo. I know your feelings. I've always known. Perhaps, from those many resets, knowing one's true feelings isn't difficult. What's rare is not daring to admit it. Mo's body was gradually stiffening. Ruan said she knew her true feelings, but he had no time left. Love you very much. In Mo's eyes, there was nothing but the most sincere love. Chapter 229, The Purest Kindness But Besides Love. It seemed that he had nothing else to give to Ruan. Jiang Ruantang didn't he expect Mo to be so direct, and her face unconsciously flushed. But, Ruan, I can't stay by your side like this. His body was already reaching its limit. Moreover, he was an abandoned male, and couldn't he continue to bond with Ruan? The temperature that had just risen suddenly cooled down. Yes, how could she forget? Mo is different. Mo, there must be a way. I can help you. That way to save Mo, the one that could lift the curse that imprisoned him for eternity. Only Zuyin. No matter what, she had to find the answer from Zuyin. Mo just looked at her and shook his head. Ruan, you don't have to take risks for me. He knew that he was bound to have a significant connection with Zuyin, but facing Zuyin, Ruan might be in danger. Jiang Ruantang lowered her head. Mo, I was chosen from the very beginning. Whether or not you are here, I will have to face Zuyin, and I just want to bring the real you back from Zuyin. Mo's heart trembled involuntarily. Ruan, she really cared about him. This was the most brilliant flower blooming in the barren depths of his heart, beautiful and resilient. After Kadian's injury healed almost completely, he spotted Ruan from afar in the sky. Looking closer, it was Mo. The next second, Kadian landed directly in front of the two, startling Jiang Ruantang and making her shiver. Kadian looked at Mo warily, but his tone was mixed with jealousy as he said to Ruan, what are you doing here alone with him? Jiang Ruantang cleared her throat and looked at Kadian. Kadian, your injury isn't healed yet. Why are you out again? He was still wrapped in bandages, and didn't he look like he was fully recovered? Kadian affectionately leaned towards Ruan. My injury is nothing. I just want to see you. Mo stood by with his eyes downcast, allowing Kadian's actions. If Ruan was truly indifferent to Kadian, she wouldn't be so intimate with him. Naturally, he also let Ruan have her own wishes. In the days leading up to the end of the dry season, the students in the small class finally gathered enough spikes to build a cradle. Jiang Ruantang began to explain the structure to these males. After her explanation, they seemed to understand a bit. They crafted it quite well. They really did it. Great. It looked just like what Jiang Ruantang made. The males couldn't help but be excited. After so long of hardship, they actually succeeded. Jiang Ruantang was also very responsible, confirming the safety of the items one by one. Whether it was sturdy enough, otherwise, if the cubs were placed on it and accidentally fell, it would truly be distressing. This isn't sturdy enough. If there are more spikes, nails on the opposite side as well. After a round of inspection, there were indeed a few that looked loose and likely to collapse, but the vast majority were made very sturdy. Not bad. It can be considered a perfect graduation. After the cradle was brought home, the cries of the cubs at night decreased significantly. This was just right, allowing those males to teach other males how to make it. However, the next day, the stone fortress was surrounded by a group of male and female. Jiang Ruantang was startled awake and exclaimed, "What is going on?" Yu Jianglan looked very displeased. They had all gathered here early in the morning. Ruan, these foods are for you. You helped us make the cradle, which made our sleep much more comfortable at night. Yes, my cubs used to be very noisy every night, but last night it was surprisingly quiet. One by one, the females chattered, all coming to thank Jiang Ruantang. Seeing them too close, Yu Jianglan and Mo quickly stood in front of Jiang Ruantang. Just put down the items. Don't crowd around here. Yu Jianglan's voice was cold and authoritative, and everyone fell silent for a moment. They all put down their things, expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ruantang, and hurriedly left. Jiang Ruantang felt warm inside. This was the most and purest kindness she had received in the beast world. It felt like even her heart was warm. Let us move the things inside. These foods look fresh and abundant. They should last them a long time. On the second day, as the dry season approached its end, the sky gradually began to rain. This also heralded the arrival of the rainy season. Almost every day would be overcast and rainy from now on. It was scorching hot yesterday, and today it started pouring rain. The weather really changes quickly. Jiang Ruantang sincerely lamented how shocking the temperature fluctuations were. Ruan, I cooked some porridge. Drink it to warm yourself up. Mo saw Ruan standing at the door, looking outside at the rain, and gestured for her to come over. You'll catch a cold if you get wet. Jiang Ruantang turned around and sat at the table when she heard the voice. The porridge was still warm, and eating it was truly comforting. Warm, really nice. Mo smiled at this. As long as Ruan liked it, that was good. Yu Jianglan said he had something to do today and suddenly returned to the sea, leaving only herself and Mo at home. Of course, there were also a few cubs around, making it seem a bit lonely. Looking at the rain pattering outside, she couldn't help but worry. It was already the rainy season, but Ju Yu and the others hadn't returned. They wouldn't have encountered any trouble, would they? She had been back in the main beast city for over half a month, yet Ju Yu and the others still hadn't returned, making her a bit anxious. Mo comfortingly spoke, "Don't worry. Ju Yu is strong. Nothing will happen to him." But this time, something truly unexpected occurred. Ju Yu and his group hadn't gone far when they sensed something was off. The leader of the little fairy clan spoke privately with Ju Yu. They only trusted Ju Yu here. "Something feels wrong. The aura of witchcraft seems to be getting stronger. I suspect someone has fallen under its influence. But I can't tell who it is." Ju Yu immediately became serious. If there really is someone controlled by witchcraft, bringing them back to the main beast city would undoubtedly provide the witch clan with additional support. "Can we be sure it's a male of the Scorpion clan?" The leader of the little fairy clan nodded. "You, the male of the Pegasus clan, and that female have not been corrupted. I'm very sure of that. Then the problem must lie with the Scorpion clan. What about Qi Ling?" This was the result Ju Yu least wanted to see. If Qi Ling was the one corrupted by witchcraft, then the entire Scorpion clan would fall back under the control of the old Scorpion King. That would truly be the greatest support for the witch clan. It can't be him. There are faint remnants of little fairy clan energy within him, and witchcraft can hardly corrupt him. There must be an ordinary male from the Scorpion clan. The leader nodded. "If we need to determine who it is, it might take some time." Ju Yu nodded. "Then starting today, I may trouble you to disperse the little fairies, spreading them around the males of the Scorpion clan. We can only rely on you to confirm it little by little." The leader nodded. "Although it's very troublesome, it's the only way now." Chapter 230. Purification of Sorcery. Immediately, the clan leader hurriedly summoned all the little elves. At least before reaching the main beast city, they needed to identify the male who had been corrupted by sorcery. Jiu looked at the gloomy weather outside, with rain drizzling down, and felt an overwhelming concern for Ruan. They continued to advance and would reach the outskirts of the main beast city in less than half a day. However, now that they had discovered someone corrupted by sorcery, he did not dare to risk bringing them forward. He could not put Ruan in danger. Late at night, Qi Ling noticed the little elves secretly starting to move, feeling that things were not looking good. He stealthily approached Jiu and the others, wondering what was going on. Jiu frowned. Among these male scorpions, there was one who had been corrupted by sorcery, and they could not just bring them into the main beast city like that. Qi Ling straightened his back involuntarily. Sorcery. Although he knew very little about it, he was well aware of the fate of the old Scorpion King. Like the old Scorpion King, he felt a bit apprehensive and couldn't help but observe his own physical condition. He couldn't let himself be corrupted by sorcery. That heartless appearance was too frightening. You still have some energy from the little elves inside you. The sorcery can't corrupt you. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. When he turned around, he found Wei Ran and Ka Tian also staring at him. Jiu helplessly rubbed his forehead. You all are fine. The little elves have checked. The problem lies with the male scorpions. Great. As long as there's no problem. That's good. Wei Ran's heart finally settled. If she accidentally fell victim to that sorcery, how could she face Ruan? However, this would delay them for some time. They must identify the male who had been corrupted by sorcery. Wei Ran pouted in dissatisfaction. I thought we could reach there by tomorrow. I miss Ruan. Jiu said nothing, feeling quite unhappy himself. He was so close to seeing his Ruan, yet he was being held back. The anger in his heart was about to surface. Qi Ling, listening by the side, was very curious about this female named Ruan. It seemed even Ka Tian's cooking skills were taught by that female named Ruan, which added to his imagination. What kind of female could tame a fox like Jiu? In the stone fortress, Ruan unconsciously sneezed. Achoo! Who was talking about me behind my back? Mo quickly picked up a cloak and draped it over Ruan. The weather's getting cooler. You need to wear more, or you'll easily get sick. Jiang Ruantang sniffled. Who would have thought the temperature difference would be so great in this rainy season? Montak, do you want to stay up and watch over me tonight? After a pause, she finally said out loud. As soon as the words left her mouth, both of them fell silent for a moment. For Mo, Ruan's words felt almost like an invitation to do something. But what Ruan was thinking was the warm temperature of a lion. Although her words were a bit rough, it was okay. Seeing Mo's ears turning red, Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but laugh. It's going to get a lot colder at night these days. It's too cold to sleep alone. And air's body temperature isn't enough, and they always run around. Upon hearing this, Mo still stiffly nodded. Although he had stayed up before, he felt embarrassed now. Perhaps it was also because of the mutual understanding between them. After nightfall, Jiang Ruantang burrowed into the quilt, placing the two little cubs around her body. As soon as they touched her, the little cubs climbed onto Ruan. Their body temperature was still relatively high, but their constant crawling made it feel cold one moment and warm the next. Mo transformed into his beast form and lay on one side. Indeed, being fluffy was comfortable. It felt really nice. One downside to Mo transforming into a lion was that he was too dark. When Jiang Ruantang got up at night, she always couldn't find him. Montak. I'm here. Mo then transformed back into his human form, and Jiang Ruantang could barely see him, like a black figure in the middle of the night. But Mo was pure black, and even the best vision couldn't see him comfortably. It seemed Mo also noticed this, and was even thinking about how to add some embellishments to himself to prevent Ruan from not being able to see him when he transformed into his beast form. He thought of this, and so did Ruan. The next day, they looked for some stones that emitted a faint glow. As expected, there were many in the tree hole by the pond. Jiang Ruantang took them all back without hesitation, using the tough tendons of wild beasts. She carefully strung them together and tied them around Mo's wrist. Now it's good. I'm not afraid of not being able to see you at night anymore. Just make a few more, and even if it's dark at night, I can see. As Jiang Ruantang spoke, she turned around, murmuring to herself, "It's quite pretty. I should make one for myself, one for Jieyu, and one for you, Jianglan. The two little cubs should have one too. I should also make one for Ka Tian, otherwise he won't be happy." Mo stared at the little stones on his wrist, which looked very nice. Although Ruan was sharing these things with many people, he was satisfied as long as there was one for him. Just like Ruan's love, shared with Jieyu, Yu Jianglan, and Ka Tian. As long as he had one of them, even if it was so small that no one noticed, it was enough. Jiang Ruantang knelt on the ground, happily stringing the stones, her eyes sparkling. After 2 days of heavy rainfall, the little elves' search proved to be more difficult than expected. But fortunately, they indeed found someone. It was the elder who had been following the old Scorpion King, with a power level of 7 crowns. He had been almost completely corrupted by sorcery and was losing his sanity. Can we completely remove it? Jie, you didn't want to waste the little elf strength at this time, but he was still a male corrupted by sorcery. The little elf shook his head. Although it can be done, the energy consumed will be greater than you think. The power within our bodies comes from the phoenix. Although it has formed a more pure force to resist sorcery, it ultimately has its downsides. Once the power is exhausted, it will be difficult to recover in the short term, which might be detrimental to the main beast city. Jieyu was very conflicted and simply threw the decision to Qi Ling. Qi Ling looked at him, but the malice in Jieyu's eyes could not be concealed. "If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, it will be the world of the sorcery clan." Qi Ling closed his eyes, and images of his family's death flashed through his mind. He glanced at the other males, unable to decide the fate of one person, good or bad. Help him get rid of the sorcery. The little elf sighed and finally agreed. One little elf stepped forward. Golden light threads surrounded him, flying into the male's brain and heart. This action lasted for almost half a day until the little elf's energy was nearly exhausted. The male's expression finally became clear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but only the female sorcerers in the shadows revealed satisfied smiles. "Sir, we succeeded. We just need to wait for them to bring the Scorpion clan into the main beast city." The female looked eagerly at Zhuyin. Zhuyin smiled, gently touching a nearby flower. The flower instantly wilted into black. Unknown to everyone, Zhuyin and the other female sorcerers were experiencing boundless growth in their power, until even the God King could not bear to deal with them. Chapter 231, The Hall of Gods and the Supreme System Bureau. O lofty and transcendent God, I want you to never ignore the entire Witch clan again. My lord, can the plan begin? Zhuang Yin shook her head. Jiang Ruantang's power is still limited, and we need to push her a bit more. However, time is running out. The female nodded. Since the Witch clan's inception, they have never been favored by anyone. Some harbor jealousy, some commit atrocities, and some take pleasure in their suffering. But at a certain moment, Zhuang Yin suddenly emerged, changing the fate of the Witch clan. She destroyed the one with the Phoenix power in Yuer's world, forcing the Phoenix power to seek a new host. Thus, every 100 years, C.I. Ruan was born. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yin's plan was set in motion. Until C.I. Ruan's death, Beijie became the greatest ally. Consequently, Jiang Ruantang unknowingly became an important part of the long river of fate. My lord, without you, there would be no present for the Witch clan. We will assist you with all our strength. Zhuang Yin helped her up, her hand unconsciously tightening. This is ultimately a road of no return. If we do not succeed, we will perish. What was it like when Zhuang Yin was born? It was with the purest heart, with kindness towards everyone, with a spirit of helping others, and with tears of compassion for the world. But these qualities were unseen, because she is from the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan was born in the sighing swamp of the Hall of Gods, and everyone calls them monsters, the ugliest things. Yet clearly, everyone is striving towards goodness. Only those in the Hall of Gods take pleasure in them like demons. In the eyes of the entire Witch Clan, they're the true monsters. Witchcraft can consume the mind, even that of a god. Until someone accidentally harmed a god from the hall, they were further labeled as evil. Except for Zhuang Yin, all the members of the Witch Clan were imprisoned deep within the Hall of Gods. Abuse, violence, mockery. Why are they defined as evil from birth? Just because of this power? Just because of the sighing swamp? Zhuang Yin had no way of knowing, but she heard the conversation between Yuer and the god. Yuer, have you gone mad? You actually created a world of beastmen in the lower realm? Yuer pouted, this Hall of Gods is too boring. Beast God, can you help me? Only you can drive the evolution of beasts. The rest, I'll create the rules myself. The god of the Phoenix power, the one ranked second in strength in the Hall of Gods. And that power can connect worlds and create rules. At some point, a plan emerged in Zhuang Yin's mind. Step by step, she followed Yuer down to the lower realm, leaving the Witch Clan's hidden danger in the Star Core continent. Yuer's death was, in fact, her final gamble. It was once heard in the Hall of Gods that the power of the Phoenix is not fixed and is free. Other beings may possess their powers innately, but the power of the Phoenix only requires a host. Whoever the Phoenix power chooses becomes its bearer. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. After Yuer died, the last reset of the Star Core continent occurred. Her body returned to the Hall of Gods and dissipated, but the God's barrier of the Phoenix power had long vanished. Thus, Yuer hid within the Star Core continent, and the Hall of Gods did not notice her absence. Fortunately, she found Jiang Ruantang, the one chosen by the Phoenix power, but she discovered a serious problem. The barrier of the Phoenix power is not the purest form of strength. This also indicates that it is only the smallest portion of power, while the rest is nowhere to be found. She panicked, worrying that her plan could not be realized. But then Beijie suddenly appeared, giving her a chance. That guy shared the same ambition as her and brought along the system from the Supreme System Bureau. She began to approach him with ulterior motives and finally made contact with the system. Beijie was one of the first selected hosts, and, at that time, his authority allowed direct access to the Supreme System Bureau. She knew that the Supreme System Bureau was behind the creation of every world in the Hall of Gods. And everyone's predetermined fate also existed in the codex of the Supreme System Bureau. With Beijie's help, she discovered a trace of the Phoenix power's whereabouts. And that direction was in the modern world. Using this information, she successfully guided Beijie in secret. His love for Jiang Ruantang reached a crazy level. Naturally, Zhuang Yin played a part in this. Beijie's madness caused Jiang Ruantang and the Phoenix power within her to continually fracture, until it reached every space-time world. And Beijie was imprisoned by the System Bureau. But he was no ordinary person. As soon as Zhuang Yin spoke, he escaped from the System Bureau. He became a time-space fugitive, collecting fragments of Jiang Ruantang's soul in every world. Does she pity those fragments? Probably. Each one lacks a complete life. Her heart of compassion for the world will eventually harm herself one day, right? Among all this, only one last fragment remains. That is Jiang Ruantang. From the moment Jiang Ruantang was brought to this world by the system, she knew. Jiang Ruantang was the crucial piece. It is what the Hall of Gods wants to use to summon back the god with the Phoenix power. Even though Beijie's kidnapping involved not only Zhuang Yin's hand, but also the involvement of the Supreme System Bureau and the Hall of Gods. Perhaps what she will do next, to activate the Phoenix power, is also under the surveillance of the Hall of Gods and the Supreme System Bureau. They only need Jiang Ruantang to become the bearer of the Phoenix. But Zhuang Yin won't give them the chance. The Phoenix power has always been her greatest ally. Since Yuer created the Fairy Clan, witchcraft and the Phoenix power have become mutually reinforcing existences. The power formed after the existence of the Fairy Clan became the force that suppressed witchcraft, while witchcraft became the connection to the Phoenix power. Capable of destroying the god's barrier, they mutually suppress and complement each other. Thus, Zhuang Yin's plan only has one last step remaining. At night, Emo suddenly felt a power within him, stirring continuously, causing him immense pain. It was a strange power that seemed to have always existed. Emo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ruantang woke up drowsily, seemingly sensing some energy fluctuations beside him. I'm fine, Ruantang, Emo reassured her. but the sweat on his forehead was impossible to hide. Jiang Ruantang felt something was off and instinctively moved closer to him. You look really uncomfortable. What happened? Mo involuntarily took 2 steps back, not wanting the female to see his weak side. The discomfort from the stirring almost vanished in an instant. It was as if it was just an illusion. No, I just felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment. It's nothing, just go back to sleep, Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang skeptically touched his forehead and body. It seemed there was nothing wrong. Was she just overthinking? But deep down, she had an ominous premonition, as if something was about to happen. Chapter 232. Stress response of male scorpions. The next morning, Jiang Ruantang woke up to find Yu Jianglan back, lying on the other side of the bed. Yu Jianglan, you're back, she said. Yu Jianglan nodded. Yeah, I finished everything and came back. Looking at his dark circles, it was clear he hadn't rested well. You should sleep a little longer. I'll have Mo take me out soon. Although Yu Jianglan wanted to stay with Ruantang, he and T rested for a whole day and night and was extremely tired after returning almost overnight. He reluctantly nodded in agreement. Jiang Ruantang looked to the side and noticed Mo had already gotten up at some point. Montak? She called softly, but Mo only stiffened for a moment. Rarely did he ignore Ruantang, but he walked out almost anxiously. Mo looked at his almost transparent arm. His time was running out. Ruantang, Jieshio and the others are back. A voice from outside echoed, and Jiang Ruantang's eyes brightened. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Jieshio was back. However, when she got downstairs, she found that Mo had put on the long-sleeve clothes he had prepared for them, completely covering his disappearing arms. But Jiang Ruantang didn't pay much attention to it and glanced at the 2 little ones, E and Error, who were circling around Mo. Come with Mama. We're going to pick up your dad. Hearing Jiang Ruantang's voice, E and Error happily followed her. As they stepped outside, they happened to see Jieshio rushing over, locking eyes from a distance. Jiang Ruantang almost cried and threw herself into Jieshio's arms. Jieshio, you're finally back. In that moment, when Jieshio hugged Ruantang tightly, he felt completely fulfilled. The 2 little ones saw their mother jump into Jieshio's arms and began to sniff around him. They seemed puzzled, as if wondering why he smelled just like them. When Jieshio looked down, he saw the 2 little figures surrounding him. They can walk now, Jiang Ruantang said, nodding. Yeah, Mo took good care of them. They look a bit bigger than other kids their age. Jieshio looked at the 2 little ones and slightly raised his foot. E instantly toppled over, falling flat on her face. Unhappy, E got up and playfully nudged Jiang Ruantang, as if to say, I don't like him. He is a bad guy. I want Mama to hold me. Jiang Ruantang couldn't help but smile. Jieshio, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. Ruantang. Wei Ran sprinted toward Jiang Ruantang, her eyes brimming with tears. When Jiang Ruantang saw Wei Ran, she caught the girl who had jumped in her arms. I missed you so much, Ruantang. Wei Ran whined, snuggling into her embrace. Jiang Ruantang gently stroked her hair. I missed you too, and I prepared good things for you. Hearing about the good things, Wei Ran's eyes instantly lit up. Really? You're the best, Ruantang. Karshan helplessly watched Wei Ran and nodded at Jiang Ruantang, who nodded back in greeting. Qi Ling, who had been arranging the male scorpion tribe members, heard the name Ruantang from a distance. He unconsciously turned to take a look, wondering if this was the female that Wei Ran and the fox were so interested in. Just that glance made his heart skip a beat. The female was like the most beautiful flower in spring, outshining all other females. Jiang Ruantang looked past Wei Ran and saw many little fairy tribe members. Her heart stirred, knowing they were the last cards left by Yu Er, feeling somewhat moved. Leader, thank you for coming. The little fairy tribe bowed in respect. No, it's our destiny. You are the bearer of the phoenix power. We should respect you. Jiang Ruantang smiled lightly. There's no need for that. Qi Ling was shocked by the scene. The little fairy tribe seemed to hold this young female in great respect. Karshan had come out to take a look after hearing the news and spotted Lars from a distance. The 2 brothers greeted each other, and Lars noticed Karshan's injuries. How'd you get hurt so badly? Karshan pursed his lips, seemingly unwilling to discuss the topic. Jiang Ruantang shot Karshan a fierce glare, thinking someone didn't appreciate the life she had worked so hard to save. Karshan felt like crying. Ruantang, I was wrong. I was obedient, right? Seeing his aggrieved expression, Jiang Ruantang couldn't bring herself to be too harsh. When Mo arrived, he saw many male scorpion tribe members, but ultimately chose not to speak, trusting Jieshio to handle it. Give me the items. Jieshio nodded and noticed E and Error were almost glued to Mo. All right, I need to take the things back first. You 2 stay with Mama. Mo said to the little ones, who whimpered a bit, but obediently returned to Jiang Ruantang's side. Jiang Ruantang didn't notice the situation and, from a distance, spotted the male scorpion tribe members, causing her heart to tremble. She instinctively moved closer to Jieshio. Karshan also glared at the male scorpion tribe members. Fox, why did you bring back the male scorpion tribe members? Noticing Ruantang's reaction and Karshan's words, Jieshio felt a pang of pain in his heart. I'm sorry, Ruantang. It's just that the old Scorpion King was killed, and this one is the new leader of the Scorpion tribe. Jiang Ruantang nodded and glanced at Qi Ling, who was quite good-looking. However, she seemed a bit on edge. Seeing the Scorpion tribe reminded her of the painful memories of death. It was too frightening. But from the current situation, it seemed that the new leader of the Scorpion tribe was a male that Jieshio trusted. The entire Scorpion tribe was likely to have been subverted. Seeing Jieshio's guilty expression, Jiang Ruantang shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Qi Ling, overhearing their conversation, wondered if this young female had any grievances with the Scorpion tribe. Hello, I'm actually Jiang Ruantang. Jiang Ruantang nodded at Qi Ling from a distance. Qi Ling was taken aback and nodded slightly. I'm Qi Ling. Seeing that he was relatively easy to talk to, Jiang Ruantang let out a heavy sigh of relief. Qi Ling felt as if his heart might jump out of his chest at that moment. Seeing the other males staring at Jiang Ruantang, Qi Ling spoke up, everyone, let us find a place to settle. As they were led away by Qi Ling, some males lingered behind, pondering if there was any chance they could become her mate. Unfortunately, the next day, all possibilities for the Scorpion tribe were dashed. Someone came to the stone fortress to curry favor, but turned around to see Yu Jianglan staring at them fiercely. The pressure from a 10-crown strength male was hard for any male to withstand, and they all fled in panic. Yu Jianglan's face darkened, gritting his teeth in anger. What do these male scorpions want? Jiang Ruantang smiled helplessly, and Jieshio simply sought out the temporary residents of the Scorpion tribe. If you truly have feelings for Ruantang, you can try. The male seemed to see a glimmer of hope, but the next second, no one dared to speak up as long as they had to defeat me and Yu Jianglan. Jieshio completely cut off their path. Defeating him and Yu Jianglan was simply impossible. Beating them was merely an opportunity to show off in front of Ruantang. After all, if Ruantang didn't accept them, they wouldn't interfere. Everything was decided by Ruantang. Qi Ling raised an eyebrow. Yu Jianglan? Jieshio did not hide it. Ruantang's other male, the leader of the merfolk. Chapter 233. The power that begins to spiral out of control with the strength of Yu Jianglan as a deterrent. It could indeed block a large number of pursuers. Why not take advantage of it? Is it that Yu Jianglan who has risen to 10 crowns? Qi Ling had heard about it before. At that time, it was rumored that Yu Jianglan was the first male in the entire continent to reach 10 crowns. No one knew how difficult each promotion was. At that time, almost all the males on the continent were shaken by this news. Some even doubted whether their merfolk could surpass the Phoenix clan. Speaking of the Phoenix clan, I heard that there are Phoenix clan members in the main Beast City. But to this day, I haven't seen a single male. Instead, that little female of yours seems to be from the Phoenix clan. They had come to the main Beast City before, but knew very little. Ji thought about Ruan's background. Rather than saying she was a female of the Phoenix clan, it was more accurate to say she was from outside the Starcore continent. Mysterious and powerful. The Phoenix clan has been present since the establishment of the main Beast City, but they only appeared that one time, and since then, both male and female members of the Phoenix clan have vanished without a trace. Or rather, those who are still alive probably have never seen them. The Phoenix clan seems like a race birthed by heaven and earth, so mysterious that almost everyone has forgotten their existence. Even more people believe that the Phoenix clan is merely a legend. Jiang Ruantang had been smiling since Jie returned, while Yu Jianglan stood by, feeling jealous. It seemed that as soon as the fox returned, Ruan's eyes were no longer on him. Mo continued to take care of Ruan as always. But he felt that he really couldn't hold on any longer. Watching the scene before him, he suddenly staggered, fortunately reacting in time to support himself with his hands on the ground. Mo shook his head, forcing himself to stay alert. It wasn't the time yet. Yu Jianglan noticed him, frowned, and approached. Why do you look so pale? Mo's voice was hoarse, but he still forced his nearly exhausted body to respond. I'm fine. But after this reassurance, his body collapsed with a thud. Mo, Jiang Ruantang felt the phoenix power within her suddenly begin to stir restlessly. This force compelled Jiang Ruantang to start moving back, until she entered the room and saw Mo's nearly transparent body. Ruan. Yu Jianglan anxiously embraced Jiang Ruantang's collapsing body. How could this happen? She felt her limbs going numb, her body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, she was terrified, afraid that Mo would disappear just like that. She didn't even have the chance to save him. Yu Jianglan, I want to go over. Her voice trembled, and Yu Jianglan tightly supported her, his face filled with heartache. Okay. In fact, just now, Yu Jianglan was also startled by Mo's nearly transparent state. It looked like he was dissipating, and this was a condition that the male partner would experience only after the female partner died. He almost forgot that Mo was bound by the power of witchcraft, which restrained the laws that already existed. Jiang Ruantang cautiously stepped forward, almost unable to believe it. Her trembling hands didn't even dare to touch him. That surge of anxiety and restlessness rose in her heart once again. Montak, did you already know that you wouldn't be able to hold on any longer? I clearly noticed that something was wrong with you. I'm sorry, Mo. Yes, she clearly noticed something was wrong, yet she still believed there was ample time. It was all her fault. Tears fell silently, penetrating Mo's transparent body. His body was slowly dissipating. The tightly knitted brows indicated his pain at this moment. Jiang Ruantang felt her body heating up continuously, and the feather mark at the corner of her eye gradually changed, until it transformed into a pair of transparent wings, tightly enveloping her eyes. Yu Jianglan. It hurt so much. Noticing that Ruan was acting strangely, Yu Jianglan almost instantly tried to stop her. But it seemed he failed. A powerful force knocked him away. Jiang Ruantang sorrowfully embraced Mo's body. What could she do? This phoenix power chose her. Then what could she do? At this moment, a powerful shockwave occurred in the system, and the predetermined timeline of fate suddenly became chaotic. It was Jiang Ruantang's fate line. Along with the phoenix power, all timelines intersected. She couldn't control this power, and if this continued, the intersection of time and space would lead to destruction. Zhuyin looked at the suddenly raging storm and smiled for the first time. She began to absorb the powers of all those who had been eroded by witchcraft. With a single command from Zhuyin, the first to feel it was the River Patrol tribe. They were the earliest to be eroded by witchcraft. What's going on? My power seems to be disappearing. Mine too. Witchcraft fed on their selfishness and greed. The more they wanted, the greater the energy transmitted by the witchcraft, and thus, the more energy Zhuyin could absorb. It was worth the effort she spent to activate the witchcraft within Mo's body. In an instant, all the people of the continent fell down, including the races in the sea. The witch clan used everyone's desire for power and authority as bait, and everyone willingly submitted to her. Ridiculous to the extreme. Zhuyin, what's going on? Why did all the males of the River Patrol tribe suddenly faint? Shunyan sensed something was wrong and rushed to Zhuiyin's location without stopping. But she found all the witch clan members gathered together. Their bodies and appearances had changed. She was so scared that she kept retreating. Monsters, you are monsters. Zhuyin chuckled lightly. Someone had long said they were monsters. The witchcraft had drained most of the power from the Star Core continent. Even the Lion King couldn't escape. Soon, Jie noticed something was wrong and rushed back to the stone fortress. Katie Yin and Jie arrived almost simultaneously. They saw Yu Jianglan isolated outside. The entire stone fortress shrouded in a red glow. What's happening? Where's Ruan? Jie almost shouted in anger. Yu Jianglan's heart raced. He was too familiar with this feeling. It's the power of the phoenix. I ask you, where's Ruan? Jieyu's eyes turned red, as if he were a vengeful spirit pulled back to the mortal realm. Katie Yin had no choice but to restrain him. Now is not the time for you to hurt each other. Yu Jianglan, Ruan, where are they? Yu Jianglan seemed to finally come to his senses. Ruan is still inside. Mo is bound by the laws and is showing signs of disappearing. Ruan has lost control. Jieyu and Katie Yin looked incredulously at the shrouded stone fortress. Only Yu Jianglan recalled what had happened when that person died. Summary: Jiang Ruantang, an unlucky girl, transmigrated to an ancient beast world where every male had perfect abs and was stunningly beautiful, making her dizzy, while others transmigrated with a charming persona. She ended up with an undesirable one due to an accident. Fortunately, she also had a system to support her. All right, then let's work hard and strive to become a new world female in the beast world, living well and striving every day. But then, by accident, she picked up a fox, and things started to get complicated. No, why does everyone look at me like I'm prey?